Introduction asterisk. In the waning days of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Zhang Jiao's soul transmigrates into Bran Stark from Game of Thrones. A fall from a tower leaves him paralyzed. No, this is a divine reawakening. Endowed with the esoteric arts of the Taiping Dao and the powers of the Green Seer, he glimpses an apocalyptic vision of the White Walkers advancing southward. As the cry of heaven is dead, and yellow heaven will rise from the Yellow Turban Rebellion collides with winter is coming from Westeros. This prophet from the east vows to rewrite the fate of the seven kingdoms with talismans, inner breath, and foresight. This time, the north will not only have wolves, but a path as well. Chapter 1. The Transmigration to Westeros. In the late Eastern Han, a pall of despair shrouded the land, heavy with the weight of history. The capital, Luoyang, appeared bustling with life, yet behind its crimson walls, decay and corruption festered unabated. The trade of official titles thrived, with officials engrossed in plundering the populace, heedless of the people's plight. The common folk, crushed under the dual burdens of exorbitant taxes and relentless labor, languished in misery, their numbers dwindling and the roads filled with the destitute. In the seemingly ordinary city of Jiulu, a tempest was brewing that would forever alter the course of history. The stronghold of the Taiping Dao lay hidden here, where Zhang Jiao, a leader with the welfare of the world at heart, stood at the precipice of rebellion. In a flickering candlelight, clad in a simple Taoist robe, he gazed solemnly at the grand map of the Han Dynasty adorning the wall. Marked upon it were the locations of Taiping Dao followers and the plans for uprising. Heaven is dead, and yellow heaven will rise. The year is Jiazi, and all will prosper. This rallying cry blazed within him like an unquenchable flame. He was resolute that the Taiping Dao would overthrow the decaying Eastern Han rule, ushering in an era of peace for the people. As Zhang Jiao focused intently, the skies suddenly darkened. The tranquil night was shattered by ominous clouds, and purple lightning writhed like a furious dragon, thrashing in the heavens. A tempest roared forth, rattling doors and windows as if they might be torn asunder by the ferocity of the elements. Then, an extraordinary beam of light, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, piercing through the roof and enveloping Zhang Jiao. In an instant, he felt an irresistible force wrench his soul from his corporeal form, pulling him into an abyss of darkness. His consciousness spiraled into chaos, leaving only a void of blackness. Time became an ungraspable concept until Zhang Jiao awoke, finding himself in an utterly alien chamber. The walls, constructed of rough gray stones, were interspersed with fragments of mica that flickered faintly in the dim light. Tattered tapestries adorned the walls, depicting bizarre combat scenes, their garb and weaponry starkly different from that of the Han Dynasty. The narrow windows resembled squinting eyes, begrudgingly allowing scarce beams of light to penetrate, rendering the room even more forbidding and cold. As Zhang Jiao attempted to move, he was horrified to find his body limp and powerless, his legs feeling as though they were crushed beneath an immense weight, utterly numb, as if they no longer belonged to him. Just as confusion and dread enveloped him, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, causing him excruciating pain. Vivid images flashed before him. The towering Winterfell, the heart of the North, its icy walls solemn against the backdrop of pristine snow. Ned Stark, a man of resolute countenance and deep-set eyes, the Lord of Winterfell and his new father's identity, known throughout the North for his integrity and honor. Robb Stark, his brother, training with a sword, a valorous figure etched deeply in Zhang Jiao's memory. And Sansa, with her radiant smile, alongside Arya, whose gaze reflected fierce determination and agility. Zhang Jiao realized with astonishment that his soul had inexplicably transmigrated into Bran Stark of Winterfell in the continent of Westeros. Bran, once a naive and lively child, had been grievously injured in a fall from the tower, leaving him unable to walk. Shock and bewilderment flooded Zhang Jiao. He could not comprehend how he had arrived in this strange world, nor could he foresee the fate awaiting him. Yet, he quickly steeled himself, drawing upon the resilient spirit cultivated through years of Taiping Dao practice, understanding that maintaining composure was crucial to discovering a path to survival. With a slow exhalation, Zhang Jiao closed his eyes, invoking the inner vision techniques of the Taiping Dao to explore the mysteries of this body. Within his perception, Bran's meridians were intricate and convoluted, bearing resemblance to those of Eastern Han practitioners, but also exhibiting numerous peculiar differences. A faint thread of arcane magical energy lay dormant within his veins, exuding a chill, yet imbued with an ancient and formidable essence, seemingly intertwined with some mysterious heritage of this unfamiliar land. A realization dawned upon Zhang Jiao. This enigmatic force might be pivotal for his survival in this new realm and for altering his destiny. However, mastering and harnessing this power remained an enigma yet to be unraveled. Chapter 2. The First Glimmer of Hope. Gradually, Zhang Jiao adapted to Bran's disabled body. Despite his considerable limitations, his resolve to change his fate grew ever stronger. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight struggled through the narrow window to illuminate the cold stone bed, Zhang Jiao embarked on his daily endeavors. Utilizing the unique breathing techniques of the Taiping Dao, he guided his inner energy to float gently, striving to nurture the injured meridians and muscles, mending the wounds of his body. As he directed his breath, Zhang Jiao became acutely aware of the dormant magical energy within Bran, akin to a slumbering giant stirring under his guidance, occasionally vibrating with a faint tremor. This revelation ignited hope within him, prompting a deeper focus on exploring this power. He endeavored to merge the principles of Taiping Dao with this magical force, akin to converging two distinct streams of water, seeking a harmonious coexistence. After several days of arduous effort, Zhang Jiao finally made a breakthrough. During an intense meditation session, he successfully guided the magical energy along an unprecedented meridian pathway. In that fleeting moment, warmth surged through his legs. Although it was but a brief sensation, it filled Zhang Jiao with exhilaration, a promising indication that his efforts were not in vain, and that the potential for merging the two systems of power indeed existed. Simultaneously, Zhang Jiao began to frequently employ the abilities of the Green Seer. In the sacred grove of Winterfell, leaning against the ancient weirwood tree, he immersed his consciousness in its connection. Initially, the visions he beheld remained shrouded in obscurity, as if veiled by a dense fog. Yet, with persistent attempts and explorations, those images gradually sharpened into clarity. In one profound vision, he witnessed a chilling scene. Beyond the wall in the north, the icy plains roared with tempestuous winds, and blizzards unleashed their fury. The White Walkers, towering and grim, emanated an aura of frigid terror, leading countless whites that surged southward like a tide of darkness. Where they passed, villages were obliterated, the populace mercilessly slaughtered, and homes ablaze extinguished in the biting cold, plunging the world into an abyss of death and despair. This scene filled Zhang Jiao with profound anxiety. He was acutely aware that the threat of the White Walkers loomed perilously close, and the continent of Westeros teetered on the brink of existence. Meanwhile, various factions on the continent were ensnared in their relentless pursuit of the Iron Throne, oblivious to the cataclysm that was about to befall them. He understood that he must act swiftly, employing his wisdom and strength to alter the fate of the realm. During his time in Winterfell, Zhang Jiao's behavior caught the attention of his family. Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of the king in the north, sensed a remarkable change within Bran. Previously, Bran had been astute yet somewhat despondent following his fall from a tower. Now, however, the light of wisdom and determination frequently sparkled in his eyes, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. One afternoon, Jon entered Zhang Jiao's chamber, gently pushing the door open to find Zhang Jiao seated by the window, gazing into the distance. "Bran, you seem somewhat different lately," Jon remarked softly, his tone imbued with concern and curiosity. Zhang Jiao turned his head, meeting Jon's gaze with a faint smile. "Jon, I have indeed experienced some extraordinary events. I have witnessed terrifying visions concerning the north, concerning the entirety of Westeros." He then proceeded to recount in detail the impending crisis posed by the White Walkers and the strategies he envisioned to confront it. Jon listened intently, initially filled with surprise and skepticism. Yet as Zhang Jiao's vivid and alarming descriptions unfolded, he found himself increasingly captivated. He recognized that Bran spoke no falsehoods, and he felt the unprecedented confidence and sagacity emanating from him. "We must take action, Jon. We must unite the families of the north, enhance our training, and prepare for the looming disaster," Zhang Jiao declared, gripping Jon's hand firmly, his gaze resolute. Jon nodded thoughtfully. "I believe in you, Bran. I will support you wholeheartedly. However, this will not be an easy task. There are numerous conflicts and differences among the northern families, and achieving their unity will prove challenging." Zhang Jiao smiled slightly. "I have a plan. We can leverage certain principles and methods from the Way of Peace to help them understand that only through unity can we withstand the invasion of the White Walkers. Moreover, I can utilize the talisman techniques of the Way of Peace to craft special weapons capable of defending against the White Walkers. As Jon regarded Zhang Jiao, a swell of admiration surged within him. He realized that the Bran before him was no longer the vulnerable boy in need of protection, but a visionary leader endowed with formidable capabilities. From that moment forth, Jon resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Jiao, striving together for the future of the North. Chapter 3. Rising Prominence as Zhang Jiao and Jon delved deeper into discussions on strategies to confront the White Walkers. Zhang Jiao understood that to truly unite the noble families of the North, he must first exhibit a compelling display of strength. Thus, he resolved to reveal a glimpse of the Taiping Dao's mystical powers before the assembled crowd in Winterfell. On this day, the training grounds of Winterfell were abuzz with activity as soldiers engaged in their daily drills. Zhang Jiao instructed Jon to summon key members from various families, along with the soldiers present in the training area, under the pretense of a significant demonstration. As the assembly gathered and cast curious glances at the figure seated in a wheelchair, uncertainty filled the air. With a subtle smile, and without uttering a word, Zhang Jiao slowly raised his hands, channeling the powers of the Taiping Dao, which had been infused with elements of arcane magic. Gradually, a radiant light began to coalesce in his palms, and before long, 2 orbs of gentle luminescence took shape. With a delicate wave, one of the orbs soared toward a massive stone on the edge of the training ground. Upon contact, the orb seemed to burrow into the stone as if it were a living entity. Instantly, the stone began to tremble, and strange patterns emerged upon its surface. As these intricate designs spread, the stone began to slowly split apart, not shattering into fragments, but rather transforming into several lifelike stone beast sculptures, so realistic that one might expect them to spring to life at any moment. The spectators gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Before they could fully grasp the significance of this spectacle, Zhang Jiao directed the other orb of light to the center of the training field. Upon landing, it instantaneously morphed into a crystal-clear spring, bubbling forth with pristine water that sparkled under the sunlight, casting glimmering reflections. "What sorcery is this?" a soldier exclaimed, unable to contain his wonder. "This is not the magic you are familiar with," Zhang Jiao explained with a smile, "but rather a force from another realm. The threat posed by the White Walkers is formidable, and the power I possess may aid us in resisting them." All present, be they family members or soldiers, were profoundly impressed by Zhang Jiao's abilities. Jon regarded Zhang Jiao with eyes filled with admiration and trust, recognizing that this demonstration would play a crucial role in uniting the hearts of the North. Subsequently, Zhang Jiao began instructing the soldiers in the art of crafting special weapons imbued with the Taiping Dao's talismans to defend against the White Walkers. He meticulously drew the talismans, elucidating the powers contained within and their methods of application. Following his guidance, the soldiers affixed these talismans to their weapons, discovering that, upon infusing them with magical energy, the weapons became not only more resilient and sharper, but also emanated a warmth capable of counteracting the biting cold. As Zhang Jiao's extraordinary abilities and initiatives to combat the White Walkers unfurled across the North, his influence expanded significantly. News spread with the swiftness of wings, capturing the attention of Southern powers. Cersei Lannister, the formidable woman seated upon the Iron Throne in King's Landing, became aware of the various rumors surrounding Bran of Winterfell. Furrowing her brow with a sense of vigilance, she mused to herself, what is the purpose of this Bran, who has suddenly displayed such mysterious powers? In her eyes, any force beyond her control posed a threat. Thus, Cersei discreetly dispatched her most trusted spies to the north, seeking to uncover the true nature of Zhang Jiao and the ulterior motives that might lurk behind his so-called plans to combat the White Walkers. The spies, disguised as merchants and artisans, stealthily infiltrated the caravans traveling to the north, cautiously making their way towards Winterfell. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao, though unaware of Cersei's covert actions against him, was acutely aware that his own maneuvers would inevitably attract the attention of various factions. As he diligently continued to refine his preparations against the White Walkers, he pondered how best to navigate the forthcoming reactions from these disparate powers, striving to carve out greater space for survival and development for himself and the North amidst the swirling vortex of political intrigue. Chapter 4. The undercurrents of power struggles. Cersei's spies infiltrated Winterfell like phantoms. Utilizing their exceptional skills in concealment, they wove through the intricate alleyways of Winterfell, meticulously gathering intelligence on Zhang Jiao. These operatives masqueraded as merchants and craftsmen, engaging in casual conversations with the townsfolk, piecing together fragments of Zhang Jiao's secrets from their words. Simultaneously, Zhang Jiao sensed an unusual aura permeating the city, thanks to the heightened awareness bestowed by his cultivation in the way of peace. He discerned the presence of uninvited guests within Winterfell. However, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to observe the surrounding activities discreetly, awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare these spies. In the Lord's Hall of Winterfell, Zhang Jiao and Jon were deliberating strategies to address the potential reactions from various factions. Jon, the southern powers will undoubtedly not sit idly by as we grow stronger, especially Cersei. She will never permit any force that threatens her authority to exist. Zhang Jiao remarked gravely. Jon nodded slightly. I understand, Bran. Yet we cannot allow fear of her suppression to halt our progress. The threat of the White Walkers is pressing. We must secure more time and resources. Precisely. Therefore, we must expedite our preparations for defense against the White Walkers while also responding cleverly to Cersei's probes. A glint of wisdom sparkled in Zhang Jiao's eyes. At that moment, a guard hurried into the hall, whispering urgently into Jon's ear. Jon's expression shifted, and he turned to Zhang Jiao. Bran, news has arrived. Daenerys Targaryen, leading her fleet and army, is approaching the continent of Westeros. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiao felt a stir of excitement within. This could be an opportunity. Daenerys holds a claim to the Iron Throne, and her power is formidable. If we could ally with her, we could not only bolster our strength against the White Walkers, but also secure a more advantageous position in our dealings with Cersei. But Daenerys is ambitious. Her singular focus is to ascend the Iron Throne. Can we ensure our interests and objectives align in collaborating with her? Jon inquired, a note of concern in his voice. We must meet with her candidly, elucidating the threat posed by the White Walkers and the significance of our cooperation for all of Westeros. I am confident that, given her wisdom, she will grasp the stakes involved, Zhang Jiao replied with conviction. Thus, he resolved to personally journey to meet Daenerys. He embarked on a journey southward, accompanied by Jon and a small cadre of elite guards. Throughout their travels, they braved the elements, enduring both day and night on the road. Unbeknownst to them, Cersei's spies had already amassed considerable intelligence regarding Zhang Jiao and were poised to relay this information back to King's Landing. What they did not anticipate was that Zhang Jiao had meticulously laid a series of traps along their inevitable path. As the spies believed themselves to be stealthily departing Winterfell, they ventured into a dense forest, only to be suddenly surrounded by a multitude of armed soldiers. Zhang Jiao emerged slowly from the woods, seated in his wheelchair. Did you think you could traverse my domain with such ease? He intoned coldly, fixing his gaze upon the spies. Realizing the dire situation, the spies drew their weapons, attempting a final act of defiance. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Zhang Jiao summoned the powers of Taiping Dao, unleashing an invisible force that sent the spies' weapons tumbling from their grasp. Terrified, they beheld Zhang Jiao, having never encountered such formidable and uncanny might. Speak, who sent you? Zhang Jiao's eyes burned with intensity as he questioned the lead spy. Initially, the spies remained obstinate, but under Zhang Jiao's overwhelming aura, they ultimately confessed that they had been dispatched by Cersei. With this revelation, Zhang Jiao's wariness towards Cersei deepened. He understood that this power struggle with her was merely the beginning, and the forthcoming meeting with Daenerys would be a pivotal moment in this intricate game. Chapter 5. The meeting with Daenerys. Zhang Jiao and his entourage hastened their steeds, finally encountering the vanguard of Daenerys in a coastal town. Upon learning of Bran's arrival from the north, Daenerys felt a surge of curiosity. She had heard numerous whispers of this disabled youth who exhibited mysterious powers and decided to meet him in person. The meeting was arranged in the grand hall of a seaside castle. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast a solemn ambience. Zhang Jiao was gently wheeled into the hall. Seated in his wheelchair, Daenerys, adorned in a resplendent robe and crowned with the silver diadem symbolizing House Targaryen, stood tall, her presence radiating an inherent authority and pride. Nearby, 3 young dragons lounged in a corner, occasionally rumbling low growls that reverberated through the air. Zhang Jiao raised his gaze slightly, meeting Daenerys' eyes with calm assurance, and spoke first. Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, I come today concerning the fate of the entire continent of Westeros. Daenerys arched an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips, yet laced with scrutiny. Oh, a disabled boy from the north claims to discuss the fate of the entire continent? I am intrigued to hear your insights. Undeterred by her condescension, Zhang Jiao gravely recounted the crisis posed by the White Walkers, detailing their horrifying visage. The the methods of the Whites, and the cataclysmic devastation they would unleash upon the realm. Daenerys listened intently, her initial skepticism gradually giving way to a serious demeanor as Zhang Jiao's vivid descriptions unfolded. What you have articulated, though utterly absurd, reveals a semblance of sincerity and fear in your gaze. Yet, I must inquire, what relevance does this hold in my pursuit of the Iron Throne? Daenerys questioned. Zhang Jiao took a deep breath and replied, Daenerys, your singular ambition is to ascend the Iron Throne and establish your dominion. However, should the White Walkers descend upon us, plunging the entire continent into a frigid abyss of death, what significance would it bear if you were to claim the throne? At that point, the Iron Throne would merely be a cold ruin. Only by first repelling the White Walkers and saving the realm can you truly seize the opportunity to fulfill your aspirations. Daenerys fell into contemplative silence, pacing the hall as she weighed the pros and cons in her mind. Undeniably, Zhang Jiao's words struck a chord. Her desire to rule Westeros was fervent, yet if the land itself were to cease to exist, all would be rendered naught. After a prolonged moment, Daenerys halted, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon Zhang Jiao. Your argument holds some merit. However, what assurance can you provide regarding our collaboration? How can I be certain that you will not betray me after the fact, obstructing my ascent to the Iron Throne? Zhang Jiao smiled slightly and responded, I harbor no aspirations for the Iron Throne. My sole aim is to save the innocent inhabitants of this land. I can pledge to you a contract, swearing by the name of the Way of Peace that, upon repelling the White Walkers, the North will wholeheartedly support your claim to the Iron Throne. In return, you must promise to govern this realm with justice and benevolence once you succeed. Daenerys studied Zhang Jiao, sensing his determination through the resolute gaze he cast upon her. After a moment of reflection, she extended her hand. Very well, I shall join forces with you. May our decision truly alter the fate of Westeros. Zhang Jiao grasped Daenerys' hand, inwardly relieved. This meeting had fortified their resistance against the White Walkers and secured a powerful alliance for himself and the North in the ongoing struggle for power. Yet, he was acutely aware that Cersei would not idly stand by as they united. A far more intense battle for supremacy was about to unfold. Chapter 6. Cersei's conspiracy. Upon learning of Zhang Jiao's meeting with Daenerys and their agreement, Cersei was consumed by rage. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, she clutched the intelligence report from her spies, her eyes ablaze with fury. This Bran and Daenerys dared to conspire against my authority. Cersei seethed. In her mind, power reigned supreme, and any force that threatened her rule must be eradicated. She swiftly summoned her most trusted advisors and generals to deliberate on a counter-strategy. One advisor stepped forward, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, with Zhang Jiao and Daenerys united, their power has significantly increased. However, we are not devoid of options. Euron Greyjoy of the Iron Islands has long harbored ambitions for power, and though Highgarden has waned, some remnants of discontent still linger. We could clandestinely conspire with them to form a coalition, jointly opposing Zhang Jiao and Daenerys. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Cersei's eyes as she nodded in agreement. A splendid idea. Send envoys to contact the remnants of Euron and the Reach, promising them substantial rewards, making them understand that only through collaboration with me can they attain their desires in this power struggle. Soon, Cersei's emissaries secretly ventured to the Iron Islands and the Reach. Upon hearing Cersei's proposal, Euron Greyjoy contemplated deeply. He had longed to make his mark on the political stage of Westeros, and Cersei's olive branch was undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Reach, the remaining factions, still yearning for their lost lands and power, were swayed by Cersei's promise to restore their former glory. Simultaneously, Cersei began to fortify the defenses of King's Landing. She summoned a multitude of laborers to strengthen the walls and craft more weapons. The ballistae were refurbished and catapults were readied, with barrels of scalding pitch stored for the impending war. In the north, Zhang Jiao, through his network of intelligence, sensed Cersei's maneuvers. He understood fully that Cersei would not relent easily, and a great conflict was likely unavoidable. Jon, Cersei is clandestinely colluding with various forces, preparing to strike against us. We must be thoroughly prepared, Zhang Jiao informed Jon. Furrowing his brow, Jon was taken aback by Cersei's rapid actions. Yet, we cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and disrupt her plans. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jiao remarked, on one hand, we must bolster our defenses to ensure Winterfell and Daenerys' forces are battle-ready. On the other hand, I can employ the arts of the Way of Peace to create some chaos and hinder Cersei's deployments. Thus, Zhang Jiao commenced his preparations for the spell. In the sacred grove of Winterfell, he established a magical array. As he recited his incantation, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, transforming the previously clear heavens into a somber and oppressive gloom. A fierce wind howled, causing the surrounding trees to rustle ominously. Zhang Jiao wielded his magic to conjure various strange celestial phenomena. Towards the direction of King's Landing, eerie crimson lightning suddenly illuminated the sky, striking the ground with a thunderous roar, as if the apocalypse was upon them. Cersei and her subordinates were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread at this sight. Simultaneously, Zhang Jiao utilized his magic to disrupt Cersei's communications with various factions. The messengers dispatched by Cersei encountered numerous unforeseen mishaps. Roads were suddenly inundated by floods, or they became lost in dense fog, preventing timely message delivery. In the Iron Islands and the Reach, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that Cersei was merely using them, intending to sever ties once her goals were achieved. Such whispers instilled doubts in Euron and the remnants of the Reach, causing their resolve to waver in cooperating with Cersei. Zhang Jiao was acutely aware that these tactics were merely temporary. To truly thwart Cersei's schemes, a direct confrontation was essential. However, he hoped that through these disruptions, he could secure additional time for himself and Daenerys to prepare for the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 7. The subtle struggle amidst the mist. Cersei sensed that circumstances were not in her favor, realizing that Zhang Jiao might be orchestrating events behind the scenes. Consumed by fury, her resolve to eliminate both Zhang Jiao and Daenerys grew ever stronger. Despite communication impediments, she endeavored to convey messages through clandestine channels to Euron and the remnants of House Tyrell, attempting to stabilize the alliance. She proclaimed to them that as long as they united successfully, the Iron Islands would acquire greater territories and wealth, and House Tyrell could regain its former glory. I, Cersei, am a woman of my word, she bellowed at the messenger, her eyes glinting with a frenzied light. Meanwhile, in the north, Zhang Jiao collaborated with Jon and Daenerys' coalition, meticulously preparing for the impending battle. Daenerys brought forth advanced naval warfare techniques and her trained unsullied legion, infusing the coalition with formidable combat power. Zhang Jiao integrated the spells of the Way of Peace into military training, instructing soldiers on how to harness magic to enhance their strength and reflexes. He also crafted numerous talismans imbued with spells, distributing them among the troops for defensive and offensive purposes. These talismans can yield unexpected results in critical moments. Guard them well. Zhang Jiao encouraged the soldiers, his gaze filled with motivation. Simultaneously, Zhang Jiao utilized the abilities of the Green Prophet to closely monitor Cersei's every move. He discovered that she was mustering her forces, preparing to launch simultaneous assaults by land and sea. In response to this situation, Zhang Jiao, along with Jon and Daenerys, devised a comprehensive defense plan. We shall lay numerous traps on land, exploiting the terrain to deplete the enemy's fighting strength. As for the sea, Daenerys, your fleet and dragons will be our trump card. Ensure you deliver a devastating blow before the enemy approaches, Zhang Jiao stated methodically. Throughout the tense preparations, Zhang Jiao did not neglect to employ his magic, continuing to trouble Cersei. He unleashed mental spells, causing eerie sounds to emanate from her ranks, as if the souls of the fallen were seeking retribution. The soldiers, gripped by fear, saw their morale plummet. Though Cersei endeavored to suppress the panic, her efforts were in vain. It's all that Bran's doing. When I capture him, I shall make him wish for death. Cersei seethed through clenched teeth. Yet she felt a twinge of helplessness, acutely aware of Zhang Jiao's elusive spells that were impossible to guard against. In the Iron Islands and Highgarden, tensions within Euron and the remnants of House Tyrell intensified. Euron feared that the remnants would siphon off too much of the spoils, while the Tyrells grew wary of Euron's ambitions. Upon learning of this discord, Zhang Jiao dispatched emissaries to further incite animosity between the factions. Euron merely seeks to exploit you. Once his plans come to fruition, he will undoubtedly claim all the benefits for himself. And you, valiant warriors of Highgarden, will you truly serve such a selfish man? The emissaries spread such sentiments among the remnants of House Tyrell. Under Zhang Jiao's series of countermeasures, the alliance that Cersei had meticulously crafted began to show signs of fracture, forcing her to delay her offensive plans. However, Zhang Jiao was acutely aware that Cersei would not relent easily, and a greater crisis loomed ahead. They needed to seize the moment and continue to bolster the strength of their coalition to confront the more formidable challenges that awaited them. Despite the incessant internal strife within the alliance, Cersei stubbornly pressed forward with her military strategy aimed at Zhang Jiao and Daenerys' coalition. She firmly believed that by striking first, while the enemy's foundation remained unstable, she could decisively obliterate their threat. Cersei secretly summoned the most elite members of the Kingsguard and mercenary groups hastily recruited from various corners of Westeros. These mercenaries, motivated by gold, were formidable fighters not to be underestimated. On a moonless night, Cersei stood atop the castle's high tower, surveying the assembled troops with a cold glint in her eyes. She whispered to her advisor beside her, instructing them to set out that very night, ensuring they reached their designated positions before dawn, catching those traitors off guard. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao, utilizing the abilities of the Green Prophet and the unique perceptive spells of the Taiping Dao, sensed Cersei's movements. He understood well that a fierce battle was imminent and that swift action was required. Zhang Jiao urgently convened Jon and Daenerys in the war room of Winterfell. Pointing to the vast map before them, "Cersei's forces have mobilized," he declared. "Observe their route. They intend to split into 3 divisions. One will feign an attack from the front to divert our attention, while the other 2 will attempt to encircle us from the flanks." Jon furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "We can exploit their overconfidence by feigning weakness, allowing their vanguard to advance, and then cut off their retreat, defeating them one by one." Daenerys gently shook her head, stroking the head of her dragon perched on her shoulder, her gaze resolute. "No," Cersei approaches with fierce intent. "A moment's carelessness could plunge us into despair. My dragons can launch an aerial assault, disrupting their formations and creating opportunities for us." Zhang Jiao nodded slightly, synthesizing their suggestions. "Jon, lead the cavalry of the north to lie in ambush on the enemy's flank, waiting for the opportune moment to sever their escape route. Daenerys, you and the dragons will execute the aerial strike at the critical moment, disarraying the enemy lines. As for me, I shall cast spells from the rear of the battlefield to provide support." Once their plans were solidified, the coalition swiftly commenced action. They set an array of traps along the path Cersei's army would inevitably traverse. Zhang Jiao employed the earth-based spells of the Taiping Dao to create numerous concealed pits beneath the road, masterfully camouflaged with branches and leaves. Simultaneously, he cast a mist spell, shrouding the path ahead in a veil of obscurity. As Cersei's vanguard stumbled into this fog-laden area, chaos ensued. Soldiers advanced cautiously, yet some inevitably fell into the concealed pits, their anguished cries piercing the air. At that moment, Zhang Jiao unleashed a mental disruption spell, inducing hallucinations among the enemy soldiers. As if foes lay in ambush all around them, panic ensued, and they began to scatter, their once orderly formation collapsing into disarray. Cersei's general, upon learning that the vanguard had fallen into an ambush, erupted in fury, disregarding the peril, and commanded the entire army to march onward with haste, intent on breaking through the trap. Yet, as they plunged deeper into the ambush, Jon led the northern cavalry, striking like a fierce tiger from the flanks, severing their escape route. Simultaneously, Daenerys descended upon them from the skies astride her colossal dragon, which unleashed torrents of fire, instantly engulfing Cersei's forces in a sea of flames. The battlefield echoed with the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams, plunging Cersei's army into despair. However, the general was no fool. He quickly rallied his troops, instilling resolve and orchestrating a counterattack. Both sides became embroiled in a fierce melee, the situation locked in a stalemate. Zhang Jiao, acutely aware that the deadlock must be shattered, summoned a more formidable spell. With hands weaving intricate seals and incantations on his lips, the skies darkened ominously, and a colossal bolt of lightning descended, striking directly at the command center of Cersei's army. With a resounding crash, the command center was obliterated, throwing the enemy into disarray. Seizing the moment, the Allied forces launched a full-scale assault, and Cersei's troops, unable to withstand the onslaught, began to crumble and flee. In this confrontation, the alliance emerged triumphant. Yet Zhang Jiao recognized that Cersei would not rest. Future challenges would be even graver, and they must fortify their strength to brace for the impending storm. Chapter 8. Aftermath of battle and new crises. Cersei's meticulously planned ambush ended in disastrous defeat, her remnants retreating in disarray back to King's Landing. In a fit of rage, she shattered the objects within the throne room, her eyes ablaze with fury and resentment. "That Bran and Daenerys, they shall pay dearly for this." Cersei seethed, her voice reverberating through the vast hall. The advisors stood trembling in silence, too fearful to speak. After a moment, one advisor mustered the courage to say, "Your Majesty, temper your wrath. Though we face defeat, there remains a chance. We could issue proclamations, uniting more families discontented with Daenerys and the North to collectively oppose them. Simultaneously, we must reinforce the defenses of King's Landing, recruit more soldiers, and enhance our armaments." Taking a deep breath to suppress her rage, Cersei pondered for a moment before responding. You speak wisely. Act immediately. This time, I shall ensure they understand the consequences of opposing me. On the side of the alliance, despite their victory, vigilance remained unyielding. Zhang Jiao understood well that Cersei would return with renewed vigor, and her next offensive could be even more ferocious. We cannot bask in the glory of this victory. Cersei will not concede easily. We must utilize this time to bolster our strength, he stated gravely during the post-battle assembly. Jon nodded in agreement. Indeed. We must continue training our soldiers, enhancing their combat prowess. At the same time, we should strengthen our ties with neighboring families to secure greater support. Daenerys gently caressed her silver hair, her gaze resolute. My fleet and dragons require further recuperation for the next battle. Additionally, we must devise ways to procure more supplies and resources, preparing for the long war ahead. Thus, the coalition commenced its intensive post-war reconstruction and preparation for battle. In Winterfell, Zhang Jiao applied his knowledge from the way of peace to refine the craftsmanship of weaponry. He inscribed unique runes upon the arms, infusing them with arcane power to enhance their sharpness and bestow them with the ability to resist dark magic. Simultaneously, he instructed the craftsmen in the creation of new defensive apparatuses, employing magical arrays to bolster their protective capabilities. Daenerys sent envoys to the free trading city-states, endeavoring to procure additional ships and weapons, as well as to recruit seasoned sailors and warriors. She also re-established contact with her loyalists from Dragonstone, commanding them to expedite the extraction of dragon glass, a material with lethal efficacy against the White Walkers, indispensable in the fight against them. However, as the coalition diligently prepared for war, a new crisis quietly emerged. Reports from the north indicated that the White Walkers had seemingly sensed the internal strife within Westeros and were hastening their descent southward. The Night's Watch beyond the wall sent urgent dispatches, revealing that White Walker vanguard units had begun to appear frequently near the wall, intensifying the pressure upon it. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Jiao's countenance grew grave. It appeared that time was of the essence. Should the White Walkers launch a full-scale southern advance, the entire continent would be plunged into peril. We must expedite our preparations to confront the White Walkers, even as we fend off Cersei. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the assembly resolved to temporarily set aside their conflict with Cersei and concentrate their efforts on countering the White Walker threat. Zhang Jiao employed his abilities as a green seer to probe the White Walkers' marching plans and vulnerabilities. After meditating in the weirwood grove for several days, he finally gleaned valuable insights. I have discovered that the White Walkers fear high temperatures and light. We can exploit this to our advantage, he proclaimed excitedly to the gathered assembly. Consequently, the coalition began the large-scale production of flame-based weaponry, such as fire arrows and incendiary pots. Moreover, Zhang Jiao prepared to cast powerful light spells to provide cover and support for the soldiers on the battlefield. Yet they understood that to genuinely withstand the White Walkers, unity among the various factions was paramount. Zhang Jiao resolved to make another attempt to persuade Cersei to set aside their internal disputes and join forces against their common enemy, the White Walkers. With the trust of Jon and Daenerys, he embarked on the journey to King's Landing, fully aware that a multitude of dangers and Cersei's disdain awaited him. But for the fate of the entire continent, he had no alternative. Chapter 9. The Dismal Judgment of King's Landing. Zhang Jiao, accompanied by several guards, journeyed southward towards King's Landing. The closer they drew to the city, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The villages along the way lay in eerie silence, the scars of war evident everywhere, with displaced citizens bearing expressions of terror and confusion. Witnessing this, Zhang Jiao's resolve to end the strife and unite against the White Walkers only intensified. Upon their arrival at King's Landing, the guards atop the walls braced themselves for confrontation, their bows and crossbows at the ready. Zhang Jiao signaled for his guards to halt and called out, I am Bran of Winterfell, seeking an audience with Queen Cersei regarding matters of great importance. The guards exchanged uncertain glances, and one hastily departed to deliver the message. After a prolonged wait, the city gates creaked open, allowing Zhang Jiao and his companions to enter. Inside, the atmosphere was fraught with tension. Soldiers stood armed and vigilant, their eyes filled with wariness. Zhang Jiao was brought to the Red Keep, where Cersei sat imperiously upon the Iron Throne, gazing down at him with a look rife with disdain and hostility. Do you still have the audacity to show your face, you little cripple? Was the lesson from our last encounter not profound enough? Cersei scoffed. Unperturbed, Zhang Jiao replied calmly, Your Grace, I have come today for the survival of all Westeros. The army of the White Walkers is advancing southward with alarming speed, and the wall stands on the brink of collapse. If we do not unite, The entire continent will succumb to ice and snow, becoming a realm of specters. Cersei let out a derisive snort. White Walkers, mere fables of the north. Do you think such a ruse will persuade me to collaborate with you? You and Daenerys seek to usurp my Iron Throne, and I shall not allow it. Zhang Jiao was acutely aware of Cersei's obsession with power, and persuading her would not be an easy task. Taking a deep breath, he said, Your Majesty, I harbor no ambition for the Iron Throne. While Daenerys yearns for the throne, she understands that, in the face of the White Walkers' threat, all power will dissipate like mist. We are willing to pledge our oaths that, as long as we stand united against the White Walkers, we shall not interfere with your rule over King's Landing and the Iron Throne after the war. A flicker of hesitation crossed Cersei's eyes, but she quickly regained her defiant demeanor. Your oaths hold no credibility. Moreover, why should I believe that the threat posed by the White Walkers is genuine? Zhang Jiao recognized that he needed to present tangible evidence. Closing his eyes, he invoked his powers as a green seer, projecting vivid images of the White Walkers' devastation before Cersei. Outside the wall, White Walkers surged like a tide. Whites clawing their way up the wall as the Night's Watch fought valiantly, but suffered heavy casualties. Northern villages were engulfed by ice and snow, with citizens screaming in despair. The White Walkers' ice dragon unleashed frigid flames, freezing everything in its wake. As Cersei beheld these scenes, her complexion gradually paled, the fear within her awakening little by little. Yet she feigned composure, stating, Even if the White Walkers do exist, why should I collaborate with you? My King's Landing is strong enough to fend for itself. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jiao responded, Your Majesty, while you possess great strength, the power of the White Walkers is beyond imagination. Alone, King's Landing stands no chance. Only by uniting the forces of all factions can we hope to muster a slender chance of survival. Furthermore, should you lead this war against the White Walkers, your stature will soar to unprecedented heights, solidifying your position on the Iron Throne. Cersei fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. On one hand, she harbored deep mistrust towards Zhang Jiao and Daenerys. On the other, the threat of the White Walkers compelled her to take it seriously. After a lengthy pause, Cersei lifted her gaze, fixing Zhang Jiao with a frosty stare. I may consider collaborating with you, but you must first prove your sincerity. I demand that Daenerys disband her fleet, and that Jon Snow relinquish command of the North. Zhang Jiao understood that Cersei was deliberately making things difficult. Yet he also recognized the necessity of persistence. Your Majesty, both Daenerys' fleet and Jon's forces in the north are crucial to our fight against the White Walkers. Disbanding the fleet and relinquishing military control will only weaken our strength. Why not this? Let us jointly establish a unified command institution, where all factions can collaborate under a single directive, mutually supervising one another, thereby ensuring the sincerity of our cooperation. Cersei furrowed her brow, contemplating Zhang Jiao's proposal. The negotiations had reached an impasse, and the atmosphere in the Grand Hall was tense as everyone awaited Cersei's decision. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao silently prayed that Cersei could set aside her prejudices and make the right choice for the future of the continent. Chapter 10. The difficult alliance takes shape. Seated upon the Iron Throne, Cersei scrutinized Zhang Jiao, her mind a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. While the notion of a unified command institution held a degree of reasonableness, her inherently suspicious nature and insatiable thirst for power made it difficult for her to acquiesce easily. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her tone as frigid as ever. A unified command institution? It sounds appealing, but who shall assume this command? If the authority falls into your hands, would I not be at your mercy? Anticipating her inquiry, Zhang Jiao promptly replied, Your Majesty. The commander should be jointly elected by all parties, a person of esteemed virtue and exceptional leadership capabilities, capable of impartially coordinating the interests of all. This individual must not only earn our recognition, but also your trust. Only then can we ensure that the unified command institution operates fairly and justly, leading us to confront the White Walkers together. Cersei narrowed her eyes slightly, pondering Zhang Jiao's words. She recognized the imminent threat posed by the White Walkers. Without collaboration with Zhang Jiao and his faction, it would indeed be challenging to resist solely with the forces of King's Landing. Furthermore, if she could secure a dominant position in the war against the White Walkers, her prestige and power in Westerosi would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced post-conflict. Very well. I can agree to the formation of a unified command institution, but the commander must be one I recommend, and the ultimate decision-making power must remain in my hands. Cersei finally relented, albeit with her own conditions. Zhang Jiao understood that Cersei sought to maintain maximum control over the situation. Although her terms were somewhat stringent, he felt compelled to make certain compromises to facilitate the alliance. Your Majesty, it is acceptable for you to recommend the commander, but the final decision-making authority cannot rest solely with one individual. We could establish a decision-making committee composed of representatives from all factions, where significant decisions must be discussed collectively, with the majority prevailing. This arrangement would ensure both your influence and the fairness of the decisions. Cersei's expression darkened, and she nearly erupted but managed to restrain herself. She was acutely aware that if negotiations continued to stall, the cooperation might disintegrate, and she did not possess absolute confidence in facing the White Walkers alone. After much deliberation, she gritted her teeth and said, "Very well, let it be as you propose. However, should you attempt any deceit during our collaboration, I shall not spare you." Zhang Jiao felt a surge of joy, realizing that the alliance was finally gaining traction. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, our objectives are aligned. We seek to save the continent of Westeros. Before the war against the White Walkers concludes, we shall adhere to our agreement and work together in good faith." Subsequently, both parties engaged in discussions regarding the specific composition of the unified command institution, the number of troops each faction would contribute, the allocation of resources, and other logistical details. After several hours of intense debate, they eventually reached a preliminary agreement. As Zhang Jiao departed from the Red Keep, night had already descended. The streets of King's Landing remained desolate, with patrolling soldiers casting vigilant glances from time to time. Yet, Zhang Jiao's heart brimmed with hope. Despite the arduous formation of this alliance, fraught with internal conflicts, a crucial step had indeed been taken. Upon returning to Winterfell, Zhang Jiao conveyed the outcome of his negotiations with Cersei to Jon and Daenerys. Jon furrowed his brow slightly, expressing his distrust in Cersei. This alliance was likely to fracture at any moment. Daenerys nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words, yet lamenting that no better options were available at present. During the battle against the White Walkers, they must remain cautious of Cersei's machinations. Zhang Jiao, with a grave expression, remarked that they must simultaneously bolster their own strength while closely monitoring Cersei's movements. Nevertheless, this alliance was of paramount importance in the fight against the White Walkers, and they must strive to uphold it. Thus, the three parties commenced the establishment of a joint command structure in accordance with the agreement. Representatives began to arrive at the designated location, and the process of electing a commander was fraught with obstacles. Ultimately, through compromise among the factions, a lord of noble repute from a neutral house was elected as the temporary commander. The joint command structure was officially established, as the various forces of Westeros temporarily set aside their internal strife to collectively focus on the impending advance of the White Walker army. However, the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty and challenge. Whether they could truly unite and overcome the White Walkers remained an open question. Chapter 11. The Alliance prepares and undercurrents surge following the establishment of the joint command structure. The forces of Westeros commenced their preparations for war with great urgency. In Winterfell, Jon Snow, with his exceptional leadership skills, swiftly organized the northern armies. The soldiers trained day and night under Zhang Jiao's guidance, intensifying their conventional combat skills while also focusing on the specialized weapons and tactics needed to combat the White Walkers. Zhang Jiao integrated the knowledge of formations from the Way of Peace, designing a defensive array suitable for withstanding the onslaught of the White Walkers amidst the frigid terrain. Northern craftsmen labored diligently to forge weapons, embedding dragon glass into long swords and spears. These dragon glass weapons shimmered with a cold light under the sun, exuding an aura of chill, as if they were inherently crafted to counter the White Walkers. Meanwhile, Daenerys returned to Dragonstone to finalize the reorganization of her fleet in the Unsullied. Dragons soared through the sky, emitting deafening roars, as if proclaiming their might to the world. Daenerys commanded her subordinates to gather more dragon glass, fashioning it into arrowheads and blades to equip the fleet's ballistae and the soldiers' weapons. Simultaneously, she engaged in urgent trade negotiations with the free cities to procure a substantial supply of provisions and resources, ensuring her army would be well supplied for an extended campaign. In King's Landing, Cersei outwardly adhered to the alliance's agreement by mobilizing troops and preparing supplies, yet she harbored ulterior motives. She secretly commanded her loyal confidants to assemble an elite force, comprised of her most devoted knights and assassins, armed with the finest weapons, and concealed them within the underground passages of King's Landing for clandestine training. Cersei meticulously plotted to seize the opportunity to deploy her covert force to gain control over the alliance's dynamics and, in the aftermath of the war, reaffirm her absolute dominion over the continent of Westeros. Concurrently, she dispatched spies to infiltrate the camps of the allied forces, aiming to gather compromising information on Zhang Jiao, Jon, and Daenerys, which she could leverage to blackmail them at a crucial juncture. These spies masqueraded as ordinary soldiers, craftsmen, or merchants, scouring the camps for intelligence and relaying the gathered information back to King's Landing in a continuous stream. Within the joint command structure, the representatives of various factions were far from unified. The commanders from different houses exhibited numerous strategic and tactical divergences. Some leaders from the southern families, lacking an understanding of the northern geography and the fighting methods of the White Walkers, insisted on formulating plans based on traditional warfare models. In contrast, the northern commanders argued for necessary adjustments tailored to the characteristics of the White Walkers. This discord led to a sluggish progress in the development of operational plans. With relentless debates among the factions, Zhang Jiao, acutely aware that failure to resolve these internal issues would render the alliance vulnerable against the White Walkers, traversed between camps with frequency. Employing his intellect and eloquence, he patiently elucidated his strategic vision to the various commanders. By showcasing the weaknesses of the White Walkers and the battlefield scenarios he envisioned, he gradually swayed some of the previously obstinate leaders. However, Cersei's spies continued to sow discord from the shadows. They deliberately leaked false information, inciting suspicion among the factions. For instance, during a meeting, someone abruptly suggested that Daenerys' fleet was covertly preparing to withdraw, instantly igniting a tumult that exacerbated the internal trust crisis within the alliance. Zhang Jiao sensed this undercurrent and understood that Cersei was orchestrating this turmoil, yet uncovering irrefutable evidence proved to be a formidable challenge. In this tumultuous landscape fraught with internal strife and external threats, Zhang Jiao knew he must stabilize the alliance swiftly. Otherwise, it risked disintegration before the White Walkers even arrived. Chapter 12. Turmoil on the eve of crisis. Zhang Jiao recognized the dire consequences that would ensue if the alliance's trust crisis remained unaddressed. He resolved to leverage his prophetic abilities to uncover evidence of Cersei's spies' machinations, aiming to dispel the growing suspicions. In the stillness of the night, he ventured alone into the sacred woods of Winterfell. Leaning against the ancient weirwood tree, he centered his thoughts and entered a profound meditative state. Through the mysterious connection with the weirwood, his consciousness seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, drifting across the corners of Westeros in search of suspicious presences. After hours of exploration, Zhang Jiao finally uncovered a lead. Near a supply depot of the alliance, he observed several individuals behaving suspiciously, stealthily exchanging letters under the cover of darkness. Focusing his consciousness on them, he penetrated their thoughts and confirmed that they were indeed spies sent by Cersei, transmitting letters containing the false intelligence designed to incite chaos. Zhang Jiao promptly returned to the camp to inform Jon and Daenerys of this revelation. After a deliberation among the three, they resolved to set a cunning trap to ensnare the spies. They deliberately disseminated a false rumor throughout the camp, claiming that Daenerys' dragon would conduct a secret drill at dawn the following day in a valley not far from the encampment. Upon hearing this news, Cersei's spies believed they had stumbled upon a significant opportunity and promptly relayed the information. On the following morning, as the spies stealthily approached the valley to gather evidence of Daenerys' alleged betrayal of the alliance, they found themselves ensnared in a formidable ambush by the coalition forces. Zhang Jiao, seated in a wheelchair, was brought forth before the spies. "Did you truly think you could wreak havoc under our very noses and undermine the alliance? Cersei's schemes have been far too conspicuous," he remarked coldly. Realizing their precarious situation, the spies attempted to resist, but were swiftly subdued by the coalition soldiers. Letters discovered on their persons unequivocally proved Cersei's machinations behind the scenes. Holding the correspondence, Zhang Jiao immediately summoned representatives from the unified command. He presented the letters to the assembly and meticulously recounted the actions of Cersei's spies. "Esteemed colleagues, we stand on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the White Walkers. We should be united in our cause, yet Cersei, driven by her selfish ambitions, engages in these underhanded tactics to sabotage our alliance. We cannot allow her schemes to succeed. The future of Westeros rests in our hands," he declared. Upon viewing the letters, the representatives expressed their outrage, condemning Cersei's actions. However, apprehension lingered that this could irrevocably fracture the alliance. Daenerys stepped forward, asserting, "We cannot forsake our unity due to Cersei's treachery. The White Walkers are our common foe. We must seize this opportunity to demand that Cersei cease her conspiracies, or we shall band together against her and the White Walkers." Jon nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we can offer Cersei a chance to atone for her actions and return to the true alliance." Zhang Jiao understood that the alliance must not falter at this critical juncture. lest all their efforts be rendered futile. We shall send envoys to King's Landing to convey our demands to Cersei. Meanwhile, we must also bolster our defenses to prevent her from resorting to desperate measures, he stated. Thus, the coalition selected a venerable lord as an envoy, who departed for King's Landing bearing the letters and the coalition's demands. Within the coalition, vigilance was heightened, with soldiers patrolling day and night to thwart any further acts of sabotage. In this tense atmosphere, the alliance struggled to maintain its cohesion while awaiting Cersei's response, all the while preparing for the imminent threat of the White Walkers. The fate of the entire continent of Westeros seemed precariously suspended on the edge of a fragile thread, with uncertainty looming. Chapter 13. Cersei's Dilemma and the Unfolding of the Alliance upon the envoy's arrival in King's Landing. He was escorted directly into the Red Keep by Cersei's guards. Cersei, seated upon the Iron Throne, regarded the envoy with a cold gaze as he presented the letters, laden with accusations and demands from the coalition. Her expression darkened further, and upon finishing the missive, she hurled it to the ground in a fit of rage. "These fools dare to threaten me," Cersei bellowed, her voice reverberating throughout the hall. Filled with both anger at the audacity of the allied forces to so boldly accuse her and concern over the potential repercussions of their actions, she found herself in a precarious situation. The advisor beside her cautiously picked up the letter, glanced at it, and remarked, "Your Majesty, the current circumstances are not in our favor. The alliance is already aware of our maneuvers. Should we choose silence, they may unite against us, leaving us besieged on all fronts, contending with both the White Walkers and the allied forces." Through gritted teeth, Cersei retorted, "Shall we simply acquiesce to their demands? I will never bow before those traitors." The advisor furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before proposing, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should feign compliance with their requests to stabilize the alliance. When the White Walkers and the allied forces have mutually exhausted each other, we can seize the opportunity to benefit from their weakened state, ensuring that all of Westeros remains under your dominion." A flicker of hesitation crossed Cersei's eyes. After weighing the pros and cons, she slowly nodded, realizing there was no alternative. "But you must closely monitor the movements of the allied forces. At the first sign of opportunity, we shall strike a fatal blow." Consequently, Cersei penned a letter expressing her regrets to the allies, asserting that the actions of the spies were unauthorized and unrelated to King's Landing, while promising to adhere to the terms of their alliance in the fight against the White Walkers. The envoy returned to the allied camp with Cersei's response. Upon reading the letter, Zhang Jiao and others understood that Cersei's repentance might not be sincere, yet they had no choice but to trust her assurances at this juncture. After all, the threat posed by the White Walkers loomed large, and the alliance could not afford any further fractures. With various factions temporarily setting aside their differences, the alliance plunged back into the tense preparations for war. However, Cersei's decision merely provided a temporary reprieve. The crisis of trust within the alliance had not truly dissipated. Each faction remained wary of Cersei, and reservations persisted during the execution of joint operations. Simultaneously, alarming news from the north grew increasingly dire. The activity of the White Walkers beyond the wall became more frequent, with the Night's Watch sending urgent missives detailing the growing strength of the White Walker army and their aggressive probing of the wall's defenses. In the allied camp, Zhang Jiao utilized his abilities as a green seer to frequently surveil the movements of the White Walkers. He discerned that they appeared to be amassing a formidable force, poised to launch a large-scale assault. Moreover, he sensed an ominous, mysterious power manipulating events from behind the scenes, a force more potent than anything he had previously encountered. "We must expedite our preparations. The White Walkers' attack could come at any moment, and this time, their onslaught is likely to be exceptionally fierce," Zhang Jiao stated gravely during the joint command meeting. Jon furrowed his brow, acknowledging, "Although our army has made some preparations, we cannot afford to be complacent in the face of such an unknown and powerful enemy. We need to further enhance our defensive fortifications and intensify the training of our soldiers." Daenerys, caressing her necklace, spoke with unwavering resolve. "My dragons are eager to confront the White Walkers, but we require more dragonglass weaponry. This is crucial for our fight against them." Thus, the allied forces accelerated the extraction of dragonglass and the forging of weapons while simultaneously reinforcing their defenses and formulating a more detailed battle plan. However, behind this seemingly united front in preparation for battle, Cersei's presence looms like a ticking time bomb, infusing the alliance with uncertainty. As the impending war against the White Walkers approaches, the devastation it will bring to this continent remains unknown. Chapter 14. The Siege of the White Walkers. As time progresses, the northern sky becomes shrouded in a thick haze, resembling a colossal black curtain weighing heavily upon the land of Westeros. The army of White Walkers surges southward like a relentless tide, crossing the icy plains and the wall, leaving a path engulfed in ice and death. The Allied forces have already established a defensive line at the critical passages of the north, standing at the ready. When the vanguard of the White Walkers comes into view, the soldiers cannot help but gasp in horror. The White Walkers tower tall, their faces stern and exuding a chilling aura that instills fear. They ride upon massive ice wolves, wielding glowing ice swords, followed closely by an endless swarm of whites, resembling a black tide. Zhang Jiao stands on the command platform of the Alliance, his expression grave as he observes the movements of the White Walkers. Utilizing the Green Prophet's abilities, he senses the essence within the ranks of the enemy, striving to identify their command core. Simultaneously, he channels the magical powers of the Taiping Dao into his being, preparing to unleash formidable spells to support the battle. All troops, maintain formation and do not panic. Jon Snow rides his steed back and forth at the front lines, vocally rallying the soldiers' spirits. Daenerys, perched upon her dragon, soars through the sky, her gaze resolute as she watches the White Walker army below, poised to command her dragon to strike. Without hesitation, the White Walkers launch their assault. They brandish their ice swords and charge at the Allied defenses, while the Whites emit chilling howls, following closely behind. The Allied soldiers grip their weapons tightly, ready to counter with dragon glass, swords, and flames. In that moment, the cacophony of battle cries, screams, and the clash of arms reverberates through the air. Zhang Jiao seizes the moment, forming intricate hand seals as he chants incantations. Suddenly, golden runes appear in the sky, shimmering with brilliant light as they slowly descend. Wherever the runes land, the White Walkers and Whites seem to be ensnared by an invisible force, their movements slowing. At the same time, the light from Zhang Jiao's spells illuminates the battlefield, dispelling the darkness and chill brought by the White Walkers, invigorating the morale of the Allied soldiers. Daenerys, seizing the opportunity, issues a command, and her dragon unleashes a torrent of flames, like meteors crashing into the White Walker army. Wherever the flames reach, the White Walkers and Whites are ignited, emitting anguished cries. Yet, the sheer number of White Walkers is overwhelming. They press forward, undeterred by death, quickly filling the gaps left by their fallen comrades and continuing their ferocious assault on the Allied lines. In the midst of this fierce conflict, the Alliance gradually finds itself in dire straits. The ice magic wielded by the White Walkers proves immensely powerful, as numerous soldiers are struck by ice swords and instantly frozen into statues. The Whites are exceptionally ferocious, even when severed into pieces. They continue to struggle and lunge towards the Allied soldiers. Jon leads the northern cavalry, relentlessly charging the flanks of the White Walkers, attempting to disrupt their formation. Though with little effect, Zhang Jiao understood that he must swiftly uncover the weakness of the White Walkers to deliver a decisive blow. Focusing his mind, he once again harnessed the abilities of the Green Seer to delve deep into the mysteries of the White Walkers. At last, he discovered that their power seemed to be connected to a source of dark magic. Severing this connection could weaken them significantly. Daenerys, I have found the weakness of the White Walkers. We must locate and destroy the source of their power to vanquish them completely. Zhang Jiao conveyed this crucial information through a mental link to Jon and Daenerys. However, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, finding and approaching that enigmatic source of power was no simple task. Whether the Allied forces could turn the tide in this life-and-death struggle remained uncertain. Chapter 15. The fierce battle on the ice plains as the threat of the White Walkers loomed like a dark cloud. The Allied forces finally received word of their full-scale advance southward. The sound of horns echoed mournfully across the icy plains of the north, heralding the onset of this desperate battle. The Alliance swiftly implemented their preordained strategy. Jon led the Northman cavalry, riding like a dark torrent across the frozen expanse, their hooves stirring up flurries of snow as they aimed to strike the flanks of the White Walker army, disrupting their formation. Daenerys, mounted on her mighty dragon Drogon, soared above, flanked by her other two dragons, Regal and Viserion, poised to unleash devastating flames upon their foes. Zhang Jiao took his position atop a high ground at the rear of the Allied forces, surrounded by intricately arranged magical formations. Here, he would cast powerful spells to provide support and protection to the soldiers on the front lines. The White Walker horde surged forth like a relentless tide, emanating an icy chill that froze the ground beneath them and seemingly suspended the very air. The Whites, with their grotesque visages, let out bone-chilling howls as they charged toward the Allied forces with fervor. The battle was imminent. Jon brandished his longsword, and led the cavalry into the fray against the Whites. The Northmen shouted battle cries, their dragon-glass weapons shimmering with a cold light as they fought valiantly against the undead. However, the sheer number of Whites was overwhelming, as they continued to pour forth in endless waves, attempting to engulf the cavalry. Meanwhile, at Daenerys' command, the dragons opened their massive jaws and unleashed torrents of fire. The flames surged like a crimson tide, sweeping toward the White Walker army and incinerating vast swathes of Whites. Yet, the White Walkers remained undeterred. They wielded their ice swords and chanted eerie incantations, summoning walls of ice to obstruct the advancing flames. On the high ground, Zhang Jiao rapidly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as golden lightning streaked down, striking the White Walker horde. Where the lightning struck, brilliant bursts of light erupted, scattering the White Walkers and Whites in disarray. However, the Night King, sensing the threat posed by Zhang Jiao, mounted his ice dragon and soared toward his elevated position with incredible speed, reaching it in an instant. The ice spear in the Night King's hand glowed with an eerie blue light as he hurled it with force, sending it hurtling toward Zhang Jiao like a comet. Zhang Jiao's expression grew grave as he swiftly invoked the defensive spells of the Taiping Dao, conjuring a golden shield before him. The ice spear struck the shield, unleashing a violent shockwave that caused the protective barrier to tremble slightly, yet it ultimately held firm against the onslaught. Observing this, the Night King let out a furious roar, and the ice dragon unleashed another torrent of frigid flames, engulfing the heights in a chilling embrace. The magical array surrounding Zhang Jiao flickered with radiant light, struggling to fend off the encroaching cold. In this dire moment, Zhang Jiao focused all his energy and channeled an immensely powerful spell. Using himself as a conduit, he connected with the forces of heaven and earth, manifesting a colossal bagua symbol above the army of the others. This emblem radiated a dazzling brilliance, imbued with formidable power, gradually pressing down upon the foe. The others sensed an unprecedented threat and emitted piercing cries, desperately attempting to flee from the overwhelming light. Yet, the brilliance ensnared them like an inescapable net. At that moment, Jon seized the opportunity, leading the Northmen's cavalry in a more fervent charge. Daenerys, too, urged her dragon onward, unleashing flames in concert with Zhang Jiao's spell to deliver a decisive blow against the army of the others. Through their combined efforts, the enemy began to falter. However, just as the allied forces believed victory was within their grasp, the Night King unleashed another formidable ice magic. Utilizing the ice dragon as his vessel, he summoned a colossal blizzard. The tempest swiftly enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the vision of the allied soldiers and hindering their movements. Meanwhile, the others in Whites, shrouded by the storm, began to regroup, poised to launch a renewed assault. The situation on the battlefield grew precariously unstable once more. Chapter 16. A turn of fate and desperation. The blizzard raged, plunging the allied forces into chaos. The howling winds whipped the snow like razor-sharp blades against the soldiers' faces, chilling them to the bone. Visibility plummeted. The troops could barely discern the few steps ahead of them, severing their connections with one another. Under the cover of the storm, the Whites crept closer, their eerie howls intermittently piercing the wind and snow, instilling a sense of dread. Jon shouted amidst the tempest, striving to rally the Northmen. But his voice was swiftly drowned by the cacophony of the blizzard. Anxiety gnawed at him as he realized the catastrophic consequences should the Whites breach their defenses in such dire conditions. Daenerys, riding Drogon, struggled to navigate through the storm, snowflakes and ice pellets relentlessly battering her and the dragon. She sought the whereabouts of the others, preparing to deliver a lethal strike. But the blinding snow severely restricted her vision. Zhang Jiao, positioned on the heights, faced immense pressure as well. The icy power of the blizzard relentlessly assaulted his magical shield, depleting his mana reserves. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrating his spirit, relying on his acute perception of the surrounding atmosphere to seek a breakthrough amidst the chaos. Just as the allied forces found themselves on the brink of despair, Zhang Jiao suddenly sensed an unusual presence. At the heart of the storm, a subtle yet palpable dark force surged. This was the Night King's domain. A flicker of understanding ignited within Zhang Jiao. If he could vanquish the Night King, the blizzard would dissipate, heralding a turning point for the allied forces. Zhang Jiao gritted his teeth, disregarding the substantial consumption of his magical energy, and once more unleashed a formidable spell. He intertwined the incantations of the Taiping Dao with the abilities of the Green Prophet, weaving an invisible net of mental energy through the blizzard. extending towards the direction of the Night King. The moment the net made contact with the Night King, he was seized by an overwhelming force of restraint, roaring in fury as he struggled to break free. Simultaneously, through their mental connection, Zhang Jiao conveyed the Night King's location to Daenerys. Daenerys' gaze sharpened, urging Drogon to soar towards the direction indicated by Zhang Jiao. As they approached the Night King, Drogon unleashed a thunderous roar, followed by a torrent of flames even more ferocious than before. The flames surged like a colossal fire dragon, cleaving a path through the storm and charging directly at the Night King. Sensing the imminent threat, the Night King temporarily relinquished his efforts to escape Zhang Jiao's magical bindings and commanded the Ice Dragon to unleash a blast of frost fire in an attempt to counter Drogon's assault. The clash of ice and fire produced a deafening roar, the resulting energy waves rippling outward and dispersing portions of the surrounding blizzard. Jon, observing the flicker of flames amidst the storm, recognized it as an opportunity for counterattack. He brandished his longsword, leading the cavalry towards the beacon of fire. As they neared, they discovered the Night King locked in a stalemate with Daenerys' colossal dragon. Seizing the moment, Jon charged forth, intent on confronting the Night King. Upon noticing Jon's approach, the Night King coalesced an ice sword in his hand, preparing for the encounter. In that instant of distraction, Zhang Jiao intensified the spell's potency, tightening the invisible net around the Night King, slowing his movements. Jon seized this chance to leap high, his dragonglass sword imbued with the fury of the North and the hope of the allied forces, piercing towards the Night King. The Night King attempted to evade, but was hindered by Zhang Jiao's spell, managing only a slight sidestep. The sword found its mark in the Night King's shoulder, black blood oozing from the wound. Stark against the icy landscape, the Night King let out a pained howl, his body beginning to tremble. As the Night King suffered, the power of the blizzard gradually diminished, and the ominous clouds in the sky began to disperse. The White Walkers and Whites seemed to sense their leader's injury, their previously frenzied assaults descending into chaos. The soldiers of the Alliance, witnessing the glimmer of hope, rallied with renewed vigor, launching their counteroffensive. Under the relentless assault of the Allied forces, the army of White Walkers ultimately crumbled, retreating northward. In this arduous battle on the icy plains, the Alliance finally encountered a turning point amidst dire straits. Chapter 17. Aftermath and hidden dangers on the frozen expanse. The pristine white snow was stained with blood, the cold wind howling mournfully, as if lamenting the fallen in this fierce conflict. The Alliance had achieved a hard-fought victory, with the battlefield strewn with the remains of White Walkers and Whites, slowly dissolving under the sun's rays into pools of dark water. Daenerys, riding Drogon, descended slowly, her face weary yet unable to conceal her exhilaration, her eyes gleaming with the light of triumph. Jon, drenched in blood, with his longsword still dripping the Night King's eerie black blood, gazed at the retreating army of White Walkers, his heart brimming with deep reflections. As Zhang Jiao, exhausted and nearly depleted, leaned against his wheelchair, he observed the unfolding scene with a profound awareness that this victory was but a fleeting respite, concealing perhaps a more formidable crisis lurking in the shadows. The coalition began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Soldiers supported one another, their faces reflecting a mixture of relief at having survived and sorrow for their fallen comrades. Yet amidst this chaos and grief, the internal discord within the Alliance quietly emerged. The forces dispatched by Cersei had exhibited a conspicuous reticence during the battle, while the coalition engaged in a fierce struggle against the White Walkers. They lingered at the periphery of the battlefield, failing to commit fully to the fight. At this moment, Cersei's commanders sought to seize greater glory and resources in the aftermath of the conflict. Our army from King's Landing was the linchpin of this victory. Were it not for our deterrence from the rear, the White Walkers would not have retreated so easily, one commander bellowed, attempting to justify his actions. Jon glared at him in fury, demanding to know, where were you while we fought for our lives against the White Walkers? Had it not been for our united front, you would have long since been devoured. Tensions escalated, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Daenerys furrowed her brow as she witnessed this confrontation, her discontent with Cersei deepening. She understood all too well that Cersei remained a malignant presence within the Alliance, and if left unaddressed, would inevitably incite further calamity. Zhang Jiao, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, was pushed by a guard to the center of the dispute. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just endured a life-and-death struggle, sacrificing countless comrades. Must we now turn our weapons against one another? The White Walkers may have retreated, but they could return at any moment. We must stand united, or all our previous efforts will be in vain. Cersei's commander scoffed, retorting, "Humph, Bran, Do spare us your feigned concern. We will not be swayed by your empty rhetoric. Zhang Jiao, unwavering and composed, met his gaze with resolve. Should you continue to incite discord, I will not hesitate to expose your actions on the battlefield, revealing to all of Westeros how Cersei's forces cowered in fear and disregarded the greater good. The commander's expression shifted, recognizing the truth in Zhang Jiao's words. Should news of this spread, Cersei's reputation across the continent would plummet. Grinding his teeth, he fell silent and withdrew his troops to the side. Although this clash had been temporarily quelled, Zhang Jiao knew that the fissures within the alliance had deepened. What troubled him further was the troubling realization that the Night King's power seemed not entirely vanquished. The lingering aura of darkness instilled in him a foreboding sense that the Night King might be plotting something far more sinister. In the aftermath of the battle, the coalition convened to discuss their next steps. Daenerys advocated for a relentless pursuit to annihilate the White Walkers once and for all, ensuring no future threat remained. Jon countered that the coalition had just endured a grueling conflict, leaving them considerably weakened and in need of time to regroup and resupply, while remaining vigilant against Cersei's potential machinations. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jiao spoke. We must both pursue the White Walkers to prevent them from regaining strength and mend the rifts within our alliance. Additionally, I sense that a more formidable force may be lurking behind the Night King. We must uncover the truth swiftly and prepare ourselves comprehensively. However, the realization of such plans was far from simple. Within the alliance, numerous conflicts abound, and resources grow scarce, while the threat from the White Walkers looms like the sword of Damocles. In this intricate predicament, what challenges will Zhang Jiao and the coalition encounter, and what fate awaits the realm of Westeros? All remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 18. The quest for the mysterious force in the coalition's encampment. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Zhang Jiao's words struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. The formidable power lurking behind the Night King resembled a monstrous entity concealed in darkness, instilling dread yet eluding comprehension. If such a force indeed existed, why had it gone unnoticed until now? Jon furrowed his brow, his expression one of perplexity. He scanned the faces of those in the tent, seeking answers within their expressions. Daenerys caressed the dragon scale mark upon her arm, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she spoke slowly. Perhaps this force has long remained in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The White Walkers may merely be pawns in their game of probing us. Zhang Jiao nodded slightly, acknowledging Daenerys' hypothesis. Judging by the power the Night King exhibited, he seemed to be under the influence of a far greater force. In our previous battles, we focused solely on the White Walkers, neglecting the potential puppet master behind them. In pursuit of this enigmatic force, Zhang Jiao resolved to once again harness the abilities of the Green Seer. He meticulously arranged a ritual within the tent, igniting herbs that emitted a peculiar fragrance, allowing his spirit to merge with the connection to the weirwood. As his consciousness deepened, a series of indistinct images materialized before him. An ancient and foreboding castle stood atop a desolate expanse of ice, shrouded in a veil of black mist that exuded an aura of malevolence. Shadows flickered within the castle, yet no matter how hard Zhang Jiao strained, he could not discern their features. Upon awakening from his meditation, Zhang Jiao's complexion was pale, his garments drenched in sweat. He recounted the visions he had witnessed to Jon and Daenerys. This castle is likely the key. We must locate it to unravel the intentions of this force. Jon pondered for a moment before replying. Yet the expanse of ice is vast. Finding this castle will not be an easy feat. Moreover, we know nothing of this force. Acting recklessly may lead us into peril. A glimmer of resolve shone in Daenerys' eyes. We cannot remain passive. My dragons can scout from the skies, narrowing our search area. Furthermore, we can gather more information about the northern ice fields from the Night's Watch. They have guarded the wall for many years and may possess valuable insights. Thus, the coalition split into two factions. Daenerys, mounted on her dragon, led a select group in aerial searches for the mysterious castle. Jon ventured to the wall to converse with the Night's Watch, seeking useful intelligence from them. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao stayed at the camp, both recuperating his strength and delving into the ancient texts of the Taiping Dao, hoping to discover methods to combat this mysterious force. Days passed as Daenerys soared through the skies, yet her efforts yielded naught. The icy expanse revealed nothing but endless snow and the occasional remnants of White Walkers. Likewise, Jon faced challenges in obtaining information from the Night's Watch at the wall. The Night Watchmen remained utterly perplexed by the enigmatic castle. Yet they spoke of ancient legends that spoke of a forgotten realm in the far north, where its inhabitants wielded forbidden magic, possibly connected to this mysterious force. As the coalition found themselves adrift in confusion, Zhang Jiao, while perusing the ancient texts of the Taiping Dao, stumbled upon an archaic tracking spell. This incantation had the capability to trace the location of a target through residual essences. Although its execution was exceedingly arduous and taxing, Zhang Jiao resolved to attempt it in order to locate the elusive castle. He gathered the black blood left behind by the Night King on the battlefield as a medium and began to cast the tracking spell. A flickering light illuminated the tent as Zhang Jiao's body trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead. As the spell took effect, an ethereal map materialized in the air, with a pulsing red dot directing the way to the mysterious castle. Chapter 19. Approaching the mysterious castle upon successfully casting the tracking spell. The shimmering red dot on the illusory map served as a beacon in the darkness, guiding the coalition forward. Daenerys and Jon hastened back to the camp. And as they gazed at the map's indications, the trio realized they had taken a pivotal step toward unveiling the veil of this enigmatic power. According to the map, the castle lay in the extreme north, a realm of frigid temperatures and harsh conditions, undoubtedly fraught with peril. Zhang Jiao's expression turned grave. Jon, gripping the hilt of his sword, declared resolutely, regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we must advance. It is only by uncovering the true nature of this force that we can ensure the safety of Westeros. Daenerys nodded in agreement, gently caressing the head of her dragon, asserting, my dragon will carry us there swiftly. However, we must devise a meticulous plan, for the enemies within the castle remain unknown, and we cannot afford to charge in recklessly. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to select the most elite warriors from the coalition to form a strike team, led personally by Jon, Daenerys, and Zhang Jiao. Equipped with ample weaponry, dragon glass, and various magical countermeasures, they prepared to confront the impending challenge. Mounted upon their dragons, the group soared toward the far north. As they approached their destination, the temperature plummeted further, and the howling winds bore down upon them, whipping snowflakes against their faces like razor blades. In the distance, the mysterious castle finally came into view. It loomed like a colossal ice sculpture, emanating an eerie luminescence, while the air around it felt as though it had frozen, suffused with a chilling aura. Near the castle, the dragons descended slowly. The strike team approached the castle with caution, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a pack of spectral wolves, their sizes akin to that of wolves, erupted from the snow, their eyes glimmering with a ghostly blue light, as they lunged toward the group with bared fangs and claws. Be careful, it's the ghost wolves, Jon shouted. The soldiers quickly formed a defensive formation, raising their shields to protect Zhang Jiao and Daenerys in the center. Jon brandished his long sword, charging headlong into the fray against the spectral wolves, adorned with dragon glass. Each swing of his sword released a chill radiance as he engaged in fierce combat with the ghostly beasts. Daenerys unleashed her mastery of fire magic, flames erupting from her hands and surging toward the spectral wolves. Though the wolves were not deterred by fire, the intense heat nonetheless hampered their movements. Zhang Jiao, seated in his wheelchair, swiftly formed intricate hand seals to invoke a spell from the Way of Peace. A tempest arose, sending a number of spectral wolves tumbling in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers launched their assault, piercing the bodies of the spectral wolves with their dragon crystal weapons. The wolves emitted haunting cries, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. With the spectral wolves vanquished, the strike team pressed onward toward the castle. The great doors stood firmly shut, adorned with enigmatic runes that glimmered faintly, hinting at a potent force concealed within. Zhang Jiao scrutinized the runes, drawing upon his intuition of arcane energies and his knowledge of the Way of Peace as he endeavored to decipher their meanings, seeking a method to unlock the entrance. Meanwhile, an eerie sound emanated from within the castle, as if countless eyes were peering through the darkness at them, heightening the tension among the group, uncertain of the horrors that lay beyond the door. Chapter 20. Secrets of the Castle. Zhang Jiao concentrated intently on the runes inscribed on the door, his fingers delicately tracing the uneven patterns in search of clues to unravel the mystery. The energy emitted by the runes pulsated distinctly from the spells he was familiar with in the Way of Peace and the magic of Westeros. It was an ancient and enigmatic power. As time slipped away, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Jiao's forehead, yet his focus remained unwavering. At last, he discerned a pattern within the arrangement of the runes, seemingly connected to the celestial movements of the stars. Quickly, he conjured a celestial map in his mind and, following its guidance, began to touch the runes in a specific sequence. As Zhang Jiao proceeded, a brilliant light emanated from the runes, and the castle doors slowly creaked open, releasing a stale, chilling breeze that carried a faint scent of decay. as if harboring countless secrets and malevolence. The strike team gripped their weapons tightly and cautiously stepped into the castle. The interior was dim and damp, with walls illuminated by flickering emerald flames, barely lighting the path ahead. The surrounding walls were etched with bizarre patterns, depicting colossal monsters, distorted humanoids, and some indecipherable symbols. They advanced along the narrow corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence of the castle, creating an unsettling dissonance. Suddenly, they emerged into a vast circular hall, where a black stone pedestal stood in the center, upon which rested a crystal orb radiating an eerie blue light. As the group approached the orb, it flickered and revealed a series of images within. In the visions, a figure cloaked in black stood atop a high mountain, surrounded by swirling dark energy. In his grasp was a staff crowned with a black gem that seemed to contain boundless dark power. The figure wielded the staff to summon throngs of wights, directing them southward to invade the continent of Westeros. It appears this is the mastermind behind it all, Daenerys murmured, her eyes brimming with fury and vigilance. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the hall. A multitude of shadows emerged from the darkness, gradually coalescing into warriors clad in black armor, their faces obscured beneath their helmets, revealing only pairs of eyes aglow with a sinister red light. "Intruders, you have no place here," a cold voice emerged from the shadows, as if it were a whisper from the depths of the underworld. Jon raised his sword and declared loudly, "No matter who you are, you shall not impede our quest for the truth today." The assault team swiftly formed a battle formation, standing resolute against the shadowy warriors. Armed with black longswords exuding an eerie aura, the shadow warriors charged at the assault team without hesitation. The clash of blades erupted instantaneously, sparks flying in every direction. The strength of the shadow warriors was formidable. Each strike carried immense force, exerting considerable pressure on the assault team. In the rear, Zhang Jiao cast spells, golden beams of light shooting from his hands, striking the shadow warriors and slowing their movements. Meanwhile, Daenerys commanded her dragon to launch an aerial assault. The dragon's flames illuminated the entire hall, consuming several shadow warriors in their fiery embrace. Jon led his soldiers in a valiant defense, engaging in a desperate struggle against the shadow warriors with their indomitable will and exceptional combat skills. Yet, the shadow warriors continued to pour forth, seemingly inexhaustible. As the battle raged on, the assault team found themselves increasingly beleaguered, with casualties mounting. In this moment of crisis, Zhang Jiao discerned a weakness among the shadow warriors. Their defenses would temporarily falter following successive strong light attacks. He promptly shared this revelation with the others, prompting a tactical adjustment. They concentrated their firepower, utilizing dragon crystal weaponry and spells to unleash a barrage of blinding light against the shadow warriors. Through their combined efforts, the onslaught of the shadow warriors was finally curtailed, and the tides of battle began to shift. However, they knew this was merely the beginning. Greater foes and more perilous challenges awaited them ahead. Chapter 21. The Dark Truth. Under the concerted assault of the group, the number of shadow warriors dwindled, the hall thick with the acrid scent of blood and charred flesh. As the last of the shadow warriors fell, a temporary tranquility enveloped the hall. Zhang Jiao and his companions, neglecting their fatigue, gathered around a crystal orb radiating an ethereal blue light. They understood that this orb might conceal vital information regarding the enigmatic forces at play. Zhang Jiao once again summoned his magic, attempting to extract further visions from the orb. As the light flickered, new images began to materialize. In these visions, a figure cloaked in black stood upon desolate land, surrounded by others similarly attired, seemingly engaged in some nefarious ritual. The ground was inscribed with intricate runes, blood seeping from the fissures, pooling into a vast bloodbath. The cloaked figure placed a heart pulsating with dark energy into the blood pool, causing it to bubble violently, an overwhelming dark power surging skyward. The scene then shifted to an ancient library, shelves laden with tomes exuding a putrid stench. The figure clad in black glided through the shelves, ultimately seizing an ancient tome adorned with a skull upon its cover. As he opened the book, a greedy and triumphant smile spread across his face, as if he had unearthed the key to executing his nefarious scheme. Through these vivid scenes, Zhang Jiao and his companions gradually began to piece together a series of clues. It became evident that this enigmatic force had been clandestinely plotting to dominate the continent of Westeros. They had stumbled upon an ancient and malevolent form of magic, intending to summon the others as vanguards, thereby plunging the realm into chaos before seizing control. The man in black appeared to be the leader of this sinister faction, harboring an insatiable thirst for power and dark forces. It seems we are confronted not merely by the others, but by this clandestine organization lurking in the shadows, Jon solemnly remarked. A flicker of resolve crossed Daenerys' eyes. Regardless of their machinations, we must not allow them to succeed. Yet, we require more information to devise an effective strategy. Just then, the ground of the hall began to tremble, fissures spreading from all directions. The group hastily retreated, warily surveying their surroundings. From the cracks, a stone platform gradually emerged, etched with a multitude of arcane runes. The runes glimmered with an eerie light, and at the center of the platform lay a scroll emanating a faint luminescence. Cautiously, Zhang Jiao and the others approached the stone dais. As Zhang Jiao reached for the scroll, a powerful mental shockwave surged towards him, but drawing upon his profound magical foundation, he managed to withstand the onslaught. Slowly, he unfurled the scroll, which contained further secrets about this mysterious force, including their origins, the dark spells they practiced, and their ultimate malevolent objective, to awaken the slumbering dark demon deep within the continent, harnessing its power to rule the entire world. Awakening a dark demon? This is utterly insane, Jon exclaimed in disbelief. Should they succeed, the entire continent of Westeros would be cast into an abyss from which there would be no return. We must thwart them. Daenerys clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury. Zhang Jiao took a deep breath and stated, the scroll also details methods to counter their spells. Yet we must locate several rare magical materials and enhance our own powers within a short span. We must return to the Coalition's camp immediately to devise a plan with the others. Time is of the essence. Fully aware of the urgency of the situation, the group hesitated not a moment longer and swiftly made their way out of the castle. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a pair of crimson eyes in the castle's dark recesses coldly observed their retreat, heralding the arrival of an even greater crisis. Chapter 22, Preparations and Divergence of the Coalition. Zhang Jiao and his companions rode swiftly on Dragon's back to the Coalition's encampment. Along the way, the biting wind howled, yet it could not dissipate the weight upon their hearts. Upon their return to the camp, they immediately summoned the commanders from various factions for an urgent meeting to disclose their discoveries within the mysterious castle. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was so tense that one could almost squeeze water from it. Upon hearing of the malevolent plans of the mysterious force, the commanders were struck with shock and indignation, yet significant disagreements arose regarding how to respond to the looming threat. Some commanders advocated for an immediate mobilization of all forces to strike directly at the lair of the enigmatic power, seizing the moment before they fully prepared to awaken the dark demon, aiming to annihilate it in one fell swoop. We cannot remain idle and wait for them to summon the demon. It will be too late then, exclaimed a fervent general from the southern territories, gesturing passionately. However, Jon held a differing perspective. Though we are aware of their intentions, we still lack a comprehensive understanding of their capabilities and the specifics within their fortress. A reckless assault could easily trap us in their snares, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Alliance. Daenerys nodded in agreement, affirming, Jon is right. Moreover, we need time to procure the magical materials that Zhang Jiao mentioned, to enhance our spells and weaponry, thereby increasing our chances of defeating them. Yet, a general dispatched by Cersei scoffed, Humph, is this merely an excuse for your cowardice? Do you wish to wait until this mysterious force grows stronger, so you can conspire with them to divide our territory? Jon shot him an indignant glare, retorting, do not level baseless accusations here. We are united for the sake of Westeros, while you have harbored treacherous intentions from the very beginning, hesitating on the battlefield. The tent erupted into a cacophony of disputes, each faction of leaders steadfastly defending their positions. Observing the turmoil, Zhang Jiao felt a deep sense of urgency. He struck the table forcefully, exclaiming, Gentlemen, this is not the time for quarrels. The threat of the mysterious power looms large. If we cannot unite, the entire continent will succumb to darkness. Gradually, the clamor subsided. Allowing Zhang Jiao to continue, we can divide our forces. A portion will remain to reinforce the camp's defenses while seeking magical materials to enhance our equipment and spells. The other part, led by myself, Jon, and Daenerys, will embark on a reconnaissance and sabotage mission at the mysterious castle, aiming to delay their summoning of the dark demon. After much deliberation, the leaders reluctantly concurred with Zhang Jiao's proposal. Thus, the coalition sprang into action. The remaining commanders directed the soldiers to fortify the camp's defenses, dispatching multiple teams to scour the nearby regions for magical materials. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao, Jon, and Daenerys selected a cadre of elite warriors and set forth once more towards the mysterious castle. Prior to their departure, Zhang Jiao meticulously examined the scrolls retrieved from the fortress, gaining a deeper understanding of how to counter the spells of the enigmatic power. He imparted this knowledge to the soldiers accompanying him, instructing them on the application of special runes and incantations to resist dark magic. Upon their return to the vicinity of the mysterious castle, they discovered the defenses had grown even more formidable. The black mist was thicker than before, with ominous flashes of black lightning flickering within its depths. Zhang Jiao understood that this mission would be exceedingly arduous, yet for the salvation of the continent, they had no alternative. They approached the castle with utmost caution, seeking a way to breach its defenses, as a harrowing battle was poised to unfold. Chapter 23. Into the lion's den. Zhang Jiao and his companions lay in wait outside the mysterious castle, keenly observing their surroundings. The dense black mist enveloping the castle was as tangible as it was oppressive, intermittently pierced by flashes of black lightning that crackled ominously, filling the air with a pungent scent of sulfur. This fog was imbued with potent dark magic. To venture carelessly within its grasp could lead to disorientation or even assault. Zhang Jiao murmured, his gaze penetrating the haze in search of defensive weaknesses. Zhang gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression resolute. Yet we have no retreat. We must find a way inside. Daenerys regarded the castle with a flicker of determination in her eyes. My dragons may be able to dispel this mist. With that, she mounted Drogon, while her other dragons, Regal and Viserion, stood ready at her side. At Daenerys' command, Drogon unleashed a torrent of flames from his massive jaws, a raging inferno surging forth to confront the black fog. The flames met the mist with a violent hissing sound, pushing it back momentarily, but soon it coalesced once more. Observing this, Zhang Jiao immediately invoked the Wind of Peace spell, augmenting the dragon's fire. A fierce gale erupted, intensifying the flames as they surged toward the mist. Under the dual force of magic and fire, a gap finally appeared in the black fog. Hurry! Zhang Jiao shouted, and the group rushed toward the opening. As they emerged from the mist, standing before the castle's grand gate, they beheld the runes upon it glowing more brilliantly than before, seemingly warning intruders. Zhang Jiao once again cast the spell to decipher the runes, yet this time their power seemed amplified, making the task considerably more arduous. Just as Zhang Jiao focused intently on unraveling the runes, a throng of shadowy guardians surged forth from within the castle, their forms flickering and their black blades glinting with cold light as they lunged at the group. Jon bellowed, "Protect Zhang Jiao." The soldiers swiftly formed a defensive formation and engaged the shadowy guardians in fierce combat. Jon swung his sword, the dragon crystal embedded within its blade shimmering with a ghostly light in the darkness, each strike blossoming with crimson. Yet the shadowy guardians were numerous and unpredictable, and soldiers fell wounded. Daenerys commanded her dragons to assault the shadowy guardians from above, their flames raining down like droplets, temporarily suppressing the enemy's advance. Under the protection of his comrades, Zhang Jiao finally deciphered the runes, and the castle gates creaked open. "Enter," Zhang Jiao urged, and the group seized the opportunity to rush inside. The interior of the castle was dark and damp, permeated by a foul stench. They cautiously advanced along the corridor, the walls occasionally flickering with eerie light. Suddenly, a vast abyss appeared ahead, echoing with chilling roars from its depths. A narrow stone bridge spanned the chasm, inscribed with runes. After a careful examination, Zhang Jiao realized that any disturbance of these runes would trigger a formidable dark magic attack. "Everyone tread carefully. Do not touch the runes on the bridge," Zhang Jiao warned. Just then, the sounds of the pursuing shadowy guardians reached them from behind. With no retreat left, they steeled themselves and stepped onto the bridge. Holding their breath, they proceeded slowly, each step taken with trepidation, fearful of triggering the runes. The roar from the abyss intensified, as if some fearsome entity were on the verge of awakening. The group cautiously traversed the stone bridge, each step taken as if treading upon fragile ice. The cacophony of roars emanating from the abyss grew deafening, as though an invisible force were tugging at their very souls. At the forefront, Jon remained vigilant, his sword poised and ready to confront any unforeseen threat. Suddenly, the bridge trembled slightly, and a bolt of black lightning surged from the depths, striking a soldier unawares. In an instant, he was engulfed in a plume of black smoke and vanished. "Scatter and remain vigilant," Jon commanded loudly. The group hurriedly complied, widening the distance between them as they continued their slow advance. Zhang Jiao, seated in a wheelchair, furrowed his brow. He sensed the dark power beneath the bridge surging, as if amassing greater energy. At that moment, more bolts of black lightning erupted from the abyss, descending upon them like a relentless rain. Daenerys maneuvered her dragon above, attempting to fend off the lightning with flames, but the sheer force of the lightning easily dispersed her fire. Zhang Jiao concentrated, invoking the protective spell of the Taiping Dao, enveloping the group in a radiant golden shield. The lightning struck the barrier with a crackling sound, causing it to tremble slightly, yet it held against the onslaught, for now. However, Zhang Jiao understood that such a shield could not endure the overwhelming dark power for long. Hasten, we cannot linger here, Zhang Jiao urged. The group quickened their pace, struggling to advance under the relentless lightning strikes. Suddenly, the runes on the bridge emitted a blinding light, causing the entire structure to shake violently. Zhang Jiao's heart sank as he realized the runes had been inadvertently triggered. With an eruption of luminescence, a massive dark tendril emerged from the abyss, reaching toward them. Its surface was adorned with sharp thorns, exuding a nauseating aura. Jon, seeing this, charged toward the tendril, swinging his long sword with all his might. The blade struck the tendril, splattering a dark liquid, but it merely hesitated momentarily before continuing its advance. Daenerys commanded her dragon to unleash flames upon the tendril, which shrieked in agony as the fire seared it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jiao unleashed a powerful golden beam, striking the tendril and causing it to retract in pain. The group dared not pause, continuing their frantic dash. At last, they successfully crossed the stone bridge, reaching the other side of the abyss. However, before they could catch their breath, a cadre of cloaked figures appeared ahead. These dark-robed individuals wielded staffs, their tips flickering with sinister light, evidently preparing to cast formidable dark spells. Prepare for battle, Jon shouted, as the soldiers swiftly assumed their combat stances, standing resolute against the approaching cloaked figures. A more intense battle is about to erupt, yet they remain oblivious to the myriad of unknown dangers lurking within the depths of this mysterious castle. Chapter 24. The fierce battle with the black-robed ones at Jon's command. The coalition soldiers surged toward the black-robed ones like fierce tigers. Observing their advance, the black-robed ones chanted incantations, their staffs radiating an ominous light, unleashing dark energies that shot forth like arrows towards the coalition. Zhang Jiao swiftly cast a defensive spell, conjuring a golden barrier before his comrades. The dark energies collided with the barrier, resulting in a violent shockwave that made it tremble slightly. Yet it successfully withstood the initial assault. Daenerys, mounted upon Drogon, commanded the dragon to retaliate from her elevated position. Drogon opened his massive jaws, releasing a torrent of flames that surged toward the black-robed ones. They scattered in haste, wielding their staffs to summon ice walls in a desperate attempt to block the inferno. The flames clashed with the ice, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds and a mist that enveloped the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity presented by the obscuring vapor, Jon led the soldiers forward, closing the distance to the black-robed ones. The two sides engaged in a fierce melee. Though the black-robed ones appeared frail, their dark sorcery proved to be exceedingly troublesome. They could teleport instantaneously, evading the soldiers' strikes before launching counterattacks. One black-robed figure directed his staff at a soldier, unleashing a bolt of black lightning that struck him directly. The soldier screamed in agony as he collapsed, his body succumbing to the encroaching dark energy. Enraged by this sight, Jon brandished his sword and charged at the black-robed one. Anticipating Jon's aggressive approach, the black-robed one attempted to cast a spell to evade, but Jon preemptively struck, severing his arm. The black-robed one dropped his staff in pain, and Jon took the opportunity to kick it away before plunging his sword into the figure's chest, slaying him. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao remained active behind the lines, continuously casting spells to disrupt the movements of the black-robed ones. He employed mental shockwaves to momentarily daze several of them, creating openings for the soldiers to strike. Additionally, he utilized binding spells to ensnare some black-robed ones, rendering them immobile and unable to escape. However, the sheer number of black-robed ones and their extensive combat experience allowed them to regain their footing and begin organizing an effective counteroffensive. One black-robed figure, elevated above the fray, waved his staff while reciting an ancient incantation. As he chanted, countless black vines erupted from the ground, snaking toward the coalition soldiers. The soldiers struggled valiantly to sever the vines, but their tenacity proved formidable, and ordinary blades struggled to inflict harm upon them. Witnessing her soldiers ensnared, Daenerys urged Drogon to soar toward the chanting black-robed one. The flames emitted by Drogon engulfed the figure, who screamed in torment as he was consumed by the fire. Reduced to ashes, with his demise, the black vines began to wither and vanish. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, Zhang Jiao noticed a black-robed figure stealthily moving deeper into the castle. He realized that this individual might carry a significant mission, perhaps related to the ritual to awaken the dark demon god. Jon, Daenerys, I shall pursue that figure in the black robe. The rest is entrusted to you, Zhang Jiao declared, propelling his wheelchair in chase after the dark-clad individual. Jon and Daenerys nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to lead their soldiers against the remaining foes in black. Zhang Jiao navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the castle, his mind alert to the uncertainties that lay ahead. Chapter 25. The crisis at the site of the ritual. Zhang Jiao maneuvered his wheelchair swiftly through the narrow, dimly lit passages of the castle in pursuit of the enigmatic figure. The cloaked individual hurried along, frequently glancing back, and upon realizing Zhang Jiao's relentless pursuit, quickened his pace. Eerie luminescence flickered from the walls flanking the corridor, as if countless eyes were observing their every move. Zhang Jiao maintained his focus, acutely aware of the dark figure's movements while remaining vigilant against any imminent threats. Suddenly, the dark figure vanished around a corner. Zhang Jiao arrived at the turn, only to find two imposing doors firmly shut before him, each adorned with grotesque demonic carvings that seemed to serve as a warning to intruders. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open the great doors. Beyond lay an expansive circular hall, at the center of which stood a vast magical array radiating an ominous glow, surrounded by an array of peculiar offerings. The figure in black stood before the magical array, clutching an ancient tome exuding a sinister aura, muttering incantations under his breath. Zhang Jiao realized that this could very well be the site of the ritual to awaken the dark demon. He instantly cast a spell, sending forth a beam of golden light toward the dark figure. The figure, sensing the impending attack, deftly sidestepped, and the light struck the edge of the magical array, igniting a shower of sparks. With fury, the cloaked figure turned to Zhang Jiao, eyes glinting with hatred. "You meddlesome fool, today shall be your last," he bellowed, discarding the ancient tome and swiftly forming hand seals to conjure a dark spell. A wave of black energy surged toward Zhang Jiao, tearing through the air. Zhang Jiao quickly summoned a protective shield, encasing himself within. The black energy wave collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound, as ripples cascaded across its surface. Aware that the dark figure's strength was formidable, Zhang Jiao knew he had to summon all his power. He maintained the shield while searching for an opening in the figure's defenses. Suddenly, he noted that after casting a spell, the cloaked figure experienced a brief pause. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Jiao unleashed a mental shockwave. The figure, caught off guard, staggered momentarily. Zhang Jiao propelled his wheelchair toward the dark figure, conjuring a golden energy sword in his grasp. As he approached, he swung the energy blade toward the figure's neck. The dark figure barely raised an arm in defense, but the energy sword struck his arm, carving a deep wound from which black blood flowed forth. The figure emitted a pained scream, momentarily distracted from his injury. Ignoring the wound, he turned to retrieve the ancient tome and resumed his incantation. As he chanted, the radiance of the magical array intensified, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, while frost began to form upon the surrounding walls. Zhang Jiao realized that if the man in the black robe were to complete the ritual, the consequences would be dire. With all his might, he unleashed a powerful sealing spell. A golden rune barrier enveloped the man in black and the magical array. The black-robed figure attempted to evade, but was tightly bound by the rune barrier. The array's radiance flickered uneasily, seemingly under immense suppression due to the sealing spell. However, just as Zhang Jiao believed he had successfully halted the ritual, the black-robed man suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a jet of black blood onto the ancient tome. The tome blazed with brilliance, and a formidable backlash shattered Zhang Jiao's sealing spell. He was also affected by the recoil, spitting blood and collapsing in his wheelchair. The black-robed man gazed at Zhang Jiao with a sinister grin, continuing to chant the incantation to awaken the dark demon god, as the array's light intensified once more, signaling the imminent revival of the dark deity. Chapter 26. Turning the tide. Despite suffering from the backlash, Zhang Jiao remained conscious, fully aware that if he could not stop the man in black at this moment, the continent of Westeros would inevitably descend into irreversible chaos. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, summoning the last remnants of his magical power to attempt another spell. Just at that critical juncture, Jon and Daenerys arrived with their soldiers in the hall. Upon seeing Zhang Jiao injured and the black-robed man on the verge of completing the ritual, their eyes filled with urgency. Without hesitation, Jon charged at the black-robed figure, sword in hand, shouting, "We must not allow him to succeed." Meanwhile, Daenerys commanded her dragon Drogon to soar towards the ceiling of the hall. Drogon opened his massive jaws, unleashing an even more ferocious flame directed at the man in black. Sensing the threat from behind, the black-robed man did not break his chant. Instead, He summoned a portion of his dark power to form a black barrier behind him, shielding against Drogon's flames. The flames collided with the dark barrier, erupting with a thunderous roar that shook the entire hall. Seizing the moment of distraction, Jon leaped into the air, his sword glinting with a cold light as he aimed for the black-robed man's back. The black-robed man, sensing the attack, slightly turned his body, causing Jon's sword to merely graze him, leaving only a tear in his robe. Enraged, the black-robed man turned his head, his eyes flashing red, and a beam of dark energy shot from his hand, striking Jon. Jon was hurled backward by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing Jon wounded, Daenerys was filled with anxious urgency. She commanded Drogon to continuously spew flames, attempting to breach the black-robed man's defenses. Simultaneously, she cast fire spells herself, launching fireballs at the man from the sky. The black-robed figure, while maintaining the ritual of the magical array, struggled to fend off the combined attacks of Daenerys and Drogon, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Observing this, Zhang Jiao concentrated his remaining strength and cast a particularly unique spell, drawing upon his soul's power. He connected with the elemental forces of light in the heavens and earth, conjuring a massive blade of light within the hall. The blade radiated a dazzling brilliance, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. With every ounce of his strength, Zhang Jiao hurled the blade of light towards the black-robed man. The man felt the overwhelming force of light, and a surge of fear welled up within him. He sought to evade, yet was ensnared by the binding power of the magic circle, unable to fully escape. The blade of light struck the arm of the cloaked figure, instantly reducing it to ashes, causing the ancient tome in his grasp to fall to the ground. A piercing scream of agony escaped the cloaked man, abruptly interrupting the ritual. The radiance of the magic circle began to fade, momentarily halting the awakening of the dark deity. Deprived of his bone relic, the cloaked man's strength diminished significantly, leaving him unable to withstand the onslaught of the allied forces. Jon struggled to rise, seizing his longsword, and charged at the cloaked figure, thrusting it through his chest. The cloaked man widened his eyes in disbelief, slowly collapsing to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The hall finally fell into a hushed tranquility. Yet all understood that this was merely a fleeting victory. The menace of the dark deity remained, and they must swiftly seek a definitive solution to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the continent of Westeros. With the fall of the cloaked figure, the malevolent aura that pervaded the hall slightly diminished, yet the magic circle continued to emit a faint glow, as if foretelling that the shadowy threat had not been entirely eradicated. Zhang Jiao leaned weakly against his wheelchair, his face devoid of color, the toll from the soul spell he had just cast weighing heavily upon him. Jon and Daenerys hastened to his side, their concern evident. "How are you, Bran?" Jon inquired anxiously. Zhang Jiao waved his hand slightly, indicating that he was not gravely harmed. "I can still endure. But though the magic circle has temporarily interrupted the awakening ritual, the power of the dark deity is formidable. We must swiftly discover a means to utterly destroy it." The group gathered around the magic circle, scrutinizing it intently. Daenerys crouched down, attempting to touch the runes at the edge of the circle. The moment her fingers made contact, a chilling dark energy surged through her, prompting her to retract her hand hastily. These runes exuded a bizarre power. Any reckless disruption could evoke far graver consequences. Just as despair settled among them, Zhang Jiao suddenly recalled the scroll he had retrieved from the castle. Summoning his remaining strength, he produced the scroll from his robe and began to examine it closely. The scroll contained accounts of ancient methods to dismantle dark magic circles, yet it required several exceedingly rare magical materials, one of which was a gem known as the Heart of Light, reputed to possess remarkable purifying properties against dark forces. "We must find the Heart of Light to completely destroy this magic circle and eliminate the threat of the dark deity," Zhang Jiao stated, pointing to the scroll's contents. Jon furrowed his brow. "The Heart of Light? I have never heard of such a gem. Where shall we search for it?" After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys replied, "I have heard tales of mysterious gems in the ancient legends of the free cities. Perhaps we can begin our search for clues there." As they deliberated, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside the castle. The group was taken aback, hastening to the castle's exterior to investigate. In the distance, upon the icy plains, the army of the White Walkers was mustering once more, their numbers even more formidable than before. The Night King, perched upon his ice dragon, brandished an ice spear that glimmered with an eerie blue light, slowly advancing towards the castle. It seemed they had sensed the disruption of the ritual and were preparing to launch an assault. Jon gripped his longsword tightly, his expression grave. "We cannot simply sit here and await our fate. A portion of us shall remain to decipher the magic circle, seeking a method to dismantle it." while the rest shall follow me to confront the enemy, buying us time." Daenerys issued her commands decisively. Thus, the coalition swiftly divided into two factions. Zhang Jiao and several adept sorcerers stayed behind in the castle, diligently studying the scrolls in pursuit of a solution to the magical barrier. Jon and Daenerys, leading the remaining soldiers, mounted their steeds and charged towards the army of the undead. A fierce battle loomed, and the quest for the Heart of Light grew increasingly urgent. The fate of Westeros once again hung by a thread. Chapter 27. The resurgence of battle on the icy plains. Jon and Daenerys led the coalition towards the army of the undead, the biting cold wind howling past them, causing their garments to flutter wildly. The army of the undead surged forth like a tide of darkness, the whites emitting chilling howls that seemed to threaten the annihilation of all. Daenerys, riding Drogon, initiated the assault, and after a swift aerial maneuver, Drogon descended upon the undead horde, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The fire, akin to a colossal dragon, engulfed a vast swath of whites, consuming them within the inferno. The whites writhed and shrieked amidst the flames, the air thick with the nauseating stench of charred flesh. Jon led the cavalry closely behind, piercing through the flanks of the undead like a keen blade. The northern cavalry brandished their weapons, encrusted with dragon glass, fiercely cleaving through the whites. The dragon glass blades sliced through the undead, releasing streams of black ichor. However, the sheer number of whites proved overwhelming. As wave after wave surged forth in an attempt to drown the cavalry, the Night King, perched upon his ice dragon, surveyed the battlefield with a chilling gaze. He brandished his ice spear, directing it towards the coalition. The ice dragon promptly unleashed a blast of chilling flame towards Daenerys and Drogon. In a moment of urgency, Daenerys urged Drogon to evade. The icy flames narrowly grazed Drogon's wing, freezing the snow beneath into a thick crust of ice. As the fierce combat raged on, the coalition soldiers gradually found themselves in dire straits. The whites, undaunted by death, relentlessly assailed the coalition's defenses. Jon recognized that if this continued, the coalition would inevitably falter, and he had to devise a strategy to turn the tide. Suddenly, he noticed the Night King in a relatively isolated position, and a bold decision stirred within him. "Follow me," Jon shouted, leading a select group of elite cavalry towards the Night King. The Night King sensed Jon's intent, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing his disdain. He swung his ice spear, summoning a flurry of ice shards directed at Jon and his companions. They weaved and dodged, evading the icy projectiles while hastening their advance toward the Night King. Just as they closed in within mere dozens of meters of the Night King, he raised his ice spear, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Jon. However, at that moment, Daenerys directed Drogon to swoop in from the side. The flames he breathed capturing the Night King's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Jon spurred his horse onward, leaping into the air, his long sword raised high, aiming to strike the Night King. The Night King swiftly evaded, yet was a moment too late. Jon's long sword found its mark upon his shoulder. An enraged roar erupted from the Night King as dark blood streamed from the wound. In the wake of his injury, the army of the undead fell into a momentary disarray. The coalition soldiers, witnessing this turn of events, experienced a surge in morale, seizing the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, momentarily stabilizing their defenses. However, the Night King did not succumb. He quickly regained his composure, his eyes glinting with an even fiercer intensity. He once more wielded his ice spear, and the army of the undead reassembled, unleashing a more ferocious assault. The battlefield grew increasingly dire, while within the castle, Zhang Jiao and his companions struggled to decipher the means to break the magical formation, time slipping away second by second. Whether the coalition could endure this fierce battle long enough to discover a turning point remained uncertain. The clash between Jon and the Night King escalated the battlefield into a state of acute tension. Though wounded in the shoulder, the Night King's ferocity intensified, driving the army of the undead to charge at the coalition with frenzied vigor. The whites, undeterred by the flames and the dragon glass weapons, pressed forward relentlessly against the coalition. Daenerys maneuvered Drogon through the skies, and though the flames could momentarily halt the whites' assault, they could not fully quell the relentless tide of attack. Jon, leading the cavalry, fought valiantly amidst the throngs of whites, each swing of his sword exacting a heavy toll, as the soldiers gradually succumbed to exhaustion. Within the castle, Zhang Jiao and his men labored against the clock, poring over the scrolls. However, the clues regarding the Heart of Light remained nebulous, only hinting at its connection to the ancient elven race. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Jiao was consumed by urgency, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Suddenly, A soldier rifling through the castle's clutter uncovered a tattered diary. The pages were yellowed and the handwriting somewhat faded, yet still legible. Zhang Jiao took the diary and began to read intently. It belonged to a former guardian of the castle, who had, by chance, come upon information regarding the Heart of Light. The diary recounted that deep within the northern ice fields lay a forgotten elven ruin. It was said that the Heart of Light slumbered at the core of this ruin. Yet the area was fraught with perilous magical traps and guardian beasts, making entry no simple feat. Zhang Jiao recognized this as their only hope and promptly selected a few agile soldiers well-versed in magic, preparing to venture to the elven ruins in search of the Heart of Light. Before departing, he informed those remaining in the castle of the situation, urging them to hold the fortress at all costs until their return. Meanwhile, the coalition on the battlefield faced mounting challenges. The Night King seemed to sense the stirrings within the castle, dispatching a portion of his whites to encircle the castle, aiming to cut off Zhang Jiao and his team's retreat. Jon and Daenerys discerned the Night King's intentions and understood the necessity of stalling this contingent of whites. Daenerys urged Drogon towards the flanking white unit, unleashing torrents of fire in an attempt to slow their advance. Meanwhile, Jon led the cavalry in a desperate struggle against the whites on the ground, striving to buy time for Zhang Jiao and the others. In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhang Jiao and his companions stealthily departed from the castle, making their way towards the depths of the northern ice fields in search of the elven ruins. They trudged through the frigid expanse, each step fraught with uncertainty and peril. Behind them, the cacophony of war echoed, the clash of swords and the roar of battle intertwined, as the allied forces desperately clung to hope, yearning for Zhang Jiao's return with a heart illuminated by light to alter the tide of war. Chapter 28. The quest for the elven ruins. Zhang Jiao and his party navigated the icy plains, where the biting wind sliced through their cheeks like a blade, necessitating immense effort with each advance. The ice fields stretched endlessly before them, an expanse of pristine snow and imposing icebergs, eerily silent. As recorded in the diary, they gradually approached the site of the elven ruins. In the distance, an ancient and enigmatic structure emerged, partially veiled by a delicate mist. This ruin emanated a distinct aura, radiating the elegance and mystery of the elven race, mingled with the somber weight of time's passage. As they drew nearer to the ruins, they discovered the surroundings were adorned with various peculiar runes and magical circles. These runes flickered with a faint luminescence, seemingly warning intruders. Zhang Jiao recognized the formidable magical power contained within these runes. A moment's carelessness could trigger perilous traps. He meticulously observed the arrangement of the runes and the flowing magic, leveraging his profound understanding of spells to seek a means of deciphering them. After thorough examination, Zhang Jiao discerned subtle connections between these runes and certain formations of the Taiping Dao. He endeavored to guide his own magical energy in a specific sequence, attempting to resonate with the runes. With his movements, the glow of the runes gradually softened, and the surrounding magical circles began to operate slowly. A concealed passageway began to reveal itself, suffused with an ancient aura. Cautiously, the group advanced along the passage, flanked by walls adorned with exquisite murals depicting the elven race's former glory and mysterious magical rituals. Suddenly, they encountered a colossal guardian beast. It resembled a unicorn, radiating resplendent light, yet its gaze was imbued with wariness and hostility. The guardian beast emitted a deep growl, its voice reverberating through the passage, causing the group's eardrums to ache. Zhang Jiao understood that to pass through, they must appease this guardian beast. He approached slowly, striving to convey friendliness through his actions while casting a gentle mental communication spell, attempting to convey their intentions. The guardian beast seemed to sense Zhang Jiao's goodwill. Its growls gradually diminished, though it remained vigilant. Zhang Jiao explained that they had come to save the realm of Westeros and sought the Heart of Light to combat the forces of darkness. The guardian beast appeared to comprehend his words, gazing at Zhang Jiao for a moment before slowly lowering its head, signaling that they could pass. The group exhaled in relief and continued onward. After traversing the area inhabited by the guardian beast, they finally arrived at the core of the ruins. Within a grand crystal sarcophagus lay a gem emanating a soft glow, the Heart of Light they had fervently sought. However, just as they were about to extract the Heart of Light, the ruins suddenly trembled violently, as if some formidable power had been awakened. The intense shaking of the ruins instantly alerted Zhang Jiao and his companions. Cracks began to appear in the surrounding walls, and dust cascaded down like a gentle rain. From the depths of the ruins came a deep, resonant roar, reminiscent of a slumbering giant beast being roused from its slumber. "Be cautious, danger lurks," Zhang Jiao warned loudly. The group swiftly positioned Zhang Jiao in the center, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Before their eyes, a colossal creature emerged from the darkness, its massive form cloaked in black scales. Its eyes glowed like two burning orbs of crimson fire, radiating a bloodthirsty light. The beast opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar, sending forth a powerful sound wave that surged toward them. The group hastily cast spells to defend themselves, while Zhang Jiao focused intently, attempting to discern the creature's weaknesses. "This beast possesses immense strength. We cannot confront it head-on. We must seek out its vulnerabilities," Zhang Jiao proclaimed. The soldiers nodded in agreement, working in harmony as they evaded the creature's onslaught while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. One soldier, seizing the moment, hurled a magical bomb at the beast. The bomb detonated upon impact, causing the creature to stagger momentarily, yet it quickly regained its composure and lunged furiously at the soldier. Observing this, Zhang Jiao cast a binding spell, striving to temporarily hinder the creature's movements. Under the spell's influence, the beast's steps grew sluggish, but with its formidable strength, it gradually broke free from the magical restraints. Just when the situation seemed dire, Zhang Jiao noticed that before each of the creature's attacks, the scales on its neck quivered slightly. He realized this might reveal the creature's Achilles heel. "Target its neck," Zhang Jiao commanded emphatically. Upon hearing this, the soldiers redirected their assaults toward the beast's neck. They unleashed a barrage of spells, sending forth beams of energy aimed at the vulnerable spot. The creature sensed the imminent threat and thrashed wildly, attempting to evade the onslaught. However, the soldiers coordinated seamlessly, landing numerous strikes upon the creature's neck. At last, after a relentless barrage, the scales on the creature's neck shattered, blood gushing forth. The beast let out a pained shriek, its body beginning to tremble. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was weakened, Zhang Jiao swiftly approached the crystal coffin, ready to retrieve the Heart of Light. Yet, just as his hand brushed against the heart, an overwhelming force surged forth, attempting to siphon his very soul. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jiao summoned his formidable willpower to resist this pull. He understood that any surrender would render all their prior efforts futile. Witnessing Zhang Jiao's predicament, the other soldiers rushed to his side, casting spells to aid him against the force. Through their collective efforts, Zhang Jiao ultimately succeeded in grasping the Heart of Light. Extracting it from the crystal coffin, the heart felt warm to the touch, its radiance growing ever brighter, as if responding to the courage and determination of Zhang Jiao and his companions. At this moment, although the beast was injured, it remained unwilling to let them escape easily. It roared once more and lunged towards the group, signaling the onset of an even more intense battle. Chapter 29, Breaking Through the Siege and the Hope of Return. Zhang Jiao gripped the Heart of Light tightly, sensing its pulsations imbued with potent purifying power. The wounded monster, in a frenzy, recklessly charged at them, its gaping maw nearly ready to consume them all. A soldier stepped forward, his longsword gleaming with a cold light as it thrust toward the creature's eye. The monster, in pain, turned its head, but its sharp claws swiped towards the soldier. Unable to evade in time, the soldier was slashed, blood splattering onto the cold ground. Zhang Jiao was consumed with urgency. He understood that they could not afford to engage with the monster any longer. Otherwise, not only would they face annihilation, but the coalition outside, awaiting the Heart of Light's salvation, would also be plunged into despair. He swiftly summoned the power of the Heart of Light, and a pure white radiance erupted from his hands, illuminating the entire core of the ruins. Wherever the light reached, the monster seemed to be restrained by an overwhelming force, emitting a painful howl as its previously fierce movement slowed. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jiao shouted to the others, "Hurry, this light won't last long." The group assisted their injured companions as they rapidly retreated along the passage they had come. The monster thrashed behind them, desperately attempting to break free from the light's confinement and pursue them. Outside the passage, the cold wind continued to howl, yet to the group, it now represented a path of hopeful freedom. When they finally emerged from the ruins, Zhang Jiao glanced back to see the monster trapped within the ruins by the radiant light, temporarily unable to escape. However, they understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. They had to return to the castle swiftly. On the icy plains, the group hurried onward, racing against time. The Heart of Light in Zhang Jiao's hands radiated a gentle glow, guiding their path and bestowing them with strength. Yet, the prolonged exertion and fierce battles had sapped their energy, making each step increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, the battlefield outside the castle had reached a critical juncture of life and death. The Night King commanded the army of whites, surging like a black tide against the coalition's defenses. Though the coalition soldiers fought valiantly, their lines began to falter under the relentless onslaught of the whites. Jon, blood-soaked, wielded a dulled sword but remained steadfast at the forefront, bolstering the morale of his fellow soldiers. Daenerys, riding Drogon, engaged in a fierce aerial battle with the Ice Dragon, the two colossal dragons spiraling through the sky, roaring as flames and frost clashed, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Just as the coalition was on the verge of collapse, Zhang Jiao and his companions finally arrived at the battlefield. Observing the dire situation before him, Zhang Jiao hesitated not a moment. He raised the Heart of Light high and unleashed a powerful spell, spreading the purifying energy of the Heart of Light. A massive white barrier ascended from his hands, sweeping toward the army of whites. As the barrier passed, the whites and corpses shrieked in agony, their bodies gradually dissipating into tendrils of black smoke under the purifying force. The Night King sensed the formidable threat and, in a fit of rage, brandished his ice spear in an attempt to halt the advance of the luminous barrier. But to no avail. The soldiers of the allied forces beheld the glimmer of hope, their spirits soaring. Jon shouted, "Counterattack!" The allied forces surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, launching their final charge against the army of whites. Bolstered by the immense power of the Heart of Light, the tide of battle began to shift, and the whites commenced their retreat. Chapter 30. The final confrontation and the dawn of a new continent under the overwhelming, purifying force of the Heart of Light. The ranks of the white army fell into disarray, and the morale of the allies surged, pressing their advantage. The Night King, mounted upon his ice dragon, witnessed the collapse of his forces, his eyes glinting with malice and resentment. He understood that should he fail to impede the allied forces, his grand design would be irrevocably thwarted. The Night King commanded the ice dragon to soar towards the location of Zhang Jiao. Convinced that eliminating the bearer of the Heart of Light would alter the course of fate, the ice dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of icy flames that surged towards Zhang Jiao like a relentless current. Zhang Jiao had anticipated this assault. He concentrated his energy and summoned the Heart of Light to conjure a golden shield, safeguarding himself and the soldiers around him. The icy flames collided with the shield, producing a violent shockwave that rippled across its surface, yet it steadfastly repelled the onslaught. Jon, witnessing the Night King's maneuver, felt a tightening in his chest. He swiftly mounted his steed and galloped towards the Night King while calling out, "Daenerys, keep the ice dragon at bay." Daenerys, understanding his intent, urged Drogon to ascend towards the ice dragon, engaging it in a fierce aerial battle. The two colossal dragons circled and clashed in the sky, their flames and icy breath intertwining, illuminating the entire frozen expanse. Seizing the moment amidst the fierce struggle between the Night King and Daenerys, Jon drew closer to the ice dragon. Timing his leap perfectly, he vaulted onto the dragon's back. The Night King, sensing Jon's approach, turned and swung his ice spear towards him. Jon evaded by sidestepping, countering with his long sword, and thus commenced a fierce melee with the Night King. The Night King's ice spear swung with ferocity, each strike imbued with potent dark energy. Jon, armed with his exceptional swordsmanship and indomitable will, struggled to withstand the Night King's relentless attacks. During the fierce exchange, Jon discerned a fleeting vulnerability on the Night King's left side with each assault. Jon bided his time, and when the Night King lunged with his spear once more, he deftly sidestepped, thrusting his long sword into the Night King's exposed flank. The Night King let out a pained roar, black blood gushing from the wound. In a fit of fury, he cast Jon from the ice dragon, but Jon executed a somersault midair and landed gracefully on the ground. At that moment, Zhang Jiao seized the opportunity presented by the Night King's injury. Channeling all his strength into the Heart of Light, the heart erupted in a blinding radiance, its light piercing the air like a sword aimed directly at the Night King. The Night King attempted to evade, but the light surged forward with blinding speed, striking him instantaneously. His form began to dissipate amidst the brilliance, leaving only a lingering, defiant roar echoing across the icy plains. With the Night King's disappearance, the white army crumbled entirely, the corpses of the whites collapsing to the ground, transforming into pools of dark water. The ice dragon, having broken free from the Night King's control, struggled momentarily before plummeting to the ground, lifeless. The allied forces achieved a resounding victory, and the battlefield resounded with jubilant cheers. Zhang Jiao, Jon, and Daenerys stood upon the icy plains, gazing at the once ravaged land, their hearts awash with myriad emotions. In the aftermath of the war, the continent of Westeros ushered in an era of reconstruction and rebirth. Through the collective efforts of the alliance, the wounds of war began to heal, allowing the people to return to a life of tranquility. Zhang Jiao, Jon, and Daenerys emerged as heroes of the realm, their tales echoing across Westeros, inspiring generations to come. The Heart of Light was enshrined in a newly constructed temple, serving as a symbol of protection for the continent, perpetually radiating its warm and powerful glow, safeguarding this land that had endured so much, ensuring that the forces of darkness would never again wreak havoc. Chapter 31. Undercurrents of Peace. Westeros gradually regained its vitality after the harrowing battle with the White Walkers. Verdant crops sprouted anew in the fields, towns bustled with the reconstruction of homes, and laughter once again filled the streets. Statues of Zhang Jiao, Jon, and Daenerys were erected in the plazas of major cities, receiving the reverence and praise of the populace. Yet, beneath this facade of peace, a sinister undercurrent began to stir. Cersei, upon hearing the news of the Alliance's triumph over the White Walkers in King's Landing, felt an unsettling mix of jealousy and resentment. She believed herself to be the rightful ruler of Westeros, while Zhang Jiao and his companions had usurped the glory that rightfully belonged to her. Those rustic villagers and savages were merely fortunate. How dare they flaunt their prowess upon the continent? Cersei slammed her hand against the armrest of the Iron Throne in fury. Beside her, Jaime stood silently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Sister, the continent has just emerged from war, and it is a time of rebuilding. We should not act rashly, Jaime urged. Cersei scoffed. Humph, you are always so timid. Shall we simply watch them bask in glory while we languish in obscurity? Meanwhile, in the distant free cities, a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes convened in a shadowy chamber. Their leader, a pallid man with a sinister gaze, spoke. The Night King's defeat has disrupted our plans. However, this does not signify our end. The continent of Westeros remains our target. But they possess the Heart of Light. That purifying force is too formidable. How shall we contend with it? A concerned black-robed figure inquired. The leader smiled faintly, a cruel glimmer in his expression. Though the Heart of Light is powerful, it is not without its vulnerabilities. We need only to identify its weaknesses and await the opportune moment to shatter it, allowing darkness to once again envelop the continent. In the north, Jon busied himself with the reconstruction of homes and the reassurance of the people. Yet, he could not shake the palpable sense of unease that lingered over the land. One day, he received an anonymous letter warning him that Cersei was plotting something sinister, advising him to exercise caution. Jon, holding the letter, fell into deep contemplation. He was acutely aware that Cersei's ambition had never waned. The current peace might merely be the calm before the storm. He resolved to travel to King's Landing to speak with Cersei face to face, hoping to resolve their differences and avert the continent from descending into war once more. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Daenerys also sensed some troubling signs. Her spies reported the emergence of mysterious figures in black robes within the free cities, seemingly conspiring against Westeros. Daenerys decided to send envoys to the free cities to investigate the true nature of these shadowy figures. Meanwhile, Bran remained at Winterfell, utilizing his powers as a green seer to sense the hidden dangers lurking across the land. During a meditation, he glimpsed vague images, dark silhouettes flitting through the shadows, mysterious rituals being conducted in secrecy, and a formidable dark power seemingly stirring back to life. Bran realized that the crisis in Westeros had not truly been resolved. A new storm might be on the horizon. Chapter 32. The Storms of King's Landing. Jon, accompanied by a few trusted allies, hastened towards King's Landing. Along the way, he witnessed the scars of war etched upon the land, further solidifying his resolve to maintain peace. Upon their arrival, the city gates stood firmly shut, guarded by soldiers clad in armor, the atmosphere thick with tension. Open the gates. I am Jon Snow, king in the north, and I seek an audience with Queen Cersei. Jon called out, his voice resonating through the still air. After a prolonged silence, the gates creaked open, revealing a guard who stepped forward. Jon Snow, Queen Cersei permits you to enter alone. The rest must wait here. Jon furrowed his brow slightly but dismounted, proceeding alone into the desolate city. Inside, the streets were somber, the citizens' eyes reflecting fear and vigilance. He made his way to the Red Keep, guided by the guards into the throne room. Cersei sat regally upon the Iron Throne, her icy gaze fixed upon Jon. The king in the north graces us with his presence. What is your purpose? Jon inhaled deeply and replied, Cersei, Westeros has just endured a great war, and the people suffer immensely. We should not incite further discord. I hope we can set aside our grievances and protect this land together. Cersei let out a cold laugh. Set aside grievances? You basked in glory during the battle against the White Walkers, and now you come here feigning concern for peace? Do you think I would believe you? Jon stepped forward earnestly. Cersei, I have never sought power for its own sake. The battle against the White Walkers was to save the entire realm. If we continue to fight amongst ourselves, we only provide an opportunity for those lurking in the shadows. Cersei rose slowly, pacing around Jon. Those lurking in the shadows? You refer to the mysterious figures in black robes? I have heard whispers as well. But that has nothing to do with our struggle for power. To me, it seems you merely wish to use this as a pretext to solidify your standing in the realm. Jon shook his head in exasperation. Cersei, why must you always be so obstinate? Only by joining forces can we effectively confront the unknown threats that await us. Cersei halted her steps, locking her gaze onto Jon's eyes. An alliance is feasible, but you must acknowledge that I am the sole queen of Westeros. You and your North must bow before me. Jon's expression soured. The North has always valued its independence. I cannot submit to you. However, we could forge a union to resist external threats together. A flicker of anger flashed in Cersei's eyes. If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. Depart now, Jon Snow. Should you dare to challenge my authority again, I shall show no mercy. Jon understood that the negotiations had collapsed, his heart heavy with disappointment. Cersei, I hope you come to recognize the reality of the situation soon and avoid plunging Westeros back into chaos. With that, he turned and exited the throne room. As Jon stepped out of the Red Keep, he noticed several figures in black cloaks stealthily navigating through the crowd. Intrigued, he felt compelled to follow. But the cloaked individuals swiftly vanished into an alleyway. Jon realized that the situation in King's Landing was far more intricate than he had anticipated. A web of connections seemed to bind Cersei to the enigmatic figures, heralding a new crisis for Westeros. After leaving the Red Keep, Jon did not immediately depart from King's Landing. He was acutely aware of Cersei's obstinate demeanor and understood that the appearance of the mysterious cloaked figures was not coincidental. He resolved to remain in the city for a few days, secretly investigating the whereabouts of the cloaked individuals and any possible schemes involving Cersei. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Daenerys received disquieting news from her envoy. In the Free Cities, the emissary discovered that the cloaked figures appeared to be linked to an ancient dark cult. This cult worshipped a form of sorcery that could manipulate dark forces, seeking to envelop the entire world in shadow. Daenerys convened her advisors to discuss a course of action. We cannot remain passive. The existence of these cloaked figures poses a tremendous threat to Westeros. She furrowed her brow, concern evident in her eyes. Your Majesty, one advisor cautioned. We have just concluded our battle against the White Walkers. Our forces are weary, and our resources are scarce. If we rashly engage the cloaked figures, we may find ourselves overmatched. At that moment, another advisor interjected. Perhaps we could ally with Jon and other factions to confront the cloaked figures together. After all, this pertains to the safety of the entire continent. Daenerys nodded. That is a viable strategy, but Jon's negotiations with Cersei in King's Landing are uncertain. Cersei has always harbored ambitious designs for power. She may not be inclined to cooperate. In Winterfell, Bran, utilizing the powers of the Green Seer, further uncovered clues regarding the resurgence of dark forces. He discovered that this dark power seemed to be linked to an ancient temple, long forgotten in the depths of the sea. Within the temple lay sealed a formidable dark artifact. Should the cloaked figures find and unseal it, the consequences would be dire. Bran promptly dispatched messengers to Jon and Daenerys to inform them of his discovery, urging the three factions to set aside their differences and confront the threat posed by the cloaked figures. In King's Landing, while Jon was covertly investigating, he inadvertently uncovered evidence that indeed connected Cersei with the cloaked figures. Cersei endeavored to leverage the power of the Black Cloaks to eradicate the various forces that had risen after the War of the White Walkers, seeking to re-establish her dominion over the continent of Westeros. Jon was acutely aware that he must swiftly dismantle the alliance between Cersei and the Black Cloaks. On one hand, he continued his quest for evidence, while on the other, he sought to contact old friends in King's Landing, attempting to persuade them to dissuade Cersei from her collaboration with the Black Cloaks. However, Cersei had sensed Jon's unusual movements in King's Landing. She commanded a citywide search for Jon, believing him to be a threat to her plans. Jon found himself ensnared in peril. Yet he was but a step away from unveiling the truth of Cersei's collusion with the Black Cloaks. Simultaneously, Daenerys, upon receiving a letter from Zhang Jiao, grappled with the dilemma of whether to set aside her conflict with Cersei and directly assist Jon. The fates of the three factions became increasingly intertwined in this complex scenario, heralding an impending tempest. In Chapter 33, The Dawn of Alliances and Crisis, Jon, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, struggled to survive amidst Cersei's net of pursuit in King's Landing. He disguised himself, concealing in the city's shadowy corners to meet secretly with a few loyal old friends. Jon, Cersei is resolute in her intent to capture you. You must flee King's Landing at once, one old friend urged anxiously. Yet Jon shook his head with determination. No, I must find the evidence of Cersei's collusion with the Black Cloaks. Otherwise, Westeros will never know peace. At that moment, one of his friends brought forth a crucial lead. He had learned from one of Cersei's confidants that she would meet with the leader of the Black Cloaks in a hidden passage beneath King's Landing in 3 days to discuss further conspiracies. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Jon's eyes. This is our perfect opportunity to expose them. We must devise a way to infiltrate the passage. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, after receiving Zhang Jiao's letter and the news of Jon's plight in King's Landing, Daenerys underwent a tumultuous internal struggle before ultimately deciding to set aside her grievances with Cersei and send aid to Jon. She swiftly assembled her fleet, loading weapons and supplies, preparing to sail towards King's Landing. We cannot stand idly by while Jon is in danger, nor can we allow the Black Cloak schemes to succeed. Westeros needs us to unite, Daenerys proclaimed from the bow of her ship to her assembled troops. At the same time, Zhang Jiao was not idle in Winterfell. Utilizing his knowledge of mysterious forces, he began preparing a series of spells to counter the dark artifacts. He understood that once the Black Cloaks unleashed these artifacts, their dark power would be formidable, and thorough preparations were imperative. In response to Zhang Jiao's call, several reclusive mages and scholars from the north rallied together in Winterfell, collaborating with him to devise methods to combat the dark forces. They scoured ancient tomes for clues, experimenting with various magical potions, and crafting rune equipment with formidable protective capabilities. However, it appeared that the Black Cloaks had also sensed the stirrings of the various factions. They hastened their search for ancient temples in the deep sea, while simultaneously bolstering defenses in King's Landing to prevent any disruption of the meeting between Cersei and their leader. 3 days hence, Jon and his old comrades, having meticulously devised a plan, successfully infiltrated the subterranean passages of King's Landing. The air was thick with the scent of damp decay, and the walls flickered with an eerie luminescence. They proceeded cautiously towards their meeting point, each step fraught with peril. Meanwhile, Daenerys' fleet was sailing at full speed across the sea, heading towards King's Landing. Unbeknownst to them, the Shadow Men had already laid numerous traps upon the waters, and an imminent clash threatened to ensue, with the fate of Westeros hanging precariously in the balance. As Jon struggled to uncover the truth within the confines of King's Landing, Cersei grew increasingly frantic within the Red Keep. She was torn between the fear that Jon might expose her collusion with the Shadow Men and her ravenous desire for the power they had promised her. Those fools can't even capture a single Jon, she raged at her guards. A cautious advisor ventured to suggest, Your Grace, perhaps we should reconsider our alliance with the Shadow Men. Their motives appear dubious. Should they succeed, it may lead to our ruin. Cersei shot him a glare. Silence. It is too late to voice such concerns. As long as I can eliminate those who oppose me and secure the Iron Throne, what does it matter if I take a few risks? Simultaneously, in the free cities, the Shadow Men grew increasingly active. They scoured the land for fragments of keys believed to unlock the ancient temple of the deep sea. Legend had it that gathering all the pieces would lead them to the temple and unlock a dark artifact. They employed various coercive tactics, intimidating and enticing local inhabitants and merchants in their quest for more clues. On Dragonstone, Daenerys was making her final preparations to march on King's Landing. However, her advisors were divided on the matter. Your Majesty, opposing Cersei is already a daunting task. And now to become embroiled in a conflict with the Shadow Men could leave us in a perilous dilemma, voiced a senior advisor with concern. Yet the impetuous young commanders dismissed such fears. What is there to fear? We possess dragons and valiant warriors. What threat could they pose? Moreover, if we do not thwart the Shadow Men, the entire continent will succumb to darkness. After weighing the pros and cons, Daenerys resolutely declared, We must take action. Jon is in grave danger in King's Landing. We cannot stand idly by. Furthermore, the threat posed by the Shadow Men looms large. We cannot afford to be complacent. In Winterfell, Zhang Jiao received unsettling news. His informants relayed troubling reports of strange occurrences along the border of the north, dark mists enveloping the land and livestock vanishing without a trace. Zhang Jiao realized this could be the Shadow Men testing the reactions of the various factions or laying the groundwork for awakening a dark artifact. He promptly summoned the Lords of the North for a council. Lords, we are faced with a new crisis. The influence of the Shadow Men has infiltrated the North. We must bolster our defenses while preparing for battle. The lords unanimously expressed their willingness to heed Zhang Jiao's command. Thus, the north commenced a rigorous mobilization, intensifying soldier training, fortifying castles and walls, and gathering supplies. Meanwhile, Jon's investigation in King's Landing had taken a promising turn. He gleaned valuable information regarding the underground passage from a handmaiden of Cersei, which provided crucial insight for his covert infiltration into the clandestine meeting between Cersei and the Black Cloaks. However, he was acutely aware that this endeavor would be fraught with peril. Discovery would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Amidst the swirling currents of power, various factions moved in disparate directions, yet all were inexorably drawn into a monumental storm, rendering the future of Westeros increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 34. The turmoil of the passage and the maritime crisis. Jon and his companions cautiously navigated the labyrinthine underground tunnels of King's Landing. The passages were narrow and winding, with droplets of water seeping from the damp walls, glimmering ominously in the dim light. Armed with a rudimentary understanding of the passage's layout and the information provided by the handmaiden, they approached the meeting location with utmost care. Suddenly, a murmur of low voices echoed ahead. Jon signaled for his companions to halt, pressing themselves against the wall and holding their breath. Through the faint light, Jon discerned several black cloaks standing guard before an imposing stone door, intricately engraved with strange runes that emanated a mysterious and malevolent aura. This door was likely the entrance to the meeting place. Jon whispered to his comrades that they needed to devise a plan to distract the sentinels. As they contemplated their strategy, one companion inadvertently kicked a stone, producing a sharp sound. The black cloaks immediately heightened their vigilance, with two of them slowly advancing toward the source of the noise. Observing this, Jon swiftly drew his dagger, preparing to confront the threat alongside his companions. When the black cloaks drew near, Jon pounced like a cheetah, his dagger striking true at one black cloak's throat. His allies also engaged, grappling fiercely with another adversary. In the confined passage, a fierce melee ensued. Although Jon and his companions initially held the advantage, the black cloaks wielded dark sorcery that was both unpredictable and formidable, leading to a stalemate in their struggle. Meanwhile, Daenerys' fleet cut through the waves at sea. The sun bathed the surface in shimmering light. Yet beneath this tranquil facade lurked hidden danger. As the fleet entered a dense fog, the temperature plummeted dramatically. "Beware, something's amiss," the lookout shouted. From the mist emerged a horde of colossal sea monsters, their twisted forms adorned with razor-sharp fangs, emitting bone-chilling cries as they surged toward the fleet. Daenerys stood resolute at the bow of her flagship. "Do not panic. Archers, ready your bows. Mages, unleash your spells to attack the sea beasts," she commanded loudly. The archers aboard drew their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the creatures. The mages wielded their staffs, casting a dazzling array of spells that illuminated the surface of the sea. However, the sheer number of sea monsters, coupled with their tough hides, rendered ordinary attacks insufficient to inflict mortal wounds. Some of the beasts had already approached the ships, clawing at the hulls with their massive talons, attempting to ascend onto the decks. The fleet found itself in grave peril, and Daenerys understood that they must swiftly breach the monsters' blockade. Otherwise, not only would they fail to support Jon, but the entire fleet could meet a watery grave. She mounted Drogon, and the dragon let out a thunderous roar, charging into the throngs of sea monsters. Drogon unleashed a blazing inferno, instantly igniting several sea creatures, whose anguished cries filled the air. With Drogon at the helm, the fleet's chances of breaking through the encirclement remained uncertain, as did Jon's fate in the hidden passage. Within the depths of that passage, Jon and his companions found themselves embroiled in an increasingly fierce battle against the black-robed figures. One of the dark-clad assailants seized the moment, chanting incantations as he waved his hands, sending a wave of dark energy hurtling towards Jon and his allies. Acting swiftly, Jon raised his arm to defend himself. The energy wave struck, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through his limb, rendering it momentarily numb. Seeing this, his comrades redoubled their efforts to assault the black-robed figure, aiming to divert his attention. One companion, seizing the opportunity amidst the sorcerer's casting, lunged forward, thrusting his sword forcefully into the back of the black-robed man. The assailant staggered in pain, causing the potency of his spell to wane. Jon, taking advantage of the moment, shook off the numbness and surged forward, plunging his dagger into the chest of the dark figure. The black-robed man's eyes widened in shock as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Another black-robed figure, sensing the tide had turned, attempted to flee, only to be pierced by a sword from behind, wielded by Jon's companion. With the guards dispatched, Jon and his allies approached the stone door. Jon meticulously examined the runes etched upon its surface, drawing upon the arcane knowledge he had acquired north of the wall to decipher their meaning. After considerable effort, he uncovered the method to unlock the stone barrier. With a resounding thud, the door creaked open, revealing a spacious stone chamber where Cersei sat facing the leader of the black-robed figures. Upon the sudden intrusion of Jon and his companions, Cersei's expression morphed into one of alarm, while the leader's gaze became icy and filled with malice. "Jon Snow, how dare you trespass here? You are merely courting death," Cersei bellowed. Jon ignored her, fixing his gaze upon the leader of the black-robed figures. "Your nefarious scheme shall not prevail. The entirety of Westeros will not allow you to drag it into darkness." The leader of the black-robed figures scoffed. "Is it merely you who stands against us? Well, since you have arrived, do not expect to leave alive." With that, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, summoning a surge of dark power that swept toward Jon and his companions. Meanwhile, on the sea, Daenerys engaged in a desperate struggle against the sea monsters while riding Drogon. Though Drogon's flames were formidable, the sea creatures continued to emerge relentlessly from the thick fog, leaving the situation perilous. Daenerys, consumed by urgency, scanned her surroundings and suddenly noticed that the sea monsters seemed to recoil from a specific magical resonance. She promptly instructed the mages aboard her ship to concentrate their efforts on casting a radiant shockwave. The mages responded swiftly, converging their staffs to unleash a powerful wave of light. The shockwave radiated outward, impacting the sea monsters with a force that compelled them to retreat, creating a breach in their previously dense encirclement. "Now is our chance. Full speed ahead," Daenerys commanded. Seizing the opportunity, the fleet surged forward under Drogon's guidance, charging through the gap. After a grueling breakout, the fleet finally succeeded in evading the clutches of the sea monsters, continuing their course toward King's Landing. In the stone chamber, Jon and his companions struggled against the onslaught of dark forces. Just as they were on the brink of succumbing, Jon noticed a faint glimmer emanating from a rune pendant worn by the leader of the black-robed figures, seemingly a pivotal element of the powerful spell. Gritting his teeth, Jon summoned every ounce of strength and charged towards the leader, intent on shattering the pendant to secure a chance of survival for himself and his comrades, while also hoping to thwart the nefarious designs of the black-robed sorcerer. Chapter 35: A fierce battle and a turning point in the subterranean stone chamber of King's Landing. Jon surged forward like an arrow released from its bow toward the leader of the black-robed figures. The leader, sensing Jon's intentions, cast a disdainful glance, conjuring a fraction of his dark power to erect a black barrier before him. Jon's body slammed against the barrier, rebounding violently to the ground. Undeterred, he swiftly regained his footing and launched another assault. Meanwhile, his allies unleashed their abilities, striving to distract the black-robed leader and create an opportunity for Jon. One companion loosed an arrow inscribed with magical runes, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The black-robed leader merely tilted his body aside, effortlessly evading the projectile. However, this maneuver caused a momentary fluctuation in his control over the dark forces, causing the black barrier to flicker momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jon concentrated all his strength and charged once more at the leader. This time, he successfully breached the barrier and stood before the black-robed figure, reaching out for the glowing rune pendant. The leader reacted with lightning speed, swinging his arm to unleash a surge of dark energy that struck Jon squarely in the chest. Jon was hurled backward, crashing against the stone wall of the chamber, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Cersei, observing from the sidelines, felt a flicker of hesitation. She began to realize that her alliance with the black-robed figures might have been a grave mistake, yet she found herself ensnared in its web, unable to extricate herself. "You shall not leave here alive," roared the black-robed leader, amplifying the output of his dark powers, enveloping the entire chamber in shadows, plunging Jon and his companions into dire straits. At that moment, one of Jon's allies spotted a peculiar device nestled in the corner of the chamber, covered in runes akin to those on the stone door. A spark of inspiration struck. Perhaps this device held the key to countering the black-robed leader's spell. "Jon, I'll investigate that device. It may provide a means of breaking the spell," the companion shouted. Jon nodded in acknowledgement, enduring his pain as he and the others continued to engage the black-robed leader, buying time for their ally to explore the device. Meanwhile at sea, Daenerys' fleet raced towards King's Landing at full speed. After a fierce battle with sea monsters, the fleet had suffered some losses but remained buoyed by high morale. Suddenly, a colossal black-sailed ship emerged ahead, shrouded in an eerie mist. A black flag hung from the ship's mast, emblazoned with the image of a white skull. its eye sockets glowing with a sinister red light. What manner of vessel is that? It appeared to be anything but an ordinary vessel, a crew member exclaimed in terror. Daenerys furrowed her brow, sensing a formidable and malevolent aura emanating from the ship, reminiscent of the dark powers she had previously encountered in the sea monsters and the cloaked figures. All hands on deck. Prepare for battle, Daenerys commanded. The fleet swiftly arranged itself into a battle formation. Archers readied their arrows, mages prepared to unleash their spells, and warriors gripped their weapons, poised for the impending confrontation. The black-sailed ship drew closer, from which emerged a horde of pirates clad in black armor. Their faces were twisted in grotesque expressions, and their eyes gleamed with a frenzied thirst for blood. Brandishing ebony blades, they let out chilling cries as they charged towards Daenerys' fleet. Fire, Daenerys commanded, and the catapults of the fleet were the first to strike. Enormous stones rained down upon the black vessel. Simultaneously, the archers released a flurry of arrows, and the mages conjured a dazzling array of spells, igniting the sea with flashes of fire and magic. Yet, the crew of the black ship showed no fear. They summoned dark magic to form a protective black shield around their vessel, successfully deflecting much of the assault. Some pirates even utilized their sorcery to leap directly from their ship onto that of Daenerys, engaging the crew in close combat. Daenerys mounted Drogon, who roared thunderously as they surged toward the black ship. Drogon unleashed a torrent of flames, which surged toward the vessel like a raging flood. The black shield began to crack under the intensity of the fire. However, from the black ship, several beams of dark energy shot forth, striking Drogon. The dragon let out a pained cry, momentarily faltering in the air. Daenerys clung tightly to Drogon's scales, soothing him. Drogon, we cannot retreat. For the sake of Westeros. Charge forward, Daenerys urged. Seemingly understanding her command, Drogon rallied, spewing forth flames anew. This time, the fire blazed with even greater ferocity, and the black shield finally succumbed to the onslaught, shattering under the inferno. In the stone chamber of the underground passage in King's Landing, a companion investigating the device discovered it to be an ancient magical amplifier, through which the cloaked leader augmented his dark powers. If they could destroy this apparatus, the dark sorcery of the cloaked figures would be significantly weakened. I've found a way, the companion exclaimed with excitement. But just as he prepared to dismantle the device, a concealed servant of the cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, dagger in hand, lunging towards his back. The companion sensed the attack and sidestepped, yet was still grazed by the dagger on his arm. Ignoring the pain, he turned to engage the cloaked servant in a fierce struggle. Jon, witnessing this unfold, was consumed by urgency. He understood that if his companion failed to dismantle the device, they would all perish here. Therefore, Jon summoned all his strength and charged towards the cloaked leader, attempting to divert his attention once more. Wielding his sword, Jon engaged the cloaked leader in a fierce melee. Although the cloaked leader wielded formidable magic, his skills in close combat were far from exceptional. Jon, having honed his combat skills over many years at the wall, gradually gained the upper hand. In the midst of the fierce clash, he seized an opportunity and thrust his sword towards the arm of the leader of the black-cloaked figures. The leader, stung by the pain, briefly faltered in his incantation. Seizing this moment, a companion, previously entangled in a skirmish with a black-cloaked minion, managed to break free and charge towards the magical amplifier. He concentrated his energy, channeling all his might into a single punch aimed at the amplifier. With a resounding crash, the amplifier was successfully destroyed. The once formidable dark forces within the stone chamber instantly waned, and the black-cloaked leader, suffering from a backlash of magic, coughed up a spurt of black blood. No, the leader bellowed, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he glared at Jon and his allies. Your scheme has crumbled. Surrender now while you still can, Jon gasped, breathless. The leader scoffed, you believe this will halt me? This is merely the beginning. With that, he vanished into the shadows. Cersei watched the direction in which the leader had disappeared, her heart a tempest of emotions. She understood that her plans had utterly failed. Cersei, your collusion with the black-cloaked figures, aiming to endanger the realm of Westeros, will be addressed later. For now, you must join us to confront the threat they pose, Jon declared, fixing his gaze upon her. After a moment of silence, Cersei slowly nodded. Very well, I will comply. But do not presume that I shall capitulate easily. Meanwhile, on the sea, Daenerys engaged in an intense battle with the black-sailed ship. Drogon's flames successfully breached the ship's defenses, throwing the pirates into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys commanded her fleet to launch a full-scale assault. The crew, invigorated, fought valiantly against their foes. Warriors clashed with pirates in close combat, while mages continuously unleashed spells, targeting the ship's vulnerable points. After a fierce confrontation, Daenerys' fleet ultimately triumphed over the black-sailed ship. The pirates surrendered en masse or leapt into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Observing the scene before her, Daenerys exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet she knew this was merely a fragment of the black-cloaked figure's nefarious plot. A graver peril loomed ahead. Onward. We must hasten to King's Landing and unite with Jon, Daenerys commanded. The fleet set sail once more, swiftly heading towards the port of King's Landing. Shortly thereafter, Daenerys' fleet arrived at the harbor. She led her soldiers ashore, making haste towards the underground passage of the city. Upon reaching the stone chamber of the passage, they encountered Jon, Cersei, and his companions. "Jon, are you unharmed?" Daenerys inquired with concern. "I am well. We have just destroyed the black-cloaked figure's magical amplifier, temporarily thwarting their scheme. However, the leader has escaped, and we must devise a plan to impede their next move," Jon replied. "It appears we must unite, Cersei," Daenerys stated, turning her gaze towards her. Cersei huffed dismissively. "Humph, it is merely a temporary alliance. Do not think I will genuinely ally with you. Now is not the time for debate. We have received word from Zhang Jiao that the Black Robes are in pursuit of a dark artifact. Should they locate and unseal it, the entirety of Westeros shall be engulfed in darkness. We must thwart their plans," Jon declared. "What course of action shall we take?" Daenerys inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Jon replied, "We need to find Zhang Jiao and convene to devise a strategy. Simultaneously, we must seek out every possible force on the continent that can unite with us to stand against the Black Robes." "Very well, I concur," Daenerys responded. Thus, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei, accompanied by their respective followers, departed from the subterranean passage. They set forth for Winterfell to rendezvous with Zhang Jiao and collaboratively strategize against the Black Robes. On their journey to Winterfell, they tirelessly recruited warriors from various locales, bolstering their ranks. Many, upon hearing of the Black Robes' threat, answered the call and joined their cause. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Winterfell, where Zhang Jiao awaited them at the city gates. "Welcome, Jon, Daenerys, Cersei. It is a pleasure to see you all again," Zhang Jiao greeted with a smile. "Zhang Jiao, the situation is dire. We must urgently devise a plan to counter the Black Robes," Jon insisted. "Do not fret, I have some initial ideas. Let us enter the city first," Zhang Jiao replied. The group followed Zhang Jiao into Winterfell and arrived at the Lord's Hall. Zhang Jiao instructed his aides to prepare maps and relevant documents, commencing his exposition of the plan. "According to my investigations, the dark artifact sought by the Black Robes is sealed within an ancient temple, situated at the heart of the continent and surrounded by perilous magical traps and formidable guardian beasts. We must assemble an elite team to journey to the temple and prevent the Black Robes from unsealing the artifact," Zhang Jiao stated. "That does not sound easy. Those magical traps and guardian beasts will undoubtedly be formidable adversaries," Daenerys remarked. "Indeed, yet we possess advantages as well. We now have 3 powerful armies, along with numerous warriors responding to our summons. Moreover, we each possess unique abilities and magic. As long as we unite and collaborate, success is within our grasp," Zhang Jiao asserted. "How shall we divide our responsibilities?" Jon inquired. Pointing to the map, Zhang Jiao said, "Jon, you will lead a contingent of Northmen to eradicate the influence of the Black Robes surrounding the temple, thereby creating conditions for our entry. Daenerys, you will soar upon your dragon to provide aerial support, utilizing your dragon fire to obliterate some of the more formidable magical traps. Cersei, you will command your army as a reserve force, ever ready to respond to unforeseen circumstances. As for myself, I shall work alongside scholars skilled in magic to decipher the runes and seals within the temple, locate the dark artifact, and reseal it." "That sounds promising. But how shall we ascertain when the Black Robes will arrive at the temple?" Cersei asked. "I have dispatched numerous scouts to traverse the continent in search of information. The moment we detect any movement from the Black Robes, we shall be informed immediately," Zhang Jiao assured. After the assembly concluded, everyone began their preparations. Jon selected a cadre of elite warriors from the north and provided them with specialized training. Daenerys commanded her dragon riders to ready themselves for battle while amassing a sufficient supply of provisions. Cersei was likewise organizing her forces, ensuring they were primed for immediate engagement. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao collaborated with a group of enigmatic scholars, tirelessly studying ancient texts and runes in pursuit of the most effective method to unravel the temple seals. A few days later, scouts reported that the Black Robes were advancing toward the temple located at the heart of the continent. Zhang Jiao promptly summoned his companions and declared it was time to depart. Jon, Daenerys, Cersei, and Zhang Jiao led their respective groups forward in grand procession towards the temple. Along the journey, they encountered several small factions of the Black Robes, all of which they dispatched with ease. After several days of marching, they finally arrived at the mountain range housing the temple. From a distance, the temple was shrouded in mist, emanating an aura of mystery and peril. Be cautious. This place is surely rife with traps and foes. We must proceed according to our plan, Jon instructed. Leading the Northmen, Jon ventured first, moving stealthily towards the encampment of the Black Robes surrounding the temple. As they neared the camp, Jon issued a command, and the warriors surged forth like tigers descending from the mountain. The Black Robes, caught off guard by the sudden assault, fell into disarray. Jon wielded his longsword, cutting through the ranks of the Black Robes with unmatched prowess. The Northmen fought valiantly, and the cacophony of battle cries echoed mightily. Simultaneously, Daenerys soared through the skies on Drogon, surveying the terrain for the location of magical traps. Upon discovering a formidable magical trap, she swiftly commanded Drogon to unleash a torrent of dragon fire. The flames surged like a raging inferno towards the trap, obliterating it instantaneously. With Drogon's assistance, previously impassable areas became accessible. Zhang Jiao and the scholars marched at the center of the formation, deciphering the runes and seals encountered along the way. Cersei led her reserve troops from the rear, vigilantly observing their surroundings to guard against any ambush. Once Jon and his allies successfully eradicated the Black Robes surrounding the temple, Zhang Jiao and his company approached the temple's entrance. The grand doors were tightly sealed, adorned with intricate runes. Zhang Jiao stepped forward and scrutinized the runes carefully. After an extensive examination, he finally discerned the method to unlock the grand doors. With a burst of radiant light, the temple doors gradually swung open. Behind them lay a lengthy corridor, flanked by walls ablaze with eerie black flames. The group cautiously entered the passage, ever alert to the lurking dangers. Suddenly, a horde of colossal gargoyles emerged within the corridor. They unfurled their wings and emitted piercing cries as they lunged at the group. "Prepare for battle," Jon shouted. The warriors raised their weapons, engaging in combat with the gargoyles. The creatures' bodies were as resilient as stone, rendering conventional attacks nearly ineffective. However, Jon soon discovered that the gargoyles' eyes were their Achilles' heel. "Attack their eyes," Jon shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone directed their strikes towards the gargoyles' eyes. After a fierce battle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the creature. Continuing onward, they arrived at a vast circular hall. In the center of the hall stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a box emanating a dark glow. Surely, this was the vessel that sealed the dark artifact. However, just as they prepared to approach the pedestal, the ground of the hall suddenly cracked open, unleashing a swarm of dark phantoms. These phantoms were incorporeal, able to traverse walls at will and launch assaults on the group. "Mages, cast your defensive spells," Zhang Jiao commanded. The mages immediately sprang into action, forming a magical shield around the group, temporarily warding off the phantoms' attacks. Yet, the phantoms continued to pour forth relentlessly, increasing the pressure on the shield. Observing the dire situation, Daenerys mounted Drogon and commanded him to unleash flames in an attempt to disperse the dark phantoms. Although the fire had some effect against the phantoms, it could not eradicate them completely. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Zhang Jiao suddenly recalled an ancient rune of purification described in old texts. He swiftly drew the rune upon the ground, murmuring incantations. As the rune glowed, a powerful purifying force radiated outward, causing the dark phantoms to dissipate under its influence. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief as they approached the pedestal. Zhang Jiao cautiously opened the box, revealing an artifact that radiated immense dark power. "We must reseal it at once," Zhang Jiao declared. Just then, the leader of the cloaked figures appeared, charging into the hall with a throng of followers through another entrance. "Did you think you could easily seal the artifact? It belongs to us," the leader of the cloaked figures bellowed. An ultimate confrontation was about to unfold. Whether Jon, Daenerys, Cersei, and Zhang Jiao could successfully seal the dark artifact, defeat the cloaked figures, and save the realm of Westeros remained uncertain. Chapter 36, Untitled Draft. The final duel and the redemption of the realm. The leader of the cloaked figures, accompanied by his entourage, surged into the hall like phantoms. The dark aura emanating from him intensified, resonating with the dark power released by the artifact, enveloping the entire space in an atmosphere of oppression and peril. "You are too late. This artifact shall be mine today," the leader of the cloaked figures cackled maniacally, gesturing with his hands as strands of black energy shot forth like arrows towards Jon and the others. Reacting swiftly, Jon raised his sword, which shimmered with a faint blue light, and with a vigorous swing, he sent forth a wave of blue sword energy to meet the black energy. The two forces collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light and a powerful shockwave that momentarily drained the air from the hall, causing everyone to stumble backward. Daenerys urged Drogon to soar into the air. After circling once, Drogon opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the leader of the cloaked figures. The flames surged forth like a colossal fire dragon, sweeping through the hall with overwhelming force. The leader of the black-robed figures remained unfazed. With swift movements, he formed intricate seals with his hands, conjuring an enormous black shield that materialized before him. Flames collided against the shield, emitting a hissing sound. Yet they could not penetrate its defenses. Cersei, lead your reserve troops to flank the black-robed men and disrupt their formation. Jon commanded loudly, although reluctant. Cersei understood the gravity of the situation and, with a wave of her hand, sent her reserve troops surging forth like a tidal wave toward the adversaries. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiao and the enigmatic scholars hastened to devise a method for resealing the artifact. He was acutely aware that every moment wasted increased the likelihood of the black-robed figures succeeding in their nefarious plans. Everyone, accelerate your efforts to decipher these runes and uncover the key to the seal, Zhang Jiao urged, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his expression tense. The black-robed figures were equally resolute, unleashing dark spells as they engaged in fierce combat with Jon's northern warriors and Cersei's reserve troops. The clash of dark sorcery and weaponry illuminated the scene, the air filled with the cacophony of battle cries and anguished screams. One black-robed figure seized an opportune moment, stealthily approaching Zhang Jiao and his companions, intent on sabotaging the sealing ritual. However, Daenerys, with her keen eyes, discerned the black-robed figure's intent and urged Drogon to charge at him. Drogon's claws slashed down like blades, prompting the figure to hastily cast a spell to evade. Yet he still sustained a gash to his arm. As Jon clashed with the leader of the black-robed figures, he gradually discerned the adversary's patterns. He noted that before the leader unleashed potent spells, there was always a brief moment of preparation. Seizing the instant when the leader began to gather energy once more, Jon pounced like a leopard, thrusting his sword directly toward the leader's chest. Taken aback by Jon's sudden and fierce assault, the leader could only sidestep in a frantic attempt to evade, the blade glancing off his body and leaving a long gash across his cloak. Do you think such a feeble attack could wound me? You are dreadfully naive. The leader of the black-robed figures seethed, his anger palpable. Clenching his fists, a surge of even darker power erupted from within him, coalescing into a swirling vortex of shadows around him. The dark whirlpool rapidly expanded, ensnaring all in its vicinity. Jon and the others struggled valiantly against the vortex, employing various spells and skills to resist the pull of the dark force. Daenerys urged Drogon to flap his wings with all his might, striving to escape the vortex's grasp, yet the overwhelming power rendered even Drogon somewhat powerless. Just as they found themselves engulfed in peril, Zhang Jiao and the scholars finally uncovered the pivotal rune necessary for resealing the artifact. With unwavering focus, Zhang Jiao depicted intricate runic patterns in the air with his hands, chanting an ancient incantation. As the spell resonated, the artifact upon the stone platform began to tremble violently, the emanating dark light gradually waning. Quickly, strengthen the sealing power while we have the chance, Zhang Jiao shouted. The scholars responded in unison, each casting spells to channel their magical energies into the sealing runes. The leader of the black-robed figures sensed the shift in the artifact's sealing and felt a rush of panic. He attempted to rush forward to thwart Zhang Jiao and the others, but Jon and his warriors fought desperately to impede his advance, preventing his escape. You fools! You cannot halt my plans. The leader of the black robes roared with fervor, amplifying the power of the dark vortex in a bid to eliminate Jon and his comrades. Jon clenched his teeth, his muscles taut with exertion. While resisting the pull of the dark vortex, he rallied the warriors beside him, exclaiming, "Brothers, for the realm of Westeros, we must not falter." The warriors echoed his call, their spirits soaring as they united, forming a steadfast line to thwart the leader's onslaught. Seeing Jon and his companions fight with such determination stirred a surge of passion within Cersei. Without hesitation, she led the reserve troops into battle, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jon's warriors. Meanwhile, Daenerys utilized Drogon's agility to launch aerial assaults against the black robes. Drogon's flames cascaded like raindrops, plunging the enemy ranks into disarray. Through their collective efforts, the onslaught of the black robes gradually waned, while Zhang Jiao and the scholars reached a pivotal moment in their sealing incantations. Now is the time to complete the seal, Zhang Jiao bellowed. channeling the last vestiges of his magical energy into the rune. A brilliant light erupted from the artifact, slicing through the dark vortex like a sword. The leader of the Black Robes was hurled backward by the force of the radiance, crashing heavily to the ground. The dark power within the artifact was thoroughly purified, sinking slowly into the stone platform, which then revealed a layer of golden runes, securely sealing the artifact. Realizing their defeat, the Black Robes scattered in disarray. Jon and his allies chose not to pursue. They were weary yet filled with the elation of victory. "We did it. We truly succeeded," exclaimed an excited warrior from the north. The hall resonated with their cheers. Jon approached Zhang Jiao, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Thanks to you, Zhang Jiao. Without your efforts, we could not have completed the seal." Zhang Jiao smiled faintly, fatigue etched on his face, yet his gaze remained resolute. "This is a collective achievement. We fought for the realm of Westeros, each of us indispensable." Daenerys descended on Drogon beside them. "This experience has taught me that only through unity can we overcome all adversities." Cersei stepped forward, glancing at the group, hesitating before saying, "Though I still harbor my reservations about you all, I must acknowledge that this collaboration has been rather enjoyable." Laughter erupted among them. Having endured this trial of life and death, their conflicts seemed to dissolve in that moment. Subsequently, they departed from the temple. As they emerged into the sunlight, a warm glow enveloped them. Following this fierce battle, Westeros had finally rid itself of the dark menace, ushering in a true era of peace and tranquility. Upon returning to their respective domains, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei dedicated themselves to the rebuilding of their homelands. Jon led the people of the north in cultivating fields and restoring castles, reviving the vitality of the region. Daenerys vigorously promoted trade on Dragonstone, fostering amicable relations with other city-states while educating the populace on harmonious coexistence with dragons. Cersei undertook reforms in King's Landing, alleviating the burdens of taxation on the populace in an attempt to restore her image among the people. Zhang Jiao chose to remain in Winterfell, continuing his studies of arcane magic and ancient wisdom, aspiring to provide greater assurance for the future of Westeros. He frequently engaged in dialogue with Jon, imparting unique spellcasting techniques to the sorcerers of the north, aiding in their empowerment. In the days that followed, the continent of Westeros blossomed with vitality. Having emerged from the crucible of darkness, the people cherished the hard-won peace even more. Grand celebrations were held across the land to commemorate this victory. Children laughed and played in the streets, while the elderly sat in the sun recounting the legendary tales of the war. The names of Jon, Daenerys, Cersei, and Zhang Jiao became eternal legends within Westeros. Their stories were sung by bards, inspiring generations to face challenges with courage and to strive for justice and peace. The inhabitants of the continent understood that as long as they stood united, no threat could undermine the tranquility and prosperity of their land. Chapter 37. The Unnamed Grass and the Aftermath of Peace and New Missions after successfully sealing the Dark Artifact and repelling the Black Cloaks. The dawn of peace finally illuminated this weathered land. However, beneath the surface of tranquility, various factions faced a series of new issues and challenges as they sought to rebuild and develop, while a mysterious force began to awaken quietly. Reconstruction and divergence. Upon returning to the north, Jon devoted himself wholeheartedly to the reconstruction efforts. He organized the populace to restore villages and castles ravaged by war, encouraging them to reclaim barren farmlands. The northern winds remained biting, yet the hearts of the people were filled with hope. Jon often traversed the villages, personally overseeing the reconstruction, becoming a pillar of strength in the hearts of the northern folk. Meanwhile, Daenerys actively promoted reforms on Dragonstone. Utilizing her influence, she attracted numerous merchants and craftsmen from free trading city-states, gradually transforming Dragonstone into a thriving trade hub. Daenerys was committed to dismantling antiquated class concepts, granting the lower classes greater rights and opportunities. Her initiatives garnered widespread acclaim, though they also incited discontent among certain nobles. Cersei faced a more complex situation in King's Landing. Despite her attempts to win the people's favor through reform, her past deeds left many skeptical of her intentions. The reconstruction in King's Landing progressed slowly, with internal conflicts becoming increasingly pronounced. Some nobles covertly resisted Cersei's policies, while the commoners remained ambivalent about whether she could truly effect change. As time passed, the divergences among the three factions in the reconstruction efforts became apparent. Jon believed that restoring livelihoods and strengthening connections and mutual aid among regions should be the priority. Daenerys, on the other hand, advocated for a robust development of trade and military might to ensure Westeros's self-preservation against external threats. Cersei, however, was more preoccupied with consolidating her rule in King's Landing, showing little interest in the affairs of other regions. The divergences erupted during a tri-party conference. Jon, gazing earnestly at Cersei and Daenerys, remarked, "We have just endured a dark menace. What Westeros requires is unity and cooperation. We must set aside our differences and labor together for the future of this land." Daenerys furrowed her brow slightly and retorted, "Jon, I acknowledge the importance of unity. However, we must not overlook the potential external dangers. We need formidable military strength to protect ourselves." Cersei scoffed, "You are all speaking impractically. King's Landing is the heart of the continent. My primary concern is ensuring its stability. Matters of other regions can wait until I am able to address them." The conference fell into a stalemate, with each side resolutely adhering to their viewpoints, unwilling to concede. Ultimately, the meeting concluded unfavorably, with the three factions departing to their respective realms, each burdened by their own thoughts. In a secluded corner of Westeros, a forgotten forest lies shrouded in perpetual mist, rumored to harbor ancient and enigmatic powers. Since the sealing of the Dark Artifact, peculiar phenomena have begun to manifest within this woodland. At night, strange sounds echo through the trees, as though something stirs in the darkness. Villagers residing near the forest have reported the inexplicable disappearance of their livestock. While the forest boundaries seem to be gradually expanding, a young huntress named Alice, hailing from a village adjacent to the forest, one day stumbled upon a shard of crystal emitting a faint glow while hunting at the forest's edge. Upon grasping the shard, a surge of mysterious energy coursed through her body, and visions of ancient rituals, colossal monsters, and a figure radiating formidable magical power flashed before her mind's eye. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Alice sought out the village elder. Upon seeing the shard, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. He informed Alice that it might be linked to a legendary force sealed deep within the forest. It was said that this power had once wrought immense disaster upon the continent in ancient times, only to be bound by a powerful sorcerer. However, it now appeared that the seal was becoming compromised for some unknown reason. Determined to disseminate this urgent news, Alice embarked on a perilous journey and finally reached Winterfell, where she found Jon. After listening to Alice's account, Jon comprehended the seriousness of the issue and promptly dispatched messengers to inform Daenerys and Cersei, while also convening the mages and scholars of the North to study the crystal shard and the potential crisis it heralded. Upon receiving the news, both Daenerys and Cersei recognized the urgency of the situation. Despite their previous disagreements, they resolved to unite once more in the face of this new threat. Representatives of the three powers quickly reconvened in Winterfell. After meticulously examining the crystal shard, one scholar gravely stated, "Based on my analysis, this mysterious force bears a connection to the dark-robed individuals we encountered previously, yet it is not entirely the same. It seems to be more ancient and significantly more potent. If we do not take swift action, the continent of Westeros may face a catastrophe more dreadful than the dark artifacts." Jon gazed at the assembly, resolutely proclaiming, "We cannot allow the realm to descend into crisis once more. Last time, we successfully sealed the dark artifacts. This time, we shall surely find a solution." Daenerys nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we must devise a comprehensive plan. First, we shall venture into that forest to ascertain the nature of the mysterious power." Though Cersei felt a twinge of reluctance, she recognized that this was not the moment for personal grievances. She declared, "I will dispatch a contingent of elite soldiers to assist you in your investigation." After a thorough discussion, they formulated a preliminary strategy. Jon would lead the northern warriors alongside a cadre of adept sorcerers as an advanced party to delve into the forest's depths. Daenerys would soar on Drogon, providing aerial support and reconnaissance, relaying information to the ground forces. Cersei's soldiers would establish a defensive perimeter around the forest to prevent the spread of the enigmatic force, while ensuring logistical support for the front lines. Before their departure, Zhang Jiao imparted some protective spells he had developed to bolster their capacity to confront the mysterious power. He cautioned them, "This force is exceedingly perilous. Exercise utmost caution and maintain constant communication." As they embarked on their expedition, Jon led the vanguard into the mist-cloaked forest. An atmosphere of damp decay enveloped them. Towering, twisted trees loomed overhead, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting eerie patches of light upon the ground. The group advanced cautiously, ever alert to the surrounding sounds. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed from ahead. Jon signaled for them to halt, gripping his sword tightly as he focused intently on the source of the sound. A colossal beast, covered in sharp spines, burst forth from the thicket, its eyes aglow with a malevolent red light and green venom dripping from its maw. "Prepare for battle," Jon shouted. The warriors swiftly formed a defensive line, while the sorcerers began to cast their spells. One mage initiated the assault, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the creature. The beast roared in pain, quickening its pace as it charged toward the warriors. Jon rushed forward to confront the monster, his sword gleaming ominously under the sunlight. As the beast approached, he nimbly sidestepped, thrusting his blade into its leg. The creature staggered but quickly regained its footing, swinging its massive claws at Jon. He retreated just in time, allowing the other warriors to encircle the beast and launch their assaults. The sorcerers unleashed a barrage of spells, fireballs and ice shards hurtling toward the creature. Under their combined onslaught, the beast finally collapsed, transforming into a pool of green liquid. Continuing deeper into the forest, they uncovered ancient ruins. The walls of the ruins were etched with strange runes and symbols, seemingly narrating a long-forgotten history. Zhang Jiao meticulously examined these inscriptions, endeavoring to decipher their meanings. These runes inscribed some information regarding this enigmatic force. Zhang Jiao remarked that, seemingly in ancient times, a powerful sorcerer, in pursuit of immortality, conducted a forbidden magical experiment, inadvertently awakening this mysterious power. Subsequently, other sorcerers united to seal it away in this location. However, it appears that the seal may now be compromised due to the magical fluctuations generated by the dark artifacts on sealing. At that moment, Daenerys communicated telepathically with Jon, informing him of a colossal magical array she had discovered high above, situated deep within the forest, seemingly at the very core of this mysterious power. Jon and the others immediately hastened towards the direction of the magical array. The core crisis and turning point upon their arrival at the site of the magical array. They were astounded by the sight before them. A vast circular magical array emanated an eerie glow, with a black vortex at its center, relentlessly devouring the surrounding light and energy. A potent pull radiated from the vortex, attempting to ensnare them within. "Everyone, be cautious. This magical array is perilous," Jon warned loudly. The group swiftly cast spells to resist the vortex's pull. Suddenly, a horde of ghostly beings surged forth from the black vortex. Ethereal and elusive, they wielded illusory weapons and charged toward the group. Jon led the warriors into battle against the spectral entities, while the sorcerers endeavored to maintain a defensive barrier to prevent anyone from being drawn into the vortex. The battle was fiercely intense, as the ghostly creatures seemed endless, coming in relentless waves. Jon and the warriors gradually felt their strength waning, and the defensive barrier began to falter under the immense pull and the onslaught of the spectral beings. In the midst of this dire situation, Ailey suddenly recalled the crystal shard she had found. Upon retrieving it, she noticed that the shard glowed even more brilliantly as it neared the magical array. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and disregarding the danger, she dashed toward the magical array. "Ailey, no!" Jon shouted, but it was too late. Ailey plunged into the magical array. However, a strange phenomenon occurred. The radiance of the crystal shard intertwined with the glow of the magical array, generating a formidable force that temporarily subdued both the black vortex and the spectral beings. Observing this, Zhang Jiao immediately grasped the shard's significance. He shouted, "Everyone, channel your magic into the crystal shard to amplify its power. Perhaps we can completely annihilate this magical array." Heeding his call, the group concentrated, infusing their magic into the crystal shard. Its brilliance intensified, culminating in a dazzling explosion of light that utterly obliterated the magical array. The black vortex vanished, and the ghostly beings dissipated. With the destruction of the magical array, the anomalies in the forest gradually faded, the mist began to lift, and sunlight once again bathed the land. Jon and his companions successfully neutralized the threat posed by the mysterious power, restoring peace to the continent of Westeros. Through this ordeal, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei profoundly realized that only through unity could they confront the myriad unknown challenges that lay ahead. They resolved to strengthen cooperation and communication among the three factions, united in their commitment to safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the realm of Westeros. Through her courage and ingenuity, Aelith emerged as a hero of Westeros, her tale inspiring countless individuals to bravely confront adversity. Chapter 38. The rebirth of the continent and the underlying tides. Following the successful resolution of the crisis in the mysterious forest, Westeros entered a relatively tranquil period of development. Reconstruction efforts accelerated across the lands, and the populace gradually returned to normalcy, breathing life into the continent once more. Jon fortified his relationships with various families in the north, organizing mutual aid activities that fostered unity among the northern people as they rebuilt their homes. Fields flourished anew with crops, and castles underwent remarkable renovations. Jon also established a military academy to train young warriors, imparting combat skills and strategic knowledge not only to defend the north, but also to ensure a swift response in times of crisis. Meanwhile, Daenerys continued to expand the trade network from Dragonstone, forging closer collaborations with free trade city-states in the east. She introduced advanced shipbuilding techniques, significantly enlarging the fleet of Dragonstone. Furthermore, she fervently supported the development of culture and the arts, constructing libraries and theaters that attracted scholars and artists from far and wide, transforming Dragonstone into a pivotal hub for cultural exchange on the continent. Cersei, too, made substantial changes in King's Landing. She imposed severe penalties on corrupt nobles, alleviated the burdens of taxation on commoners, and organized labor to construct public infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, and wells. The streets of King's Landing became increasingly tidy, and the markets thrived, gradually shifting the public's perception of her. However, beneath this veneer of prosperity, subtle signs indicated that tranquility might be but a fleeting illusion. In the remote areas of the continent, strange rumors began to circulate. Whispers spoke of mysterious objects flickering with an eerie light seen upon the desolate moors at night. Others claimed to have heard enigmatic whispers emanating from ancient ruins. Initially, these tales garnered little attention, yet as time passed, more individuals began to discuss these peculiar occurrences. A hunter named Tommen, while pursuing game in the northern mountains, stumbled upon a series of immense and bizarre footprints. Each print was nearly twice the size of a normal man's, shaped in an extraordinary manner, unlike anything known to exist. Following the trail, Tommen vanished within a valley. When he returned to his village in a state of panic to recount his experience, the villagers were incredulous, yet a sense of unease lingered among them. Simultaneously, in a small southern town, a young woman named Mira frequently dreamt of a dark figure standing over a burning city, gazing down upon the denizens below. Each awakening from her dreams left her with an inexplicable dread. Mira shared her visions with the local priest, yet he too could not decipher the significance of her dreams. In Winterfell, Bran sensed through the abilities of the Green Seer that an elusive, strange aura permeated the continent. He was acutely aware that although the previous crisis had been temporarily averted, the continent of Westeros had not entirely escaped the looming shadows of darkness. In pursuit of the truth, Zhang Jiao resolved to delve into ancient tomes, hoping to uncover clues regarding these peculiar phenomena. After several days of meticulous study, he stumbled upon intriguing connections within an ancient parchment. This parchment recounted that in ancient times, Westeros had been besieged by a malevolent entity known as the Shadow Wraiths. These wraiths could conceal themselves within darkness, manipulate the human psyche, and sow chaos. When the land succumbed to turmoil and fear, they would siphon negative emotions, growing ever more powerful. The parchment further noted that the Shadow Wraiths had once been sealed by a great sorcerer, yet this seal was not eternal. Every few centuries, when the equilibrium of the realm faced significant disruption, the seal could weaken. Zhang Jiao recognized that the previous unsealing of the dark artifact and the awakening of the mysterious forest's power might be pivotal factors in breaking this balance, leading to signs of the Shadow Wraith's resurgence. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he promptly dispatched a message to Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei, informing them of his discovery and suggesting a convening to discuss countermeasures. Upon receiving the letter, Jon immediately grasped the severity of the issue. He understood that the threat posed by the Shadow Wraiths was unlike any faced before. Should they truly awaken, the entire continent of Westeros would be at risk of annihilation. He replied to Zhang Jiao, stating he would arrange to travel to Winterfell without delay. After receiving the missive, Daenerys convened her council. Aware that such a formidable potential threat required thorough preparation, she decided to lead a contingent of elite troops and sorcerers to Winterfell, joining forces with Jon and Cersei to confront the impending crisis. Although Cersei still harbored reservations from their past collaborations, the horror of the Shadow Wraiths compelled her to proceed with caution. Once she had attended to the affairs of King's Landing, she set forth towards Winterfell, accompanied by her most trusted advisors and guards. Once again, the three powers gathered at Winterfell for the safety of Westeros. In the Lord's Hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Zhang Jiao elaborated on the nature of the Shadow Wraiths and the enormous threat they posed. Everyone present understood that a far graver trial was approaching, and they must set aside their differences and unite if they hoped to save the realm. As they contemplated strategies to counter the Shadow Wraiths, the fate of Westeros hung precariously in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 39. The shadows approaching and the scheme for resolution within the Lord's Hall of Winterfell. Jon, Daenerys, Cersei, and Zhang Jiao sat around a massive oak table. The atmosphere, so tense it felt as though it could be wrung dry. Zhang Jiao's account allowed them to grasp the terror of the shadow wraiths, a sinister presence lurking in darkness, feeding on fear and chaos, capable of dragging the realm into an endless abyss. According to ancient texts, the shadow wraiths were formless and intangible, capable of infiltrating dreams, manipulating minds, and even turning the closest of allies into adversaries. The consequences of their complete resurgence were unthinkable. Zhang Jiao's demeanor was grave as he surveyed the faces around him. Jon furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. We must devise a strategy post-haste. Our immediate priority is to ascertain whether the shadow wraiths have truly awakened and to understand their current state. Daenerys nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. I can dispatch my dragon riders to scout the skies above the continent for any signs of abnormal activity. Simultaneously, my sorcerers can employ tracking spells to attempt to pinpoint the location of the shadow wraiths. Cersei let out a derisive huff, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Yet she remarked, King's Landing possesses a number of adept spies skilled in intelligence gathering. I shall send them across the continent to gather any whispers of the shadow wraiths. However, we cannot merely wait passively for news. We must take the initiative. Zhang Jiao regarded the assembly and spoke slowly. Indeed, we must take proactive measures, but first, we must bolster our own strength. The shadow wraiths feed on fear. We must ensure that the populace remains calm and does not descend into chaos. Jon, your reputation in the north is well established. You can organize the people for defensive training to bolster their confidence. Jon nodded in agreement. I will immediately arrange for every village in the north to prepare for the impending crisis. Additionally, I will reinforce the defenses of the wall to guard against an invasion from the north. Zhang Jiao then turned his gaze to Daenerys. Daenerys, your dragons are our formidable weapons, yet the shadow wraiths excel at concealing themselves in darkness. Conventional attacks may prove ineffective. You must collaborate with your sorcerers to devise specialized spells that target the shadow wraiths, enhancing the potency of the dragon strikes. Daenerys' eyes shone with determination. I will spare no effort in ensuring that Drogon and the other dragons become the bane of the shadow wraiths. Finally, Zhang Jiao looked towards Cersei. Cersei, as King's Landing is a pivotal stronghold on the continent, you must ensure stability within the city while utilizing its resources to support our endeavors. Furthermore, your advisors may uncover clues regarding the shadow wraith's weaknesses from ancient texts. Cersei tilted her head slightly, her demeanor somewhat haughty. I shall fulfill my responsibilities. But do not forget that I too shall partake in the fruits of our eventual victory. With the meeting concluded, the assembly sprang into action. Jon returned to the north, tirelessly summoning the leaders of each family to communicate the threat posed by the shadow wraiths. The people of the north, having endured the battle against the White Walkers, possessed a heightened resilience to crises. They swiftly responded to Jon's call, commencing defensive drills. Young men seized weapons, learning combat techniques, while women and elders assisted in gathering supplies and reinforcing fortifications. Daenerys returned to Dragonstone, collaborating with her sorcerers day and night. They endeavored to merge light magic with the flames of the dragons, aspiring to create a method of attack capable of inflicting substantial damage on the shadow wraiths. After countless experiments, they finally made significant progress, successfully imbuing the dragon's flames with purifying power. Cersei returned to King's Landing, orchestrating the deployment of spies while commanding the scholars within the city to scour through all texts that might hold relevance to the shadow wraiths. Among numerous ancient texts, a scholar stumbled upon an obscure account that spoke of the shadow spirit's dread for a mysterious substance known as the starshine crystal. It is said that this crystal harbors the essence of pure light, capable of dispelling darkness. Upon learning this, Cersei immediately commanded the search for the whereabouts of the starshine crystal. Days later, various reports began to surface. Daenerys' dragon riders discovered a peculiar dark mist near an abandoned mine in the central part of the continent, within which shadowy figures seemed to flit about. On Jon's end, a patrol from the north encountered the gruesome remains of animals near the wall, their bodies horrifically ravaged by dark forces. Cersei's spies reported that in a small town to the south, residents were plagued by recurring nightmares, beset by dark apparitions, instilling a sense of dread throughout the community. All signs indicated that the shadow spirits had indeed begun to awaken, stealthily orchestrating their activities across the continent. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei reconvened through magical communication to strategize. It appears the shadow spirits have commenced their machinations. We can no longer afford to delay, Jon declared gravely. Daenerys nodded. I shall lead my dragons and elite forces to the central mine to ascertain if we can uncover the lair of the shadow spirits and eradicate them in their infancy. Cersei added, I will instruct my spies to persist in their search for the starshine crystal. Once it is located, it must be delivered to the battlefield without delay. Jon, you will lead the northern forces southward. We shall converge in the center. Jon responded, very well, I shall depart immediately. Cersei, you must also remain vigilant regarding the defenses of King's Landing, to thwart any diversionary tactics from the shadow spirits. A great battle against the shadow spirits was on the horizon, and the fate of Westeros once again hung in the balance. Whether the various factions could successfully repel the shadow spirits through their prior preparations and cohesive collaboration, thereby safeguarding the land they so dearly cherished, remained uncertain. Yet, with unwavering resolve, they embarked on this perilous journey into the unknown. Chapter 40. The final confrontation with the shadow spirits. Jon swiftly led the northern army southward, braving the biting cold and the fluttering of military banners. The soldiers bore resolute expressions and marched in unison, acutely aware of the daunting task ahead. Yet their commitment to protect their homeland rendered them fearless. Meanwhile, Daenerys rode Drogon, guiding the elite forces from Dragonstone towards the abandoned mine in the continent's heart. The dragons soared through the skies, casting grand shadows as the soldiers followed closely behind, their spirits buoyed. Cersei, stationed in King's Landing, continued to dispatch agents in search of the starshine crystal while meticulously monitoring the movements of all factions, ever ready to provide support. Upon Daenerys' arrival at the abandoned mine, a thick shroud of dark mist enveloped the area, interspersed with eerie whispers that sent chills down the spine. Furrowing her brow, Daenerys sensed a potent and malevolent presence. Everyone be cautious, the shadow spirits are near. Sorcerers, prepare to cast protective spells, Daenerys commanded loudly. Suddenly, a horde of shadow spirits surged forth from the dark mist. Their forms ethereal, coalescing like black smoke, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling crimson light. The shadow wraiths emitted piercing shrieks as they lunged towards Daenerys' forces. Daenerys urged Drogon to ascend, and the dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing flames imbued with purifying power. The fire surged forth like a torrent, illuminating the darkened realm. Some shadow wraiths howled in agony from the fiery onslaught, their forms becoming indistinct, yet many continued their relentless advance. The sorcerers of Dragonstone unleashed their spells, beams of light shooting forth like meteors to engage the shadow wraiths in fierce combat. The soldiers, undaunted, brandished their weapons and charged at the wraiths. However, the shadow wraiths were insubstantial and ethereal, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective, resulting in numerous soldiers sustaining injuries from the wraith strikes. Just as the situation became dire, Jon and the northern army arrived. Kill! Jon shouted, leading the charge onto the battlefield. The northern soldiers rallied, joining forces with Daenerys' troops to combat the shadow wraiths. Jon discovered that when his sword was imbued with magical energy, it could inflict damage upon the wraiths. Everyone, concentrate your magical energy into your weapons and attack the shadow wraiths. Jon commanded emphatically. The soldiers responded in unison. And soon the battlefield was ablaze with light as the magical forces clashed against the darkness of the wraiths. Although they managed to inflict some damage, the sheer number of wraiths continued to pour forth from the mines. Observing the situation, Daenerys directed Drogon deeper into the mine, resolved to locate the core of the shadow wraiths and eradicate them completely. However, as Drogon approached the mine, a powerful surge of dark energy erupted from within, striking Drogon. The dragon let out a pained roar, its body swaying midair. Drogon. Daenerys grasped his scales tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, a figure emerged from the mine, a colossal shadow wraith, more substantial than its kin, emanating an overwhelming aura of power, clearly the leader of the wraiths. The shadow wraith leader unleashed a deafening roar, its dark energy radiating outward like waves. Jon and his soldiers were buffeted by this force, many being knocked to the ground. Damn it! Jon ground his teeth, rising once more to raise his weapon, prepared to confront the shadow wraith leader in a deadly clash. Just then, a messenger dispatched by Cersei arrived on the battlefield, bearing good news. The star crystal had been found. Shortly thereafter, a cart bearing the star crystal was swiftly delivered to the fray. As the star crystal was unveiled, it radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire area. The shadow wraiths seemed to be significantly hindered, their movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys commanded Drogon to attack again, as the dragon's flames harmonized with the radiance of the star crystal, generating an even more potent purifying force. The shadow wraith leader screeched in torment under this onslaught, its form beginning to contort. Jon, recognizing the moment, led his soldiers in a final charge. Empowered by the radiant glow of the starry crystal, their combat prowess surged significantly. After a fierce confrontation, the shadow demon leader finally succumbed, vanishing into the void with a chilling scream. With the demise of their leader, the remaining shadow demons crumbled, dissipating into wisps of black smoke. The battlefield erupted with triumphant cheers as Jon, Daenerys, and the arriving Cersei exchanged smiles. In this decisive battle against the shadow demons, they achieved ultimate victory, pulling the realm of Westeros back from the brink of darkness. In the aftermath, Westeros ushered in an era of genuine peace and prosperity. The names of Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei became eternal legends, celebrated by future generations. They understood that the responsibility of safeguarding the realm would endure, and they would remain vigilant, ever prepared to face new challenges for the tranquility of their land. Chapter 41. The reconstruction of the post-Shadow era and undercurrents following the successful repulsion of the shadow demons. The realm of Westeros was enveloped in jubilation. Grand celebrations were held across the land, as the people expressed their gratitude for the heroes' sacrifices and embraced a hopeful future. Yet, in the wake of the great conflict, the realm lay in ruins, and the imperative for reconstruction loomed large. Beneath this seemingly serene surface, however, a new undercurrent began to stir quietly. The bustling scene of reconstruction. Upon returning to the north, Jon immediately devoted himself wholeheartedly to the reconstruction efforts. The north had suffered considerable devastation during the war, with numerous villages and fortresses in dire need of repair. Jon organized the people of the north, methodically addressing various reconstruction tasks. He personally engaged in the restoration of castles, collaborating with artisans to transport stones and plan architectural layouts. Under his leadership, the people of the north united in their efforts, reclaiming farmland and witnessing a gradual increase in livestock. Concurrently, Jon fortified the military defenses of the north, erecting watchtowers along the borders and training a more elite cadre of soldiers to confront any potential threats. Daenerys fervently championed economic revival and cultural advancement on Dragonstone. She leveraged the island's advantageous geography to expand trade routes, attracting merchants from all corners of the continent and beyond. The ports bustled with activity, merchant ships traversing the waters, and various goods piled high. Daenerys also funded the establishment of numerous schools and research institutions, encouraging the pursuit of knowledge and exploration of the arcane. The streets of Dragonstone often echoed with spirited discussions among scholars, while children engaged in lively reading sessions at school, embodying a vibrant atmosphere. Cersei, in King's Landing, dedicated herself to restoring the city's former grandeur. She organized the clearing of rubble and the reconstruction of palaces and public buildings. The craftsmen of King's Landing showcased remarkable skills, as magnificent structures rose once more. Cersei enacted a series of policies to foster commercial growth and alleviate the burdens on the populace. Through these measures, she sought to transform her image in the eyes of the people, aspiring to make King's Landing the most prosperous and stable city in the realm. 2. The quiet rise of a mysterious organization. Amidst the reconstruction efforts across the realm, a mysterious organization began to quietly emerge from the shadows. The organization is known as the Shadow Blade Society, shrouded in secrecy, its members cloaked in black robes and hoods. They appear to possess an insatiable thirst for power and wealth, gradually infiltrating various regions of the continent while manipulating local forces through diverse means, aiming to covertly seize control of the entire realm of Westeros. Initially, the Shadow Blade Society targets economically prosperous yet defensively vulnerable towns. They dispatch members to blend into the local merchant guilds and noble circles, employing financial and authoritative allure to recruit individuals to serve their interests. Those who succumb to their temptations begin to covertly disrupt local commercial order and sow chaos, thereby allowing the society to profit from the turmoil. In a small town named Glinton, members of the society persuaded the president of the local merchant guild to inflate prices and monopolize the market. Soon after, the cost of goods in Glinton skyrocketed, leading to widespread discontent among the populace. However, when individuals attempted to resist, they mysteriously fell victim to assaults, plunging the entire town into a state of fear. Similar occurrences unfolded in other areas, yet the people remained oblivious to the hidden hand orchestrating these events, the Shadow Blade Society. As these unsettling developments unfolded, the heroes began to notice anomalies. Jon, while patrolling the northern borders, received peculiar reports regarding the northern towns. Merchants lamented that they frequently encountered unidentified assailants during their cargo transports, suggesting a well-organized and deliberate scheme behind these robberies. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jon immediately dispatched trusted aides to delve deeper into the investigations. Meanwhile, Daenerys, during her interactions with merchants from various regions, also caught wind of rumors concerning the disruption of commercial order. Some towns that previously engaged in trade with Dragonstone abruptly ceased their collaborations, offering vague explanations for their sudden withdrawal. Sensing something amiss, Daenerys instructed her intelligence network to gather pertinent information in an effort to unveil the truth lurking in the shadows. In King's Landing, Cersei discerned anomalies as well. Her spies reported that mysterious figures clad in black robes had been frequently spotted in the city's dimly lit corners, clandestinely engaging with disreputable nobles. Realizing that a new force might be coveting her power, Cersei resolved to investigate, determined to thwart any threats to her dominion over King's Landing. In the initial skirmish and the emergence of clues, Jon's subordinates, after arduous investigation, finally uncovered leads connecting them to the Shadow Blade Society. They tracked a group of robbers to a hidden encampment nestled deep within the mountains. The individuals within the camp were also garbed in black robes and moved with an air of secrecy. Upon receiving this intelligence, Jon personally led a contingent of elite soldiers to launch a surprise assault on the encampment. In the ensuing fierce battle, Jon and his men succeeded in vanquishing the members of the Shadow Blade Society present in the camp. While clearing the battlefield, they discovered letters and markings that alluded to the Society's operational plans and their collusion with other local forces. Jon realized that the threat posed by this clandestine organization was formidable, prompting him to inform both Daenerys and Cersei of the unfolding situation. Almost concurrently, Daenerys' intelligence operatives made significant discoveries of their own. In a merchant guild under the dominion of the Shadow Blade Society, they unearthed a ledger meticulously chronicling the transactions and organizational structure of this clandestine group. The ledger revealed that the influence of the Shadow Blade Society had permeated various regions of the continent, and they appeared to be orchestrating a more grandiose scheme. Meanwhile, Cersei's spies, while shadowing the figures in black robes, discovered that they were convening in a deserted warehouse for a secret assembly. Cersei dispatched her forces to raid the warehouse. Although the majority of the cloaked figures managed to escape, they left behind crucial clues, including a peculiar badge engraved with the image of a black dagger piercing through a shadow, the very emblem of the Shadow Blade Society. Upon learning of each other's discoveries, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei recognized that they were confronted with a new common adversary. They resolved to unite once more to collectively confront the Shadow Blade Society, unveil the machinations of this enigmatic organization, and safeguard the peace and stability of Westeros. However, unbeknownst to them, the Shadow Blade Society had already discerned their movements, and a far more intricate and intense confrontation was on the horizon. Chapter 42. Unraveling the conspiracy of the Shadow Blade Society. The three factions, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei, convened once again, this time in the Hall of Winterfell, where the atmosphere was laden with tension and gravity. The table was strewn with clues gathered from various locales regarding the Shadow Blade Society, cryptic letters, bizarre ledgers, and badges emblazoned with their insignia. They understood that to combat the society, they must first elucidate the true nature of this obscure organization's conspiracy. Jon picked up the ledger, furrowing his brow as he perused its contents, stating, "From this ledger, it is evident that the Shadow Blade Society's influence has infiltrated every corner of Westeros. They have not only commandeered several merchant guilds, but have also colluded with certain noble houses. By inciting chaos and inflating prices, they have amassed considerable wealth. Yet, I surmise that wealth is not their ultimate objective." Daenerys nodded in agreement, gesturing toward the letters. These correspondences reference peculiar rituals and locations, suggesting that the Shadow Blade Society is plotting a significant undertaking. Their organization is meticulous, and their operations are shrouded in secrecy, far beyond that of a mere criminal syndicate. Cersei examined the badge, scrutinizing the depiction of the black dagger piercing the shadow, and scoffed, regardless of their schemes. "Those who dare to disrupt my domain shall not escape my wrath. Yet, we must first ascertain their true intentions." To delve deeper into the conspiracy of the Shadow Blade Society, they resolved to split into three factions. Jon dispatched scouts and tracking experts from the north to follow the leads previously uncovered, in hopes of uncovering the society's hidden stronghold. Daenerys commanded her sorcerers to employ divination and tracking spells, striving to unearth traces of the society's movements through magical means. Meanwhile, Cersei utilized her extensive intelligence network in King's Landing, gathering information from the diverse patrons of taverns and gambling dens, hoping to extract valuable insights from the myriad of characters therein. After several days of pursuit, Jon's scouts finally caught a glimpse of the Shadow Blade Society's presence at the edge of an ancient forest. They observed a group of cloaked figures stealthily entering the woods. The scouts cautiously trailed behind, discovering that the group had halted before a cave deep within the forest. The cave was adorned with peculiar runes, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and perilous. The scouts, apprehensive of entering, swiftly returned to report to Jon. Daenerys' sorcerers, employing divination spells, glimpsed vague images. Within these visions, an ancient temple flickered in the darkness, surrounded by members of the Shadowblade Society engaged in some nefarious ritual. It appeared they were summoning a formidable and dark force. Upon analysis, the sorcerers conjectured that this temple might be located in the southwestern region of the continent. Near the desert's edge, Cersei's informants, in a tavern in King's Landing, learned from a drunken patron that the Shadowblade Society was in search of a mysterious artifact known as the Stone of Chaos. It was said that this stone possessed immense magical power, capable of disrupting the balance of the world and unleashing boundless chaos. However, the inebriated man was oblivious to the stone's precise location. The three factions convened to amalgamate their gathered intelligence. Jon scrutinized the map, indicating the positions of the forest and desert, stating, based on the current clues, it seems the Shadowblade Society's activities revolve around these two locations. Perhaps their stronghold in the forest is a preparation for the ritual, while the temple in the desert may be connected to the Stone of Chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys declared, "We must not allow them to find the Stone of Chaos, nor can we permit them to complete that malevolent ritual. However, both locations are fraught with peril. We need to devise a meticulous plan." Cersei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we require additional manpower. I will dispatch elite troops from King's Landing. Jon, you can rally the warriors of the north, and Daenerys, your soldiers and sorcerers from Dragonstone are equally indispensable. We must ensure absolute success." Following extensive discussion, they formulated a preliminary strategy. Jon would lead a contingent of Northmen into the forest to investigate the Shadowblade Society as stronghold and disrupt their preparations as much as possible. Daenerys, riding Drogon, would guide the sorcerers and elite troops from Dragonstone into the desert to locate the temple and prevent the Shadowblade Society from acquiring the Stone of Chaos. Cersei would remain in King's Landing to continue gathering intelligence and organizing logistical support for the front lines. Before their departure, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei encouraged one another, fully aware that this mission was fraught with uncertainty and danger. Yet, for the peace and tranquility of Westeros, they had no alternative. They led their respective forces into the daunting journey ahead, while the Shadowblade Society, seemingly aware of their movements, had laid numerous traps in the shadows, awaiting their arrival. Chapter 43. Into the perilous depths and overwhelming crisis. The dark struggle in the forest. Jon led the Northmen silently into the ancient forest. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled light, yet these mottled shadows offered no warmth, instead amplifying an air of foreboding. The scouts ventured ahead, signaling that they were nearing the stronghold of the Shadowblade Society. As they approached the cave, a suffocating aura of darkness enveloped them. Jon signaled for the group to halt and whispered to the warrior beside him, "Everyone be cautious. There must be formidable defenses in place." No sooner had he spoken than a cadre of shadow blades surged forth from the surrounding woods, brandishing black blades, their eyes icy, encircling them with ghostly swiftness. "Attack!" Jon shouted, drawing his sword and charging into the fray. The northern warriors rallied, engaging in a fierce struggle against the members of the Shadow Blades. Their strikes were both fierce and elusive, their blades glinting menacingly in the sunlight, each move aimed directly at vital points. Yet, the northern warriors, undeterred, fought back with unyielding resolve and exceptional swordsmanship, clashing violently with their adversaries. In the heat of battle, Jon discerned that the Shadow Blades seemed to be deliberately stalling, not rushing to attack, but probing their strength instead. A realization struck him. This could well be a trap. He bellowed, "Do not linger. We must enter the cave swiftly and disrupt their ritual preparations." Just then, an eerie incantation echoed from within the cave, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Jon understood that the ritual might have commenced, and they were racing against time. He led his warriors in a desperate charge towards the cave. Yet the Shadow Blades surged forth like a relentless tide, fiercely obstructing their advance. Meanwhile, Daenerys, riding Drogon, led the forces from Dragonstone to the edge of the desert. The scorching sun baked the earth, and swirling yellow sands danced in the air, revealing glimpses of a mysterious temple in the distance. As they drew near the temple, a horde of colossal sandworms erupted from behind the dunes. These massive creatures, measuring dozens of meters in length, were armored with tough scales. their gaping maws capable of swallowing a person whole. The sandworms emitted a deep, thunderous roar as they charged towards Daenerys' forces. Wizards cast freezing spells to slow the sandworms down. Archers aim for their eyes. Daenerys commanded loudly from Drogon's back. The wizards swiftly brandished their staffs, sending shards of ice hurtling toward the sandworms, creating patches of ice upon the sandy ground that hindered the creatures' movements. The archers, in turn, drew their bows, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows towards the sandworms' eyes. However, the creatures' defenses were formidable, and typical arrows failed to inflict fatal damage. Drogon let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the swarm of sandworms. The fire spread across their bodies, igniting some and eliciting pained howls. Yet, the sheer number of sandworms was overwhelming. Undeterred by their fallen comrades, they continued their relentless assault on the troops. Amidst the chaos, Daenerys noticed strange runes shimmering around the temple, seemingly resonating with the sandworms. She surmised that these runes might hold the key to controlling the creatures. Thus, she urged Drogon to soar toward the temple, intent on destroying the runes. As for Jon, the northern warriors found themselves increasingly beleaguered in their fierce combat with the Shadow Blades. The adversaries continued to flood in from all directions, seemingly tireless, and the battle grew ever more intense. At that moment, a valiant warrior discerned a slight flaw in the coordination among the members of the Shadow Blade Society. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his sword into a vital point of one member, then shouted, "Everyone, focus on their left flank. Their defenses are weaker there." Upon hearing this, Jon swiftly adjusted their strategy, leading the warriors to concentrate their assault on the left side of the Shadow Blade Society. This tactic proved effective, causing the encirclement to falter. They seized the moment to breach the defensive line and charged towards the cave. Meanwhile, in the desert, Daenerys, riding Drogon, approached the temple, only to be thwarted by a formidable magical shield surrounding it. Drogon's flames could not penetrate the shield. Instead, they provoked a counterattack, with beams of energy shooting toward Drogon. The dragon deftly evaded in the air, yet was struck by one energy beam, emitting a cry of agony. Just as the situation grew dire, a mage from Dragonstone discovered the source of the shield's energy, two magical crystals flanking the temple's entrance. He unleashed a powerful destructive spell, successfully shattering one of the crystals. The shield's strength immediately waned, and Daenerys seized the opportunity to command Drogon to unleash fire once more, finally breaking through the barrier. Jon led the warriors into the cave, where a pungent smoke pervaded the air, and the members of the Shadow Blade Society were engaged in a bizarre ritual. On the central stone platform lay an array of strange artifacts, surrounded by inscribed runes. Jon realized that they must act swiftly to destroy these objects and halt the ritual. After breaking through the shield, Daenerys also prepared to enter the temple in search of the Chaos Stone to thwart the Shadow Blade Society's nefarious plot. However, they both understood that a more formidable challenge awaited them. Chapter 44. A desperate struggle and unveiling conspiracies. The fierce battle in the forest cave. Jon led the northern warriors into the cave like a fierce tiger. The interior was dimly lit, filled with a noxious smoke, as the members of the Shadow Blade Society anxiously conducted their ritual around the central stone platform. Upon seeing Jon and his companions burst in, the members of the society immediately halted their actions, drawing their weapons with hostility gleaming in their eyes. "You arrived just in time. We need not make the first move," sneered a seemingly authoritative member of the Shadow Blade Society, brandishing a dagger that emitted a ghostly glow as he darted toward Jon like a specter. Unfazed, Jon raised his sword to meet him. The two weapons clashed, sending brilliant sparks flying. Jon felt the immense power of his opponent. Each encounter was accompanied by a surge of dark energy attempting to invade his body. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his own magical essence to dispel the encroaching darkness. The northern warriors also engaged in fierce combat with the Shadow Blade Society members. With the confined space of the cave, both sides resorted to close-quarters combat, the air filled with cries of battle and the clashing of weapons. One warrior, during his struggle with a member of the society, was inadvertently slashed on the arm, yet disregarding the pain, he retaliated with a thrust to the opponent's chest, forcing them back. As Jon battled the leader of the Shadow Blade Society, he surveyed his surroundings. He realized that the ritual was reaching a critical juncture. The artifacts on the stone platform flickered with ominous light, and the runes glowed ever brighter. If they did not act swiftly to intervene, the consequences would be dire. "Brothers, we must destroy the ritual at once," Jon exclaimed. Upon hearing the call, the warriors exerted themselves even more fervently in their struggle. Attempting to break through the barricades erected by the members of the Shadow Blade Society, inching closer to the stone altar. Yet, the members of the Shadow Blade Society resisted with tenacity, forming unyielding lines to prevent the northern warriors from advancing even a step. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, with the situation increasingly unfavorable for Jon. In the desert temple, after successfully breaching the protective barrier, Daenerys descended before the temple on Drogon. The massive door stood firmly shut, adorned with enigmatic runes. Just as Daenerys prepared to dismount, a cadre of Shadow Blade sorcerers surged forth from either side of the temple, determined to thwart her entrance. "Do not allow her to enter the temple," one of the sorcerers shouted. They brandished their staffs, unleashing a torrent of dark spells. Black flames and toxic mists surged toward Daenerys and her troops. Swiftly, Daenerys directed her sorcerers to cast protective spells, a translucent shield manifesting before them to deflect the onslaught of dark magic. "Drogon, breathe fire," Daenerys commanded. Drogon opened his massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the sorcerers of the Shadow Blade Society. In response, the sorcerers hastily conjured defensive spells, raising dark shields to ward off the fire. The clash of magic ignited a dazzling display of light. Realizing that this impasse was untenable, Daenerys resolved to expedite her entry into the temple. Observing the positioning of the Shadow Blade sorcerers, she discerned a vulnerability in their formation. "Concentrate your fire on their center," Daenerys urged her subordinates. The mages and archers from Dragonstone immediately focused their might on the weak point among the sorcerers. Under the onslaught of their formidable attack, a breach appeared in the defenses of the Shadow Blade sorcerers. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys led a contingent of elite soldiers toward the temple's entrance. However, as they approached the door, it suddenly swung open, a powerful vacuum attempting to draw them into the temple's depths. Daenerys clutched tightly to Drogon's scales, narrowly avoiding being pulled inside. "What is happening?" a soldier asked in panic. "Everyone be cautious. This may be a trap set by the Shadow Blade Society," Daenerys warned. As the crisis escalated, a turning point emerged within the forest cave, where Jon battled fiercely against the leader of the Shadow Blade Society. Frustrated by the prolonged engagement, the leader abruptly shifted tactics, evading Jon's strike and dashing towards the stone altar. "This is bad. He aims to complete the ritual," Jon thought, immediately pursuing him. Just as the leader neared the altar, a northern warrior stepped forth, blocking his path with unwavering resolve. Enraged, the leader thrust his dagger viciously towards the warrior. With wide eyes, the warrior clung desperately to the leader's arm, preventing him from reaching the altar. "Go. Do not worry about me," the warrior cried out. Jon seized the moment, lunging forward to stab the leader in the back. The leader staggered from the wound, yet continued to struggle, intent on completing the ritual. Meanwhile, other northern warriors managed to breach the defenses of the Shadow Blade members, charging toward the stone altar. They engaged in a final, desperate struggle with the members of the Shadow Blade Society around the stone platform. Before the desert temple, Daenerys observed the predicament ensnared by an unseen force, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, she recalled encountering a similar mechanism in an ancient tome. This contraption required specific magical runes to be unraveled. "Wizards, heed my words. We shall cast the rune spells in this precise order," Daenerys proclaimed, gesturing the shapes of the runes in the air. The sorcerers of Dragonstone swiftly grasped her intent and followed her guidance, casting the spells in succession. As the runic incantations unfolded, the pull at the entrance gradually diminished, ultimately vanishing. "We succeeded. Let us enter," Daenerys cried. The group surged into the temple, where the dim light was suffused with an odor of decay. Advancing through the corridor, they stumbled upon a vast hall, at the center of which lay a stone sarcophagus, inscribed with runes, likely concealing the chaos stone within. However, a throng of Shadowblade warriors surged forth from the hall's periphery, encircling them. "Do you believe you can easily claim the chaos stone? Such a notion is folly," sneered a Shadowblade warrior. As the truth unraveled and the ultimate confrontation approached, the northern warriors had finally repelled the members of the Shadowblade Society after an intense skirmish in the forest cave. Jon approached the stone platform, scrutinizing the artifacts and runes, fully aware of the perils of reckless destruction, which could precipitate dire consequences. At that moment, a warrior discovered a tattered scroll in the corner of the cave. Jon unfurled the scroll, which contained information regarding the rituals of the Shadowblade Society. It revealed that the society sought to open a portal to the Dark Realm through this ceremony, summoning sinister entities to dominate the entirety of Westeros. "We must immediately thwart their completion of this ritual," Jon declared. The warriors nodded in agreement, and they carefully dismantled the ritual artifacts as instructed by the scroll, causing the glow of the runes to fade, successfully halting the ceremony. In the hall of the desert temple, Daenerys confronted the Shadowblade warriors, unfazed by the adversaries surrounding her. She declared, "You would sacrifice the realm for your ambitions. Today marks your doom." Drogon roared within the hall, unleashing flames upon the Shadowblade warriors. They scattered to evade the inferno, yet many were still struck by the flames. The soldiers of Dragonstone engaged fiercely with the Shadowblade warriors. Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys approached the sarcophagus, meticulously studying the runes inscribed upon it, seeking a means to unlock its secrets. After considerable effort, she finally deciphered the runes, and the sarcophagus creaked open, revealing a stone that emanated a faint glow, the Chaos Stone. Just as Daenerys prepared to grasp the Chaos Stone, a Shadowblade sorcerer materialized, sweeping his staff to unleash a dark energy that struck Daenerys. She fell to the ground, the Chaos Stone rolling from her grasp. "The Chaos Stone is ours," proclaimed the sorcerer. The Shadowblade Society's sorcerer approached the Chaos Stone with a cold smirk. Just as he was about to grasp the stone, Drogon sensed the peril posed to Daenerys and abandoned his attack on the other warriors of the Shadowblade Society, pivoting to charge at the sorcerer. The sorcerer had no time to evade and was swiftly consumed by Drogon. Seizing the moment, Daenerys rose to her feet and retrieved the Chaos Stone. She felt the immense magical power contained within it, realizing it must be handled with utmost care. Otherwise, it could still pose a threat to the realm. At that moment, the soldiers of Dragonstone were gaining the upper hand in their battle against the warriors of the Shadowblade Society. Perceiving the tide turning against them, the warriors began to flee. With the Chaos Stone in her possession, Daenerys exited the temple alongside her soldiers. Meanwhile, in the forest cave, Jon successfully led the Northmen to thwart the Shadowblade Society's plot to open a dark portal. After accomplishing their respective missions, Jon and Daenerys agreed to reveal the Shadowblade Society's conspiracy to the public and to ally with Cersei to eradicate this threat entirely, restoring true peace to the continent of Westeros. However, they were acutely aware that the Shadowblade Society's influence was deeply entrenched across the land, and complete eradication would not be a simple endeavor. The path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Chapter 45. United against the enemy and the Shadowblade Society's counterattack. Post-battle discussions and collaborative strategies unfolded as Jon and Daenerys swiftly returned to Winterfell to convene with Cersei. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and grave as the three sat together. Jon recounted in detail the conspiracy of the Shadowblade Society to open the Dark Portal, discovered in the forest cave, while Daenerys showcased the Chaos Stone and recounted her experiences in the Desert Temple. Upon hearing their accounts, Cersei furrowed her brow, recognizing that the ambitions of the Shadowblade Society were even greater than they had anticipated. Should they succeed in opening the Dark Portal and summon dark creatures, all of Westeros would be plunged into irrevocable ruin. Jon nodded in agreement, stating the necessity of uniting to utterly dismantle the Shadowblade Society. However, he cautioned that their roots ran deep within the continent, making a comprehensive plan essential. After a moment of contemplation, Daenerys proposed, "Our first step must be to sever the financial lifelines of the Shadowblade Society. Based on the ledger clues we've uncovered, they have amassed considerable wealth by controlling merchant guilds. We can collaborate with merchants across the realm to expose the nefarious acts of the Shadowblade Society, thereby cutting off their economic support." Cersei nodded slightly in approval. "That is a viable strategy. Concurrently, I can expand my network of informants in King's Landing to investigate the Society's strongholds in various cities. Once we ascertain their locations, we can launch targeted assaults to dismantle them one by one." Jon added, "We must also enhance public awareness, informing the populace of the threat posed by the Shadowblade Society to bolster vigilance. This will further restrict their movements. Additionally, we must ensure the secure custody of the Chaos Stone, preventing it from falling into the hands of the Society once more." After thorough deliberation, they devised a comprehensive united plan. Daenerys would take charge of liaising with merchants to form a commercial alliance against the Shadowblade Society's activities, while Cersei would intensify intelligence gathering, dispatching spies to investigate the Society's strongholds. Jon remained in Winterfell, diligently organizing a campaign to enhance public awareness regarding the threat posed by the Shadowblade Society. Concurrently, he devoted his efforts to researching methods to seal the Chaos Stone, ensuring it would no longer bring harm. The Shadowblade Society, having detected the collaborative maneuvers of Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei, resolved to launch a counterattack. The upper echelons of the Society convened an emergency meeting at a clandestine location. "They have thwarted our plans and now seek to unite against us. We cannot remain passive," one of the senior members of the Shadowblade Society exclaimed in fury. "Indeed, we must show them the consequences of their actions. We can exploit our infiltrators to sow chaos and divert their attention. Simultaneously, we must devise a means to reclaim the Chaos Stone. Once we possess it, we shall hold the upper hand in negotiations, another member insidiously proposed. Thus, the Shadow Blade Society commenced their operations, instructing their agents across various cities to incite turmoil. In several towns, members of the society stirred the populace to riot and vandalize public property, plunging societal order into disarray. Along trade routes, they orchestrated robberies, severely disrupting commercial activities. In their quest to seize the Chaos Stone, the Shadow Blade Society dispatched a cadre of elite assassins to infiltrate Winterfell. These assassins, masters of stealth and subterfuge, crept into the castle under the cover of darkness, seeking the hiding place of the Chaos Stone. Crisis in Winterfell unfolded as Jon, engrossed in his studies on sealing the Chaos Stone, was abruptly startled by the sounds of chaos erupting outside. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly armed himself and dashed out. The castle had descended into turmoil, with the assassins engaged in fierce combat against the northern guards. The assassins, agile and skilled in dark sorcery, momentarily overwhelmed the defenders. Jon spotted one assassin racing towards the chamber where the Chaos Stone was kept. His heart raced as he pursued them. The assassin, sensing Jon's pursuit, turned to confront him. Clutching a black dagger exuding a lethal aura, the assassin moved with ghostly agility, launching relentless attacks against Jon. With steady composure, Jon wielded his sword, parrying the strikes. Each clash revealed the dark power emanating from the assassin. During the skirmish, Jon discerned that while the assassin's attacks were ferocious, they were overly focused on speed and strength, leaving gaps in their defense. Seizing an opportunity, he thrust his sword towards the assassin's arm. The assassin, wounded, nearly dropped the dagger but gritted through the pain to continue the fight. At that moment, other northern warriors rushed to provide assistance. As they surrounded the assassin, the tide of battle began to turn. However, just as Jon and his comrades believed they would successfully subdue the assassin, the figure suddenly produced a black smoke bomb from within their cloak and hurled it to the ground. The smoke billowed instantaneously, allowing the assassin to make their escape. Jon, watching the figure vanish into the shadows, understood that the Shadow Blade Society would not relinquish their pursuit of the Chaos Stone easily. The crisis in Winterfell was far from resolved. In response to the evolving situation, Daenerys hastened the formation of a commercial alliance upon learning that the Shadow Council would incite chaos. She personally traveled to various cities, meeting with merchants to recount the malevolence of the Shadow Council and its detrimental impact on commerce. The merchants, recognizing the gravity of the issue, rallied to Daenerys' call and joined the commercial alliance. Once established, they collectively boycotted all business activities associated with the Shadow Council, significantly undermining its financial resources. Cersei's intelligence network also played a pivotal role. Her spies, after thorough investigation, successfully identified the locations of the Shadow Council's strongholds in King's Landing and its surrounding cities. Cersei immediately organized her forces to launch a surprise assault on these strongholds. In this operation, her army descended like divine retribution, swiftly encircling the Shadow Council's bases. The members of the Shadow Council were taken aback by the swiftness of Cersei's strike, causing disarray among their ranks. Following a fierce battle, Cersei's forces successfully dismantled several of the Shadow Council's strongholds and apprehended a number of its members. In Winterfell, Jon fortified defenses, increased the number of guards, and set magical traps around the castle. Concurrently, he accelerated his research on sealing the Chaos Stone. With the aid of an aged sorcerer from the north, Jon finally discovered a method to seal the Chaos Stone. They crafted a container from a unique magical crystal, placing the Chaos Stone within, and inscribed the surface with sealing runes. As the final rune was etched, the radiance of the Chaos Stone gradually dimmed, achieving a successful seal. With the commercial alliance's boycott, Cersei's destruction of the strongholds, and the sealing of the Chaos Stone, the influence of the Shadow Council suffered a substantial blow, shifting the situation favorably for Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei. However, the Shadow Council was far from defeated. They were quietly amassing strength in the shadows, plotting a more formidable conspiracy, heralding an imminent and fierce confrontation. Chapter 46. The Shadow Council's desperate struggle and the dawn of the continent in a final gamble. The Shadow Council, having faced a series of heavy setbacks, chose not to retreat, but to launch a large-scale counteroffensive in a desperate attempt to reclaim the situation. They secretly summoned the remnants of their scattered forces to convene in an obscure valley for an urgent and clandestine assembly. The leader of the Shadow Council stood atop a hastily constructed platform, his countenance dark, his gaze sweeping across the cloaked figures below. He proclaimed loudly, we shall not falter. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei believe they can easily dismantle us, but they are mistaken. We still have a chance. If we unite and deliver a decisive blow, the realm of Westeros will once again fall into our hands. The members below murmured in agreement, their eyes gleaming with fervor and defiance. They devised a bold and perilous plan to simultaneously launch attacks in several key cities across the continent, instilling panic to divert Jon and his allies' attention, and then, amidst the chaos, dispatch their elite forces to reclaim the Chaos Stone and complete the dark ritual that had been interrupted. In order to ensure the success of their plans, the Shadowblade Society began to scour for powerful dark sorcerers and warriors, even resorting to forging alliances with some malevolent forces lurking in the shadows to acquire greater dark powers and resources. They meticulously crafted the details of their assaults, conducting a thorough analysis of the defensive vulnerabilities in each city, ready to deliver a fatal blow at the opportune moment. A tempest quietly descended upon the continent of Westeros under the machinations of the Shadowblade Society, with the first target being the trade hub of Silvermoon City. Located in the heart of the continent, in the dead of night, members of the Shadowblade Society infiltrated the city like phantoms. They first sabotaged the city's defensive magical formations before igniting several warehouses, unleashing a conflagration. Chaos immediately ensued, as the inhabitants, roused from their slumber, fled in panic. The members of the Shadowblade Society seized the opportunity to commit acts of murder and arson, plundering valuables, while the entire city succumbed to flames and terror. The city's guards scrambled to mount a defense, but due to the suddenness of the attack and the ferocity of the Shadowblade Society's members, they found it challenging to organize an effective resistance. Simultaneously, the coastal city of Coral Harbor in the south also fell victim to an assault. The Shadowblade Society colluded with a band of pirates to launch an offensive from the sea. The pirates, commandeering their vessels, breached the harbor's defenses, swiftly collaborating with the members of the Shadowblade Society to seize control of the port. They commenced a rampant plunder of the harbor's goods and even kidnapped several wealthy merchants and nobles, demanding exorbitant ransoms. In the north, the formidable Frostwind Keep, situated near the wall, was not spared either. The Shadowblade Society employed dark magic to conjure terrifying illusions, plunging the guards into fear and confusion. Subsequently, the members of the Shadowblade Society launched their attack, attempting to breach the defenses of Frostwind Keep and open the gateway to the north. The news of the crises in these cities spread rapidly, enveloping the entire continent of Westeros in a state of tension and panic, as people feared that their own cities might become the next targets, with societal order facing a grave threat. In response to the urgent crises, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei sprang into action upon learning of the turmoil. Jon swiftly assembled the northern armies, dividing them into multiple contingents, one headed for Frostwind Keep to support its defense against the Shadowblade Society's onslaught, while the other made its way towards Silvermoon City, aiming to quell the chaos there. Mounted on his steed, Jon's expression was grave as he addressed his commanders. We must reach Frostwind Keep without delay. We cannot allow the Shadowblade Society to breach its defenses. At the same time, we must inform the guards of Silvermoon City to hold their ground until we arrive. We shall reach them in the shortest time possible. Daenerys, riding Drogon, led the elite forces from Dragonstone toward Coral Harbor. As she soared above the besieged city, her heart swelled with fury. Accelerate our pace. We must teach these members of the Shadowblade Society and the pirates a lesson, making it clear that Westeros is not a realm where they can act with impunity. Meanwhile, Cersei in King's Landing was not idle either. She organized the city's forces to bolster defenses against a potential assault from the Shadowblade Society, while also dispatching messengers to summon allies, uniting them against this formidable foe. She also instructed her advisors to study the operational patterns of the Shadowblade Society, endeavoring to discern their forthcoming strategies. The pivotal battle that could alter the course of events saw Jon leading the Northern Army to be the first to arrive at Winterfell. At that moment, the guards of Winterfell had been embroiled in fierce combat with the members of the Shadowblade Society, their defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. With a commanding voice, Jon rallied the northern forces, who surged onto the battlefield like a tidal wave, engaging in a fierce clash with the Shadowblade members. Leading from the front, Jon wielded his sword with valor, cutting through the ranks of his foes, unstoppable in his advance. He realized that although the illusions conjured by the Shadowblade members through dark magic were terrifying, steadfast resolve could pierce their deception and reveal vulnerabilities. Thus, he shouted, "Brothers, fear not these phantoms. They are mere fabrications. Focus your minds and strike at the Shadowblade members." Inspired by Jon's rallying cry, the morale of the Northern Army soared. and they fought valiantly, gradually turning the tide of battle at Winterfell. Sensing their impending defeat, the Shadowblade members attempted to retreat, but Jon led his forces in relentless pursuit, denying them any respite. Meanwhile, Daenerys arrived at Dragonport astride Drogon. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames upon the pirate ships, igniting them in an instant. The pirates, thrown into disarray, scattered in panic. Seizing the opportunity, the elite forces from Dragonstone landed at the port, engaging in combat with the Shadowblade members. Daenerys commanded the battle, observing a Shadowblade sorcerer casting a formidable dark spell in an effort to thwart their advance. She urged Drogon towards the sorcerer, whose claws descended like blades, capturing the mage. With a piercing scream, the sorcerer's dark magic dissipated. Under the relentless assault of the Dragonstone forces, the Shadowblade members and pirates either surrendered or fled, thus alleviating the crisis at Dragonport. In Silvermoon City, reinforcements dispatched by Jon coordinated with the city's defenders to encircle the Shadowblade members. After a fierce confrontation, the Shadowblade members were entirely eradicated, and the flames consuming Silvermoon City were extinguished. With the crises across various regions resolved, the Shadowblade Society's grand counteroffensive plan met with utter failure. The united forces of Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei once again demonstrated their formidable strength, delivering a crushing blow to the Shadowblade. The dawn and future of the continent in the aftermath of this crisis. The people of Westeros gained a clearer understanding of the Shadowblade Society's menace, bolstering their resolve to combat them to the end. The reputations of Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei ascended throughout the continent, drawing the populace together in solidarity to resist the Shadowblade. In the days that followed, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei continued to strengthen their collaboration, embarking on a comprehensive campaign to eradicate the Shadowblade. Their armies scoured the continent for remnants of the Shadowblade forces, dismantling their clandestine strongholds and liberating those who had been ensnared. As the influence of the Shadowblade waned, Westeros welcomed a long-awaited dawn. Cities began to rebuild, trade gradually resumed, and the lives of the people slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei were acutely aware that although the Shadow's Edge had suffered considerable setbacks, they could not afford to be complacent. They remained ever vigilant to prevent the resurgence of this insidious organization. Thus, they embarked on the establishment of a more robust defensive framework, enhancing the connections and collaborations among various cities to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Westeros. Through their unwavering efforts, a new order gradually emerged across the continent, instilling hope in the hearts of the people who believed that under their guardianship, Westeros would usher in a prosperous and flourishing new era. Chapter 47. The Hidden Perils and New Missions. Amidst the aftermath following the successful thwarting of the Shadow's Edge's widespread counteroffensive, Westeros was enveloped in the elation of survival. Reconstruction efforts accelerated, and the cities and villages once ravaged by destruction began to breathe life anew. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei became revered heroes across the land, held in deep admiration and affection by the populace. However, beneath this seemingly serene facade, insidious threats were quietly germinating. The concealed remnants of the Shadow's Edge. Despite enduring a devastating blow, a small faction of the Shadow's Edge remained concealed in the shadowy recesses of the continent. Aware of their precarious situation, these remnants acted with increasing caution. They fragmented into smaller groups, dispersing across remote areas in anticipation of an opportunity for resurgence. In an abandoned mine on the periphery of the continent, several members of the Shadow's Edge gathered in hushed tones. "We cannot simply surrender. Our leader's sacrifice must not be in vain," a gaunt figure in a black cloak grimly asserted. "But we are weak now, what shall we do?" Another member queried anxiously. At that moment, an elder figure among them spoke slowly. "We must bide our time and gather strength. First, we shall covertly contact other scattered members while seeking potent dark forces as our support." Thus, the remnants of the Shadow's Edge commenced their clandestine activities, colluding in secret with other factions harboring grievances against Jon and his allies, aiming to harness their power to restore the Shadow's Edge's former might. They also scoured ancient ruins and mysterious locales, hoping to discover artifacts or spells that could amplify their strength. The awakening of a mysterious darkness simultaneously. Deep within the heart of Westeros, a mysterious darkness began to awaken imperceptibly. This aura, while distinct from the Shadow's Edge's malevolent power, bore an unsettling connection to it. Sensitive mages sensed its presence, recognizing that an ancient and formidable dark force was stirring. In a forsaken forest, trees began to inexplicably wither, and once clear streams turned murky and black. The wildlife within the forest grew increasingly agitated, seemingly under the influence of some nefarious power. The local villagers, gripped by terror, fled from their homes. An aged mage named Merlin, who had long secluded himself near this forest, sensed the anomalies and resolved to delve deeper to uncover the truth. As he stepped into the woods, a palpable wave of darkness enveloped him, sending a chill through his being. In the heart of the forest, Merlin stumbled upon an enormous black rune, emanating an eerie glow. Aware of the immense peril concealed within this rune, he promptly informed Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei. The heroes convened once more. Upon receiving Merlin's message, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei recognized the gravity of the situation and gathered once again in Winterfell. The atmosphere in the Lord's Hall was tense. The resurgence of this sinister aura was no mere coincidence. It likely bore intricate ties to the Shadowblade Society. Jon gazed at the assembly, his expression grave. Daenerys nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, we cannot afford to be complacent. Perhaps the Shadowblade Society has sensed this power and seeks to rise again." Cersei frowned slightly, stating, "Regardless, we must swiftly ascertain the origin of this dark presence and the extent of its threat to the realm." After deliberation, they resolved to split their forces. Jon and Merlin would venture into the forest shrouded in darkness to uncover the secrets of the malevolent rune, striving to identify the source of the dark resurgence. Meanwhile, Daenerys would return to Dragonstone to summon sorcerers to devise spells against the dark forces, preparing to support Jon at a moment's notice. Cersei remained in King's Landing, fortifying the city's defenses while continuing the pursuit of the remnants of the Shadowblade Society. The perilous exploration within the forest commenced. Jon and Merlin arrived at the enigmatic woodland, enveloped in a strange mist that exuded an ominous aura. They proceeded cautiously, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a horde of distorted dark creatures surged forth from the fog. These beings resembled weirwolves, yet were cloaked in black scales, their eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. They emitted a low growl as they lunged towards Jon and Merlin. "Be cautious, these dark creatures are formidable," Merlin warned loudly. He swiftly brandished his staff, unleashing a brilliant burst of magical light in an attempt to dispel the dark beings. Jon unsheathed his longsword and engaged in combat with the creatures. Their attacks were fierce and rapid, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Jon adeptly evaded their onslaught, searching for their vulnerabilities. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jon discovered that the dark creatures were particularly sensitive to light magic. While contending with the beasts, he called out to Merlin, "Concentrate the light magic against them." Understanding at once, Merlin cast a powerful light spell, illuminating the entire forest with a dazzling radiance. The dark creatures shrieked in agony as the light pierced through them, their forms gradually dissipating. Having vanquished the dark creatures, Jon and Merlin pressed deeper into the forest. At last, they arrived at the site of the black rune, etched into a colossal stone monolith, surrounded by a potent dark energy. Merlin scrutinized the rune, endeavoring to decipher its meaning. After considerable effort, his expression turned grave. This rune appears to be an ancient dark seal. Its loosening has allowed the dark forces to seep forth. If the rune seal is not promptly restored, the entire continent shall plunge into peril. The fate of the realm hangs in the balance once more. Jon is acutely aware of the urgency of the situation and immediately relays the message to Daenerys and Cersei. Upon receiving the news, Daenerys hastens her research on spells to counter the dark forces. Cersei intensifies her pursuit of the remnants of the Shadowblade, realizing that they may exploit this dark power to launch a new assault. Jon and Merlin embark on the arduous task of repairing the rune seal. Yet the power of the runes proves overwhelmingly formidable, rendering their efforts largely futile. At this critical juncture, they require additional strength and knowledge to accomplish this daunting endeavor. The fate of Westeros hangs precariously in the balance once again. Will Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei discover a means to restore the seal and eradicate the threat of this dark presence? Will the remnants of the Shadowblade seize the opportunity to initiate a new conspiracy? All is shrouded in uncertainty, and the heroes must race against time, fighting to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the continent. Chapter 48. Seeking assistance and the difficult restoration. A call for aid. Jon recognizes that it is insufficient for him and Merlin alone to restore the rune seal. The immediate priority is to seek greater strength and knowledge. He promptly dispatches messengers on swift steeds to all corners of the continent, appealing to ancient families well-versed in magic, reclusive sages, and the magic academies of the city-states for assistance. On Dragonstone, Daenerys gathers all the sorcerers on the island, dedicating day and night to researching spells that could enhance the rune restoration. They delve into ancient texts and experiment with various magical practices, striving to uncover a powerful spell capable of contending with the dark forces and repairing the seal. In King's Landing, Cersei urges her spies to expedite their search for the whereabouts of the Shadowblade remnants, while issuing a proclamation that offers rewards for anyone providing information related to the restoration of the rune seal. Notices are plastered throughout the streets and alleys of King's Landing, capturing the attention of numerous adventurers and scholars. In the north, Jon receives some responses. Several ancient families from the north send elders skilled in rune magic, arriving with their family's magical tomes to assist. Upon meeting with Jon and Merlin, they immediately immerse themselves in the study of the runes. The difficult restoration the group gathers around the immense black rune stone, the atmosphere tense and grave. Several elders from the ancient families meticulously examine the rune's patterns and the emanating energy fluctuations, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions. The structure of the runes is exceedingly complex, imbued with ancient and potent dark magic. One elder, his hair white as snow, furrows his brow and speaks, indeed. And the areas where the seal is weakened exhibit highly unstable power. Any misstep could trigger a more formidable eruption of dark forces. Another elder concurs. After considerable deliberation, they decide to attempt a combined magical approach to repair the seal. Under Merlin's guidance, the other sorcerers sequentially and rhythmically channel their magical energies, aiming to stabilize the power of the runes and gradually restore them. Standing before the rune stone, Merlin takes a deep breath and begins to chant an ancient incantation. The tip of his staff glimmers with light, and as the incantation resonates, the glow intensifies. Other sorcerers swiftly joined in, channeling their magical energies through a specific array to aid Merlin. However, upon contact with the runes, they encountered a formidable resistance from a dark force. The runes glowed intensely as black mist surged from the stone tablet, attempting to dispel the sorcerer's magic. "Hold firm, do not relent," Merlin shouted, intensifying his magical output. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, the sorcerers gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain the flow of magic. Yet, the dark force was overwhelmingly potent. Some sorcerers began to falter, the transmission of their magic wavering. At that moment, Jon discerned a vulnerability within the runes. Undeterred by the peril, he brandished his enchanted sword and charged towards the runes. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his sword into the weak point of the runes, striving to shatter the dark force's resistance. The instant the sword pierced the runes, a powerful recoil surged forth, propelling Jon backwards. Nevertheless, his audacious act successfully diverted the attention of the dark force, granting the sorcerers a fleeting chance. Merlin seized this moment, rallying the sorcerers to amplify their magical output once more. Through their collective efforts, the dark force's resistance gradually waned, and the radiance of the runes began to stabilize. A new crisis emerged just as the runes were on the verge of being successfully restored. An unexpected occurrence transpired. A faction of the Shadowblade Society emerged from the shadows, launching a sudden assault while everyone was preoccupied with repairing the runes. The remnants of the Shadowblade Society wielded dark weapons, chanting malevolent incantations as they charged towards the sorcerers. Jon quickly regained his footing, leading the northern warriors into battle. "Protect the sorcerers. We cannot allow them to disrupt the restoration of the seal," Jon bellowed. The northern warriors clashed fiercely with the remnants of the Shadowblade Society. The adversaries appeared to be all in, each strike deadly and ferocious. The warriors stood resolute, forming a bulwark with their bodies to fend off the onslaught of the Shadowblade remnants. A Shadowblade sorcerer seized the moment, casting a powerful dark curse aimed directly at Merlin, who was leading the restoration of the runes. The curse shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, striking Merlin before he could evade. His body was instantly enveloped in dark energy, halting his magical output. The runes, bereft of their guiding magic, became unstable once more, dark mist billowing forth, threatening to render the restoration futile. Jon, desperate and frantic, battled the Shadowblade members while contemplating a strategy to turn the tide. In this dire moment, Daenerys arrived astride Drogon. The dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, spewing forth a torrent of flames towards the remnants of the Shadowblade Society. The flames surged like a tidal wave, throwing the adversaries into disarray. Daenerys leaped from Drogon's back, wielding a blazing sword, and joined the fray. Her presence invigorated the morale of the northern warriors, who fought with renewed vigor, gradually gaining the upper hand against the remnants of the Shadowblade Society. Meanwhile, the sorcerers of Dragonstone swiftly gathered before the rune stone. They took over Merlin's position and continued the restoration of the rune seal. Under the protection of Daenerys and the valiant warriors, The sorcerers focused their energies and exerted their utmost efforts in casting the restoration spells. After an intense battle, Jon and Daenerys finally repelled the remnants of the Shadow Blade Society. The sorcerers of Dragonstone also succeeded in mending the rune seal. As the ominous glow of the black runes gradually faded, dissipating the dark aura that had engulfed the forest, Jon, Daenerys, and their companions gazed at the restored rune stone, feeling a collective sigh of relief. Yet, they understood that the threat of the Shadow Blade Society remained ever present, and the continent of Westeros continued to face numerous challenges, necessitating their unwavering vigilance to safeguard this hard-won peace. Chapter 49. Undercurrents and preparations. With the successful restoration of the rune seal, life gradually returned to the forest, and Westeros temporarily escaped the clutches of darkness. However, having endured this ordeal, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei were acutely aware that as long as the Shadow Blade Society persisted, the continent would remain in turmoil, and similar mysterious crises could re-emerge at any moment. Thus, they immediately embarked on a series of precautionary measures in the aftermath of the battle, while in the shadows of the continent. The Shadow Blade Society was busy plotting new schemes, undercurrents surged, and a storm seemed to brew quietly. Strengthening the continental defense system upon returning to the north, Jon commenced a vigorous enhancement of the border defenses. He organized personnel to construct more robust fortresses and watchtowers along the borders between the north and other regions, while also increasing the number and frequency of patrols. Additionally, Jon issued orders to stockpile substantial reserves of weapons, provisions, and medical supplies in strategic locations throughout the north, preparing for any potential prolonged warfare or crises. Daenerys, on Dragonstone, further developed her magical prowess. She summoned the continent's most esteemed sorcerers to establish a magical research academy on the island. This institution not only nurtured young magicians, but also dedicated itself to researching various defensive and offensive magical methods, particularly those aimed at countering dark forces. Furthermore, Daenerys expanded the fleet of Dragonstone, enhancing the ship's capabilities and equipment to ensure swift responses to crises anywhere on the continent. Cersei, in King's Landing, refined her intelligence network. She invested significant resources to train a more specialized and discreet cadre of spies, dispatching them to every corner of the continent, infiltrating various factions, towns, and villages to gather intelligence on the Shadow Blade Society and other potential threats. Simultaneously, Cersei undertook a comprehensive upgrade of the city's defenses, reinforcing the walls and installing magical shield generators to bolster the city's protective capabilities. The Shadow Blade Society's new conspiracy after their failed assault. The Shadow Blade Society did not succumb to despair. Rather, they became increasingly frenzied in their plotting of new schemes. Convening in a secret stronghold, the leaders of the Shadow Blade Society gathered for an urgent meeting, their expressions grim as they deliberated on plans for vengeance and resurgence. We can no longer act blindly. We must devise a method that guarantees a fatal blow. A figure cloaked in black hissed through clenched teeth. At this moment, an elderly man who had remained silent slowly spoke up. I have heard whispers of a forgotten dark temple located in the far east of the continent, where lies an ancient artifact known as the Heart of Chaos. Legend has it that this artifact possesses the power to reshape the order of the world. Should we acquire it, we could utterly obliterate Jon and his resistance, plunging the entire continent of Westeros into a reign of darkness. The other members of the Shadow Blade Society, upon hearing this, were ignited by glimmers of avarice and excitement in their eyes. After deliberation, they resolved to dispatch their most elite team to the far east in search of the Heart of Chaos. Simultaneously, the Shadow Blade Society planned to incite further chaos across the continent, diverting Jon and his allies' attention to cloak their quest for the artifact. Amidst the continent's proactive defenses, the relationships among various factions underwent subtle transformations. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei, while collectively confronting the crisis, found their mutual trust incrementally strengthened. They began to convene regularly, exchanging intelligence and coordinating defenses and strategies, thereby forming a relatively tight-knit alliance to safeguard the peace of the continent. However, some smaller factions wavered amidst the storm. Certain entities, fearing retaliation from the Shadow Blade Society, maintained clandestine communications with them, striving to find a balance between the two factions for self-preservation. Conversely, others, inspired by Jon and his companions, actively responded to the call, bolstering their defensive capabilities and participating in the construction of the continent's defense system. In the populace, the fear of the Shadow Blade Society gradually morphed into indignation. The common folk began to organize spontaneously, assisting the military in patrols and defensive efforts while actively providing intelligence regarding the Shadowblade Society. This awakening and unity among the people infused a formidable strength into the defense of Westeros. In the Magical Research Academy on Dragonstone, a young sorcerer, while studying ancient texts, stumbled upon accounts regarding the Dark Temple in the Far East. The documents detailed that the temple was surrounded by lethal traps and formidable guardian creatures, and that entering the temple could trigger a series of chain reactions, potentially unleashing unforeseen calamities upon the entire continent. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the sorcerer promptly reported this discovery to Daenerys. Upon learning of this, Daenerys understood that the Shadowblade Society would likely covet the artifact within the Dark Temple. She swiftly conveyed this information to Jon and Cersei, suggesting they dispatch a reconnaissance team to the Far East to ascertain the situation in advance and thwart the Shadowblade Society's nefarious schemes. Jon and Cersei assented to Daenerys' proposal. They quickly selected a cadre of seasoned warriors and sorcerers to form an elite reconnaissance squad, preparing to embark on a perilous journey to the Far East. At this moment, the Shadowblade, in search of the Heart of Chaos, has already embarked on its journey. A confrontation centered around the Dark God is poised to unfold in the distant lands of the Far East, once again casting the fate of the continent of Westeros into the unknown abyss. Chapter 50, The Eastern Adventure and the Final Battle. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei have united to form a reconnaissance team, setting forth towards the extreme eastern reaches of the continent. This desolate terrain is characterized by undulating mountains and jagged rocks, with an oppressive atmosphere permeating the air. The team members ride swift steeds along the rugged mountain paths, ever vigilant to the sounds around them. As they approach their destination, the surroundings grow increasingly sinister. The sky is frequently shrouded by ominous clouds, and the sporadic rays of sunlight appear feeble and drained of warmth. The trees lining the path twist and contort, as if tainted by some malevolent force. Suddenly, a fierce gale sweeps through, carrying with it eerie whispers that send chills down their spines. "Be cautious. This place is fraught with peril," cautioned the team's mage, Eric. He grasped his staff, the gem atop it flickering with a faint glow, used to detect the magical fluctuations in the vicinity. At that moment, the ground trembled violently as a colossal rock creature erupted from the earth. Towering 2 stories high, its body was forged of unyielding stone, with eyes gleaming a menacing red. The rock creature swung its massive arms, lunging towards the team with ferocity. "Prepare for battle," shouted the captain, Carl. The warriors swiftly drew their weapons, while the mages began to chant incantations. One mage initiated the attack, launching an ice shard towards the rock creature. However, it merely left a shallow mark upon impact. With a deafening roar, the rock creature stomped its foot, causing fissures to spread across the ground towards the team. Observing this, Carl led the warriors in a leap to evade the impending danger. Eric, concentrating his magical energy, unleashed a powerful fire spell, engulfing the rock creature in flames. The creature writhed in agony, emitting a thunderous bellow. Seizing the opportunity while the rock creature was ensnared by the flames, the team members coordinated their efforts, targeting the joints of its legs with precision. After an intense struggle, the rock creature finally collapsed, disintegrating into a pile of rubble. The perils of the Dark God Temple. After several arduous days of travel, the reconnaissance team finally located the fabled Dark God Temple. The temple loomed atop a steep peak, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, exuding an aura of mystery and terror. The team cautiously entered the temple. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, with eerie glimmers flickering on the walls. The narrow and winding passages echoed with strange sounds. Suddenly, a group of ghostly figures appeared ahead, emitting piercing shrieks as they lunged towards the team. Eric promptly cast a protective spell, forming a transparent shield around the team. The ghosts collided with the shield, producing a hissing sound, yet they could not breach it. However, as the number of apparitions multiplied, the strain on the shield intensified. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to disperse them," Carl declared. At that moment, a team member discovered some runes etched into the wall, seemingly linked to the apparition of the specters. After meticulous examination of the runes, Eric cast a purification spell, causing the runes to emit a radiant light, under which the specters gradually dissipated. Continuing their exploration of the temple, they arrived at a vast circular hall. At the center of the hall stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a box emanating a dark glow, undoubtedly the vessel containing the Heart of Chaos. However, as they approached the pedestal, the ground of the hall suddenly hit, releasing a horde of venomous spiders. These spiders were enormous, their bodies oozing with green venom, rapidly advancing towards the team. Just as the team engaged in a fierce battle with the venomous spiders, the Shadowblade Society, as a search party for artifacts, also entered the hall. The members of the Shadowblade Society, upon spotting the reconnaissance team, flashed a look of surprise and fury. "How dare you interfere with our plans? Today shall mark your demise," declared the leader of the Shadowblade Society with venomous intent. The members of the Shadowblade Society immediately joined the fray, intensifying the conflict with the reconnaissance team. In an instant, the hall was alight with magical brilliance, and the air was filled with cries of battle. The reconnaissance team was forced to contend with the onslaught of the venomous spiders while remaining vigilant against the ambushes of the Shadowblade Society, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. Carl understood that the Shadowblade Society must be dealt with swiftly to focus on the spiders. He rallied the warriors, concentrating their strength as they charged towards the leader of the Shadowblade Society. The leader, undeterred, wielded a dark long sword, engaging Carl in a fierce duel. Meanwhile, Eric and the other mages unleashed a variety of powerful spells in an effort to vanquish the venomous spiders. They first cast freezing spells, immobilizing some of the spiders before shattering them with flames. In the heat of battle, a warrior from the reconnaissance team discovered the spiders' vulnerability to light magic. Seizing the opportunity, Eric and his companions concentrated their efforts on casting light spells. Beams of brilliance struck the spiders, causing them to collapse and perish under the radiant assault. Once the venomous spiders were vanquished, the reconnaissance team redirected their full attention to the conflict with the Shadowblade Society. Through unwavering resolve and seamless cooperation, the reconnaissance team began to gain the upper hand. Sensing the tide turning, the leader of the Shadowblade Society recklessly dashed towards the pedestal, intent on seizing the heart of chaos. In response, Carl leaped into action, blocking the leader's path with his sword. A breathtaking duel ensued, each strike laden with lethal intent. Just as the leader was about to breach Carl's defense, Eric seized the moment to cast a stunning spell, momentarily halting the leader's advance. Carl capitalized on this opportunity, thrusting his sword and defeating the leader. Witnessing their leader's downfall, the remaining members of the Shadowblade Society scattered in retreat. The reconnaissance team had successfully safeguarded the Heart of Chaos. Eric approached the box containing the Heart of Chaos, meticulously studying it and noting the intricate seal runes inscribed upon its surface. Aware of the heart's inherent dangers, he resolved to return with the team to seek a secure method of permanently sealing it away. With the successful safeguarding of the Heart of Chaos, the Shadowblade Society's nefarious plot to dominate the continent through the use of artifacts has been thoroughly thwarted. Upon learning the news, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei swiftly mobilized their forces to launch a final purge against the Shadowblade Society across the realm. Through collective efforts, the Shadowblade Society was utterly annihilated, and the continent of Westeros finally ushered in a long-awaited era of peace and tranquility. The people began anew their pursuit of happiness upon this land, while the tales of the heroes who fought to protect the realm will forever echo throughout the annals of history. Chapter 51. A New Order and Challenges in the Era of Peace. Reconstruction of the continent and the establishment of a new order with the demise of the Shadowblade Society. The continent of Westeros experienced a long-overdue peace. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei emerged as the architects of this newfound tranquility, their names celebrated and reverenced by the populace. On this weathered land, reconstruction efforts commenced in earnest, and a new order began to take shape. Jon returned to the north, dedicating himself to the restoration of its prosperity. He organized the populace to cultivate additional arable land and promoted advanced agricultural techniques, significantly enhancing food production. Simultaneously, he strengthened the ties among the various northern families, establishing a more cohesive alliance system. In military affairs, Jon reformed the Northern Army, emphasizing the comprehensive development of soldiers, enhancing their combat skills while imparting strategic and tactical knowledge, thus transforming the Northern forces into a formidable and reliable defense for the continent. Daenerys fervently advanced trade and culture on Dragonstone. Utilizing her considerable influence, she attracted merchants, scholars, and artists from across the continent and beyond. The port of Dragonstone became increasingly bustling, a hub for the aggregation and circulation of rare goods. She also founded numerous schools and libraries upon the island, encouraging the pursuit of knowledge and the study of magic and science. Advocating for the exchange and fusion of diverse cultures, Dragonstone blossomed into a vibrant center of cultural interaction on the continent. Cersei undertook a series of political reforms in King's Landing. She curtailed certain privileges of the nobility, bolstered central authority, and established new governmental institutions tasked with managing urban development, public welfare, and judicial fairness. Cersei also actively promoted economic growth, encouraging commercial innovation, leading to a gradual resurgence of King's Landing's economy and a revitalization of the city's landscape. To maintain peace and stability across the continent, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei collaboratively established a Continental Council, composed of representatives from various regions. The council convened regularly to deliberate on significant matters affecting the realm and to jointly formulate policies and laws. This council became the cornerstone of the new order in Westeros, ensuring a balance and coordination of interests among all parties involved. Potential challenges and sources of unease, however, beneath the veneer of peace, all was not entirely serene. While the Shadowblade Society had been eradicated, remnants of dark forces continued to lurk in the shadows of the continent. These factions, composed of fervent adherents of dark magic, remained steadfast in their belief in the society's tenets, seeking opportunities to once again unleash a tide of darkness. In some remote regions of the continent, whispers of dark magic activities occasionally surface. Some claim to have witnessed enigmatic figures clad in black robes conducting bizarre rituals within abandoned castles during the night, while others report inexplicable disappearances of livestock, suspecting the influence of malevolent forces. Although these rumors lack concrete evidence, they have sown seeds of unease within the populace. Furthermore, with the establishment of a new order, long-standing conflicts and interests have begun to resurface. Within the Continental Parliament, representatives from various regions often find themselves at odds over issues such as resource allocation and trade policies. Some regions feel they are receiving inadequate resources during the reconstruction process, while others worry that the opening of trade will adversely impact their local economies. If these internal conflicts are not resolved judiciously, they may jeopardize the unity and stability of the continent. The growth and responsibility of the young generation in this era of peace. The younger generation is gradually coming of age. They have not endured the brutalities of war, yet they possess a profound appreciation for the fragility of peace. Influenced by Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei, these young individuals are imbued with a sense of responsibility and mission, eager to contribute to the continent's development. In the north, Jon's nephew Aegon has demonstrated a keen interest in military strategy from a young age. He trains under Jon, mastering combat skills and leadership qualities, aspiring to become an exemplary commander to safeguard the North's security. On Dragonstone, Daenerys' adopted orphan, Lena, possesses an exceptional aptitude for magic. She diligently studies at the Magical Academy on Dragonstone, hoping to one day wield her arcane knowledge to foster peace and prosperity across the continent. In King's Landing, Cersei's nephew Jaime harbors unique insights into politics and economics. He actively participates in the reconstruction efforts of King's Landing, striving to learn how to manage the city and develop its economy. The maturation of this younger generation heralds a new dawn of hope and vitality for Westeros. They are poised to inherit the legacy of their forebears, ready to confront the challenges of the continent's future, determined to protect the land they cherish and to continue crafting the illustrious narrative of Westeros. However, they will also face numerous unforeseen trials, including the looming threat of dark forces and the escalation of internal strife. Whether this younger generation can shoulder their responsibilities and guide the continent toward a brighter future remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 52. The Conspiracy of the Dark Remnants and the Awakening of the Young Generation. The subtle actions of the Dark Remnants, lurking in the shadows, have not relinquished their ambitions. They convene secretly in a concealed underground stronghold, plotting their next scheme. A rancid atmosphere permeates the stronghold, with black banners adorned with symbols of darkness hanging from the walls. The leader of the Dark Remnants, a figure named Mordak, stands before the assembly, his gaze malevolent. Our opportunity has arrived. Though the Shadow Blades have faltered, the continent now basks in a false sense of peace, and they have let down their guard. We shall seize this moment to deliver a crushing blow. Mordak then elaborates on his plan. They will disseminate the seeds of dark magic throughout the continent, inciting a series of mysterious calamities that will plunge the populace into terror. Simultaneously, they conspired to abduct several key figures, leveraging this as a means to coerce Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei into relinquishing their power, thus allowing the dark forces to reclaim dominion over the continent. The remnants of darkness commenced their sinister operations. They fragmented into multiple factions, infiltrating every corner of the land. One group ventured to a northern village, where they tainted the water source with dark magic, resulting in the residents succumbing to illness, experiencing hallucinations, and spiraling into madness. Another faction, in a southern city, employed dark sorcery to orchestrate a series of bizarre fatalities, with the corpses enveloped in eerie black mist, inciting widespread panic among the populace. The young generation began to take notice. In the north, Aegon, while on patrol, overheard whispers regarding the northern village. He astutely deduced that this might be connected to the dark forces and resolved to investigate further. Aiden led a small contingent of soldiers to the village. Upon arrival, they found the place shrouded in an ominous silence, with residents cowering indoors, too frightened to venture outside. Aiden located an ailing villager, and from his incoherent murmurs, gleaned the crucial information regarding the poisoned water source. Rushing to the site, Aiden and his soldiers confirmed the presence of dark magic emanating from the water. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly dispatched a message to Jon, while he and his soldiers embarked on a quest to uncover a means to dispel the dark enchantment. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Lena, while poring over arcane tomes, stumbled upon records that bore striking similarities to the recent mysterious deaths in the southern city. Realizing this could be part of the dark forces' nefarious scheme, she reported her findings to Daenerys. Daenerys, taking Lena's discovery very seriously, dispatched her to lead a cadre of sorcerers to investigate the southern city. In King's Landing, Jaime, while managing state affairs, received reports of mysterious figures cloaked in black appearing throughout the city. Suspecting a connection to the dark forces, he instructed his most trusted associates to clandestinely track these shadowy figures. After a thorough pursuit, they uncovered that the cloaked individuals were convening in an abandoned warehouse, seemingly plotting some dark conspiracy. Jaime resolved to infiltrate their lair personally to ascertain their intentions. The young generation united in action. Aiden, Lena, and Jaime each uncovered the dark remnant's sinister plot during their respective inquiries and recognized that confronting this threat alone would be insurmountable. Thus, they utilized magical communication to connect with one another, deciding to forge an alliance against the dark remnants. They convened at a neutral location to deliberate on their strategy. Aiden proclaimed, "We must expediently discover a means to dispel the dark magic and liberate the suffering populace. Concurrently, we need to identify the stronghold of the dark remnants and eradicate them entirely." Lena nodded in agreement, stating, "I have found some clues regarding the dispelling of dark magic within the arcane texts, but we require specific materials to cast the necessary spells. These materials may be located in ancient ruins." Jaime added, "The cloaked figures I tracked appear to be plotting the abduction of key members of the Continental Council. We must take precautions to ensure their safety." After thorough discussion, they devised a meticulous plan. Aiden led the soldiers of the North, charged with the protection of the members of the Continental Parliament, while diligently scouring the vicinity of King's Landing for traces of the remnants of darkness. Lena and her team of sorcerers ventured into ancient ruins in search of special materials, preparing to dispel the dark magic spell. Meanwhile, James utilized his connections and resources within King's Landing to gather intelligence on the dark remnants, providing crucial support for their endeavors. The younger generation, imbued with unwavering conviction and a sense of duty, embarked on a quest to combat the remnants of darkness. They were acutely aware that this battle would determine the future of the continent of Westeros. Failure was not an option. They must engage in a thrilling confrontation with the forces of darkness for the sake of peace and justice. Chapter 53. Secrets of the Ruins and Intensifying Crisis. The arduous exploration within the ruins commenced as Lena led her team of sorcerers on their quest for special materials. According to ancient tomes, these materials were likely concealed within a venerable ruin situated deep within the central mountains of the continent. This ruin was enveloped by a mysterious magical barrier, rumored to be fraught with perilous traps and formidable guardian magical creatures. As they approached the ruins, a surge of ancient and potent magical energy enveloped them. The magical barrier flickered with eerie luminescence, seemingly issuing a warning to intruders. Taking a deep breath, Lena meticulously examined the barrier, striving to uncover a method of breach. After considerable study, she discerned that the runes on the barrier were linked to an archaic magical language. Drawing upon her profound knowledge of sorcery, Lena began to interpret the runes and cast the corresponding spell to dismantle the barrier. As her incantation resonated, the magical barrier rippled, gradually revealing a passageway through which they could enter. The sorcerers cautiously stepped into the ruins. Inside, the light was dim, and the walls were adorned with an array of mysterious patterns and runes, as if narrating a tale of forgotten history. As they traversed the winding corridors, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a swarm of stone puppets emerged from the walls. These colossal puppets, agile in movement, brandished stone fists and lunged towards the sorcerers. "Everyone, be cautious. Cast your defensive spells," Lena commanded loudly. The sorcerers swiftly responded, wielding their staffs to conjure a translucent shield before them. The stone fist struck the shield with a resounding thud, causing it to ripple under the impact. Lena quickly realized that mere defense would not suffice. Observing the puppets' movements, She noted their joints were relatively vulnerable. Thus, she directed the sorcerers to concentrate their firepower on the puppets' joints. Beams of magical energy surged forth, and under the relentless assault, the puppets' joints began to crack, ultimately collapsing into heaps of rubble. Continuing deeper into the ruins, they arrived at a vast hall. In the center stood a stone pedestal upon which rested a crystal emitting a soft glow. This was one of the special materials they sought. However, as Lena approached the pedestal, black flames suddenly erupted from all around the hall, encircling them. Within the flames lurked terrifying phantoms, their chilling cries echoing as they attempted to disrupt the sorcerers' minds. The crisis on the mainland intensifies. Concurrently, the remnants of darkness grow increasingly rampant in other regions. In a northern town, the influence of dark magic further spreads, affecting the surrounding villages. The residents succumb to deeper fears, with many fleeing their homes, leading to severe societal chaos. In King's Landing, although James has bolstered the protection of the members of the mainland parliament, the dark remnants employ a strategy of diversion. They deliberately incite chaos in one area of the city, drawing the attention of Aiden and the northern soldiers. Meanwhile, another faction of the dark remnants seizes the opportunity to infiltrate the residences of parliament members, attempting to abduct a key legislator. Fortunately, James had previously arranged for some informants, who timely detected the dark remnants' actions. He swiftly led his guard to the residence, engaging in fierce combat with the dark remnants. The dark remnants, agile and adept in the use of dark magic, found themselves in a stalemate with James and his forces. In the southern city, while Lena has embarked on a quest to discover a means to dispel the dark magic, bizarre deaths continue to plague the populace. Citizens are consumed by anxiety, and trust in the government steadily diminishes. Some with ulterior motives begin to incite public sentiment, attempting to create greater disorder. In response to these challenges, upon learning of the crisis at the King's Landing residence, Aiden immediately leads a contingent of soldiers back to offer assistance. He understands the dire consequences should a parliament member be abducted. On the journey back, he contemplates strategies to counter the dark remnants, deciding to exploit their eagerness to complete their mission by setting a trap. During the battle at the residence, James observes that the dark remnants seem to be waiting for some signal. Suspecting they may have further plans, he engages them while simultaneously dispatching messengers to alert other defensive forces in preparation for a larger assault. In the ruins, Lena and the mages, surrounded by swirling black flames, strive to maintain their composure. Recalling the accounts from ancient tomes, Lena suddenly remembers a luminance spell capable of dispelling the dark flames. She swiftly communicates with the mages, and together they channel their energies to cast the spell. A brilliant light ascends from their midst, gradually dispersing the black flames, allowing them to secure the crystal from the stone pedestal. However, they must still seek additional special materials to fully execute the spell to dispel the dark magic. Time is of the essence as the situation on the mainland worsens. Lena realizes they must act swiftly to complete their mission, lest the Dark Remnant's conspiracy succeed, plunging the entire continent of Westeros into irretrievable ruin. Chapter 54. A turning point on the eve of the final battle. New discoveries and breakthroughs in the ruins, having successfully acquired a crucial crystal within the ruins. Lena and her team of mages continue their quest for other special materials. They proceed along a passageway flanking the hall, which grows increasingly narrow, with the surrounding magical fluctuations intensifying. Suddenly, a massive stone door appears ahead, adorned with intricate runes. These runes differ markedly from those previously encountered, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. Surrounded by the stone door, Lena and the sorcerers endeavored to decipher the rune's significance, seeking a means to unlock the portal. After arduous study, an elder sorcerer recalled from ancient magical texts that these runes pertain to a long-lost enigma. The patterns formed by the runes constituted a cipher lock, requiring activation in a specific sequence to unveil the stone door. Lena and the sorcerers focused intently, meticulously examining the arrangement of the runes. After numerous attempts, they finally discerned the correct order. As the runes illuminated one by one, the stone door creaked open, unleashing a powerful surge of magical energy. Beyond the threshold lay a hidden chamber. At its center floated a gem radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, the very rare material they had sought so diligently. However, encircling the gem were a host of ethereal magical sprites. Though diminutive in stature, they emitted formidable waves of magical energy, seemingly guarding the gem and forbidding any approach. Lena attempted to communicate with the magical sprites, softly intoning an ancient elvish dialect, conveying her intent to acquire the gem solely for the purpose of saving the realm. Devoid of malice, the sprites appeared to comprehend her words, swirling around Lena and the sorcerers, assessing their sincerity. Ultimately, a larger sprite hovered before Lena, engaging her in a communication of mental vibrations perceptible only to sorcerers. Lena learned that only through a magical trial could she demonstrate her capability and virtue to wield the gem, thereby earning their approval. Without hesitation, Lena embraced the challenge. The sprites conjured intricate magical scenarios and puzzles within the chamber, and with her exceptional magical prowess and unwavering resolve, Lena unraveled each one. After enduring a grueling trial, the sprites finally acknowledged Lena, bestowing upon her the vibrant gem. A subtle shift in the continental landscape in other regions of the continent. Subtle shifts in the situation were unfolding. Upon returning to King's Landing, Aiden, in collaboration with James, set a trap that successfully ensnared several dark remnants attempting to kidnap members of the council. Through interrogations of these captives, they uncovered the dark remnants' forthcoming scheme. It was revealed that they planned a large-scale assault during an emergency council meeting, aiming to capture all members and obliterate the continent's new order. Aiden and James promptly relayed this intelligence to Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei. The three leaders recognized the gravity of the situation, immediately enhancing the protection of the council members and undertaking a comprehensive upgrade of the defenses in King's Landing. Concurrently, they summoned troops and sorcerers from across the land, preparing to deliver a decisive blow should the dark remnants initiate their attack. In the northern towns and southern cities, the effects of dark magic persisted. Yet as news of Lena's acquisition of the special material spread, hope reignited in the hearts of the people. Jon organized the healers and sorcerers of the north, endeavoring to alleviate the damage inflicted upon the populace by dark magic with the existing arcane means. Meanwhile, Daenerys dispatched an elite force from Dragonstone to the southern cities to maintain order and soothe the restless citizens. Upon learning of the sinister conspiracy of the remnants of darkness, Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei resolved to take the initiative. They meticulously crafted a battle plan, vowing to locate the stronghold of the dark remnants and obliterate them before they could launch their attack. Aiden, Jaime, and Lena returned to King's Landing upon completing their respective tasks. The young generation eagerly engaged in the formulation of the operational strategy, contributing invaluable insights gleaned from their investigative endeavors. Jon led the Northern Army in a frontal assault on the Dark Remnant stronghold, drawing their main forces. Daenerys, riding Viserion, led the sorcerers and elite troops from Dragonstone to encircle the enemy from the flank, utilizing aerial superiority and magical prowess to deliver a decisive blow. Cersei remained in King's Landing, overseeing logistical support and dispatching spies to monitor the movements of the dark remnants, ensuring the seamless execution of the battle plan. Aiden, Jaime, and Lena formed a special operations unit tasked with infiltrating the stronghold to sabotage their magical facilities, preventing the dark remnants from unleashing their formidable dark magic at a critical juncture. With preparations complete, all forces awaited the moment of reckoning. The fate of Westeros was poised to be revealed in this climactic battle. Chapter 55. The final confrontation and the birth of a new continent under the cover of night. Jon led the Northern Army like a dark tide towards the stronghold of the dark remnants. The soldiers marched with resolute steps and steadfast expressions, acutely aware that this battle would determine the fate of the continent. As the Northern Army approached the stronghold, the sentinels of the dark remnants detected their advance, and alarm bells rang out. Attack! With Jon's command, the horns sounded, and the Northern Army surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountain. The dark remnants hastily prepared for battle, and a fierce clash erupted outside the stronghold. The dark remnants unleashed their sorcery, sending bolts of black lightning and clouds of smoke hurtling towards the northern forces. Yet, the Northern Army, well-trained and disciplined, formed a defensive line with their shields, repelling the onslaught of dark magic. Simultaneously, Daenerys, riding Viserion, approached from the flank. Viserion unleashed a thunderous roar, spewing forth flames that ignited the dark remnants' fortifications. The sorcerers from Dragonstone unleashed their spells, casting vibrant arcs of magical light towards the dark remnants, providing formidable fire support for the Northern Army. Taking advantage of the chaos, Aiden, Jaime, and Lena's Special Operations Unit infiltrated the stronghold. The interior corridors were a labyrinthine maze, and they advanced cautiously, evading the patrols of the dark remnants. Suddenly, a cohort of dark assassins appeared, clad in tight black garb and brandishing sharp blades, rushing towards the Special Operations Unit. "Be careful," Aiden shouted, drawing his sword and confronting the oncoming threat. James and Lena responded swiftly. James brandished his longsword, engaging the dark assassin in close combat, while Lena cast spells to shield Aiden and James. The Dark Assassin was agile and fierce in his attacks, yet the Special Operations team, demonstrating remarkable synergy, gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the Dark Assassin. Destroying the magic core, the Special Operations team pressed deeper into the stronghold, ultimately locating the magical core of the Dark Remnants. It was a colossal black crystal, emanating an intense dark magical energy. Surrounded by various magical runes and devices, this core provided formidable magical support to the Dark Remnants. Here it is. We must destroy it without delay, Lena declared, meticulously examining the structure of the magic core. She discerned that to obliterate it, they needed to locate the key node of the control runes. Just as Lena searched for this crucial node, the leader of the Dark Remnants, Mordak, emerged. Clad in a black robe and hood, his eyes gleamed with a vicious light. Do you believe you can easily destroy the magic core? Today marks your demise, Mordak bellowed, waving his staff to unleash a powerful wave of dark energy towards the Special Operations team. Aiden, James, and Lena swiftly dodged as the dark energy wave struck the nearby wall, causing it to collapse instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Mordak launched his assault, his staff continuously emitting dark magic that imposed tremendous pressure on the Special Operations team. While Aiden defended against the dark magical onslaught, he pondered a counter-strategy. He noticed that Mordak would experience a brief pause while casting his potent spells. Seizing this moment, Aiden charged at Mordak, catching him off guard with his unexpected aggression. Aiden thrust his sword towards Mordak's arm, nearly dislodging the staff from his grasp. As Mordak momentarily faltered, Lena finally identified the key node of the control runes. Channeling her magical energy, she cast a powerful destructive spell, and a beam of light shot towards the key node. As the light flashed, the magic core began to tremble violently, and the dark magical energy gradually dissipated. With the destruction of the magic core, the resistance of the Dark Remnants weakened significantly. Jon and Daenerys, leading their army, seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault, swiftly breaching the defenses of the Dark Remnants and penetrating the stronghold. Seeing the tide turn, the Dark Remnants surrendered or fled, yet Jon and his companions relentlessly pursued them to ensure the eradication of the Dark Remnants. Realizing his plan had utterly failed, Mordak attempted to cast one final, formidable dark spell to take everyone down with him. Just as he began to recite the incantation, James, with remarkable swiftness, hurled his dagger, striking Mordak's wrist with precision. The staff fell from Mordak's hand, and the spell was interrupted. Jon stepped forward, gazing down at Mordak with cold resolve. Your reign of darkness ends here. Subsequently, the soldiers of the north subdued Mordak. With the capture of the leader of the Dark Remnants, the remaining forces were swiftly eradicated. The realm of Westeros has finally liberated itself from the looming threat of dark forces, ushering in a true era of peace. The renaissance and prospects of the continent with the arduous battle concluded, the continent of Westeros has embraced a renaissance. People from all corners of the land celebrate their victory, expressing gratitude for the sacrifices of their heroes and nurturing hope for the future. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei have become legends, their tales echoed through generations, inspiring countless souls. In the aftermath of war, the Continental Assembly has undergone reform, enhancing its regulation of dark magic and instituting a series of laws designed to prevent the resurgence of sinister powers. Concurrently, reconstruction efforts have accelerated across the land, leading to an increasingly prosperous economy and a flourishing cultural landscape. The younger generation, represented by Aiden, Jaime, and Lena, has displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom throughout this conflict. Emerging as role models for their peers, they continue to contribute to the continent's development, dedicating themselves to the preservation of peace and stability. After enduring countless tribulations, Westeros has finally entered a new epoch marked by tranquility and prosperity. The populace believes that as long as they stand united, they can surmount any adversity and forge a brighter future. Chapter 56. The dissipation of darkness and the dawn of a new era. The fierce battle before dawn outside the stronghold of the remnants of darkness. Chaos reigns as flames of war engulf the night, and the sounds of battle pierce the air. The Northern Army, led by Jon, surges forth like a torrent of steel, crashing against the enemy's defenses with fearless resolve. Their shields form an unyielding wall, and their long spears thrust towards the Dark Remnants. The Remnants, fortified within their bastion, resist valiantly, unleashing torrents of black magic that rain down upon the northern forces, causing cries of anguish to echo amidst the chaos. For the north, for the realm, Jon's voice resounds, bolstering the morale of his troops. Leading from the front, he wields his sword with a glint of cold steel, dispatching several approaching Dark Remnants. Inspired by his valor, the Northern Army intensifies its assault, gradually breaching the enemy's outer defenses. Simultaneously, Daenerys arrives on Drogon, her dragon swooping in from the flanks. The mighty wings of Drogon stir a tempest, and torrents of dragonfire cascade like a searing waterfall upon the enemy's fortifications. Where the flames touch, wooden barricades are reduced to ash, forcing the dark remnants to flee from the searing heat. The sorcerers of Dragonstone coordinate from the rear, casting a myriad of elemental spells. Ice shards, lightning, and fire intertwine, throwing the remnants' lines into disarray. Aiden, Jaime, and Lena's special operations team, like phantoms, infiltrate the stronghold's interior. They navigate the intricate passageways, skillfully evading patrols. However, the dark remnants seem to sense the disturbance within and heighten their vigilance. As the special operations team approaches the core of the magical stronghold, a cadre of dark sorcerers obstructs their path. "You fools, daring to trespass here." One of the dark sorcerers snarls, brandishing his wand as a cloud of toxic black mist begins to engulf the special operations team. The life and death struggle in the core zone. Lena reacts swiftly, chanting incantations as a transparent barrier materializes before her comrades, shielding them from the encroaching poison. Under the cover of darkness, Aiden and James seized the opportunity to launch their assault while the dark sorcerer was momentarily distracted. Aiden, agile as a leopard, charged toward the dark wizard, aiming his sword directly at his chest. The dark sorcerer deftly sidestepped, his wand pointed menacingly at Aiden, unleashing a surge of dark energy. Aiden quickly raised his sword to deflect the blow, the impact reverberating through his arm, leaving it numb. Meanwhile, James maneuvered from the opposite flank, taking advantage of the sorcerer's focus on Aiden to strike at his arm. The dark sorcerer winced in pain, causing his wand to clatter to the ground. Observing this, other dark sorcerers began casting their malevolent spells to assail both Aiden and James. From a distance, Lena continuously wielded supportive magic, employing light spells to dispel the darkness, thereby disrupting the sorcerer's incantations while simultaneously shielding Aiden and James. Amidst the fierce confrontation, the special operations team gradually discerned the dark sorcerer's patterns of attack. They coordinated their efforts. Aiden drew the fire, James sought opportunities to ambush, and Lena provided magical support and interference. After a grueling battle, they ultimately vanquished the dark sorcerers and pressed onward toward the magical core. As the special operations team finally arrived at the site of the magical core, a colossal black crystal emanated a disquieting dark power. The runes on its surface shimmered ominously, while surrounding magical devices hummed incessantly, siphoning dark energy. "This is the source of the trouble. We must act," Lena declared, beginning to analyze the means to dismantle the magical core. She discovered that the crystal was interconnected with the surrounding rune devices and that locating a pivotal control nexus was essential for its complete destruction. At that moment, the leader of the Dark Remnants, Mordak, arrived with a cadre of elite guards. "Do you believe you can destroy my masterpiece?" "A foolish delusion," Mordak cackled, his wand radiating an intense glow as a formidable wave of dark energy surged toward the special operations team. Aiden, James, and Lena summoned all their strength to withstand the onslaught, yet the power was overwhelming, threatening to shatter their defensive spells. In a critical instant, Aiden discerned that the gem embedded in Mordak's wand was the source of his power. Ignoring the peril, he lunged toward Mordak, attempting to seize the wand. Mordak, sensing Aiden's intent, retaliated while attempting to evade. James, seizing the moment, launched a surprise attack from behind. Mordak, distracted by James, left himself vulnerable, allowing Aiden to grasp the wand and pull it forcefully. Mordak lost his balance, the wand slipping from his grasp. Aiden tossed the wand to Lena, who then used it to strike at the control nexus of the magical core. With a blinding flash, the magical core fissured, and the dark energies dissipated like a flood breaching a dam. With the magical core destroyed, the stronghold of the Dark Remnants descended into chaos. Outside, Jon and Daenerys sensed the weakening of dark power within the fortress and commenced their final assault. The armies of the North and the allied forces of Dragonstone surged in like a tide, with Dark Remnants either surrendering or being obliterated. Witnessing the tide turn against him, Mordak attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by James and Aiden. "Your malevolence ends here," James bellowed as he and Aiden subdued Mordak. With the annihilation of the Dark Remnants, the oppressive shadows over the continent of Westeros finally lifted, heralding the dawn of a new era. People across the land rejoiced in celebration of this hard-earned victory. Under the leadership of Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei, the Continental Assembly commenced the monumental task of rebuilding the realm. instituting more refined systems to ensure that such dark threats would not arise again. The younger generation, including Aiden, Jaime, and Lena, emerged as the pillars of the continent during this conflict. Their heroic deeds inspired countless youth, heralding a new epic filled with hope and vigor for the realm. Beneath the sun of peace, the people of Westeros toiled diligently, trade flourished, and culture thrived, embarking on a splendid new chapter. Chapter 57. The undercurrents behind prosperity and new missions. The prosperity of the continent in the years following the complete eradication of the remnants of darkness. Westeros experienced an unprecedented era of prosperity. In the north, fields of golden wheat swayed in the breeze, and the joy of harvest illuminated the faces of every northerner. Jon's agricultural reforms bore significant fruit, with new irrigation techniques and farming methods leading to a remarkable increase in crop yields. The weapons and farming tools crafted by the North's artisans, renowned for their exquisite quality, found a flourishing market across the continent. Dragonstone emerged as the cultural and trade hub of the realm. In its bustling ports, merchant ships from far and wide traversed the waters, laden with rare goods. Daenerys' advocacy for academic exchange attracted numerous scholars, mages, and artists. Within the halls of the Magical Academy, eager students diligently explored the mysteries of magic, resulting in a continuous stream of new magical breakthroughs. In the cities, art exhibitions and magical performances captivated audiences, immersing them in a cultural feast. King's Landing, after reconstruction and reform, transformed into a political and economic nexus. Cersei's establishment of an efficient governmental framework ensured orderly management of the city. The markets brimmed with a plethora of goods, and commercial activities thrived. The architectural style of King's Landing harmoniously blended diverse regional characteristics, with grand palaces and exquisite towers reflecting a scene of opulence. The existence of the Continental Assembly enabled regions to engage in equitable and just exchanges and collaborations. The policies they jointly formulated promoted the rational distribution of resources and strengthened interregional connections and mutual assistance. The people of Westeros reveled in the beautiful life afforded by peace and prosperity, as if everything were progressing towards a brighter future. The underlying currents, however. Beneath this facade of prosperity, a dark tide was surreptitiously stirring. In the remote mountains of the continent, some lands still tainted by dark magic had yet to fully regain vitality. Villagers occasionally reported hearing strange sounds in the night woods and witnessing flickering, eerie lights. Certain animals exhibited signs of mutation, becoming extraordinarily ferocious. In the commercial realm, with the increasing frequency of trade, some unscrupulous merchants, driven by greed, began to collude in secret, manipulating market prices. They hoarded goods, artificially inflating prices, leading to signs of inflation in certain regions, thus adversely affecting the lives of ordinary citizens. In the political arena, while the Continental Assembly largely maintained peace and stability, discontent brewed among some minor factions regarding the existing distribution of power. They perceived their voice within the parliament to be insufficient and began to conspire privately, attempting to augment their influence through various means, thereby unsettling the existing equilibrium. The awareness and actions of the younger generation Aiden, as a representative of the younger generation from the north, became aware of unusual occurrences in the mountainous regions during his patrol of the borders. He resolved to personally lead a team into the mountains for an investigation. Within these highlands, they uncovered remnants of dark magic, suggesting that someone was clandestinely attempting to awaken these sinister forces. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Aiden promptly relayed the information back to the north and informed Jon. On Dragonstone, Lena, through her interactions with sorcerers from various lands, detected anomalies in magical fluctuations. Upon deeper examination, she discovered that these irregularities were linked to some long-lost dark magic. She suspected that someone was secretly studying these forbidden arts with the intent to once again disrupt the peace of the continent. Lena communicated her findings to Daenerys and commenced an inquiry into the potential mastermind behind these activities. While managing affairs in King's Landing, Jaime noted the unusual fluctuations in market prices. Utilizing his intelligence network, he launched an investigation and uncovered collusion among unscrupulous merchants. Jaime recognized that such actions not only harmed the populace's interests, but could also incite social instability. He resolved to take action against these lawless merchants to restore normalcy to the market. The arrival of a new mission Aiden, Lena, and Jaime, through their respective investigations, gradually discerned that these seemingly independent events were interwoven with intricate connections. They communicated via magical means, realizing that a new threat was quietly rising. During an urgent meeting, Aiden, with a serious demeanor, stated, These incidents are no mere coincidence. There must be a force manipulating them from behind the scenes. We cannot allow the continent to descend into crisis again. Lena nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must swiftly identify the puppeteer and thwart their conspiracy. This is our generation's mission. Jaime clenched his fists, declaring, regardless of their schemes, we shall not let them prevail. We are committed to safeguarding the peace and prosperity of the continent. Thus, Aiden, Lena, and Jaime united once more, deciding to delve into the clues they had each uncovered, conducting a thorough investigation into this lurking power. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainties and dangers, but for the future of Westeros, they resolutely embarked on a new journey, assuming the sacred duty of protecting the realm. Chapter 58. The interwoven assault and intensifying fog pursuing clues separately upon returning to the north. Aiden immediately organized a team comprising seasoned hunters, trackers, and sorcerers, delving once again into the mountainous region affected by dark magic. They meticulously searched along the traces of dark magic previously discovered, leaving no stone unturned. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, its surroundings adorned with peculiar symbols. Cautiously approaching, they entered the dwelling and found shattered scrolls, which vaguely documented the ritualistic steps of dark magic. From the remnants of the scroll, Aiden surmised that dark magical experiments had been conducted in this place, seemingly in an attempt to summon some malevolent creature. Meanwhile, Lena tirelessly pored over texts in the arcane library on Dragonstone Island. She meticulously compared the recent anomalies in magical fluctuations with the records in ancient tomes and finally unearthed some clues. One such dark sorcery, known as the Shadow Pact, enables the practitioner to forge a covenant with sinister forces, thereby acquiring formidable yet nefarious power. She suspected that this was linked to the current irregularities. To glean further information, Lena sought out a reclusive sorcerer who had lived in solitude on Dragonstone Island for many years. The old mage recalled a legend he had once heard. At the southernmost edge of the continent lay a cursed isle, concealing secrets about the Shadow Pact. Lena realized that she might need to journey to this enigmatic island in search of answers. James, in King's Landing, also made progress in his investigation of illicit merchants. Through the analysis of dubious ledgers and correspondence, he discovered that these merchants appeared to be manipulated by a clandestine organization. This group exerted control over the merchants through threats, bribery, and other nefarious means, thereby influencing the market. James's spies further revealed that the merchants' trading networks were intricately connected with other regions of the continent, likely involving various political factions. As the investigation deepened, the clues began to intertwine. Aiden's discovery of dark magical experiments in the mountains seemed to correlate with Lena's research on the Shadow Pact, while the mysterious organization that James was investigating likely served as the puppet master behind it all. Aiden conveyed his findings to Lena and James through magical correspondence, stating that the objective of these dark experiments might well be to realize the Shadow Pact and augment the power of the unseen puppeteer. Lena responded, "It is very likely. I am preparing to embark on a journey to the mysterious isle at the southern end, where I may uncover vital information regarding the Shadow Pact and unveil the true intentions of the puppet master." James added, "The influence of this mysterious organization is vast and far-reaching. I will continue to dig deeper to see if I can establish a more direct connection between them, dark magic, and the Shadow Pact." The three resolved to maintain close communication, sharing their investigative progress at every opportunity. Aiden bolstered surveillance in the mountainous regions of the north to prevent further dark magical experiments. Lena prepared ships and accompanying sorcerers for the adventure to the mysterious isle, while James expanded his investigation in King's Landing, striving to uncover the political supporters of the clandestine organization. However, as their investigative endeavors unfolded, the puppet master appeared to have sensed their presence. In the northern mountain range, Aiden's team encountered an assault by a group of enigmatic figures clad in black robes during a patrol. These individuals exhibited formidable combat skills and proficiency in dark magic, nearly decimating Aiden's squad. After a fierce struggle, they managed to repel the assailants, though several members of the team sustained injuries. On Dragonstone Island, news of Lena's impending departure sparked a series of peculiar destruction incidents. Magical experimental equipment was shattered, navigational maps went missing, as if someone were deliberately thwarting her journey to the enigmatic isle. Meanwhile, Jaime faced obstacles in his investigation in King's Landing. Several crucial witnesses mysteriously vanished, and his spies were threatened. A clandestine organization appeared to be wielding all their might to obscure their transgressions, attempting to prevent Jaime from unveiling the truth. Aiden, Lena, and Jaime came to the realization that their adversary was far more cunning and formidable than they had anticipated. The fog, rather than dissipating with the intertwining of clues, grew ever thicker. Yet, they did not waver. Instead, their resolve to uncover the truth and thwart the machinations of the shadowy figures strengthened. They were acutely aware that time was of the essence, as the peace of the continent faced a new and dire crisis. Chapter 59. The adventure and escalating crisis of the mysterious island setting sail towards the mysterious isle, despite the numerous hindrances faced on Dragonstone. Lena resolutely decided to lead her meticulously chosen team of sorcerers on an expedition to the enigmatic island located at the southern tip of the continent. They embarked on a sturdy magical sailboat, cutting through the tumultuous seas. The winds howled, and the waves surged like small mountains. Yet the sorcerers aboard maintained the vessel's stability through their formidable magical prowess. After several days of navigation, a mist-shrouded island emerged before them. Surrounding the isle was an ethereal glow, akin to a mysterious veil obscuring its true visage. As the sailboat approached the island, a powerful magical resistance surged forth, attempting to thwart their landing. Standing at the bow, Lena's staff shimmered with brilliance as she focused her energy to combat this force. The other sorcerers joined her, their magical energies converging to form a radiant beam that pierced through the magical resistance. The sailboat gradually entered the island's harbor. Upon stepping onto the mysterious isle, a damp and decayed atmosphere enveloped them. The vegetation was unusually dense, with trees contorted in growth, seemingly twisted by some malevolent force. The ground was carpeted with moss and peculiar fungi, emitting a ghostly green luminescence. Lena and her fellow sorcerers cautiously ventured deeper into the island, discovering a narrow path that appeared to be the only route leading into the heart of the isle. As they proceeded along the path, suddenly, a pack of shadowy creatures resembling wolves sprang forth from the surrounding woods. Their eyes glinted with a menacing red glow, and they emitted low, guttural growls as they lunged towards them. "Prepare for battle," Lena shouted. The sorcerers swiftly cast defensive spells, forming a protective shield around them. The dark creatures collided with the shield, producing a jarring sound of friction. Observing the creatures' movements, Lena noted that while they were fierce, they seemed to be driven by an external force rather than acting of their own volition. She resolved to attempt communication with these dark beings, casting a soothing spell. Under the influence of her magic, the creatures gradually calmed, ceasing their assault. Lena, through a mental connection, endeavored to comprehend the intentions of the creatures, only to discover that their consciousness was ensnared by a potent dark magic, rendering them mere instruments guarding this realm. After exploring the enigmatic ruins and evading the dark beings, Lena and her companions advanced to the entrance of an ancient edifice. The door was tightly sealed, adorned with intricate runes. Upon meticulous examination, Lena recognized similarities between these runes and the information she had perused regarding the Shadow Pact in the magical library on Dragonstone. Collaborating with the sorcerers, she cast a spell to unravel the runes, and after considerable effort, the door creaked open. Inside the ruins, shadows loomed and dampness pervaded the air, with faint glimmers dancing upon the walls. They proceeded along the passageway, arriving at a vast hall. At the center of the hall stood a stone pedestal, upon which lay a tome emanating a sinister black glow. As Lena approached the pedestal, an eerie laughter reverberated throughout the hall. An ethereal figure materialized before them. Cloaked in black robes, its features obscured. "You should not be here. No one can leave alive," it intoned ominously. Undeterred, Lena confronted the apparition, demanding, "Who are you? What is your connection to the Shadow Pact?" The spectral figure sneered, "The Shadow Pact is the key to unlocking dark powers, and I am its guardian. You foolish mortals, attempting to thwart a grand design, are utterly laughable." As Lena faced off against the apparition, a violent tremor suddenly shook the ruins. Peering through the hall's windows, they beheld the ground of the island fissuring, with molten lava surging forth from the depths. The dark beings, driven by the magma, grew increasingly frenzied, converging upon the ruins. The apparition, reveling in the chaos, cackled, "This is your own doing. The entire island shall descend into ruin, and you will perish here." Realizing the urgency of their plight, Lena understood they must swiftly devise an escape from the island while unraveling the secrets of the Shadow Pact. However, at that moment, the exit was obstructed by the dark creatures and the encroaching lava, with the apparition lurking nearby, ever watchful. In this perilous hour, Lena faced a formidable choice: to engage the spectral figure in a desperate battle to buy time to uncover the secrets of the Shadow Pact, or to find a way to breach the encirclement and flee from the impending cataclysm of the island. Whichever path she chose was fraught with uncertainty and danger. Yet for the sake of unveiling the mastermind's sinister plot and saving the realm of Westeros, Lena knew she must make a decisive choice. Chapter 60. The unveiling of truth and the prelude to the final confrontation in the ruins of the mysterious island. Lena resolved to confront the apparition, seeking to buy precious time to uncover the secrets of the Shadow Pact. She led the sorcerers into a fierce battle against the ethereal figure. Lena unleashed potent offensive spells, beams of light striking toward the apparition. The other sorcerers followed suit, employing their unique abilities, some piercing with ice shards, while others conjured gales, attempting to diminish the apparition's formidable power. The phantasmal figure continuously evaded attacks while unleashing dark energy in retaliation. At a pivotal moment in the battle, Lena discerned a vulnerability in the ethereal apparition. She concentrated her entire magical essence and cast a potent purification spell that struck the phantasmal entity directly. With a piercing scream, the figure's form became increasingly indistinct. Seizing the moment of the apparition's injury, Lena swiftly approached the stone platform and grasped the tome radiating with an ominous black light. As she leafed through its pages, she uncovered the intricate details of the Shadow Pact, including the ritual for its signing, the powers it bestowed, and the potential ramifications. It became evident that the Shadow Pact was an exceedingly malevolent magic, granting the user formidable dark powers at the cost of their soul to dark forces, unleashing a cascade of calamities that would plunge the continent into chaos and ruin. Lena realized that the orchestrator behind these events aimed to harness the Shadow Pact's might to dominate the entirety of Westeros. She understood the urgency of preventing such a fate. While Lena was engrossed in the tome, the situation outside the ruins escalated perilously. Magma surged forth as dark creatures assailed the remnants. The sorcerers, while fending off the onslaught, sought an escape from the island. Within the pages, Lena discovered a spell capable of temporarily dispelling the dark powers. Leading the sorcerers outside the ruins, she cast the spell, dispersing the surrounding dark beings and magma. They followed a narrow path to the seashore. Fortunately, the sailboat they had arrived on remained intact. Lena and her companions hastily boarded the vessel and departed from the mysterious island. During their voyage, Lena conveyed the secrets of the Shadow Pact to Aiden and Jaime through magical communication. Upon learning of the Shadow Pact's secrets in the north, Aiden intensified his vigilance against dark magic. He assembled a coalition of sorcerers and warriors, readying them for the imminent challenges. In King's Landing, Jaime accelerated his investigations and uncovered the identity of the mysterious organization's mastermind, a noble concealed within the court. This noble sought to exploit the Shadow Pact's power to overthrow the current regime and ascend to the throne. Jaime relayed this information to Aiden and Lena. The trio resolved to convene in King's Landing to strategize their response. They were acutely aware that the final confrontation, which would determine the fate of Westeros, was on the horizon. As various factions stirred in the shadows, they would shoulder the monumental responsibility of saving the continent. In this climactic struggle, would they succeed in thwarting the signing of the Shadow Pact and rescue Westeros from the brink of destruction? All remained uncertain, yet they had adequately prepared to confront this life-and-death battle. Chapter 61. The turmoil and peril of King's Landing. Jaime shared this news with Aiden and Lena. The three resolved to gather in King's Landing to collaboratively devise their strategy in anticipation of the forthcoming decisive confrontation that would dictate the fate of Westeros. Various factions are subtly stirring, poised to undertake the monumental task of saving the continent. In this confrontation, will they succeed in thwarting the signing of the Shadow Pact and rescuing Westeros from the brink of disaster? Everything remains uncertain, yet they are thoroughly prepared to face this life-and-death struggle. Convergence of forces and intelligence. Gathering. Aiden, Lena, and James successfully convened in King's Landing, gathering in a concealed manner to consolidate intelligence from various sources. Aiden brought news of dark magical activities in the north, revealing that enigmatic figures had been frequently spotted in the border regions, seemingly conducting some nefarious rituals. Lena recounted her experiences on the mysterious island, along with the secrets of the Shadow Pact. James unveiled the intrigues of the nobility within the court, disclosing that one noble had been secretly colluding with dark forces, aiming to harness the power of the Shadow Pact to dominate the entire continent. Formulating plans and internal discord. After deliberation, the trio resolved to first sabotage the ritual wherein the noble would sign the Shadow Pact, and then devise a strategy to expose the dark forces behind it. However, as they sought to formulate a concrete plan, disagreements arose. Aiden advocated for a direct assault on the noble's stronghold with the allied forces, believing that a show of strength would resolve the issue. Lena cautioned that such a move might alert their adversaries, leading to unnecessary casualties. She proposed sending mages to infiltrate and gather more intelligence before launching a surprise attack. James voiced concerns about the dangers of infiltration, fearing it might delay them and allow the noble to complete the ritual ahead of schedule. Amid their heated debate, a commotion erupted outside the manor. It turned out that the noble's henchmen had discovered their whereabouts and were closing in to eliminate them. Aiden, Lena, and James promptly ceased their argument, preparing for battle. Clash and crisis unfolds. A cadre of cloaked figures stormed into the manor, brandishing sharp blades and exuding malevolence. Aiden rallied the warriors to engage the assailants in close combat, wielding his sword with precision and power, repelling the attackers with each strike. Lena and the mages unleashed spells from the rear, employing flames, frost, and other forms of magic to assail their foes. James, undeterred, adeptly maneuvered through the chaos, delivering lethal blows with his dagger. Yet, the onslaught of cloaked figures seemed relentless, their numbers swelling and their attacks intensifying, gradually gaining the upper hand. Aiden and his companions found themselves in dire straits, realizing that this time, their adversaries were well prepared, intent on annihilating them. In a pivotal moment of the battle, Lena identified a figure among the cloaked attackers who appeared to be directing the fray. Taking a bold risk, she concentrated her magical energy to cast a powerful control spell, aiming to seize command of this leader. Should she succeed, it might turn the tide of battle. However, the spell required a significant expenditure of magical power. Could Lena successfully cast it? Would Aiden, James, and the other warriors be able to fend off the attacks during her incantation? The outcome of their struggle in King's Landing remained shrouded in uncertainty and potential upheaval. The success of the spell and the turn of events. Lena concentrated all her magical energy to cast a control spell, successfully subduing the leader of the cloaked figures. The moment the leader was ensnared, chaos erupted among the ranks of the black-clad minions. Aiden, James, and their companions seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Aiden led the warriors into the fray, vanquishing numerous foes. Meanwhile, James stealthily approached the leader, pressing a dagger against his throat and coercing the other cloaked figures to lay down their arms. Under their combined assault, the black-clad adversaries fled in disarray, ultimately being repelled entirely. Chapter 62. The turnaround in desperation and the approaching shadow crisis. The acquisition of intelligence and the emergence of a new crisis after driving back the cloaked figures. Lena and her allies extracted vital information from the leader. They learned that the nobles had become aware of their plans and had made prior preparations. Furthermore, the nobles had summoned formidable experts from the dark forces to assist them, intending to ensnare the trio during the ritual of the Shadow Pact. They also discovered that the ceremony would take place in an ancient temple within King's Landing, occurring in merely 3 days. Aiden, Lena, and James recognized the gravity of the situation. They needed to devise a new strategy post-haste to thwart the nobles from sealing the Shadow Pact. However, their allied forces were still en route, and 3 days was insufficient time to rally them. Additionally, the prowess of the Dark Forces experts posed a significant threat, leaving the trio uncertain if they could halt the ritual without the support of their allies. Unity and preparation. Despite the immense pressure and adversity, Aiden, Lena, and James did not falter. They resolved to gather like-minded mages and warriors in King's Landing to form a temporary contingent, setting off ahead to reconnoiter and prepare at the temple. During their recruitment efforts, they encountered several challenges. Some individuals, fearing retaliation from the Dark Forces, were reluctant to join their cause. Yet, Aiden, Lena, and James persevered, persuading a portion of them to enlist through their sincerity and valor. After considerable effort, they successfully assembled a temporary team comprising dozens of individuals, including seasoned mages and warriors, all imbued with unwavering conviction and courage, ready to fight for the salvation of the realm of Westeros. Prior to their departure, Aiden, Lena, and James meticulously divided responsibilities and conducted training for the team. They assigned various tasks based on each person's strengths and capabilities. Simultaneously, they analyzed and discussed the temple's terrain and potential scenarios they might encounter, formulating an initial combat plan. With all preparations in place, Aiden and his companions led the temporary team toward the ancient temple, fully aware that an arduous battle awaited them ahead. In this fierce conflict, they must confront not only the might of the nobility and the formidable dark forces, but also thwart the signing of the Shadow Pact. Should this pact be successfully executed, the entire continent of Westeros would plunge into an abyss of irretrievable despair. Whether they can triumph in this battle and save the realm remains an enigma. However, they are resolutely prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of peace and tranquility across the land. As they infiltrated the ancient temple, Aiden, Lena, and James led their makeshift team stealthily within. They discovered that the temple was heavily guarded, teeming with the minions of the nobility and the adept of dark forces. During their deeper venture into the temple, they inadvertently triggered a trap. A throng of cloaked figures surged forth from all directions, encircling them completely. Without hesitation, Aiden and his companions engaged in combat, clashing fiercely with the shadowy assailants. Aiden wielded his long sword with deadly precision, relentlessly dispatching foes. Meanwhile, Lena and the mages unleashed a plethora of spells, assaulting the dark figures with flames, frost, and lightning. James, with his agile prowess, darted through the enemy ranks, seeking their weaknesses. As the battle with the cloaked figures raged on, a master of the dark forces emerged, clad in a black robe and donning a mask. He emanated a formidable aura of darkness. With a mere flick of his hand, he showcased his astonishing power, manipulating dark energy to conjure beams of shadow that shot towards Aiden and his allies. They scrambled to evade, yet several were struck by the dark beams and gravely injured. Lena, summoning all her magical strength, cast a powerful defensive spell, forming a shield around her comrades that temporarily repelled the Dark Master's onslaught. Seizing the moment, James led a few warriors to charge at the dark figure, attempting to overpower him with close-quarters combat. However, the Dark Master's speed was unparalleled, effortlessly evading their strikes. He retaliated with a swift counterattack, sending James and his companions hurtling backward, while Aiden and his allies were locked in a fierce struggle with the Dark Master. The nobleman deep within the temple commenced the ritual to sign the Shadow Pact. Holding a tome that radiated with a sinister black light, he recited incantations. As his chants intensified, the surrounding dark energy thickened, enveloping the entire temple in shadows. Aiden, Lena, and James recognized the gravity of their situation. They needed to swiftly thwart the noble's signing of the Shadow Pact. Lena conceived a plan and decided to cast a powerful purification spell to dispel the surrounding dark energy and disrupt the noble's ritual. However, this spell would deplete a significant portion of her magical power, leaving her vulnerable to attacks during its casting. Aiden and James resolved to remain by Lena's side, ensuring her safety as she invoked the spell. They led their temporary alliance in a fierce battle against the Dark Masters and the cloaked figures, buying precious time for Lena. As Lena commenced her purification spell, a radiant white light emanated from her, clashing against the encroaching darkness and gradually dissipating it. The noble, noticing Lena's actions, dispatched several subordinates to thwart her. Aiden and James, rallying the warriors, engaged the noble's minions in a desperate struggle. At a critical moment in the fray, Aiden discerned a flaw in the Dark Master's defenses. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a fierce attack, successfully striking the Dark Master. The Dark Master staggered under the blow, his body trembling as the dark energy around him began to destabilize. James seized the moment, leading several warriors towards the noble. They engaged in an intense close-quarters combat with the noble's henchmen, ultimately breaching their defenses and confronting the noble directly. Upon seeing James and his companions approach, the noble's face contorted into a sinister grin. The tome in his grasp radiated an even more blinding black light, as he prepared to hasten the ritual and finalize the signing of the Shadow Pact. Without hesitation, James and his allies charged towards the noble, determined to impede his progress. Yet, the noble's prowess was formidable. He unleashed dark sorcery that repelled James and his companions. Just as the noble was on the verge of completing the signing of the Shadow Pact, Lena's purification spell finally took effect. The surrounding dark energy was thoroughly dispelled, disrupting the noble's ritual. Enraged, he roared and hurled the tome at Lena. Witnessing this, Aiden dashed forward, positioning himself to shield Lena from the tome. The book struck Aiden with tremendous force, sending him reeling and causing blood to erupt from his mouth. Lena, witnessing Aiden's injury, was engulfed by a tempest of fury and sorrow. She concentrated her remaining magical energy and unleashed a powerful offensive spell, striking the noble directly. The noble was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The signing ceremony of the Shadow Pact was interrupted, but the noble refused to yield. Struggling to rise, he prepared to launch another assault. At that moment, Aiden, Lena, and James were utterly exhausted, their magical reserves and physical stamina nearly depleted. Could they prevail against the noble under such dire circumstances and ultimately prevent the signing of the Shadow Pact? What fate awaited the realm of Westeros? All remained uncertain. Chapter 64. A glimmer of dawn amidst desperation despite his injuries. Aiden bore the agony and fixed his determined gaze upon the noble. He understood that retreat was not an option. Should the noble resume the ritual, the consequences would be dire. James swiftly adjusted his stance, drawing two short daggers from his waist, and charged towards the noble with a ghostly speed, aiming to subdue him before he could cast dark magic once more. The noble, upon seeing James approach, let out a cold laugh and quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a dark barrier that appeared instantaneously before him. James's daggers struck the barrier, eliciting a spray of black sparks, yet failing to penetrate its defenses. Simultaneously, with a flick of his other hand, the noble summoned a dark tendril from the ground that ensnared James's legs tightly, hurling him violently aside. Lena, in a state of urgent distress, realized she had to devise a plan to break the deadlock within a brief span of time. She scanned the surroundings and noticed several magical crystals embedded in the temple walls, faintly glowing. An idea sparked within her. She concentrated the last vestiges of her magical energy, casting a spell to channel the energy from these crystals, converging it into a brilliant beam directed at the noble. The radiant light struck the noble's dark barrier, causing it to tremble under the force of the illumination. Sensing the imminent threat, the noble was compelled to allocate part of his focus to maintain the barrier. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Aiden, despite enduring pain, poured his remaining strength into his sword, unleashing a powerful surge of fighting spirit that surged towards the noble's barrier. The harmonious convergence of Aiden's fighting spirit and Lena's directed crystal light ultimately shattered the noble's dark defenses. The noble barely managed to evade, but not without sustaining a deep wound on his arm, blood gushing forth. Enraged and humiliated, the noble dashed recklessly towards the stone pedestal where the shadow-packed book lay. Intent on forcefully completing the ritual, James swiftly rose from the ground, summoning all his strength to hurl one of his daggers at the noble. The dagger, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, struck precisely at the noble's back. The noble staggered momentarily, but did not halt his advance. Just as he was about to grasp the book, Aiden arrived, leaping high to slash at the noble's hand that clutched the tome. The noble, left with no choice, relinquished the book and turned to engage Aiden in close combat. At this moment, Aiden had cast aside all fear of death. Each strike he delivered was fierce and merciless, allowing no respite for the noble. Meanwhile, Lena was not idle. She continuously cast supportive spells to bolster Aiden's strength, while simultaneously weakening the noble's defenses. Through their synchronized efforts, the noble gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Finally, seizing the opportune moment, Aiden thrust his sword into the noble's chest, causing the noble to cough up blood as he slowly collapsed to the ground. With the noble fallen, the dark aura enveloping the temple began to dissipate rapidly. Aiden, Lena, and James exchanged relieved smiles, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the joy of having thwarted the signing of the Shadow Pact. As the dark aura receded, the temporary forces outside the temple succeeded in repelling the remaining black-clad assailants. They surged into the temple, erupting into cheers upon witnessing Aiden and his companion's success in averting the crisis. However, Aiden, Lena, and James understood that although they had successfully prevented the noble from sealing the Shadow Pact, the forces of darkness still lingered, and the peril over the continent of Westeros had not been entirely quelled. However, this victory bestowed upon them a sense of confidence and hope, as they believed that united in purpose, they could utterly vanquish the forces of darkness. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, a ray of sunlight streamed through a fissure in the temple's dome, illuminating the battleground that had just endured fierce conflict, as if heralding a new dawn for the realm of Westeros. Aiden, Lena, and James would now shoulder greater responsibilities, continuing their quest to safeguard the peace of the continent while confronting further unknown challenges. Chapter 65. Aftermath of war and preparations for a new journey, clearing the battlefield, and healing preparations following the conclusion of the Battle of the Temple. Aiden, Lena, and James swiftly led their companions in clearing the battlefield. They meticulously gathered scattered magical artifacts and clues related to the Shadow Pact for future study. The injured warriors were carefully tended to, with accompanying healers and mages employing restorative spells to mend their wounds. Aiden's injuries were particularly severe. The impact from a tome imbued with dark powers had inflicted damage upon his internal organs. Lena remained by his side, utilizing her exceptional magical skills to help realign his chaotic energies. Meanwhile, James navigated through the crowd, orchestrating the various post-battle affairs to ensure that everything proceeded in an orderly manner. As time progressed, the warriors' conditions gradually stabilized, and with collective effort, a semblance of order began to return to the temple. Yet, all were acutely aware that this battle merely represented a temporary victory. The forces of darkness still lurked in the shadows of the continent, poised to strike anew. Discussion of strategies and formulation of plans in a side chamber of the temple. Aiden, Lena, and James convened with key members of their temporary alliance to deliberate on the next steps in countering the dark forces. Though we have thwarted the nobles from signing the Shadow Pact, the forces of darkness will undoubtedly not rest, Aiden remarked gravely, a furrow creasing his brow and a flicker of concern evident in his gaze. Lena nodded in agreement, asserting, indeed. The clues we obtained from the mysterious island suggest that a vast dark organization lurks behind the Shadow Pact. The nobles are merely their pawns in plain sight. We must delve deeper to uncover the core of this organization and eradicate it from the roots. James stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, we require more manpower and resources. The coalition we previously assembled has yet to arrive. We can build upon this foundation and unite with other righteous forces across the continent. Simultaneously, we must enhance our intelligence-gathering efforts. Knowing ourselves and our adversaries will render us invincible in battle. After an intense discussion, they devised a comprehensive plan. First, James would return to King's Landing to communicate with Cersei, seeking official support, including military aid, supplies, and a broader intelligence network. Lena would lead a contingent of mages back to Dragonstone to conduct in-depth research on the magical materials collected from the temple and the mysterious island, seeking vulnerabilities in the dark forces and strategies to counter them. Aiden would remain in place, awaiting the arrival of the coalition while surveying the surrounding areas to prevent any potential sabotage by the dark forces. Mobilization and preparations for the new journey with their plans established, the group immediately set to work. Jaime hastened back to King's Landing, where he meticulously briefed Cersei on the events of the Temple War and the formidable challenges they faced. Deeply moved by their valiant deeds, Cersei resolved to lend her unwavering support to their cause. She commanded the mobilization of additional troops to reinforce the coalition and arrange for the intelligence department to collaborate closely with Jaime, ensuring they were equipped with all necessary information. Meanwhile, Lena returned to Dragonstone with arcane materials, gathering the island's most skilled sorcerers to form a dedicated research group. They toiled day and night, delving into the enigmatic documents in an effort to unveil the mysteries of the dark forces. During their studies, they uncovered clues linked to dark magical formations, which could potentially lead them to the core stronghold of the sinister organization. Aiden actively prepared for the coalition's arrival, reorganizing the temporary forces and enhancing their training to bolster their combat capabilities. He also dispatched reconnaissance teams to conduct thorough searches of the surrounding areas, leaving no suspicious signs unchecked. Thanks to the concerted efforts of all parties involved, progress was unfolding in an orderly manner. Aiden, Lena, and Jaime were acutely aware that the impending journey was fraught with uncertainty and peril. However, they were resolutely prepared, armed with steadfast conviction to embark on this challenging voyage in pursuit of peace and tranquility for the realm of Westeros, determined to eradicate the dark forces and restore light to the land. Chapter 66. The Search for Clues and the Looming Crisis Breakthrough in Research at Dragonstone. Lena and her team of sorcerers immersed themselves in the study of the mysterious materials. After several days of relentless research, they achieved a significant breakthrough. By analyzing the runes and incantations gathered from the temple and the mysterious island, they discovered that the dark forces appeared to be orchestrating an even grander dark ritual. Should this ritual come to fruition, it would endow the leader of the dark organization with a terrifying power capable of overturning the entire continent of Westeros. More crucially, they found clues within the intricate magical symbols pointing to the core stronghold of the dark organization. This ancient castle lay concealed deep within the misty forest in the northwestern part of the continent, shrouded by potent dark magic that would render it imperceptible to the untrained eye without these special leads. Recognizing the gravity of this revelation, Lena immediately communicated the discovery to Aiden and Jaime through magical correspondence. We have located the lair of the dark forces, deep within the misty forest to the northwest. However, according to the documents, the area is heavily fortified, riddled with dark traps and formidable protective spells. We must prepare thoroughly. Undercurrents in King's Landing. Jaime busied himself with preparations for the coalition's support, while simultaneously leveraging the intelligence network provided by Cersei to unearth the potential minions of the dark forces within the capital. Yet, as his investigation deepened, he uncovered a far more intricate situation than he had anticipated. Within the noble circles of King's Landing, it seemed that certain individuals were clandestinely colluding with the dark forces. While they outwardly professed loyalty to Cersei's reign, behind the scenes, they were relaying intelligence and stockpiling resources for the dark organization. Jaime's probing actions had raised their suspicions, prompting them to initiate countermeasures against him. One night, as James made his way back to his abode, he was ambushed by a cadre of enigmatic assassins. The assailants exhibited remarkable agility and seamless coordination, clearly indicating their rigorous training as killers. Utilizing his exceptional combat skills and nimble reflexes, James engaged in a desperate struggle against the assassins. However, the sheer number of adversaries, compounded by the continuous influx of reinforcements, gradually overwhelmed him. Just as James was on the verge of succumbing, a patrol of city guards fortuitously passed by and repelled the attackers. Although he narrowly escaped with his life, he bore grievous wounds. It dawned upon him that the insidious influence of dark forces within the capital ran deeper than he had anticipated, and his actions had evidently triggered their heightened alertness. A far greater storm was poised to erupt in the royal city. Amidst the assembly of the Northern Coalition, Aiden encountered complications. Several northern families, initially committed to joining the alliance, abruptly reversed their decisions. They were either coerced by the dark forces or tempted by self-serving interests, wavering in their resolve to partake in the struggle against the looming threats. Aiden personally ventured to the territories of these families, endeavoring to persuade them to honor their pledges. In his meetings with the family leaders, he appealed to their reason and emotions, articulating the existential peril posed by the dark forces to the entire continent and emphasizing their shared duty to safeguard their homeland. Nevertheless, some leaders remained steadfast, impervious to his entreaties. To exacerbate matters, Aiden sensed the presence of a traitor lurking within the ranks of the Northern Coalition's encampment. Essential supplies mysteriously vanished, and sensitive troop deployment information occasionally leaked to small contingents of dark forces in the vicinity. This severely hampered the coalition's assembly process and dampened morale. Aiden understood that if these internal issues were not swiftly resolved, not only would the coalition's strength be significantly diminished, but they might also find themselves in a precarious position during future confrontations. Thus, he fortified the camp's security measures and initiated a thorough investigation for the infiltrator while simultaneously striving to persuade the wavering families, hoping to forge a formidable and united front before embarking towards the misty forest. Chapter 67. Crisis Response and Difficult Progress. The counteroffensive and purge of King's Landing. Following his injury, James did not retreat. He recognized that the lurking forces of darkness within King's Landing needed to be eradicated, as their presence would not only hinder the coalition's preparations, but also pose a substantial threat to the entire city. With Cersei's support, he swiftly organized a special operations team comprised of loyal knights and astute spies. Leading this team, James commenced an investigation into the nobles suspected of colluding with the dark forces. Utilizing the clues he had previously gathered, they covertly monitored the movements of these nobles, intercepting their correspondence and clandestine discussions. After several days of intense surveillance, they finally secured irrefutable evidence, identifying several key traitors. On a moonless night, with the wind howling ominously, James and his team launched a surprise raid. They stealthily infiltrated the residences of the traitors, catching them utterly unawares. Following a fierce confrontation, the traitors were apprehended en masse. Jaime publicly exposed their transgressions, and under Cersei's command, the traitors received their just punishment. With the treachery purged, the situation in King's Landing gradually stabilized. Jaime accelerated the preparation of supplies and the mobilization of personnel for the Allied forces, ensuring a timely rendezvous with Aiden and Lena to jointly advance toward the Dark Forces stronghold. In the north, Aiden made significant progress in identifying infiltrators within the Allied camp. Through meticulous surveillance and clever ambushes, they successfully apprehended a spy relaying intelligence. Interrogation revealed that several other accomplices were concealed within the camp. Aiden chose not to raise alarms. Instead, he leveraged the captured spy to relay false information to the dark forces while gradually tightening the noose around the remaining traitors. Simultaneously addressing the issue of infiltrators, Aiden did not neglect persuading the wavering northern families. He extended invitations to esteemed elders from the north to visit the territories of those families. These elders shared their personal experiences, recounting the calamities the dark forces had once inflicted upon the continent, rekindling a sense of responsibility and honor among the family leaders. Through relentless efforts, the majority of the initially hesitant families ultimately resolved to rejoin the Allied forces. Seizing the momentum, Aiden undertook a comprehensive restructuring of the entire alliance. He readjusted the military organization, reinforced discipline training, and organized multiple practical drills, enhancing the overall combat effectiveness and cohesion of the coalition. On Dragonstone, Lena and her team of mages, having determined the location of the Dark Forces core stronghold, delved deeper into unraveling the dark defensive magic surrounding the castle. They meticulously examined numerous ancient tomes and conducted various magical experiments. At last, they discovered a method to temporarily weaken the concealment magic of the dark castle. rendering it visible for a limited time. Concurrently, they developed a series of targeted magical weapons, such as luminous arrows capable of piercing dark shields and mana disruption orbs designed to interfere with dark magical formations. Lena also gathered all the young and promising mages on Dragonstone for urgent special training, imparting techniques to counter dark magic and battle strategies. She aspired to provide formidable magical support to the allied forces in the impending conflict. As preparations from all fronts gradually reached completion, Aiden, Jaime, and Lena were acutely aware that the final confrontation with the dark forces was imminent. Despite enduring numerous hardships in addressing the crisis, they had gradually forged a powerful alliance through unwavering faith and relentless effort. Leading the coalition and the mage team, they set forth toward the misty forest in the northwest, ready to engage in a decisive battle that would determine the fate of Westeros. Chapter 68. The Sinister Journey Through the Misty Forest and Its Perils Entering the Misty Forest. Aiden, Jaime, and Lena led the allied forces and the mage team to the edge of the misty forest in the northwest. The forest lay shrouded in a dense fog, exuding an aura of decay that instilled fear in those who dared to gaze upon it. The group cautiously stepped into the forest, the leaves beneath their feet rustling softly, as if whispering the mysteries and ancient tales of this woodland realm. Aiden led the procession, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, his sword poised and ready for any unforeseen occurrences. In the midst of the group, Lena continuously cast detection spells, striving to sense any lurking dangers. Meanwhile, James took up the rear, ensuring the safety of their flank. As they delved deeper into the forest, the fog thickened, visibility diminished drastically, compelling them to rely on their magical communication to stay connected. Suddenly, a deep roar reverberated ahead, as if a colossal creature was approaching. Emerging from the mist was a gigantic beast, its body bristling with sharp spines. Its eyes glimmered with an unsettling red light, and a viscous green slime dripped from its maw, exuding a nauseating stench. The creature opened its gaping jaws and unleashed a thunderous roar, lunging ferociously towards the coalition. "Prepare for battle," Aiden shouted, and the coalition swiftly formed a combat formation. The warriors raised their shields, creating a formidable barrier, while their spears stood like a forest aimed at the beast. The mages positioned themselves behind, chanting incantations, ready to unleash potent magical assaults. Lena was the first to strike, launching a fire spell that enveloped the beast in flames. Yet, the creature appeared somewhat resistant to the fire, writhing amidst the flames, and instead of retreating, it charged even more wildly. Observing this, James led a squad of elite knights to flank the beast, wielding their swords in an attempt to sever its leg joints and incapacitate it. The creature, sensing the threat from the side, swung its tail with immense force, sending several knights sprawling. Seizing the moment, Aiden leapt into action, aiming a strike at the beast's neck while it was distracted by the knights. The beast howled in pain, violently thrashing its body and flinging Aiden away. As the battle raged, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Enormous fissures opened beneath their feet, causing many soldiers to plunge into the abyss. Simultaneously, the surrounding trees began to twist and contort, their branches reaching out like tentacles in an attempt to ensnare the coalition. "It's a trap. Be cautious," Lena shouted, her voice piercing through the chaos. She concentrated her magical energy, casting a powerful shield spell to protect the remaining coalition members. However, the shield began to crack under the onslaught of dark energy emanating from the branches and fissures. Aiden rose from the ground, realizing he could no longer afford to be passive. He surveyed his surroundings and discerned that these traps were likely tied to a dark magical array. If he could locate the core of the array, perhaps the traps could be dismantled. "Lena, lead the mages to find the core of the magical array while we fend off these assaults," Aiden commanded. Lena nodded in agreement and, under the protection of the shield, led the mages on their quest to uncover the heart of the dark enchantment. As Aiden, James, and the warriors valiantly resisted the onslaught of monstrous foes, branches, and dark energy, they fought to buy precious time for Lena and her team. However, as moments passed, the cracks in their protective shield multiplied, placing the coalition in an increasingly precarious situation. Whether they would successfully locate the core of the magical array and escape their dire predicament remained uncertain. Chapter 69. Breaking Through Adversity and the Unveiling of the Dark Castle. Lena, lead the mages in search of the core of the magical array. "We shall hold off these attacks," Aiden called out. Lena nodded in acknowledgement and, under the cover of the shield, guided the mage team in their quest. Meanwhile, Aiden, James, and the warriors exerted every ounce of effort to fend off the relentless assaults of the beasts, branches, and dark energy, striving to grant Lena and her companions the time they needed. Yet, as time wore on, the shield's integrity waned, and the coalition's circumstances grew ever more perilous, leaving their success in locating the core of the magical array shrouded in uncertainty. In their search for the core, Lena led the mages to fan out under the shield's protection, meticulously scouring the surroundings. They employed various detection spells, leaving no potential clue unexamined. One young mage, upon approaching the roots of a colossal ancient tree, spotted peculiar runes shimmering with a faint light. "Lena, there may be something here," the young mage exclaimed. Swiftly, Lena arrived at his side, crouching down to scrutinize the runes. After careful analysis, she determined that these were part of the dark magical array controlling the traps, and the core of the magical array was likely nestled within the ancient tree. Gathering around the ancient tree, Lena and the other mages commenced casting dispelling spells. Their combined magical energies coalesced into a radiant beam, gradually penetrating the tree's bark. As the light delved deeper, the ancient tree began to tremble violently, its branches thrashing wildly in an attempt to thwart the mage's efforts. In the vicinity of the ancient tree, Aiden, James, and the warriors faced the daunting task of repelling the assaults from the beasts and dark energy. The ferocity of the beasts' attacks escalated, relentlessly battering the shield, which teetered on the brink of collapse. James rallied the knights to form a charge squad, repeatedly launching themselves at the beasts in an attempt to draw their attention and alleviate the pressure on the shield. Aiden, on the other hand, engaged in combat with the tentacle-like branches, his sword dancing amid them as he severed the encroaching tendrils. Yet, the branches continued to surge forth, and the warriors gradually found themselves overwhelmed. Just as the shield seemed on the verge of shattering, Lena and the mages succeeded in dismantling the core of the magical array within the ancient tree. With a flash of light, the surrounding traps vanished instantaneously. The twisted trees reverted to their original forms, and the fissures began to close. Deprived of the trap support, the beasts' movement slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and James charged towards the beasts together. Their teamwork proved seamless. Aiden drew the beasts' frontal assaults while James maneuvered to their rear, striking at the opportune moment to pierce the beasts' vital points. The beasts roared in agony before collapsing with a resounding thud. With the beasts and traps vanquished, the coalition took a moment to regroup before delving deeper into the mist-laden forest. As they advanced, the mist ahead gradually dissipated, revealing an enormous dark castle. The fortress loomed skyward, its walls adorned with sharp, black spires exuding a potent aura of darkness. The castle's grand entrance stood resolutely shut, encircled by a layer of black energy shield. Aiden, James, and Lena understood that this was the very heart of the dark forces, and a more arduous battle loomed on the horizon. They gazed at the menacing castle before them, their hearts brimming with unwavering conviction. After enduring myriad crises, the Allied forces had finally arrived at this juncture. They would stop at nothing to dismantle the dark forces and save the realm of Westeros. Within the castle, the dark forces seemed to sense their arrival and were preparing for the impending confrontation. The atmosphere was charged with tension as both sides stood poised for conflict, leaving the outcome of their assault on the castle's defenses and the ultimate clash with the dark forces shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 70. The Awakening of Dark Castle's Fury and Mysterious Power. Breaking through the castle's defenses, Aiden, James, and Lena led the Allied forces to the foreboding Dark Castle. Confronting the formidable black energy shield, they resolved to summon the mages to cast a shield-breaking spell. Lena directed the mages to form a colossal magical circle, channeling their arcane energies to create a powerful beam aimed at the shield. The energy shield rippled under the impact of the beam, its surface shimmering with black luminescence. However, the shield's defenses surpassed their expectations. Despite the mages' utmost efforts, only minor cracks appeared. Realizing that a solely magical assault would not suffice to breach the shield in a timely manner, Aiden scrutinized the surroundings and noticed weaker energy fluctuations at the junction where the shield met the castle walls. Rallying a band of elite warriors armed with enchanted weapons, he charged towards these vulnerable points. The warriors swung their weapons with fervor, striking at the junction of the shield and wall, each blow generating waves of energy that gradually weakened the shield's defenses. Meanwhile, James led another contingent of knights to patrol the castle's perimeter, vigilantly watching for any sudden reinforcements from the dark forces. They remained alert, prepared to counter any potential assaults. The dark forces counterattack. As the Allied forces pressed their attack on the shield, the dark forces within the castle initiated their retaliation. A cadre of robed sorcerers emerged atop the castle's towers, chanting nefarious incantations and unleashing torrents of black energy beams towards the Alliance. Lena swiftly commanded a portion of the mages to divert their power to cast defensive spells. A massive blue shield materialized above the Allied forces, absorbing the onslaught of black energy beams. The collisions between the dark beams and the blue shield reverberated through the air, accompanied by flashes of light. However, the onslaught from the dark sorcerers grew increasingly ferocious, and the blue shield began to show signs of fissures. Observing the mounting strain on the mages, Aiden urged the warriors to intensify their assault on the shield, striving to breach the defenses swiftly and gain entry into the castle. As the blue shield was on the verge of shattering, Aiden and the warriors finally succeeded in breaching the black energy barrier. With a resounding crash, the shield fragmented, and the Allied forces surged forward. The awakening of a mysterious power heralded the ultimate confrontation. Upon entering the castle, the Allied forces were immediately besieged by the dark forces. Dark warriors surged from every corner, engaging the Allies in fierce combat. Aiden, James, and Lena each led a portion of their troops into a desperate struggle against the forces of darkness. In a critical moment of battle, Aiden suddenly sensed a surge of enigmatic power coursing through him. A golden aura enveloped his body, enhancing his strength. Aiden realized that an ancient force had been awakened within him. Harnessing this power, he wielded his sword like a bolt of golden lightning, weaving through the dark warriors, who fell in his wake. James and Lena also perceived Aiden's transformation. Inspired, they fought with renewed vigor. James rallied the knights into a charge formation, breaking through the dark warriors' defenses, while Lena unleashed potent magic, launching widespread attacks against the dark forces. Guided by Aiden's mysterious power, the Allied forces gradually gained the upper hand. The dark forces began to retreat, yet they continued to resist fiercely. Ultimately, Aiden led the Allies deep into the heart of the castle, where he faced the Dark Leader in a climactic showdown. The Dark Leader wielded formidable dark magic, and a fierce duel of magic and swordsmanship ensued between him and Aiden. Drawing upon his mysterious power and unwavering conviction, Aiden began to overpower the Dark Leader. In a final decisive strike, Aiden concentrated all his strength and thrust his sword into the Dark Leader, vanquishing him completely. As the Dark Leader fell, the malevolent atmosphere within the dark castle gradually dissipated, and the continent of Westeros welcomed a long-awaited peace. Chapter 71. Reconstruction of the continent and the waning aftermath. Rebuilding after the darkness lifted. With the defeat of the Dark Leader in the castle, the ominous shadow that had loomed over the continent of Westeros finally vanished. Aiden, James, and Lena led the Allied forces in clearing the remnants of the Dark Castle and thoroughly dismantling it to prevent the resurgence of dark power. Meanwhile, news of the eradication of the dark forces spread across the continent, prompting jubilant celebrations among the populace. However, after enduring prolonged darkness, the continent lay in ruins, desperately in need of restoration. Jon, Daenerys, and Cersei swiftly convened a continental council to discuss and formulate an extensive reconstruction plan. The North began to rebuild the villages and farmlands ravaged by dark magic, as Jon mobilized the northern populace, employing both traditional and newly developed agricultural techniques to reclaim the land and cultivate crops. Concurrently, efforts were made to repair destroyed homes and fortifications, while patrols and defenses along the borders were strengthened to guard against any resurgence of dark forces. Dragonstone, leveraging its advantages in magic and scholarship, emerged as a hub for the dissemination of knowledge and technology. Daenerys dispatched mages and scholars across the continent to aid in the establishment of schools, libraries, and magical research institutions, fostering the revival of culture and technological advancement throughout the realm. In King's Landing, the city capitalizes on its political and economic centrality to coordinate resources and foster a resurgence in trade. Cersei urges merchants to restore commercial exchanges, establish fair and just trading regulations, and encourage the development of handicrafts and manufacturing, thereby invigorating the continent's economic reconstruction. Despite the core of the dark forces being vanquished, remnants have fled to the continent's remote regions. Aiden, James, and Lena remain vigilant, taking it upon themselves to eradicate the residual dark forces. Leading elite troops from the Allied forces, they conduct extensive searches across the continent, following the trails of the dark forces into dense forests, caves, and abandoned castles. During one such operation, Aiden's team tracks a group of dark remnants hidden within a deep mountain cave, attempting to resist using the cave's intricate terrain. The remnants are ultimately defeated under Aiden's adept leadership and combat experience. To prevent the resurgence of dark forces, the Continental Council enacts a series of stringent laws and regulatory measures. They strengthen the oversight of magic, prohibiting any unauthorized study of dark magic, and establishing dedicated magical oversight institutions to conduct regular reviews of magical activities. Furthermore, Magical alarm systems are installed at critical locations across the continent to promptly alert authorities in the event of dark magical disturbances. As the continent rebuilds and purges the remnants of darkness, Aiden, James, and Lena emerge as paragons for the younger generation. Their heroic deeds resonate throughout the realm, inspiring countless youths. Many young individuals, influenced by their example, dedicate themselves to the continent's reconstruction and defense. In the north, aspiring warriors emulate Aiden, rigorously training to master combat skills and leadership, aspiring to protect their homeland as he does. On Dragonstone, young sorcerers follow Lena's lead, delving into magical knowledge and exploring uncharted realms of sorcery, contributing to the continent's magical advancement. In King's Landing, budding politicians and merchants look to James as a model, learning the art of governance and commerce, striving to enhance the prosperity of their city. Aiden, James, and Lena recognize the significance of mentorship and dedicate time to instruct the younger generation. Aiden establishes a military academy in the north, imparting practical experience and strategic acumen. Lena offers advanced courses at the Magical Academy on Dragonstone, nurturing exceptional sorcerers. James organizes political and economic seminars in King's Landing, sharing his insights and experiences. As time progresses, the continent of Westeros gradually revives and flourishes through collective efforts. The threat of dark forces becomes a thing of the past, while the younger generation thrives under the guidance of their elders, ushering in a new era filled with hope and vitality. Chapter 72. Under the New Order. Under currents and challenges as trade in Westeros gradually rebounds, new issues quietly emerge, leading to tensions sparked by trade disputes. As the trade nexus of the continent, King's Landing, in formulating its trade policies, tends to prioritize the interests of local merchants. This inclination has restricted traders from certain northern and southern regions, inciting considerable discontent. The fur traders of the north and the spice merchants of the south have united in their belief that the trade policies of King's Landing are unjust, severely impacting their livelihoods. These merchants have begun organizing protests, refusing to engage in trade with the merchants of King's Landing, and exerting pressure on the Continental Council to reconsider and amend the trade policies. This trade dispute has rapidly escalated, resulting in heightened tensions between different regions of the continent. The conflicts among merchants have even sparked minor outbreaks of violence, leading to disruptions in several trade routes and adversely affecting the economic recovery of the continent. Upon learning of this situation, Aiden, James, and Lena recognized the gravity of the issue and resolved to intervene and mediate the trade dispute. Simultaneously, the continent has been experiencing a surge in incidents of magical mishaps. Several sorcerers have, during their spellcasting, suddenly lost control over their magical energies, resulting in unintended consequences and various accidents. In some areas, uncontrolled magical flames have ignited wildfires, consuming vast expanses of forest. In others, unrestrained shards of ice have scattered dangerously, threatening the safety of nearby residents. Lena and the scholars of Dragonstone have initiated an investigation into these occurrences, uncovering that these errant magics appear to be influenced by an unknown force. This force is exceedingly elusive and difficult to perceive, yet it can disrupt the flow of magical energies at critical moments during a sorcerer's incantation. More troubling still, as the investigation deepens, they discover that this mysterious force may be linked to the dark powers previously vanquished. Has this malevolent force left behind some form of contingency, attempting to destabilize the magical order to once again disrupt the peace of the continent? Aware of the significance of this matter, Lena strives to find solutions to the magical disruptions while sharing her findings with Aiden and James. The trio resolves to confront this looming threat together. In a remote township on the continent, an elderly seer, who had long lived in seclusion, suddenly proclaimed that he had deciphered an ancient prophecy. The prophecy foretold that Westeros would face an unprecedented calamity, one not stemming from external dark forces, but rather from an internal imbalance of power and magical chaos. It further indicated that only by locating the legendary magical relic and placing it at the heart of the continent by a true hero who harbors a genuine desire for peace could this disaster be averted. This prophecy quickly spread across the continent, drawing attention and speculation from all quarters. Some fervently believed in its veracity, embarking on quests to find the so-called magical relic, while others dismissed it as mere nonsense, concocted by those with ulterior motives to sow discord. Upon learning of this prophecy, Aiden, James, and Lena were plunged into deep contemplation. They are uncertain of the prophecy's authenticity. However, in light of the ongoing trade disputes and the rampant occurrences of magical chaos, no factor that may influence the stability of the continent can be overlooked. They have resolved to delve deeply into the truth behind this prophecy to ascertain whether there exists any correlation with the current crises besetting the continent. A new adventure and a series of challenges await them. Chapter 73. Actions provoked by the prophecy. Upon learning of the prophecy, Aiden, James, and Lena fell into contemplation. Their doubts regarding its veracity lingered, yet the present trade conflicts and rampant magical disturbances necessitated vigilance towards any elements that could destabilize the continent. They made the decision to investigate the underlying truth of the prophecy, seeking to discern any potential connections it might have with the crises currently afflicting the realm. Deliberations of the Continental Council. Aiden, James, and Lena brought the matter of the prophecy before the Continental Council. Opinions among the council members varied widely, igniting fervent discussions. Some members posited that this could be a scheme orchestrated by dark forces aimed at sowing discord across the continent. Others, however, leaned towards a cautious approach, advocating for the urgent search for the magical relic. After prolonged debates, the council resolved to establish an investigative team led by Aiden, James, and Lena, tasked with rigorously examining the authenticity of the prophecy and uncovering leads regarding the magical relic. Concurrently, the council intensified its oversight across various regions to avert panic and chaos stemming from the prophecy. Reactions from various factions. The prophecy stirred considerable unrest throughout the continent, prompting various factions to take action. Some ambitious lords perceived this as an opportune moment to expand their influence, rallying troops under the guise of seeking the magical relic to bolster their military might. In the north, existing territorial disputes among certain lords were exacerbated by the prophecy's emergence. They accused one another of attempting to monopolize the magical relic and amassed forces along the borders, escalating tensions to a breaking point. Upon learning of this, Aiden swiftly returned to the north, leveraging his prestige and leadership to mediate the disputes and implore the lords to prioritize the continent's peace over fleeting gains that could lead to civil war. In the south, several magical families also began to mobilize. Utilizing their arcane resources and connections, they covertly sought clues regarding the magical relic. Among them, an ancient magical lineage claimed to have discovered archaic records concerning the relic, which hinted that it might be concealed within a mysterious magical ruin, though the exact location remained unspecified. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lena resolved to lead a group of sorcerers to this family to meticulously study the records, hoping to uncover more valuable clues. The covert activities of a mysterious organization as various factions engaged in their quests surrounding the prophecy. A shadowy organization quietly observed all proceedings from the darkness. Clad in black robes, their operations were shrouded in secrecy. They appeared to possess a particular interest in the magical relic and had been surveilling the actions of Aiden and his companions. During a meeting with Aiden and his companions, a clandestine organization dispatched a spy, aiming to pilfer their discussions regarding prophecies and magical relics. However, their scheme was thwarted by James's subordinates. Following a chase and a fierce struggle, the spy managed to elude capture, but James's men discovered a mysterious token on him, inscribed with an enigmatic symbol. Aiden, James, and Lena recognized the potential threat this clandestine organization posed to their quest for magical relics. Thus, they resolved to exercise heightened caution while swiftly unraveling the secrets of the symbol on the token to discern the origins and intentions of this shadowy group. Chapter 74. The veil of the mysterious organization begins to lift in a gathering with Aiden and his companions. A spy from a clandestine organization attempted to steal their discussions about prophecies and magical artifacts. Nevertheless, their actions were uncovered by James's subordinates. After a pursuit and a struggle, the spy escaped, but James's men found a mysterious token on him, adorned with a peculiar symbol. Aiden, James, and Lena realized that this enigmatic organization might pose a significant threat to their search for magical artifacts. They knew they must proceed with utmost caution while hastening to decipher the secrets of the symbol to comprehend the origins and motives of this mysterious organization. A thorough investigation. Aiden, James, and Lena embarked on an in-depth study of the mysterious token. They summoned rune experts and historians from across the continent to collaboratively decode the symbols inscribed upon it. Through extensive verification, they ultimately uncovered that this symbol was linked to an ancient dark cult. Legends spoke of this dark sect's ambition to dominate the continent of Westeros through dark sorcery, only to be vanquished and sealed away by the heroes of the time. It now appeared that this cult had not entirely perished, but was instead covertly amassing strength, biding its time for a resurgence. The cult's conspiracy through informants. Aiden and his companions learned that the dark cult was clandestinely gathering power. recruiting malevolent sorcerers and ambitious warriors from various regions, intending to exploit the current chaos on the continent to seek out magical relics. Should they acquire these relics, they would unleash the seals of dark magic, plunging the entire continent into darkness and turmoil. To thwart the dark cult's conspiracy, Aiden, James, and Lena resolved to split into 3 factions. Aiden would lead a group to track down the cult's members in an effort to uncover their hideout. James would liaise with lords and armies across the land to bolster defenses against potential surprise attacks from the cult. Lena would continue her research into the clues surrounding the magical relics, striving to locate them before they fell into the hands of the dark cult. A perilous pursuit. The tracking party led by Aiden encountered numerous challenges during their pursuit. The cult's members proved exceedingly cunning, constantly altering their routes and laying various traps and obstacles. In the course of one such pursuit, Aiden's team inadvertently stumbled into a magical trap, ensnared within a mysterious realm. This space was saturated with dark magic, relentlessly eroding the bodies and wills of the team members. Aiden, with his formidable will and exceptional leadership, led his comrades in resisting the encroaching darkness and diligently sought a means to escape the perilous trap. After a strenuous exploration, they ultimately uncovered a flaw in the trap and successfully extricated themselves from that treacherous space. However, during this endeavor, several members of the team sustained grievous injuries. Aiden recognized that the struggle against the dark cult would be exceedingly arduous, necessitating heightened vigilance to safeguard the continent amidst this crisis. Chapter 75. A difficult choice in the dawn of hope. This realm was saturated with dark magic, relentlessly eroding the bodies and spirits of the team members. Aiden, demonstrating unwavering resolve and potent leadership, guided his team in resisting the corrupting forces and tirelessly sought a way to escape. Following a challenging exploration, they finally discerned the trap's vulnerability and managed to break free from that dangerous environment. Nonetheless, several team members were gravely injured, prompting Aiden to understand that the battle against the dark cult would be exceptionally challenging, requiring them to exercise utmost caution to protect the continent. Aiden's dilemma. While tracking the dark cult, Aiden faced a formidable decision. He discovered that the cult was clandestinely assembling in a small town, poised to launch a terror attack designed to incite chaos and divert public attention. To thwart this impending assault, Aiden would need to lead his team into the very heart of danger, a venture fraught with peril and the potential for further sacrifices among his comrades. Conversely, should they fail to intervene promptly, the innocent citizens of the town would face catastrophic consequences. Aiden was acutely aware of his responsibility to preserve peace and ensure the safety of the populace, yet he was reluctant to place his team in harm's way. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Aiden resolved to lead a daring assault. He conveyed the situation to his team, who, with unwavering resolve, expressed their willingness to fight alongside him, ready to sacrifice everything for the protection of the continent and its people. James, in his efforts to communicate with various lords and armies, encountered numerous challenges. Some lords dismissed the threat posed by the dark cult, perceiving it merely as a mythical organization incapable of inflicting harm. James was compelled to patiently elucidate the history and current realities of the dark cult, showcasing its malevolence and sinister plots to garner their attention. Through James' relentless efforts, a portion of the lords ultimately recognized the gravity of the situation, prompting them to fortify their territory's defenses and express their willingness to follow James' command in the collective fight against the dark cult. Additionally, James organized military training sessions to bolster the combat readiness of the troops in preparation for the impending battle. Lena's discovery. In her quest to unravel the mysteries surrounding magical artifacts, Lena made a significant discovery. Through meticulous research of ancient magical texts and exploration of enigmatic ruins, she finally unearthed vital information regarding these powerful relics. It was revealed that the magical artifacts were crafted by a great sorcerer from a bygone era, possessing immense magical energy capable of balancing the arcane forces across the continent. To locate these artifacts, one must first decipher a series of magical enigmas concealed within the mysterious ruins scattered throughout the land. Lena shared her findings with Aiden and Jam, who resolved to untangle these magical riddles while thwarting the nefarious schemes of the dark cult, aiming to fundamentally resolve the crisis facing the continent. Despite the formidable challenges ahead, their hearts brimmed with hope, firmly believing that through their united efforts, they could vanquish the darkness and safeguard the realm of Westerosi. Leading a cadre of wizards, Lena commenced the exploration of the mystical ruins to unlock the secrets necessary to find the magical artifacts. Their journey led them to an ancient forest, rumored to conceal the first clue to a magical riddle. The air was thick with an aura of mystery, as various peculiar magical beings flitted through the trees, cautiously advancing. They were suddenly confronted by a pack of colossal wolf-like creatures, emanating a dark magical energy, clearly under the control of the sinister cult. Chapter 76. The interweaving of hope and crisis. The exploration of the mysterious ruins commenced under Lena's guidance, as she and her fellow sorcerers sought to unravel the enigma of the magical artifacts. Upon entering an ancient forest, they were met with the legend that the first clue to a magical riddle lay hidden within. The forest exuded an enigmatic ambience, with strange magical creatures weaving through the underbrush. As they tread carefully, a horde of enormous shadow wolves materialized before them, imbued with dark magic. Evidently manipulated by the dark cult, the wizards immediately unleashed their spells to combat the threat, with Lena conjuring powerful flames that enveloped the wolves in a fiery embrace. The other sorcerers swiftly followed suit, employing their signature spells. Some launched icicles to pierce the wolves, while others wielded blades of wind to slice through their forms. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the monstrous wolves. As they continued their exploration, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The walls were adorned with intricate runes and patterns, which Lena and her companions meticulously examined. Ultimately, they deciphered the first magical riddle, unveiling the initial clue regarding the magical artifact. It was associated with a mysterious crystal, hidden within a cave shrouded in dark magic. The dark cult's counterattack upon learning that Aiden and his companions were in pursuit of the magical artifacts and had already unraveled a riddle, the dark cult resolved to retaliate. They dispatched a formidable team of malevolent sorcerers and dark warriors to ambush Lena and her allies. As they journeyed toward the ominous cave, the cult's forces suddenly emerged, launching an assault against them. The malevolent sorcerers unleashed a myriad of dark enchantments, such as curses and corrosive spells, in an attempt to diminish the strength of Lena and her companions. The dark warriors, wielding razor-sharp blades, charged towards the mages, in a fervent display of resistance. Lena and her allies conjured magical shields to fend off the assaults of dark sorcery while retaliating against the members of the nefarious cult with their own offensive spells. However, the formidable might of the cult's forces gradually ensnared Lena and her comrades in a dire predicament. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, Aiden led a tracking squad to their timely rescue. He summoned a powerful light magic that illuminated the entire battlefield, significantly weakening the cultists under its radiant glow. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a counteroffensive alongside Lena, driving back the dark sect's ranks. In the aftermath of this confrontation, Aiden and Lena recognized that the dark cult would not relent easily. The path to uncover the magical relics would be fraught with greater peril. Nevertheless, they gleaned valuable insights from this encounter. They discerned that while the cultists were indeed formidable, they exhibited a pronounced vulnerability to light magic. Thus, Aiden resolved to enhance his own and his comrades' training in light magic to better combat the dark sect. Concurrently, they continued their advance towards the dark cave, following the leads they had acquired. Along their journey, they faced various obstacles and challenges, including traps and assaults from magical creatures. Yet, fortified by unwavering conviction and indomitable perseverance, they overcame each trial. Unbeknownst to them, the dark cult had set a colossal trap within the depths of the cave, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Meanwhile, on James's front, despite reaching out to several lords to bolster defenses, some remained dismissive of the dark cult's threat, leaving the situation on the continent precarious, with hope and crisis intertwining. Chapter 77. The life and death struggle in the dark cave and the sudden shift in the continental landscape. With resolute determination, Aiden, Lena, and their companions cautiously ventured into the cave, shrouded in dark magic. A nauseating stench pervaded the air, and the walls flickered with eerie luminescence, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows, observing their every move. The mages within the group swiftly cast illumination spells to dispel the surrounding gloom. Aiden, wielding a sword that emitted a faint glow, led the way, ever vigilant against lurking dangers. They navigated the winding passages of the cave, where the ground was strewn with sharp rocks and damp moss, making each step a laborious endeavor. Suddenly, the ceiling of the cave trembled violently, and a torrent of sharp stone spikes rained down upon them. Aiden shouted shield. Promptly, Lena and the other mages invoked defensive spells, enveloping the group in a transparent barrier. The spikes struck the shield with a resounding clatter, yet, bolstered by their combined magical prowess, the barrier barely withstood the onslaught. As they pressed deeper, they unwittingly stumbled into a trap meticulously laid by the dark cult. The cavern walls suddenly parted, unleashing a horde of gargantuan dark puppets. These puppets are animated by dark magic, their bodies enveloped in rigid black scales, wielding enormous spiked clubs. Aiden takes the lead, charging towards the puppets, his sword radiating with the power of light, each swing leaving a searing mark upon their forms. Yet, the strength of these puppets is beyond imagination. As they swing their clubs, the gusts of wind they generate are ominous, and a single blow could lead to dire consequences. Lena commands the mages from the rear, directing them to unleash area of effect spells. Flames, frost, and lightning erupt from their hands, striking the dark puppets. However, the puppets seem to possess a degree of resistance to these spells, merely slowing their movements. Amidst the fierce battle, Aiden discerns a weakness. The joints of the puppets are relatively unprotected. He shouts for his comrades to focus their assaults on these vulnerable points. Seizing the moment, Aiden and several warriors rush towards the puppets, plunging their weapons into the joints during the intervals between the puppets' attacks. In an instant, the power of light erupts at the joints, causing several of the puppets' limbs to shatter and collapse to the ground. Just as the group believes they have gained the upper hand, a chilling laughter echoes from deep within the cave. A tall figure cloaked in black slowly emerges, emanating a more profound aura of malevolence than the surrounding darkness. This individual is a high priest of the dark cult, possessing formidable power. With a sweeping motion of his hands, dark magic surges forth like a tidal wave towards the group. Aiden and his companions hastily cast defensive spells, but the overwhelming force of the dark magic causes their shields to tremble violently upon contact. In the throes of desperation and struggle, Aiden feels his strength waning. Yet a singular conviction drives him forward. He must protect his comrades and find the magical relic to save the continent. Gritting his teeth, he channels the last vestiges of his light magic into his sword, swinging it with all his might towards the high priest, unleashing a colossal beam of radiant energy. Witnessing Aiden's fervent determination, Lena feels a surge of strength within her. She concentrates all her focus, transcending her magical limits to cast a forbidden spell, the purifying flame of light. The flames erupt around her, instantly dispelling the surrounding dark magic and surging towards the high priest. Caught off guard by the group's powerful counterattack in such dire circumstances, the high priest falters momentarily. He hastily conjures a dark shield to defend against the onslaught, but the purifying flame possesses corrosive properties that gradually erode the shield. Just as the flames are about to engulf the high priest, he vanishes in a swirl of black smoke. The group exhales in relief, yet they understand that the dark cult will undoubtedly retaliate with even greater ferocity. Simultaneously, the situation across the continent undergoes a dramatic shift. Those lords who previously dismissed the threat of the dark cult are now subjected to sudden assaults. The cult, having secretly gathered strength by exploiting the lord's complacency, launches lightning-fast attacks on multiple territories. Town after town falls under the shroud of darkness, with citizens fleeing in terror, their cries echoing in the chaos. Dark warriors wreak havoc within the towns, committing unspeakable atrocities. The once tranquil village was abruptly transformed into ruins, with fierce flames illuminating the night sky. Upon receiving the news, James felt a profound urgency. He swiftly organized the mobilized army and set forth to the territories that had suffered attacks to provide aid. However, the onslaught of the dark cult was excessively ferocious, and the army encountered staunch resistance during their rescue efforts. Some lords, after experiencing the assault, finally recognized the gravity of the situation and earnestly sought support from James, expressing their willingness to follow his command and unite against the dark cult. As James led the army in battle against the cult, he simultaneously coordinated various resources to stabilize the situation. Yet, the dark cult appeared to be well prepared, continually shifting their points of attack, leaving James's forces in a state of relentless pursuit. Furthermore, as more territories fell victim to the assaults, the continent's economy and social order suffered severe devastation, plunging the populace into panic. Aiden, Lena, and others, despite having temporarily repelled the high priest of the dark cult in the cavern, were acutely aware that the fate of the continent hung by a thread. They needed to swiftly locate the magical relic to enhance their own powers, for only then could they hope to utterly defeat the dark cult and rescue the continent of Westeros from impending doom. Meanwhile, James's struggles on the front lines grew increasingly arduous, and he required Aiden and his companions to bring about a turning point as the entire continent teetered on the brink of chaos. The wheels of destiny turned rapidly amidst the crisis, drawing everyone into a grand contest of life and death. Chapter 78. The Light of Hope and the Difficult Journey. The crucial clue deep within the cavern. After repelling the high priest of the dark cult, Aiden, Lena, and their companions understood that time was of the essence. They must swiftly find the crucial clues related to the magical relic within the cavern. After a brief respite to regain some magical energy and physical strength, they ventured deeper into the dark cave. As they progressed, the dark magical energy thickened. Yet the determination of Aiden and his companions only grew stronger. Guided by their faith in the light, they cautiously advanced step by step. At last, in a hidden corner of the cave, they discovered a wall inscribed with runes. Lena approached to examine the runes closely, her eyes reflecting focus and excitement. After a challenging interpretation, the secrets of the runes began to surface. It turned out that these runes contained specific information about the magical relic, which was a crystallization born from the collision of light and dark powers during ancient times, possessing the miraculous ability to balance both forces. To find it, they needed to journey to a forgotten temple at the heart of the continent, where the key to unlock the location of the magical relic lay hidden. Aiden looked at Lena, his gaze filled with hope and resolve. No matter the hardships that lie ahead, we must reach that temple, obtain the key, and find the magical relic. The group nodded in agreement, fully aware that the fate of the continent rested upon their shoulders. Breaking through the siege to reach the temple upon emerging from the dark cave, Aiden and his companions immediately set off towards the heart of the continent. However, the dark cult had already learned of their movements, laying numerous obstacles along their path. A band of dark knights obstructed their path, clad in heavy black armor. These knights wielded long spears that glimmered with a chilling light, while their black steeds glowed with a blood-red ferocity in their eyes. The dark knights stood in an orderly formation, resembling a formidable line of iron. Aiden, brandishing his sword, bellowed, "For the continent, charge!" He led the charge against the dark knights, with the warriors following closely behind, engaging in fierce close combat. The clash of blades sparked bright flashes, and the shouts of battle reverberated throughout the valley. Meanwhile, the mages, positioned behind, conjured spells for support. Lena, with her hands weaving through the air, summoned lightning that struck down from the clouds, targeting the dark knights. Other mages displayed their prowess as well, some hurling boulders at the enemy, while others unleashed enchanting mists to obscure the foe's vision. The battle raged with intensity, as both sides suffered losses. Yet, fueled by their conviction to save the continent, Aiden and his allies grew ever more resolute. After a grueling struggle, they finally breached the Dark Knight's defenses and pressed onward toward the heart of the continent. Meanwhile, James found himself in an unprecedented predicament on the front lines. The Dark Cult seemed to have received a surge of new strength, intensifying their assault. Although James' troops valiantly resisted, the relentless enemy and the terror wrought by dark magic left many soldiers in a state of fear. In a fierce confrontation, James's army became encircled within a valley. Dark sorcerers cast ominous magic circles around them, attempting to seal their fate within. The valley was shrouded in black smoke, making it difficult to breathe, and the morale of the soldiers plummeted to a chilling low. Aware that he could not sit idly by, James rode his steed through the ranks, rallying his soldiers with fervor. "Brothers, we cannot surrender. The people of the continent await our salvation. We are their hope." Inspired by James's words, the soldiers regained their spirits, grasping their weapons, ready to engage the enemy in a fight to the death. However, the enemy's magic circles proved too powerful, and their own strength alone was insufficient to break free. In desperation, James sent a messenger to Aiden and his companions, seeking their aid. He hoped that Aiden could swiftly locate the sacred artifact of magic, bringing forth the power to turn the tide of battle. Across the continent, the Dark Cult's rampage plunged various regions into turmoil. Many cities and villages lay enveloped in darkness, with the populace living in fear. Some brave citizens banded together to resist the atrocities of the Dark Cult, yet their lack of training and effective weaponry often led to failure. Nonetheless, in these dark times, the valiant deeds of Aiden and his companions spread throughout the continent, igniting a flicker of hope. The common folk recounted tales of their fearless battles against the Dark Cult, undeterred by peril, in their quest to save the continent. This inspired many who had once despaired to rekindle their yearning for light, believing that unity could indeed conquer darkness. Some lords in various regions have been inspired to set aside their conflicts, rallying in response to James's call to join the fight against the Dark Cult. Although the situation remains dire, this spark of hope is gradually coalescing into a formidable force, poised to dispel the shadows that loom over the continent alongside the beacon of hope brought forth by Aiden and his companions. Aiden and his allies are acutely aware of the weight of their responsibility. They hasten their pace towards the temple at the heart of the continent, as the final confrontation that will determine the fate of the realm quietly unfolds. Chapter 79. the secrets of the temple and the perils that lurk as Aiden, Lena, and their companions journey tirelessly day and night. They finally approach the long-forgotten temple located at the center of the continent. This sacred site lies hidden deep within an ancient forest, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Towering trees obscure the sky, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the layers of foliage, rendering the entire forest eerily tranquil and foreboding. Upon entering this woodland, an inexplicable pressure envelopes them. Aiden keenly senses that they are under the protection of a potent enchantment, and a moment's carelessness could trigger peril. The group proceeds cautiously, each step imbued with trepidation. Suddenly, a colossal unicorn appears before them. Its pure white form radiates a gentle luminescence, its gaze betraying both vigilance and a hint of gentleness. Lena steps forward, attempting to communicate with the unicorn. She softly recites an ancient incantation, and the unicorn seems to comprehend her words, gradually lowering its head to beckon them to follow. Guided by the unicorn, they deftly navigate the concealed traps and perilous magical arrays within the forest, arriving at the temple's periphery. The temple stands as an enigmatic bastion, ancient and weathered, its walls inscribed with a myriad of mystical runes and symbols, their clarity dulled by the passage of time. The grand entrance is tightly sealed, emanating a powerful and archaic magical resonance. Aiden reaches out to touch the door, and a surge of energy courses through him. He endures the pain, carefully discerning the magic upon the portal. After extensive examination, they realize that unlocking this door necessitates unraveling a complex puzzle of runes. Thus, Lena and the other sorcerers gather around the entrance, meticulously studying the inscriptions. They experiment with various magical solutions, the tension in the air palpable as time slips away. Just as they are on the brink of solving the enigma, a horde of gargoyles suddenly surges forth from the temple's surroundings. Once guardians of the sacred site, these creatures have been twisted by the dark cult's malevolent influence and now pose a threat to them. The gargoyles, agile and fierce, flap their wings to summon gusts of wind, their claws sharp as blades, lunging towards the group. Aiden and the warriors swiftly raise their weapons, engaging in close combat with the gargoyles. Aiden's sword gleams in the sunlight, each swing striking true, cleaving the stone bodies of the creatures and leaving cracks in their hardened forms. The warriors, undeterred, coordinated their efforts to form a steadfast defense against the relentless assault of the gargoyles. Meanwhile, the mages, stationed at the rear, unleashed their spells of fire and frost to strike at the encroaching monstrosities. Yet, the sheer number of gargoyles surged forth in relentless waves, plunging the defenders into a grueling struggle. Amidst the clash with the gargoyles, the situation for James grew increasingly dire. The Dark Cult, having learned of Aiden and his companions' quest for the key at the temple, intensified their assault on James's forces. They unleashed a potent dark curse that rendered the valley's soil barren and tainted its water sources, severely debilitating the soldiers' physical and mental states. James recognized that the cult's objective extended beyond merely annihilating their army. Their paramount aim was to thwart Aiden and his allies from acquiring the key and discovering the magical relic. Resolute, he resolved to risk a breakout, leading his troops through the encirclement of the dark cult to rendezvous with Aiden and unite against the nefarious machinations of their foe. Within the temple, the dark cult had already positioned a spy among Aiden's group, biding their time to sabotage their mission. As the battle against the gargoyles raged, the spy deemed the moment ripe and stealthily approached the grand door, intending to corrupt the rune puzzle and seal it shut forever. Fortunately, Lena sensed an anomaly. She detected a faint surge of dark magic swirling around the runes, discordant with the magical fluctuations of the puzzle they were attempting to decipher. Swiftly, she cast a detection spell, unveiling the spy's presence. "There is a traitor," Lena exclaimed. The others gasped in astonishment. Aiden swiftly extricated himself from combat with the gargoyles and charged toward the spy. Realizing his cover was blown, the spy retaliated with dark magic. However, Aiden, forewarned and armed with formidable strength and extensive combat experience, effortlessly deflected the spy's assault and subdued him. After a fierce confrontation, the group ultimately repelled the gargoyles and apprehended the spy, albeit at a grave cost. Numerous warriors and mages bore severe wounds. Aiden gazed at his injured comrades, his heart heavy yet resolute. He understood this was merely another obstacle on their path to discovering the magical relic. Far greater dangers loomed ahead. At this juncture, James's forces were struggling to break free. The dark magic of the cult loomed over them like a dense shroud, the soldiers fighting valiantly in the darkness, their blood staining the valley's earth. James brandished his sword, leading from the front, rallying the spirits of his men. Yet, the power of the dark cult was overwhelming. and their breakout efforts progressed sluggishly. Although Aiden and his companions had resolved their immediate crisis, they were acutely aware that the dark cult would employ even more insidious tactics. They needed to unlock the temple door swiftly, obtain the key, and locate the magical relic to fundamentally alter the tide of the conflict and save the realm of Westeros. However, they were utterly fatigued, their magical reserves and physical strength nearly depleted. In this darkest hour before dawn, will they succeed in opening the temple's grand door to reunite with James and face the ultimate challenge together? The fate of the entire continent hangs by a thread. Chapter 80. The emergence of the sacred artifact and the final confrontation, opening the temple gate after repelling the gargoyles and subduing the traitor, Aiden, Lena, and their companions. Undeterred by fatigue, immediately immersed themselves in deciphering the runic puzzle of the temple's great door. After a tense and focused study, Lena finally discovered the correct solution. As the magic surged within her, the runes emitted a brilliant glow, intertwining and swirling until they formed a complete pattern. With a resounding thud, the temple doors slowly creaked open. An ancient and powerful aura surged forth, and, filled with reverence and anticipation, the group stepped into the enigmatic temple. Inside, the dim light barely illuminated the intricate patterns etched into the ground, with only a few beams filtering through the cracks in the dome above. Aiden, sword in hand, cautiously led the way, with the others closely following. They traversed a long corridor adorned with murals depicting the ancient battles between light and darkness. As if recounting a long-forgotten history, perils and the key to victory. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, cracks spreading beneath their feet. "Be careful," Aiden shouted. The group summoned their magic to stabilize themselves, attempting to leap over the fissures. However, flames erupted from the cracks, obstructing their path. Lena concentrated her magic, casting a powerful ice spell in an effort to freeze the flames. Ice and fire collided, creating immense steam that temporarily obscured their vision. In that moment, a host of ethereal figures emerged from the mist, emitting chilling wails as they lunged toward the group. These specters appeared immune to ordinary attacks. The warriors' swords passed through their forms without inflicting any harm. Aiden realized that only magical power could confront them. He turned to the sorcerers, commanding, "Utilize purification magic." The sorcerers immediately began chanting spells, beams of pure light launching toward the apparitions. The specters shrieked in agony under the illumination, gradually dissipating. As the flames weakened with the vanishing spirits, the group seized the opportunity to cross the fissures and delve deeper into the temple. In the depths of the temple, they discovered a massive stone pedestal upon which rested a key radiating a gentle glow. This key was the crucial element for unlocking the repository of magical artifacts. As Aiden reached out to grasp the key, a warm power coursed through him, as if he had garnered the acknowledgement of some ancient force. James's breakthrough and reunion. While Aiden and his companions faced treacherous challenges within the temple, James led his army in a fierce breakout battle. The dark cult sorcerers unleashed their ominous magic, attempting to ensnare them within the valley. A shroud of black smoke enveloped the valley, disorienting the soldiers and complicating their communication with one another. James was acutely aware that he could no longer remain idle. He summoned several valiant warriors from his ranks to form a vanguard, leading the charge against the stronghold of the dark cult. Wielding his gleaming sword, its blade shimmered with radiant light, each strike dispersing the surrounding darkness. The warriors followed closely behind, their battle cries shattering the silence of the abyss. Under the vanguard's leadership, the morale of the army soared. The soldiers summoned their courage and launched an assault on the dark cult. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately breached the cult's defenses and advanced toward the temple. Outside the temple, James successfully reunited with Aiden and others. Upon seeing each other's weary yet resolute faces, they were filled with renewed strength. They understood that the final confrontation with the dark cult awaited them. In the climactic showdown with the power of the sacred artifact, Aiden, James, and Lena arrived at a concealed location behind the temple, bearing the key. This place was shrouded in a potent magical seal, and the leader of the dark cult was already waiting for them. Clad in a black robe, his eyes glinted with madness, and upon seeing Aiden and his companions, he let out a chilling laugh. "Do you think you can thwart me? The magical artifact is destined to be mine. With it, I shall reign over the entirety of Westeros." The cult leader bellowed. Without hesitation, he unleashed his attack, dark magic surging towards them like a torrent. Aiden and the others swiftly cast defensive spells, forming a formidable shield. However, the dark power was overwhelming, and the shield trembled under the assault. In that critical moment, Aiden produced the key and inserted it into the lock of the seal. A brilliant light erupted instantaneously, breaking the seal and revealing the magical artifact before them, a colossal crystal, pulsating with radiant energy, imbued with boundless power. Seeing this, the cult leader charged recklessly towards the artifact. Aiden, James, and Lena immediately moved to intercept him. Engaging in a fierce battle, the cult leader, formidable in strength, unleashed a myriad of dark spells in an attempt to breach their defenses. Yet, Aiden and his companions, driven by unwavering conviction and a profound synergy, repeatedly withstood his onslaught. In a pivotal moment of the conflict, Lena discerned a flaw in the cult leader's magic. She swiftly cast a powerful binding spell, temporarily ensnaring him. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden grasped the magical artifact and channeled its power into his own being. As the artifact's energy coursed through him, Aiden radiated a brilliant light. Armed with his sword, he charged at the cult leader, and this time, his strike, infused with the artifact's formidable power, effortlessly pierced the cult leader's defenses, plunging into his chest. The cult leader let out a scream of agony as his form began to dissipate under the brilliance of the light. With his vanishing, the dark shroud that had enveloped the continent also lifted. Sunlight once again illuminated every corner of Westeros, and the populace erupted in joyous celebration, reveling in this hard-won victory. Aiden, James, and Lena exchanged glances, their faces adorned with smiles of relief and satisfaction. They understood that this prolonged and arduous battle had finally come to an end, ushering in a new era of peace and hope for the continent of Westeros. In the days to come, they would continue to safeguard this land, ensuring that light would forever illuminate it. Chapter 81. Reconstruction and Hidden Perils. The dawn of reconstruction with the demise of the dark cult leader and the purification of the magical relics. Westeros had at last witnessed the dawn of reconstruction. Aiden, Jaime, and Lena emerged as the continent's heroes, their names celebrated in every corner. Citizens emerged from their shelters, embarking on the task of clearing the debris and rebuilding their homes. In the north, villages once ravaged by dark magic now saw their inhabitants unite in a concerted effort to repair the damaged dwellings and reclaim the cursed lands. Aiden returned to the north to personally lead the labor, imparting combat techniques and survival skills to equip them against any lingering threats. He organized the youth into patrols to ensure the safety of the surrounding areas. As the political and economic heart of the continent, King's Landing swiftly regained its order with Cersei's assistance. Merchants reopened their shops, and the markets buzzed with life once more. Workers diligently repaired the damaged structures, while magical artisans employed their powers to expedite the rebuilding process. Simultaneously, they began to reflect on the inadequacies of previous trade policies, striving to establish more equitable and just regulations to foster the prosperity of commerce across the continent. Dragonstone, with its rich magical heritage, became the nucleus of knowledge dissemination and technological innovation. Lena organized mages to explore new magical applications, integrating magic with agriculture and construction to enhance productivity. They established a magical academy, offering free enrollment to young individuals from across the land, nurturing a new generation of sorcerers to fortify the continent's future. The residual threats, however, beneath the veneer of peace, crises remained concealed. Although the main forces of the dark cult had been vanquished, some remnants had fled to the remote corners of the continent, hiding in deep mountains, caves, or abandoned castles, waiting for their moment to strike. In a southern marsh, a gathering of residual dark mages conspired in secret. Grieving over their leader's defeat, they sought to discover new dark powers to rise again. These mages tirelessly studied ancient tomes of dark magic, attempting to awaken the malevolent beings slumbering within the marsh's depths, hoping to harness their power for vengeance against the continent. Along the northern borders, dark warriors formed small raiding bands, exploiting the chaos of reconstruction to assault merchant caravans and villages. The existence of these residual factions posed a constant threat to the continent's peace and stability, compelling Aiden and his companions to remain vigilant. Upon learning of these developments, Aiden, Jaime, and Lena resolved to establish specialized eradication teams. They selected a cadre of seasoned warriors and mages, subjecting them to rigorous training before dispatching them to various locales to eliminate the residual forces. The eradication teams faced numerous challenges in their missions. The remnants, familiar with the local terrain, frequently laid traps that inflicted significant losses upon the teams. Yet, the eradication squad, bolstered by indomitable resolve and exceptional combat prowess, gradually diminished the strength of the remaining forces. Concurrently, a series of enigmatic magical fluctuations began to manifest across the continent. These phenomena were unlike any known magic previously encountered, appearing sporadically deep within forests and surging through mountain ranges. Scholars of the arcane, led by Lena from Dragonstone Isle, endeavored to trace the origins of these magical disturbances. They discovered that these fluctuations seemed intricately linked to an ancient and forbidden form of magic, once sealed deep within the continent, now inexplicably resurfacing. After a challenging exploration, they unearthed clues within an ancient ruin. The murals and runes within the site revealed that during an epoch long past, a formidable mage had sought to craft an ultimate spell capable of mastering life and death. However, the overwhelming power of this magic, which contravened the natural order, led to its collective sealing by other sorcerers. The mysterious magical fluctuations now emerging could very well signify the loosening of this seal. Should this forbidden magic be unleashed, the entire continent would face catastrophic consequences. Aiden, James, and Lena recognized the gravity of the situation and resolved to suspend their efforts against the remnants of the opposing forces, redirecting their focus toward reinforcing the seal and preventing the resurgence of the forbidden magic. Nevertheless, during the course of confronting this crisis, divisions arose among the various factions across the continent. Some lords maintained that the primary objective should remain the eradication of the remaining forces to ensure the safety of the populace, regarding the mysterious magical fluctuations as mere exaggerations by the mages. Conversely, the sorcerers underscored the peril of the forbidden magic, advocating for immediate action. This discord hindered coordinated responses to the crisis, impeding progress. Aiden, James, and Lena understood that unity was paramount at this critical juncture. They traversed the land, engaging with lords, mages, and other factions to elucidate the severity of the current predicament. Aiden articulated to the lords that while the remaining forces posed a threat, should the forbidden magic awaken, all their efforts would be rendered futile, plunging the entire continent into irrevocable ruin. Lena conveyed to the mages the necessity of not disregarding the threat posed by the remnants, advocating for a balanced resolution. Through their relentless endeavors, consensus was finally achieved. The lords dispatched troops to assist the mages in their studies of the seal, while the sorcerers pledged to allocate part of their strength to aid in the eradication of the remaining forces while fortifying the seal. Under the leadership of Aiden, James, and Lena, the factions of the continent once again united to face the new challenges ahead, striving to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Westeros. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a far graver trial awaited, as the enigmatic forbidden magic concealed within it a deeper, more sinister conspiracy. Chapter 82. The exploration of forbidden magic and escalating crisis. Delving into the ruins to uncover the truth, Aiden, James, and Lena led a coalition of mages, warriors, and scholars deeper into the ancient ruins, where mysterious magical fluctuations had been detected. The air was thick with an age-old and enigmatic aura, while the runes etched upon the walls flickered with a faint luminescence, seemingly narrating tales of a bygone era. Lena, accompanied by the magical scholars, ventured at the forefront, meticulously examining the runes and murals, seeking to glean further insights into the nature of forbidden magic. They discovered that these inscriptions chronicled the origins of forbidden magic. It was not merely the creation of ancient sorcerers, but rather a consequence of a cataclysmic clash between dark and light forces, resulting in the birth of a distorted energy that ultimately evolved into forbidden magic. As they ventured further into the ruins, they arrived at a vast circular hall. At the center lay a profound black abyss, from which the mysterious magical fluctuations emanated in an unceasing stream. Approaching the void, Aiden and his companions felt an overwhelming and sinister pull, as though it sought to engulf them. An experienced elder mage stepped forward to cast a detection spell, hoping to ascertain the nature of the abyss within. However, as his magic reached the void, his expression shifted dramatically, and he coughed blood as the backlash of his power struck him. The group hurried to support him, and the elder mage labored to speak. The force within this abyss exceeds comprehension. We must tread carefully. The initial effects of forbidden magic. While Aiden and his companions explored the ruins, strange phenomena began to manifest across the continent. Once serene rivers abruptly ran dry, as if an unseen force had siphoned away their waters. In certain regions, vegetation withered rapidly, vitality extinguished, leaving behind barren desolation. These occurrences were closely linked to the mysterious magical fluctuations, evidently signifying the expanding influence of forbidden magic. The populace fell into a state of panic, beseeching their lords for aid. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the lords intensified their support for Aiden and his allies, dispatching additional manpower and resources to assist in addressing the crisis of forbidden magic. In King's Landing, Cersei convened an urgent meeting to deliberate on countermeasures. James presented a detailed report on the conditions within the ruins and the potential perils posed by forbidden magic. Attendees unanimously declared their resolve to spare no effort in preventing the resurgence of forbidden magic. Cersei decided to channel the entirety of King's Landing's magical workshops into the production of magical artifacts to counter forbidden magic, while also organizing more warriors to safeguard the periphery of the ruins against unforeseen threats. The resurgence of a mysterious organization amid Aiden and his companions' endeavors to uncover the truth behind forbidden magic, the enigmatic organization that had previously lurked in the shadows, monitoring their quest for magical relics, re-emerged. Seizing the opportunity amid the continent's turmoil, they stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of the ruins, intending to profit as Aiden and his companions unraveled the secrets of forbidden magic. Members of this shadowy organization donned black robes and moved with an air of secrecy. They set a series of dark magical traps around the ruins and dispatched spies to infiltrate Aiden's party. The spy, utilizing their guise, covertly undermined the research efforts and disrupted the collective judgment of the group. One fateful night, as Lena and the scholars of magic were on the verge of deciphering the meaning of a crucial rune, the spy deliberately disarranged the sequence of the runes, plunging their research into turmoil. Aiden, sensing the presence of a traitor within their ranks, discreetly initiated an investigation. Through meticulous analysis of various details and careful observation of the members' actions, he ultimately identified the spy's true identity. At an opportune moment, Aiden, accompanied by a few trusted allies, apprehended the traitor in one swift action. Following interrogation, the spy divulged certain plans and hideouts of a mysterious organization. Aiden and his companions realized they were faced not only with the threat of forbidden magic, but also with the potential sabotage from this enigmatic group. As the crisis intensified, Aiden, James, and Lena found themselves confronted with a formidable dilemma. On one hand, they needed to swiftly discover methods to reinforce the seals, preventing the resurgence of the forbidden magic. On the other hand, they had to contend with the interference of the mysterious organization and the lingering threats of dark forces. After a vigorous discussion, they resolved to split into 3 teams. Aiden led a contingent of elite warriors to the hideout of the mysterious organization to dismantle their lair and eradicate this looming threat. James took on the responsibility of coordinating resources to ensure timely supplies for both the relic research team and the forces tasked with eliminating the remaining dark elements. Lena continued to guide the wizards and scholars at the ruins, hastening their research into forbidden magic in hopes of discovering a means to reinforce the seals. Before departing, Aiden looked at James and Lena, resolutely stating, "Regardless of the hardships we encounter, we must safeguard the continent. This operation will succeed in dismantling the mysterious organization, creating a secure environment for your research." James patted Aiden on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Go forth with confidence. I will handle matters at home." Lena added, "We shall devise a countermeasure swiftly. Do take care." Each team embarked on their respective journeys, fully aware that every action was pivotal to the survival of the continent. Would Aiden succeed in dismantling the mysterious organization? Could Lena uncover a method to reinforce the seals? And would James effectively coordinate resources to tackle the myriad crises? The entire continent awaited the outcome of their endeavors with bated breath, as a more thrilling confrontation was on the horizon. Chapter 83, Multilayered Crisis and the Dawn of Hope. Aiden's assault operation under the cover of night. Aiden led his elite warriors stealthily towards the hideout of the mysterious organization. It was an abandoned castle, concealed deep within a valley, encircled by dense forests, presenting a formidable terrain that was easy to defend yet challenging to breach. Eerie glimmers flickered within the castle, permeating the air with a chilling atmosphere, as if to warn intruders to stay away. The warriors cautiously navigated through the forest, gradually closing in on the castle. Aiden signaled for the team to halt, meticulously observing the defensive configurations surrounding the fortress. He noted several watchtowers atop the castle walls, where guards patrolled back and forth, oblivious to the impending danger. In the depths of his mind, Aiden swiftly devised a battle strategy. Deciding to split his forces into 3 distinct paths, one would launch a frontal feint to divert the enemy's attention, while the other 2 would maneuver around the sides of the castle, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate its inner sanctum. With a commanding shout from Aiden, the team executing the frontal assault surged forward, brandishing torches and shouting as they charged towards the castle gates. The guards, taken aback by this sudden onslaught, immediately rang the alarm, plunging the castle into chaos. Meanwhile, Aiden led the flanking team, skillfully utilizing the forest cover to approach the castle's flanks undetected. Employing ropes and climbing gear, they silently ascended the walls. The guards atop the battlements, distracted by the frontal attack, remained oblivious to Aiden's covert approach. Aiden, leading the charge, swiftly dispatched the sentinels on the walls, clearing a path for the ensuing forces. The warriors poured in, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the mysterious organization within the castle. Although the organization members fought valiantly, Aiden and his comrades, buoyed by high morale and sound tactics, gradually gained the upper hand. After a protracted battle, Aiden finally confronted the leader of the enigmatic organization. This formidable figure, tall and menacing, wielded a long sword imbued with dark magical energy, initiating a one-on-one duel with Aiden. Aiden's swordsmanship was fierce, each strike imbued with tremendous strength. Yet the leader was no ordinary foe. He adeptly wielded dark magic to counter Aiden's relentless assaults. The contest between them was intensely fierce, with neither willing to yield. Ultimately, Aiden's indomitable spirit and exceptional swordplay allowed him to exploit a weakness in the leader's defense, delivering a decisive strike that felled him. With the leader's defeat, the mysterious organization crumbled instantaneously, and Aiden successfully dismantled their stronghold. Meanwhile, in the ruins, Lena, alongside a cadre of wizards and scholars, tirelessly pursued forbidden magic. After countless trials and setbacks, they achieved a significant breakthrough. Through an in-depth analysis of the ancient runes and magical circles within the ruins, Lena discovered that to reinforce the seal, it was imperative to locate a mysterious substance known as the Source of Light. This substance was said to harbor pure light energy, capable of counterbalancing the dark forces of forbidden magic. However, the Source of Light was exceedingly rare, rumored to be hidden within a forgotten and mystical realm known as the Valley of Light. This valley was shrouded in a powerful magical barrier, making entry perilous. Yet, in her quest to save the continent, Lena resolved to lead a small team to the Valley of Light in search of the source. Before their departure, Lena addressed the wizards remaining in the ruins. "We must find the Source of Light. It is our only hope of thwarting the resurgence of forbidden magic. You shall continue your research here, ensuring the safety of the ruins in our absence." The wizards nodded in agreement, pledging to steadfastly guard their posts. Thus, Lena and her team embarked on their journey to seek the Valley of Light, traversing dense forests, treacherous mountains, and barren deserts guided by ancient maps and vague clues. Along the way, they encountered various dangers, from ferocious magical beasts to concealed magical traps. However, Lena and her companions, armed with unwavering faith and formidable magical powers, repeatedly transformed peril into safety. After enduring countless hardships, they finally discovered the Valley of Light. The magical barrier at the valley's entrance shimmered with a brilliant radiance, as if testing their courage and resolve. Taking a deep breath, Lena led her team into the barrier. James, stationed at the rear, was tasked with coordinating various resources. He understood the significance of this mission and was diligent in his efforts. On one hand, he needed to ensure that Aiden's raid and Lena's quest for the Source of Light were adequately supported with supplies and equipment. On the other hand, he had to contend with the intermittent disturbances from the remnants of dark forces and the chaos arising from the effects of forbidden magic. James frequently traversed between territories, communicating and negotiating with the lords to allocate resources and personnel. He organized a rapid response unit specifically to counter the attacks of the remaining dark forces, safeguarding the populace and vital infrastructures. Simultaneously, he dispatched envoys to various cities, reassuring the citizens and stabilizing social order. However, as the repercussions of forbidden magic intensified, the situation grew increasingly dire. In certain areas, widespread panic erupted, causing citizens to flee their homes and plunging social order into chaos. James realized that merely relying on military strength and resource allocation was insufficient. He needed to address the root of the public's panic. Thus, utilizing the propaganda channels of King's Landing, James disseminated information across the continent, providing a detailed explanation of the situation regarding forbidden magic and the measures they were undertaking. He also invited renowned magicians and scholars to educate the populace via magical communication, enlightening them about the dangers of forbidden magic and how to navigate potential threats in their daily lives. These initiatives gradually quelled public anxiety, affording Aiden and Lena precious time and a stable environment in which to operate. As Aiden successfully dismantled the mysterious organization and Lena ventured into the Valley of Light in search of the source of illumination, James worked tirelessly to stabilize the situation from behind. A glimmer of hope appeared on the horizon for the continent. Yet, they were all acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with peril. The threat of forbidden magic had not been eradicated, and every moment counted in their quest to save the entire continent of Westeros. Chapter 84. The perils of the Valley of Light and the escalating crisis of the continent, the myriad dangers within the Valley of Light presented themselves as Lena and her team crossed the magical barrier. Inside the valley, the scenery starkly contrasted with that of the outside world. A soft glow enveloped the area, as if the very essence of light filled the space. Yet beneath this seemingly tranquil facade lay countless hazards. Sudden sharp light spikes would occasionally erupt from the ground, striking with alarming speed and rendering evasion difficult. The team members had to remain ever vigilant, employing their agility and magical shields to dodge these threats. While guiding her companions forward, Lena simultaneously cast spells to probe the surrounding environment, striving to discern the patterns of these dangers. As they ventured deeper into the valley, they encountered a group of luminous spirits. The luminous spirits, ethereal in form and composed purely of radiant energy, vigilantly guard the Valley of Light, exuding hostility towards intruders. Swiftly, the spirits converge, unleashing a barrage of blinding light. The wizards immediately cast defensive spells, erecting a shimmering barrier to repel the onslaught. Lena, realizing that a direct confrontation with the spirits would be futile, seeks a more peaceful passage. She employs communication magic, endeavoring to establish a connection with the luminous beings. After considerable effort, the spirits seem to sense Lena's goodwill and her determination to save the continent. Their hostility gradually dissipates, and they part to allow the group passage. However, before they can exhale a sigh of relief, a colossal vortex of light emerges ahead. This swirling phenomenon possesses a formidable gravitational pull, drawing everything towards its center. The members of the group struggle against the force, yet a few nearly succumb to its grasp. Lena concentrates her entire magical energy and casts a powerful immobilization spell, temporarily stabilizing everyone. She observes the vortex and discerns a peculiar glowing node at its center. Destroying this node may halt the vortex. Thus, Lena selects several adept wizards to join her in channeling their magic towards the node. After several attempts, they successfully shatter the node, causing the radiant vortex to gradually dissipate. As Lena and her companions navigate the challenges of the Valley of Light, the peril across the continent intensifies dramatically. The influence of forbidden magic expands, leading to the desiccation of rivers and the desolation of once thriving cities and villages. Amidst the chaos, the remnants of dark forces grow increasingly audacious, inciting panic and persuading the weak-willed to join their ranks, forming larger bands of marauders that ravage the land with impunity. The populace endures a life of torment, engulfed in despair for the future. Worsening matters, the power of forbidden magic begins to destabilize the very fabric of spellcasting. Some wizards experience uncontrollable surges of magical energy while casting, resulting in unexpected calamities. Within the Magic Academy, students hesitate to practice, and research endeavors stagnate. James, confronted with such dire circumstances, feels immense pressure. He must contend with the relentless attacks from the remnants of dark forces, organizing military resistance across various territories, while also soothing the populace and maintaining social order. He persistently requests assistance from the realms, hoping to amass greater strength against the dark forces, all the while awaiting news from Aiden and Lena, longing for their timely solutions to the crisis of forbidden magic. After successfully dismantling the mysterious organization, Aiden promptly leads his warriors back to the ruins. Fully aware of the continent's precarious situation, he understands that each moment wasted means more suffering for the people. Upon returning, he learns that Lena has ventured to the Valley of Light in search of the source of light, while James faces overwhelming pressure. Aiden resolves to leave a portion of his warriors to assist with the defense and research at the ruins, while he takes the remainder to join James in the city of Junlin, collaborating to confront the imminent crisis. Upon arriving in King's Landing, Aiden and James engaged in profound discussions. They recognized that, although they had dismantled the enigmatic organization, the resurgence of residual dark forces posed a new threat to the continent. Moreover, before Lena could return with the source of light, they needed to stabilize the situation and mitigate the devastation wrought by forbidden magic. Aiden proposed fortifying defenses across various regions and organizing the populace for self-defense training to enhance their resilience. Simultaneously, they could employ ancient magical arrays to suppress the proliferation of forbidden magic to a certain extent. James concurred and immediately set about arranging the necessary measures. The two of them, while anxiously preparing their countermeasures, awaited news from Lena with bated breath. They understood that the success or failure of Lena's mission was pivotal to the fate of the entire continent. In this time of looming crisis, the entire realm was anxiously hoping that Lena would successfully locate the source of light, bringing forth a final glimmer of hope for salvation. Aiden and James would steadfastly remain at their posts, dedicating themselves to the protection of the continent and eagerly awaiting Lena's return. Chapter 85. A desperate resurgence and the eve of the final battle. The dawn of hope in the Valley of Light. In the Valley of Light, Lena and her team, having endured countless perils, finally approached the location of the source of light. Ahead loomed a colossal crystal tower, constructed from pure luminous energy, radiating a dazzling yet gentle glow, with the source of light concealed at its pinnacle. However, guarding the crystal tower was a formidable light guardian. Towering in stature, surrounded by resplendent brilliance, he wielded a spear that emitted radiant light, his gaze resolutely fixed on the intruders. The presence of the light guardian was to ensure that the source of light would not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, and he warned Lena and her companions to depart immediately. Lena stepped forward, earnestly explaining to the light guardian that their quest for the source of light was to save the entire continent of Westeros from the devastation of forbidden magic. Yet, the guardian remained skeptical, having witnessed too many individuals covet the power of the source for their own selfish gains throughout his long vigil. Left with no alternative, Lena resolved to demonstrate her strength and determination. She and her team members positioned themselves, preparing to confront the challenge posed by the Light Guardian. The Guardian initiated the attack, charging toward them like a bolt of lightning, his spear slicing through the air, unleashing sharp blades of light. Lena and her companions swiftly cast spells and wielded their skills in defense. The mages unleashed a variety of elemental spells, fire, frost, and lightning intertwining as they surged toward the Guardian. The warriors, armed with their blades, sought opportunities for close combat. However, the Guardian's might was formidable. He adeptly evaded their assaults while relentlessly counterattacking, plunging Lena and her team into a fierce struggle. Amidst the intense battle, Lena suddenly discerned that the Guardian's attack patterns seemed related to an ancient light magic array. Recalling the knowledge she had studied on Dragonstone, an idea formed in her mind. Lena signaled her team to execute her instructions, and they began to encircle the Light Guardian, casting their spells in a specific sequence and rhythm. Gradually, their magic resonated with the power of the Light Guardian, intertwining to create a grander cycle of sorcery. The Light Guardian perceived this transformation, a flicker of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lena once again declared her unwavering resolve to save the continent, elucidating the perilous ramifications of forbidden magic upon all existence. This time, the Light Guardian was finally moved. He sheathed his spear and stepped aside, permitting Lena and her companions to approach the crystal tower. With a heart brimming with excitement, Lena led her team to the tower's summit, where they successfully discovered the source of light. This source, a crystal the size of a fist, radiated a luminous glow, containing an endless reservoir of pure light energy. With utmost care, Lena secured it and embarked on the journey home. Amidst the continent's darkest hour, the situation in other regions of Westeros had deteriorated to an alarming extent. The power of forbidden magic surged like a relentless tide, enveloping nearly the entire land. Vast expanses turned into desolate wastelands, devoid of any signs of life. The remnants of dark forces grew increasingly audacious amidst this chaos, seizing numerous key cities and establishing sinister strongholds. The populace was displaced, living in a state of fear and despair. Despite James and Aiden's valiant efforts to organize resistance, the onslaught of dark forces was too ferocious, and their defenses were gradually breached. In King's Landing, the dark forces amassed a formidable army, launching a full-scale assault on the city. On the battlements, soldiers fought fiercely, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat with the Dark Warriors. Meanwhile, the mages at the rear conjured spells in a desperate attempt to repel the enemy's advances. However, the dark forces not only boasted overwhelming numbers, but also wielded the enhanced strength bestowed by forbidden magic, rendering them even more formidable. Aiden and James personally commanded the front line, wielding their weapons to inspire the troops' morale. Yet, the magical onslaught from the dark forces threatened to topple the walls, plunging the citizens within into panic. As Aiden surveyed the grim battlefield, he understood that if Lena did not return with the source of light in time, all would descend into irretrievable ruin. Just as the continent teetered on the brink of despair, Lena and her team finally returned triumphantly. Their appearance in King's Landing was akin to a beacon of hope piercing through the shrouded darkness. Aiden and James, upon witnessing the source of light, felt a rekindling of hope ignite within them. They promptly rallied every available force, including mages, warriors, and citizens willing to fight to defend their homeland. Aiden, James, and Lena articulated their plan to harness the power of the source of light to construct a formidable light magic array at the site of the forbidden magic seal. aiming to counteract the forces of forbidden magic and ultimately reseal it. The mages began urgently preparing magical materials and inscribing the runes for the array. The warriors undertook the task of clearing the battlefield, creating the necessary conditions for the array's establishment. The entire city of King's Landing was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension intermingled with hope. Once all preparations were complete, Aiden, James, and Lena led the multitude towards the heart of the forbidden magic seal. They were aware that a decisive battle awaited them, one that would determine the fate of the continent. Yet, at that moment, their hearts brimmed with unwavering conviction, regardless of the outcome. They would exhaust every effort to combat the forces of darkness and the forbidden magic for the future of Westeros. Chapter 86. The final confrontation and the rebirth of the continent. The tense atmosphere before the battle. Aiden, James, and Lena led a united force composed of wizards, warriors, and civilians, steadily advancing towards the heart of the forbidden magic seal. The landscape bore the scars of devastation, once fertile fields reduced to barren wastelands, and thriving towns transformed into ruins. These were the dire consequences of the rampant forbidden magic and dark forces, further solidifying their resolve to fight. Upon reaching the site of the seal, the sight before them drew gasps of horror. The power of forbidden magic had coalesced into a colossal black vortex, continuously emitting distorted energies that warped the surrounding space. At the vortex's edge, remnants of the dark forces were arranging a malevolent magic circle, intent on amplifying the power of the forbidden magic to breach the seal. Upon seeing Aiden and his companions, the leader of the dark forces erupted in maniacal laughter. "You are too late. The resurrection of forbidden magic cannot be halted. The entire continent shall plunge into the abyss of darkness." Aiden gripped his sword tightly, his gaze resolute as he replied, "As long as we draw breath, we shall not allow your ambitions to succeed." Intense clashes and difficult progression with Aiden's command, battle erupted instantaneously. The wizards were the first to strike, channeling their magic into the source of light, which unleashed a powerful beam of light towards the black vortex. Concurrently, other wizards executed various elemental spells to dismantle the dark magic circle. Flames engulfed the dark sigils, frost encased the runes, and thunderous lightning shattered the forces of darkness. The dark forces, however, were not to be outdone. Their wizards swiftly conjured dark shields to repel the light magic's onslaught. Dark warriors surged forth, brandishing sharp blades, crashing into Aiden and his allies like a relentless tide. Aiden and James rallied the soldiers to form a defensive line, engaging in fierce close combat with the dark warriors. The clash of swords sparked brilliantly, intermingled with cries of battle and anguished screams. In the midst of the fray, Aiden exhibited remarkable courage and combat prowess. His sword danced among the dark warriors, each strike finding its mark, setting an example for the soldiers. James led the knights in continuous charges, disrupting the formations of the dark warriors. Yet, the dark forces, bolstered by forbidden magic, were more formidable than anticipated. They surged ceaselessly from all directions, rendering Aiden's advance increasingly arduous. Moreover, the black vortex intermittently unleashed powerful energy shocks, disrupting the wizard's spellcasting, leaving many injured in the aftermath. The power of the source of light, and a turning point as the battle reached a stalemate, Lena realized that they could not afford to remain locked in this deadlock. She concentrated all her mental faculties, delving deeply into the mysteries of the source of light's power. At a critical moment, she discovered that through an ancient magical ritual, it was possible to merge the power of the source of light with the magical energies of all present sorcerers, thereby unleashing a more formidable force. Lena swiftly conveyed this idea to the other mages, who responded with enthusiasm. They gathered around the source of light and began to chant the ancient incantations, initiating the magical ceremony. As the spells resonated, the brilliance of the source of light intensified, intertwining with the magics of the sorcerers to form a colossal sphere of luminous energy. Seizing the moment, Lena propelled the sphere towards the black vortex. Upon collision, the energy sphere erupted in a blinding radiance and a tremendous shockwave. In that instant, the forces of light and darkness clashed fiercely in the sealed realm, illuminating the entire space as if it were day. Under the onslaught of the potent light, the dark forces' magical array began to fracture, and the rotation of the black vortex gradually slowed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Aiden and his companions launched a full-scale assault. The warriors charged forward valiantly, while the mages unleashed a barrage of offensive spells. Under the pressure of the light's might, the dark forces found themselves increasingly overwhelmed, beginning to retreat in disarray. After an intense battle, Aiden and his allies successfully breached the defenses of the dark forces and reached the heart of the black vortex. Lena, guiding the sorcerers, embedded the source of light into a pivotal position of the seal and then cast a powerful sealing spell. The pure light emanating from the source resonated with the sealing power, gradually repressing the forbidden magic back into submission. The black vortex slowly diminished until it vanished, and the forbidden magic was successfully sealed away. As the forbidden magic was confined, the dark haze that had shrouded the continent dissipated. Sunlight once again graced the war-torn land. Withering plants began to sprout anew, and the parched rivers resumed their flow as the essence of life spread across the continent once more. The remnants of the dark forces, perceiving their imminent defeat, fled in disarray. Aiden, James, and Lena led the charge, completely vanquishing the dark forces to ensure that the continent would no longer face any threats. Following this arduous battle, the continent of Westeros finally embraced a rebirth. People across the land commenced the reconstruction of their homes and the restoration of their livelihoods. Aiden, James, and Lena emerged as the heroes of the continent, their deeds celebrated and recounted, inspiring generations to come. Through their relentless efforts, the land entered a new era of peace and prosperity, where the inhabitants began anew on this hopeful soil. Chapter 87. The reconstruction and challenges of the post-war era with the successful sealing of the forbidden magic and the total eradication of the dark forces. The continent of Westeros welcomed a long-awaited peace, igniting a fervor for comprehensive reconstruction across the land. In the north, Aiden led the local populace in their rebuilding endeavors. The lands once ravaged by dark powers now, through collective effort, saw the melting of snow to reveal fertile soil. People began to cultivate fields, sowing seeds of hope. Aiden organized a group of seasoned farmers to impart their cultivation skills to the younger generation, ensuring that crops could flourish. Concurrently, the artisans of the north busied themselves repairing the ravaged homes and castles, utilizing the abundant local stone and timber resources to construct sturdy and practical edifices. Once desolate villages now resonated with laughter and the sounds of industrious labor. In King's Landing, the political and economic epicenter of the continent, reconstruction efforts progressed with remarkable efficiency. Jaime and Cersei collaborated to devise a series of revitalization plans. Merchants reawakened in the bustling streets, where markets brimmed with an array of goods, and trade activities gradually resumed. To foster economic growth, King's Landing hosted grand trade fairs, attracting merchants from across the continent. Simultaneously, the city's infrastructure underwent comprehensive renovation. Roads were widened and paved with smooth stone slabs, bridges were reinforced, and public buildings were revitalized. Enchanted craftsmen employed their skills to enhance the city with numerous convenient magical facilities, such as self-cleaning streets and rapid transportation magical devices. Dragonstone, with its profound magical heritage, emerged as the epicenter of knowledge and cultural revival. Lena and her magical team devoted themselves to restoring and advancing magical education. They expanded the Dragonstone Academy of Magic, drawing young sorcerers from all corners of the continent to study. The academy offered a diverse array of magical courses, ranging from foundational magical theory to advanced practical applications. Additionally, Dragonstone established a magical research center focused on exploring new applications of magic, integrating it with fields such as medicine and agriculture, thereby providing new impetus for the continent's development. For instance, sorcerers developed a magical potion capable of accelerating plant growth, significantly enhancing crop yields. However, amidst the reconstruction efforts, certain latent challenges and crises began to emerge. Firstly, although the dark forces had been vanquished, a few remnants lurked in the remote corners of the continent. These dissidents, unwilling to accept defeat, secretly amassed strength, attempting to sow chaos once more. They sporadically harassed distant villages, robbing the inhabitants of their possessions and jeopardizing the nascent peace and tranquility. This rendered the security situation precarious, compelling Aiden, Jaime, and Lena to remain vigilant, organizing patrols across the continent to ensure the safety of the populace. Secondly, as reconstruction progressed throughout the continent, issues of resource allocation became increasingly pronounced. Various regions exhibited substantial demands for resources, particularly essential materials such as timber, stone, and magical crystals. Conflicts and tensions began to surface as certain areas vied for resources. For example, disputes arose between the forested northern regions and the southern mining areas over the distribution of timber and ore, leading to even minor skirmishes. Such discord not only impeded the pace of reconstruction but also posed a risk of escalating into larger-scale conflicts, threatening the peace and stability of the continent. Furthermore, While forbidden magic had been sealed away, its repercussions on the continent's magical environment remained deeply profound. In certain locales, the magical energies have become tumultuous, resulting in the erratic behavior of magical creatures. Previously docile beings have begun to assault humans. Furthermore, sorcerers encounter a myriad of unforeseen circumstances when casting spells, such as sudden surges of magical power or effects that deviate from their intended results. This chaos has significantly hindered the utilization and advancement of magic. Lena and the scholars of Dragonstone Island are compelled to dedicate considerable time and effort to research methods of restoring stability to the magical environment. In response to these challenges, Aiden, James, and Lena swiftly mobilized to devise strategies. To counter the threat posed by residual dark forces, they resolved to establish a specialized intelligence organization tasked with gathering information across the continent, ensuring they remain abreast of the movements of these lingering factions. Concurrently, they aim to bolster military strength throughout the regions, conducting regular training to enhance the force's combat capabilities. Upon detecting any trace of the residual forces, they would promptly organize efforts to eradicate them, ensuring their complete annihilation. Regarding resource allocation, they proposed the formation of a Continental Resource Coordination Committee, comprised of representatives from various regions. This committee would be responsible for devising equitable and rational resource distribution plans, scientifically allocating resources based on local needs and reconstruction progress. Additionally, they encouraged regions to engage in trade and cooperation, achieving complementary advantages in resources to collectively propel the continent's reconstruction efforts. In addressing the disturbances in the magical environment, Lena led the scholars in a series of studies and experiments. They discovered that by arranging magical arrays at specific locations, they could guide and balance the flow of magical energies, gradually restoring stability. Consequently, they established magical arrays at critical sites across the continent and designated personnel for their maintenance and monitoring. Moreover, new magical textbooks were crafted to instruct sorcerers on how to cast spells safely and effectively within the current volatile magical landscape. Despite facing numerous challenges, Aiden, James, and Lena remained steadfastly optimistic about the continent's future. They believe that as long as the peoples of the continent unite and strive together, they will undoubtedly overcome adversity, restoring the former prosperity of Westeros and paving the way toward a brighter future. Under their leadership, the people of the continent are resolutely inscribing a new chapter in the annals of Westeros with unwavering faith and indomitable spirit. Chapter 88. Opportunities and undercurrents amidst reconstruction. The multifaceted opportunities brought forth by reconstruction are evident as the reconstruction efforts in Westeros progress. Unexpected opportunities have emerged across various regions, infusing this weathered land with renewed vitality. In the economic realm, the resurgence of trade has spurred growth across multiple industries. The trade fair in King's Landing has attracted merchants and artisans from all corners of the continent, bringing unique goods and skills. The exchange of southern silk and spices for northern furs and minerals not only meets the daily needs of the populace, but also fosters novel commercial collaborations. Astute merchants have perceptively recognized shifts in the market, beginning to invest in burgeoning industries such as the production of magical crafts and the research and development of magical technologies. In the bustling commercial district of the city, a multitude of brand new workshops and shops have emerged, employing a significant number of workers and providing abundant employment opportunities for the populace. In the agricultural sector, the profound integration of magic and farming has led to a substantial increase in food production. The magical potions developed on Dragonstone Island not only expedite plant growth, but also enhance crops' resistance to pests and diseases. Farmers have eagerly embraced these innovative technologies, transforming once barren lands into bountiful fields. In addition to traditional crops, a variety of new economic plants, such as herbs with magical properties and unique flora used in the creation of high-grade magical materials, have begun to be cultivated widely. This diversification has enriched the agricultural industry and supplied ample raw materials for the medicinal and magical manufacturing sectors. The cultural realm is equally thriving. Various magical academies and research institutions across the land have nurtured a generation of exceptional sorcerers and scholars who have achieved remarkable accomplishments in academic research and creative endeavors. Ancient magical texts have been meticulously reorganized and reinterpreted, giving rise to new magical theories. Artists draw inspiration from the continent's rich history and legends, producing numerous awe-inspiring works, including paintings, sculptures, and magical dramas. These cultural achievements not only enrich the spiritual lives of the people, but also ignite a heightened interest in magic and the historical culture of the continent, fostering the transmission and evolution of culture. However, beneath the surface of this apparent prosperity, a current of intrigue is surreptitiously gathering strength. Unscrupulous factions have begun to plot in secret, aiming to exploit the chaos of the Reconstruction period for their own gain. Several dark sorcerers, once pivotal figures within the shadowy forces, have not relinquished their ambitions following the disbandment of the remnants of their power. Concealed within a secret stronghold on the fringes of the continent, they have clandestinely convened a group of discontented individuals, including failed merchants and disgraced nobles. This assembly has formed a new clandestine organization, cloaked in the guise of restoring the old order, yet harboring intentions to seize control of the continent's economic and political lifeblood. The secret organization has initially focused its efforts on resource allocation. Through bribery and intimidation, they have infiltrated the Continental Resource Coordination Committee, attempting to manipulate resource distribution plans to concentrate more resources in their hands. Concurrently, they have spread rumors to incite regional discord, aiming to provoke larger-scale resource conflicts from which they might profit. In the commercial sphere, the clandestine organization has seized the opportunity presented by the economic recovery to manipulate market prices. They hoard essential supplies and subsequently inflate prices, rendering the rising cost of living burdensome for many ordinary citizens. Numerous small merchants, unable to compete, have succumbed to bankruptcy, severely undermining the fairness of the commercial market. Moreover, this organization has sought to instigate turmoil within the cultural domain. They fund fraudulent academic research, disseminating erroneous magical knowledge and historical perspectives to mislead the younger generation. Their ultimate goal is to weaken the unity and confidence of the continent's populace, thereby creating conditions conducive to the success of their nefarious schemes. Amidst these unfolding events, Aiden, Jam, and Lena have gradually become aware of the anomalies at play. During a meeting of the Resource Coordination Committee, James uncovered some dubious behavior among certain members. With thorough investigation, they gradually unveiled a mere glimpse of the secret organization lurking beneath. The three immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and resolved to take action. Aiden led an elite reconnaissance team into potential hideouts of the secret organization, striving to discern their structural hierarchy and operational plans. Meanwhile, Lena organized the scholars of Dragonstone Island to rectify the misinformation circulating in the marketplace and to bolster the positive promotion of magical culture, enhancing the public's ability to discern truth from falsehood. James leveraged his influence in political and commercial spheres to unite various forces of justice, collectively resisting the secret organization's manipulation of the market, stabilizing prices, and safeguarding the interests of ordinary merchants and citizens. During their investigation, Aiden's reconnaissance team fell victim to an ambush set by the secret organization. However, through exceptional combat skills and teamwork, they successfully broke free and acquired crucial intelligence. This intelligence revealed that the secret organization was orchestrating a grander conspiracy, aiming to create chaos during the upcoming Continental Reconstruction Achievement Showcase, inciting panic and conflict across the continent. Aiden, James, and Lena were acutely aware of the urgency. They needed to dismantle the secret organization entirely before the conference commenced to thwart their nefarious plans. The trio swiftly devised a detailed operational strategy, uniting forces from all corners of the continent, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the secret organization, ensuring the smooth continuation of the reconstruction efforts and upholding the hard-won peace and prosperity. Chapter 89. The Clash of Good and Evil and Crisis Resolution. With meticulous planning and covert infiltration, Aiden, James, and Lena, having obtained partial intelligence on the secret organization, began to formulate their response strategy with utmost urgency. They understood that this operation must be flawless. Otherwise, should the secret organization's conspiracy succeed, the continent would again be plunged into chaos. Aiden was tasked with assembling an elite assault team composed of battle-hardened warriors, stealthy assassins, and adept spellcasters. The mission of the assault team was to penetrate the stronghold of the secret organization, obliterating their command center and capturing or eliminating key leaders. To ensure the operation's secrecy, Aiden led the team in intensive, targeted training in remote mountainous regions, simulating various potential combat scenarios to enhance the members' synergy and adaptability. James, utilizing his extensive network and political clout, allied with local lords and merchant guilds to form a tightly knit intelligence network. This network spanned the entirety of the continent, capable of monitoring the secret organization's every move in real time. Concurrently, James coordinated with military forces across regions to establish numerous checkpoints along potential escape routes of the secret organization, preventing their evasion post-assault. Additionally, he actively organized supplies to provide ample logistical support for the impending battle. Lena, leveraging her authority in the magical domain, summoned the foremost scholars of Dragonstone Island. Together, they researched methods to counter the dark magic of the secret organization and crafted a series of targeted magical artifacts. These artifacts not only bolster the combat prowess of the assault team, but also serve to disrupt the clandestine operations of the secret organization during critical moments. Simultaneously, Lena and the Scholars of Magic meticulously established formidable protective magical arrays around the venue designated for the exhibition of the continent's reconstruction achievements, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Once all preparations were complete, Aiden stealthily led the assault team towards the stronghold of the secret organization. Utilizing the cloak of night, they deftly evaded the enemy's patrols, gradually closing in on the heart of the stronghold. As the assault team approached the secret organization's stronghold, they inadvertently triggered the magical alarm set by the enemy. Instantly, the stronghold illuminated with bright lights, and a throng of adversaries surged forth, encircling the assault team. The dark sorcerers of the secret organization stood atop the stronghold, chanting ominous incantations, unleashing beams of black energy towards the team. Aiden shouted shield. The sorcerers within the team swiftly cast defensive spells, enveloping them in a radiant barrier. The energy beams collided with the shield, producing thunderous echoes, but with the combined might of their magic, the shield momentarily withstood the onslaught. Meanwhile, the warriors and assassins brandished their blades, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the advancing foes. In the midst of the tumultuous battle, Aiden discerned that the dark sorcerers were uniting their powers to conjure a formidable dark spell, seemingly to initiate a more dreadful conspiracy. Realizing the urgency, he rallied a group of elite warriors and charged towards the dark sorcerers. Along the way, they encountered resolute resistance from the enemy, yet Aiden and his companions, through their exceptional combat skills and indomitable courage, breached the enemy lines. However, the dark sorcerers became aware of Aiden's intentions and concentrated their efforts to assault him and his allies. Tendrils of dark magic lashed out like sinister appendages, and while Aiden and his team dodged and weaved, they still bore the scars of the dark energy grazing their skin. Nevertheless, they pressed on valiantly. At the critical juncture where Aiden and the dark sorcerers were locked in a stalemate, Lena, through the magical surveillance devices strategically placed within the stronghold, sensed the dire situation on the battlefield. Swiftly, she cast a long-range teleportation spell, bringing with her several adept sorcerers skilled in supportive magic to the fray. Upon their arrival, Lena and her companions unleashed potent light magic, dispelling the surrounding dark energies. Under the illumination of the light magic, the power of the dark sorcerers was significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden led the warriors in a counteroffensive, breaching the defenses of the dark sorcerers and successfully thwarting their dark incantation. Deprived of the support from dark magic, the members of the secret organization were thrown into disarray. The assault team pressed their advantage, coordinating with the reinforcements arriving from various regions to launch a comprehensive onslaught against the secret organization. After a fierce confrontation, the core of the secret organization was utterly vanquished, and its leader was captured alive. With the downfall of the secret organization, the exhibition celebrating the achievements of the continent's reconstruction was able to proceed smoothly. At the conference, the remarkable achievements of the reconstruction efforts from various regions were showcased, eliciting joyous cheers as people celebrated the hard-won peace and prosperity. Aiden, James, and Lena emerged once more as heroes of the continent, their tales immortalized in the hearts of the people, inspiring each individual to strive toward a brighter future for the realm. Following the ordeal, the continent of Westeros resolutely embarked on the path of reconstruction and development. Chapter 90, The Renaissance of the Continent, and a New Journey. The prosperous scene of the continent's revival. With the downfall of the secret organization, Westeros experienced a genuine renaissance. The reconstruction efforts across the land yielded significant results, transforming the once battered earth into a vibrant tableau of life. King's Landing, as the heart of the continent, became a symbol of affluence. In the bustling trade market, merchants from diverse regions engaged in lively bargaining, their voices intertwining in a symphony of commerce. Lined along the streets were numerous shops brimming with an array of goods. Enchanted artisans exhibited their masterful creations, from self-cleaning magical brooms to shape-shifting magical jewelry, captivating the attention of countless customers. The architectural styles of the city became increasingly diverse, blending distinctive elements from various locales. Towering castles and exquisite magical spires complemented one another, embodying the grandeur and mystique of King's Landing. In the north, the expansive farmlands flourished with robust crops, the golden waves of wheat undulating in the breeze. Farmers harnessed advanced magical agricultural techniques, achieving bountiful harvests year after year. In the villages, newly constructed homes stood in neat rows, wisps of smoke curling from chimneys. Children laughed and played in the fields, while the elderly basked in the sun on their doorsteps, recounting tales of yore. The warriors of the north maintained their rigorous training, yet their focus shifted primarily towards safeguarding this hard-earned peace. Their patrols traversed the border regions, ensuring that no potential threats could disrupt the tranquility. Dragonstone had become a wellspring of knowledge and innovation. Within the magical academy, young sorcerers diligently pursued their studies, delving into the mysteries of magic. The academy's library housed countless ancient and precious tomes, drawing scholars eager to engage in research. The Magical Research Center continuously unveiled new discoveries and breakthroughs, with the fusion of magic and technology making remarkable strides. For instance, they developed a mode of transportation powered by natural magical energy, significantly reducing travel time between various parts of the continent. This mode of transport soared through the skies like shooting stars, becoming a dazzling spectacle across the realm. The new mission and legacy of the heroes during the revival of the continent, Aiden, James, and Lena recognized that they bore a new mission. They were not only to safeguard the peace and prosperity of the realm, but also to impart their experiences and wisdom to the next generation. Aiden established a military academy in the north, assuming the role of headmaster. He dedicated himself to sharing his years of combat experience and leadership skills with young warriors. The academy emphasized the cultivation of practical skills and teamwork, regularly organizing simulated battles and wilderness survival training. Aiden aspired for these young warriors to become steadfast guardians of the continent, inheriting the spirit of bravery and justice. James is dedicated to the development and inheritance of political and economic realms. He has established a series of lectures in King's Landing, imparting the principles of state governance and business management to aspiring politicians and entrepreneurs. He underscores the significance of fairness, integrity, and cooperation, encouraging the youth to actively engage in the construction and advancement of the continent. Simultaneously, James has participated in formulating a series of policies that foster economic exchange and collaboration across the continent, ensuring the judicious allocation and utilization of resources. Lena has devoted immense effort to the Academy of Magic on Dragonstone. Not only does she personally instruct, but she also organizes various magical competitions and academic exchanges, igniting the students' passion for learning and innovative thinking. Lena aspires to cultivate a generation of responsible and accountable sorcerers, enabling them to contribute to the continent's development through their magical prowess. She also leads scholars in the continued exploration of the mysteries of magic, seeking ways to better harness its potential to enhance people's lives. Amidst the continent's immersion in the joy of rejuvenation, a mysterious signal disrupts the tranquility. At the edge of the land, an ancient tower of magic suddenly radiates a brilliant light, infused with an unknown magical fluctuation. The runes upon the tower flicker with an extraordinary luminescence, seemingly conveying some form of message. Lena and the scholars from Dragonstone are the first to perceive this anomaly. They promptly rush to the magical tower to investigate. After considerable effort, they ascertain that this signal appears to emanate from a distant, uncharted realm, possibly linked to an ancient and formidable power. Although the precise meaning and purpose of this signal remain unclear, they recognize it as a potential new challenge or opportunity. Aiden, James, and Lena gather before the magical tower, gazing at the enigmatic light, their minds abuzz with contemplation. They understand that although the continent has embarked on a path of revival, the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. This mysterious signal may herald the commencement of a new journey. Yet, they feel no trepidation. Instead, they are filled with anticipation, for they believe that as long as the people of the continent unite, drawing upon the courage and wisdom that enabled them to surmount past adversities, they can confront whatever lies ahead and collaboratively pen a more splendid chapter for the realm of Westeros. Thus, guided by this mysterious signal, Aiden, James, Lena, and the people of the continent, with unwavering conviction, embark on a new journey fraught with unknowns. Chapter 91. The journey to uncover the mysterious signal. Preparations and decisions on the eve of departure following the mysterious signal emitted by the ancient tower of magic. Aiden, James, and Lena are acutely aware that a new challenge has arisen. They return to their respective locales to commence preparations for uncovering the secrets behind this enigmatic signal. Aiden selects a cohort of the most elite students from the military academy in the north. These students not only possess exceptional martial skills, but also exhibit a profound curiosity and courage towards the unknown. He shares with them the imminent dangers and uncertainties they are likely to face, yet the resolute gleam in their eyes brings him great solace. Simultaneously, Aiden meticulously prepared an array of weaponry, ranging from razor-sharp swords to sturdy shields, as well as protective artifacts capable of countering various magical assaults. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this journey, understanding that any lapse in vigilance could yield fatal repercussions. James, leveraging his influence in the realms of politics and commerce, gathered supplies for this expedition. He communicated with merchant guilds across regions, amassing a substantial stockpile of provisions, medicines, and other essential necessities. Furthermore, James enlisted a cadre of seasoned guides, well-versed in every corner of the continent, whose presence would greatly facilitate the journey. Throughout the process of gathering resources, James encountered numerous decisions. He needed to ensure that the provisions prepared could meet the demands of a long journey, while also being equipped to handle any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Lena convened a group of the foremost magical researchers on Dragonstone Island. Together, they delved into the arcane fluctuations implied by the mysterious signal, striving to extract further clues. After several days of diligent investigation, they discerned that the signal appeared to be linked to an ancient and forbidden form of magic. In anticipation of potential encounters with dangerous sorcery, Lena and the researchers fashioned numerous magical amplification devices and defensive charms. Concurrently, Lena undertook rigorous training to enhance her magical abilities, fully aware of the pivotal role her powers would play during this quest. As preparations reached completion, Aiden, James, and Lena gathered their respective teams beneath the enigmatic glow of the magical tower. The assembly gazed at the tower, still radiating an aura of mystery, their hearts brimming with both anticipation and a hint of trepidation. With Aiden's commanding call, the expedition officially commenced. Embarking on a journey to uncover the source of the mysterious signal, they followed the signal's direction, traversing dense forests imbued with an air of enigma, where peculiar sounds echoed intermittently. Suddenly, a horde of colossal demonic wolves erupted from the thicket, their eyes glinting with an eerie green luminescence, baring their sharp fangs as they lunged at the party. Aiden swiftly directed the warriors to form a defensive formation, brandishing his sword as he charged towards the wolves. The warriors followed closely, engaging in a fierce battle with the beasts. Meanwhile, Lena unleashed her magic, sending forth torrents of flame from her hands towards the pack of wolves. The flames momentarily repelled the creatures, who emitted furious howls. Yet, undeterred, the wolves intensified their assault. James, positioned at the rear, orchestrated the logistics, ensuring the warriors received adequate supplies and that the wounded were attended to. Through their united efforts, the pack was ultimately driven back. However, several warriors sustained injuries, and after a hasty dressing of their wounds, the group pressed on. Emerging from the forest, they arrived at an expansive desert. The sun blazed overhead, rendering the desert unbearably hot, with the sands beneath their feet searingly warm. The water supply within the group began to dwindle, prompting Aiden to impose strict controls on each individual's water consumption. After several days of traversing the desert, they encountered a formidable sandstorm. The tempestuous winds whipped up clouds of sand, resembling a ferocious beast as it bore down upon the party. Lena hastily conjured a protective spell, enveloping the party within a vast, translucent shield. The relentless force of the sandstorm battered against the shield, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. The shield quivered under the tempest's onslaught, as though it might shatter at any moment. Aiden and the warriors gripped their weapons tightly, vigilantly scanning their surroundings for any lurking dangers. After a prolonged ordeal, the shield ultimately withstood the trial, allowing the group to advance. Unexpected discoveries and mysterious clues. After arduous trekking, the party at last arrived at an enigmatic valley. Surrounded by towering peaks, the valley was shrouded in a delicate mist. At its center lay an ancient ruin, emanating magical fluctuations reminiscent of those from a magic tower. Cautiously, the group entered the ruins, discovering an array of peculiar runes and carvings adorning the walls. Lena and the magical researchers immediately set about deciphering the runes, uncovering records of a long-lost history. It revealed that, long ago, this land had endured a formidable invasion from a malevolent force hailing from another dimension. To counter this incursion, the continent's sorcerers had united to cast a forbidden spell, sealing the evil power within an unknown space. The mysterious signal emitted by the magic tower seemed to be intricately linked to this seal. As Aiden and the warriors scoured the ruins, they stumbled upon an assortment of strange crystal fragments. Chapter 92. Secrets of the Ruins and Hidden Perils in the Ancient Ruins of the Mysterious Valley. Aiden, Jam, Lena, and others continued to delve deeper into the newly uncovered clues. Lena and the magical researchers devoted themselves entirely to interpreting the runes. The runes were cryptic, resembling an intentionally encrypted ancient language, discernible only to the most seasoned sorcerers. As their research progressed, they gradually pieced together more information. It became apparent that the forbidden spell which had sealed the evil force, while successful in confining the source of malevolence to an alternate dimension, had also triggered a series of cascading reactions. The enigmatic signal from the magic tower was a manifestation of this ongoing chain reaction, likely heralding the loosening of the seal. Should the seal rupture completely, that sinister power would once again descend upon the continent of Westeros, bringing untold calamity. Concurrently, Aiden and his warriors conducted searches in other areas of the ruins. They discovered a hidden chamber concealed behind a massive boulder. The chamber's entrance was intricately engraved with complex patterns, seemingly narrating a tale of valiant resistance. The warriors, in unison, employed various tools in their efforts to unseal the chamber. After considerable exertion, the door creaked open, releasing a gust of stale air. Inside the chamber lay several ancient skeletons, accompanied by scrolls that emitted a faint luminescence. Aiden cautiously lifted one of the scrolls, unfurling it to reveal crucial details regarding the sealing magic of Ur, as well as possible methods to reinforce the seal. However, the scroll's contents were fragmented, with mere snippets failing to coalesce into a comprehensive solution. Yet this has emerged as the most crucial lead thus far. The collective consciousness recognized the necessity of uncovering the missing pieces to confront the impending crisis. The threat crept closer, stealthily encroaching while the group was engrossed in their exploration of the ruins. The mist surrounding the remnants thickened, swirling as if imbued with life. Suddenly, a swarm of dark shadows surged forth from the fog, hurtling toward the group with alarming velocity. These phantoms, elusive in form, bore an uncanny resemblance to human figures, exuding an aura of the bizarre. Aiden reacted swiftly, calling out for the warriors to prepare for battle. The soldiers swiftly assembled, forming a defensive formation, their weapons glinting ominously. The shadows lunged forward, initiating a fierce close-quarters combat. The force of the shadows was formidable. Each strike delivered a powerful impact, leaving many warriors' arms numb after the initial clash. Observing the scene, Lena immediately conjured a spell, summoning ice shards that erupted from the ground, targeting the shadows. However, the phantoms appeared to possess a certain resistance to magic, as the ice shards only momentarily hindered their movements. James directed the logistical personnel and guides to seek a safe refuge and assist the injured warriors in retreating from the battlefield. Amidst the tumultuous struggle, Aiden discerned that the shadows seemed to share an invisible connection. Their movements were synchronized, much like a singular entity. Realizing this, Aiden altered their strategy. He led several agile warriors to concentrate their attacks on one specific shadow, attempting to sever the bond between them. After an arduous battle, they finally succeeded in vanquishing one shadow. As this particular phantom fell, the others' movements became sluggish, their strength seemingly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the group launched a full-scale counteroffensive, ultimately driving the shadows back. However, the skirmish left many within the ranks wounded, and their supplies diminished. More critically, they acknowledged that the ruins concealed numerous dangers, necessitating utmost caution with every step. After a brief respite, the group deliberated on their next course of action. Divergent opinions emerged regarding how to pursue the missing scroll's content. Some advocated for deeper exploration of the ruins, suggesting that hidden clues might be discovered in more obscure locations. Conversely, others expressed concerns about the perils lurking within the ruins, arguing that, given the current state of the team, further descent could lead to even greater calamities. They proposed returning to the mainland to gather additional manpower and resources before making further plans. Aiden found himself lost in contemplation. He understood the urgency. If the seal was indeed loosening, every moment of delay increased the danger to the continent. Yet, he could not disregard the safety of his comrades, especially after they had just endured a fierce battle that had taken a toll on their stamina and morale. Lena, on the other hand, asserted the importance of the clues within the ruins. She opined that missing this opportunity could mean a significant setback in their quest to reinforce the seal. She expressed her willingness to lead a contingent of mages to continue the exploration, seeking breakthroughs from the magical structure of the ruins. After weighing the pros and cons, James decided to leave a small contingent to continue searching near the ruins, while sending another group back to the mainland to communicate the current situation to various factions and request assistance. Ultimately, following intense deliberation, the assembly adopted James's proposal. Aiden selected a cadre of elite warriors and several seasoned mages, led by Lena, to persist in their quest for clues around the ruins. Meanwhile, James set off with the remaining members on the journey back to the mainland, preparing to rally forces to confront the imminent crisis. As they parted ways, the group exchanged solemn farewells. Chapter 93: Divergence and Intensifying Crisis. The difficult quest of the Guardians of the Ruins. Lena, leading the chosen warriors and mages, continued their arduous search around the ruins. This ancient site resembled a colossal labyrinth of enigmas, with each corner concealing unknown dangers and clues. They navigated cautiously through the crumbling remnants of the ruins, ever vigilant of their surroundings. The mages cast various detection spells, striving to uncover hidden passages and mechanisms buried within the earth or walls. During one of these incantations, a young mage suddenly sensed a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from deep within the ruins. Realizing this might be a significant lead, Lena guided the group towards the source of the disturbance. As they ventured further, they arrived at a vast circular plaza. The ground was etched with intricate magical arrays, their luminescence flickering erratically. While the group examined the arrays, beams of magical light suddenly erupted from the stone pillars surrounding the plaza, weaving into a dense web of light that ensnared them. Lena swiftly directed everyone to conjure defensive spells. In an instant, various protective shields materialized before them, repelling the onslaught of the beams. However, the beam's energy was formidable, causing cracks to appear in the shields under relentless assault. The warriors led by Aiden stood ready with their weapons, watchful for any other threats. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, one mage discovered that the radiance of the magical array seemed to resonate with certain enchanted artifacts they possessed. After several attempts, they utilized these artifacts to adjust the energy flow of the magical array, ultimately halting the beam's attack. With a collective sigh of relief, they resumed their search around the plaza. Beneath a statue at the edge of the square, they uncovered a stone tablet inscribed with runes. Upon careful interpretation, the runes pointed deeper into the ruins, hinting that the key to unraveling the mystery of the missing scrolls lay within. Yet, they were acutely aware that the deeper they ventured, the greater the peril. Nevertheless, a strong sense of duty compelled them to press onward. Challenges on the return journey. Meanwhile, James led the majority back towards the mainland. They hastened along their original route, eager to relay their discoveries from the ruins to various powers and muster sufficient support. However, the return journey was fraught with difficulties. As they traversed a marshy expanse, they were suddenly ambushed by a horde of swamp beasts. These creatures, massive in size, exuded a repugnant stench, emerging from the mire with their colossal forms and gaping maws lunging toward the group. James swiftly organized the warriors to resist the onslaught. The soldiers armed themselves, engaging in close combat with the monstrous creatures. The treacherous marshland presented a formidable challenge, with the ground being a mire that greatly complicated their struggle. Many warriors found themselves ensnared in the muck during their confrontation with the beasts, their circumstances perilous. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck one of the monsters. As the onlookers gazed upward, a mysterious sorcerer clad in black robes materialized in the air. Wielding a wand, the sorcerer chanted incantations, unleashing powerful magical assaults upon the beasts. With the sorcerer's assistance, the group gradually gained the upper hand, ultimately driving the monsters back. James expressed his gratitude to the sorcerer and inquired about his intentions. The sorcerer revealed that he had sensed unusual magical fluctuations in the area, traced them to this location, and upon discovering the group's peril, had intervened to assist. James briefly recounted their discoveries within the ruins and the crises they faced. Upon hearing this, the sorcerer resolved to join their expedition back to the continent, contributing his strength to confront the impending threats. As James led the group back to the continent, they swiftly communicated their findings and the potential dangers to various factions. The atmosphere on the continent shifted dramatically, with factions responding proactively. The lords of the north summoned their armies, preparing to march to battle, fully aware that the northern territories would be the first to face the wrath of evil forces should they return. Meanwhile, the southern city-states began stockpiling supplies to ensure logistical support for the impending conflict. The Mage Guild convened an emergency meeting to assemble the most formidable team of mages, devising magical strategies to counteract the evil forces. However, amidst the fervent preparations, discordant voices emerged. Some smaller factions expressed skepticism, fearing the crisis was overstated and hesitating to allocate significant resources. Others sought to exploit the situation for their own gain, aiming to expand their territories and influence during the turmoil. James, Aiden, and their companions recognized that to successfully confront the looming menace, they must not only face the external evil, but also harmonize the relationships among the continent's various factions. They traversed between factions, appealing to their sense of unity, striving to galvanize collective efforts against the impending crisis. Through their endeavors, an increasing number of factions acknowledged the gravity of the threat, beginning to set aside past grievances and collaborate. An unprecedented coalition was quietly taking shape across the continent. Yet Aiden, James, and Lena understood that even greater challenges lay ahead. They had to act swiftly to devise a plan before the malevolent forces breached their seals. Chapter 94. Under currents and ruins anomalies, the struggles of forming the Continental Alliance. James and Aiden tirelessly worked to unite the various factions across the continent. Although most factions had recognized the severity of the crisis and expressed willingness to cooperate, some stubborn factions remained skeptical and exhibited reluctance in participating in the collective efforts against the malevolent forces. In the southwestern corner of the continent lies the city-state of Blackstone, governed by the ambitious Lord Graham. While he outwardly feigns cooperation with the coalition's efforts, his true intention is to bolster his own power amidst the ensuing chaos. He declines to deploy his full military strength, instead promising only a modest contribution of weaker forces, while attempting to minimize his city-state's share in the coalition's resource allocation. Aiden personally journeys to Blackstone to negotiate with Graham. Within the Lord's palace, Aiden earnestly articulates the catastrophic consequences that the arrival of malevolent forces would have on the entire continent, including Blackstone itself. Yet, Graham, cloaked in bureaucratic language, claims that his city-state requires substantial resources for its own defenses, making it difficult to fully support the alliance. Aiden, well aware of Graham's greedy nature, proposes that should the coalition succeed in repelling the evil forces, Blackstone would be granted more favorable trade policies on the continent post-conflict. Reluctantly, Graham agrees to augment his military and material support, albeit still harboring ulterior motives, secretly preparing to seize opportunities for profit when the situation becomes advantageous. Meanwhile, in the northern reaches of the continent, the Snowwind tribe faces its own challenges. The tribe's leader, Aldred, harbors reservations about collaborating with other factions, fearing excessive losses among his warriors would jeopardize the tribe's standing in the future. James ventures to the Snowwind tribe, recounting the illustrious history of the continent's unity against foreign adversaries, emphasizing that only through solidarity can they protect their homeland. After arduous persuasion, Aldred is ultimately swayed by James's sincerity and resolves to dispatch the tribe's most elite wolf cavalry to join the alliance. Unexpected developments in the ruins. Lena and her team continue their deep exploration. As they draw nearer to the location indicated by the runestone tablet, the magical fluctuations within the ruins intensify and become increasingly chaotic. Upon arriving at the mouth of a vast cavern, they are met with deep, resonant roars echoing from within. Cautiously, the group enters the cave, where they discover a colossal guardian beast lurking in the depths. This creature, resembling a lion, is enveloped in eerie blue flames, radiating an overwhelming magical pressure. Upon detecting the intruders, the guardian beast immediately launches an attack. With a wide-open maw, it unleashes a column of flames toward the group. Lena swiftly conjures ice magic, erecting a formidable wall of ice before her comrades, momentarily shielding them from the fiery onslaught. However, the ice wall quickly succumbs to the searing heat, placing them in dire peril. A warrior seizes the moment, brandishing a sharp blade as he charges toward the guardian beast in an attempt to divert its attention. The beast indeed turns its focus to this warrior, allowing others to strike from the sides and rear. Yet, the guardian's defenses are formidable, rendering their conventional attacks nearly ineffective. Meanwhile, the mages at the back unleash a barrage of offensive spells, lightning, boulders, and toxic mists, directed at the guardian beast. The creature roars in agony beneath the magical assault, its movements gradually slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Lena casts a powerful binding spell, temporarily restraining the guardian's actions. The group then unites to deliver a final, concerted strike, ultimately succeeding in vanquishing the formidable foe. After vanquishing the guardian beast, the group uncovered a mysterious entrance deep within the cave. The entrance shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and the magical energy emanating from it was palpably intense. Lena and her companions understood that this could be the key to uncovering the missing contents of the scroll. Yet entering this unknown realm was fraught with peril. After a brief respite, they resolutely stepped into the entrance. As the forces of the continent struggled to forge alliances and the relic exploration teams ventured into the enigmatic space, a sinister force quietly infiltrated. In some remote villages in the eastern part of the continent, bizarre occurrences began to manifest. Villagers frequently heard eerie sounds in the night, and livestock mysteriously vanished. Some villagers fell prey to a dark magic that eroded their sanity, turning them into aggressors against their fellow townsfolk. Local sorcerers detected the anomalies and, upon examining the afflicted villagers, discovered that this was a probing incursion by the malevolent force. It appeared that this insidious power was employing these small-scale infiltrations to gauge the current defensive capabilities of the continent and the resilience of its inhabitants. The sorcerers swiftly reported these developments to the Alliance. James and Aiden realized that the dark power had begun to take action, leaving them with little time. They hastened the formation of the Alliance while urging Lena and her companions to expedite their search for a method to reinforce the seals within the relic. A tense atmosphere enveloped the entire continent, as a monumental conflict loomed on the horizon, with all factions preparing for the impending ultimate showdown, fully aware that the outcome of this battle would determine the future fate of their land. Chapter 95. The Mysterious Space and the Initial Formation of the Alliance. The perilous journey into the relic's mysterious space, leading her companions into the entrance that glimmered with an uncanny light. Lena was engulfed by a blinding radiance, and they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar world. The sky here was an eerie shade of purple, while the ground was composed of a black crystalline substance that emitted a faint glow. A dense mist of magical energy enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Proceeding with caution, the group was suddenly assailed by a swarm of bat-like creatures, each the size of a human head, emerging from the mist. They bared their sharp fangs and emitted piercing shrieks as they lunged at the group. The sorcerers swiftly unleashed their spells, sending flames and shards of ice hurtling toward the monstrous horde. Although the creatures nimbly dodged some of the attacks, many were struck down, dissipating into clouds of black smoke. Yet, more creatures surged from all directions. Aiden led the warriors to form a tight defensive formation, using their shields to withstand the onslaught while their blades danced through the air, dispatching the encroaching beasts. Meanwhile, Lena stood at the rear, casting area spells to alleviate the pressure on the frontline warriors. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the monstrous swarm. Delving deeper into the space, they arrived before a colossal black castle. The grand doors were firmly shut, adorned with intricate runes. An experienced sorcerer approached to study the runes, endeavoring to uncover a means to unlock the entrance. Just as he deciphered the symbols, a ring of black flames suddenly erupted around the castle, ensnaring them within. Amidst the flames, distorted figures began to emerge, their chilling laughter echoing through the air. The phantoms gradually materialized, revealing a legion of malevolent ghost warriors. Armed with illusory weapons, they charged towards the crowd. The warriors engaged in close combat with the ghostly apparitions. However, conventional attacks proved futile, as their weapons passed through the ethereal forms without inflicting any tangible harm. Observing the dire situation, the sorcerers promptly unleashed spells designed to target incorporeal beings. Radiant and purifying magic burst forth amidst the ghostly horde, causing the apparitions to emit anguished wails as their forms began to dissipate. Yet, more ghost warriors surged forth from the flames, plunging the defenders into a fierce struggle. In a moment of clarity, Lena recalled that the runes on the castle gate might be connected to these ghostly warriors. While directing the others in their defense, she meticulously scrutinized the runes. After deep contemplation, she discerned the patterns within the inscriptions and cast a unique dispelling spell. As the magical light illuminated the surroundings, the castle gate creaked open slowly, extinguishing the surrounding black flames, and the ghost warriors vanished without a trace. The formation and harmonization of the alliance on the continent, James and Aiden, through relentless efforts, finally laid the groundwork for the alliance. Armies from various factions, teams of sorcerers, and logistical support units converged at the designated location. However, as the alliance began to take shape, internal issues emerged incessantly. The military factions, each with distinct training methods and combat habits, frequently experienced coordination mishaps during joint exercises. The northern forces excelled in defensive warfare, while their southern counterparts favored agile guerrilla tactics, leading to significant tactical disagreements. In response, James and Aiden convened the leaders of the various factions for multiple tactical symposiums. During these meetings, the leaders expressed their viewpoints passionately, resulting in intense debates. The northern commanders advocated for a robust defensive line to withstand the direct assaults of the malevolent forces, while the southern leaders argued for flanking maneuvers to strike at the enemy's flanks. Patiently, James and Aiden listened to all opinions, weighing them carefully before devising a tactical plan that combined the strengths of both sides. They resolved to construct a solid front line while dispatching elite units to conduct guerrilla harassment, thereby disrupting the rhythm of the enemy's advance. Beyond tactical dilemmas, the distribution of supplies posed another significant challenge. Some factions felt that their contributions were disproportionate to the returns they received, leading to ongoing internal strife. Aiden took it upon himself to oversee the allocation of resources, meticulously tallying the quantities provided by each faction against their needs, and formulating a fair and reasonable distribution plan. For those factions dissatisfied with the resource allocation, Aiden engaged in one-on-one discussions, elucidating the overarching strategy of the alliance and the necessity of equitable resource distribution, ultimately resolving the conflicts. As training progressed and internal issues gradually abated, the cohesion and combat effectiveness of the alliance steadily increased. Yet, James and Aiden were acutely aware that this was far from sufficient. They needed to swiftly master the methods to reinforce the seals within the ruins to gain the upper hand in their confrontation against the dark forces. A significant discovery in the mysterious space upon entering the castle, Lena and her companions unearthed a colossal magical array deep within its confines. At the center of the array floated a scroll emanating a soft glow, the very scroll they had tirelessly sought after. As Lena approached the scroll, preparing to grasp it, a sudden radiance erupted from the scroll, enveloping her entirely. The onlookers were thrown into a state of panic, attempting to draw near, yet thwarted by an insurmountable force. Within the luminous glow, Lena beheld a series of ancient memory fragments that unveiled the history of the ruins and the complete method to seal away the malevolent powers. It became evident that to reinforce the seal, it was not only essential to repair the scroll, but also to simultaneously cast potent magic at several specific locations across the continent, activating the latent magical ley lines buried deep within the land, thereby forming a protective barrier that would encompass the entire continent. Chapter 96, A Clash of Winds and Clouds. The eve of battle, revelations from the ruins and the dawn of a mission. As the light dissipated, Lena emerged from her stupor, eager to share the information she had gleaned with her companions. They gathered around her, their expressions grave as they listened intently to the intricate and formidable task of reinforcing the seal. Not only did they need to decipher the obscure incantations within the scroll, but they also had to hasten to pivotal locations throughout the continent to cast spells, awakening the long-dormant magical ley lines, and constructing a barrier to safeguard the realm. Time was of the essence, and the group promptly decided to split into several teams. Lena, alongside a few seasoned mages, was tasked with delving into the scroll to master its arcane secrets with precision. Aiden led a cadre of elite warriors on a journey to the nearest critical site, the Misty Marsh. The remaining members hurried back to the Alliance camp, armed with the pertinent information, to report this monumental discovery to James. Ensuring the Alliance could swiftly adapt its strategy, Aiden and his team raced toward the Misty Marsh. Throughout their trek, they endured the elements, refusing to relent. As they drew closer to the marsh, the air thickened with a damp, foul odor, and dense fog swirled around them like phantoms, obscuring their vision. The warriors gripped their weapons tightly, remaining vigilant to any signs of movement. Suddenly, from the depths of the swamp, countless slimy tendrils lunged toward the group. Aiden shouted, "Steady yourselves, do not panic." The warriors quickly formed a defensive formation, wielding their swords and striking at the tendrils. The appendages proved remarkably resilient, leaving only shallow marks upon contact. Observing this, Aiden unleashed a fire spell, engulfing the tendrils in fierce flames, accompanied by a pungent scent of charred flesh as the tendrils retracted back into the marsh. The Alliance's urgent mobilization and preparations upon returning to the Alliance camp. The reporting members conveyed their discoveries from the ruins to James. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, James promptly summoned leaders from various factions for an emergency meeting. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was tense. Standing at the center, James spoke with gravity. "Esteemed leaders, we have discerned the method to reinforce the seal. Yet time is of the essence. Every moment counts. We must act immediately, assigning tasks according to location to ensure that the magical rituals at each critical site proceed without hindrance." The leaders nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to follow his command. Thus, James meticulously began to assign duties, swiftly integrating mages, warriors, and logistical teams from diverse factions, dispatching them to the continent's key locations. Simultaneously, he arranged for a portion of the troops to establish formidable defenses around the Alliance camp, safeguarding against any incursions by malevolent forces. The logistics operation was also underway, with supply teams tirelessly transporting a plethora of magical materials, weaponry, and provisions to various operational units. Meanwhile, the mages within the camp were diligently crafting an assortment of magical artifacts, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. The entire Alliance camp was abuzz with activity, as everyone engaged in the final preparations for the imminent decisive confrontation. However, amidst this tense and orderly preparation, minor incidents occasionally arose. Certain factions experienced friction during collaborations due to communication breakdowns. Upon learning of this, James personally intervened to mediate, patiently elucidating the significance of teamwork and stressing that any internal discord at this critical juncture could jeopardize the entire alliance's success. Following his mediation, both parties recognized their missteps, reconciled with handshakes, and returned to their urgent preparations. As the alliance worked diligently to strengthen the seals, the sinister forces grew increasingly aware of the unusual stirrings. The malevolent source, sealed within the abyss of darkness, sensed the powerful magical fluctuations coursing through the continent, realizing that someone was attempting to fortify the seals to thwart its resurgence. In a frenzy, the evil forces began to struggle violently, inciting the corrupted creatures of darkness to launch assaults on several remote towns and villages across the land. Alarm bells rang out in every direction. Some towns, with weak defenses, quickly fell to the dark creatures, leaving villagers to suffer dire fates. The assaults by these dark beings were both cruel and treacherous. They possessed formidable physical prowess and could unleash dark magic, corrupting all that they touched. Many innocent civilians were roused from their slumber and faced with the sudden onslaught. They were thrown into a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. Upon receiving distress signals from various locales, James swiftly acted. He dispatched a highly mobile elite unit to assist the most severely impacted regions. This force, composed of light cavalry and mages skilled in rapid engagement, raced to the besieged towns with utmost urgency. The cavalry surged into the throngs of dark creatures like a whirlwind, wielding their blades and scattering the foes. Meanwhile, the mages unleashed powerful light magic from the rear, purifying the dark energies and illuminating the towns shrouded in shadow. Although the Alliance forces temporarily repelled the dark creatures' assaults, James understood that this was merely a probing attack by the evil forces. The true peril lay ahead. He urged the operational teams at critical locations to hasten their efforts, while simultaneously reinforcing the defenses of the Alliance camp, bracing for the impending storm. Chapter 97. Perilous Encounters and Glimmers of Dawn in the Treacherous Misty Swamp. Aiden and his elite warriors trudged onward with great difficulty. The swamp was soft and muddy, each step demanding immense exertion. The surrounding mist thickened, as if imbued with life, constantly shifting in form, occasionally punctuated by eerie sounds, suggesting myriad eyes lurking in the darkness, watching them. Suddenly, a seemingly tranquil body of water emerged ahead, dotted with peculiar black flora. A sense of alarm surged within Aiden, for he understood all too well that in this treacherous swamp, even the most ordinary of sights could conceal lethal threats. Yet, this was the only path to their critical destination, leaving them no alternative. The warriors cautiously stepped into the water, but just a few strides in, the black plants sprang to life, extending long tendrils that lashed out like whips at the soldiers. The force was immense, and those struck found their skin lacerated. Aiden shouted, "Employ fire magic. Incinerate those tendrils." The mages swiftly conjured flames, which blazed fiercely upon the water's surface, causing the black plants to sizzle. Yet, these plants seemed oblivious to pain, their tendrils becoming even more frenzied in their assault. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, movement stirred. Several massive crocodilian creatures surged forth, their gaping maws poised to devour the warriors. The soldiers hastily raised their shields to defend themselves, the monster's teeth scraping against the shields with a piercing sound. Seizing the opportunity, Aiden unleashed a formidable bolt of lightning, striking one of the creatures, which emitted a wretched cry before sinking into the depths. The other warriors followed suit, employing their own magical and martial prowess in a desperate struggle against the monsters and the tendrils. After a fierce battle, they ultimately repelled the creatures and the black flora. However, many warriors bore injuries. Aiden, undeterred by the need for rest, urged the group onward. Deep within the swamp, they finally discovered their crucial destination, an ancient stone tower, adorned with mysterious runes that emanated a faint magical resonance. Similar fierce battles unfolded at other critical sites. The party en route to the Flame Mountains faced the peril of an erupting volcano. Torrents of molten lava cascaded down like a deluge, obstructing their path. The mages within the group united to conjure earthen barriers, staving off the advance of the lava while simultaneously defending against the attacks of fire elementals that emerged from the mountains. These colossal beings, forged of flame, relentlessly unleashed torrents of fire upon them. The warriors, fueled by indomitable resolve and exceptional combat skills, engaged in close-quarters combat with the fire elementals, inching closer to the pivotal location within the Flame Mountains. Meanwhile, in the icy wasteland, another contingent faced the harsh trials of extreme cold. Howling winds accompanied blinding snow, the temperature plummeting so low that the breath of the warriors crystallized in the air. Ice elementals launched their assaults, agile beings that glided swiftly over the frozen terrain, wielding razor-sharp ice blades. Healers within the group tirelessly tended to the wounded, while the mages cast warming spells to fend off the biting chill. Supporting one another, they persevered through the icy expanse, advancing toward the critical site at the heart of the frozen plains. In the secret depths of the forest, the trees appeared to be under the thrall of dark forces, their branches lashing out like tentacles against the assembly. The druid among the group invoked the powers of nature, striving to communicate with the trees and quell their fury. Simultaneously, dark elves emerged from the shadows, joining the fray, masters of stealth and ambush. The dark elves posed a significant challenge to the party. Yet, undeterred, they pressed on, leveraging their collaborative spirit and intellect to gradually surmount the obstacles and approach the pivotal location within the forest's heart. At the Alliance camp, James remained vigilant, closely monitoring the situation across the battlefield. Injured warriors were continually brought back for healing, and supplies were steadily depleting. The malevolent forces seemed to recognize the strategic importance of the camp, intensifying their harassment of the surrounding area. Dark creatures surged forth like a tide, attempting to breach the camp's defenses. The magical barrier encircling the encampment flickered with light, straining under tremendous pressure. Warriors stood resolutely atop the walls, while mages unleashed their spells, striking the dark entities from afar. Arrows rained down upon the horde, and magical brilliance illuminated the encroaching darkness. However, the sheer number of dark creatures was overwhelming, crashing against the defenses in relentless waves. Some managed to breach the magical barrier, engaging the warriors in close combat. The camp erupted into a cacophony of battle cries, the ground soaked in blood. James personally led a cadre of elite fighters into the fray, bolstering the morale of his comrades. Just as the camp's defenses teetered on the brink of collapse, Lena and her allies successfully deciphered the incantation inscribed on the scroll. They swiftly relayed the spell to the various action teams and guided a contingent of mages to the critical locations for support. As the magical rituals at these sites progressed, the ley lines deep within the continent began to awaken, emanating a gentle radiance. Chapter 98. Arcane Resonance. The dark counteroffensive with the activation of the ley lines. The initial signs of magical resonance emerged. After enduring arduous trials, the teams finally reached the key locations entrusted to them, initiating the casting of spells as per Lena's interpretation of the scroll. In an instant, the entire continent shimmered with brilliance, vibrant hues of magic soaring skyward in harmony with the ancient runes at each pivotal site. In the misty marshlands, the stone tower surged with energy as Aiden and his companions exerted their utmost efforts. The runes upon the tower glowed intensely, releasing a formidable surge of magic that spread through the marsh's ley lines. Within the Fire Mountains, magma flowed along extraordinary paths under the guidance of magic, intertwining fire and arcane energy to form a crimson pillar that pierced the heavens. In the icy expanse, the ice golems faltered under the might of the group's magical onslaught. The ley line's magic emanating from the central point melted the surrounding ice and snow, creating a vast azure magical circle. In the forest's secret depths, the druids harnessed the power of nature to halt the trees' assault, transforming them into allies as strands of green magical energy flowed from the trunks, converging at the critical location. These dispersed magical energies across the continent began to resonate in a wondrous symphony. They seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, gradually intertwining to outline a vast and intricate magical pattern that enveloped the entire continent. As the magical veins were activated, the earth trembled slightly, and the sky shifted with tumultuous clouds. Areas once shrouded in darkness began to be illuminated by the encroaching light. However, just as the magical resonance was taking shape, teams across the land encountered new troubles. In the misty marsh, the repelled black plants and crocodilian monsters regrouped, appearing in greater numbers and seemingly bolstered in strength. They frantically attacked those who were maintaining the magical ritual, seeking to disrupt its progress. Aiden, while directing the warriors to resist, anxiously monitored the pace of the magical resonance, silently praying for its swift completion. The malevolent forces sensed this, and darkness surged in a frenzied counterattack. Realizing the extraordinary transformation of magical energy across the continent, and that the sealing enhancement ritual was on the verge of success, they launched a desperate and reckless assault. In the abyss of darkness, the source of evil unleashed an unprecedented surge of dark magical power. This dark energy swept across the continent like a black tsunami. The previously subdued dark creatures, invigorated, crazily charged towards the Alliance camp and various key locations. The Alliance camp faced a graver trial, as the dark magical force battered against the protective barrier, causing fine cracks to appear. The dark creatures concentrated their attacks at these fissures, striving to breach the defenses in one fell swoop. James, acutely aware that if the camp fell, the entire sealing enhancement plan would be in jeopardy, exerted all his strength to cast his most potent spells to safeguard the barrier. The warriors, resolute and prepared to fight to the death, engaged in a desperate struggle against the dark creatures, with blood flowing like a river around the camp. Simultaneously, the situation at various crucial locations was equally dire. In the Fire Mountains, influenced by dark magic, volcanic eruptions intensified, with magma shooting forth like cannonballs towards those casting spells. In the icy plains, the ice demons, empowered by the dark energy, became even more resilient and ferocious, disregarding the attacks from the group as they forced their way through the defenses, intent on destroying the magical array at the heart of the icy expanse. In the Forest of Secrets, dark forces commanded an increasing number of dark elves and malevolent plants, launching a comprehensive assault that encircled the teams. Amidst life-and-death struggles, a moment of hope emerged. While interpreting a scroll, Lena uncovered a hidden magical secret. She realized that the group could deepen their connection with the activated magical veins, thereby harnessing the continent's magical energy to enhance their own strength. She swiftly conveyed this method to the various teams. Aiden was the first to attempt this in the Misty Marsh. He focused his mind, guiding his magical energy to connect with the magical veins emanating from the stone tower. Instantly, a tremendous force surged into his body, and he felt as though he had merged with the entire marsh. With this newfound power, he unleashed a formidable spell, sending forth a colossal wave of energy that obliterated all the monsters assailing them. In the Flame Mountains, the captain, following Lena's method, merged with the fiery energy veins. Enveloped in flames, his strength surged, effortlessly repelling the oncoming magma and fire elemental creatures with a mere wave of his hand. In the icy expanse, a formidable sorcerer connected with the icy energy veins, commanding the snow and ice to erect formidable barriers that thwarted the advance of the ice demons. Within the forest sanctuary, the druids deeply intertwined with the forest's magical currents, awakening the mightier forces of nature to banish the dark elves and malevolent plants. As the teams across various regions harnessed the power of the energy veins, the tide began to turn. The dark creatures, faced with a powerful counterattack, fell back in defeat. The defensive barrier of the Alliance's camp was also reinforced through the collective efforts of all. Meanwhile, the process of magical resonance accelerated. Culminating in Chapter 99, the seal is finalized, undercurrents stirring, with the united efforts of all, leveraging the potent power of the merged energies. They successfully repelled the frenzied onslaught of evil forces. The magical rituals at various critical locations progressed smoothly, and the vast patterns woven from magical energy across the continent became increasingly vivid and luminous, achieving an unprecedented intensity of magical resonance. Radiance converged from all corners of the continent to a singular point, the original core of the seal against the evil forces. Amidst the dazzling light, the ancient sealing runes revitalized, spinning and intertwining, emanating a powerful and pure energy. The evil forces, tightly suppressed by this force, roared in fury but were powerless to escape. As the last vestiges of dark magic were purified, the seal was successfully reinforced. A brilliant curtain of light soared into the sky, enveloping the entire continent, confining the evil forces deep within the abyss of darkness. The sky, once shrouded in darkness, gradually returned to a brilliant blue, sunlight spilling over the land, dispelling the long-standing gloom. People from all walks of life rejoiced, celebrating this hard-won victory. The warriors and wizards who participated in the seal reinforcement bore weary but contented smiles. Aiden gazed upon the rejuvenated misty marshes, his heart swelling with emotion, aware that this triumph was the result of everyone's unwavering effort. In the Flame Mountains, the volcanoes settled into tranquility, magma slowly retreating to the depths. In the icy expanse, the ice glimmered under the sun's rays, While the ice demons withdrew to the depths of the tundra, in the forest sanctuary, trees revived, and birds sang joyfully, as if celebrating the return of peace. Within the Alliance camp, a grand celebration took place. James stood upon a platform, gazing at the cheering crowd, pride gleaming in his eyes. He declared, "Today, we have successfully reinforced the seal, safeguarding our homeland. This is the achievement of every warrior, the result of our united spirit." Thunderous applause and cheers echoed from below. However, amidst the joyous celebrations, subtle anomalies began to emerge. In some remote villages, villagers occasionally reported glimpses of strange shadows darting by, yet when they pursued, nothing could be found. Near the ancient ruins, subtle disturbances and magical fluctuations have emerged, seemingly caused by an unknown force interfering with the energies. Lena, an expert in magical research, keenly detected these anomalies. She commenced an in-depth investigation of the magical samples collected during the sealing enhancement process, striving to uncover the underlying causes. After several days of diligent study, she discovered some troubling clues. During the sealing enhancement, although the malevolent force was successfully recontained, a small portion of the dark magic appeared to have mutated. This mutated dark magic was exceedingly elusive. It had not been entirely sealed away but instead lurked within the magical veins of the continent. Lena communicated this finding to James and the other high-ranking members of the Alliance. Upon hearing this, James's expression grew grave. He understood well that these concealed dark energies were akin to ticking time bombs, capable of triggering a new crisis at any moment. Consequently, he promptly summoned experts and elites from various fields to collectively discuss countermeasures. Simultaneously, deep within the abyss of darkness, the sealed malevolent force, though temporarily restrained, had not surrendered its struggle. It sensed the mutated dark magic hidden within the magical veins and began to subtly attempt to guide them, aiming to once again disrupt the balance of the continent. As the Alliance proactively addressed the potential crisis, various factions across the land harbored their own intentions. Some previously neutral minor factions, witnessing the formidable power exhibited by the Alliance during the sealing enhancement, began to consider whether to join the Alliance in search of protection. Meanwhile, those who had previously harbored grievances against the Alliance, while outwardly congratulating them on their successful sealing, secretly plotted their own schemes. Among them, the Shadow Cult had long been envious of the Alliance's dominance. They believed that the Alliance's recent sealing enhancement further solidified its rule over the continent, which was extremely detrimental to their own development. The leader of the Shadow Cult convened all high-ranking members in a clandestine chamber, conspiring on how to exploit the current situation to create turmoil for the Alliance and thereby enhance their own influence. "We cannot stand idly by as the Alliance continues to grow stronger," the leader said darkly. "Those concealed dark energies present an opportunity. We can find a way to utilize them to plunge the Alliance into chaos." Thus, the Shadow Cult began to secretly dispatch its followers to scour the land for areas exhibiting unusual magical fluctuations, seeking methods to control the mutated dark magic. Meanwhile, the Elves, as an ancient and mysterious race of the continent, also sensed the anomalies within the magical energies. The Elven Queen convened a council of elders to deliberate on a response. The Elves, deeply attuned to nature, were particularly sensitive to shifts in magical energies. They understood that these lurking dark forces could inflict severe damage on the entire continent's ecological balance. The Elven Queen resolved to send a delegation of elven envoys to communicate with the Alliance, aiming to jointly confront this potential crisis. Through their unique perception of dark forces, they gradually identified several areas where the mutated dark magic was particularly active. Within a forsaken mine, the Shadow Cultists discovered the source of the magical turmoil, a crystal emanating an eerie black glow. This crystal appeared to be a focal point for the mutated dark magic, incessantly radiating unstable magical fluctuations into its surroundings. Upon hearing this news, the Shadow Master personally ventured to the mine. As he gazed upon the crystal, his eyes sparkled with greed and ambition. He believed that by harnessing this crystal, he could command the mutated dark magic and utilize it to strike against the Alliance, thereby realizing the Shadow Cult's dream of dominance over the continent. Consequently, the Shadow Cult began to arrange intricate dark magic circles around the mine. They aimed to channel the dark magic from the crystal and tame it through this magical array. However, this process was exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could unleash uncontrollable dark magic, plunging the surrounding area into chaos and darkness. Yet, blinded by ambition, the Shadow Master disregarded the concerns of his followers and insisted on progressing with the plan. During the arrangement of the magical circles, the Shadow Cultists had to tread carefully to avoid the Alliance's patrols. Should they be discovered, their conspiracy would be laid bare. Unbeknownst to them, their actions had already drawn the attention of some vigilant observers. In the nearby woods, a mysterious figure in a black cloak concealed himself in the shadows, silently monitoring the movements of the shadow cult. The Alliance remained vigilant, fully engaged in reconnaissance. Lena and her companions had long harbored suspicions regarding the shadow cult's activities. Upon discovering the lurking mutated dark magic, they intensified their surveillance of various factions. Recently, the Alliance received intelligence about the shadow cult's frequent activities in remote regions. Heightening their alertness, James promptly dispatched a team of seasoned scouts to thoroughly investigate areas where the shadow cult might be active. This team comprised adept hunters skilled in tracking, mages proficient in magical perception, and nimble thieves. They delved into the forests, abandoned towns, and ancient ruins, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of clues. After a strenuous investigation, they finally uncovered the shadow cult's unusual activities within the Forsaken Mine. The scouts stealthily approached the mine and witnessed the shadow cultists setting up magical circles. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they swiftly returned to the Alliance camp to report their findings to James. Upon receiving the news, James's expression turned grave. He understood that the shadow cult's actions could precipitate a colossal disaster. Should they succeed in controlling the mutated dark magic, the Alliance would face an unprecedented crisis. Thus, he quickly convened the core members of the Alliance for an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In the Alliance's conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. James sat at the head of the table, surveying those present. The shadow cult is attempting to control the mutated dark magic, which poses a severe threat to the safety of our continent. We must take action to thwart them, he stated solemnly. Aiden was the first to speak. We must promptly assemble an elite force to venture into the mine and dismantle the shadow cult's magical array, thwarting their nefarious schemes. The other members nodded in agreement. However, some expressed their concerns. Given that the shadow cult dares to act so brazenly, they must surely be prepared. An impulsive assault could lead us into their traps. After a moment of contemplation, Lena proposed, we can split our forces into two factions. One, composed of adept warriors and mages, will launch a frontal assault on the mine to draw the shadow cult's attention. The other, consisting of stealthy rogues and assassins, will quietly infiltrate from the flank, seeking to destroy the core of the magical array. Thus, even if the frontal team encounters difficulties, the flank team may still accomplish the mission. Following a thorough discussion, the assembly deemed Lena's strategy highly viable. Consequently, James swiftly began to allocate personnel and form two teams. He would personally lead the frontal assault team, which included powerful mages, valiant warriors, and supportive healers. The flank infiltration team was led by an experienced rogue captain, with members who were the finest stealth experts in the Alliance. Before their departure, James delivered a final mobilization to both teams. This mission pertains to the safety of our continent. Everyone must give their utmost effort. We must thwart the shadow cult's conspiracy and safeguard our homeland. The morale of both teams soared, and they vowed to accomplish their tasks. Subsequently, under the cover of night, they advanced towards the abandoned mine, where an intense battle was on the brink of erupting. Meanwhile, within the mine, the shadow cult reveled in their impending ambitions, entirely unaware that the Alliance's actions had quietly commenced, with danger encroaching upon them step by step. Chapter 110. The clash erupts. The situation stalemates under the cloak of night. The Alliance's two teams approached the abandoned mine with spectral swiftness. As they neared the mine, James raised his hand, signaling the frontal assault team to halt. He quietly issued commands, prompting the warriors to tighten their grips on their weapons while the mages began to gather magical energy in their palms, ready to unleash their spells at a moment's notice. With a decisive command from James, the team surged towards the mine like tigers descending from the mountain. The shadow cult sentinels stationed outside the mine, caught off guard, were swiftly subdued by the Alliance warriors. An alarm rang out within the mine, summoning the cult's adherents from all corners, prepared to engage in battle. James swung his great sword, leading the charge into the fray. His blade shimmered with a golden radiance, and each swing sent forth a spray of crimson. The mages beside him were equally relentless, unleashing a barrage of elemental magic like meteors raining down. Flames ravaged the mine. Ice shards shot forth like arrows towards the foes, and lightning erupted amidst the ranks of the shadow cult. The cult leader, standing beside the magical array, darkened at the sight of the Alliance's advance. He immediately invoked dark magic, summoning tendrils of blackness that lunged towards the Alliance warriors. These tendrils were remarkably resilient. Once ensnared, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Numerous warriors of the Alliance found themselves ensnared in peril, Yet the healers promptly invoked their restorative magic, mending the wounds of the injured fighters, enabling them to resume their battle. A fierce clash erupted within the mine, where blood spattered across the walls and floor. The cacophony of battle cries and the clash of spells intertwined, rendering the entire cavern a veritable inferno of human suffering. Meanwhile, a covert team stealthily advanced under the guidance of their captain, the rogue, cautiously approaching the heart of the magical array. Utilizing their exceptional skills and stealth, they adeptly evaded the myriad traps and patrolling acolytes set by the shadow cult. However, as they drew closer to the magical formation, the guardians heightened their vigilance. A formidable shadow sorcerer stood guard along the critical path to the array, seemingly attuned to the unusual presence around him, constantly sensing the surroundings with his dark powers. The rogue captain signaled for his comrades to halt, acutely aware that any rash action could spell doom for their infiltration plan. Observing intently, he discerned that the shadow sorcerer experienced fleeting moments of magical perception blind spots. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to lead his team forward. At the very instant the shadow sorcerer entered his blind spot, the rogue captain waved his hand, and his team surged forth like arrows loosed from a bow. They moved with astonishing swiftness, like phantoms in the night. However, just as they neared the shadow sorcerer, one member inadvertently stepped on a loose stone, producing a faint sound. The shadow sorcerer instantly became alert, pivoting sharply to unleash a dark shockwave. Observing this, the rogue captain swiftly drew his dagger, confronting the oncoming wave while shouting, "Scatter! Avoid the impact!" His team hastily dispersed to evade the attack. Though they successfully dodged this strike, their presence was now revealed, and the shadow sorcerer began to unleash a frenzied assault, plunging the infiltrating team into dire straits. As the situation grew increasingly precarious, on the front lines, the Alliance forces, despite their vigorous offensive, faced fierce resistance from the acolytes of the shadow cult, who fought with unwavering resolve under the command of their leader. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, as the dark magic of the cult clashed with the light magic of the Alliance, the ensuing energy waves wreaking havoc throughout the mine. Realizing that the current course was untenable, Jan discerned the need to identify a breakthrough point swiftly. While battling, he keenly observed the dynamics of the battlefield. Suddenly, he noticed a slight weakening in the defenses of the shadow cult at a corner. Seizing the moment, he rallied a group of elite warriors to launch a fierce assault on that very spot. In the interim, the rogue captain and his team engaged in a desperate struggle against the shadow sorcerer. The rogues, nimble and elusive, continually sought the sorcerer's vulnerabilities. One rogue, seizing an opportunity, executed a successful ambush from behind, inflicting a wound upon the shadow sorcerer. Yet, enraged by the affront, the sorcerer unleashed a more potent dark magic, shrouding the surrounding space in profound darkness. Within this obscurity, the rogues lost their bearings, and the shadow sorcerer seized the moment to launch his attack, resulting in further injuries among the team. The captain of the thieves was in a state of frantic urgency. He understood that if the shadow mage could not be dealt with swiftly, not only would their mission to dismantle the magical array fail, but the frontline assault team would also find themselves in a perilous situation due to prolonged engagement. Beside the magical array, the Shadow Lord felt a twinge of panic as he observed the fierce onslaught from the Alliance. Yet, he knew that surrender was not an option. He intensified the infusion of magical energy into the array, seeking to accelerate the control over the mutated dark magic. If he succeeded, he could turn the tide of battle and utterly vanquish the Alliance. The atmosphere within the mine grew exceedingly tense, as both sides exerted themselves to achieve their respective goals, and a critical confrontation that would determine the outcome was imminent. Chapter 111. A glimmer of hope, a desperate counterattack, a breakthrough at the forefront. A shift in momentum in the fierce clashes on the main battlefield, James led his elite warriors in a fierce charge towards a vulnerable corner of the Shadow Cult's defenses. His great sword blazed with brilliance, cleaving through the shadow acolytes that stood in his path with relentless force. The warriors followed closely, piercing through the Shadow Cult's line like a sharp wedge, tearing open a breach. Seizing the moment of brief chaos in the command structure of the Shadow Cult, James bellowed, "Charge with me, disrupt their formation." With his call, the morale of the Alliance warriors surged, and their assault grew increasingly ferocious. The mages coordinated seamlessly, unleashing powerful area spells. Fireballs erupted within the enemy ranks, and icicles rained down like a tempest, sending the Shadow acolytes into disarray. Observing the breach in their defenses, the Shadow Lord was consumed with anxiety. He was compelled to divert some of his power to counter James's onslaught, which revealed further vulnerabilities in their previously stable defense. Capitalizing on this opportunity, The Alliance forces gradually expanded their gains, inching closer to the core magical array of the Shadow Cult. A breakthrough on the flank. Reigniting hope on the flank, the thieves, though shrouded in darkness and facing dire circumstances, remained unperturbed. The captain of the thieves understood the necessity of maintaining composure to discover a path to victory. He focused his mind, utilizing years of stealth experience and acute hearing to discern the movements of the Shadow Mage in the gloom. Suddenly, he caught a faint sound of magical incantation. By discerning the direction of the sound, he swiftly pinpointed the location of the Shadow Mage. Without hesitation, the captain hurled his dagger towards the source of the sound. Simultaneously, he shouted, "Follow my lead. Unleash your throwing weapons in the direction I indicate." Upon hearing his command, his comrades swiftly drew their throwing weapons and directed them toward the captain's indicated target. In the darkness, the sounds of the projectiles slicing through the air echoed repeatedly. The Shadow Mage, preoccupied with casting a powerful dark spell to ensnare the thieves, was caught off guard by the sudden assault. The dagger struck his arm with precision, interrupting his incantation, and was soon followed by a rain of throwing weapons descending upon him. The Shadow Mage emitted a pained roar as the space cloaked in dark magic dissipated instantaneously. The thieves' eyes brightened as they beheld the wounded Shadow Mage. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged forward en masse. The agile captain of the thieves swiftly leaped in front of the Shadow Mage, his dagger flashing as he struck with precision. Within moments, the Shadow Mage collapsed to the ground. With this formidable obstacle eliminated, the flanking team reignited their hope and pressed forward rapidly towards the heart of the magical array. However, as the Alliance made progress on both fronts, the Shadow Lord sensed an overwhelming pressure beside the magical array. He understood all too well that should the Alliance breach their defenses and destroy the array, his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. In a desperate bid for survival, he recklessly channeled all his magical power into the array. The already eerie array began to tremble violently under the sudden influx of energy. A powerful and chaotic dark magic erupted from the center of the array, expanding outward with astonishing speed. Cracks began to form in the cavern walls, and stones tumbled down. The eruption of dark magic not only impacted both sides on the battlefield, but also, more ominously, seemed to awaken a greater power within the crystal that harbored the mutated dark magic. The crystal's brilliance intensified, and the dark power surged forth like a raging tide, instantly overwhelming the magic that had been tenuously controlled by the Shadow Cult. The Alliance warriors found themselves momentarily disoriented by this unforeseen turn of events. The force of the dark magic left them unsteady, and some of the weaker warriors even began to spit blood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, James shouted, "Everyone, steady yourselves, do not panic. Mages, unite to cast shields and protect the warriors." The Shadow Cultists were equally thrown into disarray. Many were struck down by the uncontrolled dark magic, writhing in agony on the ground. The Shadow Lord surveyed the chaos with a mixture of fear and resentment. Yet, at this moment, he was powerless to alter the course of events, forced to watch as the situation spiraled beyond his control. In this critical moment, the thieves finally arrived near the magical array. Upon witnessing the transformation of the array, they recognized the urgency of the situation. The captain of the thieves called out, "There is no time to hesitate. Find the core of the magical array and destroy it." The team quickly dispersed, searching for the core within the array, and a race against the uncontrollable dark magic commenced. The entire cavern was enveloped in an atmosphere of extreme peril. Whether the Alliance could successfully dismantle the magical array and avert this monumental crisis remained uncertain. Chapter 112, A Life-and-Death Struggle, Defying the Odds Searching for the Core. Every second counts. The thieves swiftly spread out around the chaotic magical array, their eyes scanning urgently for its core. At that moment, the dark magic released by the array roared like a furious beast, relentlessly battering everything in its vicinity. Rocks fell from the ceiling, and the ground fissured with menacing cracks. As if the entire cavern were on the verge of collapse, the captain of the thieves dodged the flying shards of magic while meticulously observing the operation of the array. Drawing upon his knowledge of its structure, he understood that the core of the array was undoubtedly the focal point of concentrated energy and was crucial to its functioning. At last, he discovered the enigmatic black crystal at the center of the magic circle, pulsating with an eerie glow, its surroundings swirling with magical energy like a tempest, most likely the core they had been seeking. "Over there," the captain of the thieves shouted, pointing emphatically at the black crystal. Upon hearing this, his comrades recklessly surged towards the core, disregarding the inherent dangers. However, The remaining acolytes of the Shadow Sect also recognized the thieves' intentions and rushed forward with reckless abandon to obstruct their path. A fierce melee ensued beside the heart of the magic circle. The thieves, agile and nimble, wielded their daggers with lightning speed, engaging in a desperate struggle against the shadowy devotees. Yet, the acolytes fought with unyielding tenacity, refusing to yield even an inch. Blood splattered continuously upon the magic circle as the two sides clashed in a harrowing exchange. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the forces of the Alliance were grappling with the relentless onslaught of chaotic dark magic. The mages, united in their efforts, struggled to maintain their protective shields, which trembled under the incessant assault, their radiance dimming. The warriors formed a steadfast barrier around the healers and other mages, preventing the Shadow Sect's acolytes from breaching their defenses amidst the turmoil. James, wielding a great sword, stood resolutely at the forefront of the group. His body adorned with wounds, yet his gaze unwavering. He continuously rallied the spirits of the warriors. We must not retreat. If our line breaks, we all perish. For our homeland, for the peace of the continent, hold the line. The warriors echoed his call. Their indomitable will confronting the dual pressures of dark magic and the shadowy acolytes. At this moment, the Shadow Master found himself in a dilemma. He sought to thwart the thieves from destroying the core of the magic circle while simultaneously contending with the Alliance's assault. However, his magical energy had been nearly depleted from earlier infusions into the magic circle, leaving him helpless as he watched the situation spiral out of control. In a desperate bid, the thieves, after a grueling battle, finally repelled the obstructing shadow acolytes. Seizing the moment, the captain of the thieves leapt into the air, thrusting his dagger fiercely towards the black crystal. The instant the dagger made contact, a powerful backlash surged through him, causing his arm to tingle painfully, nearly making him drop the weapon. Yet, gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and thrust again. A fissure appeared on the surface of the crystal, swiftly spreading like a spider's web. Other members of the thief band rushed to assist, some stabilizing the crystal, while others relentlessly attacked the emerging cracks with their concealed weapons. With their combined efforts, the black crystal could no longer withstand the assault and shattered with a resounding crash. In that instant, the previously rampant dark magic seemed to lose its source, rapidly dissipating. The magical storm that had ravaged the cavern began to quell. Stones no longer plummeted from the ceiling, and the cracks in the ground ceased to widen. Witnessing the destruction of the magic circle's core, the Shadow Master let out a despairing roar of fury. Bereft of the magic circle's support, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. The shadow acolytes on the front line, witnessing this turn of fate, were instantly thrown into disarray. James seized this opportunity and commanded a full counterattack. The warriors of the Alliance charged toward the enemy like tigers descending from the mountains. After a fierce battle, they ultimately eradicated the remnants of the shadow cult. In the aftermath of the conflict, hope was reborn. The cavern fell into silence as the Alliance warriors collapsed in exhaustion. Yet each face was radiant with the joy of victory. James surveyed the devastation strewn about, his heart filled with myriad emotions. They had paid a heavy price for this battle, but at last, they had thwarted the shadow cult's sinister plot and saved the entire continent. Healers began their diligent work, tending to the wounded warriors, while the rogues gathered around their captain, praising his valor during the critical moments. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, the crystal imbued with corrupted dark magic lost its power due to the destruction of the magical array and gradually returned to tranquility. Following this calamity, peace temporarily descended upon the continent. However, the members of the Alliance were acutely aware that they might soon face various unforeseen challenges. They no longer feared, for they had proven their courage and strength in this life-and-death struggle. With renewed hope, they would continue to safeguard the beloved land, prepared to confront any difficulties or challenges that the future might bring, thus continuing to compose their legendary tale. Chapter 113, Turmoil in the Continent. A new crisis beneath the calm, dark currents swirl. After successfully dismantling the shadow cult's magical array and repelling their malevolent forces, the continent experienced a fleeting peace. In towns and villages, people began to rebuild their homes, celebrating their survival. The streets resonated with laughter and joy, as if the harrowing battle had merely been a nightmare that had now dissipated. Yet, beneath this veneer of tranquility, a sinister undercurrent quietly brewed. Some remnants of the shadow cult that had escaped the battle did not abandon their wicked schemes. Like lost dogs, they hid in the continent's shadowy corners, nursing their wounds and plotting new vengeance. In a dilapidated ancient castle, several high-ranking members of the shadow cult convened around a rickety long table. At the helm was an elderly man shrouded in a black robe, his countenance grim and his eyes glinting with hatred. "We cannot simply relent. The glory of the shadow cult must not be extinguished in an instant," he proclaimed, his voice low and icy, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. "But the master is dead, and our strength has greatly diminished. How can we contend with the alliance?" A young cultist asked anxiously. The black-robed elder snorted derisively. "Though the alliance may have triumphed, they have also suffered significant losses. Moreover, not all within the continent are wholly loyal to the alliance. We can incite those who harbor grievances to unite against them." Thus, they began to covertly reach out to various factions, attempting to forge a new dark power to once again challenge the alliance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent, a team of archaeologists and explorers, while investigating an ancient ruin, stumbled upon astonishing clues. This site was concealed deep within a mysterious forest said to have existed for millennia. Within the ranks of the team was a seasoned archaeologist named Eric, who had uncovered peculiar runes and patterns on the walls of the ruins. After several days of meticulous research and interpretation, he was astounded to discover that these runes seemed to foretell an impending catastrophe of monumental proportions for the continent. According to the inscriptions, in ancient times, the land had endured an invasion from another realm. The inhabitants, wielding formidable magical powers and a spirit of unity, had successfully repelled the intruders. Yet, the invaders left behind a malevolent seal, which, once triggered, would unleash boundless dark forces, threatening to engulf the entire continent. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Eric promptly led his team back to the town, intent on conveying this alarming information to the Alliance. However, their movements were detected by the spies of the Shadow Cult. Upon learning of this revelation, the cult resolved to seize the critical artifacts within the ruins, thereby augmenting their strength against the Alliance. Upon their return to the town, Eric and his companions swiftly informed the Alliance of their discovery. The higher echelons of the Alliance convened an urgent meeting upon receiving the news. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with tension as all present grasped the severity of the predicament. If the runes are indeed accurate, we must swiftly discover a means to prevent the seal from being triggered, James remarked, his brow furrowed. Yet, we know nothing of this seal. Where shall we begin? A wizard lamented. Just as despair began to envelop the assembly, an intelligence officer hurried in, bearing grim news. Report. We have detected remnants of the Shadow Cult moving about, seemingly plotting something. Furthermore, they have likely learned of the ruins. The faces of the Alliance leaders darkened further upon hearing this. They understood that should the Shadow Cult acquire the crucial artifacts within the ruins, the consequences would be dire. Thus, the Alliance decided to dispatch an elite force to the ruins, tasked with both safeguarding the vital artifacts and investigating the secrets of the seal to thwart the cult's sinister designs. As the elite force of the Alliance arrived at the ruins, they discovered that the Shadow Cult had already made their advance. The two factions stood poised at the entrance of the ruins, the atmosphere rife with tension. James, at the forefront of the Alliance, cast a steely gaze upon the shadowy acolytes opposite him. "You vile miscreants dare to appear here. Today marks your demise." A sinister elder cloaked in black, positioned at the center of the Shadow Cult, sneered, "James, do not presume that your alliance can forever thwart us. Today, the treasures of these ruins are ours by right." No sooner had he spoken than both sides launched their assaults. Magical radiance flickered in the night sky, while the clang of swords rang out incessantly. The morale of the Alliance warriors soared as they understood the significance of their mission. Each one fought with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the Shadow Acolytes, driven by a frenzied obsession, sought to breach the Alliance's defenses and penetrate the ruins. In the throes of fierce combat, the Alliance forces gradually gained the upper hand. Yet the Shadow Cult resisted with fervor, resulting in a stalemate that held both factions in a tense equilibrium. At this moment, it seemed as though something deep within the ruins had been awakened, as a powerful and ancient aura began to permeate the air, complicating and endangering the conflict at hand. A great battle, pivotal to the fate of the continent, was poised to unfold. Chapter 114, The Descent of Darkness. The crisis of the mines. The Alliance's awareness and action in the northwestern fringes of the continent lies an ancient mine, long forgotten. For ages, this mine has emanated a mysterious and perilous aura. Recently, the Alliance has sensed a dark magical force quietly gathering in this place, with indications that the Shadow Sect is devising a dreadful conspiracy to thwart the nefarious plans of the Shadow Sect. The Alliance swiftly assembled an elite force composed of seasoned warriors, skilled mages, and agile rogues. The core leader of this group is James, a valiant and resourceful warrior who has achieved numerous victories against the Shadow Sect, earning the unwavering trust of his comrades. As the team arrived at the mine, night had fallen, A strange mist enveloped the area, with moonlight filtering through, casting eerie shadows that sent chills down one's spine. James signaled for the team to remain vigilant as they cautiously entered the mine. Inside, it was dark and damp, the walls flickering with faint, ghostly lights, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. The dark sorcery of the Shadow Sect shortly after venturing deeper into the mine. They encountered the acolytes of the Shadow Sect. Clad in black robes and wearing grotesque masks, these devotees wielded staffs pulsating with dark magic. Upon sighting each other, an intense battle ensued. The mages launched the first wave of attacks, vibrant arcs of magical light exploding within the mine, clashing against the dark forces unleashed by the Shadow Sect. The warriors charged forth like fierce tigers, engaging the shadowy acolytes in close combat. Meanwhile, the rogues, nimble and swift, darted across the battlefield, seeking weaknesses in the enemy's defenses to deliver lethal strikes. However, as the battle progressed, the Alliance forces discerned that the Shadow Sect was engaged in some malevolent ritual. Deep within the mine, a colossal magical array began to operate, dark magic surging forth like black flames from its center. The Shadow Master stood at the heart of the array, arms raised high, chanting incantations with a frenzied and twisted expression. Realizing the gravity of the situation, James shouted, "They are activating the magical array. We must stop them." The Alliance intensified their assault, striving to breach the defenses of the Shadow Sect and reach the magical array. Yet, the acolytes fought fiercely, seemingly under the thrall of the dark magic, recklessly obstructing the Alliance's advance. The chaos of the uncontrolled magical array, just as the two sides reached a stalemate. The magical array suddenly underwent a transformation. The once orderly dark magic became chaotic, rampaging like a wild stallion unleashed. The Shadow Master appeared to lose control over the array. Gazing upon it in terror, his face contorted in despair. The uncontrolled dark magic posed a tremendous threat to both factions. The walls of the cavern began to tremble violently, with stones cascading from the ceiling. Some shadow cultists were repelled by dark magic, writhing in agony as their bodies contorted grotesquely. The Alliance forces found themselves in dire straits, with the mages compelled to unite their powers to cast a protective shield, safeguarding the warriors from the onslaught of sinister energies. "Hurry, mages! Unite your strength and shield our warriors," James commanded loudly. The mages concentrated their minds, coalescing their magical energies into a formidable barrier. Yet, the shield crackled ominously under the relentless assault of dark forces, teetering on the brink of collapse. The Shadow Priest observed the chaos with a mixture of dread and resentment. He had intended to harness the magic circle to unleash a formidable wave of darkness and conquer the entire continent. But he never anticipated the magic circle would spiral out of control. At this moment, he was powerless to alter the course of events, forced to watch helplessly as the situation spiraled into uncontrollable mayhem. In this critical moment, the rogue contingent finally arrived near the magic circle. Witnessing the turmoil, they understood the urgency of the situation. The rogue captain shouted, "There's no time to hesitate. Locate the core of the magic circle and destroy it." The team members swiftly dispersed, searching for the heart of the magic circle. The entire cavern was shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme peril. Whether the Alliance could successfully dismantle the magic circle and avert this grave crisis remained uncertain. The rogues cautiously scoured the magic circle, the surrounding dark energies swirling like ominous currents, threatening to engulf them at any moment. Meanwhile, the warriors and mages on the front lines continued to struggle against the relentless force of dark magic. The radiance of their shield dimmed, and the warriors' stamina waned. Yet, they harbored no thoughts of retreat, driven solely by the conviction that they must endure until the rogues could dismantle the magic circle. Guided by his keen instincts and extensive experience, the rogue captain finally discerned the trace of the core. It was a black crystal, concealed deep within the magic circle, emanating a potent and malevolent energy. Taking a deep breath, the captain signaled to his team, and they charged toward the crystal together. Chapter 115. Secrets of the Ancient Seal and New Challenges. Exploration of the ruins. The fog grows denser since the Alliance learned of the potential activation of the Ancient Seal. The exploration of the ruins became paramount. Within the ruins, the ancient and mysterious aura intensified, as if recounting tales from a bygone era. Eric led a group of archaeologists and elite members of the Alliance deeper into the ruins. They discovered a narrow passage, its walls etched with intricate runes and patterns. As Eric meticulously examined the markings, he explained to those nearby, "These runes appear to serve as a warning, indicating a connection between the seal and a forbidden power. Should it be unleashed, it would disrupt the balance of the continent." As they ventured further, they arrived at a vast circular hall. At the center stood a stone sarcophagus, adorned with strange engravings and emitting a faint glow. As the crowd approached the stone sarcophagus, a sudden tremor shook the hall's floor. Dark mist surged forth from all directions, swiftly coalescing into menacing shadows. These figures, with claws bared, lunged at the assembly, igniting an immediate skirmish. The elite of the alliance reacted swiftly. Warriors brandished their weapons and charged at the shadows, engaging them in close combat. Meanwhile, the mages stood at the rear, chanting incantations and unleashing a myriad of elemental spells, illuminating the darkened hall. Eric observed the unfolding battle with mounting anxiety, striving to decipher the runes for a strategy. After a fierce confrontation, the group finally repelled the shadows. Yet, before they could catch their breath, they noticed the light emanating from the sarcophagus intensifying. As the lid began to shift slowly, the sarcophagus, a vessel of secrets, was coveted by malevolent forces. As it opened, a blinding beam of light erupted from within. Once the radiance subsided, the onlookers beheld a sword radiating an aura of mystery, its blade etched with ancient runes, and its hilt adorned with a resplendent gem, seemingly harboring boundless power. This sword might be the key to unraveling the enigma of the seal, Eric exclaimed with fervor. However, before they could further examine the sword, a commotion erupted outside the ruins. The shadow cult, having learned of the sword's existence, surged forth in a bid to seize it. The cultists poured into the ruins like a tidal wave, clashing once again with the alliance. This time, the shadow cult had summoned formidable dark sorcerers, who unleashed their sinister magic to suppress the alliance's mages. In an instant, the ruins were awash in a dazzling display of magic, accompanied by the cacophony of battle cries. James led the alliance warriors, resolutely resisting the onslaught of the shadow cult. With each swing of his great sword, he repelled multiple cultists. Yet, the sheer number of the cultists, charging fearlessly, increasingly tilted the balance against the alliance. "We cannot allow them to take the sword," James bellowed, rallying his comrades' spirits. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, the aged figure in the black robe seized the opportunity to stealthily approach the sarcophagus, intent on stealing the sword amidst the chaos. In that critical moment, a mysterious figure materialized, enveloped in a radiant white light, obscuring their features. Wielding a staff that emanated a sacred glow, they waved it gently, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sent the black-robed elder reeling. With the entrance of this enigmatic ally, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Each of their movements exuded formidable strength, and the holy magic they wielded naturally countered the dark sorcery of the shadow cult. With this newfound support, the alliance gradually gained the upper hand, launching a counteroffensive against the cult. Seizing the moment, James and his companions charged forward, their battle cries echoing throughout the ruins. The cultists, besieged by the sacred magic of the mysterious figure and the relentless assault from the alliance, began to falter, ultimately retreating in disarray. Finally, the group exhaled in relief, turning their attention toward the enigmatic savior. The enigmatic figure gradually retracted his staff, the radiance slowly dissipating to reveal a visage of a venerable elder, his hair a cascade of silver, yet his spirit remarkably vigorous. The elder introduced himself, saying, "I am Roland, a reclusive sorcerer who has been closely observing the crises besetting the continent. This sword is known as Dawn's Break, intrinsically linked to an ancient seal, serving as a pivotal clue in unraveling the mystery. In pursuit of the truth, the path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty." Roland informed the assembly that, based on his extensive research over the years, the Dawn's Break sword harbors a luminous power capable of countering the dark forces of the seal. However, to truly harness its potential, they must locate several other lost artifacts and unravel a series of ancient enigmas. Consequently, the Alliance resolved to embark on a quest for the lost artifacts with Roland's guidance. They deciphered clues from the ruins, leading them to believe that the first artifact might be concealed deep within the icy expanse of the north. Upon their arrival at the icy plains, a biting wind howled past, revealing a silver-white world before them. The icy terrain was fraught with peril, not only from the harsh weather, but also from various ferocious beasts that prowled the frost-laden landscape. Nevertheless, the Alliance pressed on undeterred. Chapter 116. Seeking artifacts on the icy plains, perils abound. As the Alliance stepped onto the icy expanse, the frigid wind lashed against their faces, the cold permeating through every seam of their garments. The vast, snowy landscape stretched endlessly before them, with deep drifts of snow engulfing their ankles, each step demanding considerable exertion. Roland walked at the center of the group, keenly observing their surroundings as he cautioned, "The icy plains conceal myriad secrets. We must remain ever vigilant." According to ancient texts, many primordial beasts guard these secrets, and a moment's inattention may plunge us into peril. Eric tightened his cloak, gazing anxiously at the icy expanse, and remarked, "In such harsh conditions, locating the artifact will be no simple feat, yet we have no alternative. We must exert every effort." The group continued their arduous trek, leaving a trail of deep footprints in the snow. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed from ahead. James immediately heightened his alertness, drawing his sword as he quietly warned, "Everyone be cautious, something approaches." Before them, an enormous ice bear burst forth from the snow, its body cloaked in thick, white fur, sharp claws glinting ominously in the sunlight, and blood-red eyes brimming with hostility. The ice bear roared in fury, propelling itself towards the group with powerful strides. In response, the Alliance warriors swiftly formed a defensive formation. The frontline fighters raised their shields to protect the group, while the mages positioned themselves behind, readying their magical assaults. The ice bear collided with the shields, producing a resounding thud that forced the frontline warriors to stagger back. "Mages, target its eyes," James commanded with urgency. The mages united in chanting their incantations, unleashing icy blue beams of magic towards the bear's eyes. Wincing in pain, the ice bear furiously swiped its claws and turned towards the mages, intent on attacking. At that moment, a rogue seized the opportunity during the bear's turn, nimbly climbing onto its back, and plunged a dagger fiercely into the creature's neck. The ice bear, in agony, thrashed wildly in an attempt to dislodge the thief clinging to its fur, while the thief relentlessly sought opportunities to strike. Observing this, Roland brandished his staff, unleashing a golden beam of light that struck the bear's leg. The bear's leg buckled, and it knelt upon the ground. Seizing the moment, James lunged forward, plunging his sword into the creature's chest. The ice bear emitted a piercing roar before slowly collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The group finally exhaled in relief. However, before they could rest, a sharp whistle echoed from afar. Looking up, they beheld a flock of ice eagles swiftly approaching. These colossal birds had wingspans exceeding that of 2 men, with claws as sharp as steel hooks. As the ice eagles descended, a desperate struggle for survival ensued. The throng of eagles approached like a dark cloud, circling briefly before diving toward the group. The Alliance quickly reorganized their defenses, with mages casting magical barriers to temporarily fend off the aerial assault. Nevertheless, the sheer number of eagles overwhelmed their defenses, as wave after wave battered against the magical shields. Cracks began to appear in the barriers over time. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to break through," Eric exclaimed anxiously. James, observing the ice eagles above, had a sudden inspiration and declared, "Listen to me. Mages, concentrate your power on the leader of the eagles. Warriors, protect the mages, and thieves, wait for the opportune moment to strike." The group nodded in agreement. Roland and the other mages pooled their magical energies, preparing to unleash a formidable spell. Chanting incantations, their staffs radiated brilliant light. An ice eagle leader, twice the size of its kin, screeched from the heavens, seemingly orchestrating the attack of the flock. As the leader swooped down once more, Roland shouted, "Now!" The mages simultaneously released a blinding radiance, akin to a miniature sun, aimed directly at the eagle leader. Caught off guard, the leader was struck by the light, letting out a cry of anguish as it plummeted from the sky. With their leader fallen, the once coordinated flock descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the thieves dispersed, stealthily climbing nearby ice mountains to launch a surprise attack from the flanks. Meanwhile, the warriors brandished their weapons and charged at the eagles, engaging them in close combat. Through their united efforts, the group ultimately repelled the ice eagles. However, after 2 fierce battles, they were utterly exhausted, and their position on the icy plains had become perilously deeper, with danger ever increasing. After a brief respite, the group pressed onward. During their exploration, Eric discovered a hidden ice cave nestled between the mountains. The cave emitted an unusual glow, seemingly beckoning them forth. "This cave may hold what we seek," he murmured. Chapter 117. The Mystery of the Ice Cave. The emergence of the artifact stepping into the cave, enveloped in a mysterious atmosphere. The Alliance entered the shimmering ice cavern with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. The interior of the ice cave is vast and profound, its walls adorned with icicles of various forms that, under the illumination of an otherworldly glow, refract a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a surreal and dreamlike ambience. Yet beneath this enchanting spectacle lies an undercurrent of mystery and danger. Roland strides at the forefront of the group, his staff emitting a faint luminescence that illuminates the path ahead. "Everyone, be cautious. The atmosphere here is quite intricate and may conceal unknown perils. He warns in a hushed tone. The group follows closely, their steps light and their eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. As they delve deeper into the ice cave, the temperature seems to plummet further, their breaths crystallizing into white mist. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanates from the cave walls, prompting the group to halt. Their gazes fixed anxiously in the direction of the noise. From the crevices of the icy walls, a swarm of ice insects, resembling spiders, emerges. Their bodies are translucent, and their 8 elongated legs produce a shrill scraping sound as they traverse the icy surface. Though small in stature, the sheer number of these ice insects surges towards the group like a tide. James swiftly draws his sword, shouting, "Sorcerers, employ fire magic to block their advance." The sorcerers hastily chant their incantations, unleashing torrents of flames that form a barrier against the swarm. The ice insects hiss as they encounter the fire, retreating momentarily. However, many continue to recklessly surge through the flames, drawing perilously closer to the group. As the ice insects launch their assault, the warriors quickly form a protective circle around the sorcerers and other members, wielding their weapons to strike at the encroaching swarm. The tough exoskeletons of the ice insects require considerable effort to shatter with each blow. James swings his sword relentlessly, shards of ice insects scattering in all directions. But the relentless tide of their numbers begins to overwhelm the group. Amidst the chaos, Eric, positioned in the center of the group, ponders a strategy while observing the movements of the ice insects. He discovers that they seem to react to certain magical fluctuations whenever Roland's staff glimmers. The insects exhibit a brief moment of disarray. "Master Roland, attempt to disrupt them with your magical resonance," Eric calls out. Nodding, Roland concentrates, rhythmically controlling the magical energy from his staff. Indeed, the ice insects become increasingly disordered, no longer advancing in their previous coordinated manner. Seizing this opportunity, the sorcerers amplify the potency of their fire magic, pushing the swarm back a considerable distance. However, just as the group believes they have temporarily escaped the crisis, a tremendous roar reverberates from the depths of the ice cave. It is as if a colossal creature is awakening. The ground begins to tremble violently, and icicles from above come crashing down. "This is bad. It seems our commotion has roused something far more formidable," James exclaims, his expression grave. As the roar intensifies, a massive ice dragon emerges slowly from the depths of the cave, its body enveloped in crystalline scales, and its enormous wings spread wide, nearly filling the entire expanse of the ice cave. The icy dragon's dual eyes radiated an ethereal cerulean glow, its frigid breath permeating the air and causing the temperature within the ice cave to plummet dramatically. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashed a powerful shockwave, nearly toppling all who stood before it. As it opened its colossal maw, a beam of icy blue light surged forth, aimed directly at the gathered crowd. James shouted urgently, "Scatter!" The group hastily dispersed, but the beam struck the ground, instantly transforming a vast expanse of ice into sharp, perilous spikes. The Alliance found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Confronted by such a formidable foe, their attacks appeared utterly futile. Yet, they refused to surrender. The mages swiftly gathered their arcane energies, preparing to unleash more potent spells. Meanwhile, the warriors tightened their grips on their weapons, seeking the dragon's vulnerabilities, ready to strike at any moment. Roland, acutely aware of the perilous situation, channeled all the magical prowess he had acquired throughout his life into his staff, a golden beam soaring skyward in an attempt to momentarily restrain the dragon's movements. The icy dragon, sensing the surge of power, roared in fury and unleashed another blast of icy breath toward Roland. He braced himself, his magical shield trembling under the onslaught. In a moment of serendipity, the Dawnblade, carried by Eric, suddenly emitted a brilliant light. This radiance resonated with the aura emanating from the icy dragon, establishing a peculiar connection. The dragon's movements slackened, its previously furious gaze now revealing hints of confusion and fear. A spark of inspiration ignited within Eric. He raised the Dawnblade and cautiously approached the dragon. Unlike before, the dragon did not react aggressively. Chapter 118. The Return of Crisis. The trials of the artifact in a mysterious realm. A new challenge awaited. The fusion of Eric's power with that of the icy dragon shattered the confines of the ice cave, transporting everyone into an enigmatic space. This realm was adorned with countless shimmering runes, surrounded by an abyssal darkness, as if they were at the very heart of the cosmos. An ancient and formidable aura enveloped the space, instilling an intangible pressure upon all present. Roland surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave as he remarked, This must be the trial ground for the artifact. It appears that in order to acquire the artifact, we must first pass through this test. No sooner had he spoken than the suspended runes began to whirl rapidly, coalescing into intricate patterns. From these patterns emerged a legion of ethereal warriors, armed and charging towards the group. Although these spectral fighters lacked physical form, each of their strikes resonated with potent magical vibrations. James shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. These foes are formidable." The warriors surged forward to confront the phantom combatants, engaging in fierce battle. The mages, positioned behind, unleashed their spells in an effort to weaken the spectral warriors. Eric, wielding the Dawnblade, plunged into the fray. He discovered that the Dawnblade possessed a unique efficacy against these ethereal adversaries. With each swing, the surrounding phantoms flickered, seemingly suffering significant damage. However, the sheer number of spectral warriors was overwhelming, and relentless waves of them continued to surge forth, plunging the group into a grueling struggle. In the midst of a fierce battle against the phantasmal warriors, the Alliance gradually acclimated to their adversaries' combat techniques. Eric, wielding the power of the Dawnblade, navigated through the enemy ranks with remarkable ease, his sword dancing through the air as beams of light erupted from its blade, repelling the surrounding phantasmal warriors. Yet, the phantasmal forces seemed inexhaustible. As the skirmish endured, the stamina and magical energy of the group were relentlessly depleted. One mage, having exhausted their magic, narrowly avoided a strike from a phantasmal warrior, thanks to a nearby warrior who swiftly intervened to block the attack. James, recognizing the untenable nature of their situation, called out, "Listen, everyone, we cannot fight alone. Mages, concentrate your magical energies to target the core of the phantasmal warriors, while the fighters provide cover." Upon hearing his command, the group quickly adjusted their strategy. The mages began to pool their magic, coalescing it into a colossal beam of energy that surged towards the most densely packed cluster of phantasmal warriors. The force of this powerful blast created a breach in their formation. Seizing the opportunity, the warriors charged forth, engaging in close combat with the phantasmal beings. Eric, seizing the moment, surged towards the heart of the phantasmal ranks, the Dawnblade radiating a brilliant light that obliterated the core warriors in an instant. With the core lost, the remaining phantasmal warriors descended into chaos, and united, the group finally eradicated this wave of foes. As they caught their breath, the swirling runes shifted once more, rearranging themselves into a formidable riddle, glowing with an enigmatic light that seemed to convey a message. Roland scrutinized the runes, his brow furrowed in concentration. These runes embody an ancient magical language. The riddle they form is likely the key to unlocking the next phase of our trials. However, deciphering it will prove challenging and time-consuming. The group gathered around Roland, eager to assist in interpreting the runes. Yet, their meanings remained elusive, and despite their efforts, they found themselves at an impasse. Just as anxiety began to mount, Lucy, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. "I have encountered similar runes in an ancient tome. They appear to pertain to the laws of time and space." Stepping forward, Lucy meticulously examined the runes, her fingers delicately tracing their surfaces as she attuned herself to the magical vibrations within. After a moment of contemplation, she began to rearrange the runes according to her insights. As the runes shifted, the surrounding space began to warp, and a portal leading to the unknown gradually materialized. Before them lay the portal, evoking a blend of anticipation and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Eric declared, "No matter what lies ahead, we have come too far to turn back." With that, he stepped boldly into the portal, followed closely by the others as they entered the realm beyond. This new space was enveloped in a delicate mist, and at its center stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an artifact emanating a gentle, radiant glow. However, surrounding the stone platform was a formidable magical barrier. And to approach the artifact, one must first break through this layer of protection. As the crowd drew near the magical barrier, visions of their deepest fears and pains suddenly materialized upon it. Eric beheld the scene of losing his comrades in battle, while James recalled the moment of being abandoned by his kin in his childhood. These phantoms relentlessly assailed the hearts of the onlookers, attempting to plunge them into despair and confusion. Eric, fully aware of the need to resist the illusions, shouted resolutely, "Do not be deceived by the illusions before us. This is merely a test." Chapter 119. The Power of Fusion, the artifact's opportunity confrontation with the Ice Dragon, resonance of power with the Dawnblade firmly in hand. Eric advanced step by step towards the Ice Dragon. The creature's massive form trembled slightly, its icy blue eyes fixated on the luminous sword in Eric's grasp. a mix of fury and caution swirling within them. At that moment, the atmosphere in the ice cavern reached a peak of tension, as though the very air had frozen. The brilliance of the Dawnblade intensified, resonating with the frigid power emanating from the ice dragon, creating a peculiar harmony. This resonance spread through the cavern like ripples, causing shards of ice to fall from the walls. Eric sensed that the Dawnblade was guiding him towards a unique connection with the ice dragon, one that was not adversarial, but rather hinted at a potential fusion. The ice dragon seemed to sense this unusual bond as well. It ceased its frenzied attacks and emitted a low growl, which felt like both a warning and a test. Eric paused, locking eyes with the dragon, silently conveying intentions of friendship and cooperation. The dragon tilted its massive head, its wariness somewhat alleviated. Mental communication, attempting fusion at that moment. A cold and ancient voice echoed in Eric's mind. Insignificant human. Why does the sword you wield bear such a familiar aura? Startled, Eric realized the ice dragon was communicating with him telepathically. He quickly replied in his mind. I too am uncertain of the sword's origins, but it seems to share a connection with you. We do not seek to be your enemies. Perhaps we can collaborate. The ice dragon fell silent for a moment, contemplating Eric's words. After a lengthy pause, it slowly responded. This place conceals immense secrets and dangers. If you wish to pass, you must possess sufficient strength. I, too, have been trapped here for ages, yearning for liberation. Perhaps our fusion could fulfill our mutual goals. Eric's heart swelled with joy, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. However, fusion was not a simple endeavor. The ice dragon conveyed the method and risks of the fusion. During the process, both parties must trust one another completely, opening their powers and consciousness to each other. A moment's carelessness could lead to confusion of the mind or even the dissolution of the soul. Taking a deep breath, Eric communicated his thoughts to his companions. Though concerned, they understood this might be their only path forward and expressed their unwavering support. The fusion process, a perilous journey once prepared. Eric embarked on the fusion with the ice dragon. An overwhelming force of icy power emanated from the dragon, surging into Eric's body like a relentless tide. Simultaneously, Eric unleashed his life force and the energy of the Dawnblade, intertwining it with the dragon's formidable might. Initially, the fusion proceeded smoothly, with the two powers gradually acclimating to one another. However, as the fusion deepened, complications arose. The ice dragon's power was exceedingly potent and frigid, threatening to seize Eric's consciousness and devour his soul. Eric felt as though he were ensnared in an endless expanse of ice, his awareness gradually fading, his spirit seemingly on the verge of freezing. He could not afford to yield. Eric silently urged himself, drawing upon his indomitable will to command the brilliance of the Dawnblade, fiercely resisting the ice dragon's influence within him. The radiance blazed like a searing flame, slowly dispelling the chill and safeguarding his consciousness. His teammates watched anxiously, acutely aware of the immense agony Eric was enduring, yet powerless to assist. They could only offer silent prayers on his behalf. Fusion complete, a surge of power after a grueling struggle, Eric finally discerned the ice dragon's vulnerability. He concentrated the power of the Dawnblade and struck at the weakest point of the dragon's might. With a burst of blinding light, the ice dragon's power was ultimately subdued, achieving a perfect amalgamation of the two forces. Eric's physique underwent a profound transformation. A delicate layer of ice-blue scales emerged upon his skin, his hair turned a pristine white, and his eyes shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. He could distinctly sense an unprecedented enhancement in his strength, possessing not only the ice dragon's formidable ice magic, but also elevating the Dawnblade's power to new heights. The consciousness of the ice dragon melded with Eric's own, becoming a part of him while retaining its independent thought. As Eric opened his eyes and gazed at his companions, an aura of confidence and strength radiated from him. Upon witnessing Eric's successful fusion, his teammates erupted in cheers, for they understood that this moment marked Eric as a powerful leader capable of guiding them onward. Breaking through the impasse, a new revelation after merging with the ice dragon's power, Eric turned his gaze toward the depths of the ice cave. At that moment, the magic barrier loomed before them, and the illusions within their minds relentlessly assailed their resolve. Eric understood that it was imperative to breach this barrier swiftly to retrieve the artifact. Otherwise, they would all be trapped here. He concentrated, channeling the immense power gained from the fusion with the ice dragon into the Dawnblade. The Dawnblade blazed with brilliance, enveloped in ice-blue flames, a remarkable manifestation born from the fusion of the ice dragon's energy and the inherent power of the sword. With a mighty shout, Eric swung the blade toward the magical barrier. A thunderous roar erupted as ripples cascaded across the barrier, causing the illusions within their minds to waver. Inspired by Eric's decisive action, his teammates rallied, reinvigorated by his determination. Roland unleashed formidable magic, augmenting Eric's assault. The warriors concentrated their own combat aura, channeling it into Eric. Under the collective onslaught of their efforts, the magical barrier finally manifested cracks. Subsequently, Eric swung his sword with full force once more, causing the magical shield to shatter with a resounding crash. The ancient artifact upon the stone platform sensed the power of the collective and emitted a blinding radiance. Within this luminescence, the artifact gradually ascended, hovering in midair. This relic resembled a colossal crystal orb, within which countless stars twinkled, flowing with mysterious runes that radiated an awe-inspiring aura. Surrounded by the artifact, Eric and his companions gazed curiously at this enigmatic treasure. Roland, a scholar well-versed in the arcane, meticulously examined the runes inscribed upon the artifact, striving to decipher its secrets. After considerable contemplation, he spoke slowly. This artifact appears to be intricately linked to the very roots of magic across the continent. It embodies the power to command elements, space, and even time. However, to fully harness its capabilities, an extraordinary level of magical energy and a compatible soul affinity are requisite. Upon hearing Roland's elucidation, the group collectively gasped in astonishment. Such a potent artifact would not be easily mastered. As Eric gazed upon the relic, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as if the artifact were beckoning him. He reached out, gently touching the artifact, and in an instant, a torrent of powerful information flooded his mind. Eric glimpsed the artifact's past and present. It was forged by a mighty sorcerer in ancient times to safeguard the continent. Over countless epochs, the artifact endured numerous wars, having been sealed within this mysterious realm, awaiting a worthy individual to unlock its potential. Eric, having merged with the power of the Ice Dragon and wielding the Dawn Sword, found his soul resonating in a unique harmony with the artifact. Recognizing this as his opportunity to command the artifact, Eric focused his mind, guiding the power within the relic to flow gently into his being. The artifact's strength surged like a torrential flood, and Eric's body felt like a fragile vessel, on the brink of being overwhelmed. Yet, through sheer willpower and the formidable physique gained from his fusion with the Ice Dragon, he persevered. As the artifact's power continued to pour into him, Eric underwent further transformation. The ice-blue scales adorning his body became increasingly translucent, emanating a mysterious luster. His hair flowed more ethereally, each strand seemingly infused with the essence of stars. His magical prowess multiplied geometrically in a brief span, warping the space around him with the intensity of his burgeoning power. After a strenuous endeavor, Eric finally gained preliminary control over a portion of the artifact's might. He sensed a delicate connection forged between himself and the relic. With but a thought, he could summon some of its power for his own use. At that moment, Eric had ascended to a new pinnacle of strength, becoming one of the few formidable beings on this continent. The key to resolution, guiding the path ahead upon mastering the power of the artifact. Eric and his companions realized that this very relic might be the key to breaking the current impasse and unraveling the mysteries of the continent. They commenced deliberating on their subsequent course of action. According to the messages relayed to Eric through the artifact, the root of the continent's turmoil lay in a malevolent force concealed within darkness, intent on awakening a dormant ancient demon to dominate the entire realm. To thwart this sinister ambition, they must journey to the heart of the continent, the eternal pinnacle. There, an ancient sanctuary harbored the final key to seal the demon. Only by gathering all keys could they completely imprison the demon and restore peace to the land. Eric gazed into the resolute eyes of his comrades and declared, "We have come this far. We cannot falter now. Though the road ahead brims with peril, for the sake of the continent's peace, we must proceed to the eternal pinnacle." The group nodded in unison, expressing their willingness to follow Eric into the fray. Thus, armed with the artifact, Eric and his companions embarked on their arduous journey to the eternal pinnacle. They understood that greater challenges awaited them, yet they were undaunted. For they possessed the artifact, the key to resolution, and shared an unwavering faith and strength in unity. Crisis on the journey. Under currents of threats as they set forth towards the eternal pinnacle, Eric and his party, clutching the artifact and fueled by steadfast conviction, ventured into the daunting wilderness. Upon departing the enigmatic realm, they found themselves in a vast expanse of desolate land. The howling wind swept through, lifting clouds of dust that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. James, leading the way, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, sword poised for action. This barren landscape appeared tranquil, yet harbored lurking dangers. Everyone, remain alert and do not fall behind. he urged loudly. The group advanced in a tight formation, with the mages at the center casting protective spells against the encroaching sand and potential assaults. Eric, wielding the artifact, constantly attuned to its pulsating energy, saw its glow flickering through the dust, as if guiding them onward. Roland trailed closely behind Eric, scrutinizing the artifact while pondering the legends surrounding the Eternal Pinnacle and the ancient sanctuary. According to ancient texts, the Eternal Pinnacle was a nexus of magical power, surrounded by formidable magical guardians and numerous perils. We must prepare thoroughly, he mused with a furrowed brow. The mysterious figure in black as the group pressed on through the treacherous terrain, a mysterious figure cloaked in black stealthily emerged not far behind them. The presence of the cloaked individual melded with the swirling dust, rendering him nearly undetectable. His gaze fixated on the artifact in Eric's possession, eyes glimmering with avarice and malice. This figure was a remnant of the Shadow sect, lurking in the shadows, biding his time to reclaim the artifact and fulfill the sect's nefarious ambitions. He meticulously trailed Eric and his companions, seeking the opportune moment to strike, one that would allow him to seize the artifact and retreat unscathed. As the journey progressed, the figure clad in black robes observed that Eric and his companions exhibited an exceptionally high level of vigilance and seamless coordination, making it a formidable challenge to achieve his objectives. However, he remained undeterred, contemplating ways to sow chaos and divert their attention. A sudden sandstorm erupted as they ventured deeper into the desolate expanse. The fierce winds, laden with colossal waves of sand, surged forth like an enraged beast, roaring towards the group. The mages hastily reinforced their protective spells, conjuring an immense translucent shield to envelop them. The impact of the sandstorm was formidable, causing the shield to emit a resonant hum under the relentless assault of the sand waves, threatening to shatter at any moment. As the group exerted all their efforts to withstand the tempest, the figure in black recognized an opportunity. He unleashed dark magic, summoning a horde of sand specters. Humanoid forms coalesced from dust, moving swiftly and silently. The sand specters surged through the storm, charging at the shield in an attempt to breach it and create disarray. The unexpected assault of the sand specters caught everyone off guard. Under the dual onslaught of the specters and the sandstorm, cracks began to form in the shield. Warriors swiftly drew their weapons, bracing for combat. Eric infused the shield with the power of the artifact, momentarily stabilizing its defenses. Stay composed. Mages, concentrate your fire on the sand specters, and warriors, protect the mages, he commanded loudly. The mages chanted their spells, unleashing flames and lightning towards the sand specters. While the magical onslaught caused the specters to gradually dissipate, new ones continued to emerge, leading to a stalemate in battle, with no signs of the storm abating. While orchestrating the battle, Eric remained acutely aware of his surroundings. He discerned that the storm and the assault of the sand specters were not mere coincidences. Someone was orchestrating this chaos. Focusing his mind, he harnessed the artifact's power to sense the magical fluctuations in the vicinity. Soon, he detected the hidden figure in black amidst the storm. "So it is you behind this," Eric exclaimed with fury, brandishing the Dawnblade and unleashing ice magic fused with the essence of the ice dragon. A colossal ice wall rose before the figure in black, severing the magical connection between him and the sand specters. Deprived of the black-robed figure's magical support, the specters' movements slowed. Seizing the moment, the mages intensified their assaults, annihilating the sand specters. Realizing his scheme had been unveiled, the black-robed figure turned to flee. Eric would not let him escape easily. He employed spatial magic to instantaneously appear before the figure, obstructing his path. "Did you think you could evade capture? Speak. What further schemes does the shadow cult possess?" Eric's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his stare upon the figure. The black-robed figure, aware of his impending doom, revealed a sinister grin. "You believe that acquiring the artifact will save the continent? Such naivety. The shadow cult's plans extend far beyond this. You shall all become sacrifices, paving the way for the awakening of the demon god." With that, he detonated himself in a desperate attempt to take Eric down with him. Anticipating this move, Eric swiftly cast a defensive spell, successfully mitigating the impact of the explosion. As he watched the black-robed figure disintegrate into ash, a profound weight settled upon Eric's heart. He was aware that the machinations of the Shadow sect persisted, with the path ahead fraught with further uncertainties and perils. Yet, he and his companions would not falter. They would steadfastly advance toward the pinnacle of eternity, unearthing the conspiracies of the Shadow sect and rescuing the continent. After the storm had subsided, the echoes of the sandstorm lingered, prompting reflection. As the tempest finally calmed, the group emerged from their tense state of battle. Eric shared the words of the cloaked figure with the others, their expressions growing grave. It appeared that the Shadow Sect had colluded with the dark forces intent on awakening the demon god, rendering their mission even more formidable. Our task has become increasingly daunting, Roland remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Clenching his fists, Jan's eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. Regardless of their schemes, we shall not retreat. We must thwart them and safeguard the continent. The others nodded in agreement, their determination palpable. After a brief respite, Eric and his companions resumed their journey toward the pinnacle of eternity. They understood that with each step forward, they drew closer to danger, yet simultaneously nearer to their goal of saving the continent. In this land of ever-shifting fortunes, they were like scattered embers, yet carried within them a conviction potent enough to ignite a blaze, resolutely facing the unknown challenges ahead. Chapter 122, The Enigmatic Town. Concealing mysteries upon their initial arrival at the town, an unusual atmosphere enveloped them. After enduring hardships across the wasteland, Eric and his companions finally beheld a small town in the distance. Nestled at the edge of the barren expanse, it was surrounded by low hills, exuding an air of tranquility. However, as they approached, an unsettling ambience began to permeate the air. The streets of the town were sparsely populated, with only a few figures hurrying by, their eyes betraying wariness and trepidation. The majority of the buildings were dilapidated, their doors and windows tightly shut, as if deliberately concealing something. As Eric and his companions stepped into the town, the sound of their footsteps echoed in the silence, starkly out of place. This feels amiss. We must tread carefully, Eric murmured. The group nodded in agreement, instinctively placing their hands on their weapons or magical artifacts, remaining on high alert. They entered a tavern that appeared relatively intact. Inside, the dim lighting and the stale scent of old ale pervaded the atmosphere. A few patrons sat in the corners, halting their conversations and casting scrutinizing glances upon their arrival. Seeking information, Eric approached the bar and inquired with the tavern keeper about the pinnacle of eternity and the recent happenings in the town. The tavern keeper, a portly middle-aged man with a bushy beard, scrutinized Eric and his companions for a moment before hesitantly responding. The pinnacle of eternity is no place of good repute. It is said to be cursed by powerful magic, and those who venture too close seldom meet a favorable fate. As for the town, peculiar occurrences have indeed transpired of late. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Eric. Strange sounds can often be heard at night, akin to the howls of some malevolent creature. Some claim to have seen shadows lurking around the town, and numerous residents have mysteriously vanished. The populace is gripped by fear, yet they remain uncertain of how to act. Eric furrowed his brow. It seemed this town harbored many secrets, likely intertwined with the dark forces they were destined to confront. At that moment, a young tavern patron suddenly rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, "I possess some clues. A few days ago, I witnessed a group of cloaked figures in the woods outside the town conducting a peculiar ritual, emanating a dark arcane energy that caused the surrounding trees to wither. I was utterly terrified and hastened back without lingering." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze towards the young man. Eric stepped forward and inquired, "Do you recall the exact location? This could be crucial for us." The young man nodded. "I can guide you there, but you must ensure my safety." Under the young man's guidance, Eric and his companions arrived at the woods beyond the town. An air of decay enveloped the forest, with the leaves of the trees having turned a sickly yellow and fallen, as if life itself had been drained away. They proceeded cautiously when, all of a sudden, a low, haunting chant resonated from ahead, accompanied by flickering, eerie magical lights. The group crept closer and discovered a gathering of individuals clad in black robes encircling a vast magical circle, within which were inscribed wicked runes that emanated a nauseating dark power. At the center of the circle lay peculiar offerings, seemingly constructed from human bones. James whispered furiously, "These fiends are indeed minions of the dark forces. What devilry are they up to?" Roland scrutinized the magical circle, his expression grave as he remarked, "This circle appears to summon some formidable malevolent entity. We must thwart them." Eric nodded, signaling the group to prepare for an assault. Just then, one of the robed figures seemed to sense their presence, abruptly turning and shouting, "Intruders! Quickly stop them!" The other cloaked figures ceased their ritual and drew their weapons, charging towards Eric and his companions, igniting an instant clash. Despite being outnumbered, the robed figures found themselves facing formidable opponents. The warriors brandished their weapons, engaging in close combat, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Meanwhile, the mages positioned themselves at the rear, unleashing a barrage of elemental magic, flames, lightning, and frost intertwined, illuminating the dim forest. Eric, wielding the Dawnblade, plunged into the fray, the blade's brilliance clashing with the dark magic, producing dazzling sparks. Having harnessed the power of the ice dragon, his strength surged, allowing him to repel several robed figures with each swing. Yet, the cloaked adversaries seemed undeterred by death, relentlessly charging forward, intent on ensnaring Eric and his companions to continue the ritual. Amidst the fray, Eric discerned that several of the robed figures were potent mages, continuously casting dark spells to disrupt his allies' magical onslaught. One particular robed mage chanted an intricate incantation, summoning ominous clouds that gathered in the sky, unleashing bolts of black lightning that surged toward the group. Observing this, Eric swiftly invoked the power of the artifact, creating a golden shield above their heads to deflect the oncoming dark lightning. However, the shield began to crack under the relentless assault of the dark magic. Simultaneously, the other robed figures seized the opportunity to intensify their attacks, rendering the situation increasingly dire for Eric and his companions. Unexpected assistance. A mystery to unravel just as the group found themselves engulfed in crisis. A melodious bird song resonated through the forest. Suddenly, a band of individuals clad in flowing green robes emerged from the depths of the woods. Armed with bows and staffs, they swiftly joined the fray. These guardians appeared to possess a unique method of counteracting dark magic. The arrows they loosed and the spells they cast were imbued with the power of nature, effectively neutralizing the sinister forces of the dark-robed assailants. With their aid, Eric and his companions gradually regained their footing and began to mount a counterattack. After a fierce struggle, the dark-robed figures could no longer withstand the onslaught and fled in disarray. Just as Eric and his allies prepared to pursue, they were halted by the leader of the green-robed guardians, who cautioned against chasing the retreating foes, asserting that they might have further schemes in store. Turning to the leader, Eric expressed his gratitude, inquiring about their identity and purpose for being there. The leader, smiling, replied, "We are the guardians of this forest." Sensing a surge of dark magic, we hastened to investigate. It seems the machinations of dark forces are becoming increasingly brazen. Eric recounted their objectives and the information they had gathered thus far. Upon hearing this, the leader's expression turned grave. It appears the situation is more dire than we anticipated. The secrets of the Eternal Peak may be intricately linked to the plans of the dark forces. We can provide you with information regarding the Eternal Peak, but the path ahead is fraught with peril, so you must exercise caution. Eric and his companions nodded, realizing that this was merely the tip of the iceberg in unraveling the dark forces conspiracy, with more mysteries and challenges awaiting them. Chapter 123, The Path to the Eternal Peak. Perilous obstacles, guidance, and warnings from the Guardians. The leader of the Guardians escorted Eric and his companions to their encampment nestled within the depths of the forest. Concealed among dense foliage, the camp was sheltered by various natural magics, brimming with life and tranquility, a stark contrast to the earlier scene of battle. Gathered around a crackling fire, the Guardian leader began to share insights about the Eternal Peak. The Eternal Peak serves as the core nexus of magical energy on the continent. Surrounded by powerful and ancient magical barriers, these wards not only protect the mountain, but also seal away some ancient malevolent forces. However, with the rise of dark powers, signs of weakening in these barriers have begun to emerge. Gazing earnestly at Eric and his companions, he continued, "The road to the Eternal Peak is fraught with danger. Beyond the harshness of the natural environment, the dark forces have laid numerous traps. At the foot of the mountain lies a cursed swamp. Any creature that ventures into its depths will be consumed by an endless darkness. Moreover, the dark forces will undoubtedly deploy heavy defenses along the way to thwart your approach to the Eternal Peak." Eric and his companions listened intently, their understanding of the impending challenges sharpening. Roland furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there a way to break the curse of the swamp? Or perhaps to circumvent this treacherous area?" The Guardian leader shook his head solemnly. "The curse of the swamp stems from ancient dark magic, and breaking it is no simple task. As for circumventing it, that is nearly impossible, as it envelopes the only route to the Eternal Peak. In ancient lore, there exists a legendary artifact known as the Feather of Light, which is said to possess the power to dispel the dark magic lurking within the swamps. However, its whereabouts have long been lost to time." As Eric pondered the significance of the Feather of Light, he came to believe it could be the key to overcoming their dire predicament. Thus, he approached the leader of the Guardians to inquire about any clues regarding the artifact. After a moment of contemplation, the leader responded, "To my knowledge, there are records pertaining to the Feather of Light in an ancient ruin not far from here. This ruin, known as the Ruins of the Stars, is said to have been constructed by an ancient star mage and is filled with various mysterious magical contraptions and formidable guardian beasts." Determined, Eric and his companions resolved to seek out the ruins of the stars in their quest for the Feather of Light. Bidding farewell to the Guardians, they embarked on a new journey. Along the way, they engaged in discussions about strategies to confront the challenges that lay within the ruins. James remarked, "Given that it was built by an ancient mage, the mechanisms and guardian beasts within will undoubtedly be quite powerful. We must proceed with caution and leverage our respective strengths." The mages nodded in agreement, pledging to provide robust magical support in battle, while the warriors gripped their weapons with resolute determination, ready to face the trials ahead. After several days of arduous travel, Eric and his companions finally located the site of the ruins of the stars. Nestled within a desolate mountain range, the entrance was shrouded in a veil of mysterious starlight. The twinkling stars seemed to whisper ancient tales. As Eric approached the entrance, he sensed a potent and enigmatic magical aura. Attempting to discern the secrets of the entrance with the artifact's power, he discovered that this starlight barrier required a specific magical sigil to unlock. Just as despair began to settle in, Roland unearthed references to the Star Mage's sigils from his ancient tome. After meticulous study, he cast a spell, intricately weaving complex runes in the air. The runes glimmered softly, gradually merging with the starlight barrier. As the runes fused, the barrier began to dissipate, revealing the entrance to the ruins. The entrance led into a narrow corridor, its walls adorned with luminous gemstones that illuminated the path ahead. Cautiously, the group ventured into the corridor, but had scarcely gone far before they triggered the first magical mechanism. The ground suddenly cracked open, revealing bottomless chasms from which searing flames erupted. The warriors swiftly reacted, using their shields to protect the group, while the mages unleashed water spells in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the fire seemed infused with a peculiar magic, as the water could only temporarily suppress it but not fully extinguish it. Observing the dire situation, Eric brandished the Sword of Dawn, unleashing the power of the ice dragon, and a chilling aura spread forth, successfully quelling the flames. As they pressed onward, they encountered a formidable assembly of puppet guardian beasts fashioned from gemstones. These colossal constructs moved with surprising agility, their hard gem exteriors capable of withstanding most assaults. The puppet guardians swung their massive arms toward the group, heralding a fierce confrontation. The warriors engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Despite their unparalleled bravery, the might of the puppet guardian beast proved insurmountable, rendering victory elusive for the moment. Meanwhile, the magicians unleashed a variety of spells, striving to unearth the creature's vulnerabilities. Roland discerned that the joints of the puppet guardian beast were relatively weak and directed the mages to concentrate their assault on these critical areas. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable guardians. As clues emerged, a new hope kindled within them. After a grueling exploration, the group unearthed leads regarding the Feather of Light deep within the ruins. On a colossal stone wall, ancient runes and patterns were intricately carved, chronicling the origin of the Feather of Light and its previous bearers. It was revealed that the Feather of Light was derived from the plumage of an ancient goddess of light, possessing the formidable power to dispel darkness and purify evil. Once wielded by a valiant knight in the fight against dark forces, it had vanished following a devastating battle. The stone wall also bore faint inscriptions hinting at the potential location of the feather, seemingly connected to a forgotten temple of light. Eric and his companions gazed at the clues etched upon the wall, their hearts ignited with renewed hope. Although the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, they felt themselves drawing closer to the Feather of Light. They understood that only by locating this sacred artifact could they navigate the cursed marshes beneath the eternal peak and continue their mission to save the continent. Thus, after a brief respite, Eric and his companions embarked on their quest to discover the Temple of Light, oblivious to the challenges that awaited them within its enigmatic confines. Chapter 124. The Temple of Light, a test of life and death. Pursuing the temple, the journey proved arduous. Following the clues obtained from the starry ruins, Eric and his companions ventured towards the suspected location of the Temple of Light. They traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous mountains, enduring the elements without a moment's respite. As they delved deeper, the surroundings took on an increasingly mysterious and serene quality, as though countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. While navigating through an ancient forest, the interwoven branches and leaves obscured the sunlight, casting the interior into darkness. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from the depths of the woods, and a massive black panther sprang forth from the underbrush. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding an aura of power that clearly marked it as no ordinary beast. James swiftly drew his sword, warning, "Everyone be cautious. This panther is no simple foe." The warriors quickly formed a defensive formation, shielding the mages and other members within their ranks. The panther circled them slowly, searching for an opportunity to strike. In an instant, it launched itself towards the group like a bolt of black lightning. James charged to meet the panther, blocking its assault with his sword. The panther's strength was immense, leaving James's arm numb from the impact, yet he gritted his teeth and resolutely held his ground. Observing this, Eric brandished the dawnblade, unleashing a surge of ice-blue energy directed at the panther. The panther nimbly evaded, yet the blade's aura grazed its body, leaving a shallow wound. In pain, the panther let out a furious roar, pivoting to pounce once more upon Eric. Seizing the opportunity, the mages unleashed their spells, torrents of fire and lightning cascading toward the panther. Despite sustaining multiple injuries from the magical onslaught, the creature continued its frenzied assault on the group, displaying an indomitable fighting spirit. After an intense struggle, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the panther, which, wounded, vanished into the depths of the forest. Exhausted, Eric and his companions understood the urgency of their quest. They could not afford to linger and must swiftly locate the Temple of Light. After enduring numerous hardships, Eric and his companions at last uncovered the traces of the Temple of Light nestled within a valley. The temple's grandeur was awe-inspiring, constructed from white marble, its walls adorned with exquisite reliefs depicting battles between the goddess of light and the forces of darkness. A delicate mist enveloped the surroundings, adding an air of mystery to the structure. As they approached the temple, a sense of solemnity enveloped them. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, they were met with a powerful surge of magical energy. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight streaming through crevices in the ceiling, illuminating enigmatic runes etched into the ground. Roland meticulously examined the runes and remarked, "These symbols appear to convey a message regarding a trial. It seems that to obtain the Feather of Light, we must endure the temple's myriad challenges." Eric nodded, signaling for the group to proceed with caution. Trial 1. The misty illusion. As they traversed the corridor, a dense fog suddenly enveloped their surroundings. Within the mist, the group began to perceive various bizarre visions. Some manifested their innermost fears, while others revealed lost loved ones. These apparitions felt hauntingly real, relentlessly assailing their willpower. Eric, recognizing this as the trial of illusion, cried out, "Do not be deceived by these phantoms. They are mere fabrications. Focus your minds and resist with your will." However, the strength of the illusion proved formidable, and some members of the team began to falter, gradually becoming lost within the mirage. Anxious, Eric harnessed the artifact's power, emitting a brilliant light that pierced through the fog, dispelling part of the illusion's influence. Under the radiance, the group gradually regained their clarity. United by unwavering faith, they clasped hands and cautiously navigated through the mist, step by step. Within the illusion, they encountered a myriad of perilous phantoms, ferocious beasts, treacherous traps, and more. Yet, through mutual support, they overcame each challenge in succession. After a protracted struggle, they successfully emerged from the misty illusion, arriving at the next trial. Trial 2. The mechanized labyrinth. Stepping out of the mist, they found themselves within a colossal labyrinth. The walls of the maze were composed of solid rock, adorned with an array of intricate magical mechanisms. Once the mechanism is triggered, arrows, flames, and boulders will launch their assaults. Eric and his companions meticulously navigate the labyrinth, each step taken with acute awareness of their surroundings. However, the intricate design of the traps proves to be exceedingly clever, and they inadvertently activate one. Instantly, a multitude of arrows is unleashed from the walls, hurtling towards them. The warriors swiftly raise their shields, deflecting the onslaught. Roland begins to analyze the principles behind the trigger mechanism, endeavoring to uncover a means to decipher the labyrinth. After careful observation and experimentation, he discerns that the traps appear to be linked to a specific magical rhythm. He then instructs the mages to cast their spells in a particular sequence, harmonizing with the rhythm of the mechanisms. Through their collective efforts, the barrage of attacks gradually ceases, and they discover the correct path through the maze. Following this route, they delve deeper into the labyrinth, bracing themselves for the next challenge. Test 3. The Guardian Beast. As they finally emerge from the maze, a colossal guardian beast materializes before them, resembling a qilin and radiating a golden luminescence. Its gaze is both regal and vigilant. The guardian beast speaks, "You have trespassed into the Temple of Light. You must pass my trial to proceed." Stepping forward, Eric states, "We seek the Feather of Light to save the continent. Please grant us this opportunity." The guardian beast nods and replies, "Very well, my trial is simple. You must endure my full assault for a quarter of an hour. No sooner had it spoken than the guardian beast launched its attack. With remarkable speed, it closed the distance, brandishing its massive claws. James leads the warriors in a fierce melee with the guardian beast. Its strength is formidable, each strike generating a tremendous force, leaving the warriors struggling under its relentless blows. The mages, positioned behind, unleash powerful spells in an attempt to inflict damage on the beast. Eric, wielding the Dawnblade, channels the power of the ice dragon and the artifact, engaging in a desperate struggle against the guardian. Time slips away amid the intense battle as everyone exerts their utmost effort. Finally, the quarter hour elapses, and they successfully endure the trial. The guardian beast regards them with a glimmer of approval in its eyes. You have passed the trial. The feather of light lies ahead. But remember, its power is meant to protect justice. Do not allow it to fall into the hands of evil. Gratefully, Eric and his companions thank the guardian beast and continue towards the location of the feather of light. They understand that they are one step closer to their goal of saving the continent, yet many more challenges await them. Chapter 125. The path to the feather is fraught with difficulty. Shadows strike again the feather of light, ultimately obtain the artifact. Guided by the guardian beast, Eric and his companions, filled with excitement and trepidation, delve deeper into the Temple of Light. Passing through an archway that shimmers with a gentle glow, they arrive at a serene hall. At the center of the hall, upon a pedestal carved from white jade, lies a feather radiating brilliant light, the very feather of light they have tirelessly sought. Surrounding the feather of light is an ethereal halo, each plume seemingly flowing with pure luminous energy, evoking a sense of reverence. Eric approached the pedestal slowly, and the moment his hand made contact with the feather of light, a warm and potent force surged into his being, harmonizing with the power of the ice dragon within him and the might of the artifact, creating a wondrous resonance. Eric could distinctly sense the formidable purifying power contained within the feather of light, a force that seemed capable of dispelling all darkness from the world. He carefully lifted the feather, turning to his companions, his eyes shimmering with the light of hope. We have succeeded. With this, we have a greater assurance of traversing the cursed marsh beneath the eternal peak. The group erupted in cheers. Having endured countless trials, they had finally discovered this pivotal artifact. However, just as they reveled in their triumph, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from outside the temple. Instantly, a swarm of shadows, like phantoms, invaded the hall. Leading them was a man clad in a black robe, his hood obscuring his features, his face masked in a sinister guise that revealed only a pair of eyes gleaming with malevolence. Hand over the feather of light. The voice of the robed figure was cold and deep, as if emanating from the depths of the abyss. The shadowy acolytes behind him drew their weapons, encircling Eric and his companions. It turned out that the shadow cult had been tracking Eric and his party, and upon learning of their quest for the feather of light, they had laid a trap, intending to seize it once it was acquired. Eric gripped the feather of light tightly, glaring at the dark-cloaked man. You vile miscreants shall never possess it. James and the other warriors swiftly positioned themselves in front of Eric, forming a defensive line, while the mages began to gather their magical energies in preparation for the impending confrontation. A fierce battle was about to ignite within the Temple of Light. The shadowy acolytes launched the first assault, charging at Eric and his companions like ravenous wolves. The warriors swung their weapons, engaging in close combat with the acolytes. Clashing blades sparked as cries of battle reverberated through the hall. James's sword gleamed in the shifting light, each strike deftly repelling the foes. Yet the sheer number of acolytes overwhelmed them, wave after wave pressing forward, leaving the warriors increasingly beleaguered. The mages unleashed a variety of elemental spells, flames ravaging through the ranks of the shadowy acolytes, while thunderbolts erupted overhead. However, the shadow cult also boasted its own mages who countered with dark sorcery, clashing against the Alliance's magic. The forces of darkness and light collided within the hall, generating powerful energy waves that caused stones from the walls to tumble down. Fully aware of the dire situation, Eric combined the power of the feather of light with the Dawnblade, its blade radiating even more dazzling brilliance. He charged into the fray, each strike imbued with potent, purifying energy, causing the shadowy acolytes touched by the light to emit anguished cries as their forms began to dissipate. Yet, the robed figure was formidable. He invoked a dark forbidden spell, unleashing a beam of black light directed at Eric. Eric swiftly wielded the Dawnblade to defend himself, the tremendous force of the impact causing him to stagger back a few steps. In a moment of desperation, as hope flickered dimly, Roland suddenly discerned a flaw in the shadow cultist's magical formation. He called out loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. Focus your strength on the left side of their magic array." That is their weak point. Upon hearing his words, the group promptly adjusted their strategy. The mages united their magical energies, unleashing a powerful beam of light magic towards the left side of the shadow cultist formation. Under the onslaught of the mighty light magic, cracks began to appear in the cultists' magical array. Seizing this opportunity, James led the warriors into a charge, surging towards the shadow cultists like tigers descending a mountain, causing chaos among their ranks. Taking advantage of the disarray, Eric swung the dawn blade once more, releasing a formidable sword aura infused with the power of the feather of light. The aura sliced through the air like a bolt of white lightning, striking directly at the cloaked figure. The black-robed man attempted to defend himself, but the force of the sword aura was overwhelming, shattering his dark magic in an instant. As the aura struck his body, he emitted a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. The shadow cultists, thrown into panic by the loss of their leader, began to flee in disarray. Eric and his companions successfully repelled the cult's ambush, momentarily averting the crisis. Though victorious, the group was weary from the fierce battle, many bearing wounds from the conflict. The healers immediately tended to the injured, while Eric gazed at the feather of light in his hand, aware that although they had temporarily secured the artifact, the shadow cult would not relent. The path ahead remained fraught with peril. "We cannot linger here. The shadow cult may return at any moment," Eric declared. The others nodded in agreement. After a brief respite and regrouping, Eric and his companions departed from the Temple of Light, the Feather of Light in tow. They understood that their next destination was the Eternal Peak, where they would utilize the feather to traverse the cursed marsh, and that even greater challenges awaited them. Yet, they faced the future unflinchingly, fortified by their steadfast convictions and mutual support, resolutely advancing towards their goal of saving the continent, undeterred by the numerous trials that lay ahead. Chapter 126. Breaking the Curse of the Marsh. Crisis beneath the peak. Upon their return to the cursed marsh, Eric and his companions pressed onward towards the Eternal Peak with the Feather of Light in hand. After days of relentless travel, they once again stood before the daunting expanse of the cursed marsh. A dense shroud of black mist enveloped the marsh, intermittently flickering with eerie glimmers of light, as if countless pairs of watchful eyes lurked within. The dark magical energy emanating from the marsh felt like chilling currents, chilling them to the bone. Eric took a deep breath, gripping the Feather of Light tightly. He sensed it trembling slightly in response to the dark magical energy of the marsh, radiating an even more intense glow, seemingly answering the call of this malevolent force. "Stay close to me. The Feather of Light should illuminate a safe path for us. But we must remain vigilant," he instructed. Eric turned to his comrades, his expression grave. The group nodded solemnly, steeling themselves for battle as they cautiously entered the swamp. The onslaught of dark magic was immediate. Upon stepping into the murky depths, thick black sludge attempted to ensnare their feet. Eric brandished the Feather of Light, unleashing a radiant beam that caused the sludge to disperse instantly, clearing a space for them to stand. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As they ventured deeper, the dark magic intensified, manifesting as black tendrils that struck from all directions. The tendrils, as unyielding as steel and imbued with corrosive power, posed a dire threat. A single hit could spell disaster. The warriors swiftly raised their shields to fend off the relentless assaults, the sound of impact echoing around them. Meanwhile, the mages cast various defensive spells, conjuring a protective barrier around the group to repel the encroaching dark forces. However, the dark magic was inexhaustible, surging in relentless waves. Under the continuous assault, the barrier began to flicker and crack, its brilliance waning. Suddenly, amidst their fierce resistance against the dark magic, a deep, menacing roar reverberated from the depths of the swamp. From the murky waters, a colossal creature emerged. It bore a resemblance to a crocodile, yet possessed bat-like wings and razor-sharp claws, its body cloaked in black scales that exuded a nauseating stench. The creature opened its cavernous maw and bellowed, unleashing a torrent of toxic venom toward the group. Seeing this, Eric quickly invoked the purifying power of the Feather of Light, summoning a golden barrier that intercepted the venom. The toxic liquid hissed as it met the barrier, releasing plumes of black smoke. James shouted, "Everyone, attack together. We cannot let it close in." The warriors brandished their weapons and charged at the beast, while the mages unleashed a barrage of powerful elemental spells. Fire, lightning, and frost rained down upon the creature. Despite its formidable strength, the monster began to falter under the combined onslaught. It roared in fury, flapping its wings violently, conjuring a fierce gust that knocked some warriors to the ground. Seizing the moment, the creature spewed forth another stream of venom while lunging at the group with its claws. Eric, recognizing the opportune moment, combined the power of the Feather of Light with the Dawnblade, soaring into the air to strike at the beast's head. A flash of brilliance sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash on the creature's skull, dark blood oozing forth. Amidst the tumult of battle, Eric discerned a connection between the dark magic emanating from the creature and the curse of the swamp. He realized that vanquishing the beast might weaken the curse's grip. He called out, "Everyone, focus your strength on the creature. This is key to breaking the curse." Inspired by his words, morale surged, and the group intensified their assault. Under the relentless barrage, the creature could no longer withstand the onslaught. It emitted a piercing scream before crashing to the ground. With its demise, the dark magic within the swamp began to lose its potency, rippling violently as if in distress. The inky fog gradually dissipated, and the thick sludge began to thin. Seizing the opportunity, Eric wielded the Feather of Light, unleashing its full, purifying power. The Feather of Light radiated brilliantly, akin to a blazing sun that illuminated the entire swamp. Under this glorious light, the dark magic within the swamp was steadily dispelled, revealing a pathway leading to the peak of eternity. Overjoyed, the group hurried along this newly unveiled path. However, before they had traversed far, a sudden and violent tremor erupted from beneath the peak of eternity. As if something colossal was awakening, a sense of dread gripped Eric and his companions, foretelling a greater crisis on the horizon. As they emerged from the swamp, the ground at the foot of the peak of eternity began to shake violently. Gigantic fissures spread like a web, from which a formidable and malevolent force surged forth. This force coalesced into a massive shadowy figure, indistinct yet exuding a chilling aura. "It seems our actions have stirred the malevolent powers guarding the peak," Roland remarked. His brow furrowed. Eric tightened his grip on the Dawnblade, his gaze resolute as he faced the dark figure. "Whatever it may be, we cannot falter. We must ascend the peak of eternity and thwart the sinister plot of the dark forces." The black figure appeared to sense the hostility of the group, letting out a thunderous roar before charging towards them. Thus began the ultimate confrontation with the mysterious evil force. They understood that this battle would determine the fate of the continent, and they must give their all to overcome the impending foe. Chapter 127, The Climactic Showdown. Turning the tide, evil unleashed, ferocious and formidable, the shadowy figure, a manifestation of malevolent power, swept towards Eric and his companions like a dark tempest. Its approach freezing the very air around them, instilling a suffocating sense of dread. As its form became clearer, it revealed itself to be a gargantuan and grotesque demon, its eyes ablaze with crimson flames, wielding a massive sword that emanated an eerie glow, enshrouded in swirling black smoke. The demon opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a chilling, maniacal laughter. "Insignificant humans, how dare you trespass upon the domain of the peak of eternity? You shall become the sacrifices to my power." With that, it raised its colossal sword high and brought it crashing down upon the group. A wave of dark energy surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, slicing through the air and barreling towards them. The ground was ripped apart in the wake of the sword's arc. With unwavering resolve, Eric swiftly swung the Dawnblade, channeling the combined might of the Feather of Light and the Ice Dragon. A dazzling azure light soared into the heavens, colliding with the dark energy. A deafening explosion followed, sending shockwaves that violently rattled the ground and kicked up clouds of dust. Yet, the demon's strength was overwhelming. Eric felt a tingling numbness in his arm and staggered back several paces. James led the warriors in a swift charge toward the demon, attempting to engage it in close combat to divert its attention. The warriors brandished their weapons, pouncing upon the demon like fierce tigers. Yet, the demon's body was as unyielding as iron, rendering their ordinary assaults mere trifles. With a casual sweep of its colossal claws, it sent several warriors hurtling through the air. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, but they immediately struggled to rise, charging forth once more. Meanwhile, the sorcerers at the rear unleashed their full might, casting elemental spells of fire, lightning, and frost, which poured down upon the demon like a torrential storm. Amidst the sorcerers stood Roland, his staff radiating brilliance as he recited ancient incantations, directing the magical energies of his comrades in an attempt to conjure a powerful forbidden spell to combat the demon. Yet, the demon seemed to sense the sorcerer's intentions. It abruptly turned and unleashed a torrent of black flames towards them. The dark flames surged forth like a roaring black dragon, hurtling towards the mages. In the face of impending peril, just as the sorcerers found themselves in danger, Eric seized the moment, employing spatial magic to instantaneously appear behind the demon. He thrust the Dawnblade into the ground, harnessing the artifact's power to trigger a minor earthquake. The earth beneath the demon suddenly collapsed, causing it to lose its balance. And the trajectory of the black flames was consequently altered. Seizing the opportunity, the sorcerers cast defensive spells to shield themselves from the residual onslaught of the dark flames. As the demon struggled to regain its footing, Eric infused the Dawn Blade with the purifying power of the Feather of Light, swinging it with great force. A blade of radiant energy surged forth, striking the demon squarely in the back. The demon emitted a pained roar, a deep wound appearing on its back, from which black blood began to flow. This vile ichor dripped to the ground, instantly corroding the earth into deep pits. James and the warriors capitalized on this moment, charging once again at the demon. United in purpose, they assaulted the joints of its legs. The demon, in agony, swayed unsteadily. Concurrently, Roland and the sorcerers finally completed the incantation for the forbidden spell. A colossal column of white light descended from the heavens, striking the demon with unerring accuracy. Under the illumination of the radiant beam, the demon let out a shrill, anguished cry, its form beginning to disintegrate. However, the demon was not willing to accept defeat so easily. It summoned its last vestiges of power, the dark magic surrounding it surging once more. The demon's form expanded, brandishing a massive sword as it launched a final, frenzied assault on the assembled heroes. Eric sensed the magnitude of this strike. He understood that if he did not muster all his strength to resist, their lives would be forfeit. Eric unleashed the full might of the Dawn Blade, the Feather of Light, and the artifact's power, creating an indomitable shield before his comrades. This barrier emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, infused with potent light, frigid cold, and mysterious energy. The demon's colossal sword struck the shield with a thunderous crash, causing it to tremble violently, yet it remained unbroken. Seizing the brief moment of vulnerability following the demon's assault, Eric shouted, "Now is the time." He led his comrades in a final, decisive counterattack. The warriors wielded their weapons. The mages unleashed their spells, and in Eric's grasp, the Dawn Sword, imbued with myriad potent forces, advanced towards the demon. Under the relentless onslaught of their combined might, the demon could no longer withstand the assault. Its form crumbled dramatically, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. With the immediate peril averted, the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Exhausted from their battle, the group collapsed onto the ground, yet their faces radiated the joy of triumph. For they had successfully navigated the monumental crisis beneath the peak of eternity. However, they were acutely aware that this was merely the first step in thwarting the dark force's sinister designs. They still needed to ascend the peak of eternity to uncover the key to seal the demon god, with many unknown dangers awaiting them. Eric rose, gazing at his companions with unwavering resolve. We must not lower our guard. Greater challenges lie atop the peak of eternity. Yet, if we stand united, we shall accomplish our mission and save the continent. The others nodded in agreement, gathering their gear, and with steadfast conviction, they continued their ascent toward the summit of the peak of eternity. Their silhouettes, though diminutive against the backdrop of the setting sun, exuded determination, as if proclaiming to the world that they would fear no adversity until they had vanquished the darkness and ushered in the light. Chapter 128, Secrets of the Summit. Sealing the dawn after vanquishing the demon below the peak, Eric and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on the arduous journey to climb the peak of eternity. Towering into the clouds, the mountain's steep and perilous terrain was perpetually shrouded in mist. As they ascended, the air grew increasingly sparse, the temperature plummeting sharply, while the biting cold wind cut across their faces like a blade. With the Dawn Sword in hand, its radiance illuminated the path ahead. Be cautious. The conditions on this mountain are treacherous, and we remain unaware of the dangers that may await us, he warned his comrades loudly. They followed closely, employing both hands and feet to navigate the sheer rock faces with great difficulty. As they gained altitude, the magical fluctuations intensified, enveloping them in an aura of age-old mystery. Roland, attuned to the surrounding magic, remarked, "The magical energy here is exceedingly intricate, harboring both formidable protective forces and concealed dark currents. We must tread with utmost care." Mysterious runes and traps. During their ascent, they discovered the mountain walls adorned with an array of enigmatic runes. These runes glimmered faintly, seemingly conveying some hidden message. Eric halted, scrutinizing the inscriptions, attempting to decipher their meaning. Yet, the antiquated and arcane nature of the runes proved challenging. Even the erudite Roland could only make out fragments. It seems these runes are warning us of impending peril, intricately linked to the power that seals the demon god, Roland mused, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, the group proceeded with heightened caution. Indeed, they had not ventured far before triggering a trap. The ground suddenly cracked open, revealing a bottomless abyss, from which a formidable suction force emanated, seeking to draw them into its depths. Eric swiftly summoned the power of the Feather of Light, enveloping the group in a golden barrier that resisted the pull of the abyss. Meanwhile, James led his warriors to embed their weapons into the mountainside, anchoring themselves to prevent being drawn into the abyss. The mages united their powers, endeavoring to close the black hole. After considerable effort, they ultimately succeeded in averting the peril of the trap. The challenge of the guardian spirit continuing their ascent, they arrived at a vast platform. At its center, a guardian spirit radiating a gentle luminescence materialized, ethereal in form and benevolent in countenance. Its gaze exuded an unwavering authority that demanded respect. "Why have you trespassed upon the peak of eternity?" The guardian spirit's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing across the platform. Eric stepped forward respectfully and replied, "We have come to thwart the dark forces from awakening the demon god and to save the continent. We hope for your assistance or guidance to pass through." The guardian spirit paused momentarily before responding. "The peak of eternity safeguards the key power that seals the demon god. I cannot permit you to pass lightly. However, should you endure my trial and demonstrate your capability and resolve, I shall illuminate the path for you." With that, the guardian spirit waved its arm, and magical barriers emerged on the platform, separating the group. Within each barrier, phantoms emerged, each mirroring the strength of the warriors, ready to engage in combat. Eric, gripping the Dawnblade, declared, "Let us strive together. We shall surely overcome this trial." The battle erupted instantaneously, with the warriors clashing fiercely against the phantoms. The phantoms exhibited formidable power and adept combat skills, rendering the struggle a fierce stalemate. Eric, harnessing the might of the ice dragon and the power of the artifact, engaged in a breathtaking duel with his phantom. Each strike of his blade was imbued with immense force, yet the phantom skillfully evaded or parried his attacks. In the heat of battle, Eric gradually discerned the phantom's weaknesses. Seizing the moment, he infused his assault with the purifying power of the Feather of Light, unleashing a brilliant radiance that ultimately vanquished the phantom. Simultaneously, his comrades, driven by indomitable will and exceptional combat prowess, triumphed over their respective phantoms. Clues to the seal and the dawn. The guardian spirit regarded the group with approval in its eyes. "You have passed the trial, demonstrating your strength and determination." With a wave of its hand, the magical barriers dissipated. It gestured towards the higher peaks, saying, "At the summit lies an ancient sanctuary, which conceals the final key to unlock the demon god's seal. However, to enter the sanctuary, you must decipher the ultimate riddle." With those words, the guardian spirit transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Following the spirit's guidance, Eric and his companions continued their ascent. As they neared the peak, they sensed a powerful and pure force, distinctly different from the malevolent energy of the dark forces, as if it existed solely to seal away the demon god. At last, they reached the pinnacle. A majestic sanctuary loomed before them, its grand doors tightly shut, adorned with intricate patterns and runes. Eric and his companions understood that unraveling the mysteries of these patterns and runes would reveal the means to enter the sanctuary and obtain the final key to seal the demon god, heralding the dawn of salvation for their continent. They gathered before the grand gate, meticulously scrutinizing the intricate patterns and runes, endeavoring to uncover clues to decipher the enigma. Chapter 129. The Temple's Riddle. The struggle for the key before the temple gate. The riddle awaited resolution. Eric and his companions stood at the apex of the eternal peak, their gazes fixated upon the elaborate designs and runes adorning the door. These runes emanated a mysterious luminescence, seemingly recounting ancient tales, with each line concealing vital information necessary to unlock the temple. Roland crouched down, leaning closer to the runes for a thorough examination, his fingers gently tracing the lines of the symbols, attempting to sense the magical vibrations within. These runes differed significantly from those previously encountered in the ruins and temples. They were more archaic and obscured in meaning. A frown creased Roland's brow as he fell into deep contemplation. Eric, diligently studying the patterns alongside him, discerned that they depicted an ancient battle, a clash between the forces of light and darkness. A pivotal scene illustrated a hero wielding a key, inserting it into a grand door, thereby sealing away the forces of darkness. Perhaps this illustration hints at the relationship between the key and the sealing of the dark deity, as well as our path to discovering it, Eric remarked. The group commenced an extensive and meticulous examination around the temple gate, engaging in discussions and speculations, striving to extract clues from the runes and patterns to unravel the riddle. Time slipped away in their intense deliberations. Emergence of shadows, a revelation after arduous exploration. Eric finally unearthed a set of unique symbols nestled in the corner of the runes, resonating with fragments of information he had acquired from the artifact. A spark ignited within him as he realized this could be the key to unlocking the riddle. Just as he prepared for further investigation, a chilling laughter echoed from the distance. Do you truly believe you can effortlessly discover the key and save the continent? Such delusions are folly. As the voice resonated, a cadre of shadow cultists emerged from the mist. Leading them was a towering figure, cold and imposing, clad in a black robe, adorned with a crown embedded with dark jewels, wielding a staff radiating sinister magical energy. The remnants of the shadow cult, how dare you show yourselves? James shouted in wrath. As the warriors swiftly drew their weapons, assuming battle stances, the mages promptly gathered their magical energies, poised to deliver a fierce counterattack against the foes. The shadow cultists fanned out in a semicircle, encircling Eric and his companions. Greed and malevolence flickered in their eyes, clearly intent upon the key that sealed the dark deity. Clash of Titans, the struggle for the key attack. With a command from the leader of the shadow cult, the cultists charged toward Eric and his allies like ravenous wolves. The warriors clashed with the shadow cultists. The sound of clashing swords and battle cries reverberated across the summit. James wielded his sword with ferocity, each strike shimmering with lethal intent, driving back the advancing shadow cultists. The mages unleashed formidable spells from the rear. Flames ravaged through the ranks of the shadow cultists like a dragon, while icy shards shot forth like arrows towards the enemy. Eric, brandishing the Dawnblade, harnessed the power of the Feather of Light and plunged into the fray. Wherever his sword struck, the dark magic was purified, and the shadow cultists fell, screaming in agony. However, the shadow sect had come prepared, their sorcerers equally formidable. The shadow mages chanted their dark incantations, unleashing bolts of black lightning from the heavens, countering the luminous spells of the Alliance mages. The intertwining of black and vibrant light illuminated the mountain peak as if it were day. At a crucial moment in the battle, the leader of the shadow sect, seizing the opportunity, noticed Eric engaged in fierce combat with a group of shadow cultists. He stealthily cast a teleportation spell, instantly appearing before the temple's entrance. His intent was to exploit the chaos to solve the puzzle and seize the key before anyone else could. Guarding the temple, preserving hope, Eric sensed the leader's intentions and was filled with urgency. At that moment, Roland stepped forward, channeling his full magical power to form a formidable magical shield before the temple doors, blocking the leader's path. You old fool, dare to thwart my plans. The leader of the shadow sect roared in fury, brandishing his staff and unleashing a powerful wave of dark magic in an attempt to shatter the shield. With gritted teeth, Roland strained to maintain the shield, his body trembling under the assault of dark energy, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Eric swiftly dispatched the nearby shadow cultists and sprinted toward the temple entrance. As he ran, he infused the Dawnblade with the purifying power of the Feather of Light, then hurled the sword with all his might toward the shadow sect's leader. The Dawnblade transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the leader like a falling star. Sensing the formidable attack approaching from behind, the leader had no choice but to abandon his assault on Roland and pivot to defend against the Dawnblade. With a thunderous crash, the sword collided with the dark magic, creating a powerful shockwave. Seizing this opportunity, Eric reached the temple's entrance and stood shoulder to shoulder with Roland. We cannot let them succeed. We must hold this ground, Eric declared. At this moment, their comrades also repelled the surrounding shadow cultists and rushed to their aid. United, they fiercely confronted the shadow sect once more, determined to protect the temple and safeguard the last hope for the salvation of their continent. A turning point emerged. The puzzle unraveled. Amidst the fierce clash, Eric suddenly recalled the peculiar symbols he had discovered earlier. Focusing amidst the chaos of battle, he gently touched the runes on the temple door in the order of the symbols. With each of his movements, the runes began to shimmer with varying lights, arranging and combining in a discernible pattern. A deep rumble resonated from the temple doors, and the designs upon them gradually transformed, ultimately forming a clear keyhole shape. Simultaneously, a gentle light emanated from within the door as a key radiating with divine luminescence slowly materialized. Upon seeing the key, joy surged within Eric and his companions, while the Shadow Sect's members displayed expressions of greed and resentment, intensifying their frenzied assaults in an attempt to seize the key before Eric and his allies could grasp it. A more intense struggle unfolded before the temple gates, leaving the fate of Eric and his companions in their quest to safeguard the key and seal the demon god shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 130. The Sealing of the Demon God, the Resurgence of the Continent. The contest for the key intensified, as the Shadow Sect launched a frenzied assault upon witnessing its emergence. The followers of darkness, heedless of their own lives, surged toward Eric and his allies, desperate to breach the defenses and seize the key. The leader of the Shadow Sect unleashed his full might, dark magic swirling around him like black flames. As he wielded his staff, casting dark curses towards Eric and his comrades. Undeterred, Eric and his companions held their ground. The warriors formed a solid line, shields locked together in steadfast unity. Meanwhile, the mages retaliated with formidable spells, the clash of light and darkness igniting fierce battles at the temple's entrance, brilliance illuminating the scene amid the thunderous roars. James led the warriors into close combat with the advancing shadow followers, his sword glinting coldly in the sunlight, each swing accompanied by a spray of blood. However, the overwhelming numbers of the Shadow Sect began to take their toll on the warriors. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Eric remained composed, countering the dark curses with his dawn blade while urging, "Steady yourselves, do not falter. Mages, concentrate your power on the Shadow Leader and protect the mages." Warriors. In a moment of desperation, Roland heeded Eric's rallying cry, quickly organizing the mages to channel their energies. They intoned ancient and potent incantations, light coalescing in their hands, ultimately forming a colossal beam of radiance that shot forth like a brilliant meteor toward the Shadow Sect leader. Sensing the formidable threat, the leader hastily conjured a dark shield in a futile attempt to defend himself. Yet, the beam's might proved overwhelming. The dark shield cracked upon contact and shattered with a deafening roar. The beam struck the leader, who let out an anguished scream. His body propelled backward like a marionette severed from its strings. Without their leader's guidance, the shadow followers fell into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Eric charged toward the slowly floating key, successfully grasping it amid the cover provided by his allies. "We have the key," he exclaimed, raising it high in triumph. This declaration invigorated the morale of his comrades, who launched a comprehensive counterattack against the shadow followers. Under the relentless assault from Eric and his companions, the Shadow Sect began to crumble, retreating in disarray from the eternal peak. With the key in hand, Eric approached the temple gates. Taking a deep breath, he inserted the key into the newly manifested keyhole. As he turned the key, the temple doors creaked open, releasing a powerful and ancient aura. Eric and his companions stepped into the temple, which was spacious and radiant, adorned with murals celebrating light and justice along its walls. In the center of the temple, a vast magical array encapsulated the power of the demon god. Approaching the array, Eric and his allies prepared to initiate the sealing ritual. Armed with the knowledge and clues they had previously gathered, Roland stood beside the magical circle, meticulously adjusting the positioning of the runes, while Eric infused the dawn sword, the feather of light, and the power of the artifact into the array. Their comrades remained vigilant nearby, guarding against any unforeseen events. As the energy flowed into the circle, it began to shimmer with a brilliant radiance, growing ever more intense until it illuminated the entire sanctuary as if it were midday. The sealing power against the demon god gradually awakened amidst the brilliance, countering the dark forces that sought to rouse the demon. Eric and his companions sensed that the power of the seal was gaining the upper hand, gradually suppressing the demon's malevolent aura. The sealing of the demon god was finally accomplished. After a prolonged and tense effort, the magical circle erupted with a thunderous sound, and a powerful beam of light soared into the sky, sealing the demon's power entirely. The dark magic surrounding the eternal peak swiftly dissipated. The ominous clouds in the sky began to disperse, and sunlight once again bathed the land. Eric and his companions successfully fulfilled their mission of sealing the demon god, thereby saving the entire continent. Upon exiting the sanctuary, they discovered that the scene beneath the eternal peak had been transformed. The cursed marshland, once shrouded in dark magic, had been rejuvenated, transforming into a beautiful lake. The surrounding mountains and plains had also regained their former tranquility and harmony, with birds joyfully soaring through the sky and flora reawakening with vibrant life. Glorious triumph, a new dawn for the continent filled with the joy of victory. Eric and his companions embarked on their journey home. Their deeds swiftly spread across the continent, with people flocking to the streets, jubilantly welcoming their heroes. Each town and village organized grand celebrations, expressing gratitude for their salvation and restoring peace to their lives. In this struggle against the forces of darkness, Eric and his companions, with unwavering faith, indomitable will, and a spirit of unity and collaboration, overcame numerous challenges and ultimately succeeded in sealing the demon god. They became legends of the continent, inspiring generations to pursue justice and face challenges with courage. Henceforth, the continent ushered in a new era of peace and prosperity, where people lived happily upon this land, forever remembering the great achievements of Eric and his comrades. Chapter 131, Post-War Reconstruction. Undercurrents of foot celebration and reconstruction, the news of Eric and his companions successfully sealing the demon god and saving the continent spread like a gentle spring breeze to every corner. The entire continent was enveloped in jubilance as people sang and danced, celebrating this hard-won victory in myriad ways. In towns and villages, colorful banners adorned the streets, and grand parades were held to extol the heroes' exploits. However, amidst the celebration, the continent also faced a landscape riddled with devastation. Many cities and villages had suffered extensive damage in the battle against the dark forces, with houses collapsed, fields left fallow, and citizens displaced. Eric and his companions understood that saving the continent was merely the first step. The arduous task of rebuilding their homeland lay ahead. They immediately dedicated themselves to post-war reconstruction efforts. Leveraging his influence and leadership skills, Eric organized the populace to clear the rubble and construct new homes. James led a group of robust young men to repair the ravaged roads and bridges, ensuring the smooth flow of transportation across the land. Roland, drawing from his extensive knowledge of magic, assisted the farmers in restoring the fertility of their fields, allowing crops to flourish once more. The wizards employed their arcane arts to expedite the rebuilding process, while the warriors were tasked with safeguarding the reconstruction efforts, thwarting any nefarious individuals who might seek to disrupt the progress. Through the collective endeavor of all, the continent gradually regained its vitality. New houses sprang up, barren fields were replanted, and commercial activities began to revive, bringing bustling life back to the markets. Amidst the orderly rebuilding efforts, a mysterious visitor arrived in the town where Eric resided. Cloaked in a gray robe that shrouded his entire being, his visage remained obscured beneath the shadow of his hood. He approached Eric directly, his voice low and grave as he spoke. Eric, although you have successfully sealed the demon, the threat of darkness has not entirely dissipated. Deep within the continent, a mysterious force stirs quietly, perhaps biding its time for the next opportunity to strike. A chill ran through Eric as he realized the gravity of the visitor's words. Who are you? How do you know this? What should we do? He inquired urgently. The enigmatic visitor lifted his head slightly, revealing deep, piercing eyes that fixed upon Eric as he replied. I hail from an ancient organization that has long monitored the fate of this continent. You must remain vigilant, nurture a new generation of strength, and seek out the hidden powers scattered across the land. They may hold the key to combating future darkness. With that, the mysterious visitor handed Eric an ancient map, marked with peculiar symbols and locations. These places may conceal significant clues worth exploring, but proceed with caution. Each locale brims with peril. After delivering his message, the visitor turned and vanished into the crowd. Upon receiving the map, Eric promptly convened a meeting with James, Roland, and their companions. Gathering around the table, they scrutinized the cryptic markings on the map, their expressions somber. Roland meticulously examined the symbols and remarked, I have never encountered these symbols before, but the material and style of the map suggest it is quite ancient. There must be a profound secret behind it. Furrowing his brow, James interjected, regardless, we cannot ignore such a lead. However, we have just emerged from a fierce battle against dark forces, and everyone is still fatigued. Additionally, the rebuilding efforts require manpower. After a moment of contemplation, Eric proposed, we could select some young individuals with potential, train them, and involve them in the exploration of these mysterious locations. Simultaneously, we must not neglect the reconstruction work to ensure the continent swiftly returns to its former prosperity. The group nodded in agreement. Thus, Eric and his companions began the process of identifying talented young individuals throughout the continent. They established selection points in various towns, where a series of trials were conducted to identify brave, clever, and just young individuals. These youths, hailing from diverse races and backgrounds, harbored a curiosity for the unknown and a sense of responsibility for the future of the continent, eagerly enrolling for the selection. The new generation's assembly and training began with a rigorous selection process, during which Eric and his companions chose a remarkable group of young individuals. They were taken to a secluded valley for concentrated training. The curriculum encompassed combat techniques, the application of magic, teamwork, and the perception of mysterious forces. The warriors were personally instructed by James, who imparted various swordsmanship, shield techniques, and hand-to-hand combat skills, allowing them to hone their abilities through practical experience. Meanwhile, the sorcerers, under Roland's guidance, learned to wield and control elemental magic, as well as how to integrate magic into team combat strategies. Eric took it upon himself to teach the youths how to perceive and harness mysterious powers, sharing his hard-won experiences from adventures without reservation. Throughout their training, the young adventurers encountered numerous difficulties and challenges, yet they persevered with unwavering determination. They supported one another, learned collaboratively, and gradually transformed into a disciplined and formidable team. Observing their growth, Eric felt a profound sense of satisfaction and anticipation, knowing that these young individuals would embody the continent's hope and bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding its peace. However, they were about to confront a mysterious location filled with unknown dangers, and Eric and his companions could only prepare them as best as they could for the challenges that lay ahead. As their training progressed, the young adventurers gradually mastered various skills, growing more mature and confident. Eric deemed the moment right for them to embark on a journey to explore the mysterious location. Before their departure, he earnestly cautioned them. This mission is fraught with peril, yet it is crucial for the future of the continent. Exercise utmost caution. Look out for one another, and do not take unnecessary risks in the face of danger. Return promptly to report to us. With resolute nods and unwavering determination in their eyes, the young adventurers packed their belongings, equipped themselves with the necessary gear, and set forth on their journey into the unknown. Eric and his companions watched their departing figures, silently praying for their success in unveiling the secrets hidden in darkness and discovering methods to combat impending threats. Meanwhile, Eric and his associates remained on the continent, attentively monitoring the young one's progress while advancing the continent's reconstruction efforts, ever ready to address any potential crises. Chapter 132. The Mysterious Ruins. Initial encounter with danger. Delving deeper into the ruins, shrouded in mist, the young adventurers, burdened with the mission to explore the enigmatic forces, followed the guidance of an ancient map into a desolate and time-worn area. At the heart of this region stood a colossal ruin, eroded by the ravages of time, exuding an aura of mystery despite its dilapidated state. The entrance to the ruins was ajar, surrounded by thorns and weeds, as if to deter entry. In the team, the leader is a young man named Leon, who exhibits remarkable courage and resilience, demonstrating extraordinary strength and leadership during the selection and training processes. With a long sword in hand, Leon cautiously pushes open the door of the ruins, which creaks ominously as it slowly reveals its interior, releasing a musty and decaying odor. As the group steps inside, they find themselves enveloped in darkness, with only a few faint rays of light filtering through the cracks in the dilapidated ceiling. The walls are adorned with strange patterns and faded inscriptions, seemingly narrating a tale of forgotten history. Everyone remains vigilant, sensing an unsettling atmosphere. Leon speaks softly, and the team members nod in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly as they advance cautiously. As they delve deeper into the ruins, the temperature seems to drop significantly, and the breath of the team members condenses into white mist. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanates from all directions, as if countless eyes are observing them from the shadows. What is that sound? A member inquires nervously, his voice trembling. Leon gestures for silence, urging everyone to focus and listen. However, before they can fully comprehend the situation, a pack of shadowy figures, resembling wolves in size, leaps out from the darkness, lunging toward them. A fierce battle ensues, fraught with peril. These shadows move with remarkable agility and speed, closing in on the team in an instant. Leon shouts, "Mages, prepare your spells. Warriors, form a defensive formation." The warriors swiftly raise their shields, pressing closely together to create an impenetrable barrier. The shadows crash against the shields with a dull thud, seemingly relentless, launching wave after wave of attacks. The mages begin to chant incantations, unleashing flames and lightning that illuminate the dark ruins. Under the glow of magic, the true form of the shadows is revealed. They resemble wolves, yet their bodies are covered in metallic scales, their eyes glinting with an eerie red light. The flames and lightning strike the shadows, producing hissing sounds as some are hit and howl in agony, only to return to the fray almost immediately. Leon realizes that these shadows are formidable adversaries. Seizing an opportune moment, he thrusts his sword toward one shadow's neck. However, the creature's scales are remarkably tough, and the blade merely grazes its surface. The shadow turns, baring its enormous maw and lunging at Leon. He swiftly sidesteps, swinging his long sword to target the joint of the shadow's leg. This time, the sword successfully strikes the joint, causing the shadow to falter and collapse to the ground. As the battle rages on, the other team members gradually discover effective strategies. They coordinate their efforts, with the warriors drawing the shadow's attention while the mages wait for the perfect moment to unleash their assaults. After an intense struggle, They finally manage to repel the pack of shadows. However, before they can catch their breath, a thunderous roar echoes from the depths of the ruins. As if some colossal entity is awakening. Not good. It seems we have triggered a mechanism within the ruins, Leon states gravely. No sooner has he spoken than the ground begins to tremble violently, and sharp spikes erupt from the earth. The team members hastily leaped to evade the dangers. Yet several inadvertently fell victim to the sharp spikes. Simultaneously, a multitude of arrows shot forth from the openings in the wall, descending upon them like a torrential rain. The wizards swiftly cast defensive spells, conjuring a transparent shield around the group, temporarily thwarting the assault of arrows. However, as the relentless barrage continued, the shield began to exhibit cracks. While dodging the spikes, Leon pondered a strategy. He discerned a certain rhythm in the attacks of the spikes and arrows. Between each round of assault, there existed brief intervals of respite. Listen to me. During the moments of attack pause, we shall charge deeper into the ruins. Leon proclaimed loudly. The team members, heeding his call, focused their minds, awaiting the arrival of the interlude. When the onslaught of spikes and arrows momentarily ceased, Leon shouted, "Now?" The group swiftly surged toward the depths of the ruins. In their frantic dash, they deftly navigated sudden traps and mechanisms. Although some teammates stumbled, they were quickly assisted back on their feet by their comrades, propelling forward. At last, they successfully traversed the trap-laden corridor and arrived at a vast hall. In the center of the hall stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a crystal orb emanating a faint glow. As the group approached the orb, it suddenly radiated a blinding light, enveloping them entirely. A mysterious force surged forth, impacting their consciousness. The brilliance rendered their vision a blinding white, and soon after, bizarre images began to materialize in their minds. Some team members confronted their innermost fears, while others beheld long-lost loved ones. These visions felt profoundly real, as if they were transported to another realm. Leon recognized this as a manifestation of some arcane force assaulting their consciousness. He concentrated, striving to resist the phantoms. Do not be deceived by the illusions. They are mere fabrications. Resist with your willpower, he bellowed. Yet, the potency of the illusions was formidable, and some teammates began to succumb to confusion, ensnared in their own minds. Watching his comrades struggle, Leon felt an urgency swell within him. He recalled Eric's teachings on perceiving and harnessing mystical energies, and thus focused his energy, endeavoring to channel the arcane forces within him to shatter the illusions. After considerable effort, Leon finally sensed a faint power stirring within. He directed this energy, coalescing it in his mind, and engaged in a fierce battle against the phantoms. Through Leon's determination, he gradually unveiled the true nature of the illusions, realizing they were a form of mental magic released by the crystal orb. He communicated his revelation to the other team members through mental resonance, urging them to also harness their mystical powers to resist the illusions. Under Leon's guidance, they concentrated their minds and summoned the arcane energies within. After a struggle, they ultimately liberated themselves from the grip of the phantoms, awakening from the onslaught of the mysterious force. As the awakened team members gazed at the crystal orb before them, a sense of vigilance filled their hearts. Leon stepped forward, meticulously examining the crystal ball, and discovered that its surface was etched with intricate runes, distinct yet seemingly connected to those they had observed on the walls of the ruins. This crystal ball undoubtedly concealed significant secrets, Leon remarked. At that moment, a team member stumbled upon a weathered stone tablet in the corner of the hall. Inscribed with ancient text, the group gathered around, recalling the methods Roland had taught them for deciphering archaic scripts. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled the inscriptions upon the tablet. It detailed the history of the ruins, revealing that this place had once been the abode of a formidable sorcerer, who had studied a mysterious magic capable of wielding the forces of the world. The crystal ball was one of the pivotal artifacts in his research, seemingly intertwined with the struggle against dark forces. The group realized they might have unearthed a crucial clue in their fight against impending shadows. However, to fully uncover the secrets of the crystal ball, further exploration of the ruins was necessary to seek additional leads. Thus, Leon led his companions onward, eager for further discoveries. Chapter 133, Secrets of the Ruins. Interwoven clues delving deeper, the enigma of the runes unfurled. After learning of the crystal ball's significance, Leon and his companions proceeded with heightened caution in the Hall of the Ruins. Aside from the stone pedestal that held the crystal ball, several stone doors lined the hall, each adorned with similar runic engravings. Approaching one of these doors, Leon scrutinized the runes, endeavoring to discern the means to unlock it. The runes appeared to convey a specific message, perhaps a cipher to open the door, Leon observed. The team gathered closer, each offering their insights. Among them was a rune expert named Alice, who knelt down, her fingers gently tracing the runes, attuning to the residual magical vibrations. I perceive a resemblance between the arrangement of these runes and the structure of the text we encountered on the tablet, Alice remarked. Recollecting the tablet's contents, she endeavored to activate the runes according to a discernible pattern. After several attempts, the runes on the door began to emit a faint glow, and gradually, the door creaked open, releasing an ancient aura. Beyond lay a narrow passage, its walls embedded with luminous stones, illuminating the path ahead. The group advanced cautiously along the passage, reaching another stone door at its end, adorned with even more complex runes, radiating with greater brilliance. Mystical chamber, extraordinary murals. Leon and his companions stood before this stone door, momentarily at a loss. While deep in contemplation, Carl, the wizard of the group, suddenly interjected. I can sense a resonance between the magical energies of the runes on this door and that of the crystal ball. He stepped forward, channeling his magic into the door, attempting to unlock the riddle of the runes through magical guidance. As Carl infused the runes with his energy, their luminosity intensified, and the runes began to rearrange themselves. Ultimately, the door swung open, revealing a spacious stone chamber before them. The walls of the stone chamber are adorned with enigmatic murals, each depicting a variety of mysterious scenes. One mural illustrates a sorcerer standing atop a towering spire, clutching a crystal orb, as he unleashes a radiant light against the forces of darkness, dispelling the shadows that envelop the earth. Another mural portrays a gathering of individuals encircling the crystal orb, seemingly engaged in some arcane ritual, as the surrounding space contorts and transforms, revealing wondrous phenomena. Leon and his companions scrutinized the murals, endeavoring to uncover more secrets about the crystal orb and clues to combat the encroaching darkness. These artworks appear to convey that the orb possesses formidable power, yet it must be harnessed through specific rituals, as pointed out by Alice. As the group delves into their study of the murals, a sudden rustling sound emanates from the passageway, heightening their alertness. Leon instinctively tightens his grip on his sword, signaling his comrades to prepare for battle. A horde of monstrous, spider-like creatures surges into the stone chamber, towering at over a man's height, their bodies bristling with sharp spines and eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Magicians, attack. Warriors, defend. Leon commands swiftly. The magicians immediately chant incantations, unleashing flames, frost, and lightning upon the creatures. Despite the onslaught of magic, the monsters emit howls of fury, their tough exteriors rendering ordinary spells only marginally effective. The warriors raise their shields, forming a defensive line against the monstrous onslaught. The creatures swipe their massive claws, leaving deep gashes on the shields. Seizing an opportunity, Leon thrusts his sword toward one creature's eye, causing it to recoil in pain. Amidst the fierce conflict, Leon discerns that the creatures seem particularly sensitive to a specific magical resonance. He calls out, Carl, attack them with the same magical resonance you used to open the stone door. Responding promptly, Carl concentrates and releases a surge of magic that resonates with the runes of the stone door. This invisible force collides with the monsters, rendering them sluggish and writhing in agony. Taking advantage of their disarray, the team intensifies their assault, ultimately vanquishing the entire horde. However, the battle leaves them acutely aware of the omnipresent dangers within the ruins, and they realize that unraveling the secrets of the crystal orb remains a daunting journey ahead. Simultaneously, they worry whether the emergence of these creatures heralds even greater perils. In a fortuitous discovery while clearing the battlefield, a team member uncovers a concealed compartment in the corner of the passage where the creatures emerged. Nestled within is an ancient scroll, emanating a faint glow and inscribed with mysterious symbols. Leon gingerly retrieves the scroll and unfurls it, revealing detailed instructions concerning the ritual of the crystal orb. This is precisely what we need, Leon exclaims with excitement. Yet, the contents of the scroll are cryptic and difficult to comprehend, with several crucial portions conspicuously missing. It appears we must delve deeper into the ruins to gather more clues in order to fully decipher this ritual, Alice remarked with a furrowed brow. At that moment, a sudden and intense tremor resonated from outside the ruins, as if some colossal entity was approaching. A palpable tension gripped the hearts of the group. Realizing that new dangers might be looming, they swiftly gathered their scrolls, bracing themselves for the impending challenge. Leon was acutely aware of the urgency. They needed to unravel the secrets of the crystal orb and discover a means to combat the dark forces, lest the continent succumb to crisis once more. Crisis in the ruins. A full-scale response. Leon led his companions back to the Grand Hall, where the ground began to tremble violently, fissures spreading across the floor. From these crevices, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth, within which ominous figures began to materialize. As the shapes grew clearer, it became evident that they were a legion of ghostly warriors, forged from dark magic, charging towards them with weapons drawn. "Do not panic. Maintain formation," Leon shouted. The warriors quickly formed a defensive line, while the mages prepared to unleash formidable spells from the rear. The spectral soldiers moved with astonishing speed, closing in on the group in an instant. Their weapons pierced through shields, inflicting damage upon the defenders. With a swift flourish of his sword, Leon engaged in close combat with the ghostly warriors. He soon realized that ordinary attacks were ineffective against them. Therefore, he channeled the mysterious energy within him into his sword, which instantly radiated a brilliant light. Wherever the light shone, the ghostly warriors began to dissipate. The mages also discovered a method to combat the specters. They invoked light magic, which countered the dark energy, causing the ghostly warriors to weaken under its illumination. After a grueling battle, the group finally repelled the spectral onslaught. However, they understood that the dangers within the ruins were far from over. They needed to hasten their efforts to unlock the secrets of the ruins and depart with the crucial clues needed to counter the dark forces. Chapter 134: Escalating Crisis. The key to resolution as the ghostly warriors were vanquished. The group scarcely had a moment to catch their breath before the dark forces within the ruins appeared to be thoroughly enraged. A thick cloud of black smoke once again engulfed the hall, denser than before, rendering visibility nearly impossible. As the smoke swirled, more dark phantoms emerged from all directions. These apparitions took on various forms. Some resembled gigantic demons, while others appeared as serpentine creatures, exuding a chilling aura as they surged towards Leon and his companions. Leon understood that they must not falter at this critical juncture. He called out, "Everyone, hold steady. Mages, concentrate your powers to unleash area of effect spells. Warriors, focus on defense and protect the mages." The team promptly responded to his command, with the mages positioning themselves in the center of the formation, hands wielding their staffs as they chanted incantations in unison. A torrent of powerful elemental magic surged forth towards the dark phantoms. Flames ravaged through their ranks. Frost immobilized their forms, and lightning crackled and exploded among them. However, the number of dark phantoms was overwhelming, surging forth in relentless waves. The phantoms in the front dissipated under the onslaught of magic, only to be swiftly replaced by those behind. The warriors clutched their weapons tightly, using their shields to fend off the relentless attacks of the phantoms that slipped through their defenses. Their arms ached from the prolonged strain, yet they persevered through gritted teeth. Leon wove through the ranks, continuously directing the battle while wielding his sword imbued with mysterious power to vanquish the approaching phantoms. In the midst of this dire predicament, a mystical force awakened, intensifying the conflict as the group found themselves increasingly beleaguered. The assaults of the dark phantoms grew more ferocious, causing their defensive formation to falter slightly. At that moment, a young member of the team named Lily, overwhelmed by a surge of tension and fear, suddenly sensed an unprecedented power stirring within her. This force was warm and potent, resonating with some hidden mystery within the ruins. Instinctively, Lily channeled this newfound energy, and her staff radiated a gentle golden light. The brilliance swiftly expanded, and wherever it touched, the dark phantoms shrieked in agony, their forms beginning to dissolve. Upon witnessing this, Leon's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, "Lily, continue to unleash this power. Everyone, rally behind Lily's strength and strike back with all your might." Inspired by her, the other team members endeavored to awaken similar energies within themselves. With collective effort, the golden light grew ever more intense, gradually subduing the dark phantoms. Their offensive was successfully quelled, their numbers dwindling as their attacks weakened. Ultimately, under the radiance of the golden light, all dark phantoms vanished without a trace. In the depths of the ruins, crucial clues emerged. After repelling the dark phantoms, the group, though exhausted, was filled with astonishment. Lily's awakening of mysterious power ignited a spark of hope among them. Leon approached her, patting her shoulder and saying, "Well done, Lily. It seems we all harbor immense potential within us." Through this battle, they came to realize that the hidden power within the ruins might hold the key to their breakthrough. They ventured deeper into the ruins in search of more clues. At the innermost sanctum, they encountered a colossal stone wall, etched with intricate patterns and inscriptions that echoed the images and scrolls they had previously seen. Alice meticulously examined the contents of the stone wall, declaring, "These inscriptions appear to recount an ancient legend. Once, the continent faced a tremendous crisis of darkness, and a great sorcerer created a crystal orb, infusing it with all the forces of light through a special ritual, successfully sealing away the dark power. However, this ritual requires a specific location, a precise time, and individuals with unique powers to enact. Leon regarded the stone wall thoughtfully before responding. It seems we must discover this specific location and time, and harness the mysterious powers within us in order to truly wield the crystal orb against the darkness. Yet, this information is still too vague. We require additional clues. Just as the group wore expressions of concern, a mysterious elder suddenly appeared before them. The elder, adorned in a flowing white robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, emanated an aura of wisdom and benevolence. He gazed upon the assembly with a gentle smile, saying, "Young ones, your courage and perseverance fill me with admiration. I have awaited a fated individual to arrive here and unravel the secrets of these ruins." Leon and his companions looked at the elder in astonishment, and Leon inquired, "Who are you? Can you assist us in deciphering these enigmas?" The elder nodded and replied, "I am the guardian spirit of this ruin, having witnessed all that transpires here. To complete the ritual of the crystal orb, you must journey to the summit of light on the continent at noon on the summer solstice. With the sun's most potent rays and under the guidance of one possessing mysterious powers, the ritual can be initiated." Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of clarity. Yet, they realized the urgency of their quest. The summer solstice loomed nearer, and the path to the summit of light was fraught with peril. The elder seemed to sense their trepidation, producing a radiant crystal and handing it to Leon. "This crystal will guide you and provide aid in critical moments. Remember, only through unity can you succeed." Embarking on their journey to face the challenges ahead, Leon accepted the crystal with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. We shall surely prevail." The elder smiled and nodded before transforming into a beam of light and vanishing. Leon turned to his companions, resolutely declaring, "Friends, we have discovered the key to our breakthrough. Though obstacles abound, we must reach the summit of light before the summer solstice to complete the ritual. Do we have confidence?" Indeed, the companions responded in unison, their voices echoing through the ruins. They gathered their belongings, equipped with the crystal orb and ancient scrolls, and set forth on the arduous journey to the summit of light. Aware that this would be a challenging expedition, with dark forces potentially obstructing their path, they remained undaunted. For they bore the weight of the continent's future upon their shoulders, and to protect their homeland, they would forge ahead, ready to confront any challenge. Chapter 135, The Path to the Summit of Light, Obstacles and Perils en route with Unwavering Faith. Leon and his companions embarked on the arduous journey toward the summit of light, guided by the crystal bestowed by the enigmatic elder. The summit of light lay in the far eastern reaches of the continent, a considerable distance from their current location, and the terrain was treacherous, fraught with danger. Following the luminous direction of the guiding crystal, they traversed dense forests. Towering trees intertwined their branches, casting shadows that rendered the interior dimly lit. Strange sounds echoed through the woods, as if countless eyes were watching them from the darkness. Leon led the way, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, his sword poised for action. "We must remain silent and alert. Danger may lurk in these shadows," he whispered. Suddenly, a green serpent, the size of a leopard, lunged from the branches. Its gaping maw aimed at one of the companions. In a split second, Leon pivoted and hurled his sword with precision, striking the serpent's head. The creature writhed in agony for a moment before falling still. The team members gathered around, expressing their admiration for Leon's valiant deeds. They pressed onward, remaining vigilant. Leon unsheathed his long sword, wiping the blood from its blade, and led the group deeper into the forest. After emerging from the woods, they found themselves in a vast swamp. The surface of the swamp was cloaked in a layer of green duckweed, appearing tranquil yet concealing hidden perils. As they stepped into the mire, their feet sank into the muck, making each step laborious. Moreover, black bubbles occasionally surfaced, emitting a nauseating odor. "Be cautious, do not stray, support one another as we progress," Leon instructed. However, at that moment, one of the members accidentally stepped on an unstable patch of ground, rapidly sinking into the swamp. He cried out in terror, "Help!" The others immediately extended their hands. Some offered ropes, while others lay prone, attempting to grasp his hand. After considerable effort, they finally managed to pull him from the mire. Yet, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a swarm of leech-like creatures surged forth from the swamp. Though small in size, their numbers were overwhelming, swiftly approaching the group and climbing onto the team members in an attempt to siphon their blood. The team members brandished their weapons, fending off the creatures. while the mages conjured fire spells, creating a wall of flames upon the swamp to deter the monsters. Through their united efforts, they succeeded in repelling the creatures and trudged through the mire with great difficulty. Exhausted, they understood that greater challenges awaited them ahead. Upon crossing the swamp, they arrived at the precipice of a treacherous canyon. The cliffs on either side loomed steep and sheer, with only a narrow path winding through. As they entered the gorge, a piercing shriek echoed around them. A flock of enormous black birds swooped down from above, their talons sharp as steel hooks, and their eyes glinted with ferocity. "Prepare for battle," Leon shouted. The warriors swiftly raised their shields, forming a defensive formation to withstand the birds' assault. The mages cast wind spells, attempting to alter the birds' flight paths. The avian creatures collided violently with the shields, producing resounding thuds, causing the warriors to stagger under the force of the impacts. Realizing the dire state of affairs, Leon summoned his mysterious powers, channeling them into his longsword. Then, he leaped into the air, charging toward the flock. The sword gleamed brilliantly in his grasp, and each strike felled a bird. Under Leon's leadership, the morale of the team surged, and they intensified their assaults. However, the flock showed no signs of retreat, relentlessly continuing their onslaught. As the battle reached a stalemate, Lily suddenly recalled the guiding crystal bestowed upon her by the enigmatic elder. She retrieved the crystal, silently praying for its assistance. Suddenly, it emitted a radiant light, and within its glow appeared the ethereal image of a magnificent golden phoenix. The ethereal silhouette of the phoenix emitted a resonant cry that echoed towards the flock of birds, sending them into a state of panic, causing them to flee the canyon in disarray. After enduring a series of arduous battles, the group finally evaded the relentless pursuit of the avian creatures. Continuing along the winding path of the canyon, they stumbled upon a hidden village nestled within the valley. The village was characterized by its charmingly arranged houses and hospitable villagers, who, upon seeing the exhaustion etched on the faces of Leon and his companions, warmly invited them to rest in their homes. Gratefully accepting the villagers' hospitality, Leon and his allies found ample respite and nourishment. Engaging in conversation with the villagers, Leon sought to glean more information about the Pinnacle of Light. An elderly resident informed him that the Pinnacle of Light is the most concentrated source of luminous power on the continent, yet it is fiercely guarded by potent magic. To ascend the pinnacle, one must navigate a series of trials. Furthermore, in recent years, dark forces have seemingly coveted the power of the pinnacle, frequently lurking in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Leon's resolve to fulfill his mission solidified further. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but he and his comrades had no option for retreat. After a brief respite in the village, Leon and his companions resumed their journey toward the Pinnacle of Light. Emboldened by the villagers' blessings, ready to confront the unknown challenges that lay ahead, striving for the peace and tranquility of the continent. Chapter 136. The calm before the storm, bidding farewell to the village. The journey resumes after a brief interlude in the mysterious village. Leon and his companions experienced a significant restoration of their physical and mental vigor. They bid farewell to the warm-hearted villagers and embarked once more on their journey to the Pinnacle of Light. The villagers stood at the village's entrance, their eyes filled with hope and well wishes as they saw them off. Upon departing the village, the group traversed a winding mountain path. The trail was rugged and narrow, flanked on one side by steep cliffs and on the other by an unfathomable abyss. Leon led the way, ever vigilant to the sounds around him. As they drew closer to the Pinnacle of Light, the air became increasingly saturated with luminous energy, while an almost imperceptible aura of darkness began to seep in. "Be cautious. The forces of darkness may be lurking nearby," Leon cautioned. His companions tightened their grips on their weapons, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled past, carrying with it swirling black dust that obscured their vision. In the cover of the dust storm, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions. These figures were assassins dispatched by the dark forces, clad in tight black attire with their faces obscured by masks, revealing only their chilling eyes. Brandishing sharp blades, the assassins advanced upon Leon and his party with spectral swiftness. Wizards, cast a spell to dispel the dust. Warriors, prepare to confront the enemy, Leon commanded rapidly. The wizards immediately began chanting incantations, summoning a gentle breeze that gradually dispersed the black dust. As the haze lifted, the group discerned the number and positioning of their foes. The dark assassins fanned out in a crescent formation, encircling Leon and his companions. In an instant, chaos erupted as the warriors brandished their weapons, engaging in close combat with the assailants. The clash of blades ignited sparks, while the echoes of battle cries reverberated through the valley. Leon found himself locked in a fierce standoff with a particularly formidable foe, whose agile form wielded a dagger that relentlessly sought Leon's vital points. Remaining composed, Leon adeptly parried the assassin's strikes with his longsword, all the while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Meanwhile, the mage's position behind unleashed a barrage of elemental magic, flames, lightning, and frost upon the dark assassins. Yet, the assailants appeared well prepared, their black garments seemingly capable of absorbing a portion of the magical onslaught. Seizing the moment between spells, several assassins charged towards the mages with alarming speed. At this critical juncture, a mysterious ally manifested just as the mages faced imminent danger. A resounding phoenix cry pierced the air, prompting all to gaze upward where a magnificent golden phoenix circled above. The creature radiated a brilliant light that illuminated the entire valley. It became evident that the guiding crystal previously used by Lily had once again fulfilled its purpose, summoning the phoenix to their aid. With a powerful flap of its wings, a fierce gust swept towards the dark assassins, sending them sprawling to the ground. Leon seized this opportunity to strike, infusing his longsword with arcane energy. A flash of brilliance ensued as he struck his adversary, who let out a pained scream before collapsing. Inspired by the phoenix's appearance, the morale of Leon's companions surged, and they intensified their assaults. With the phoenix's assistance, the tide of battle gradually turned in their favor. Realizing their precarious situation, the dark assassins sought to retreat. However, the phoenix was not one to let them escape easily. It emitted a commanding cry and unleashed a torrent of flames to block their path. Ultimately, through the combined might of the warriors and the phoenix, the dark assassins were utterly vanquished. As the threat dissipated, the phoenix transformed into a radiant beam, disappearing into the horizon. Leon and his companions pressed onward toward the pinnacle of light. As they drew nearer, the surrounding aura of light grew increasingly potent, enveloping them in warmth and reassurance. Yet, Leon sensed an unsettling undercurrent lurking within the luminescent energy. Upon reaching the base of the pinnacle, a grand stone door emerged before them, adorned with intricate patterns depicting the eternal struggle between light and darkness, as well as the legacy of the light's power. The door stood resolute, emanating a formidable magical aura. Leon approached, attempting to push it open, but it remained steadfast. At that moment, Alice noted that the patterns on the door seemed to hint at a method for unlocking it. She scrutinized the designs and remarked, "These symbols appear to suggest that a specific light energy is required to trigger the door's opening." Upon hearing this, the group began to channel their inner light. Leon focused intently, merging his mysterious power with the light energy, and then directed this force into the door. The patterns began to shimmer with light, and gradually, the door creaked open, revealing a blinding radiance emanating from within. Leon and his companions were acutely aware that they had finally arrived at the entrance to the pinnacle of light. However, they remained oblivious to what awaited them beyond the threshold, yet they were undaunted and resolutely stepped through the stone door. As they traversed the stone portal, they found themselves enveloped in a vast circular plaza, adorned with gleaming white marble. Towering stone pillars flanked the area, each intricately carved with various luminous beings from mythology. At the center stood a grand crystal pedestal, emanating a gentle radiance that resonated harmoniously with the crystal orbs they carried. Suddenly, ethereal screens manifested throughout the plaza, revealing a myriad of scenes. Some depicted the deep-seated fears of the team members, while others showcased the mistakes they had previously made. These visions bombarded their resolve, attempting to plunge them into confusion and self-doubt. Leon, fully cognizant of the trial posed by the pinnacle of light, called out, "Do not be deceived by these illusions. We must maintain our unwavering faith." Inspired by Leon's exhortation, the team members concentrated their minds, striving to resist the influence of the phantoms. However, the potency of the illusions was formidable, and some began to falter. Leon, witnessing his comrades struggling, felt an urgency swell within him. He needed to swiftly discover a way to unravel the test, guiding everyone through this challenge, lest they remain ensnared forever, unable to fulfill their mission of saving the continent. Chapter 137. Breaking the Trial. The ritual approaches amidst the maze of illusions and the clash of wills. Leon observed his teammates wavering under the onslaught of visions, his anxiety mounting. He understood the necessity of finding a means to dispel the illusions quickly, or they would all be ensnared in this relentless mental torment. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Leon endeavored to calm his tumultuous thoughts, channeling all his focus to perceive the magical currents surrounding him. In his profound concentration, Leon discerned that these illusions were not mere psychological assaults. They were intricately linked to the radiant power of the plaza. The phantoms seemed to exploit their innermost vulnerabilities, distorting their perception of the light's essence. Leon realized that to dismantle the illusions, a pure reconnection with the light's power was imperative, using steadfast belief to dispel the distractions within their minds. "Listen to me," Leon proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the plaza. "We cannot allow these illusions to sway us. Recall the hardships we have endured together, and contemplate our mission to save the continent. Our faith is the force that will shatter all of this." Upon hearing Leon's fervent call, the team members began to awaken from their stupor, striving to focus their minds. They reminisced about their shared adventures, the moments they had triumphed over adversity, and their unwavering desire for peace across the land. Lily was the first to regain her composure. She channeled the mysterious power within her, merging it with the light's essence, and radiated a gentle glow. This luminescence served as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating her spirit and dispelling the illusions before her. Encouraged by Lily's resolve, the other team members followed suit, striving to intertwine their faith with the light's power. Gradually, the visions before them began to dissipate, and they successfully withstood the first round of the trial. Mysterious guidance, the search for the key as the illusions began to dissipate. The scene within the square transformed once more. A radiant rune emerged upon a stone pillar, capturing the gaze of all present. Leon led his companions closer to the pillar, discovering that the rune seemed to convey a significant message. With her extensive knowledge of runes, Alice meticulously interpreted their meaning. These runes appeared to suggest that in order to uncover the 5 hidden gemstones of light within the square, they must be placed in designated positions upon the crystal pedestal to further unlock the passage to the site of the ritual, Alice stated. Upon hearing this, the group immediately commenced their search for the gemstones. They dispersed, carefully scrutinizing every corner of the square. During their quest, the team encountered various concealed mechanisms and traps throughout the square. In some areas, the ground would suddenly collapse, while in others, hidden projectiles would spring forth from the stone pillars. Nevertheless, the group did not falter. They reminded one another to proceed with caution. After much effort, the team successfully located 4 of the gemstones of light. However, the whereabouts of the 5th gemstone remained elusive. Concealed mysteries. The search for the gemstone, just as the group began to feel anxious, Leon suddenly recalled a scene from the earlier illusion. In that vision, he seemed to have glimpsed a hidden compartment behind one of the stone pillars. Leon hastily approached the pillar and examined it closely. Indeed, on the rear side of the pillar, he discovered a concealed button. Upon pressing it, the compartment slowly opened, revealing a gemstone of radiant brilliance. "Found it!" Leon exclaimed with excitement. The team gathered around, their hearts brimming with joy as they beheld this crucial gemstone. With all 5 gemstones in hand, they approached the crystal pedestal. Following the rune's guidance, they placed each gemstone in its designated position upon the pedestal. As the last gemstone was set, the pedestal erupted with a powerful radiance, its light soaring skyward. With the brilliance illuminating the surroundings, the ground of the square began to tremble, and a staircase leading underground gradually emerged. The steps glowed softly, as if beckoning them forth. Leon and his companions understood that this was the passage to the site of the ritual. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, they began their descent down the staircase. The site of the ritual, prepared and ready descending the staircase, the group arrived at a mysterious subterranean chamber. The air was thick with a profound essence of light, instilling a sense of comfort and security. At the center of the chamber lay an enormous magical circle, inscribed with intricate runes and patterns that echoed the symbols they had previously encountered within the ruins. As they approached the magical circle, Leon retrieved the ancient scroll acquired from the ruins, reaffirming the steps of the ritual. Time was of the essence, as the noon of the summer solstice drew near. The team swiftly positioned themselves at the designated spots within the magical circle, preparing to initiate the ritual. Leon stood at the center of the circle, placing the crystal orb at its focal point. Taking a deep breath, he channeled the mysterious energies within himself, merging them with the radiant power, and infused them into the crystal orb. The other team members mobilized their strength, harmonizing their powers with Leon's. As the energy surged, the crystal orb began to emit a dazzling radiance, and the runes inscribed in the magical array flickered to life, marking the official commencement of the ritual. However, they remained oblivious to the potential for unforeseen events during the proceedings, unaware if dark forces would once again emerge to disrupt their efforts. At this moment, their only option was to devote themselves fully to completing this ritual that would determine the fate of the continent. Chapter 138. The Summer Solstice Ritual, and the dark counterattack with Leon infusing the crystal orb with mysterious and radiant energies. A ritual of monumental significance to the fate of the continent was officially set into motion. The runes in the magical array shone brilliantly, their released energy intertwining with the collective strength of the participants, forming a powerful torrent. The crystal orb trembled violently at the center of the array, continually absorbing the gathered energies, its brilliance becoming overwhelmingly resplendent, nearly blinding to behold. The light of the radiant energy swirled through the subterranean space, imbued with an almost sentient quality. The team members remained utterly focused, unwilling to relent for even a moment, as they continuously channeled their own powers into the magical array. Beads of sweat adorned Lily's brow, yet her gaze remained resolute as she guided the mysterious energy like a gentle stream into the collective force. Alice, leveraging her understanding of the runes, meticulously adjusted her output to ensure harmony with the rhythm of the magical array. Meanwhile, the sunlight of the summer solstice streamed through the opening above, casting its rays precisely upon the magical array. This was a pivotal moment for the initiation of the ritual. Enhanced by the sun's most potent light, the radiant energy surged further. Leon sensed an unprecedented fusion of his inner power and the external light, and he shouted, "Everyone, steady yourselves and maintain a stable output." The team responded in unison, gritting their teeth, collectively urging the ritual forward. However, just as the ritual reached a critical juncture, the dark forces detected the surging power at the pinnacle of light. Shadows emerged like wraiths at the entrance of the subterranean space, revealing the elite troops of the dark forces. Leading them was a dark-robed sorcerer, wielding a staff that emanated an eerie glow, his eyes glinting with greed and malice. "We cannot allow them to complete the ritual," commanded the dark-robed sorcerer, and the members of the dark forces launched their assault. Dark magical beams rained down upon Leon and his companions, instantly shattering the tranquility of the ritual. The team members were compelled to divert their focus to defense. The mages quickly cast shield spells, creating a transparent barrier around them to withstand the initial onslaught of dark magic. Yet, the shield began to show signs of strain under the relentless assault of dark energy. Leon, filled with urgency, understood that if the ritual were interrupted, all their previous efforts would be in vain, plunging the continent once more into the abyss of darkness. "Everyone, remain calm. Some of you maintain the ritual while others fend off the dark forces." Leon swiftly made his decision. The warriors turned and charged towards the dark forces, engaging them in close combat. The clashing of swords and the roar of magic intertwined, plunging the subterranean space into chaos. In a fierce confrontation, the warriors faced off against the forces of darkness, engaging in a breathtaking melee. Leading the charge, James exhibited the ferocity of a tiger, wielding his weapon as it glimmered in the interplay of light and shadow, striving to breach the defenses of the dark forces and prevent the black-robed sorcerer from approaching the center of the ritual. However, the dark forces were numerous and formidable, making each advance by the warriors a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, the mages engaged in a magical duel with the dark sorcerers from the rear, their spells of light and darkness intertwining and clashing in the air, both splendid and perilous. Carl, focusing his energy, unleashed a powerful light spell, sending a massive beam toward the black-robed sorcerer. In response, the sorcerer wielded his staff, conjuring a cloud of dark mist to counter the beam's assault. Upon contact, an explosion of brilliant light and energy rippled through the underground space, causing the very walls to tremble. Amidst the fierce struggle, the team tasked with maintaining the ritual endured immense pressure. The magic circle, disrupted, began to flicker erratically, and the crystal orb's absorption rate faltered. With every ounce of strength, Leon directed the remaining energy into the crystal orb, rallying his comrades with fervent cries. "We must not give up. We must hold our ground." In this critical moment, as the situation grew ever more dire, Leon felt a familiar force surging beside him. It was the enigmatic elder who had previously appeared in the ruins, now manifesting as a radiant light in the subterranean chamber. Grasping a staff that shimmered with divine brilliance, the elder waved it, unleashing a powerful wave of purification that swept over the dark forces. Wherever the purifying force touched, the darkness dissipated instantly, met with the anguished cries of its members. The black-robed sorcerer, sensing the formidable threat posed by the elder, channeled all his dark magic to launch an assault. Yet, the elder remained unperturbed, employing ancient light magic. He effortlessly countered the sorcerer's attack and retaliated with a beam of light that struck the sorcerer, causing him to stagger backward. The elder's arrival shifted the tide of battle, invigorating the warriors who seized the opportunity to intensify their onslaught. gradually pushing back the forces of darkness. Simultaneously, the team maintaining the ritual stabilized their energy output. The magic circle regaining its radiant and steady glow, while the crystal orb continued to absorb potent light energy, allowing the ritual to proceed. However, the dark forces were not about to yield easily. They persisted in their final struggle, and Leon and his companions remained uncertain how much longer the battle would endure, gritting their teeth and resolutely holding their ground. As dawn began to break, the ritual reached a critical juncture. With the Elder's assistance, Leon and his comrades gradually gained the upper hand against the dark forces, which suffered heavy casualties. Realizing the dire straits he faced, the black-robed sorcerer, filled with bitterness, understood that should the ritual succeed, the dark forces would have no chance of resurgence. Thus, he resolved to gamble everything, casting a dark forbidden spell in a desperate attempt to ensure mutual destruction. The dark-robed sorcerer chanted incantations, his form surrounded by a formidable and malevolent dark magic. This power swirled like a black vortex, incessantly absorbing the surrounding dark energies, growing ever stronger. The enigmatic elder sensed the sorcerer's intentions and swiftly called out to Leon, urging him to hasten the ritual. "Young man, expedite the process. I shall hold him off." With that, the mysterious elder summoned his full magical strength, erecting a solid barrier of light between the dark-robed sorcerer and the center of the ritual. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Leon summoned his last reserves of strength, merging his power completely with the radiant energy within the crystal orb. Once it absorbed sufficient energy, the orb emitted a clear, resonant sound, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that illuminated the entire subterranean space. This radiance contained an immensely potent force of light, pivotal for initiating the final sealing of the dark powers. However, the Elder's luminous barrier began to fracture under the relentless assault of the sorcerer's dark curse, threatening to shatter at any moment. Whether Leon and his companions could complete the ritual and successfully seal away the dark forces before the barrier crumbled remained uncertain. Chapter 139. Battling Darkness. The seal is complete. Crisis at the barrier. Racing against time, the Elder's luminous barrier quivered precariously under the savage onslaught of the dark sorcerer's curse. Cracks spread across the surface like a spider's web, resonating ominously as if it would shatter completely in the next instant. A sinister grin crept across the sorcerer's face as he intensified his magical output, seeking to breach the barrier and obliterate everything before Leon could complete the ritual. Sensing the dire situation, Leon focused all his mental energy on the crystal orb, desperately guiding the light within. At that moment, the orb radiated with blinding brilliance, its powerful energy fluctuations causing the entire underground chamber to tremble. The team exerted their utmost effort. The mages continuously channeled their magic to maintain the stability of the ritual, while the warriors continued to confront the remaining members of the dark forces to prevent any interference. Alyssa, while sustaining her own magical output, anxiously monitored the light barrier, silently praying for Leon's swift success. "Hold on, Leon, we can do this," she shouted, rallying her teammates with encouragement. A counterattack. The darkness is defeated just as the luminous barrier was on the verge of collapse. Leon successfully guided the crystal orb to unleash its most vital power. This force surged forth like a pure torrent of light, instantly infusing the magical array. The array blazed brilliantly, its runes shimmering with radiant light, and a tremendous backlash of energy surged toward the dark-robed sorcerer and his malevolent minions. The sorcerer's dark curse crumbled under the overwhelming might of this luminous force, resulting in a desperate cry of despair as his form was consumed by the light, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The remaining dark forces fell to the ground, disintegrating under the onslaught of the radiant power. The enigmatic elder gazed upon Leon and his companions with a sense of satisfaction. Though his body bore the fatigue of their fierce confrontation, his eyes gleamed with approval. "You have succeeded, young ones," he proclaimed. Leon and his comrades gazed upon the complete annihilation of the dark forces, their hearts swelling with joy and pride. Yet they understood that the ritual was not yet fully accomplished. Completing the ceremony to seal away the darkness, Leon, undeterred by fatigue, immediately resumed the progression of the ritual. Guided by the luminous power emanating from the crystal orb, the magical array began to operate, releasing a formidable energy that resonated with the light of the outside world. The sunlight of the summer solstice seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, shining down with even greater intensity, merging with the radiant energy of the subterranean space. As the ritual advanced, the hidden dark powers across the continent appeared to be suppressed by an invisible force. Within the strongholds of the dark forces, the dark magic began to fluctuate violently, as the creatures of the shadows emitted anguished howls. Meanwhile, in every corner of the continent, people witnessed a brilliant light illuminating the sky, as if the darkness was gradually being dispelled by the light. Leon and his companions remained wholly focused on maintaining the ritual, their garments soaked with sweat, yet their gazes remained resolute. At last, through their collective efforts, the magical array erupted with a resounding boom, and a colossal seal of light ascended from the formation, soaring into the heavens. This seal, infused with powerful purifying energy, systematically sealed away the residual dark forces across the continent, extinguishing any hope the dark entities had of resurgence. With the dark powers successfully sealed, the brilliance atop the pinnacle of light gradually softened. Exhausted, Leon and his companions collapsed to the ground, yet their faces radiated victorious smiles. An enigmatic elder approached Leon, assisting him to his feet and proclaiming, "You have saved the continent. You are true heroes." Leon turned to his companions, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "This is a collective achievement. Without you, I could not have succeeded." The group supported one another as they stood up, knowing that this arduous adventure had finally reached a fulfilling conclusion. As they emerged from the pinnacle of light, they discovered that a multitude of people had gathered outside, the denizens of the continent. Sensing the dissipation of the dark powers and the resurgence of light, flocked to the pinnacle. Upon seeing Leon and his fellow heroes, the crowd erupted into cheers, applause resounding like thunder. Surrounded by the adoration of the populace, Leon and his comrades began their journey home. They had become the heroes of the entire continent, their deeds destined to be eternally celebrated. At last, the land welcomed a true era of peace and tranquility, as the people commenced anew in their joyous lives, forever remembering the monumental contributions of Leon and his companions. Chapter 140. The Dawn of Peace, a new chapter, the return of glory. Revered by all amidst the cheers and adulation of the crowd, Leon and his companions gradually embarked on their journey home. Along their path, the townsfolk lined the streets, offering flowers and applause as tokens of their admiration and gratitude towards the heroes. Towns and villages were adorned with vibrant decorations, colorful banners fluttering in the breeze, as the people celebrated this hard-won victory with fervent joy. Upon returning to the town from which they had initially set forth, a grand celebration awaited them. The square was laden with sumptuous feasts and exquisite wines, as the populace sang and danced, united in their jubilant commemoration of the continent's return to peace. Leon and his companions were invited to take the honored seats at the celebration, receiving the blessings and admiration of the crowd. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, stepped forward, tears glistening in his eyes, and expressed, "It is you who have bestowed upon us newfound hope, allowing us to continue living in peace upon this land. Your achievements shall forever be etched in the annals of our continent's history." Rising to his feet, Leon gazed upon the fervent populace, his heart brimming with emotion. This triumph is not solely ours. It is a collective victory for all who have strived for peace across the continent. We have merely fulfilled our duty. His voice resonated powerfully throughout the square, prompting another wave of enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Continuing the legacy, nurturing the next generation after the festivities, Leon and his companions recognized that although the dark forces had been sealed away, it was imperative to cultivate a new generation of strength to ensure the enduring peace of the continent. Thus, they resolved to establish an academy within the town, dedicated to training promising young individuals in combat techniques, magical knowledge, and the conviction to safeguard the continent. Leon himself took on the role of the academy's headmaster, while experienced adventurers like James and Roland became mentors. They devised a rigorous and comprehensive curriculum encompassing swordsmanship, magic, runic studies, and teamwork. Young people from all corners of the continent flocked to apply for the academy's selection process. During the selection, Leon and the mentors prioritized evaluating the candidate's character, courage, and potential. They aspired to nurture not only formidable warriors and mages, but also guardians imbued with a sense of responsibility and commitment. After a meticulous selection process, a remarkable group of youths emerged as the inaugural students of the academy. Exploring the unknown, safeguarding peace as time progressed, the academy gradually found its footing, with students flourishing under the diligent guidance of their mentors. Yet, Leon was not content to rest on his laurels. He understood that numerous mysterious forces awaited discovery across the continent, forces that might significantly impact its future. Consequently, he led a group of exceptional students on a new expedition. They delved into ancient ruins in search of lost civilizations, traversed enigmatic forests to uncover hidden magical powers, and scaled treacherous peaks to unravel the mysteries of the world. Throughout their explorations, they faced various dangers and challenges, but through their learned knowledge, skills, and a spirit of unity, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. During one such expedition, they stumbled upon a long-forgotten magical tower. Within its confines lay an ancient tome of magic, containing a powerful spell capable of harmonizing perfectly with the forces of nature. Leon realized that mastering this magic would significantly enhance the strength of the continent's guardians. Therefore, he and the students dedicated considerable time and effort to studying the tome, ultimately uncovering its profound secrets. A flourishing continent, a lasting peace. Through the diligent efforts of Leon and his companions, the continent gradually moved towards prosperity. Towns and villages experienced reconstruction and growth, commercial activities flourished, and the quality of life for the people steadily improved. A succession of exceptional talents trained by the Academy has spread across the continent, diligently safeguarding peace and tranquility. Concurrently, Leon and his companions have forged closer ties and collaborations with other races. The elves have shared their unique insights into the art of nature magic, while the dwarves have contributed to the refinement of weaponry and equipment craftsmanship. Through mutual learning and shared progress, the diverse races have thrived together. Years later, as Leon reflects upon this journey, his heart swells with pride. He witnesses the continent blossoming under their efforts, with the younger generation embracing the mantle of guardianship, continuing to pen the glorious chapters of the land. He and his comrades have become legendary heroes, inspiring generations to bravely pursue justice and peace, tirelessly striving for a brighter future. The continent, basking in peace and prosperity, has embarked upon one new era after another. Chapter 141, Beneath the Calm. Turbulent tides. While the surface appears serene, hidden dangers lurk beneath. Thanks to the efforts of Leon and his companions, the continent has entered a prolonged period of peace and prosperity. In bustling towns, vibrant markets teem with merchants hawking rare treasures from distant lands. In villages, fields are awash in golden hues, the joy of harvest radiating from every farmer's face. Within the academy, young scholars train diligently, brimming with vitality, their aspirations to protect the continent driving them to enhance their skills. Yet, beneath this tranquil facade, a subtle undercurrent of unrest begins to stir. In the remote corners of the continent, peculiar phenomena have commenced. Once placid lakes suddenly ripple with ominous black waves, fish within mysteriously perishing in the depths of the forests. Eerie sounds disrupt the silence, sending birds and beasts fleeing, and around ancient ruins, shadowy figures flit by, elusive and enigmatic. These anomalies have gone largely unnoticed by the populace, who remain engrossed in their peaceful lives. However, Leon and his companions, armed with years of adventurous experience, keenly sense the disquiet beneath the surface. They understand that these seemingly isolated incidents may conceal a far greater threat. In pursuit of clues, the fog of mystery thickens. Leon convenes the Academy's finest students along with his loyal friends, forming an investigative team to delve into these strange occurrences. Their first destination is the lake where the dark ripples have manifested. Kneeling at the water's edge, Leon meticulously observes the shifting currents. As he reaches out to touch the water, a chilling sensation courses through him, and he discerns a faint trace of dark magic lingering within the depths. Though this dark force is weak, it feels eerily familiar, as if linked to the darkness we once sealed away. Leon muses, furrowing his brow. His teammates' expressions grow grave upon hearing this revelation. They scour the lakeside, discovering peculiar footprints that do not resemble those of humans or any known race, but rather seem to belong to some unknown creature. Next, they proceed to the forest from whence the strange sounds emanated. In the woodland, they tread cautiously, each step laden with vigilance. Suddenly, an eerie howl pierced the air, reverberating through the woods and sending chills down their spines. The team swiftly assumed a combat formation, their eyes scanning the surroundings with palpable tension. Yet, upon meticulous searching, no suspicious figures could be discerned. Deeper within the forest, they stumbled upon a colossal ancient tree, its trunk adorned with enigmatic symbols. Alice stepped forward, scrutinizing the markings, her complexion paling with each passing moment. These symbols represented an ancient dark incantation, seemingly invoking a formidable malevolent entity. As their investigation deepened, the clues multiplied, yet they remained shrouded in a fog of ambiguity, obscuring the truth. Hints of a mysterious organization. As the scope of the investigation expanded, Leon and his companions realized that these anomalies were not isolated incidents. They appeared to converge upon a clandestine organization lurking in the shadows. This group operated in secrecy, their existence known to few, yet they manipulated events from the dark, striving to plunge the continent into darkness once more. By chance, Leon and his team intercepted a letter from this mysterious organization. The contents of the correspondence validated their suspicions. The organization was composed of individuals obsessively devoted to dark powers, seeking to awaken sealed malevolent forces to fulfill their ambition of dominion over the continent. The letter also divulged a crucial piece of information. The organization was in pursuit of a potent artifact known as the Heart of Darkness. Allegedly, the heart possessed the power to shatter seals, and should they acquire it, the consequences would be dire. Leon understood the urgency. They must locate this mysterious organization swiftly to thwart their acquisition of the Heart of Darkness, lest the continent be plunged into peril once again. Alliance deliberations and strategy formulation. Leon returned to the academy with the findings, promptly convening representatives from various factions for a discussion. Leaders from the Elven and Dwarven races, along with other human kingdoms, gathered to deliberate on a course of action. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, as each individual recognized the gravity of the situation. "We must unite in our efforts to confront this clandestine organization," Leon proclaimed, his gaze resolute and commanding. The assembly nodded in agreement. After fervent discussions, they resolved to establish a united alliance, pooling their resources and strengths to conduct a comprehensive investigation and counteraction against the mysterious organization. The alliance devised a meticulous plan, dispatching scouts to infiltrate various locales and gather intelligence on the organization, while simultaneously bolstering the defenses of potential sites harboring the Heart of Darkness. Concurrently, the Academy intensified training programs for its students, cultivating more exceptional talents to prepare for the impending conflict. Leon was acutely aware that this battle would be arduous, but for the sake of peace and tranquility on the continent, they had no alternative. They must obliterate the organization before they could secure the Heart of Darkness, preventing darkness from once again enveloping the land. Chapter 142. Into the Lair. Perils abound as the Alliance's collective efforts coalesced. Intelligence regarding the mysterious organization gradually crystallized. The scouts have relayed intelligence indicating that a clandestine organization has established a significant stronghold within an abandoned castle in the northern reaches of the continent. It appears they are orchestrating a crucial operation to locate the Heart of Darkness. In light of this information, Leon and the core members of the Alliance meticulously analyzed the castle's terrain and defenses, crafting a comprehensive assault plan. This forsaken fortress is nestled amidst desolate mountains, characterized by a labyrinthine landscape that is both easily defendable and difficult to penetrate. The castle's towering, formidable walls are fortified with numerous defensive structures, and members of the enigmatic organization patrol incessantly, day and night. However, Leon and his companions exhibited no signs of retreat. They understood the gravity of their mission, which was to disrupt the organization's plans before they could unearth the Heart of Darkness. As night fell, Leon led an elite squad, cloaked in dark attire, stealthily approaching the dilapidated castle under the cover of darkness. Like specters, they glided through the shadows. Upon reaching the outer wall, Leon signaled for his team to halt. He surveyed the surroundings and noted that the patrolling guards had just passed. Utilizing a simple climbing spell, he ascended the wall first, carefully avoiding the guards' line of sight before lowering a rope to assist his comrades in scaling the heights. Once inside the castle, they were enveloped by an ominous atmosphere, with flickering torches casting a dim glow that illuminated the shadowy corridors. The team advanced cautiously, each step taken with utmost care. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed ahead, prompting Leon to signal for concealment. Two members of the mysterious organization ambled past, engaged in conversation, and Leon caught a fleeting mention of clues pertaining to the Heart of Darkness, seemingly linked to a secret chamber beneath the castle. Once the pair had moved on, Leon urged his team forward in search of the entrance to the underground chamber. After a thorough search, they finally discovered a concealed entryway nestled in the corner of the castle's grand hall, guarded by a magical barrier. Leon scrutinized the barrier, endeavoring to decipher its secrets. He discerned that it was woven from dark magic, yet interspersed with ancient runes. Drawing upon his knowledge of magic and runes, Leon cautiously cast a spell, attempting to resonate with the symbols. After several attempts, the magical barrier shimmered and gradually dissipated. As the entrance swung open, a pungent odor wafted forth, revealing a narrow staircase leading into the abyss below. The team descended the steep, slippery stairs, when suddenly, one member inadvertently stepped on a loose stone, creating a cacophony. In an instant, a low growl reverberated through the darkness, and a pack of formidable, wolf-like creatures surged upward. Towering in size, their eyes glowed a menacing red, and their mouths were lined with razor-sharp fangs. "Prepare for battle," Leon bellowed, and the team swiftly drew their weapons. Leon was the first to confront the leading dark creature. Swinging his sword with precision, a flash of light erupted as the blade struck the creature, leaving only a shallow mark upon its formidable frame. Other team members engaged in fierce combat with the dark creatures, as the radiant magic flickered in the shadows and the sounds of battle echoed through the narrow passageways. In the midst of this intense struggle, Leon discovered that ordinary attacks were ineffective against these dark entities. Focusing his mind, he summoned the mysterious power within him and infused it into his sword. Instantly, a dazzling light erupted from the blade, and when he struck once more at the dark creature, it emitted a chilling scream, its form enveloped in brilliance before gradually dissipating. Inspired by Leon's prowess, his comrades endeavored to harness their own mystical energies. However, controlling such power proved to be a formidable challenge for some. Just then, one member of the team radiated a gentle glow, counteracting the dark magic emanating from the creatures. It was a mysterious youth hidden among them, who had never revealed his strength until this critical moment. With his assistance, the team gradually gained the upper hand, successfully repelling the dark beings. They continued their descent down the staircase, ultimately arriving at an underground chamber. The chamber housed an array of peculiar objects and magical artifacts, with a massive stone platform at its center, engraved with runes. In the middle of the platform, there appeared to be a depression, as if intended for the placement of a specific item. Leon speculated that this might be the pivotal location connected to the Heart of Darkness. However, they remained unaware of the potential traps and enemies lurking within the chamber. Chapter 143, Crisis in the Chamber. The enigma of clues. As Leon and his companions cautiously entered the chamber, they scrutinized their surroundings. The runes on the stone platform emitted a faint glow, seemingly whispering ancient secrets. Leon approached the platform, meticulously examining the runes in search of clues related to the Heart of Darkness. Yet, the inscriptions were obscure, and despite his extensive knowledge, he could only decipher fragments. These runes appeared to hint at the source of the heart's power and some historical context of its usage, yet they did not provide a clear indication of its location. Furrowing his brow, Leon remarked. The team scoured the chamber, hoping to uncover more evidence. Suddenly, a member discovered a tattered book in a corner. Its cover was in tatters, but some mysterious symbols were faintly visible. Alice hurried over, carefully opening the book. The pages were yellowed, and the writing was nearly illegible, but drawing upon her expertise in ancient texts, she endeavored to interpret the contents. This tome seemed to document a secret organization's quest for the Heart of Darkness, positing that it was sealed in a location ensconced in a vortex of magic, guarded by formidable powers. Only by acquiring 3 specific keys could one unlock the seal and retrieve the heart, Alice explained. As the group delved into the book's revelations, a shrill alarm suddenly pierced the air within the chamber. Immediately, the ground began to tremble violently, and sharp spikes jutted up from the floor. The team members hastily leaped to evade the impending danger. However, several of them inadvertently suffered cuts from the sharp spikes. Simultaneously, a multitude of arrows shot forth from the wall's opening, raining down upon the group like a torrential downpour. In a swift motion, Leon conjured a magical shield, encircling the group to momentarily fend off the onslaught of arrows. Yet, under the relentless barrage, the shield's radiance began to wane, fissures appearing across its surface. Do not panic. We must swiftly discover a way to deactivate the traps, Leon proclaimed loudly. The team members, while dodging the spikes and arrows, frantically searched the chamber for the control mechanism of the trap. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious youth discerned that the arrangement of runes on a stone platform seemed linked to the trap's activation. Focusing intently, he touched the runes in a specific sequence. With each of his movements, the runes shimmered, and the trap's assault gradually ceased. Just as a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the chamber. Cloaked in a dark robe, the figure's face was obscured by a grotesque mask, revealing only a pair of frigid eyes. You should not have trespassed here. No one can prevent us from claiming the Heart of Darkness. The figure's voice resonated with a chilling depth, as if it emerged from the very depths of the abyss. With that, the figure brandished a staff, unleashing a beam of darkness aimed at Leon. He swiftly sidestepped, the beam striking the wall and triggering an explosion. The team immediately assumed battle stances, bracing for confrontation. Everyone, be cautious. This foe possesses formidable strength, Leon warned. Mages, prepare your spells. Warriors, seek opportunities for close combat. The shadowy figure waved the staff again, summoning a horde of dark phantoms. These apparitions were ethereal and swift, lunging towards the team. The mages unleashed light spells in an attempt to disperse the phantoms. Yet bolstered by dark magic, they proved difficult to vanquish. Meanwhile, the warriors engaged the shadowy figure in close quarters, but its defenses were formidable, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. As the tumultuous battle raged on, Leon noticed that the figure's staff was adorned with a black gem, seemingly the source of its power. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a concentrated strike, aiming to shatter the gem. The shadowy figure sensed Leon's intent, retreating swiftly while releasing a wave of potent dark energy that sent Leon reeling. However, in that fleeting moment of retreat, Alice spotted a vulnerability in the figure's defenses. She cast a spell, a beam of light striking the figure's leg. The figure winced in pain, causing its body to falter slightly. Leon seized this opportunity to launch another attack, this time successfully shattering the black gem embedded in the figure's staff. With the gem's support lost, the shadowy figure's power diminished significantly. It let out a furious roar, attempting to flee the chamber. Yet, Leon and the others would not allow such an escape. Together, they subdued the mysterious figure. During the interrogation, they learned that the enigmatic organization had already acquired one key and was fervently searching for the remaining two. Time was of the essence. Leon and his companions must locate the remaining keys before the organization could obtain the Heart of Darkness. Unbeknownst to them, the next move of the enigmatic organization remained shrouded in mystery, and the whereabouts of the other two keys were equally unclear, as the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Chapter 144. The Pursuit of Clues, Time of the Essence Intelligence Analysis, Strategic Planning. Leon and his companions, escorting the subdued mysterious figure, swiftly retreated from the forsaken castle. Upon returning to the Alliance base, they immediately commenced an intensive interrogation of the enigmatic individual. Initially, the mysterious figure attempted to resist, but under the formidable intimidation exerted by Leon and his team, he ultimately divulged several crucial pieces of information. According to his testimony, the first key was discovered within an ancient tomb located in the Death Desert of the southern continent. The other two keys were said to be hidden, one deep within the mystical forest of the Elven territory, and the other linked to the ancient ruins of the dwarves. Leon was acutely aware that the mysterious organization had already secured one key, and time was of the essence. They had to act swiftly. Leon convened the Alliance members to rapidly formulate a strategic plan. He resolved to split their forces into three groups. One would venture into the Death Desert to explore the ancient tomb in search of clues regarding the remaining keys. Another would head to the Elven territory to collaborate with the elves in their quest for the key within the mystical forest, while he himself would lead a team to the Dwarven realm to investigate the connection between the ancient Dwarven ruins and the key. The Death Desert, a tomb crisis. The expedition to the Death Desert was led by James. The sun blazed high in the desert sky, and the winds carried clouds of yellow sand, creating an unbearable heat. The team trudged through the sweltering conditions, the scorching sand beneath their feet draining their energy with every step. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the ancient tomb described by the mysterious figure. The entrance was largely buried beneath a layer of sand and debris, and James directed his team to clear the entrance, cautiously making their way inside. The interior of the tomb was dark and damp, permeated by a foul odor. The walls were etched with strange symbols and patterns, as if recounting tales from a distant past. As the team navigated the narrow passageway, suddenly, numerous blades sprang forth from the walls on either side. James shouted, "Be careful!" The team quickly invoked defensive spells, conjuring shields to deflect the onslaught of blades. However, the barrage was relentless, and the shields teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as the shields were about to shatter, one team member discovered a peculiar tile on the floor of the passage. Taking a bold risk, he stepped on it, and the attack from the blades ceased abruptly. As they ventured deeper, in a concealed chamber of the tomb, they uncovered an ancient map. The map marked several peculiar locations, yet it did not explicitly indicate the whereabouts of the key. James realized that this map might hold the key to locating the key they sought, and they carefully secured it, preparing to exit the tomb for further study. Elven Territory, Secrets of the Forest. Meanwhile, the team journeying to the Elven Territory, led by Alice, made contact with the elves. The elves, already aware of the nefarious deeds of the mysterious organization, readily agreed to collaborate with the Alliance in their quest for the key. Guided by the elves, the team entered the mystical forest. In the forest, towering trees reach for the heavens, while vines entwine amidst the foliage. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. However, beneath this serene facade lies an intricate web of secrets. The fairies caution all that the forest is rife with natural traps and guardian creatures. The party advances cautiously when, abruptly, a colossal treant bursts forth from the earth. wielding its robust branches in a furious assault. The elven archers swiftly draw their bows and release arrows, yet they merely leave shallow marks upon the trent's bark. Alice conjures a spell in an attempt to control the creature's movements, but the trent's strength is formidable, rendering her magic ineffective. Just as the group finds themselves in dire straits, an elder of the elven kin arrives, grasping a gem-encrusted staff and uttering incantations. Under the elder's magical influence, the treant gradually calms and sinks back into the ground. The elder informs the assembly that to uncover the key, they must seek out the oldest tree of life within the forest, for the key is likely concealed nearby. The Dwarven Ruins, a labyrinth of mysteries. Leon leads his party into the realm of the dwarves, where they are met with a warm welcome. The dwarves hold their ancient ruins in high regard and promptly arrange for knowledgeable kin to assist Leon and his companions. These ancient ruins lie deep within a mountain range, surrounded by perilous peaks and steep canyons. The group ascends a narrow mountain path, ultimately arriving at the entrance to the ruins. The grand doorway stands firmly shut, adorned with an intricate tapestry of dwarven runes. The dwarven kin attempt to decipher the runes, which seem to convey a warning while also hinting at the method to enter the ruins. With the assistance of the dwarves, Leon and his companions successfully unlock the entrance. Inside, the ruins unfold in a complex maze filled with various mechanisms and enigmas. As they explore, they discover peculiar devices that appear to be linked to a potent force. Leon surmises that these devices may be closely connected to the location of the key. However, unraveling these mysteries will require more time and clues. They scour the ruins, racing against time, ever fearful that a mysterious organization may seize the remaining keys before them. Chapter 145. Crisis approaches, a fight for survival in the Death Desert. A tempest of sand and shadow strikes. James leads his team, clutching the map acquired from the tomb, as they hastily depart. Yet, scarcely have they stepped outside when a monumental sandstorm arises in the Death Desert. The howling winds whip up clouds of yellow dust, akin to a roaring behemoth, sweeping towards them with overwhelming force. The storm's velocity is astonishing, enveloping the party in an instant. Gather close and cast defensive magic, James shouts. The team swiftly huddles together, the mages exerting their utmost to conjure a shield, forming a translucent barrier around them. However, the storms might surpass their expectations. The barrier crackles under the onslaught of debris, threatening to shatter at any moment. As they brace against the tempest, a cadre of shadows stealthily emerges from the storm. These shadows are assassins dispatched by the mysterious organization, seeking to exploit the chaos of the sandstorm to attack the party and reclaim the map. The assassins, wielding their sharp blades, surge towards the squad with a ghostly swiftness. One team member, the first to sense the impending danger, shouted, "Enemies are upon us." James promptly turned, drawing his sword to confront the foremost assassin. As their blades clashed, sparks flew amidst the swirling dust. The other team members swiftly reacted, engaging in a fierce battle with the assassins. The raging sandstorm complicated the struggle, obscuring the movements of both sides. In the enchanted forest, the wrath of the guardian beasts. Led by Alice, the squad ventured deeper into the mystical woods under the guidance of the elven elder, searching for the tree of life. As they approached the sacred tree, the magical aura surrounding them intensified. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the forest as a colossal guardian beast materialized before them, resembling a chelan. The creature was adorned with iridescent scales, its eyes gleaming with an imposing light. It opened its cavernous mouth and roared, unleashing a powerful wave of magical energy towards the group. The elven archers promptly nocked their arrows, imbued with magical brilliance, and aimed for the guardian beast. However, the beast's scales proved impervious, deflecting the arrows effortlessly. Understanding the futility of confronting the guardian beast directly, Alice attempted to communicate, explaining that their quest for the key was to thwart the forces of darkness. Yet, the guardian beast remained unconvinced, its hostility unabated. With a mighty swipe of its enormous claws, it lunged at them. In a flash, Alice cast a teleportation spell, whisking her team to safety. Nevertheless, the guardian beast relentlessly pursued them. The squad fled through the forest, seeking a strategy to counter the threat. Amidst the chaos, one member observed that the guardian beast's movements seemed linked to a certain type of flora surrounding them. Upon closer inspection, Alice realized that destroying this plant could disrupt the beast's actions. With the elves' assistance, the team swiftly dismantled the nearby vegetation. As anticipated, the guardian beast's movement slowed, allowing the squad to resume their search for the Tree of Life. In the dwarven ruins, mechanisms and plots. Led by Leon, the squad explored the ancient dwarven relics. unraveling puzzle after puzzle, inching closer to the heart of the ruins. However, just as they were about to uncover a crucial lead, the ruins suddenly trembled violently. It turned out that a mysterious organization had learned of their expedition and had secretly activated hidden mechanisms within the ruins, attempting to trap them inside. The passage began to collapse, boulders tumbling from above. Leon shouted, "Scatter and take cover." The team members quickly dashed in different directions, seeking refuge. Amid the turmoil, a dwarven team member discovered a concealed secret door. He beckoned the others to enter hastily. Behind the door lay a narrow passage. They proceeded down the corridor, which culminated in a hidden chamber. Inside, a massive treasure chest was adorned with intricate runes. Believing the key to be within the chest, they attempted to open it, only for the runes to suddenly emit a strange glow, releasing a powerful current that sent them sprawling. Leon realized that this might be a trap set by a mysterious organization, and they needed to decipher it swiftly. Otherwise, not only would they fail to find the key, but they could also become trapped in this place. He examined the runes on the chest meticulously and discovered that their arrangement was related to the historical legends of the Dwarven clan. Recalling the tales narrated by the Dwarven elders, Leon rearranged the runes in the order dictated by the legends. At last, the current on the chest dissipated, and it creaked open slowly, revealing not a key, but a parchment inscribed with runes, seemingly a new clue pointing to the location of the key. Chapter 146, A Glimmer of Hope. The key is finally obtained. Turning point in the Death Desert. James led his team through a fierce struggle against the dual assaults of a sandstorm and assassins. The raging storm severely limited their visibility, while the assassins launched relentless attacks from the shadows, making the situation exceedingly dire. As James wielded his sword to fend off the attackers, he contemplated a strategy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He called out to the nearby mage. "Use wind magic to disperse the sandstorm." The mages immediately understood, concentrating their power to unleash a formidable wind spell. A fierce gale roared from their hands, clashing with the storm's might. With their combined efforts, the sandstorm gradually subsided, and visibility began to improve. Deprived of the storm's cover, the assassins' movements were laid bare. Seizing the opportunity, the team counterattacked, with warriors charging fiercely while mages provided magical support. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the assassins. At that moment, the sandstorm had completely dissipated, and the sky returned to clarity. James recalled the map obtained from the tomb. Upon careful examination, he discovered that a marked location was nearby. The team promptly advanced in that direction, and, behind a cluster of sand dunes, they uncovered a hidden cave. Upon entering, they ventured deep within to find a softly glowing key, precisely one of the treasures they sought. James, elated, raised the key high and proclaimed, "We have succeeded." The team erupted in cheers, basking in the joy of victory as they swiftly set off on their return journey to reunite with the other squads. Breakthrough in the Elven Forest. After evading the pursuit of the guardian beasts, Alice led her team further into the mystical forest in search of the Tree of Life. They followed a meandering stream, guided by the elders' hints that the Tree of Life should be located upstream, near the water source. As they proceeded, a misty forest emerged ahead, shrouded in fog so thick that one could scarcely see their hand in front of their face, leading to disorientation. Alice understood that this was yet another trial posed by the forest. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, attempting to sense the essence of the Tree of Life. Through her efforts, she faintly perceived a subtle wave of magical energy, seemingly emanating from the depths of the mist. Leading her teammates toward the source of the magical fluctuation, they advanced cautiously, each step imbued with trepidation. Suddenly, a colossal spider descended from the trees, blocking their path. This spider was covered in sharp spines, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light. The team members immediately assumed combat stances, with the elven archers launching the first assault, their arrows aimed at the spider. The creature deftly evaded the projectiles and unleashed a torrent of viscous webbing. The team hastily employed their magic to dissipate the threads, but the spider retaliated, escalating the tension of the encounter. At that moment, Ellis discerned that the spider's eyes were exceedingly sensitive to light. She instructed the mages to cast a brilliant illumination spell, and instantly, a dazzling radiance illuminated the entire area. The spider, overwhelmed by the brightness, became sluggish in its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the team launched their counterattack and ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the creature. Having traversed the misty forest, they finally arrived at the Tree of Life. The tree loomed colossal, its trunk shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. At the roots of the Tree of Life, they discovered another key. Ellis gently lifted the key, feeling an immense and pure power emanating from it. With the key in hand, The team bid farewell to the elves and set forth on their journey to reunite with Leon. Deciphering the clue of the Dwarven ruins, Leon led his team into the chamber of the Dwarven ruins, where they unearthed a parchment inscribed with runes from a treasure chest. Leon and the Dwarven members gathered closely, scrutinizing the meanings of the runes. After considerable effort, they successfully interpreted the information contained within the parchment. The runes revealed that the final key was sealed within a volcano located near the Dwarven ruins. The interior of the volcano was saturated with searing lava and potent magical forces, making entry and retrieval of the key a formidable challenge. Aware of the urgency of time, Leon promptly led his team toward the volcano. Upon reaching the base of the volcano, they were met with an intense wave of heat. The crater intermittently belched flames and thick smoke, presenting a perilous situation. The team painstakingly ascended the rocky paths of the volcano, dodging falling boulders and erupting magma. At last, they arrived near the volcano's summit. Leon surveyed the interior and discerned that they could use some protruding rocks and magical forces to construct a pathway. Working in unison, the team employed various spells to forge a temporary passage within the volcano. They navigated the path with utmost caution as molten lava churned below, threatening to consume them with the slightest misstep. Within a cavern in the depths of the volcano, they finally located the last key. The key was shielded by a layer of flames, and Leon utilized water magic to cool the fire, successfully retrieving the key. With 3 keys now secured, the team swiftly departed the volcano to reunite with the other squads. With all 3 keys finally gathered, Leon and his companions understood that they were about to confront the final showdown against the enigmatic organization. They needed to return to the Alliance base post-haste to devise a meticulous plan to thwart the organization from harnessing the power of the Dark Heart and unleashing darkness upon the continent once more. Chapter 147. Alliance Preparations, the clash of good and evil pooling their strengths, formulating strategy. After successfully assembling the 3 keys, Leon, Jam, and Ellis returned rapidly to the Alliance base. Upon hearing this news, various factions hurried to convene and deliberate their countermeasures. In the Alliance Hall, the atmosphere was both tense and fervent as the gathered individuals spread out a map, engaging in detailed discussions regarding the impending confrontation with a mysterious organization. Leon placed 3 keys upon the table, each radiating distinct hues yet resonating with one another. The enigmatic organization was intent on acquiring these keys to unlock the seal of the Dark Heart, and we must not allow them to succeed, Leon declared, his gaze resolutely sweeping over the assembly. A sage from the elven race rose, holding a staff adorned with gemstones. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Based on our understanding of the mysterious organization, it is highly probable that they will conduct the ritual to unlock the Dark Heart at a concealed location where magical energies converge. We must swiftly identify this site and prepare our strategies accordingly. The leader of the dwarves thumped his sturdy thigh and rumbled. We dwarves excel in crafting weapons and setting traps. We can establish intricate mechanisms around the likely locations to catch those members of the mysterious organization off guard. The assembly nodded in agreement and commenced formulating a comprehensive strategic plan. They resolved to split into several groups. One faction would continue gathering intelligence on the mysterious organization to pinpoint the ritual site. Another, led by the dwarves, would prepare various weapons and traps, while core members like Leon, James, and Alice would devise combat strategies tailored against the organization, maximizing each individual's unique skills and capabilities. The intelligence-gathering team worked tirelessly day and night, conducting meticulous searches across the continent. They delved into areas where the mysterious organization had previously operated, engaging with local residents and leaving no stone unturned. After several days of relentless effort, a significant discovery emerged. A scout reported frequent sightings of mysterious organization members near an abandoned temple on the continent's edge. Further investigation revealed that this temple concealed a vast underground space, exhibiting exceptionally strong magical fluctuations, likely the very site where the organization planned to conduct the Dark Heart ritual. The scouts swiftly relayed this intelligence back to the Alliance base. Upon receiving the news, Leon and his elite troops wasted no time in heading to the abandoned temple. They concealed themselves around the temple, meticulously observing the internal situation. Through magical detection, they discovered that the underground space was laden with dark magical traps, heavily patrolled by numerous members of the mysterious organization, presenting formidable defenses. Understanding that a direct assault would result in substantial casualties, Leon resolved to lead a team to infiltrate stealthily. Under the cover of night, they utilized magic and the terrain to evade patrolling guards, gradually approaching the entrance to the underground space. At the entrance loomed a formidable dark magic barrier, inscribed with runes. Alice examined the runes closely and recognized their similarity to a system she had studied within ancient ruins. Focusing her energy, she cast a spell in an attempt to unravel the secrets of the runes. After considerable effort, the runes on the magical barrier flickered and then gradually faded, revealing the entrance. The squad cautiously entered the subterranean realm, where the passage loomed dim and foreboding, with black flames flickering ominously upon the walls. They remained ever vigilant, poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed ahead, prompting Leon to signal for concealment. A contingent of patrolling soldiers from the enigmatic organization passed by, and once they had receded into the shadows, the squad pressed onward. As they ventured deeper into the underground domain, they inadvertently triggered a trap. The ground split open abruptly, revealing a vast chasm filled with sharp, protruding spikes. Leon swiftly summoned wind magic, levitating his comrades and guiding them safely over the abyss. After a fierce struggle for survival, Leon and his companions finally reached the heart of the underground space. There, a colossal stone pedestal stood, adorned with 3 indentations, evidently meant for 3 keys. At that moment, the leader of the mysterious organization was positioned beside the pedestal, surrounded by a throng of dark-cloaked sorcerers and shadowy warriors. Upon spotting Leon and his team, the leader's face contorted into a sinister grin. "So, you have finally arrived, but alas, it is too late." With a mere flick of his wrist, the dark warriors surged forth toward Leon and his comrades. Combat erupted instantaneously, with James leading the warriors against the onslaught of the dark soldiers. The clashing of blades and the cries of battle reverberating throughout the chamber. Meanwhile, Leon confronted the leader of the organization, who wielded a wand emanating an eerie glow. The leader unleashed beams of dark energy towards Leon, who deftly evaded the strikes while retaliating with radiant magic. Elise and the mages positioned themselves behind, casting a plethora of formidable spells, engaging in a fierce magical duel against the dark-cloaked sorcerers. The forces of light and darkness intertwined and clashed within the space, creating a mesmerizing yet perilous spectacle. In the midst of the chaos, Leon discerned that the leader was attempting to seize the keys to unleash the seal of the Heart of Darkness. Anxious and resolute, he fended off the leader's attacks while inching closer to the pedestal. Sensing Leon's intent, James rallied several warriors to carve a bloody path, buying Leon precious moments. At last, Leon reached the pedestal, clutching the 3 keys tightly, embodying the ferocity of a lion guarding its treasure, determined not to allow the leader to snatch them away. In response, the leader's eyes glinted with malice as he infused his wand with dark magic, unleashing a thick beam of darkness that surged towards Leon like a dragon. Leon swiftly sidestepped, the beam grazing him and crashing into the stone wall, creating a massive breach. Simultaneously, the dark soldiers, despite being thwarted by James and his companions' tenacious resistance, continued to charge forward, striving to breach the defenses and assist their leader in seizing the keys. The dark sorcerers clashed with the team of mages led by Elise, unleashing a dazzling array of elemental spells that illuminated the dark underground arena, transforming it into a battleground of radiant conflict. Leon was acutely aware that engaging in a protracted battle with the leader of the mysterious organization would be perilous, should other dark forces breach his allies' defenses. The key would inevitably fall into enemy hands. He concentrated the enigmatic power within him, melding it profoundly with the radiant magic, causing the Dawnblade in his grasp to shimmer brilliantly, emanating searing light. With a mighty roar, he surged forth like a golden lightning bolt towards the leader of the mysterious organization, his sword slicing through the air with an unstoppable momentum. The leader sensed the formidable force of this strike and, wary of its might, hastily conjured a thick dark shield before him. With a thunderous crash, Leon's sword cleaved into the dark shield, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light and energy, reverberating throughout the subterranean chamber. The dark shield began to fracture under Leon's relentless assault, forcing the leader to stagger back several paces from the impact. Just as Leon and the leader of the mysterious organization found themselves in a stalemate, James seized the opportunity and led his warriors in a swift charge. The warriors rallied together, their spirits high, as their weapons glinted with cold light, surging forth into the throng of dark warriors like tigers descending from a mountain. James, taking the lead, wielded his sword with precision, each strike imbued with tremendous power, repelling the encroaching dark warriors. Under the ferocious onslaught of the warriors, the formation of the dark warriors began to falter. Seizing the moment, Alice directed the mages to alter their methods of magical assault. They ceased their individual skirmishes and concentrated their magical energies to cast a formidable fusion spell of light. A colossal beam of radiant light erupted from the mage's hands, streaking across the battlefield like a dazzling meteor, aimed directly at the dark-robed sorcerers. The dark-robed sorcerers sensed this overwhelming threat and attempted to unite their forces to cast a dark defensive spell. However, the power of the light beam proved insurmountable. The dark defense crumbled the moment it encountered the beam. The radiant light struck the cohort of dark-robed sorcerers, erupting in a blinding flash, accompanied by their anguished cries as they fell to the ground. With the loss of magical support from the dark-robed sorcerers, the dark warriors became increasingly disordered. James and his allies pressed their advantage, driving the dark warriors into retreat. Witnessing his subordinates rout, the leader of the mysterious organization was seized by both fear and fury. Yet, unwilling to accept defeat, he gathered all his dark magic into his wand, preparing to unleash a forbidden dark spell in a final desperate struggle. In the climactic confrontation, the air around the leader of the mysterious organization was enveloped in dense black mist, and the ghostly light emanating from his wand intensified, casting the entire subterranean space into shadow, as if the apocalypse were imminent. Leon realized that the forbidden dark magic the leader intended to wield was immensely powerful. Should he succeed, not only would their lives be forfeit, but the heart of darkness might also be awakened, plunging the continent once more into the abyss of darkness. Without hesitation, Leon inserted 3 keys into the grooves of the stone pedestal. In an instant, a surge of potent light erupted from the pedestal, countering the dark magic that the leader was conjuring. Leon channeled the power of light, coalescing it around himself, his form entirely enveloped in radiance, as if he had become the very embodiment of light. Grasping the Dawnblade, Leon charged toward the forbidden dark magic wielded by the leader of the enigmatic organization. In the air, light and darkness clashed violently, erupting in a cacophony of thunderous roars. The entire subterranean realm trembled violently, as if on the brink of collapse. Gritting his teeth, Leon summoned every ounce of luminous energy to subdue the dark sorcery. In this ultimate confrontation, fortified by unwavering conviction and formidable light, Leon began to gain the upper hand. Signs of collapse emerged from the leader's forbidden dark magic, as the tide of darkness receded like a waning wave. Ultimately, Leon's radiant power decisively vanquished the dark sorcery of the mysterious leader, a flash of light illuminating the scene as a desperate scream escaped the leader's lips, his body dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. With the demise of the enigmatic leader, the remaining forces of darkness lost all will to fight, surrendering or fleeing in disarray. Leon and his companions successfully safeguarded the 3 keys, preventing the awakening of the heart of darkness. With their courage and wisdom, they salvaged the continent once more, as the forces of darkness dissipated entirely in this climactic confrontation, ushering in a genuine era of peace and tranquility across the land. Chapter 149. The Celebration of Peace, a vision for the future. News of victory spread like a gentle spring breeze across the continent. The triumph of Leon and his companions over the mysterious organization and the thwarting of the Heart of Darkness's awakening ignited waves of jubilation. Upon hearing this tidings, people erupted in cheers. From bustling towns to serene villages, from the sylvan abodes of the elves to the mountainous fortresses of the dwarves, an atmosphere of joy permeated every corner. Members of various races spontaneously filled the streets, engaging in grand celebrations. Towns were adorned with vibrant decorations and fluttering banners, as people donned festive attire, singing and dancing in merriment. Children laughed and raced through the streets, waving colorful flags in delight. Merchants generously shared their most treasured goods with all, and the entire continent basked in a sea of joy and harmony. A grand celebration. Gratitude for heroes. To commemorate this hard-won victory, the Alliance resolved to host a magnificent celebration. The venue was chosen to be an ancient square at the heart of the continent, a place that had witnessed countless historical moments, now destined to transform into a sea of elation once more. On the day of the celebration, representatives from various races gathered eagerly. Elven dancers, clad in ethereal garments, twirled gracefully in the center of the square, their movements seamlessly intertwined with nature. Dwarven artisans showcased their meticulously crafted masterpieces, earning resounding applause. Human bards, with fervent voices, sang praises of the heroic deeds of Leon and his companions, igniting fervor in the hearts of all attendees. Leon, James, and Alice, along with other heroes, were invited to the place of honor at the celebration. Their mere appearance elicited a thunderous ovation and cheers from the crowd. People showered them with flowers and blessings, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, stepped forward, tears glistening in his eyes as he grasped Leon's hand, exclaiming, "It is you who have safeguarded our homeland with your very lives. You are the true heroes of the continent." Reflecting on the past and upholding the spirit. During the pinnacle of the celebration, Leon stood atop a platform, gazing down at the jubilant crowd, his heart brimming with emotion. He raised both hands to signal for silence, then proclaimed with a resounding voice, "Dear friends, the reason we gather here today to celebrate our victory is due to every individual who has strived for peace across the continent. We have faced countless hardships and confronted formidable dark forces, yet we have never faltered. Our victory is not solely attributed to our might. It is rooted in our unwavering belief, our yearning for peace, and our relentless pursuit of justice. This conviction and spirit are our most treasured assets, and we must pass them on." Leon's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout every corner of the square. The crowd nodded in agreement, acutely aware that this victory was hard-won and that peace must be collectively safeguarded. Leon continued, "The academy we have established will continue to nurture more young individuals with courage and responsibility, preparing them to become the guardians of the continent's future. Furthermore, we must foster greater unity among our diverse races, collaborating to forge a brighter tomorrow." As the celebration concluded, the continent embarked on a new beginning. The bonds between various races grew stronger, trade flourished, and cultural exchanges deepened. The elves shared the secrets of natural magic with humans, while the dwarves aided in enhancing weaponry and architectural techniques. Within the academy, the young scholars were inspired by the heroic deeds of their predecessors, dedicating themselves to diligent study and training. They looked to Leon and his companions as paragons, aspiring to emulate their heroism in safeguarding the continent's peace and tranquility. The academy continued to thrive, attracting an increasing number of youth from all corners of the land. Leon and his comrades did not rest on their laurels. They ventured forth into uncharted territories, seeking mysterious powers and knowledge that could benefit the continent's development. They understood that while the dark forces had been momentarily repelled, the future remained fraught with challenges. Only through continual progress could lasting peace be assured. In this land brimming with hope, the people thrived in peace and prosperity. They honored the histories of the past, cherished the tranquility of the present, and nurtured dreams of a bright future. The tales of Leon and his comrades became eternal legends, inspiring generations to advance boldly in the name of justice, peace, and a better tomorrow. The continent welcomed a vibrant new era, its future destined to shine ever more brilliantly. Chapter 150. Eternal Guardianship. The legend continues in the days of restored peace and prosperity. Leon, James, and Alice remained undeterred by their victory. They understood that maintaining peace required ongoing effort and vigilance. Thus, they devoted their daily energies to the guardianship and cultivation of the continent, subtly deepening the roots of peace upon this land. Leon often traversed the various corners of the continent, engaging with individuals from diverse races to comprehend their needs and hardships. He wielded his influence to coordinate resources, assisting the afflicted regions in rebuilding their homes and resolving the populace's daily challenges. His presence graced villages ravaged by floods, where he directed the construction of levees and the restoration of houses. He also appeared in drought-stricken farmlands, employing magic to summon water sources and rejuvenate the parched earth. James, on the other hand, concentrated his efforts on training a new generation of warriors. He established rigorous and systematic training programs within the academy, imparting not only practical combat techniques, but also emphasizing the cultivation of courage, perseverance, and teamwork among the warriors. He personally led the trainees through live exercises, simulating various perilous scenarios, allowing them to grow through experience. Under his guidance, waves of young warriors gradually evolved into the backbone of the continent's defense forces. Alice dedicated herself to the study and transmission of magical knowledge. She delved into ancient magical tomes, unearthing the forgotten secrets of sorcery, and imparted this wisdom to the gifted magicians within the academy. She also engaged closely with the elven masters of magic, collaboratively exploring how to better blend natural magic with human sorcery, aiming to create more powerful and environmentally friendly magical arts. Yet, beneath the facade of tranquility, new challenges began to quietly emerge. In the far northern reaches of the continent, the once serene ice fields started to exhibit anomalies. Massive glaciers inexplicably cracked, releasing a bone-chilling dark aura. The creatures inhabiting the ice fields began to behave oddly, no longer migrating as usual, but instead congregating, seemingly awaiting some form of command. Simultaneously, at the continent's magical energy nodes, fluctuations in magical power became erratic. Small-scale magical disasters began to occur, such as sudden magical storms and unanticipated earthquakes. These phenomena heightened the vigilance of Leon and his companions, who sensed the presence of an unknown force lurking in the shadows. Leon swiftly convened representatives from various factions for an urgent meeting. During the assembly, concerns regarding these anomalies were fervently expressed. An elder from an ancient magical lineage spoke with great apprehension, stating, "These signs indicate that an unfathomable dark force may be awakening, its origins potentially shrouded in monumental secrets." Leon furrowed his brow, contemplating momentarily before responding, "We cannot remain idle. We must commence an investigation immediately to uncover the source and intent of this power." Leading an investigative team composed of elites from various fields, Leon first ventured to the extreme northern ice fields. Upon their arrival, a frigid gust assaulted them, the oppressive dark aura weighing heavily in the air. They delved into the crevices of the glaciers, discovering peculiar runes and markings. These symbols bore no resemblance to those they had previously encountered, imbued with an essence of coldness and darkness. Alice retrieved her portable magical detection device, endeavoring to decipher the meaning of the runes. After considerable effort, her expression turned grave as she remarked, "These runes appear to convey a summons, as though someone is attempting to awaken a formidable presence slumbering deep within the icy expanse." The team pressed onward, and before a vast ice cavern, they stumbled upon peculiar footprints, the shape of which bore no resemblance to any known race. Meanwhile, another squad, investigating a magical energy node, discovered that the source of the magical turbulence seemed to be related to a mysterious crystal. This crystal emanated an eerie glow, capable of disrupting the surrounding magical energies. As they attempted to approach the crystal, it suddenly unleashed a powerful energy shockwave, repelling the team members. As the investigation deepened, clues multiplied, yet they remained shrouded in a fog of uncertainty, obscuring the truth. Leon understood that this new dark force might prove more formidable than any encountered previously. They needed to navigate this challenge with utmost caution, seeking to unravel the mystery while preventing the dark power from spreading further. United in purpose, they faced the future. Despite the looming challenges, Leon and his companions felt no trepidation. They recognized that solidarity was the key to overcoming all adversity. Upon returning to the Alliance headquarters, Leon convened various factions to deliberate on strategies for response. The elves brought forth ancient prophecies from the forest, suggesting that this crisis was somehow linked to the origins of the continent. The dwarves expressed their willingness to forge mightier weapons in preparation for the impending battle, while the human kingdoms pledged to provide manpower and resources. Observing the resolute gazes of those around him, Leon felt a surge of confidence. "We have triumphed over dark forces before, and this time shall be no exception. As long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress. We must thoroughly investigate these clues, unearth the roots of this dark power, and eradicate it once and for all." Inspired by Leon's words, the various factions sprang into action. The mages focused on researching methods to stabilize the magical energy nodes. The warriors intensified their training to be battle-ready at a moment's notice, and the logistics personnel busily prepared supplies. The entire continent coalesced once more as a unified entity, armed with unwavering faith and dauntless courage, ready to confront the forthcoming challenges. Leon and his companions were acutely aware that this would be a grueling battle, yet they firmly believed that with collective effort, they could safeguard the peace and tranquility of the continent, thus continuing their own legendary saga. Chapter 151. Taking responsibility boldly at this critical juncture. As Leon and his companions prepared to face the new challenges, Suhu stepped forward with unwavering determination, expressing his willingness to undertake the crucial task of exploring the depths of the icy plains. Leon regarded him with a hint of concern, yet Suhu confidently declared, "I fear not. This is my responsibility, and I must uncover what lies within." Aware of Suhu's steadfast nature, Leon nodded in agreement, cautioning him to exercise vigilance. Suhu set forth with an elite squad, embarking on the arduous journey to the far northern ice fields. Throughout their journey, they faced relentless challenges, including fierce gales, blizzards, and ice fissures. Yet, Suhu remained undaunted. Upon finally reaching the enigmatic depths of the ice field, an even more formidable aura of darkness enveloped them, instilling an involuntary chill in their hearts. Nevertheless, Suhu, undeterred, wielded his weapon with caution as he ventured forth, ultimately uncovering a colossal dark magic array, which emanated an eerie glow, seemingly awaiting activation. To their astonishment, while meticulously examining the magic array, Su Hu and his companions stumbled upon several runes and markings that bore a striking resemblance to those they had previously encountered elsewhere. This revelation led them to surmise that this new dark force might be linked to the earlier mysterious organization. Without delay, Su Hu transmitted this pivotal clue to Leon through a specialized communication spell. Upon receiving the information, Leon engaged in profound discussions with experts from various factions, leading to an analytical deduction that this dark magic array could be part of a larger conspiracy, potentially aimed at opening a passage to another dark realm, thus unleashing an even more potent malevolence. Determined to thwart this horrifying eventuality, Leon resolved to journey to the ice field personally, to join forces with Su Hu in seeking a means to dismantle the magic array. Upon Leon's arrival, he and Su Hu, along with their companions, conducted a more thorough investigation of the dark magic array, endeavoring to uncover its weaknesses and devise a method of counteraction. However, the array's power was overwhelmingly robust. Each time they attempted to approach or dismantle it, they were met with fierce energy backlash. During one attempt, the array unleashed a tremendous wave of dark energy, knocking Su Hu and his companions to the ground. Ignoring his own pain, Su Hu struggled to rise and continued his efforts to decipher the array. Leon, watching him, felt a mixture of admiration and concern, fully aware that failure to dismantle the magic array swiftly could spell disaster for the entire continent. After numerous setbacks, they finally discerned a potential method for dismantling the array, yet it required an immense sacrifice from one of them. Without hesitation, Su Hu stepped forward, proclaiming, "Allow me to take this burden. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the peace of the continent." Despite Leon and the others' fervent pleas to reconsider, Su Hu's resolve remained steadfast. At a critical juncture, Leon suddenly conceived a new approach, one that might allow them to dismantle the magic array without sacrificing anyone. He and Alice, along with the others, swiftly conferred and devised a revised plan. According to this strategy, they would simultaneously cast powerful purification spells at different points of the magic array to weaken its strength, after which Su Hu and the others could execute the final destruction. After arduous efforts, they ultimately succeeded in dismantling the dark magic array, causing the ominous presence over the ice field to gradually dissipate. Exhausted yet triumphant, Su Hu and his companions wore expressions of victory. Leon gazed at them, reflecting, "This victory is a testament to everyone's effort and sacrifice. Once again, we have safeguarded the peace of our continent." However, they were acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, with numerous challenges awaiting them. On their return journey, Leon engaged in discussions with representatives from various factions to deliberate on their forthcoming action plan. They resolved to enhance surveillance and monitoring across every corner of the continent, to prevent the resurgence of similar dark forces. Simultaneously, they committed to delving deeper into the mysteries of magical energy, to bolster their own strength and better confront future crises. Leon and his companions understood the weight of their responsibility to safeguard the continent. Regardless of the arduous obstacles ahead, they would forge onward, willing to sacrifice everything for the peace and prosperity of their land. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, their silhouettes appeared particularly resolute. As they embarked on a new journey, filled with hope and conviction for the future, continuing to inscribe their legendary tale. Chapter 152, Unresolved Hazards. A new journey begins in the aftermath of the war. Hidden perils remained. While the dark magic array had been successfully dismantled and the sinister aura of the far northern ice plains gradually dissipated, Leon and his companions did not allow themselves to lower their guard. They were acutely aware that the enigma behind this dark force had yet to be fully unraveled, leaving the potential for new crises to arise at any moment. On their way back to the Alliance headquarters, Leon and the others engaged in serious discussions regarding countermeasures, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Upon their return to headquarters, they immediately initiated a comprehensive investigation and analysis. Through the study of the residual energy from the dark magic array, Alice discovered that the source of this dark power seemed to originate from a mysterious region deep within the continent, known as the Shadow Abyss. According to ancient texts, the Shadow Abyss is a place brimming with dark magical energy, once imprisoned by powerful seals, which now appeared to be showing signs of weakening. Concurrently, scouts responsible for patrolling various regions of the continent began to relay troubling reports. In some remote areas, strange phenomena were emerging, such as abnormal behavior in flora and fauna, and chaotic fluctuations in magical energies. Though these occurrences seemed sporadic, Leon keenly sensed that they were likely connected to the dark forces of the Shadow Abyss. To thoroughly eliminate the threat, Leon resolved to assemble an elite team to explore the Shadow Abyss. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this mission. Yet for the future of the continent, he pressed forward without hesitation. The team comprised Leon, Jam, Alice, Suhu, and several other seasoned and formidable adventurers. Upon arriving in the vicinity of the Shadow Abyss, they found themselves enveloped in a thick shroud of dark mist. The mist was punctuated by eerie roars and strange whispers, sending shivers down their spines. Leon was the first to step into the fog, his sword emitting a faint glow to illuminate the path ahead. After navigating through the mist for a time, they stumbled upon an ancient stone door. The door was inscribed with runes, emanating an aura of malevolence. Alice stepped forward in an attempt to decipher the meaning of the runes, but their formidable power interfered with her perception. Just as despair began to set in, Suhu suddenly noticed that the arrangement of the runes on the door bore a resemblance to those they had encountered in the dark magic array on the ice plains. After considerable effort, they finally discovered the means to unlock the stone door. The door creaked open, releasing a pungent odor that assaulted their senses. Behind it lay a narrow passageway, its walls ablaze with black flames. As they cautiously advanced along the corridor, a flurry of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. These phantoms bore a humanoid shape, yet were grotesquely contorted, emanating a potent aura of dark magic. They shrieked piercingly and lunged towards the members of the party. "Prepare for battle," Leon shouted, charging ahead to confront the shadows. He swung his longsword, a flash of light slicing through the air, aimed at one of the figures. The shadow deftly evaded, yet still sustained a glancing blow, emitting a howl of anguish. James and the other warriors quickly joined the fray, their weapons clashing against the shadows, sending forth bursts of black sparks. Meanwhile, Alice and the other mages positioned themselves at the rear, unleashing a barrage of elemental magic, fire, lightning, and more, towards the encroaching shadows. However, the phantoms appeared resistant to magic. Ordinary spells inflicted only fleeting harm upon them. In the midst of the conflict, Leon discerned that the movements of the shadows seemed governed by an unseen force. They were not independent entities. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Suhu identified a pattern in the shadows' actions. Seizing an opportunity during a lull in their assault, he swiftly approached and thrust his sword at a vulnerable point of one shadow. Upon being struck, the shadow began to dissipate, and the remaining phantoms appeared to be affected, their movements slowing considerably. The group seized this moment to intensify their attacks, ultimately driving the shadows back. With the shadows vanquished, they continued along the corridor, arriving at a spacious hall. At the center of the hall stood a massive stone pedestal, upon which rested a book that radiated an ethereal glow. As they drew near, the book suddenly opened, releasing a beam of dark light that enveloped them. Within the confines of this dark radiance, strange visions flooded their minds. They witnessed an ancient ritual, a circle of cloaked figures surrounding a chasm of shadows, casting formidable dark magic in an attempt to shatter a seal. The imagery revealed a deep connection between this ritual and the earlier endeavors of a mysterious organization seeking the heart of darkness, seemingly aimed at unleashing a potent dark force to dominate the entire continent. As the dark light receded, the group emerged from the illusion. Leon gazed at the book on the pedestal, realizing it might hold the key to unraveling the mysteries before them. Yet, the script was obscure and would demand considerable time and effort to decipher. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from beyond the corridor, as if some formidable force was approaching. Leon and his companions understood that they must hastily interpret the contents of the book and devise a strategy, or they would face an even graver challenge. Chapter 153. Intensifying Crisis. The battle for resolution. The rumbling from outside the corridor grew louder, and Leon and the others recognized the imminent danger drawing near. They swiftly secured the glowing book, assumed their battle stances, and braced themselves for what was to come. As a fierce gust of wind surged forth, a colossal creature of darkness emerged at the entrance of the passageway. It bore a resemblance to a dragon, its entire form cloaked in black scales, with eyes that glimmered with a blood-red luminescence, exhaling plumes of black flame. This dark dragon unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the air, the sheer force of its sound waves causing those present to teeter unsteadily. "Be cautious, this beast is formidable," Leon warned loudly. No sooner had he spoken than the dark dragon unfurled its vast wings, stirring a tempest that swept toward the gathered crowd. The warriors hurriedly raised their shields in defense, while the mages hastily began to chant potent spells. James let out a fierce shout and charged toward the dark dragon. As he ran, his body radiated a golden light, and his sword was enveloped in a similar brilliance. Observing this, the dragon opened its maw wide, releasing a torrent of black flame directed at James. He deftly sidestepped, the flames grazing past him and singeing the ground behind. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt high and struck the dragon's scales with his sword, but only managed to leave a faint mark. Struggling to find a weakness, the dark dragon's defenses exceeded all expectations. Ordinary attacks were ineffectual against its formidable armor. Alice, recognizing that a frontal assault would be futile, resolved to uncover its vulnerabilities. As she cast a magical shield to protect her allies, she meticulously observed the dragon's movements. Amid the fierce clash, she noted that the dragon's eyes would shine brighter with a red glow before it launched its most potent strikes. "Aim for its eyes," Alice cried out. The mages promptly understood her intent, focusing their magical assaults on the dragon's ocular regions. Beams of light surged toward the creature, which, sensing the impending threat, writhed and twisted to evade. Nevertheless, several spells struck true, impacting its eyes. The dragon emitted a pained howl, furiously swiping its claws at the mages. Seizing the moment, Leon invoked arcane power, channeling it into his sword. Like a bolt of lightning, he surged toward the dragon, deftly dodging its claws, and leapt to pierce its eye. The dragon, sensing peril, attempted to turn away, but Leon's speed was overwhelming, and his sword found its mark, piercing one of its eyes. The dragon thrashed wildly, black flames erupting chaotically, engulfing the entire hall in a fiery haze. In the midst of the dragon's frantic struggles, the situation grew dire. The flames spread relentlessly, and the magical shields of the group began to falter under the intense heat. Su-Hu, witnessing his comrades in distress, felt a surge of urgency. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier encounter with the runes on the stone door. A flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps he could harness the runes within the hall to combat the dragon. Swiftly, Su-Hu scoured the hall for clues regarding the runes, discovering a correlation between those etched on the walls and the dark magic emanating from the dragon. Ignoring the imminent danger, he dashed toward the wall, triggering the runes in a specific sequence. They ignited with a radiant glow, resonating with the dark magic of the dragon, creating a powerful suction that siphoned some of its dark energy. The dragon's strength waned, its movements growing sluggish. Seizing this opportunity, Leon and the others intensified their assault, unleashing a barrage of mighty spells and weapon strikes upon the beleaguered dragon. Ultimately, the formidable dark dragon succumbed to the combined onslaught of the gathered warriors, crashing to the ground and dissipating into a swirling cloud of ebony smoke. With the immediate crisis averted, the group, neglecting their exhaustion, swiftly retrieved the enigmatic tome. Through the diligent efforts of Alice and several adept wizards well-versed in ancient scripts, the contents of the book began to unfold. It detailed the intricate process of sealing the abyss of shadows from years past, as well as the methodology to restore the seal entirely, thereby preventing the resurgence of dark forces. However, the restoration demanded a series of intricate rituals to be performed within the core of the abyss of shadows, fraught with unknown perils. Yet, for the sake of peace in the realm, Leon and his companions displayed no hesitation, resolutely deciding to venture to the heart of the abyss and embark on this pivotal battle. Chapter 154, Heart of the Abyss of Shadows. Restoration of the seal. Delving into the core, obstacles abound with the mission of restoring the seal firmly in their hearts. Leon and his comrades pressed onward toward the core of the abyss of shadows. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding dark magic thickened ominously, coalescing into a tangible shroud of darkness that ensnared them, seeking to impede their advance. With each step forward, they encountered formidable resistance, not only from the oppressive weight of the dark magic upon their bodies, but also from an ominous presence, as if countless eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. The ground beneath them grew treacherous, jagged rocks protruding like the claws of some dark entity. James forged ahead, wielding his sword with determination, cleaving through the obstructive stones. Yet, as soon as the rocks were severed, they rapidly regenerated, as though imbued with a life of their own. These stones are manipulated by the dark magic. We must hasten our pace lest we be ensnared, James exclaimed. Simultaneously, black lightning occasionally streaked through the air, accompanied by deafening roars. These bolts harbored immense dark power, and their strikes would yield catastrophic consequences. The wizards conjured defensive spells, creating a shimmering shield overhead that fended off the onslaught of black lightning. However, with every successive strike, the shield's luminescence waned, revealing fissures within its protective barrier. Core of the Abyss, an eerie ritual. After a grueling trek, the group finally arrived at the core of the Abyss of Shadows. Before them lay a vast circular chamber, its walls adorned with peculiar runes that pulsated with an unsettling glow, resonating with the symbols they had previously encountered in the hall and on the stone doors. At the center of the space loomed a colossal black vortex, exuding a disquieting dark power, as if it were a portal to an infinite abyss of shadow. According to the sacred tome's inscriptions, the ritual to restore the seal must transpire before this ominous vortex. Leon produced the ancient book acquired from the hall, meticulously reaffirming the steps of the rite. The ritual required each individual to stand at designated positions, harmonizing their own magic with the surrounding dark energies, and then, through specific incantations, transmute the dark power into the force necessary for sealing restoration. Following the instructions within the tome, the group quickly positioned themselves. Leon stood closest to the vortex, inhaling deeply to center himself, focusing his mind as he guided the mysterious power within him to merge with the dark magic enveloping them. The dark magical force surged forth like a ferocious beast, striving to consume his strength. Yet, Leon, with unwavering determination, endeavored to resist its onslaught. The other team members rallied their own magical energies, harmonizing with Leon's power. As the ritual progressed, the surrounding dark magic began to fluctuate violently. The black vortex spun with increasing fervor, its formidable pull attempting to ensnare them all. "Everyone, hold steady. We must not be drawn into the vortex," Alice shouted, maintaining her magical output. The team members gritted their teeth, summoning all their strength to withstand the force and continue with the ritual. In the critical moments of the ceremony, the dark power seemed to sense their intentions and launched a frenzied counterattack. From the depths of the black vortex emerged a multitude of dark creatures, each varying in form, some resembling demons, others drifting like phantoms. They emitted piercing shrieks as they lunged toward the group. The warriors swiftly drew their weapons, engaging the dark entities in close combat. Blades clashed, sparks flying, while the creature's blood splattered upon the ground, hissing as it corroded the earth. James wielded his sword with formidable might, slaying the approaching dark beings. However, the relentless tide of dark creatures began to overwhelm the warriors, who found themselves increasingly fatigued. Meanwhile, the mages unleashed their spells from the rear, casting flames, frost, and lightning upon the dark entities. Yet, the creatures displayed an extraordinary resistance to magic. The spells merely pushed them back temporarily, failing to inflict fatal damage. Under the assault of the dark beings, the ritual faced severe disruption, and the collective magical output of the group began to waver. Leon understood that if the dark creatures were not repelled swiftly, the ritual would inevitably fail, plunging the continent into irreparable ruin. He concentrated all his strength, merging the mysterious power with the dark magic, and then released a potent force of light. This radiant energy sliced through the throng of dark beings, dispersing them. Emboldened by Leon's courage, the team members revitalized their resolve, intensifying their assaults in a heart-stopping struggle for survival. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in driving back the dark creatures. Without pausing for rest, they immediately resumed the ritual. At this juncture, a portion of the dark magic within the black vortex had been transformed, and the oppressive aura around them began to diminish. Leon guided the transformed energy into the seal, while the other members contributed their magical powers as well. As the energies continued to flow into the seal, it began to radiate light, and the once loosened runes gradually regained their brilliance, restoring the seal's strength. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the seal was fully repaired. The black vortex slowly dissipated, and the surrounding dark magic swiftly vanished, restoring tranquility to the shadow abyss. Leon and his companions gazed at the restored seal, their weary faces brightening with smiles of relief. They had successfully accomplished their mission, thwarting the resurgence of dark powers and ushering in a new hope for the continent. However, they understood that the struggle against the forces of darkness might never truly conclude, and they must remain ever vigilant in safeguarding the hard-won peace. Chapter 155, Post-War Reconstruction. A legacy of hope upon returning to the Alliance, celebrated for their triumph. Leon and his companions successfully restored the seal of the Shadow Abyss. The news spread like wildfire across the continent, igniting jubilant cheers among the populace. The city housing the Alliance headquarters was adorned with vibrant decorations, as crowds flocked to the streets to warmly welcome the hero's return. Flowers rained down upon Leon and his companions, and the cacophony of cheers and applause resounded through the air. The Alliance hosted a grand victory banquet, gathering representatives from various races. The elders of the elven kin presented garlands woven from the most precious blooms, adorning Leon and his companions' heads, praising their valor as akin to the most radiant stars in the forest. The leaders of the dwarven race unveiled meticulously crafted golden armor and swords, honoring them with these weapons that shimmered with an extraordinary light, embodying the dwarves' exquisite craftsmanship and heartfelt blessings. At the banquet, Leon stood upon the elevated platform, gazing at the enthusiastic crowd below, his heart brimming with emotion. He proclaimed, "This victory belongs to every individual who has strived for peace upon this continent. We merely stood at the forefront, while behind us lies the unwavering support and trust of the diverse peoples of the land." The audience erupted into fervent applause, deepening their admiration for him. Reconstruction plans unfold in the aftermath of the conflict. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, numerous areas still required rebuilding. Leon and the Alliance's leadership swiftly devised a comprehensive reconstruction plan. Economically, they encouraged enhanced trade among the races, offering tax reductions to assist merchants in disaster-stricken regions in resuming their businesses. The Alliance pledged financial resources to support farmers in reclaiming lands rendered barren by dark forces, introducing new crop varieties to ensure food security. In the realm of magical research, they increased investments in the Magic Academy, expanding its facilities and recruiting more esteemed magical instructors. The Academy would introduce specialized courses to explore more effective means of resisting dark forces and employing magic to foster the continent's development. Additionally, a rewards system for magical research was established to inspire mages to delve into the unknown realms of magic and unearth techniques beneficial for the continent's reconstruction. For towns and villages ravaged by war, the Alliance organized extensive rebuilding initiatives. The dwarves utilized their architectural prowess to design and construct sturdier, aesthetically pleasing homes, while the elves harnessed nature magic to accelerate tree growth, providing materials for construction and enhancing the surrounding environment. The humans contributed labor and organizational coordination, ensuring the reconstruction efforts proceeded with order. A legacy of hope, nurturing the new generation. Leon recognized that to secure lasting peace upon the continent, it was imperative to cultivate a new generation of guardians. He established the Hero Legacy program at the Alliance headquarters, selecting promising and responsible youths to be personally mentored by himself and his companions. The selection process is exceedingly rigorous, testing not only the magical talents and combat abilities of the youth, but also placing great emphasis on their character and resolve. After a series of meticulous evaluations, a group of exceptional young individuals emerged, becoming the inaugural students of the Heroic Legacy program. Leon, James, and Alice, drawing upon their respective expertise, crafted personalized training regimens for the students. Leon imparted the nuances of harnessing mystical powers and strategic decision-making in combat. James instructed on practical skills and teamwork, guiding the students through arduous physical training and simulated battles, while Alice concentrated on the teaching of magical theory and practical applications, leading the students to delve into the mysteries of magic. Throughout their training, the students not only acquired formidable skills, but also absorbed the unwavering belief in safeguarding the continent and the spirit of selfless dedication exemplified by Leon and his companions. Cognizant of the immense responsibility they bore, they trained with unparalleled diligence, aspiring to one day become the backbone of the continent, much like Leon and his peers. Beneath the surface of the continent's apparent prosperity and reconstruction, however, a sinister undercurrent was beginning to stir. In the remote maritime regions, mysterious vessels had begun to surface. These ships emitted an unusual luminescence, sailing at extraordinary speeds while evading all conventional trade routes. Concurrently, strange energy fluctuations were reported at several ancient ruins. Adventurers discovered that certain ancient runes within the ruins had been tampered with, seemingly partaking in an unknown ritual. These anomalies raised Leon's alarm. He realized that although the dark forces had been temporarily subdued, a new crisis might be brewing. Leon refrained from disclosing his concerns to the public immediately, fearing it would incite panic. Instead, he clandestinely summoned his most trusted allies to deliberate on a course of action. We cannot afford to be complacent. These signs indicate that a hidden force is operating in the shadows. We must intensify our vigilance over the continent and swiftly ascertain the intentions and capabilities of this emerging power, Leon said gravely. The group nodded in agreement, and a new journey of exploration and crisis management was about to commence, with Leon and his companions once again assuming the mantle of guardianship over the continent, ready to face the unknown challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 156. The mysterious force emerges. Undercover investigations yield initial clues. Leon and his companions resolved to split into several teams to conduct discreet investigations into the anomalous occurrences across the continent. Leon personally led a team to the remote maritime areas, tracking the elusive, mysterious vessels. They boarded a fast ship, enhanced through magical means, and scoured the vast ocean. After several days of arduous pursuit, they finally discerned the enigmatic ships shrouded in a veil of mist. These vessels bore peculiar designs, their hulls engraved with strange symbols, exuding an ineffable aura of mystery. Cautiously, Leon and his team approached, employing invisibility magic to evade detection. They soon discovered that the crew aboard was not composed of ordinary humans, but rather a diminutive, dark blue-skinned peculiar race. These crew members were busily transporting enormous chests, which were similarly inscribed with runes. Meanwhile, the team led by Alice made significant discoveries during their investigation of the ancient ruins. They deciphered the altered runes, revealing that these symbols pointed to a mysterious valley deep within the continent. The inscriptions suggested that a ritual was underway, related to the awakening of a formidable power. Alice immediately relayed this information to Leon. Venturing into the lion's den, fraught with peril, Leon, upon receiving the news, left a portion of his team to continue monitoring the enigmatic vessels while he led his elite members swiftly to the mysterious valley. Upon their arrival, they found themselves enveloped by a powerful magical barrier, pulsating with eerie light, seemingly deterring outsiders from entering. Leon scrutinized the barrier and discerned that it was a defense mechanism woven from various dark and arcane magics. After numerous attempts, he and his team discovered a weak point and successfully breached the barrier. Upon entering the valley, they encountered a breathtaking scene. At its center stood a massive stone altar, intricately carved with complex patterns, surrounded by a cadre of cloaked figures engaged in a mysterious ritual. The dark-robed individuals appeared to sense Leon and his companions' arrival, abruptly halting their ceremony and encircling them. These figures exuded formidable power, each radiating a potent aura of magic. Instantly, Leon and his team assumed combat stances, bracing for an imminent clash. The battle erupted with ferocity as the cloaked figures launched the first assault. They wielded their staffs, unleashing torrents of dark energy towards Leon and his companions. Leon swiftly cast a protective shield, deflecting the onslaught. His comrades responded by invoking their own spells and martial skills in retaliation. The mages unleashed a dazzling array of elemental magic, clashing with the dark beams in a cacophony of sound. James led the warriors into close combat, striving to disrupt the rhythm of the enemy's magic. However, the dark-robed figures coordinated seamlessly, launching magical attacks while deftly evading the warriors' strikes. Amidst the intense skirmish, one team member was inadvertently struck by a dark beam, sustaining grave injuries. Leon, filled with urgency, recognized that the current approach was disadvantageous, and a breakthrough was imperative. Focusing his mind, Leon summoned the mysterious power within him. Channeling it into his sword, like a bolt of lightning, he surged into the midst of the cloaked figures, his blade radiating brilliance. His sudden onslaught disoriented the dark-robed adversaries, causing a moment of chaos. Seizing the opportunity, his team intensified their assault, gradually gaining the upper hand. As the truth began to unfold, the enigmatic intent of their adversaries became clearer. After a fierce battle, Leon and his companions ultimately repelled the dark-robed figures. They hastened to the altar, examining the items related to the ritual. On the altar, they discovered an ancient scroll detailing the plans of the dark-robed figures. It revealed that this mysterious faction consisted of a group of sorcerers obsessed with ancient dark powers, intent on awakening a formidable entity known as the Lord of the Abyss, slumbering deep within the continent. According to the records inscribed on the scroll, the Lord of the Abyss was once the sovereign of the Dark Realm, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Thousands of years ago, he was sealed away by a coalition of heroes from the continent. Now, a group of cloaked figures seeks to utilize various arcane rituals and powers to shatter the seal and bring the Lord of the Abyss back into the world, thereby fulfilling their ambition to dominate the continent. Leon and his companions recognized the gravity of the situation. Should this mysterious faction's plan succeed, the continent would face unprecedented calamity. They must act swiftly to thwart the cloaked figures from continuing their rituals, while also devising a means to permanently seal the Lord of the Abyss, ensuring the peace and tranquility of the land. However, they remain unaware of the hidden contingencies the cloaked figures may possess, nor do they know the arduous challenges that await them in their quest for a sealing method. Yet, undeterred by the uncertainties, they resolutely embarked on a journey to impede this mysterious force. Chapter 157. Racing against time to halt the rituals in a state of urgency. Leon and his allies swiftly evacuated the enigmatic valley with the scroll obtained from the stone platform. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Alliance, They convened representatives and experts from various factions to collectively devise a response strategy. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense as all gathered around the vast table, meticulously analyzing the contents of the scroll. A scholar well-versed in ancient history furrowed his brow and remarked, according to the scroll, the seal of the Lord of the Abyss is exceedingly intricate. For the cloaked figures to completely breach the seal, they must perform several crucial rituals at specific times and locations. We must discover a means to thwart them before they can complete these rituals. Leon nodded, his gaze resolute as he declared, time is of the essence. We must divide our forces. One group will continue to monitor the mysterious vessels to see if we can uncover the cloaked figures' connections and additional clues. Another will delve deeply into the scroll, seeking vital information regarding the sealing of the Lord of the Abyss. I will lead a team to track the movements of the cloaked figures and prevent them from conducting their next ritual. The others expressed their agreement and set off on their respective missions. Tracking the cloaked figures, a lead disrupted Leon led the tracking team. Pursuing the direction taken by the cloaked figures, they employed various tracking spells and techniques, leaving no stone unturned. However, it appeared that the cloaked figures had sensed their pursuit. With cunning, they employed magic to obscure their whereabouts, and they soon vanished within a dense forest. They must have utilized advanced concealment magic to mask their presence and footprints, remarked one of the adept trackers in the team. Leon surveyed the surrounding thick foliage and, after a moment of contemplation, said, do not lose heart. Let us spread out and search this area thoroughly. They cannot simply vanish into thin air. The team dispersed, meticulously scouring the forest for any potential clues related to the cloaked figures, such as broken branches or lingering magical traces. After several hours of searching, one member stumbled upon peculiar symbols beneath an immense tree, resembling those seen on the stone platform and the mysterious vessels. It seems this was indeed a location they had once occupied, but judging by the signs, they had departed some time ago. Leon gazed at the symbols, his heart brimming with anxiety. They continued their pursuit along the direction indicated by the symbols, yet the clues grew increasingly obscure, ultimately leading to a complete impasse. The enigmatic vessel concealed its secrets. Meanwhile, the team tasked with monitoring the mysterious ship reported their findings. They discovered that after the vessel anchored in a certain maritime area, the crew transferred the enormous crates onto a smaller boat, which then set sail towards a secluded island. Upon receiving this intelligence, Leon promptly led his tracking team to the island. As they stealthily approached, they found the island adorned with defensive magical formations and cloaked figures patrolling its perimeter. Aware that a direct assault would be futile, Leon resolved to observe and seek out vulnerabilities. After a period of careful scrutiny, they noted that periodically, a group of cloaked figures would emerge from within the island, heading to the shore to exchange goods with those on the small boat. Leon perceived this as an opportunity. They could infiltrate the island while the cloaked figures were preoccupied with their exchanges. Under the shroud of night, Leon and his companions cautiously evaded the patrolling figures and successfully infiltrated the island. Within lay a vast encampment, dominated by a structure reminiscent of an altar, surrounded by the crates brought from the ship. Leon and his team speculated that this could be the site where the cloaked figures were to conduct their next ritual. Navigating the encampment with utmost care, every step was laden with vigilance. Suddenly, one of the team members inadvertently triggered a concealed magical trap, and a wall of flames erupted, trapping them in its midst. The intense heat rendered it nearly impossible to breathe. Everyone remained calm. I shall dispel this trap, declared one of the mages, stepping forward to cast a counterspell. After considerable effort, the wall of fire finally dissipated, yet their actions had caught the attention of the cloaked figures, who swiftly approached their direction. Prepare for battle, Leon whispered. The team members swiftly assumed combat stances, bracing for the imminent confrontation. The cloaked figures soon materialized before them, and without uttering a word, a fierce battle ensued. During the fray, Leon discerned that these cloaked figures were significantly more formidable than those encountered previously in the valley, seemingly endowed with some form of enhancement. Understanding the necessity of evasion, he led his team in a tactical retreat, seeking opportunities to escape the relentless pursuers and reach the altar to thwart the ritual. However, the cloaked figures relentlessly pressed on, cornering them into a dead end, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Chapter 158, a desperate struggle for survival, a glimmer of hope with their backs against the wall. Leon and his companions found themselves in a precarious predicament, yet they harbored no fear, their eyes ignited with unwavering resolve. Brandishing his sword, which shimmered with luminescence, Leon proclaimed, "Brothers, we cannot falter. For the peace of the continent, we shall fight with all we have." The team echoed his rallying cry, their voices resonating throughout the confined space. The warriors swung their weapons, engaging the cloaked figures in close combat, each clash of blades igniting sparks amidst the chaos. The sorcerers, positioned in the rear, unleashed their magic, intertwining various elemental spells that illuminated this darkened corner. James charged into the throng of cloaked figures like a valiant lion. His sword danced through the air, each strike imbued with formidable strength, forcing the black-clad foes to retreat. However, their numbers were vast, and their coordination impeccable, soon surrounding him once more. A dark-robed sorcerer seized the moment and cast a malevolent curse upon James, causing his body to feel heavy and his movements sluggish. Meanwhile, the mages led by Alice faced tremendous pressure as the dark sorcerers relentlessly unleashed their dark magic, striving to breach their magical defenses. Alice focused her mind and conjured a powerful light shield, temporarily repelling the onslaught of dark spells. Yet, under the continuous assault of dark forces, the shield's brilliance began to wane, revealing faint cracks. In the midst of despair, Leon suddenly sensed a familiar and potent force surging within him. This power, a mysterious legacy obtained during his past adventures, had long lain dormant deep within his being, but now, spurred by the life-or-death crisis, it awakened spontaneously. A gentle radiance enveloped Leon's form, growing stronger and dispersing the surrounding darkness. The sword in his hand transformed, its blade sharpening and its glow intensifying. With a fierce cry, Leon harnessed this enigmatic force and charged toward the black-robed figures. His speed was astonishing, darting through the ranks of cloaked foes like a flash of lightning. Each swing of his sword released a formidable wave of energy, pushing back the dark sorcerers. The sudden eruption of power from Leon astounded the cloaked figures, disrupting their offensive rhythm. Witnessing Leon's transformation, his comrades' spirits soared, and they summoned their remaining strength to engage in an even more fervent battle against the dark adversaries. Fueled by Leon's mysterious power, the team finally discovered an opportunity to break through the encirclement of the black-robed figures. They coordinated their efforts. The mages drew the attention of the dark sorcerers with powerful spells, while the warriors seized the chance to carve a path through the fray. Leon led the charge towards the altar. Upon arrival, they found that the dark figures had commenced preparations for a sinister ritual. The altar was adorned with various bizarre artifacts emanating an eerie glow. The leader of the black-robed sorcerers stood at the center, muttering incantations, while the surrounding figures circled the altar, chanting ancient spells. "We cannot allow them to complete the ritual," Leon shouted, rallying his teammates as they surged toward the altar. The dark sorcerers, realizing the threat, abandoned their ritual to confront Leon and his companions. A fierce and desperate battle ensued around the altar. Leon, empowered by the mysterious force, engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with the dark leader. The leader, a formidable opponent, wielded a staff that continually unleashed dark magic. However, Leon's mysterious power appeared to counteract the dark forces effectively. After a fierce exchange, Leon finally spotted a flaw in the dark leader's defenses and thrust his sword into the leader's chest. The dark leader let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. Without the leadership of their commander, the cloaked figures were thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Leon and his companions launched a fierce assault, successfully repelling the dark-clad adversaries. They swiftly dismantled the ritualistic items upon the altar, effectively thwarting the cloaked ones from conducting their next ceremony. A turning point emerged, ushering in newfound hope. However, following the interruption of the ritual, Leon and his allies remained vigilant. They understood that the cloaked figures would not relinquish their ambitions easily. The threat of the Lord of the Abyss still loomed large. Yet, their recent success in halting the ceremony granted them invaluable time. The group meticulously scoured the island, hoping to uncover further insights into the plans of the cloaked figures and the seals binding the Lord of the Abyss. Within the encampment of their adversaries, they stumbled upon letters and notes that chronicled the cloaked one's quest for vulnerabilities in the Lord of the Abyss's seal, as well as their forthcoming strategies. Through careful analysis of these clues, Leon and his companions learned of a final and pivotal ritual the cloaked figures intended to perform, situated within an ancient castle in the northern part of the continent. Moreover, it appeared they had discovered a method to amplify the awakening powers of the Lord of the Abyss. Leon was acutely aware that the impending battle would be exceedingly arduous, yet retreat was no longer an option. Armed with newfound intelligence and unwavering resolve, Leon and his companions departed the island, returning to the headquarters of the Alliance. They would convene with various factions to devise a more comprehensive plan, readying themselves for the ultimate confrontation to utterly dismantle the cloaked figures' nefarious schemes and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the continent. Chapter 159, Meticulous Preparations. The eve of battle, consolidating intelligence, refining strategies. Upon their return to the Alliance headquarters, Leon and his companions, bearing the critical intelligence obtained from the island, convened an urgent meeting with representatives from all factions. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. All present understood that the impending battle would determine the fate of the continent. Leon meticulously elucidated the contents of the letters and notes, highlighting that the cloaked figure's final key ritual was to take place in an ancient castle in the northern region of the continent, and that they possessed means to enhance the awakening powers of the Lord of the Abyss. A scholar specializing in ancient castles examined the map and remarked, "That castle has a storied history, with a complex internal structure replete with various mechanisms and magical traps. The cloaked one's choice of this location for their ceremony is evidently deliberate." Alice, drawing from her previous research on the scrolls, added, "According to our in-depth interpretation of the scrolls, to completely prevent the awakening of the Lord of the Abyss, we must not only disrupt this final ritual, but also locate and restore the critical nodes of the seal that the cloaked figures have compromised. However, we are currently unaware of the specific locations of these critical nodes." After prolonged deliberation, the assembly resolved to split into two factions. One group, led by Leon, would consist of the Alliance's most elite warriors and mages, dispatched to the ancient castle to thwart the cloaked figure's ritual. The other faction, led by Alice, would collaborate with the sages and magical researchers of various races to continue studying the scrolls and relevant ancient texts in search of clues to repair the critical nodes of the seal. Pre-battle preparations, sharpening weapons, and resolve. Leon's team commenced rigorous preparations for the impending battle. The warriors trained day and night, honing their combat skills and physical abilities, striving to unleash their utmost potential in the forthcoming confrontation. The sorcerers dedicated themselves to the study of counteracting the dark magic wielded by the Black Robes, concocting various potent elixirs to bolster their own magical reserves. Meanwhile, the craftsmen of the dwarven race toiled tirelessly, forging exquisite weapons and robust armor for the warriors. These weapons, enhanced by special enchantments, were capable of inflicting greater damage upon dark forces, while the armor boasted formidable defensive capabilities, effectively repelling the magical assaults of the Black Robes. The elves provided the team with invaluable magical artifacts, such as cloaks that could obscure one's presence and necklaces that heightened perception. These items would prove immensely beneficial in the impending battle. Simultaneously, elven archers joined the team, their masterful archery and adeptness in nature magic promising to be a significant asset in the fray. The infiltration plan, details finalized. Leon was acutely aware of the formidable defenses surrounding the ancient castle. A direct assault would only result in grievous casualties. Thus, he meticulously devised a comprehensive infiltration strategy. Together with his team, he examined the terrain and potential defensive configurations of the castle, ultimately determining a viable route for entry. Under the cover of night, they planned to enter through a concealed valley at the castle's rear. Within this valley lay a secret passage, obscured by vines, rumored to have been left as an alternative escape route by the castle's builders, now likely forgotten. Though there might be some traps within the passage, the risks were comparatively minimal when juxtaposed against the formidable defenses at the castle's front. Once inside the passage, they would stealthily navigate toward the castle's heart, evading the patrols of the Black Robes, and strike directly at the site of the impending ritual. To ensure the operation's success, Leon assigned the most skilled scouts and stealth experts to lead the way, while the sorcerers prepared to counter any magical traps that might arise. Uplifting morale, fortifying resolve on the eve of their departure, Leon gathered the team for an impassioned speech to bolster their spirits. Observing the resolute expressions of his comrades, he declared, "Brothers and sisters, we stand on the brink of an exceptionally arduous battle. The machinations of the Black Robes are nearing fruition. Should the Lord of the Abyss awaken, our continent will plunge into irredeemable despair. Yet, I firmly believe that with our courage, wisdom, and unity, we can thwart their malevolent designs. We are the guardians of this land, and behind us stand countless souls who place their trust in us. For the peace of our continent, for all that we hold dear, let us march forward with unwavering determination and vanquish the darkness." The team responded with a resounding chorus, their spirits soaring. They were acutely aware of the gravity of their responsibilities, their hearts brimming with a fervent desire for victory and love for their homeland. Armed with this steadfast conviction, Leon led the team on their journey toward the ancient castle, where a decisive battle for the fate of the continent awaited. Chapter 160, The Ultimate Confrontation. Dawn of the continent infiltrating the castle, peril lurking. Leon, leading his elite team under the shroud of night, stealthily approached the valley behind the ancient castle. The valley was eerily tranquil, save for the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by a whispering breeze. The team carefully pushed aside the vines, uncovering the hidden secret passage. The entrance exuded an air of antiquity, as if it were recounting the tales of time's passage. Upon entering the passage, a wave of dampness enveloped them. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, prompting Leon to signal his companions to cast illumination spells. A faint glow illuminated their surroundings, revealing walls intricately etched with peculiar symbols and patterns, seemingly warning intruders. Not long into their advance, they triggered the first mechanism. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground, quick-witted. Leon swiftly conjured wind magic, lifting his teammates off the ground to evade the assault successfully. As they delved deeper into the passage, the traps grew increasingly intricate. Occasionally, poisoned arrows shot forth from the walls, or the ceiling would suddenly descend. However, armed with their extensive experience and seamless coordination, they repeatedly averted danger. At last, they reached the end of the passage, facing a heavy stone door. Confronting the cloaked figures, the battle ignited. Leon and his comrades gently pushed the stone door open, finding themselves in the castle's basement. Faintly, they could hear a low chant emanating from above, the unmistakable sound of the dark-robed individuals conducting a ritual. Cautiously, they advanced in the direction of the sound. Upon entering a spacious hall, they encountered a group of cloaked figures. The dark-robed individuals, upon spotting Leon and his companions, revealed sinister smiles. "You have finally arrived, but it is far too late," declared the leader of the cloaked figures coldly. No sooner had he spoken than the dark-robed figures launched their attack. Dark magic, like black lightning, surged toward Leon and his team. Leon quickly directed his companions to disperse, while casting a protective shield to defend against the onslaught. The warriors charged forth like fierce tigers, their blades clashing against the dark magic, sparking fiery collisions. Meanwhile, the mages chanted powerful incantations from the rear, weaving various elemental spells to counter the dark magic of the robed figures. The battle escalated into a fervent frenzy, the hall reverberating with the sounds of combat and magical explosions. In the midst of the fierce conflict, Leon discerned that the dark-robed figure's ritual had reached a critical juncture. If not halted swiftly, the Lord of the Abyss could awaken prematurely. Anxious and determined, Leon resolved to break through the ranks and reach the site of the ritual. He concentrated the mysterious power within him, channeling it into his sword, which erupted in radiant light. Like a golden flash of lightning, he weaved through the crowd of dark-robed figures, repelling them wherever he went. Witnessing Leon's bold move, James rallied several valiant warriors to closely follow him, clearing obstacles in their path. Through their combined efforts, they finally carved a bloody route to the heart of the ritual. Atop the ritual platform lay a crystal radiating an ominous glow, encircled by candles burning with black flames. The leader of the dark-robed figures, sensing Leon's intent, rushed to intercept him. Thus ensued a breathtaking duel between Leon and the leader. Their powers collided, generating a formidable shockwave that shattered everything in proximity. After an arduous struggle, fueled by unwavering conviction and immense mystical strength, Leon ultimately triumphed over the dark-robed leader. With a decisive stroke, he struck the crystal, which shattered instantly, extinguishing the black flames in its wake. The ritual was successfully disrupted, and the nefarious scheme of the cloaked figure came to naught. As the seal was restored, the dawn began to break. Simultaneously with Leon and his companions' triumph in dismantling the ritual, a research team led by Alice conveyed joyous news. After relentless effort, they had finally discovered the method to mend the critical nodes of the seal of the Lord of the Abyss. Without hesitation, Leon and his allies made their way to the sealing site as instructed. Upon arrival, they observed several pivotal nodes on the seal flickering with a faint luminescence, clearly having suffered considerable damage. Following the methodology provided by the research team, they cast various spells, infusing their own powers into the seal. With their concerted efforts, the light emanating from the seal gradually intensified, and the damaged critical nodes began to mend. Ultimately, the seal of the Lord of the Abyss was fully restored. A formidable energy radiated from the seal, completely dispelling the residual dark forces. The ominous aura that had plagued the continent dissipated in an instant, allowing sunlight to once again grace every inch of the land. Standing before the seal, Leon and his companions beheld the scene with expressions of profound relief. Having endured countless trials and tribulations, they had successfully safeguarded the continent. This protracted struggle had reached its conclusion, ushering in a new dawn. The diverse peoples of the land rejoiced, celebrating the hard-won peace. The names of Leon and his compatriots would forever be etched in the annals of history, becoming legends celebrated by the masses. Chapter 161. The Celebration of Peace, a New Beginning, a nation united in celebration. Grateful for heroes with the threat of the Lord of the Abyss vanquished, the continent embraced a long-awaited tranquility. To commemorate this hard-fought victory, the various races decided to collaboratively host a grand peace celebration. News of the event spread to every corner of the continent, in bustling towns and serene villages alike. The populace was enveloped in joy, eagerly preparing for the festivity. On the day of the celebration, the sun shone brilliantly, and the sky was a sapphire blue. The central square of the continent was adorned with vibrant decorations, and colorful flags fluttered in the breeze. People from diverse races donned resplendent traditional attire, bringing with them meticulously prepared delicacies and unique handicrafts, converging from all directions. In the heart of the square, a magnificent stage had been erected, embellished with flowers and enchanted crystals that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Leon, Alice, and their fellow heroes were surrounded by a throng of admirers. The crowd offered them flowers and the most heartfelt of blessings, while children gathered around, their eyes brimming with admiration and reverence. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, approached with tears of gratitude, grasping Leon's hand tightly. "It is you who have defended our homeland with life and courage. You are the true heroes of the continent, and we shall forever be indebted to you." A splendid celebration, a fusion of cultures with the resounding blast of a horn, the celebration commenced. The first to grace the stage were the dancers of the elven race, their movements light and ethereal, akin to butterflies in flight. Accompanied by the melodious strains of flutes and harps, their dance seemed to transport the audience into the enchanting and serene realm of the elven forests, showcasing the harmony and vitality of nature. Following them, the dwarves proudly exhibited their exquisite craftsmanship. Upon the stage, they erected a miniature mountainous castle, animated by magic. The intricate mechanisms, bridges, and architectural details within the castle came to life, captivating the audience with waves of astonishment. The dwarves crafted exquisite trinkets on site, distributing them to the surrounding children, allowing everyone to feel their warmth and craftsmanship. The human performance was infused with vitality and fervor. A troupe of youthful performers executed dazzling acrobatics and martial arts, soaring through the air with flips and wielding swords with a fierce grace. Simultaneously, singers filled the air with resounding melodies, extolling the deeds of heroes, igniting the spirits of all present. During the celebration, people from various races engaged in exchanges, sharing and savoring each other's culinary delights while appreciating diverse cultural performances. This fusion and collision of cultures deepened the collective understanding of unity among the continent's races. At the zenith of the celebration, Leon stood on stage, gazing at the cheering crowd below, his heart brimming with sentiment. He grasped the microphone and proclaimed, "Dear friends, today we gather here to celebrate the dawn of peace, a testament to our collective efforts. We have endured numerous tribulations and triumphed over formidable dark forces. Yet this is merely the beginning. We must pass on this hard-won peace, ensuring that our descendants inhabit a world devoid of war and darkness. Our academy shall continue to nurture exceptional talents, imparting our knowledge and skills to forge guardians for the continent's future. Simultaneously, we must unite even more closely among our races to collaboratively build our beautiful homeland." Leon's voice, resolute and powerful, resonated throughout every corner of the square. The crowd erupted in applause, affirming Leon's words. Alice then added, "We must also persist in exploring the realms of the unknown, delving into the mysteries of magic, to better serve our lives and contribute to the continent's development." James stepped forward, asserting, "We must strengthen the continent's defenses and establish a more comprehensive early warning system to prevent such crises from reoccurring. Let us safeguard this peace through our actions and create a brighter tomorrow." Yet, behind this joyous and harmonious atmosphere, unusual signs began to quietly emerge. On the fringes of the continent, strange creatures started to make frequent appearances. These beings, misshapen and exuding a faint aura of darkness, seemed to evade human sight, stealthily moving towards the continent's interior. Concurrently, mysterious energy fluctuations began to manifest within ancient ruins. Adventurers exploring these sites discovered signs of disturbance in areas that had long been sealed, as if some force were attempting to break the seals. These anomalies went largely unnoticed, as everyone remained enraptured in the joy of peace. However, Leon, with his keen intuition, sensed a subtle unease lurking beneath the surface. He was acutely aware that the dark forces may not have entirely vanished. Perhaps in some shadowy corner, a new crisis was brewing. Nevertheless, He refrained from immediately conveying this concern to others, lest it mar the joyous atmosphere of the celebration. He chose to discreetly monitor these anomalies, ready to confront any impending challenges alongside his companions, safeguarding the peace of the continent they had sacrificed so much to attain. Chapter 162, Undercurrents Stirring. Crisis reemerges, subtle anomalies ignited vigilance. The remnants of joy from the peace celebration had yet to dissipate, yet Leon's worry deepened over the quietly emerging irregularities. He shared his discoveries with Alice and James, and the trio resolved to initiate a clandestine investigation. They understood that if these anomalies concealed a nascent threat, it was imperative to extinguish it before it could grow formidable. Leon first dispatched a cadre of seasoned scouts to the regions where peculiar creatures and mysterious energy fluctuations had been reported. The scouts infiltrated cautiously, gathering a variety of clues. Soon, reports began to stream in. In a swamp in the eastern part of the continent, the scouts observed that distorted creatures appeared to be congregating around an ancient temple, furtively digging at something in the vicinity. Meanwhile, in a mountainous ruin in the west, the mysterious energy surges intensified, and the seals within the ruins seemed increasingly precarious, as if a formidable force could surge forth at any moment. Through her studies of magical energies, Alice surmised that these anomalies might be linked to an ancient and malevolent form of magic. This magic had the capacity to manipulate dark forces, distort biological forms, and attempt to breach seals, thereby unleashing even greater malevolent powers. James speculated that this could be the remnants of the dark-robed one's forces, clandestinely plotting their resurgence. Unwilling to accept defeat, delving deeper, the fog thickens to uncover the truth. Leon, Alice, and James resolved to investigate firsthand. They first ventured into the eastern swamps. A pungent odor pervaded the air, and the thick fog obscured their vision. The trio proceeded with caution, evading hidden traps lurking within the mire. As they approached the ancient temple, they discovered the surroundings were adorned with strange symbols and markings. These symbols bore a resemblance to the dark magical runes they had encountered previously, yet exhibited subtle differences. Alice knelt down, meticulously examining the symbols, striving to decipher their meanings. After considerable effort, her expression turned grave as she remarked, "These symbols seem to be part of some summoning ritual. It appears they intend to invoke a powerful dark creature." At that moment, a group of distorted beings detected their presence, emitting shrill cries as they charged toward them. These creatures moved swiftly and possessed formidable strength. Leon swiftly drew his long sword, engaging in combat with the foremost creature. James, undeterred, wielded his battle axe, striking at the surrounding beings. Meanwhile, Alice conjured a magical shield around them, simultaneously launching magical attacks at the distant foes. In the fray, Leon discerned that the creature's vulnerability lay in their eyes. He seized the opportune moment, thrusting his sword into the eye of a creature, which let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. The other creatures hesitated momentarily, but soon launched their assault once more. After an intense battle, they successfully repelled the horde of beasts. Delving deeper into the temple, the trio encountered an atmosphere thick with darkness and dampness, where walls flickered with eerie black flames. In the temple's grand hall, they discovered a colossal magical array, inscribed with runes that radiated a powerful dark magic. Alice sensed that this array was closely linked to a summoning ritual and appeared to have already been partially activated. Just as they prepared to investigate the array further, the ground trembled violently. A swarm of dark phantoms erupted from the depths below. These apparitions were incorporeal, rendering ordinary attacks futile against them. Alice swiftly cast a light spell in an attempt to disperse the phantoms, but they merely paused momentarily before resuming their advance. James recalled previous experiences in other ruins and realized that these phantoms seemed sensitive to a specific frequency of sound. He produced a specially crafted horn, producing an unusual sound. Upon hearing it, the phantoms writhed in agony, gradually dissipating. The trio continued their exploration of the temple, and in a concealed chamber, they stumbled upon a tattered tome. The cover was adorned with bizarre symbols, and Alice carefully opened the book, discovering it contained legends about a being known as the Shadow Demon. According to the tales, the Shadow Demon embodied dark powers and had once been sealed by ancient heroes. Now, it seemed that someone intended to utilize these rituals to awaken the Shadow Demon and dominate the entire continent. After departing from the Swamp Temple, Leon and his companions pressed onward to the ruins in the western mountains, where they sensed an even more potent dark energy. The seal at the ruins flickered ominously, poised to shatter at any moment. Upon investigation, they uncovered a secret passage within the ruins, saturated with thick, dark magic. Leon understood that the passage's end might hold the key to unraveling all mysteries, yet they were acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, they courageously entered the passage. The corridor was narrow and winding, with magical traps lurking at intervals. Utilizing their extensive experience and formidable prowess, they skillfully evaded the traps. However, the deeper they ventured, the more oppressive the dark energy became, significantly hampering their movements. Upon finally reaching the passage's end, they discovered a massive black crystal, seemingly containing a powerful force, surrounded by a cadre of robed figures. As these figures laid eyes on Leon and his companions, sinister smiles spread across their faces. Leon realized that a new crisis loomed imminent. They must devise a way to thwart the robed figures from unleashing an even more formidable darkness through the black crystal, lest the continent plunge once more into chaos and despair. Chapter 163. The Battle of Breaking the Deadlock, a life-and-death contest in a narrow corridor. Leon and his companions confronted the figures cloaked in black robes, the atmosphere thick with tension akin to a bowstring poised to snap. The black-robed figures encircled a sinister black crystal radiating an eerie luminescence, their eyes betraying a fervor and ferocity. At the forefront, the leader of the black-robed assembly coldly regarded Leon and spoke. "You have indeed arrived, but this time, there is no escape for you. The awakening of the shadow demon cannot be thwarted. The continent shall tremble in darkness." Leon gripped his sword tightly, its blade glimmering faintly as if in defiance of the encroaching darkness. Undaunted, he met the black-robed leader's gaze and declared with unwavering resolve, "Your nefarious plot shall not succeed. We will never allow you to shroud this land in darkness again." No sooner had he spoken than the black-robed figures launched their assault. They brandished their staffs, unleashing torrents of dark beams that struck towards Leon and his allies like bolts of lightning. Quickly, Alice conjured a magical shield, enveloping them in its protective embrace. The dark beams collided with the shield, erupting into a flurry of black sparks, as the shield quivered under the tremendous force. In the midst of the fierce clash, James let out a fierce roar and charged at the black-robed figures like a raging tiger. His battle axe swung through the air, generating a powerful gust. One of the black-robed assailants attempted to intercept him, but James's axe cleaved through the opponent's staff, sending it flying and forcing the black-robed figure to stagger backward. However, more black-robed foes closed in, casting various dark spells in an attempt to ensnare James. Seeing James besieged, Leon swiftly joined the fray. He moved like lightning, his sword slicing through the darkness, each stroke infused with formidable strength that repelled the encroaching black-robed figures. Meanwhile, Alice remained vigilant at the rear, continuously unleashing potent spells to disrupt the rhythm of the black-robed attackers. The forces of light and darkness clashed violently within the confines of the narrow corridor, illuminating the entire space with magical brilliance. Amidst the chaos, Leon discerned that the black-robed figures were augmenting their magical prowess through the power of the black crystal. If they could shatter the crystal, it would diminish the strength of their foes. He exchanged a knowing glance with Alice and James, and the three of them resolved to break through towards the crystal. Breaking through, confronting the crystal, Leon, Alice, and James coordinated their efforts, with the mage's magical assaults drawing the attention of the black-robed figures while the warrior seized the opportunity to breach their defenses. Leon led the charge, channeling mysterious energies into his swordplay. In an instant, brilliance surged forth, compelling the black-robed figures to evade. James followed closely behind, clearing a path with his axe, while Alice continually unleashed spells from the rear to thwart any pursuers. After a grueling struggle, they finally pierced through the encirclement of the black-robed figures and arrived before the ominous black crystal. Yet, a formidable shield of dark energy surrounded the crystal, and any attempt to approach would incur fierce retaliation. Alice scrutinized the shield, noting a certain pattern in the arrangement of its runes. Focusing her mind, she employed a dispelling spell in an effort to uncover the means to breach the shield. As Alice deciphered the shield, the cloaked figures launched another assault. They charged recklessly toward Leon and his companions, intent on thwarting their efforts to destroy the crystal. Leon and James stood resolutely against the onslaught, their bodies marred by wounds. Yet they remained undeterred. In this life-and-death struggle, the tides of fate began to shift. Beads of sweat adorned Alice's forehead. She was acutely aware of the urgency of time. After meticulously examining the runes, she finally unearthed the key to dismantling the shield. Channeling formidable magic, she directed a radiant beam toward the runes on the shield. The runes flickered with light, and cracks began to mar the surface of the shield. Seizing the moment, Leon concentrated all his strength, infusing his sword with mysterious energy. He leaped high and struck down upon the crystal. With a resounding crash, the crystal shattered, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. The force of the blast sent Leon and his allies hurtling to the ground. The cloaked figures, too, were caught in the backlash of the dark energy, their anguished cries echoing as their strength waned. Struggling to rise, Leon gazed at the injured cloaked figures, realizing that this was their chance to decisively defeat them. Exchanging a determined glance with Alice and James, the trio summoned their courage once more and charged at the cloaked figures. In this final confrontation, bolstered by their indomitable spirit and formidable prowess, Leon and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. The cloaked figures fell one by one under the dual onslaught of the dark energy's backlash and their relentless attacks. Witnessing the tide turn, the leader of the cloaked figures attempted to flee, but Leon pursued and subdued him with a single strike of his sword. Exhausted yet aware that the crisis was not entirely averted, Leon and his companions, having vanquished the cloaked figures, understood that the shadowy demon had not been awakened. But the source of the disturbing dark forces remained unvanquished. They must continue their quest to ensure true peace for the continent. A new journey of exploration awaited them. Chapter 164. The Pursuit of Clues. The mist begins to clear post-battle assessment and direction setting. After defeating the cloaked figures, Leon, Alice, and James took a brief respite within the corridor, beginning to evaluate the clues they had gathered during the mission. They realized that although the cloaked figures had been subdued, the origins of the dark forces and other potential threats that could awaken the shadow demon were far from eradicated. The lingering dark magic in the corridor and the faint energy emitted by the shattered crystal served as constant reminders of the urgency of their task. Alice collected the fragments of the shattered crystal, and through her magical perception, she discerned that the residual magic on these shards bore a connection to the summoning ritual runes previously discovered in the temple within the marshlands. It appears we must return to the temple to delve deeper into those runes. Perhaps we can uncover a definitive solution to the dark forces, Alice remarked, her eyes radiating determination and focus. Meanwhile, James scoured the corridor and uncovered some notes belonging to the cloaked figures. The notes contained vague information regarding the origins of the dark forces, seemingly pointing to a long-forgotten mountain range deep within the continent, the Shadow Mountain Range. According to the notes, it concealed the source of the dark powers, potentially linked intricately to the seal of the Shadow Demon. Synthesizing their findings, Leon resolved to split their party into two paths. Alice led a group of adept magical researchers back to the temple in the marshes, resuming their study of the runes. Meanwhile, he and James commanded an elite team to venture into the Shadow Mountains in search of the source of dark power. Upon their return to the temple, Alice and her companions immediately immersed themselves in the investigation of the runes. They meticulously redrew the rune patterns within the temple, carefully comparing them with previous records in an effort to uncover the secrets concealed within. Utilizing her profound knowledge of magic and referencing ancient texts, Alice undertook a thorough interpretation of each rune. After several hours of diligent work, they made a significant discovery. It became apparent that these runes were part of an ancient dark magic, aimed not only at summoning shadow demons, but also at constructing a network for the transmission of dark energy. This network, with the temple as a node, linked to other hidden sources of dark power across the continent. Once fully activated, the shadow demons would awaken completely, harnessing this energy. To prevent this calamity, Alice and her team endeavored to decipher the runes and sever the transmission of dark energy. They employed various purification spells, striving to erase the magical signatures of the runes. However, the power of the runes proved remarkably formidable, resulting in strong backlash with each attempt. Aware of the need for patience, Alice calmed herself and delved deeper into the structure of the runes. At last, she identified a frail link between the runes through a specific combination of magic. It was possible to disrupt the energy connections among them. Leading her team, Alice carefully cast the spells according to this method. With a gentle radiance flickering, the dark magic upon the runes began to dissipate, successfully severing a portion of the dark energy transmission network. Meanwhile, Leon and James's team arrived at the Shadow Mountains. The peaks were shrouded in a thin mist, exuding an eerie atmosphere. The mountains were steep and adorned with jagged rocks, as if concealing countless secrets. As the team traversed the rugged paths, strange sounds echoed around them, suggesting that numerous eyes were watching from the darkness. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged forth, carrying sharp stones that struck the group like hidden projectiles. Leon swiftly cast a shield spell to protect everyone from harm. Once the tempest subsided, a pack of dark creatures resembling wolves, yet covered in sharp spines, charged out from the valleys on either side. These creatures moved with astonishing speed, surrounding the team in an instant. "Prepare for battle," James shouted, as the warriors swiftly drew their weapons and the mages began to chant their spells. The battle erupted instantaneously, with warriors engaging in close combat with the dark creatures, their blades clashing against the spines and sparking flames. The mages unleashed a flurry of elemental magic, fire, frost, and lightning, all directed at the dark beings. However, the sheer number and ferocity of the creatures led to numerous injuries among the team. Leon, understanding the necessity to avoid a protracted conflict, observed the creatures' movements and discerned that they seemed particularly sensitive to a specific type of magical vibration. He signaled the mages to concentrate their power and cast a unique soundwave spell. As a peculiar wave of sound spread through the air, the dark entities ceased their assault, howling in agony as they trembled. Seizing the opportunity, Leon and his companions launched a counterattack, ultimately driving back the horde of dark beings. Mysterious ruins. A glimpse of revelation after repelling the dark creatures, the team delved deeper into the Shadow Mountains. Within the heart of the mountains, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The great door of the ruin stood resolutely shut, adorned with intricate, enigmatic symbols. These symbols bore resemblance to the runes discovered earlier at the dark-robed figure's stronghold and the temple, yet they were markedly more intricate. Leon scrutinized the door, endeavoring to discern a method to unlock it. At that moment, James uncovered peculiar footprints encircling the ruin. Their unusual shape suggested they were not left by ordinary creatures. The footprints appeared to form a distinct pattern around the door. Leon, guided by the pattern of the footprints and the symbols on the door, attempted to manipulate the symbols in a certain sequence. After considerable exploration, the door gradually creaked open, releasing a wave of ancient and potent dark magic. Beyond the threshold lay a lengthy corridor, at the end of which flickered an eerie light. Aware that the source of the dark power might reside at the corridor's terminus, Leon and his allies inhaled deeply, gripping their weapons tightly, and ventured deeper into the passage, where unknown challenges awaited them. Chapter 165. The Mystery of the Ruins. The source of darkness venturing into the ruins. Every step was laden with trepidation. As Leon and his companions entered the corridor, an oppressive aura of dark magic enveloped them, pressing heavily upon their beings. The walls shimmered with dim, shadowy light, and occasionally, indistinct images flickered within the shifting shadows, resembling fragments of ancient memories or the malevolent interference of dark forces. They proceeded cautiously, each step rife with vigilance. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently, and massive boulders tumbled from the ceiling of the corridor. "Scatter and evade," Leon shouted. The team swiftly dispersed, employing their agility and magical assistance to avoid the impending danger. However, one member was not quick enough, sustaining a gash on the arm from a falling rock, blood streaming forth. James hurried to assess the injured teammate, administering a hasty bandage before the group pressed onward. As they advanced, numerous branching paths emerged on either side of the corridor, each exuding a similar dark essence, making the choice exceedingly difficult. Leon closed his eyes, focusing intently, attempting to sense the flow of dark magic to uncover the correct path. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and pointed toward one of the forks, declaring, "This way, the fluctuations of dark magic are stronger. It must lead to the core." The core, a convergence of darkness. The group followed Leon's indicated path, the dark magic growing increasingly dense, nearly suffocating them. At long last, they arrived at a vast circular chamber, the very heart of the ruin. In the center of the space stood a massive black stone platform, upon which floated a sphere radiating intense dark luminescence. Surrounding the sphere was a shroud of black mist, from which emanated intermittent cries of agony and eerie roars. As Leon and his companions entered the space, the sphere seemed to sense their presence, radiating with an intensified brilliance. Dark forces surged toward them like a tidal wave, attempting to engulf them. The team swiftly conjured magical shields to withstand the onslaught of these malevolent energies. Through magical communication, Alice informed Leon of her new findings in the temple. These dark forces appeared to revolve around a central consciousness, which was likely the lingering will of the shadow demon. Leon realized that to completely eradicate the dark forces, the sphere must be destroyed, severing the tether of the shadow demon's residual will. However, the dark power surrounding the sphere was formidable, rendering ordinary attacks futile. In their arduous struggle, Leon, James, and their comrades began experimenting with various methods to assault the dark sphere. The mages unleashed a plethora of potent elemental spells. Flames surged toward the sphere like a dragon, only to be extinguished upon contact with the dark mist. Bolts of lightning struck the sphere, producing mere black sparks with no impact on its integrity. The warriors attempted to approach and strike the sphere directly with their weapons, but the barrier formed by the dark forces repelled them repeatedly. Through relentless trials, Leon discovered that the dark sphere exhibited brief energy fluctuations while absorbing dark powers. Although these fluctuations were exceedingly subtle, they presented an opportune moment for attack. He swiftly communicated this revelation to his comrades, urging them to prepare their most powerful strikes and await the right moment. When the dark sphere absorbed dark energy once more, producing an energy fluctuation, Leon shouted, "Now!" The team unleashed their strongest assaults. Leon infused his sword with mysterious energy, a brilliant light slicing through the darkness toward the sphere. James swung his battle axe with tremendous force at the sphere. The mages combined various elemental spells into a massive beam of light aimed at the sphere. The myriad attacks converged upon the dark sphere, triggering a violent explosion. The surrounding dark mist was temporarily dispelled, revealing fine cracks on the surface of the sphere. Nevertheless, its power remained formidable, quickly mending the fissures and reconstituting the dark energy. Understanding that their previous assault had only inflicted minor damage, Leon recognized they required a greater force and perfect coordination. At that moment, he recalled a method of extreme energy release inherent in his mysterious power. Although this approach was perilously dangerous and could inflict severe harm upon his body, he resolved to take the risk for the sake of obliterating the dark forces entirely. Leon conveyed his plan to James and the team, instructing them to concentrate all their attacks on the dark sphere during his release of mysterious energy. Although James and the others were apprehensive about Leon's safety, they understood this might be their sole chance, and they nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Leon began to summon his inner mysterious power, gathering it to its utmost limit. A radiant light enveloped his body as the mysterious energy surged like a mighty tide. As the power reached its zenith, Leon let out a mighty roar, unleashing all his strength. A formidable beam of light surged towards the dark sphere, while simultaneously, James and his comrades unleashed their most potent attacks. This time, the overwhelming force struck the dark sphere directly. Cracks swiftly spread across its surface, and the dark light began to flicker erratically. With a thunderous sound, the dark sphere finally shattered, and the immense dark power dissipated in an instant. The ominous aura within the ruins rapidly receded, and light once again illuminated the entire space. Leon and his companions successfully identified and obliterated the source of the dark power. However, Leon, having overexerted his mysterious strength, collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. James and the team hurriedly gathered around him, concerned for his well-being. They understood that although they had achieved a significant victory in this battle, countless unknown challenges still loomed ahead, necessitating their vigilance to ensure the continent was entirely liberated from the threat of darkness. Chapter 166. Reviving Hope, Yet Hidden Perils Persist. Leon awakes. Strategic discussions under the anxious care of his teammates, Leon gradually regained consciousness. He felt utterly drained, as if all his energy had been siphoned away. Nevertheless, upon seeing the familiar faces around him and the gradually dissipating darkness within the ruins, a flicker of solace washed over him. James, noticing Leon's awakening, broke into a smile. "At last, you are awake. We were all terribly worried." Leon struggled to sit up, inquiring about the current situation. His comrades reported that after the destruction of the dark sphere, the dark power within the ruins had indeed largely dissipated. However, news from Alice indicated that although a portion of the dark energy transmission network at the temple had been severed, other unknown nodes were still emanating dark magical fluctuations. Moreover, their research revealed that the residual will of the shadow demon was exceptionally tenacious. Even after the destruction of the dark sphere, there remained a possibility of resurrection through other sources of dark power. Leon furrowed his brow, fully aware that the situation remained dire. After a brief rest, he mustered his strength to discuss the next steps with James and the team. They recognized the urgency of locating and destroying the remaining sources of dark power to eradicate any possibility of the shadow demon's lingering while resurfacing. Exploration of the ruins. New clues under Leon's guidance. The group began a deeper exploration of the ruins, hoping to uncover clues regarding other sources of dark power. They meticulously scoured every corner of the ruins, leaving no detail overlooked. On a concealed wall, they discovered an ancient mural. The mural depicted an island shrouded in darkness, with a towering spire at its center, surrounded by surging dark magical energy. Beneath the mural, some indistinct text was inscribed. With Alice's remote guidance through magical communication, the team utilized special magical artifacts to gradually decipher the text's content. The writings chronicled the location of this dark island. Situated within the endless seas to the west of the continent, a significant convergence point of dark power, likely harboring key artifacts or sources of power related to the Shadow Demon. Realizing the importance of this clue, Leon and his companions resolved to set off immediately for the Dark Island. However, they were acutely aware that the boundless seas were fraught with unknown perils, and the journey to the Dark Islands would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. As preparations for the voyage commenced, upon returning to the Alliance headquarters, Leon divulged the clues and plans he had uncovered to all factions. The various races expressed their unwavering support, uniting to confront this imminent crisis. The dwarves showcased their exquisite craftsmanship, constructing sturdy hulls and advanced navigational equipment for the ships destined for the voyage, and equipping them with various magical defensive mechanisms to ward off potential dangers lurking at sea. The elves, in turn, provided enchanted crystals imbued with navigational capabilities, capable of sensing the flow of natural forces to assist the vessels in traversing the intricate waters. Simultaneously, elven sorcerers cast protective spells upon the ships, minimizing the impact of turbulent winds and waves during their journey. The human kingdom assembled a cadre of seasoned sailors and navigators to bolster Leon's crew, well-versed in maritime dynamics and adept at tackling unforeseen navigational challenges. Moreover, the human alchemists prepared an ample supply of magical potions to tend to any injuries or ailments that might arise. Thanks to the collective efforts of all parties, the preparations for the expedition were swiftly completed. Leon and James, leading a team composed of elite representatives from various races, boarded the meticulously outfitted vessels and set sail toward the endless western seas, embarking on a quest to locate the Dark Islands and eradicate the looming threats. As the ship traversed the vast expanse of the ocean, it initially sailed through calm waters, with sunlight glimmering upon the surface. However, as they delved deeper into the boundless sea, the weather began to deteriorate. Dark clouds gathered ominously, fierce winds howled, and the waves roared like enraged beasts, relentlessly battering the vessel. The ship rocked violently amid the tempest, and the crew clung tightly to their surroundings, striving to maintain their balance. The sailors exerted their utmost efforts to control the ship, attempting to stabilize its course, yet the ferocious winds and waves rendered their journey exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, striking directly toward the ship. Leon swiftly enacted a shield spell, conjuring a translucent barrier around the vessel to thwart the lightning's onslaught. Yet, the tumultuous winds and waves did not relent. Rather, they intensified. Abruptly, a gigantic sea monster emerged from the depths, its immense form resembling a small mountain, with colossal tentacles reaching toward the ship. The tentacles were adorned with sharp suckers, and should they ensnare the vessel, it would surely be obliterated. James bellowed, "Prepare for battle." The warriors seized their weapons, while the mages began to chant formidable incantations, heralding the onset of a fierce confrontation with the sea monster. And their maritime adventure was merely at its inception, with countless unknown dangers awaiting their encounter. Chapter 167. Braving the Sea Monster. Navigating the waves, the sea monster launched its surprise attack, and a fierce battle erupted. The enormous creature extended its robust tentacles, akin to black serpents, lunging swiftly toward the ship. Leon shouted, "Mages, target the tentacles first, and warriors, prepare for close combat." The mages promptly complied, unleashing a dazzling array of elemental magic that soared toward the sea monster's appendages like resplendent fireworks. The flames of magic licked at the tentacles, while the frost magic encased their surfaces in a thick layer of ice. Lightning magic flickered and danced upon the tentacles, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The sea monster, in pain, emitted a deep and resonant roar that reverberated across the water, causing discomfort to all present. Yet, it did not retreat. Instead, it lashed out with even greater ferocity. One of its tentacles broke through the magical barrage and slammed heavily against the ship's side, causing the sturdy vessel to rock violently. The sound of splintering would piercing the air. Several warriors were nearly thrown overboard, but they managed to grasp the railings just in time. Seeing this, James rallied a group of warriors, brandishing their blades, and charged towards the ship's edge. They seized the moment, striking the tentacles with all their might as they launched another attack. The sharp swords bit into the tentacles, sending forth dark, viscous fluid, and the sea monster let out a pained shriek. However, the tentacles were remarkably resilient, and ordinary attacks inflicted only minor damage. Understanding that this approach was futile, Leon realized they must swiftly identify the sea monster's weakness. As he cast spells to fend off the other tentacles, he meticulously observed the creature's movements. In the midst of the fierce battle, he noticed that whenever the monster sustained a powerful magical blow, its eyes emitted an unusual glimmer, seemingly reacting intensely to the magic. "Attack its eyes," Leon shouted. The mages immediately adjusted their aim, concentrating their most potent spells towards the monster's eyes. A barrage of powerful magical beams surged forth, and sensing the impending danger, the creature attempted to shield its eyes with its tentacles. Yet, the warriors would not allow it to succeed. James led his comrades in a renewed assault on the tentacles, restraining the monster's movements during its moment of distraction. After receiving updates through magical communication regarding the creature's condition, Alice quickly guided her companions. The skin surrounding the monster's eyes is relatively weak, and its visual nerves are closely linked to its magical perception. A full frontal assault on its eyes will disrupt its actions and magical abilities. With this knowledge, the intensity of their attacks surged. At last, a powerful bolt of lightning magic penetrated the monster's tentacle defenses and struck its eye. The creature let out a chilling scream, its body writhing violently, stirring up even larger waves across the sea. Injured and enraged, the sea monster became even more frenzied, exerting all its strength to lash out at the ship with renewed vigor. One tentacle swept across the deck, toppling numerous warriors, while others attempted to capsize the vessel. Undeterred by the peril, Leon leaped into action, channeling mysterious energy into his longsword, and delivered a decisive blow to one of the tentacles poised to overturn the ship. This strike, infused with formidable power, severed the tentacle cleanly. Black blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters dark. Yet, the creature continued its stubborn resistance. The remaining tentacles pressed their assault. At this juncture, the sailors aboard the ship joined the fray, utilizing the vessel's catapult to hurl massive stones at the sea monster. Bolstered by magic, the stones soared like cannonballs, inflicting significant damage upon the beast. In the midst of a fierce battle, a sorcerer, in a bid to shield his comrades, was struck by a tentacle of a sea monster and plunged into the depths of the ocean. Leon, filled with urgency, swiftly conjured wind magic, endeavoring to rescue the fallen sorcerer. Meanwhile, James led the warriors in their relentless combat against the beast, ensuring it could not harm any other team members. After a grueling struggle, they finally managed to repel the sea monster, which, severely wounded, sank slowly to the ocean floor, allowing the surface to gradually regain its tranquility. Leon successfully retrieved the sorcerer from the water. Though injured, the sorcerer was not in mortal peril. There was no time to celebrate their victory. They immediately set about inspecting and repairing the ship. The sailors hastily mended the damaged planks, while the sorcerers restored the ship's magical devices. Through their collective efforts, the vessel gradually regained its navigational capabilities. Leon gazed at his weary yet resolute companions and proclaimed, "Well done, everyone. However, our journey is far from over. The Dark Island awaits us ahead, and we must not relent." The team nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the gravity of their mission. After a brief respite, they resumed their voyage. The ship forged ahead across the tumultuous sea, heading towards the enigmatic Dark Island, where more challenges and trials awaited them. Chapter 168, The Dark Island. A mysterious crisis upon arriving at the solitary isle, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them. After several arduous days battling the elements, Leon and his companions finally caught sight of the island shrouded in darkness. A thick layer of black mist encircled it, intermittently flickering with strange lights, as if concealing countless watchful eyes. As the ship drew nearer, an ominous chill descended upon them, sending shivers down their spines. Once ashore, Leon cautiously led his team onto the enigmatic island. The ground beneath their feet exuded a foul stench, and the surrounding trees twisted grotesquely, their branches resembling withered arms stretching towards the sky, seemingly narrating tales of endless torment. The island was enveloped in silence, devoid of the sounds of insects or birds, with only the howling sea breeze amplifying the eerie ambience. Leon gestured for his teammates to remain vigilant and to advance in a tight formation. They ventured along a narrow path deeper into the island, flanked by bizarrely shaped rocks, which were inscribed with peculiar symbols. These symbols bore a resemblance to the runes they had encountered in ancient ruins and temples, yet appeared more archaic and malevolent. In the island's depths, a towering spire emerged faintly in their line of sight. The tower, entirely black, radiated a potent wave of dark magic. As they approached, the oppressive aura of dark energy intensified, severely impeding their movements. Some team members began to feel dizzy, their magical energies flowing erratically. Aware of the dark magic's effects, Leon swiftly produced a crystal emitting a gentle glow. This crystal, a treasured gift from the elven kin, possessed the ability to purify dark magic. Beneath the radiant glow of the crystal, the influence of dark magic waned slightly, and the team felt a measure of relief. Upon arriving at the foot of the tower, they discovered the grand entrance firmly shut, adorned with intricate magical sigils. Through the means of magical communication, Alice remotely guided her companions in deciphering the significance of these sigils. After considerable effort, they uncovered that this magical formation served as a formidable defensive mechanism. A misstep could unleash a potent dark magic assault. To unravel the enigma and breach the defenses, Leon and his comrades meticulously examined the sigils, seeking a method to dismantle the barrier. They noticed that the runes on the formation pulsated in a specific sequence, seemingly conveying a cryptic message. After extensive observation and experimentation, James discerned a striking resemblance between the pattern of the runes and a celestial chart they had encountered within the ruins. Drawing from James's discovery and his own comprehension of the magical array, Leon commenced activating the runes in the prescribed order. As each rune was illuminated, the glow of the magical formation gradually diminished until it ultimately vanished. The grand entrance creaked open, and an overwhelming surge of dark energy rushed forth, nearly toppling the group. Steadying themselves under Leon's leadership, they ventured into the tower's interior. Inside, the atmosphere was dank and dim, with walls ablaze in black flames that illuminated the space. At the center of the hall stood a colossal circular stone platform, upon which rested a tome exuding a ghostly luminescence and a dark crystal. Just as they approached the platform, the ground suddenly fractured, revealing bottomless chasms. From these voids emerged a throng of dark spirits, emitting piercing wails as they lunged toward the team. These specters bore similarities to those previously encountered in the ruins, yet their strength appeared significantly augmented. The mages hastily invoked light magic in an attempt to dispel the apparitions. However, the spirits exhibited heightened resistance to their spells, with ordinary light magic only managing to temporarily repel them. Realizing the urgency of their situation, Leon urged his teammates to consolidate their efforts and forge a path towards the stone platform. Amid their escape, one team member was inadvertently struck by a spirit, their bodies swiftly succumbing to the encroaching darkness, rendering them unconscious. Panic surged within Leon as he fought off the spirits while simultaneously casting healing magic in a desperate bid to rescue his comrade. James rallied the remaining warriors to mount a fierce defense against the onslaught, buying Leon precious moments. After a tumultuous clash, they finally broke free from the spirit's encirclement. Reaching the side of the stone platform, Leon grasped the tome and the dark crystal, preparing for a meticulous examination. Yet, just then, the tower began to tremble violently, as if a formidable force was awakening, heralding an even greater crisis looming on the horizon. Chapter 169, The Awakening of Darkness, a life-and-death gamble as the tower quaked. The group struggled to maintain their footing. Leon clutched the tome and dark crystal tightly, shouting, "Everyone, hold steady. Be cautious of your surroundings." As the tower trembled, the black flames upon the walls flickered precariously, as though they might extinguish at any moment. The dark phantoms seemed to be influenced by some formidable force, growing more frenzied as they lunged once more at the group. James swiftly organized the warriors into a defensive formation, placing the mages and injured comrades at the center for protection. Armed and vigilant, each warrior bore a solemn expression, acutely aware that they were on the brink of a life-or-death trial. The phantoms surged forth like a black whirlwind, clashing with the warriors' blades, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Through magical communication, Alice urgently conveyed, "The book and the black crystal may have triggered the latent dark powers within the tower. You must hasten to find a way to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, the entire structure could collapse, unleashing even more potent dark forces." Leon nodded, fending off the onslaught of phantoms while rapidly perusing the tome in his hands. The ancient text was replete with obscure symbols and incantations, rendering it difficult to decipher. Drawing upon his prior experiences and Alice's distant guidance, Leon struggled to interpret the contents. It became evident that the tower had been erected by ancient dark sorcerers to seal away a portion of the Shadow Demoness power. However, over the passage of time, the seal had weakened, and their presence had inadvertently triggered the mechanism to awaken this dormant force. The text also contained a potential method to prevent the complete awakening of the dark power. One must locate the sealing core at the tower's base and embed the black crystal within it to reactivate the ancient seal. Yet, the lower levels of the tower were fraught with perilous traps and formidable dark creatures, making such a journey exceedingly treacherous. Leon relayed this crucial information to his companions. and they comprehended that this was their singular chance for survival. James gazed at Leon with unwavering determination and declared, "We have no retreat. We must take the chance." Thus, Leon led the group toward the tower's depths, engaging in a desperate struggle against the relentless tide of dark phantoms and numerous traps along the way. As they descended toward the tower's base, they encountered an array of traps. Spikes would suddenly thrust from the ground, while poisoned arrows shot forth from the walls. The group advanced cautiously, continually employing magic and martial skills to evade danger. Yet, despite their vigilance, some comrades fell prey to the traps, gradually slowing their progress. Upon reaching a vast hall, they were confronted by a colossal dark golem that obstructed their path. Towering several meters high, the golem was composed of black stone and emanated a formidable magical aura. It swung its immense fists toward the group, each blow carrying the weight of a mountain. Shattering the ground beneath them, the mages unleashed powerful magical assaults upon the golem. Fire, frost, and lightning rained down, but the golem's defenses were exceedingly robust, leaving only shallow marks from their spells. James led the warriors in an attempt to strike at the golem's joints. Yet the creature's expansive attack range repelled them with each approach. Leon observed the beleaguered team, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of urgency. He meticulously observed the golem's movements and noted that before each attack, the runes adorning its body would shimmer, seemingly gathering magical energy. Realizing that this might constitute the golem's Achilles heel, he instructed the mages to concentrate their powers and unleash targeted magical assaults at the moment the runes flickered. In a life-and-death struggle, the tide turned. As the golem raised its fist once more, its runes began to glow, prompting Leon to exclaim, "Now is the time." The mages immediately directed their most potent spells toward the glimmering runes. A brilliant beam of light struck the runes, causing the golem's body to momentarily falter, halting its attack. Seizing the opportunity, James led the warriors to charge at the golem. They swung their weapons, targeting the joints of the creature. With their combined efforts, one of the golem's arms was finally severed, crashing to the ground. The golem let out a furious roar as its body began to tremble violently, seemingly engaging in a final struggle. Aware that they could not afford to grant the golem a moment's respite, Leon urged his companions to continue their assault. After a fierce battle, the golem was ultimately vanquished, reduced to a pile of black rubble. Without a moment to rest, the group pressed onward toward the base of the tower. At last, they reached the tower's foundation and discovered the ceiling core. At this moment, the tremors of the tower intensified, heralding the imminent awakening of dark forces. Without hesitation, Leon embedded the black crystal into the ceiling core, reciting the ancient incantation inscribed in the tome. As the words were uttered, the ceiling core emitted a blinding light, gradually suppressing the dark power, and tranquility began to return to the tower. However, they understood that this victory was merely temporary. The threat of the shadow demon still loomed, and they must swiftly seek a definitive solution to the crisis. Chapter 170. The Truth Unfolds. Prelude to the ultimate confrontation with the seal temporarily stabilized. The clues began to unravel. As the black crystal was embedded in the ceiling core, the rampant dark forces within the tower were successfully quelled, and the violent tremors gradually subsided. Exhausted, Leon and his companions dared not let their guard down. They were acutely aware that, although the situation had been momentarily stabilized, the menace of the shadow demon remained like a sword poised to fall at any moment. Leon retrieved the ancient tome he had obtained from the stone platform and, alongside his comrades, meticulously studied its contents in search of further clues. Through magical communication, Alice joined the discourse. After thorough analysis, they discovered that the tome subtly alluded to a mysterious location known as the Source of Shadows, which appeared to be the true origin of the shadow demon's power. To eradicate the shadow demon entirely, they must venture into the Source of Shadows and locate its core power for destruction. The tome also contained vague information regarding the Source of Shadows, indicating that it resided within a spatial rift, with its entrance concealed deep within a forgotten, mystical forest on the continent. This forest was fraught with formidable magical traps and guardian creatures. To access the Source of Shadows, not only must they locate the entrance, but they also needed to gather 3 ancient artifacts. Each of these artifacts possessed mysterious powers over time, space, and elemental forces, and not one could be overlooked. The quest for relics. A divided endeavor. Leon was acutely aware of the formidable nature of their task and the pressing time constraints. Thus, he resolved to split the team into 3 factions, each tasked with uncovering the whereabouts of 3 mystical artifacts. He led one group northward to the icy peaks of the frozen mountains, guided by the scant clues inscribed in ancient tomes, in search of the elemental codex. an artifact said to wield dominion over elemental forces. Meanwhile, James commanded another team southward to the ruins of an ancient desert empire, seeking the Void Compass, an artifact capable of manipulating space itself. Although Alice did not venture forth in person, she utilized her formidable magical network at the Alliance headquarters to provide remote support and intelligence analysis for both teams, while simultaneously scouring for leads on the artifact that governed the passage of time. As Leon's cohort stepped into the frozen mountains, the biting winds lashed against their cheeks like blades, and the thick blanket of snow impeded their progress significantly. They trudged through the rugged terrain, diligently searching for clues pertaining to the Elemental Codex. After several days of relentless searching, they stumbled upon an ancient temple, obscured by snow and ice, which bore inscriptions of runes related to elemental magic upon its walls. Following the guidance of these runes, they discovered a concealed chamber within the temple's basement. Within this hidden sanctum, the Elemental Codex radiated a gentle glow, resting quietly upon a stone pedestal. However, as they approached the pedestal, a cadre of giants formed from ice and snow materialized, blocking their path. James's team, navigating the ruins of the Desert Empire, faced their own array of challenges. The relentless sun blazed overhead, rendering the desert sweltering, while the ruins themselves were fraught with a multitude of traps and mechanisms. They advanced with caution, deftly disarming one trap after another. In the heart of the ruins, they encountered a magnificent pyramid. Upon entering the pyramid, they uncovered clues to the Void Compass in its lowest chamber, yet they were met with a cadre of sand elementals, wielders of potent spatial magic. The sand elementals flitted about unpredictably, their magical assaults varied and elusive, presenting significant obstacles for James and his team. Amidst the turmoil, Leon's confrontation with the ice giants was fiercely intense. Towering several meters high, the giants possessed immense strength. Each sweep of their arms conjured a tempest of ice. Leon and his companions unleashed a myriad of spells and combat techniques, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. Harnessing mysterious powers, Leon infused his elemental magic, launching powerful beams of energy that struck the ice giants. The team coordinated their efforts meticulously. The sorcerers employed fire magic to melt the giants' icy forms, while the warriors seized the opportunity to target their weaknesses. After a grueling battle, they ultimately vanquished the ice giants and successfully acquired the Elemental Codex. On the other front, James and his team found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by the onslaught of the sand elementals. The elementals' spatial magic allowed them to teleport instantaneously, evading attacks while launching their own surprise strikes. James swiftly adapted their strategy, positioning the warriors into a tight defensive formation while the sorcerers unleashed area of effect spells to restrict the elementals' movements. After a fierce exchange, they discerned that the sand elementals were particularly sensitive to certain frequencies of sound waves. Consequently, James instructed his team to produce specially crafted instruments to generate disruptive sound waves that would confound the sand elementals. Under the influence of sound waves, the movements of the sand spirit became sluggish, providing James and his companions with the opportunity to launch an attack. Ultimately, they triumphed over the sand spirit and located the Void Compass. Simultaneously, Alice, through her extensive research of ancient tomes and the magical network at the Alliance headquarters, discovered vital clues regarding the artifact known as the Hourglass of Time, which grants mastery over the power of time. It was revealed that the Hourglass of Time is sealed within a mysterious island that hovers in the sky, surrounded by formidable time magic barriers. Alice promptly conveyed this information to Leon and James, and the trio resolved to unite and embark on a quest to retrieve the Hourglass of Time, thereby gathering the 3 artifacts necessary to prepare for the ultimate confrontation with the Shadow Demon Lord. Chapter 171. Gathering Artifacts and Braving the Sky Island. Reconvening for strategy and preparation for the Sky Island, Leon and James, having successfully acquired the Elemental Codex and the Void Compass, swiftly returned to the Alliance headquarters to reunite with Alice. As the 3 gathered, they gazed at the 2 artifacts radiating a mysterious glow before them, acutely aware that they had taken a significant step closer to eradicating the threat posed by the Shadow Demon Lord. However, they also recognized that the task of obtaining the final artifact, the Hourglass of Time, would prove exceedingly arduous. Alice elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the floating sky island where the Hourglass of Time resides. This island is encircled by a potent time magic barrier, capable of distorting the flow of time and inflicting various temporal disturbances upon any creature that ventures within. A moment's carelessness could ensnare one in a vortex of time, leading to eternal entrapment. Additionally, The island is guarded by enigmatic timekeepers, whose unfathomable power serves to protect the hourglass, ensuring that outsiders are not permitted to approach with ease. Seated together, Leon, James, and Alice meticulously devised a strategy to counter these challenges. They analyzed that in order to breach the time barrier, they would need to ingeniously harness the spatial power of the void compass alongside the elemental forces of the elemental codex, working in concert to identify the barrier's weak points. Furthermore, when confronted by the timekeepers, it was imperative to formulate a detailed tactical plan that would fully leverage each individual's strengths to ensure their success. Soaring towards the heavens, they faced the barrier head-on. After meticulous preparations, Leon and his companions utilized a magical flying device to venture towards the floating sky island. As they approached, they felt the overwhelming and peculiar power of the time barrier. Time appeared to warp in this vicinity, while surrounding light exhibited strange fluctuations, at times accelerating, at others coming to a standstill. Leon produced the void compass, and James wielded the elemental codex, coordinating their efforts. Leon, utilizing the void compass, sensed the spatial structure of the barrier, seeking points where time and space intertwined, while James unleashed the elemental forces from the codex, attempting to probe the barrier's vulnerabilities. After considerable effort, they discovered a region where the forces of time and space experienced a brief imbalance. Seizing the moment, Leon combined his mysterious power with the spatial force of the void compass to open a fleeting spatial passage. James swiftly directed the elemental power of the codex to stabilize the energy surrounding the passage, preventing its collapse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Leon and his companions traversed the passage and successfully entered the interior of the time barrier. In the tumultuous current of time, the journey became arduous. Upon entering the barrier, the group was immediately ensnared in a chaotic temporal vortex. Time here transformed into a disordered whirlwind, sometimes racing forward, with scenes around them flashing by like a fast-forwarded film. At other moments, it became utterly still, as if they were frozen within its grasp. The team felt an unprecedented pressure. A momentary lapse in focus could lead to their being consumed by the maelstrom of time. Leon shouted, "Everyone, remain calm, focus your minds, and stay close to me." With unwavering resolve and mastery over the arcane forces, he endeavored to navigate through the tumultuous currents of time, guiding his companions step by step through the treacherous journey. Meanwhile, Alice employed her magic to cast protective spells upon her teammates, mitigating the physical toll exacted by the time distortion. During their arduous trek, one unfortunate member was inadvertently swept away by the temporal turbulence, their body aging instantaneously. Observing this, Leon swiftly invoked the life-giving essence from the elemental codex, infusing the stricken teammate with vitality to slow the relentless march of aging. At the same time, James harnessed the spatial power of the void compass, attempting to extricate their comrade from the clutches of time's upheaval. After considerable effort, they succeeded in rescuing their teammate. As they pressed onward, they eventually arrived at the fabled hourglass. An ancient hall materialized before them, and at its entrance stood two time guardians, clad in shimmering silver armor and radiating the essence of temporal power. Armed with spears that glimmered with otherworldly light, their cold gazes fixed upon Leon and his companions. The Time Guardians launched the first assault. Their spears danced through the air, unleashing torrents of temporal energy that manifested as lethal blades, hurtling toward Leon and his group. Leon swiftly conjured a shield spell while directing his teammates to retaliate. The mages unleashed a barrage of formidable spells. Flames, frost, and lightning collided with the temporal blades, erupting into dazzling bursts of light. James, wielding his weapon, led the warriors into battle against the Time Guardians. However, the Guardians' prowess exceeded all expectations. Their movements seemed to traverse time itself, rendering them elusive and difficult to strike. The warriors' attacks often met with empty air, while the Guardians' counterstrikes were mercilessly precise. Leon understood the necessity of maintaining the initiative. Concentrating intently, he fused the arcane power with the elemental forces of the Codex, casting forth a novel spell. This incantation momentarily disrupted the flow of time surrounding the Guardians, causing their actions to lag. Seizing this opportunity, James and the others intensified their onslaught. After a fierce and intense clash, Leon and his companions ultimately triumphed over the Time Guardians, stepping into the hall and standing just a breath away from the hourglass. Chapter 172. Seizing the hourglass. The eve of the final battle entering the hall, they faced the hourglass. After vanquishing the Time Guardians, Leon and his companions stepped into the hall with a mix of tension and exhilaration. Inside, a soft and mysterious luminescence enveloped the space. emanating from the hourglass, perched atop a high pedestal in the center of the chamber. Crafted from crystalline material, the hourglass contained 2 spheres filled with golden sand, each grain seemingly imbued with the infinite mysteries of time, radiating a formidable aura of awe. As Leon and his companions approached the high platform, the hourglass of time seemed to sense the presence of intruders, its radiance suddenly intensifying. A powerful force of time began to emanate from the hourglass, radiating outward. In that instant, the flow of time felt overwhelmingly chaotic, as if their bodies were being tugged by various dimensions of time. Leon, acutely aware of the hourglass's formidable power, gestured for his team to steady themselves and focus their minds to resist the influence of temporal energy. Cautiously, he advanced towards the platform, attempting to grasp the hourglass. However, the moment his hand made contact, a torrent of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. In that fleeting moment, Leon found himself immersed in the river of time, countless images flashing before his eyes. He beheld the ancient era when the shadow demon ravaged the continent, bringing forth endless darkness and destruction. He witnessed the sages enduring countless trials and sacrifices to seal the shadow demon, and he observed the various races of the continent struggling for survival in the darkness, yearning for peace. These images were not merely historical records, but also a transmission of a profound mission. Leon understood that the hourglass of time was not just a powerful artifact. It was the key to unraveling the mystery of the shadow demon's seal. Only by gathering 3 powerful artifacts and harnessing their combined power could they access the source of the shadows and utterly destroy the core strength of the shadow demon, thus saving the continent from peril. As Leon emerged from the torrent of information, his gaze became resolute. He conveyed his insights and revelations through magical communication to Alice, James, and every member present. Upon hearing this, a wave of purpose surged within them, further solidifying their determination to eradicate the shadow demon completely. With the artifact in hand, Leon felt its powerful and stable energy. Under his command, the chaotic temporal force surrounding the hourglass gradually subsided. Returning to his team, he was encircled by his companions, all gazing at the artifact that encapsulated countless hopes, their faces adorned with expressions of relief. Yet, they were acutely aware that vigilance could not wane at this moment. Through her magical perception, Alice sensed that the temporal barrier was exhibiting unstable fluctuations due to their acquisition of the hourglass, which could potentially trigger a more formidable temporal storm at any moment. Instantly, Leon led his team toward the passage that would take them back through the barrier. On their return journey, the tumultuous currents of time surged more violently due to the instability of the barrier. However, empowered by the hourglass, Leon adeptly maneuvered the flow of time, guiding his team away from the most perilous areas. After a challenging trek, they successfully traversed the temporal barrier and departed from the floating island in the sky. Upon returning to the headquarters, Leon and his companions brought back the 3 artifacts triumphantly. The entire alliance erupted in jubilant celebration over their successful acquisition of the artifacts, yet Leon and his team remained undaunted, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. They promptly summoned the wise from various races, along with representatives of mages and warriors, to collaboratively devise a strategy for the final confrontation with the shadow demon in the abyss of shadows. According to ancient texts and the knowledge Leon acquired from the hourglass of time, they discerned that the entrance to the abyss of shadows lay concealed deep within a mysterious forest, requiring the power of 3 sacred artifacts to unveil. Upon entering, they would inevitably encounter the dark forces and guardians of the shadow demon. Following fervent discussions, they formulated a meticulous battle plan. First, Alice would lead a cadre of mages well-versed in spatial and temporal magic, utilizing the void compass and the hourglass of time to locate and stabilize the entrance to the abyss. Concurrently, James would command a formidable battalion of warriors tasked with eliminating any dark creatures that might threaten the area surrounding the entrance, ensuring its safety. Leon, as the pivotal force, would wield the elemental codex, employing the synergistic powers of the 3 artifacts to locate and obliterate the core strength of the shadow demon. With preparations complete, Leon and his comrades, fueled by a resolve to face death unflinchingly, were poised to embark on this ultimate journey that would determine the fate of the continent, bearing the hopes of the entire realm upon their shoulders. Chapter 173, Brave the Abyss of Shadows. The final battle commences, delving into the secret forest to seek the entrance. Leon and his companions, armed with the 3 sacred artifacts and bolstered by the blessings and expectations of their kin, set forth on their quest. The mysterious forest was enveloped in an atmosphere of tranquility and eeriness, with towering trees casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, which filtered through the layers of leaves to create a mosaic of light and shadow. A faint mist pervaded the air, seemingly concealing countless pairs of watchful eyes. Treading cautiously deeper into the woods, each step was laden with vigilance. Alice harnessed her magic to sense the energy fluctuations around them, striving to uncover clues to the entrance. Suddenly, she halted, pointing towards an expanse of seemingly ordinary ground ahead, proclaiming, "The spatial energy here is somewhat anomalous. This may very well be the entrance. But we must utilize the power of the artifacts to confirm it." Leon nodded in agreement and withdrew the void compass, infusing it with magical energy. The void compass emitted a brilliant radiance, casting light upon the ground and outlining a complex pattern of spatial runes. James, wielding the elemental codex, channeled the elemental forces within, resonating with the power of the void compass. As the elemental energy flowed, the rune pattern grew increasingly distinct, and the ground began to tremble slightly. At that very moment, a pack of creatures, resembling leopards yet exuding a palpable aura of darkness, erupted from the surrounding foliage, roaring as they charged towards Leon and his companions. These beasts moved with blinding speed, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. James shouted, "Protect Leon and Alice. We cannot allow them to be disturbed." The warriors swiftly drew their weapons, forming a defensive formation as they engaged the dark creatures in fierce combat. The dark beasts were ferocious, their claws razor-sharp, each attack infused with tremendous power. The warriors fought valiantly, the clash of swords against claws igniting showers of sparks. In the rear, the sorcerers unleashed their formidable spells, hurling elemental magic, flames, frost, and lightning, relentlessly towards the monstrous adversaries, inflicting considerable harm. Yet, the sheer number of these creatures seemed inexhaustible, as they surged forward in relentless waves of assault. One warrior, caught unawares, was grievously wounded by a beast, blood streaming forth. Heart racing. Lion understood the urgency of the moment. Distraction was not an option, and he must hasten to open the portal. With unwavering focus, he synchronized his efforts with Alice, deftly wielding the power of the void compass and the elemental codex. Alice maintained her perception of the spatial runes while conjuring a magical shield to safeguard both Lion and herself. "Hold on just a little longer. The entrance is about to open," she urged, her voice ringing out amidst the chaos. Through their combined efforts, a colossal black vortex emerged upon the ground, emanating a formidable gravitational pull, the entrance to the source of shadows. As Lion beheld the portal, he inhaled deeply and declared, "This is our destination. Are we all prepared?" His comrades nodded in resolute agreement. Grasping the elemental codex, Lion stepped into the swirling abyss, with his companions following closely behind. Upon entering the source of shadows, they were assailed by an overwhelming aura of darkness. The surroundings were cloaked in impenetrable blackness. Lion swiftly cast a light spell, illuminating their environment, revealing that they stood within an immense chamber. Strange black luminescence flickered on the walls, while a viscous, ebony liquid coursed across the floor, exuding a nauseating stench. Suddenly, a deep, resonant roar echoed from the shadows, a sound reminiscent of the nethermost depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. In that instant, a horde of towering dark demons materialized before them, each standing several meters tall, adorned with massive wings and menacing fangs, wielding weapons engulfed in black flames. "Battle!" Lion bellowed, igniting the conflict. The sorcerers immediately unleashed an array of potent spells upon the demons. Flames ignited upon the creatures, frost slowed their movements, and lightning danced between them. However, the demons' defenses were formidable, and the magical onslaught merely inflicted minor wounds. James led the warriors into close combat, engaging fiercely with the fiends. Their blades struck the demons, leaving only shallow marks upon their tough hides. The demons retaliated with ferocious weapon strikes, each blow conjuring a tempest of black flames, posing a dire threat to the warriors. Realizing the futility of their current approach, Lion swiftly produced the Hourglass of Time, channeling its enigmatic power. The hourglass radiated a golden light, and wherever its beams fell, the demon's movements began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, Lion unleashed a powerful elemental spell from the codex, sending forth a torrent of elemental energy that crashed into the demons, inflicting significant damage. Under Lion's leadership, the group engaged in a grueling and epic struggle against the dark demons. Though they momentarily withstood the onslaught of the demons, they were acutely aware that this was merely the first trial from the source of shadows, with even greater perils lurking ahead. They must advance fearlessly. engaging in the ultimate confrontation with the shadow demon for the sake of peace across the continent. Chapter 174. The Fierce Battle Against the Demon. As storms gather, the conflict between Leon and his comrades and the dark demons reached a fever pitch. Despite the time hourglass's power slowing the demons' movements, their sheer numbers and formidable strength showed no signs of retreat. They roared with fury, brandishing weapons engulfed in black flames, charging madly towards Leon and his allies. The warriors began to feel the strain under the relentless assault of the demons, with injuries mounting among their ranks. James led the charge, his battle axe swinging with ferocity, each strike imbued with tremendous force aimed at the encroaching demons. However, the demons' defenses were exceedingly robust, and James's attacks barely left marks upon them. He shouted to rally their spirits. "Brothers, we cannot falter. The fate of the continent rests in our hands." The mages exerted themselves to the utmost, unleashing elemental magic that burst forth like brilliant fireworks. Yet, the demons appeared to possess a certain resilience against magic, as many spells merely momentarily hindered their advance. Alice, acutely aware that such assaults could not vanquish the demons entirely, conjured spells while devising a strategy. Suddenly, she noticed that certain areas on the demons' bodies exhibited a concentrated flow of dark magic. These spots might well be their weaknesses. Alice swiftly conveyed this revelation to her companions, prompting Leon to adjust their tactics. He concentrated mysterious energies, merging the elemental powers from the elemental codex, and directed an attack towards the demons' vulnerabilities. A brilliant beam of elemental energy surged forth, striking a demon directly at the concentrated dark magic on its shoulder, eliciting a howl of agony as a massive wound was torn into its flesh. Seeing this, the other team members followed suit, focusing their assaults on the demon's weaknesses, gradually shifting the tide of battle. As the battle raged on, the ground trembled violently. A powerful surge of dark energy erupted from the depths of space, akin to a black storm sweeping across the battlefield. Leon and his companions were compelled to cease their skirmish momentarily, bracing themselves against the overwhelming force of this energy. As the dark energy coalesced, a colossal figure began to materialize. It was the shadow demon, towering like a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura of darkness. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light as it gazed down upon Leon and his allies, an invisible pressure enveloping the arena. They felt as if an unseen mountain bore down upon them, nearly stealing their breath away. "You insignificant insects dare intrude upon my domain, attempting to thwart my resurrection plans." The shadow demon's voice resonated, low and dreadful, like thunder crashing in their ears. Leon grasped tightly the three sacred artifacts in his hands, responding fearlessly. "We shall not allow your schemes to come to fruition. This day marks your end." The convergence of artifacts, countering the dark god faced with the formidable pressure of the shadow god. Leon understood the urgent necessity to unleash the combined power of the three artifacts. He positioned the elemental codex, the void compass, and the hourglass of time before him, channeling all of his magical energy into them. The three artifacts resonated with one another, emanating a blinding radiance that intertwined into a formidable and enigmatic force. This newfound power stood in stark opposition to the dark energy of the shadow god, filling the entire space with a clash of light and darkness. As brilliance flickered and the tempest swirled, the shadow god seemed to sense the threat posed by this power. With a furious roar, it swung its arms, unleashing dark beams of energy aimed directly at Leon and his companions. Leon swiftly directed his allies to evade the onslaught, while simultaneously exerting his utmost control over the unified power of the artifacts. He guided this energy to form a colossal shield, enveloping them in protection. The dark beams collided with the shield, erupting into a shower of black sparks. Yet the shield remained steadfast and unyielding. Allies such as Alice, James, and the other team members invoked their respective spells and martial techniques in concert with Leon, striving to uncover a weakness in the shadow god's defenses. A shift in fortune, descending into crisis, however, the strength of the shadow god was beyond imagination. Realizing that its dark beams could not breach the shield, it resorted to employing even more potent dark magic. Suddenly, countless black fissures materialized in the space around them, from which surged a torrent of dark energy, coalescing into numerous dark tendrils that reached out towards Leon and his companions. The dark tendrils moved with astonishing speed and tremendous force, swiftly breaching the shield's defenses. One such tendril lunged at Leon, ensnaring him before he could react. The shadow god let out a triumphant cackle, proclaiming, "Do you truly believe that these mere artifacts can vanquish me? Such delusions are laughable." Witnessing this, James and Alice were consumed by urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, James charged towards Leon, attempting to sever the tendril that ensnared him, but the tendril proved remarkably resilient, leaving only a shallow mark from his axe's strike. Meanwhile, Alice unleashed her most powerful spell against the shadow god, seeking to divert its attention and compel it to release Leon. The other team members also launched their attacks, and in that tumultuous moment, the situation grew increasingly dire, plunging Leon and his allies into an unprecedented predicament, while the battle against the shadow god had only just entered its most arduous phase. Chapter 175, The Desperate Counterattack. A glimmer of dawn in the throes of life and death, latent potential awakened. Leon, ensnared by the dark tendril, felt a surge of agony coursing through him as the dark forces relentlessly invaded his being. Yet, one conviction burned fiercely within him. He must not allow the shadow god to prevail. He must safeguard the continent. In this critical moment, the mysterious power hidden within Leon was fully awakened. This enigmatic force surged within him like a torrential flood, fiercely battling against the encroaching darkness. A radiant glow enveloped Leon, intensifying until it illuminated the dark tendril. The shadow god, sensing this transformation in Leon's power, flickered with surprise, yet it did not relent in its assault. Instead, it intensified its dark energies, striving to consume Leon entirely. James and Alice beheld the radiant light emanating from Leon, igniting a flicker of hope within their hearts. With renewed vigor, James relentlessly assaulted the dark tendrils, each swing of his battle axe infused with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Alice continuously unleashed formidable spells, targeting the shadow demon, disrupting its dominion over the dark appendages. The other team members, undeterred, summoned their most potent attacks, striving to buy precious time for Leon. Breaking free, launching a counterattack through their collective efforts, Leon finally harnessed a mysterious power to extricate himself from the dark tendril's grasp. In an instant, he darted towards the shadow demon like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Leon radiated an aura of immense and enigmatic strength, firmly clutching 3 sacred artifacts. He flawlessly merged the artifact's power with the mysterious energy, unleashing an unprecedentedly powerful strike. A beam, infused with elemental, spatial, and temporal forces, surged toward the shadow demon. Wherever the light traversed, the dark energies dissipated. Sensing the overwhelming might of this attack, the shadow demon refrained from underestimating it, quickly consolidating all its dark power to form a colossal black shield in a bid to withstand Leon's assault. The clash of light against the black shield erupted in a thunderous explosion. The entire space quaked violently under the impact of this formidable force, as if it might collapse at any moment. The shadow demon's black shield began to fracture under the onslaught of the light, while Leon's attack gradually waned. Team collaboration. Turning the tide at the moment when both forces reached an impasse, James shouted, "Everyone, together now, seize this opportunity." The team members instantly grasped his intent, each unleashing their most powerful attacks upon the shadow demon. The mages intertwined various elemental magics, creating a colossal torrent of magic that surged toward the shadow demon. The warriors brandished their weapons, racing towards the shadow demon at breakneck speed, poised for close-quarters combat. Alice wielded the powers of the void compass and the hourglass of time to disrupt the space and time surrounding the shadow demon. She distorted the space around the demon, slowing its movements, while employing the temporal force of the hourglass to render parts of the demon's body ensnared in a state of temporal stasis. Through their unified assault, the shadow demon's black shield finally shattered. Seizing this opportunity, Leon unleashed another powerful strike, directly impacting the shadow demon's form. The demon emitted a pained roar, staggering backward several steps. Dawn breaks, victory in sight with the shadow demon severely wounded, its dark powers noticeably diminished. Leon and his allies glimpsed the dawn of victory, their spirits soaring. They denied the shadow demon any respite, continuing their relentless assault. Leon persistently wielded the powers of the 3 artifacts, melding them with the mysterious energy to execute a variety of formidable attacks. James led the warriors in close combat against the shadow demon, their weapons imbued with potent magical energies, each strike inflicting damage upon the demon. The sorcerers, stationed at the rear, relentlessly unleashed their spells, launching remote assaults against the shadow demon. Meanwhile, Alice continued to manipulate the void compass and the hourglass of time, crafting advantageous conditions for her comrades in battle. Gradually, the shadow demon found itself ensnared amidst the onslaught of its attackers. It emitted furious roars in attempts to retaliate. Yet each effort was deftly thwarted by Leon and his allies. As the battle raged on, the shadow demon accumulated an increasing number of wounds, its dark powers steadily dissipating. Leon and his companions realized that victory was drawing near. With a final push, they could obliterate the shadow demon and save the entire continent. Chapter 176. The End of Darkness. The Renaissance of the Continent. In a fervent pursuit, Leon and his companions pressed forward, denying the shadow demon even a fleeting moment of respite. Despite its grievous injuries, as the sovereign of darkness, it maintained an indomitable will to resist. Dark magical energy surged violently around it, attempting a final struggle. Armed with a weapon imbued with the powers of 3 artifacts, Leon surged forth, radiant as a war god. Charging towards the shadow demon, he unleashed the ultimate form of his mysterious power. A brilliant beam infused with cataclysmic force shot forth from the tip of his weapon, directly striking the shadow demon. James led the warriors in swift succession, their weapons gleaming with magical enhancement, targeting the demon's vital points. The sorcerers, undeterred, intricately fused their respective elemental magics, conjuring a dazzling yet formidable sea of magical clouds, overwhelming the shadow demon. Alice, wholly focused, adeptly controlled the void compass and the hourglass of time, employing the forces of space and time to continuously disrupt the shadow demon's rhythm, rendering it unable to concentrate on the barrage of attacks. Under this tempestuous onslaught, the shadow demon emitted anguished howls. Its form was enveloped in light and magic. Dark energy relentlessly repelled, while its wounds expanded, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. As the collective might of the group bore down upon it, the shadow demon's strength gradually waned. Its colossal body, akin to a mountain, began to teeter, the radiance of its dark powers growing ever dimmer. Seizing the opportune moment, Leon once more pushed the powers of the 3 artifacts to their utmost limit, perfectly aligning with the mysterious force within him, and unleashed a final strike. A blinding brilliance erupted instantaneously. Wherever the light reached, darkness was utterly vanquished. The shadow demon emitted a heart-wrenching scream as its form gradually disintegrated in the radiance, transforming into countless black shards that scattered with the wind. With the demise of the shadow demon, the dark energies within the entire realm of Shadow's origin rapidly receded, replaced by a serene glow. Observing the complete dissolution of the shadow demon, Leon and his companions felt an immense weight lift from their hearts. Exhausted yet radiant with the joy of victory, they had finally triumphed in this arduous battle, successfully rescuing the continent from the clutches of darkness. Emerging from the shadow's source, returning to the light with the joy of victory, Leon and his companions gradually stepped out of the shadow's source. The moment they crossed the threshold of that dark realm, the world outside seemed to radiate with an extraordinary brightness. The mist in the mystical forest began to dissipate as sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden rays. The creatures of the forest appeared to sense the departure of the dark forces. Birds chirped merrily, and small animals flitted through the underbrush, depicting a scene vibrant with life. Upon returning to the Alliance's headquarters, they were met with a rapturous welcome from the people of various races. The streets were adorned with colorful decorations, and the air was filled with jubilant cheers, celebrating this hard-won triumph in the most fervent manner. Heroes such as Leon, Alice, and James were hoisted high by the crowd, becoming the saviors of the continent, receiving unprecedented respect and adoration. Rebuilding the continent, looking toward the future following the celebrations, Leon and his companions did not allow themselves to linger in joy. They were acutely aware that, having endured this dark catastrophe, the continent required reconstruction and restoration. Under their leadership, the people united their efforts in the rebuilding endeavor. Leon organized the populace to clear the remnants of the dark forces and restore the devastated towns and villages. Alice utilized her knowledge to aid the inhabitants in rejuvenating the lands that had been ravaged by darkness, breathing new life into them. James led the warriors in fortifying the continent's defenses, ensuring that such crises would not recur. Simultaneously, to prevent future threats from dark forces, Leon and his companions resolved to establish a united magical research institution dedicated to exploring the origins of dark magic and preventive measures. They also planned to set up magical academies across the continent to cultivate more exceptional mages and warriors, passing down the knowledge and skills necessary to combat darkness. Through the collective efforts of the people, the continent gradually regained its former prosperity. The populace remembered the struggle between darkness and light, cherishing the hard-won peace. The tales of Leon and his companions were passed down through generations, inspiring future generations to bravely face challenges and safeguard justice, ushering the continent into a future brimming with hope and renewal. Chapter 177. The Aftermath of Peace. New challenges. As the reconstruction progressed steadily, latent dangers began to surface. Under Leon's guidance, the rebuilding efforts unfolded methodically. Towns once ravaged by dark forces gradually revived their former vitality. Newly constructed homes sprang up like mushrooms after rain, and the streets buzzed with life once more, with the calls of merchants and the laughter of children intertwining, as if the shadows of darkness had never cast their pall over this land. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, subtle anomalies began to emerge discreetly. In the remote fringes of the continent, residents of some small villages reported hearing strange noises at night, as if something were lurking in the darkness, observing them. Simultaneously, crops in certain farmlands inexplicably withered, and once clear rivers turned murky, exuding a faint odor of decay. During his inspections of the reconstruction efforts, Leon received these unsettling reports, and a wave of concern surged within him. He promptly assembled an investigative team comprised of seasoned warriors and sorcerers to delve into the regions exhibiting peculiar anomalies. As the team embarked on their mission, a mysterious force began to reveal itself. Their first destination was a quaint village, notorious for the strange sounds that echoed through its surroundings. As night fell, the members dispersed around the village, quietly awaiting the manifestation of any unusual occurrences. At the stroke of midnight, a chilling wind howled through the air, accompanied by a deep, ominous growl. A throng of indistinct shadows surged forth from the woods bordering the village. These phantoms moved with alarming swiftness, flitting between the village structures like wraiths. The team immediately launched an assault. The sorcerers invoked spells of illumination, striving to expose the true nature of the shadows. However, the brilliance of their magic appeared to have a negligible effect, as the shadows merely paused momentarily in the glow before continuing their advance into the heart of the village. The warriors brandished their weapons, engaging in close combat with the shadows. Yet, the forms seemed ethereal, as if woven from smoke. Strikes against them felt like attempts to sever mist, failing to inflict any tangible damage. Observing this, Leon swiftly channeled his arcane might into his weapon, unleashing a potent radiance that struck one of the shadows. The entity let out a piercing wail, gradually revealing itself to be a creature reminiscent of a werewolf, yet shrouded in an aura of darkness. Realizing that the appearance of these dark beings was no mere coincidence, Leon and his companions deduced that a mysterious power lay behind it. They resolved to pursue the direction in which the shadowy creatures had fled, seeking the source of this enigmatic force. During their pursuit, they discerned that the dark beings were heading toward a forsaken mine deep within the continent. Upon arriving at the mine, they were enveloped by a thick shroud of dark magic. At the mine's entrance, they encountered strange runes pulsating with an eerie luminescence. These runes bore resemblance to the dark magical symbols they had previously encountered, but were far more intricate. Utilizing her arcane knowledge, Alice endeavored to decipher the meaning of these glyphs. After considerable effort, her expression turned grave as she remarked, "These runes seem to guard something within the mine, and the fluctuations of this dark magic are formidable. We must proceed with caution." Nodding in agreement, Leon led the team carefully into the mine. The interior was dim and damp, with a labyrinth of passages. As they ventured deeper, they occasionally spotted or corrupted by dark magic, emanating a strange glow as if perpetually absorbing the energies around them. As they penetrated further into the mine, the dark magic intensified, rendering their movements increasingly arduous. Suddenly, they stumbled upon a vast cavern, suffused with a powerful, dark radiance. As they approached the cavern, a towering figure materialized before them. Enveloped in shadows, its features remained obscured, yet the palpable aura of potent magical energy radiated from it. "You should not have ventured here. The dark forces are poised to rise once more, and you cannot thwart them." The mysterious figure spoke in a deep, resonant voice, laced with arrogance and disdain. Without flinching, Leon retorted, "We have already vanquished the shadow demon and shall not permit the dark forces to ravage the continent again. Who are you, and why do you wreak havoc here?" The enigmatic figure let out a cold laugh. "I am the guardian of the remnants of the shadow demon's power. I have lain in wait here since its dispersal. Now, I shall reclaim the dark forces and exact my vengeance, plunging the continent back into darkness." Before the words had fully escaped, the mysterious figure launched an assault, its arms sweeping as dark beams shot forth like lightning towards Leon and his companions. Leon quickly commanded his team to disperse while casting a protective shield to defend against the onslaught. A fierce battle erupted deep within the mines, and Leon and his allies understood that they faced a new and formidable challenge, with the peace of the continent once again under threat. Chapter 178. Fierce Battle with the Guardian. A difficult struggle, the clash of magic resonated in the air as the Dark Guardian unleashed its attack. Dark beams raining down like a hail of arrows upon Leon and his comrades. The shield magic that Leon conjured collided with the dark beams, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds as ripples coursed across the shield's surface, trembling under the immense force. The teams swiftly scattered. The mages, undeterred, began chanting incantations, unleashing a torrent of elemental magic to counter the dark beams. Fire magic surged forth like a rampaging dragon, seeking to engulf the dark beams. Frost magic transformed into a massive ice wall, obstructing their advance. Lightning magic shimmered with blinding brilliance, weaving through the dark beams in search of an opening. Warriors, armed with their weapons, seized the fleeting moments amidst the magical skirmish and charged towards the Dark Guardian. James led the charge, his battle axe swinging fiercely, infused with potent force as he aimed at the Dark Guardian. However, the Guardian deftly evaded James's strike with a mere flicker of movement, retaliating with a dark energy blast that sent him sprawling several meters away. Seeing this, Leon felt a surge of urgency. He infused his weapon with mysterious power, causing it to radiate brilliantly, akin to a dazzling star. He leapt into the fray, attacking the Dark Guardian with each strike imbued with formidable energy. The sword's wind howling as it sought to pierce the Guardian's defenses. Analyzing weaknesses, adjusting tactics amidst the fierce confrontation, Leon discerned that although the Dark Guardian wielded immense power, its movements seemed constrained by the surrounding dark magical environment. Once it strayed from the central area of concentrated dark magic within the cave, its speed and strength diminished. While engaged in battle with the Dark Guardian, Leon communicated this revelation to his teammates through magical channels. Alice immediately grasped Leon's intent, leading a portion of the mages to cast spells aimed at disrupting the flow of dark magic within the cave, breaking the Guardian's reliance on its environment. Meanwhile, the other mages concentrated their efforts, casting potent light magic in an attempt to weaken the dark forces surrounding the Guardian. The luminous magic clashed with the dark forces, erupting into a brilliant radiance and powerful waves of energy that illuminated the entire cavern as if it were daylight. The warriors stood by, poised for action, awaiting an opportunity to exploit any weaknesses exhibited by the Dark Guardian. Whenever the Dark Guardian was momentarily hindered by the effects of the radiant magic, the warriors swiftly launched their assaults, their weapons imbued with various magical powers in an attempt to inflict harm upon their foe. The struggle was arduous, the situation precarious. Sensing the tactical intentions of Leon and his companions, the Dark Guardian unleashed a furious roar, its dark energy surging violently. It conjured an even more formidable dark magic, a tide of shadowy energy rushing towards Leon and his allies, seeking to engulf them completely. The team fought valiantly against this onslaught, their shield spells trembling under the weight of the dark energy's assault. One mage, overwhelmed by the depletion of his magical reserves, could no longer maintain his spells and was struck by the dark energy, collapsing to the ground in pain. Leon quickly cast a healing spell to mend the injuries of his fallen comrade, while commanding the others to persist in their attacks. James rallied the warriors once more, charging toward the Dark Guardian, undeterred by the peril, engaging in close combat. The Dark Guardian's strikes were ferocious, each swing of its arm unleashing a powerful shockwave of dark energy. Wounds began to mar the warriors' bodies, yet they showed no signs of retreat, continuing their fierce battle. The cave was alive with flickering magical lights and the cacophony of battle cries. Leon and his companions found themselves locked in a grueling stalemate with the Dark Guardian, both sides exerting their utmost, unable to gain the upper hand in the short term. However, Leon understood that they could not remain in this deadlock indefinitely. They needed to discover a way to decisively defeat the Dark Guardian swiftly, for as time passed, their magical energy and stamina would wane, leaving them at an increasingly disadvantageous position. Amidst this tense confrontation, Leon sensed that an enigmatic power within him was undergoing a transformation due to the intensity of the battle. This mysterious force surged within him more vigorously, as if it were absorbing the energy of the conflict, gradually evolving. Leon focused his mind, channeling this escalating mysterious power. He felt it growing stronger, resonating more profoundly with the elemental forces surrounding him. He realized that this might be the opportunity for a counteroffensive. While continuing to fend off the Dark Guardian's assaults, Leon endeavored to merge the upgraded mysterious power with elemental magic. He infused this energy into his fire magic, which instantly transformed into a more fervent and potent force, morphing into a colossal flame dragon, surging forth with cataclysmic intent towards the Dark Guardian. The Dark Guardian, sensing this overwhelming attack, was compelled to momentarily halt its aggression towards the other members of the team, redirecting its full attention to Leon's fiery dragon. The collision between the flame dragon and the Dark Guardian erupted in a dazzling explosion of light and a tempest of energy. The cavern's rocks crumbled under the force, and the dark magic was shattered by this tremendous power. Whether Leon can harness this upgraded mysterious power to successfully turn the tide of battle and utterly defeat the Dark Guardian has become the focal point of everyone's attention. As this confrontation enters its most critical phase, Chapter 179, Breaking Through the Predicament, reversing the battle situation, the eruption of mysterious power begins to show its effectiveness. Leon combines the upgraded mysterious power with fire magic, creating a fiery dragon that strikes the Dark Guardian like a blazing meteor. Taken aback by this sudden and formidable assault, the Dark Guardian finds its dark magic momentarily breached, scattering dark energy in all directions. The force of the fiery dragon continues to surge, relentlessly eroding the Dark Guardian's form. It emits a pained roar, struggling to conjure dark magic to fend off the searing flames, yet Leon's onslaught is too fierce for it to withstand. Seeing the Dark Guardian expose a vulnerability, the morale of the team soars. Taking advantage of the moment, James leads the warriors to charge again at the Dark Guardian. While the Dark Guardian is preoccupied with fending off the fiery dragon, they launch a flanking attack. The warriors' weapons shimmer with various magical lights, striking at the Dark Guardian's body. Under the dual onslaught of flames and weapons, the Dark Guardian suffers numerous wounds, black blood oozing from its form. The mages, not idle, amplify their output of light magic. Beams of radiant light pierce toward the Dark Guardian, as light and darkness collide violently upon it, further diminishing its dark power. However, the Dark Guardian, as a formidable sentinel of the remnants of the Shadow Demon, will not be easily vanquished. After a brief moment of disarray, it swiftly regains composure and launches an even fiercer counterattack. The Dark Guardian spreads its arms and chants incantations. Instantly, the dark magic within the cavern surges chaotically, coalescing into a massive black vortex. From this vortex, dark energy spills forth, manifesting into dark tendrils that lash out violently at Leon and his companions. The dark tendrils move with incredible speed and force, catching the team off guard and resulting in multiple attacks. While Leon casts protective shield magic for his teammates, he continues to maintain the assault of the fiery dragon against the Dark Guardian. Yet, the intensity of the dark tendril attacks escalates, causing cracks to form in the shield magic under relentless impact. Observing the dire situation, Alice swiftly employs spatial magic, utilizing the power of the void compass. She distorts the space around the dark tendrils, altering their trajectory and temporarily alleviating the pressure on her teammates. At the same time, she calls out loudly, "Everyone, hold steady. We cannot be driven back." Confronted with the Dark Guardian's frenzied counteroffensive, Leon understands that only by relying on the strength of the team can they surmount this crisis. He quickly formulates a new tactic through magical communication. Leon commanded the sorcerers to form 3 distinct groups. One continued to cast luminous magic, diminishing the dark powers of the Guardian of Darkness. Another employed elemental magic to assail the Guardian's corporeal form, while the final group coordinated with Alice, wielding spatial and temporal magic to disrupt the Guardian's movements and offensive rhythm. The warriors encircled Leon, forming a tightly knit defensive formation. As the dark tendrils breached their shield, the warriors valiantly defended with their weapons. James swung his battle axe, skillfully severing the encroaching dark tendrils with each strike, safeguarding Leon and the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Leon focused intently, continually channeling arcane energy to amplify the might of the flame dragon. Bolstered by this mysterious power, the flame dragon grew even larger and more ferocious, surrounded by ethereal flames that ensnared the Guardian of Darkness, preventing it from unleashing its full dark magic. As their combined efforts began to turn the tide, the Guardian found itself ensnared by the luminous spells, elemental assaults, and the relentless attacks of the warriors. Its dark powers waned progressively, and the tendrils succumbed to the warriors' onslaught. Seizing the moment, Leon elevated the arcane energy to new heights, merging it with the magical prowess of his comrades to forge an overwhelmingly potent beam of light. This radiance sliced through the Guardian of Darkness like a sharpened blade, eliciting a piercing scream as its form quivered violently. The dark magic dissipated rapidly, and the massive entity teetered perilously. Ultimately, under the concerted assault of the group, the Guardian collapsed with a thunderous crash, transforming into a cloud of black smoke that gradually faded into the air. With the retreat of the Guardian of Darkness, the dark energies within the cavern swiftly receded, allowing light to once again illuminate the entire space. Leon and his companions successfully emerged from their perilous situation, reversing the tide of battle. However, they understood that this confrontation was merely the beginning. Other crises linked to dark forces might still lurk within the continent, necessitating their vigilance in safeguarding this hard-won peace. Chapter 180. Purging the Remnants of Darkness. Restoring tranquility to the continent in the quest to uncover the roots of darkness and eliminate potential threats. Leon and his allies did not allow complacency to take hold after their victory over the Guardian of Darkness. They recognized that the Guardian was merely the tip of the iceberg, a remnant of the dark powers left by the Shadow Demon. To ensure the continent's genuine return to peace, they needed to delve deeper into the origins of this darkness. Leon led his comrades further into the abandoned mine, where they discovered a concealed chamber deep within the lair of the Guardian of Darkness. The door to this hidden sanctum was tightly shut, inscribed with enigmatic runes that pulsated with faint dark energy. After meticulous examination, Alice deduced that the door likely concealed the core source of the dark power. Through their combined efforts, Alice and her team successfully unraveled the secrets of the runes, unlocking the entrance to the chamber. A pungent aroma permeated the air as they entered, revealing a black crystal sarcophagus at the center of the room. Surrounding the crystal coffin were candles ablaze with black flames, casting an eerie glow within. Leon and his companions approached the coffin with caution, discovering that it contained a shard pulsating with formidable dark magic. Alice speculated that this shard might be a crystallized remnant of the Shadow Demon's power, scattered during its defeat, which the Dark Guardian relied upon to gather and restore dark forces. Understanding the peril posed by this dark shard, Leon recognized the urgency of purifying it to avert the resurgence of dark powers. He summoned his team to deliberate on methods of purification, drawing from Alice's studies of dark magic and their collective experiences in battling dark forces. They resolved to harness the combined might of 3 sacred artifacts along with Leon's enigmatic powers for the purification process. Leon placed the elemental codex, the void compass, and the hourglass of time around the crystal coffin, channeling magic into them. The 3 artifacts resonated harmoniously, emanating a soft, yet potent radiance. Standing before the coffin, Leon concentrated, merging his inner mysterious energy with the artifact's glow. The light gradually enveloped the dark shard, where dark magic clashed against the radiant energy, emitting a crackling sound. Sensing the imminent danger, the dark shard unleashed a frenzied torrent of dark power, striving to break free from the light's grasp. Leon and his companions intensified their magical output, resolutely preventing the shard from escaping. After a prolonged standoff, the combined purification of the artifacts and Leon's mysterious energy began to dissipate the dark magic within the shard. With the final remnants of dark energy dissipating, the shard crumbled into dust, scattering into the air. Thus, the core source of dark power was successfully purified, eliminating the continent's greatest potential threat. Following the purification of the dark shard, Leon and his companions resolved to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire continent to ensure no remnants of darkness lingered. They divided into multiple groups, delving into every corner of the land, meticulously examining regions once tainted by dark forces. During their patrol, they encountered scattered dark creatures and areas corrupted by dark magic. Employing various spells and powers, they systematically eradicated these dark beings and purified the tainted locales. In a remote valley, they confronted a gathering of dark werewolves, rendered exceptionally ferocious by the influence of dark power. Leon led his team into battle, as the mages unleashed powerful spells, encircling the werewolves in flames and lightning. Meanwhile, the warriors plunged into the fray, engaging the beasts in close combat. After a fierce confrontation, they successfully vanquished the pack of dark werewolves. In a forest ravaged by dark magic, the trees twisted grotesquely, exuding a foul stench. Utilizing the life-giving elemental powers from the elemental codex, Leon and his companions purified the dark forces within the forest, restoring vitality to the trees, and allowing the woodland to once again resonate with the melodies of chirping birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The mainland has returned to tranquility, looking forward to a splendid future. After an extensive period of inspection and purification, the remnants of darkness have been thoroughly eradicated. Regions once shrouded in shadow have regained their vitality, and the lives of the people have returned to a state of serenity. The mainland has once again embraced peace and prosperity, with the relationships among various ethnic groups growing ever closer. The names of heroes such as Leon, Alice, and James have become legendary, celebrated throughout the land as guardians of the realm. to commemorate the arduous struggle against the forces of darkness. A monument has been erected at the heart of the continent, inscribed with the names of all who participated in the battle. Leon and his companions, however, remain humble and unpretentious, acutely aware that peace is a hard-won treasure that requires vigilant protection. They continue to dedicate themselves to nurturing a new generation of mages and warriors, imparting the knowledge and skills necessary to combat the shadows. Simultaneously, they promote cultural exchange and cooperation among the diverse peoples, fostering collective development to enhance the beauty of the continent. In this land brimming with hope, the populace labors diligently under the sun of peace, while children thrive amidst laughter and joy. Leon and his companions gaze upon this scene with hearts filled with contentment, knowing that all their efforts and sacrifices have been worthwhile. They shall persist in safeguarding this land, ushering in an even brighter future. Chapter 181. Undercurrents in the Years of Peace, a grand celebration on the mainland. Joy and concern with the dark forces completely eradicated, the continent is graced with a grand celebration to honor the hard-won peace. Festivities abound, with streets adorned in vibrant decorations and people donning their finest attire, singing and dancing in jubilation. Towns are filled with delectable foods and handcrafted wares, exuding an atmosphere of merriment. Leon, Alice, and James stand at the forefront of the celebration, surrounded by admirers who shower them with praise and gratitude. Yet beneath this facade of joy, Leon senses a subtle unease. Although the dark forces appear vanquished, an intangible presence seems to lurk in the shadows, as if a new crisis is quietly brewing. During the celebratory banquet, Leon confides his concerns to Alice and James. Alice concurs, revealing that her recent research into magical energies has uncovered anomalous fluctuations. Though faint, they bear an uncanny resemblance to the dark magical energies they previously encountered. James furrows his brow, recounting tales he has heard while training new recruits of strange legends circulating in remote areas, where mysterious figures appear at night, instilling inexplicable fear among the local populace. A mysterious visitor brings strange news as the discussion unfolds. A mysterious visitor arrives at the celebration. Clad in a gray robe and hooded cloak that obscures much of his face, he strides directly toward Leon and his companions, halting before them. In a low, measured tone, he speaks. "I bring news that concerns the fate of the continent. I wonder if you are willing to listen?" Leon gestures for him to continue. The enigmatic visitor slowly reveals, in the distant northern reaches, there lies an ancient ruin shrouded in ice and snow, from which powerful energy fluctuations have recently emerged. To the best of my knowledge, this energy is intricately linked to the once dreaded shadow demon. Upon hearing this, Leon and his companions felt a tightening in their chests. They immediately recognized that this could signify the resurgence of dark forces. Leon inquired further about the relic from the enigmatic visitor, who revealed that it was sealed by a formidable layer of ice and snow magic, rendering it nearly inaccessible to most. However, it seemed that the seal had recently begun to weaken, with energy fluctuations seeping through its fissures. The mysterious visitor also divulged an ancient prophecy, which foretold that when the continent once again faced a dark crisis, the relics of the far north would hold the key to salvation. Unraveling the secrets of the relic may unveil a means to entirely eradicate the threat of dark powers, yet it could equally unleash a more potent tempest of darkness. Determined to embark on this quest, Leon, Alice, and James resolved to immediately assemble an expedition team to venture into the far north in search of the mysterious relic. They announced the recruitment at the festival, and many brave warriors, seasoned mages, and curious adventurers responded eagerly. After a thorough selection process, Leon chose a cadre of elite members. Among them were mages skilled in ice and snow magic, capable of providing protection in the frigid environment, adept trackers responsible for uncovering clues in the complex terrain, and robust warriors ready to charge into danger when necessary. Before their departure, Alice conducted an extensive magical training session for the expedition team, instructing them on how to confront potential dark and ice magic threats. Meanwhile, James led the warriors through rigorous physical training to ensure they could maintain peak combat readiness in the extreme cold. Leon also prepared an array of magical tools and supplies, including warming cloaks, enchanted compasses to navigate the snow, and healing potions for injuries. Once all preparations were complete, the expedition team set forth towards the far north, their hearts filled with both trepidation and resolve, ready to face the unknown challenges that awaited them. As the expedition team embarked on their journey to the far north, the climate grew increasingly frigid. The howling winds sliced across their faces like blades, and heavy snowfall obscured their vision. On a vast icy plain, the team encountered an assault from a horde of snow beasts. These colossal creatures towered over 2 men, cloaked in thick white fur, wielding massive ice axes. With deep, resonant roars, the snow beasts charged towards the expedition team. The mages swiftly unleashed their spells, conjuring flames that blazed fiercely across the ice, attempting to melt the snow beasts' icy exteriors. However, the snow beasts exhibited remarkable resistance to the cold, rendering the flames less effective. The warriors engaged in close combat, wielding their weapons against the formidable foes. Yet, the immense strength of the snow beasts posed a significant threat, as each swing of their ice axes sent shards of ice flying. Observing the unfolding chaos, Leon quickly harnessed a mysterious power, infusing it into the ice and snow magic. He commanded the surrounding ice and snow, erecting towering walls to thwart the onslaught of the snow beasts. Concurrently, he directed the ice wall to compress towards the snow beasts, ensnaring several of them within its icy confines. Seizing the opportunity, the other team members launched an assault, and after a fierce battle, they ultimately repelled the horde of snow creatures. However, the expedition team suffered some losses, several members were injured, and supplies were depleted. Yet, they understood that retreat was not an option. They must press onward to unveil the secrets of the far north ruins and confront the impending crises that may arise. Chapter 182. Secrets of the Far North. Ruins Crisis. The expedition pressed forward across the icy expanse, encountering further obstacles. After fending off the snow beasts, the team took a brief respite before continuing their arduous journey across the frozen landscape. The frigid weather severely drained their stamina, demanding immense effort with each step taken. Nevertheless, determination shone in their eyes, devoid of any intent to retreat. As they ventured deeper into the Arctic realm, numerous colossal fissures appeared upon the ice plains. These crevices plunged into unfathomable depths, from which bone-chilling winds occasionally seeped, concealing boundless peril. The expedition team treaded cautiously along the edges of these chasms, seeking safe passages to traverse. Suddenly, a hunter at the forefront of the group inadvertently stepped into thin air, plummeting into the ice crevice. Leon reacted swiftly, invoking wind magic to conjure a powerful gust at the moment of the hunter's descent, decelerating his fall. Simultaneously, James and the other warriors promptly retrieved ropes, casting them towards the fallen hunter. Through their collective efforts, they successfully rescued him. Following this ordeal, the expedition team adopted a more vigilant approach. They constructed bridges over the crevices using magic and tools, ensuring the safe passage of the group. However, just as they were about to navigate through this treacherous area, ominous clouds gathered overhead, heralding the onset of a blizzard. Amidst the storm, struggling for survival, the blizzard struck with unparalleled ferocity, wild winds entwined with blinding snow, engulfing the expedition team in an instant. The members struggled to open their eyes, their vision completely obscured. The biting cold pierced through their magical cloaks, enveloping them in an unbearable chill. Leon shouted, "Gather close, form a defensive formation." The team swiftly huddled together as the mages cast shield spells, encompassing them in a protective barrier. Yet, the blizzard's might was overwhelming, causing the shield to tremble violently, on the brink of shattering. Alice, acutely aware that this situation was untenable, focused her energy to wield ice and snow magic, striving to counteract the blizzard's fury. She summoned the surrounding elemental forces, encasing the shield in a thick layer of ice to bolster its defensive capabilities. Simultaneously, she utilized her magic to sense the flow of the storm, seeking out its vulnerabilities. As the blizzard raged on, time seemed to stretch interminably. The team's magical energy dwindled, and their physical strength approached its limits. Yet, they gritted their teeth, united by a singular resolve to endure this crisis and continue their quest to uncover the mysteries of the ruins. Discovery of the ruins. A perilous situation. Just as the team teetered on the brink of collapse, the blizzard began to wane gradually. The crowd exhaled in relief. Yet before they could celebrate, they beheld a colossal structure of ice and snow ahead, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity. This was precisely the Arctic relic they had been seeking. The expedition team approached the relic with utmost caution, discovering that its grand entrance was sealed by a formidable enchantment of ice and snow. The seal was inscribed with enigmatic runes, which flickered with a faint luminescence. Elise stepped forward, meticulously examining these runes. After considerable effort, she discerned that they bore a resemblance to the runes encountered previously in the abandoned mine's chamber, albeit more intricate in design. Just as Elise endeavored to unravel the seal, a multitude of ice specters materialized around the relic. These phantoms, ethereal and translucent, flickered in and out of sight within the snow, emitting piercing shrieks as they lunged toward the expedition team. The assault from the ice specters brought a bone-chilling cold. Those struck would find their bodies ensnared in frost, their movements rendered sluggish. The warriors swiftly unsheathed their weapons, engaging in combat with the ice specters. However, the insubstantial nature of the phantoms rendered conventional attacks largely ineffective. The mages unleashed flames and light magic, striving to disperse the ice specters. The flames ignited upon the phantoms, while the light magic illuminated their forms, enabling the warriors to mount more effective assaults. Leon, acutely aware that this battle would deplete considerable reserves of magical energy and stamina, resolved to take matters into his own hands. Infusing his weapon with a mysterious power, it shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Leon swung his weapon, channeling a mystical force that cleaved through the ice specters, inflicting tangible damage upon them. Under Leon's leadership, the expedition team engaged in an intense struggle against the ice specters. All the while grappling with the challenge of the sealed entrance to the relic, their perilous journey was merely beginning. As the ice specters surged from all directions, encircling the expedition team, they launched wave after wave of attacks. The warriors' weapons struck the specters, scattering shards of ice, yet the phantoms seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly assaulting the group. Although the mages' magical assaults inflicted some harm upon the ice specters, the protracted battle exacted a heavy toll on their magical reserves. Elise continued to cast spells against the specters, while simultaneously diverting her attention to the seal on the entrance. She understood that only by swiftly breaking the seal and entering the relic could they escape the relentless pursuit of the ice specters. During the skirmish, Leon noticed that the ice specters reacted sensitively to a specific frequency of magical fluctuations. He promptly communicated this insight to the mages, urging them to adjust their magical frequencies. The mages concentrated their efforts, altering the frequency of their spells. Indeed, under the assault of this particular magical frequency, the ice specters began to slow in their movements. Seizing this opportunity, Leon rallied the warriors to intensify their attacks. He unleashed a masterful technique infused with mysterious energy, his form surrounded by a radiant glow, darting through the ranks of ice specters like a bolt of lightning. With each swing of his weapon, he struck the phantoms' vital points with precision, driving them back. Meanwhile, after arduous efforts, Alice finally discovered the key to unraveling the sealing runes. She wielded powerful magic, activating the runes in a specific sequence. As the runes illuminated, the magical ice and snow seal on the gate of the ruins gradually dissipated, and the doors slowly creaked open. The expedition team successfully repelled the ice specter and unlatched the gate to the ruins, yet they remained oblivious to the more perilous challenges that awaited them beyond. Chapter 183. The Depths of the Ruins. The truth unfolds as they stepped into the ruins. A mysterious atmosphere enveloped them. With the gradual opening of the gate, an ancient and enigmatic aura rushed forth. The members of the expedition gripped their weapons and magical artifacts tightly, cautiously entering the interior of the ruins. The dimly lit space revealed walls embedded with crystals that emitted a faint blue glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. The surrounding walls were etched with various peculiar patterns and inscriptions, seemingly narrating an ancient tale, while the script resembled a long-lost language. Drawing upon her extensive research in ancient cultures and magical scripts, Alice began to decipher the inscriptions. The team ventured along an elongated corridor deeper into the ruins, encountering several tightly shut stone doors adorned with similar runes along the way. Leon felt an intensifying wave of mysterious energy associated with the shadow demon as they progressed further, as if a formidable presence awaited them. Delving deeper, they unearthed crucial clues. At the corridor's end, the expedition reached a spacious hall. At the center stood a colossal ice sculpture depicting a mysterious figure clad in robes, wielding a staff that radiated a dark luminescence. The base of the sculpture was inscribed with a multitude of intricate texts. Upon carefully examining these inscriptions, Alice's expression turned grave. She explained to the group that the figure represented an ancient and powerful dark sorcerer who had once sought to dominate the continent through the powers of the shadow demon, only to be sealed away by the united heroes of that era. However, he had left behind a terrifying scheme. Should the seal be broken, a portion of the shadow demon's power could potentially be resurrected. The recent loosening of the ruined seal indicated that someone was covertly attempting to unravel this ancient binding. These clues suggested that the dark threat facing the continent had not been truly eradicated, and everything seemed to be veering towards a perilous direction. As they grappled with this revelation, the dark staff in the ice sculpture suddenly blazed with a brilliant light. A surge of formidable dark energy radiated from the staff, enveloping the entire hall in shadows. From within the darkness, a figure gradually materialized, the ethereal form of the dark sorcerer represented by the ice sculpture. You foolish mortals! How convenient of you to deliver yourselves right to me. The spectral essence of the dark sorcerer cackled ominously. I have slumbered for so long, and at last, I await the moment when someone would break the seal. You shall serve as the sacrifices for my resurrection. The dark sorcerer initiated the assault, wielding his sinister staff, unleashing beams of darkness upon the adventurers. Leon swiftly commanded his team to disperse while simultaneously casting a protective shield. The dark beams struck the shield, erupting in showers of black sparks as the shield trembled under the immense force. The mages retaliated immediately, launching elemental spells, fire, frost, and lightning, towards the sorcerer's ethereal form. However, the spectral entity appeared to possess a formidable resistance to conventional magical attacks. Upon impact, it merely flickered momentarily, sustaining no significant harm. Struggling to maintain their ground, the adventurers sought a path to victory against such a powerful foe. The warriors endeavored to engage the dark sorcerer's soul directly, yet as they approached, they were repelled by a surge of formidable dark energy. Leon recognized that identifying the weakness of the dark sorcerer's essence was crucial for their triumph. Amidst the fierce combat, he observed that each time the sorcerer unleashed a potent spell, the staff emitted a peculiar glow, seemingly drawing upon some form of energy. He surmised that the staff might be the source of the sorcerer's power, and if they could shatter it, they might weaken him considerably. Leon shared this revelation with his comrades, urging them to concentrate their fire on the dark staff. The mages adjusted their aim, channeling their most potent spells toward the staff. Fire magic sought to melt it, while lightning magic aimed to disrupt its internal magical structure. Concurrently, James led the warriors in diverting the dark sorcerer's attention, launching relentless attacks that, while not inflicting substantial damage, effectively restrained him, thus creating an opportunity for the mages to assault the staff. Through their concerted efforts, cracks finally appeared on the dark staff under the relentless magical onslaught. Sensing the imminent threat, the dark sorcerer unleashed a frenzy of dark magic, striving to thwart the adventurers' continued assault on the staff. The hall was alight with magical brilliance as the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The adventurers' ability to destroy the dark staff and vanquish the sorcerer's essence became crucial to unraveling the secrets of the ancient ruins and saving the continent. Chapter 184. A desperate struggle for survival. The damage to the staff drove the dark sorcerer's essence into a frenzy. It emitted furious roars, its surrounding dark energy swirling like a tumultuous black tide. In a bid to protect the staff, it unleashed even more ferocious dark magic, sending thick beams of darkness hurtling towards the adventurers like cannonballs. The protective shield, overwhelmed by the intensity of the assault, shattered with a resounding crash. The team staggered under the impact of the dark magic, many sustaining injuries. Yet, undeterred, they swiftly regained their footing and resumed the fight. James, disregarding the peril, led the warriors toward the dark sorcerer's essence, attempting to shield his comrades from some of the incoming dark magic. Buying precious time for the mages to continue their assault on the staff, the warriors brandished their weapons, undeterred by the ephemeral hindrance they inflicted upon the ethereal form of the dark sorcerer. Leon, while casting healing spells to mend the wounds of his injured comrades, infused his attacks with a mysterious energy. The weapon in his grasp shimmered with an otherworldly glow, harmonizing with the onslaught of the mages as they relentlessly assailed the dark staff. Under the collective assault, the fissures on the dark staff began to widen, dark energy seeping from the cracks with a hissing sound. Yet, ensnared in a crisis and desperate for survival, the dark sorcerer's retaliatory strikes grew increasingly ferocious. Sensing the lethal threat posed by Leon and his allies to the dark staff, it redirected its primary assaults towards Leon. Dark beams, akin to lethal arrows, surged towards him. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, one beam grazed his arm, leaving a deep gash that swiftly stained his sleeve crimson. Meanwhile, the other team members faced immense pressure as well. The ice wraith reappeared unexpectedly, charging from all directions to flank the adventurers in conjunction with the dark sorcerer's spectral form. The team was compelled to defend against the formidable magical attacks of the dark sorcerer while contending with the disturbances wrought by the ice wraith, rendering their situation precarious. Alice, casting spells against the ice wraith, shouted fervently, "Steady yourselves, we cannot surrender. We will surely find a way to overcome this." Aware of the critical importance of morale, she endeavored to uplift her companions, despite the worries gnawing at her heart. Leon, gritting his teeth against the agony in his arm, understood that if the dark staff was not destroyed swiftly, they would all perish. He concentrated his spirit, maximizing the mysterious power within him. This energy intertwined with his will, forming a radiant shield of light around him, temporarily warding off the dark sorcerer's attacks. In this pivotal moment of life and death, Leon suddenly sensed an unprecedented transformation of the mysterious power within him. It resonated with an ancient force emanating from the ruins, growing more potent and vibrant. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he amalgamated the elevated mysterious energy with the elemental force of the elemental codex. A beam of light, imbued with the dual essence of life and destruction, erupted from Leon's hand, striking the dark staff directly. The beam, propelled by an unstoppable force, caused the fissures on the dark staff to extend throughout its entirety. The dark sorcerer emitted a piercing wail, attempting to prevent the staff shattering, but was rendered powerless. With a resounding crack, the dark staff shattered completely, scattering into countless fragments. The dark sorcerer's power was drastically diminished, its form becoming ephemeral and its dark spells feeble and disjointed. Witnessing this turning point, the team's morale soared. James rallied the warriors to charge forth, their weapons gleaming with magical enhancement as they struck fiercely at the dark sorcerer's spectral form. The mages intensified their assaults, unleashing torrents of elemental magic upon the ethereal adversary. In the face of a collective counterattack, the soul of the dark sorcerer could no longer endure. It emitted a final, defiant roar before dissipating into the ether. The ice specter, having lost its control over the sorcerer's spirit, gradually vanished from sight. The expedition team emerged victorious over this formidable adversary, momentarily escaping the clutches of peril, yet they were acutely aware that the ruins possibly concealed further secrets and dangers awaiting their discovery and confrontation. After a fierce battle, the expedition team finally had the opportunity to catch their breath in the Grand Hall. After Leon tended to his arm's wound, they resumed their exploration of the ruins. On one side of the hall, they uncovered a hidden passageway, emanating a faint glow. Following the passage, they arrived at a secret chamber. Within the chamber lay an ancient tome, radiating a soft blue light, as if it were recounting its extraordinary tale. Alice gently picked up the book and discovered it contained detailed accounts regarding the sealing and potential resurgence of the Shadow Demon. The tome revealed that the Shadow Demon possessed immense power. Even when sealed, fragments of its essence might still be revived through unique means. This northernmost ruin was, in fact, one of the many seals constructed by ancient heroes to prevent the demon's resurgence. However, it appeared that someone was attempting to break these seals, hinting at a more profound conspiracy lurking in the shadows. The expedition team recognized the urgency of returning to the mainland with this vital information to confer with the various factions on a course of action. Yet, before departing the ruins, they needed to ensure that the site would no longer pose a threat to the continent. Thus, Leon and his companions began to seek methods to reinforce the seals, preventing any resurgence of dark forces that could bring about a new crisis for the realm. Chapter 185. Fortifying the Seals. Perils on the return journey in the secret chamber. Leon and his companions gathered around the ancient tome that contained information regarding the Shadow Demon, attempting to unearth methods to strengthen the seals of the ruins. Alice meticulously flipped through the pages, each line of archaic text imbued with profound magical mysteries, her gaze reflecting both concentration and tension. After an extensive period of interpretation, Alice finally discerned a clue. According to the tome, to fortify the seals of the ruins, one must locate the heart of the frigid abyss, a mysterious crystal imbued with formidable ice and snow powers that once served as the core of sealing magic. However, the heart was secured within a location guarded by a complex array of magical traps. Aware of the daunting nature of this task, Leon resolutely decided to lead the expedition team in search of the heart for the safety of the continent. The team members prepared their gear, checked their magical tools, and, with unwavering resolve, embarked once more on the daunting path of exploration within the ruins. Navigating through the traps as the expedition team traversed the intricate passages of the ruins, the temperature plummeted, the chilling air seeming to pierce to the marrow. Soon, they arrived at the first trap-laden area. The ground glimmered with peculiar runes. Any footfall upon these symbols would trigger a powerful ice magic attack. Alice meticulously examined the arrangement of the runes, and, drawing upon the knowledge documented in her tomes, she discerned that the activation mechanism of these runes was intrinsically linked to specific magical frequencies. Channeling her arcane energy, she carefully adjusted her own magical frequency and gingerly stepped onto the runes. Under her guidance, her companions followed suit, traversing the runes in harmony with the same frequency, successfully evading the concealed traps. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a colossal wall of ice, intricately inscribed with enigmatic patterns. As the team approached, a multitude of sharp ice spikes erupted from the wall, hurtling towards them. Leon swiftly conjured a protective shield, enveloping his comrades within its safeguard. Simultaneously, he noted that the patterns on the ice wall seemed to form a riddle. Only by unraveling this puzzle could they halt the onslaught of the ice spikes. After a period of contemplation, James realized that the arrangement of the patterns bore a connection to celestial constellations. Utilizing his knowledge of the stars, he directed his team to touch the patterns on the ice wall in a specific sequence. With the final pattern touched, the ice spikes ceased their assault, and the ice wall gradually melted away, clearing their path. Upon navigating through a series of treacherous traps, the expedition team finally arrived at the location of the heart of extreme cold. However, a gigantic ice chelan stood sentinel before the heart. The imposing creature emanated a fierce chill, its eyes glimmering with a cold light, warily watching the intruders. The ice chelan initiated the confrontation, unleashing a massive ice pillar toward the adventurers. Leon quickly summoned a mysterious force, merging it with wind magic to create a powerful gust that redirected the ice pillar, causing it to shatter against the adjacent wall. The mages unleashed their spells upon the ice chelan. Flames engulfed its icy armor in an attempt to melt it, while bolts of lightning flickered and danced, seeking to immobilize its movements. Yet, the ice chelan's defenses were formidable, rendering the typical magical assaults relatively ineffective. Under James's leadership, the warriors charged forth, weapons in hand, seeking an opportunity to engage in close combat. The ice chelan swung its massive claws, each strike conjuring a tempest of icy winds, forcing the warriors to evade with caution. Recognizing the futility of their current strategy, Leon discerned that the chelan's vulnerability lay in its underbelly. Thus, he instructed the mages to concentrate their fire on the creature's head and limbs to divert its attention. In the meantime, James led the warriors to maneuver stealthily from the side, seeking an opening to strike at the ice chelan's vulnerable abdomen. Through their coordinated efforts, the ice chelan's focus was effectively distracted. Seizing the moment, James led the warriors in a lightning-fast assault on the creature's underbelly. The warriors leapt high, their weapons imbued with immense power, piercing into the ice chelan's soft underbelly. Sensing the attack, the ice chelan attempted to retaliate, but was ensnared by the formidable magic of the mages. With a thunderous roar, the creature suffered a grievous wound to its abdomen, causing its movements to falter. Leon capitalized on this opportunity, unleashing his most potent mystical force. A brilliant beam of light struck the ice chelan, which could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. The expedition team triumphed over the ice chelan, successfully obtaining the heart of extreme cold. The heart of extreme cold emanates a soft yet formidable radiance, and as it rests in one's palm, a pure essence of icy power surges within. Leon and his companions, aware that time is of the essence, promptly set forth toward the seal of the relic, intent on reinforcing its binding. However, peril lurked on their return journey. En route to the sealing site, the relic suddenly trembled violently. The corridor's walls began to collapse, and colossal ice blocks plummeted from above. Leon surmised that defeating the ice chelan had triggered some self-destruct mechanism within the relic. The expedition team struggled to navigate the crumbling passage, deftly avoiding the falling ice. One unfortunate member was struck by an ice block, injuring his leg and rendering him unable to walk. Without hesitation, James hoisted the injured comrade onto his back and pressed onward with the group. After a grueling journey, they arrived at the sealing site, where Leon embedded the heart of extreme cold into the core of the seal. The heart unleashed a potent force of ice and snow, merging harmoniously with the sealing power, causing a brilliant light to emanate as the seal gradually regained its stability. Yet, as they prepared to exit the relic, they discovered their path was obstructed by a massive ice block. Despite their efforts to employ various spells to melt the obstruction, the ice proved exceptionally resilient, rendering their usual magical assaults ineffective. Meanwhile, the tremors from the relic intensified, leaving their escape uncertain as they faced this final crisis. Chapter 186, Survival and Desperation. Return to the continent with the colossal ice block sealing the relic's exit and the tremors growing ever more severe. It felt as though the structure could collapse at any moment. Aware of the dire circumstances, Leon swiftly summoned his team to devise a strategy for breaking the ice. Alice closely examined the ice block and discerned that it contained a unique form of frost magic that granted it extraordinary strength. She posited that conventional fire spells would be insufficient to melt this block. Instead, a combination of elemental magics would be necessary. alongside precise control over the frequency and intensity of their magical energies to induce a resonance within the ice's internal magic, thereby shattering it. Leon concurred with Alice's assessment and quickly organized the mages. Some mages unleashed fire spells, elevating the flames to their utmost intensity. Others employed wind magic to accelerate the flames, ensuring an even distribution across the ice's surface, while additional mages utilized water spells to cleverly manipulate the humidity and temperature surrounding the ice, enhancing the efficacy of the fire magic. Leon himself infused the endeavor with mysterious power to amplify the overall potency of their magic. Meanwhile, James led the warriors to stand vigilant, guarding against any potential threats. As their collective efforts bore fruit, the flames enveloped the ice block like a surging tide, and fine cracks began to splinter across its surface, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds. Just as the ice was on the verge of fracturing, the tremors escalated dramatically. Massive stones rained down from the ceiling, and the surrounding walls began to crumble extensively. A boulder hurtled toward the mages casting their spells, quick as lightning. James dashed forward and cleaved the rock with his battle axe, shielding the mages from harm. Yet, even greater dangers loomed on the horizon. From the fissures of the collapsed walls, a swarm of diminutive ice demons surged forth. Agile and swift, these creatures lunged menacingly toward the expedition team. The warriors promptly turned to engage in close combat with the ice demons. Their razor-sharp claws inflicted numerous wounds upon the fighters, yet they steadfastly held their ground, preventing the demons from disrupting the sorcerer's efforts to shatter the ice. Leon, while sustaining the arcane augmentation of magic with his mystical power, remained vigilant to the battlefield dynamics. He discerned that despite the overwhelming numbers of the ice demons, their individual strength was relatively feeble. Thus, with concentrated effort, they could indeed be repelled. He instructed a portion of the sorcerers to divert their energy to unleash area of effect spells, launching a widespread assault on the ice demons. Flames and lightning flickered and exploded amidst the throng of demons, eliciting anguished cries as their ranks dwindled. After a grueling battle, the ice finally succumbed to the onslaught of magic, shattering with a resounding crash into countless fragments. The exit once more lay unobstructed. Yet the integrity of the ruins was perilously compromised. The entire space trembled violently, on the verge of total collapse. Leon shouted, "Everyone run!" The expedition members, disregarding their exhaustion and injuries, sprinted toward the exit with fervor. As they ran, stones and shards of ice flew perilously close, but with unwavering resolve and nimble agility. They narrowly evaded danger time and again. Ultimately, the expedition team successfully escaped the ruins. At the very moment of their departure, the structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, engulfing the air in a tempest of ice and dust. Observing the ruins' disintegration, the group felt a profound sense of relief at their narrow escape. Reflecting and preparing for the journey home on their return journey to the mainland, although the expedition team was utterly fatigued, a heavy mood enveloped them. They recognized that while they had temporarily reinforced the seal of the northern ruins, the dark threats looming over the continent remained. There were forces clandestinely attempting to breach the seal and unleash the power of the shadow demon, with the underlying conspiracy still shrouded in mystery. Leon gathered the team during their respite to reflect on and summarize their expedition. They meticulously compiled all the information acquired within the ruins, including clues regarding the sealing and potential resurgence of the shadow demon, as well as various signs that could be linked to the dark forces. Simultaneously, they assessed their own strengths and strategies for response. It became apparent to all that in the face of a more formidable dark power, they must further enhance their abilities, fortify team collaboration, and establish closer ties with the various races of the continent to collectively confront the impending crisis. Returning to the mainland, signaling the crisis after an arduous and protracted journey, the expedition team finally returned to the mainland. Their arrival garnered significant attention from the various races, and Leon and his companions immediately briefed the leaders on their discoveries and experiences within the northern ruins. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, the leaders convened an emergency meeting to deliberate on countermeasures. During the meeting, Leon proposed strengthening the continent's defensive infrastructure by installing magical alert devices at critical locations to promptly detect any movements of dark forces. Alice proposed an increase in investment towards magical research, particularly in the exploration of methods to counter dark magic, while simultaneously nurturing a greater number of exceptional sorcerers to enhance the overall magical prowess of the continent. James suggested fortifying joint training among warriors of various races to improve their collaborative combat capabilities, advocating for the formation of an elite coalition force. ever ready to confront the looming threat of dark forces. The leaders of all races unanimously endorsed these proposals, swiftly mobilizing into action. A fervent wave of preparation surged across the continent in response to the impending dark crisis, as everyone grasped the reality that a graver challenge was on the horizon, compelling them to exert their utmost in safeguarding the land they cherished. Chapter 187. Alliance Preparations. The dark conspiracy unfolds in a state of full mobilization. The continent's races, spurred by Leon and others, swiftly entered a comprehensive state of readiness. The call to arms resonated throughout towns and villages, with young warriors eagerly responding to the summons and joining training regiments. The Magical Academy intensified its recruitment efforts, diligently cultivating a new generation of sorcerers. Leon personally oversaw the training of the coalition forces, imparting his extensive combat experience to the warriors, teaching them how to maintain composure in the face of dark forces and maximize their fighting potential. James assisted Leon, focusing on training the warriors in teamwork and practical combat skills, familiarizing them with various battle scenarios through simulations. Meanwhile, Alice led a cadre of seasoned sorcerers in an in-depth study of the characteristics and countermeasures of dark magic. They tirelessly delved into ancient tomes and conducted various magical experiments, striving to discover more effective means to combat the dark forces. Concurrently, they established magical observation points throughout the continent to closely monitor fluctuations in dark energy. In terms of resource preparation, the races united, contributing a substantial array of weapons, equipment, and magical artifacts. Blacksmiths toiled day and night to forge exquisite weapons. Tailors hurriedly crafted sturdy armor, and alchemists concocted potions for restoring magical energy and healing injuries. The entire continent was enveloped in an atmosphere of tense, yet orderly preparation. As the continent busied itself with preparations, Leon received a mysterious letter. The missive bore no signature, the paper exuding a faintly musty scent, with distorted and eerie handwriting. Upon opening the letter, Leon was confronted with astonishing revelations. It disclosed that a vast conspiracy lurked behind the dark forces, who not only sought to awaken the shadow demon, but also planned to harness its power to open portals to other dark dimensions, allowing a flood of dark beings to invade the continent and utterly obliterate this radiant world. Moreover, the dark forces had infiltrated every corner of the continent. Seemingly ordinary citizens, officials, and even sorcerers could potentially be their accomplices. The letter concluded with a warning to Leon, urging him to be wary of those around him and to trust no one lightly, for the dark forces scheme was already in quiet motion, poised to strike with lethal precision at any moment. Upon finishing the letter, Leon was engulfed by a profound sense of alarm. He promptly informed Alice and James of the letter's contents, and the trio realized that the gravity of the situation far exceeded their expectations. They resolved to investigate the origins of the letter while simultaneously intensifying searches within the continent to uncover any hidden dark insiders. In a clandestine inquiry, peeling back layers to unveil the truth, Leon, Alice, and James formed a secret investigative team to trace the letter's provenance. They began by examining the paper and ink, and Alice, leveraging her knowledge of magical materials, discovered that both originated from a remote area near the Mist Swamp. The trio immediately journeyed to the Mist Swamp to conduct an in-depth investigation. They visited the surrounding villages and towns, inquiring with residents about any recent appearances of strangers or unusual occurrences. After some inquiries, they learned that not long ago, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and hood had appeared at the edge of a small village by the swamp. This enigmatic individual exhibited peculiar behavior, always operating under the cover of night and secretly meeting with certain villagers. Following this lead, Leon and his companions located an abandoned cottage where the mysterious figure had once resided. Inside the cottage, they discovered remnants of dark magical traces and several sheets of paper inscribed with strange symbols. Upon studying these symbols, Alice found them related to an ancient dark communication cipher. After laborious deciphering, they finally extracted some crucial information, suggesting that dark forces were orchestrating an assault on the continent's magical core, aiming to dismantle the continent's magical defense system and create conditions for awakening the shadow demon and opening a portal to the dark dimension. Upon learning of the dark forces conspiracy, Leon and his companions promptly returned to the continent's center to inform the leaders of the various races. The leaders resolved to initiate a comprehensive internal investigation across the continent to root out the hidden dark insiders. This investigation was to be conducted by a special task force composed of Leon, James, and elite warriors and mages from each race. They meticulously examined each town and village, employing magical detection and background checks to uncover any traces linked to the dark forces. In a border town, the Special Task Force identified a suspicious mage whose behavior was erratic. He frequently met with mysterious individuals under the cover of night. Through thorough investigation, they discovered that this mage was an insider for the dark forces, gathering intelligence and preparing to sabotage the town's magical defense facilities at a critical moment. The Special Task Force acted swiftly, apprehending the insider mage. During the interrogation, they gleaned additional leads regarding other insiders. Following these clues, the Special Task Force gradually uncovered a number of dark insiders across the continent, temporarily disrupting the dark forces' plans. However, Leon and his companions understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the dark conspiracy. The true crisis loomed ahead. They needed to hasten their preparations while continuing to delve deeper into the dark forces' schemes to devise a countermeasure, ensuring the protection of the continent in the impending Great War. Chapter 188. Crisis approaches, a desperate defense. As more and more dark infiltrators were uncovered, Leon and his companions procured a wealth of critical intelligence from their interrogations. They meticulously integrated and analyzed this information, gradually assembling a comprehensive picture of the dark forces' sinister plot. The core plan of the dark forces consisted of 3 pivotal steps. Firstly, they aimed to dismantle the magical core hubs scattered across the continent. These hubs are essential for maintaining the continent's magical defense system and the equilibrium of magical energy. Should they be destroyed, the entire magical defense would collapse, allowing the dark forces to rampage unchecked. Secondly, in the aftermath of the magical defense's disintegration, they would harness the lurking dark powers hidden within the northern ruins and other clandestine locations to fully awaken the Shadow Demon. This entity possesses cataclysmic power, and its revival would provide formidable support to the dark forces. Finally, once the Shadow Demon was resurrected, the dark forces would employ its might to open gateways to other dark dimensions, unleashing a tide of malevolent creatures that would plunge the land into an abyss of darkness. Leon, Alice, and James gazed at the assembled dark plan, their hearts heavy with foreboding. They understood that time was of the essence. They had to devise an effective counter-strategy without delay. Urgent deployment, constructing defenses to safeguard the hubs in a bid to thwart the dark forces' initial plan. Leon convened an emergency council with the leaders of various races, deciding to erect formidable defenses around each magical core hub. They mobilized a substantial number of elite warriors and powerful mages to stand guard at every hub's location. Around each hub, the warriors swiftly constructed defensive fortifications, laying numerous traps and obstacles. The mages cast potent protective spells, forming layers of magical shields around the hubs. These shields not only repelled physical assaults, but also displayed formidable resistance against dark magic. Simultaneously, Leon organized a highly mobile rapid response unit, comprising seasoned warriors and mages. This unit was equipped with specialized magical flying apparatuses, enabling them to reach any besieged hub in the shortest possible time, providing immediate support. Alice led a cadre of mages skilled in magical communication, establishing a continent-wide magical communication network. Through this network, real-time information could be relayed between the hubs, ensuring coordinated efforts in the face of dark force assaults. Dark assault. The defense faces severe trials. Barely had the defenses been completed when the dark forces launched a surprise attack. A cadre of dark mages and warriors materialized like phantoms near one of the magical core hubs under the cover of night. They swiftly breached several minor defensive structures and surged toward the hub. The station warriors and mages immediately entered combat mode. The mages unleashed a barrage of elemental magic, intertwining flames, frost, and lightning, directing their onslaught toward the dark forces. The dark sorcerers unleashed their malevolent magic in a bid to resist, as black luminescence collided with the vibrant hues of elemental spells, erupting in a dazzling display of light. Warriors, armed with razor-sharp blades, engaged in close combat with the dark warriors. The weapons of the dark warriors were imbued with sinister power, each strike delivering a formidable force. Yet, the warriors stood undaunted, relying on their unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the forces of darkness. However, the assaults from the dark forces were ruthlessly fierce, gradually revealing vulnerabilities in the defensive line. Seizing the opportunity, the dark forces intensified their onslaught, aiming to breach the defenses and obliterate the magical core nexus. Just as the situation grew dire, the rapid response unit arrived in the nick of time. They launched an aerial assault, disrupting the rhythm of the dark forces' attack and granting the station troops precious moments to fortify their defenses. In the midst of this arduous struggle, hope flickered like a beacon. With the support of the rapid response unit, the station troops regained their footing. Both sides found themselves entrenched in a grueling standoff, as the dark forces incessantly altered their tactics in search of a chink in the armor of the defenses. Meanwhile, Leon and his companions commanded the battle through the magical communication network, adjusting the deployment of the defenses in response to the dark forces' assaults. The battle raged on throughout the night, resulting in substantial casualties on both sides. Nevertheless, the station troops steadfastly held the line, preventing the dark forces from advancing a single step toward the magical core nexus. As the dawn's light gradually illuminated the land, the dark forces realized the futility of their assault and were compelled to retreat for the time being. Leon and his companions gazed at the weary yet resolute warriors and mages, their hearts brimming with admiration and gratitude. However, they understood that the dark forces would not easily relent, and the next attack might be even more ferocious. In this fleeting moment of respite, they must fortify their defenses further while continuing to seek a means to utterly thwart the dark forces' sinister schemes. For the fate of the continent still hung precariously in the balance. Chapter 189. The Dark Counterattack, an opportunity for a desperate retaliation in the wake of the battle. There was no room for complacency. Following the successful repulsion of the dark forces' initial assault, Leon and his allies immediately organized a comprehensive inspection and repair of the defenses surrounding each magical core nexus. The fortifications damaged in combat were swiftly reconstructed and reinforced. Traps and obstacles were redeployed, enhanced with greater variety and potency. The mages optimized the magical shields by adjusting the runes and energy flows, augmenting their defensive capabilities to better withstand the encroachment of dark magic. Concurrently, they developed targeted anti-dark magic artifacts, distributing them to the station warriors to bolster their combat readiness. Leon reallocated personnel from the stationed and rapid response units, ensuring that each nexus had sufficient strength for defense. He also intensified training for the troops, conducting a series of simulation drills tailored to the characteristics of the dark forces attacks, thereby enhancing the warriors' and mages' ability to collaborate in combat and respond to unforeseen circumstances. Alice led her team in the enhancement of the magical communication network, adding backup communication lines and encryption measures to thwart interference from dark forces. She also utilized this network to gather data on magical fluctuations from various regions, attempting to discern any signs of the dark forces' next moves. As the dark conspiracy brewed, a more significant crisis loomed. However, the dark forces did not relent in their machinations following the failure of their recent assault. In the shadows, they plotted a more audacious counterattack. Through the exposure of an insider, the dark forces gained insights into the continental defenses and began to strategically adjust their attack plans. They reached out to additional hidden dark powers scattered across the continent, including ancient dark races and creatures tainted by darkness. These forces convened at a secret stronghold, far from the continent's heart, conducting a large-scale dark magic ritual. This ritual aimed to harness potent dark energies to bolster their strength for the impending assault. Simultaneously, the dark forces deployed a cadre of stealthy assassins skilled in infiltration, sent into towns and villages. Their mission was to sow chaos during the dark forces' full-scale attack, disrupting supply lines and communication networks to weaken the continent's resistance. Leon and his companions detected the unusual accumulation of dark magic through magical monitoring points. Yet they could not ascertain the precise locations and timings of the dark forces' actions. They understood that an even greater crisis was imminent and that they must swiftly devise a counter-strategy. Amid this tense situation, an elderly sage, residing in the depths of the mountains, learned of the continental crisis and sought out Leon and his companions. The sage brought with him an ancient prophecy closely tied to the current dark threat. The prophecy spoke of a forgotten mysterious temple deep within the continent, concealing a powerful artifact known as the Light's Arbiter. This artifact had once been the crucial weapon of ancient heroes against darkness, said to possess the ability to dispel all dark forces and purify souls tainted by shadow. The sage asserted that only by locating the Light's Arbiter and integrating its power with the continent's magical defense system could they find a chance for a decisive counterattack against the impending dark resurgence, thwarting the dark forces' schemes entirely. Upon hearing this, Leon and his companions glimpsed a flicker of hope. Yet they also recognized that the quest for the Light's Arbiter would be fraught with peril and challenges surrounding the temple. Determined, Leon, Alice, and James resolved to personally lead a retrieval team on the quest for the Light's Arbiter. They selected a cadre of the most elite members, including expert trackers, scholars well-versed in arcane knowledge, and formidable warriors and mages. The retrieval team embarked into the continent's depths, following the vague clues provided by the sage. Along their journey, they traversed dense forests, desolate deserts, and treacherous mountains. In the forest, they encountered an assault from a horde of treants, controlled by dark forces. The treant, towering and robust, swung its massive branches in an attempt to obstruct their advance. The warriors and mages swiftly engaged in combat. The mages unleashed fiery spells, aiming to incinerate the treant's limbs, while the warriors targeted its roots. After a fierce struggle, they successfully repelled the treant. However, this was merely the first challenge in their adventurous journey. Greater dangers awaited them ahead, and their ability to find the Light Arbiter would prove pivotal in the continent's battle against darkness. Chapter 190. The Quest for the Artifact. The final battle against darkness. After enduring numerous trials, the artifact-seeking team finally reached the temple. On their path to the enigmatic shrine, obstacles arose in quick succession. While traversing the desert, they were beset by a sandstorm that blotted out the sun, concealing within it sand demons capable of manipulating the grains. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the sand demons launched a surprise attack, forcing the team to rely on their synergy and formidable magical shields to withstand the onslaught. Utilizing a mysterious force, Leon sensed the movements of the sand demons, guiding his comrades to counterattack, and after a grueling battle, they managed to drive the demons away. Upon entering the perilous mountain range, the treacherous paths presented further challenges, with boulders occasionally tumbling down. To make matters worse, they encountered a flock of wyverns guarding the mountains. The wyverns circled above, diving down to assault the team. The mages cast lightning spells in an effort to bring down the beasts, while the warriors utilized specially crafted crossbows. After a fierce skirmish, the artifact-seeking team finally freed themselves from the wyverns' clutches. Having endured countless hardships, the team at last discovered the mysterious temple. Nestled within a secluded valley, the temple was enveloped by an ancient and enigmatic magical barrier. The barrier shimmered with strange luminescence, emanating powerful waves of magical energy. Alice, leading the members well-versed in barrier magic, meticulously studied the method to breach it. After several hours of diligent effort, they finally uncovered a flaw in the barrier, allowing them to enter the temple. Exploring the temple, they were enveloped by an atmosphere of antiquity and solemnity. The walls were adorned with ancient runes and murals depicting heroes battling against darkness. As the team proceeded along the dimly lit corridor, they encountered various magical traps. Some traps unleashed powerful electric currents, while others spewed forth corrosive liquids. The members navigated the traps with utmost caution, advancing steadily. Deep within the temple, they stumbled upon a vast circular hall. At the center of the hall, upon a pedestal crafted from radiant light, lay the Light Arbiter, shaped like a long sword. The blade radiated a soft yet brilliant glow, infused with the essence of pure light, imparting an overwhelming sense of warmth and reassurance. Just as the team approached the pedestal to retrieve the Light Arbiter, a host of guardian spirits materialized within the hall. These spirits, formed from pure light, had been gradually corrupted by dark forces over time, rendering them restless and agitated. The guardians emitted furious roars as they charged towards the artifact-seeking team. Leon and his companions swiftly engaged in battle. The mages summoned light magic, striving to purify the darkness festering within the guardians, while the warriors closed in for hand-to-hand combat. Leon, wielding a weapon imbued with mysterious powers, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the leader of the guardian spirits. After a grueling battle, the team successfully purified the guardian spirit and seized the Lightbringer. Armed with this artifact, the expedition team hastily returned to the heart of the continent, preparing for war. Upon learning that the sacred artifact had been recovered, the morale of the various races soared. Leon and his companions immediately collaborated with the mages from different factions to explore how to integrate the power of the Lightbringer into the continent's magical defense system. Through relentless day and night research, they established special magical formations at each core magical hub. The Lightbringer was placed at the continent's magical core, channeling its radiant energy through the formations to fuse with the defense system. At this critical juncture, the Dark Forces launched a comprehensive counterattack. The Dark Army surged toward the magical hubs like a relentless tide, with dark mages unleashing powerful spells from the rear in an attempt to breach the defensive shields. Warriors and mages steadfastly held the line, engaging in a desperate struggle against the encroaching darkness. Just as the defenses were on the brink of collapse, the power of the Lightbringer erupted in a magnificent display, sending a blinding beam of light soaring into the sky, rapidly enveloping the entire continent. The Dark Forces, overwhelmed by this radiant force, shrieked in agony as they dissipated. Those corrupted by darkness and the insidious agents of shadow regained their clarity through the purifying light. The dark ritual aimed at resurrecting the shadow demon was abruptly interrupted, halting the process entirely. With the obliteration of darkness, the continent was reborn. As the light from the Lightbringer continued to spread, the nefarious schemes of the dark forces crumbled. The remnants of the Dark Army, sensing their defeat, fled in disarray. Leon and his comrades led the allied warriors in a victorious pursuit, completely eradicating the dark forces. In the aftermath of this cataclysm, the continent embraced a new dawn. The peoples of various races began to rebuild their homes from the ruins, fostering unity and collaboration among themselves. The heroic deeds of Leon, Alice, and James were passed down through generations, becoming a legendary inspiration for future generations. To commemorate this monumental victory, a grand monument was erected at the center of the continent, inscribed with the names of all the heroes who defended it. The continent's magical academies placed greater emphasis on the study and prevention of dark magic, cultivating a new generation of skilled mages to safeguard the hard-won peace and tranquility. Henceforth, under the brilliant illumination of light, the continent embarked on a new chapter of prosperity.